In his past life, he was a complete scumbag, a true deadbeat and heartless jerk. He watched helplessly as his stunningly beautiful wife, the former campus goddess carrying twins in her womb, leapt into the river to end her life. One body, three souls lost. From that day on, he spent the rest of his life consumed by remorse and longing. Until one day, he saw another pregnant woman about to jump into the river. In her eyes, he saw the same despair and helplessness that had haunted his wife all those years ago. Without hesitation, he dove in to save her and gave his life in the process. When he opened his eyes again, time had rewound to 1998, back to that remote mountain village. And today off all days was the very day his beloved campus goddess wife was about to jump into the river and end it all. Chapter 1. Reborn in 1998, she's still here. Mr. Li, it's dangerous. Don't jump in. His assistant's voice shouted desperately from behind. But Li Chen didn't care. All he could think about was saving the pregnant woman ahead of him, the one who was about to leap into the river and end her life. Besides, he wasn't afraid of death at all. In fact, he wanted to die. Only then could he be reunited with his beloved wife and unborn child. Over the years, though Head become the wealthiest entrepreneur in Asia, Head lived every single day drowning in regret and sorrow. Because on that fateful day, if only he hadn't been such a piece of trash, if only he hadn't beaten the woman who loved him most, then taken the family's last 100 yuan to gamble away his wife would never have been driven to despair. She would never have jumped into the river while carrying their child. Now, seeing this pregnant stranger, memories of his wife, Xiaohan, flooded back instantly. He couldn't let another tragedy, like his own, unfold. Without hesitation, he leapt out of his car and sprinted toward the riverbank. But he couldn't swim well. After pushing the woman onto the shore with all his strength, his leg cramped violently, and his consciousness began to fade. He didn't struggle. He didn't fight. Xiaohan, wait for me. He'll be with you and our babies soon. That was his last coherent thought before everything went dark. Big, bet big. Amidst a foggy haze, Li Chen suddenly heard strange, raucous voices. He was confused. Didn't I just drown saving that pregnant woman? Why is it so noisy around me? Am I in the underworld now? Are these ghostly bailiffs gambling on dice? Or am I not dead after all? But even if Head survived, why would there be people shouting big and small nearby? Li Chen, you sleeping corpse, wake up and play around. Follow my bet this time, you can't lose. At that moment, someone shook his shoulder. Wait, I'm really not dead? Li Chen blinked open his eyes and looked around. He was inside a shabby tent. Standing before him was a figure both familiar and strange. Familiar because it was Zhou Ergu, his childhood friend from the village, the boy Head grown up with. Strange because Zhou Ergu had died in a car crash years ago. And even if he were alive, he wouldn't look this young. What's going on? Li Chen, did you sleep yourself stupid or lose your mind gambling? Zhou Ergu sneered. Why aren't you saying anything? Ergu, where are we? And weren't you already dead? How are you alive? Damn it, you're the one who's dead. Zhou Ergu shot back. Have you really lost it? If you're broke, just go home and ask your wife for money. If she refuses, beat her until she gives in like you always do. With that, he turned away, dismissing Li Chen. Dazed, Li Chen scanned the tent and spotted a tattered calendar hanging on the wall. The date read clearly, March 19th, 1998. 1998? Am I reborn? Ergu. Li Chen sprang to his feet and grabbed Zhou Ergu's arm. Tell mice it really 1998? Of course it is. Unless you think it's 2008? Man, you really have lost it. Thank God, thank God. Relief surged through Li Chen. He remembered vividly. On March 19th, 1998, Xiaohan had discovered Head gambled away their last 100 yuan, their entire savings borrowed from relatives. Furious and heartbroken, Shed confronted him. Don't you care about the baby in my womb? Why waste everything we borrowed? Enraged by his loss, Li Chen had slapped her across the face. That slap shattered her faith in him forever. Back then, Xiaohan had been the campus goddess adored by countless suitors, yet Shed chosen him, a nobody with nothing but dreams. Shed defied her parents, ignored friends' warnings, and secretly eloped with him using her household registration book. She believed that as long as they worked hard, life would get better. But after marriage, Li Chen couldn't find steady work. Even manual labor rejected him for lack of experience. Bitterness twisted him. He grew violent, smashing things when angry, and when there was nothing left to break, Head beat her. Shed endured it all for the memory of their love, for the life growing inside her twins, as it turned out. But that slap, that was the final straw. While Li Chen went out to gamble again, Xiaohan walked alone to the Nanliu River and decided to end her hopeless life. Li Chen still remembered the exact time, 3:30 p.m. Oh, now what time is it now? He grabbed Zhou Ergu's arm again, panic rising. Damn, Li Chen, you're not stupid. You're insane. I'm not crazy. Just tell me the time, please. Seeing Li Chen's desperation, Zhou Ergu reluctantly checked his watch. It's exactly 3 p.m. Li Chen didn't hesitate. He bolted out of the tent. He still had 30 minutes. Xiaohan, don't do anything foolish. Wait for me. Please, please, please wait for me. Chapter 2. Has he really changed? Li Chen sprinted toward the Nanliu River, heart pounding. He ran so fast he didn't see the rock underfoot. Thud! He crashed to the ground. Blood trickled from his scraped arm, but he didn't cry out. Didn't wipe it away. Not a second to spare. He had to fix his greatest regret. He scrambled up and ran again, faster than ever. Xiaohan, I was a monster. A bastard. Don't jump, wait for me. On the riverbank, Xiaohan stood numb with despair. She gently touched her swollen belly. In 6 more weeks, her twins were due. But they'd never see the world. I'm sorry, babies. It's Mama's fault you won't be born. But in this home, with this father, your lives would only be pain. Let me take you to a better place. Don't hate me. As a mother, she hated this choice, but hope had abandoned her. Death felt like the only peace. She closed her eyes, ready to leap. Xiaohan, his voice cut through the air. Impossible. He's gambling with his worthless friends. This must be a dying hallucination. She refused to believe it. Since their marriage, had done nothing but eat, sleep, smash things, hit her, and gamble. Xiaohan, don't do it. The voice came again, so real, yet so unfamiliar. Real because it was his voice. Unfamiliar because his tone, his urgency, felt utterly different. She opened her eyes and turned. There he was, Li Chen, breathless, drenched in sweat, staring at her with raw terror and relief. You're still here, he whispered, his tension easing slightly. Xiaohan, listen, I was wrong. All of it. But I swear, from this moment on, you'll never suffer again. You'll never go hungry. Xiaohan stared at him, skeptical. Hadn't he said the same thing dozens of times after beating her? Over 100 times? And every time, once he needed money for food, for gambling, hit her again when she couldn't pay. She trusted his words no longer. How did you even get here? Weren't you gambling? Did you lose and come crawling back for cash? Well, I don't have a single cent. No, Li Chen said firmly. I'm not here for money. I'm here to apologize. Please don't jump. Come home with me. Let's rebuild our life together. Inside, he loathed his past self. How could I be so cruel? So inhuman? To make a pregnant woman want to die? Apologize? He knows how to apologize? Xiaohan froze. The word sounded absurd coming from the man who only knew violence. It was like the sun rising in the west. Yet his eyes held no deceit. His expression sincere, desperate. Could he really have changed? No. Impossible. The red mark from his slap still burned on her cheek. This was just another trick to lure her home for more abuse. Li Chen, don't lie to me. He'll never believe you again. You're scum. For the first time, she screamed at him with all her might. Before, she had stayed silent, fear kept her quiet. But now, she feared nothing. Not even death. Xiaohan, I admit I was less than human. I hurt you. But that's over. For our children's sake, give me one more chance. Do you really want your defiant choicito marry Mito and as a mistake? Those words struck deep. After marriage, she had rarely visited her parents, not because she didn't miss them, but because she was ashamed. Everyone had warned her, marry Li Chen, and you'll regret it forever. Only she believed love and hard work could overcome poverty. Reality had slapped her twice, first with hardship, then with violence. All these years, she had secretly hoped for a miraculous sign that her faith in him wasn't misplaced, that she could proudly tell the world, I was right to choose him. But reality kept delivering blows. Will you really change? She finally asked softly, for the sake of the life inside her, for the girl who once believed in love. I swear on my life, you'll never suffer again. She didn't trust oaths. Had broken too many. Xiaohan, come down. Let's start over. Let's face a better tomorrow together. He reached out his hand. She hesitated, then placed hers in his. Li Chen helped her down from the bank. His heart finally calm. As long as she and the babies lived, everything could be fixed. With his knowledge of the next 2 decades, he would give them a good life. Li Chen, she warned coldly, I'm coming back not for you, but for my children. If you ever raise a hand to me or break things again, you'll make sure your Li family line ends with you. In 1998, rural China, where ancestral legacy meant everything, this was the harshest threat she could utter. Don't worry, he said gently. If I ever hurt you again, I'm not a man. Come on, I'll cook you something nourishing. He supported her as they walked home. His tenderness was so unlike the brute she knew. Why is he like this? Did he truly repent? No, it must be a trap. He's always sweet before the storm. Her stomach twisted with dread. What if, once we're inside, he locks the door and beats me again? Just as they stepped through the doorway, Xiaohan, close the door. It's windy outside. Her blood ran cold. Here it comes. Li Chen, what are you planning? You just promised you wouldn't hit me. Chapter 3. Finding a way to provide nourishment for the enchanting school bell, Xiaohan leaned against the door, contemplating that if Li Chen truly intended to strike her, she would at least have the opportunity to flee. Observing the look of fear and uncertainty on her face, Li Chen felt a surge of compassion for this unfortunate woman. He increasingly loathed his former self, pondering how he could have been such a cad, instilling such dread in someone who loved him so deeply. Xiaohan, do not overthink it. The wind is quite strong. I merely wish to prevent the chill from reaching your belly. If you are frightened, you need not close the door, Li Chen explained calmly. I want to shut it, Xiaohan replied, still somewhat skeptical of this man's sudden transformation. For her own safety, she chose not to close the door. Li Chen understood her vigilance. He bore no resentment towards her, recognizing that his past behavior had been utterly reprehensible. He knew he had to change, to earn her trust once more. Xiaohan, you just braved the cold wind by the shore. Allow me to fetch you a cup of hot water to warm you up. With that, he turned to find an appliance capable of boiling water. After searching for a while, he suddenly remembered that it was 1998 and that most ordinary households did not possess such conveniences. I forgot, we don't have a water heater. Wait here. I will gather some firewood and boil some water for you. In this era, the only means for common folk to procure hot water was through boiling wood, which was then stored in traditional thermoses. Xiaohan observed as Li Chen seemed genuinely intent on preparing hot water for her, leaving her momentarily stunned. What was he truly up to? Had he really changed, wishing to treat her better? There's no need to boil any. There is still some in the thermos. If you truly wish to do something nice for me, you can simply pour some out from there, Xiaohan suggested. Li Chen nodded and went to retrieve the thermos. A wedding gift from her family, now showing signs of wear and tear, a result of his previous destructive behavior following his gambling losses. Had Xiaohan not protected it diligently, the inner lining would likely have been ruined long ago. Here, you sit and enjoy a bowl of hot water. I will go buy some meat and prepare a delicious meal for you, Li Chen said sincerely, placing a bowl of hot water before her. Only then did Xiaohan dare to believe that perhaps this was all genuine. Had he truly transformed? If so, all the suffering she had endured would have been worth it. Yet, if not, she was acutely aware that greater torment awaited her. Deep within her, two voices began to emerge, leaving her conflicted, wandering, and confused. She found herself grappling with various speculations, feeling utterly lost. We have no money left at home, Xiaohan observed as she saw Li Chen rummaging through the items on the bedside. She shivered as she spoke, recalling that in the past, uttering such words would often result in a violent reaction. Consequently, she had developed psychological scars from her previous experiences. It's all right, I will find a way. You should rest at home for now, he reassured her. However, Li Chen did not strike himself this time. Instead, he simply tidied up the disheveled bedding before stepping out and closing the door behind him. This left Xiaohan with a sensation of having narrowly escaped a calamity. Yet, why did he close the door? Was it possible he had intentionally concocted an excuse to depart, only to return and unleash his wrath upon her? Contemplating Li Chen's past actions, anxiety began to swell within her. Li Chen, if you do not change, I swear I shall never forgive you again, she thought silently, biting her lower lip. Once Li Chen exited, he was confronted with a pressing dilemma: how to procure some money to buy meat for the pregnant Xiaohan. If memory served correctly, her health had been quite frail since her pregnancy, largely due to his reckless gambling that had depleted their finances. Consequently, Xiaohan had been subsisting on little more than cabbage and thin porridge. How could the health of their unborn child flourish without proper nourishment? Reflecting on this, Li Chen cursed himself again for his past irresponsibility. Li Chen, could you possibly be out of your mind? You just bolted from the casino, leaving us terrified. At that moment, Zhou Ergo returned from the casino and, upon seeing Li Chen, could not help but inquire out of curiosity. You are the one who has lost your senses. I am perfectly fine. By the way, do you have any money in your pocket? Lend me some to buy meat for my wife, Li Chen replied, realizing he had no other options. After all, he could hardly ask for credit at the butcher's stall. I have no money. If I did, would I have left the casino empty-handed? I lost everything and came back because of it, Zhou Ergo retorted. Li Chen recognized the truth in this. Zhou Ergo, like himself, was the type who would not return home until he had lost it all. Borrowing from him was less feasible than seeking a loan from the land god. Very well, then, go home. I shall contemplate another solution, Li Chen said, waving his hand in resignation as he considered alternative means. Wait, what did you just say? Buying meat for your wife? Are you certain you are not insane? You actually show concern for her? Zhou Ergo suddenly recalled something. his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Indeed, Li Chen was notorious in the village for venting his frustrations on his wife. So hearing him express a desire to acquire money for her sustenance left Xiaohan go questioning his sanity. Get lost, you are the one who is insane. Is it not entirely normal to care for one's wife? Li Chen shot back, irritated. If the roles were reversed, it would be an ordinary matter. But in your case, it is decidedly unusual. Everyone knows you have a penchant for abusing your wife, yet you speak of affection? It's as if the sun were to rise in the west, Xiaohan mocked. Forget it, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. I shall seek other means to procure meat for my wife. Aware of his tarnished reputation, Li Chen chose not to continue explaining himself to Xiaohan. He turned to leave. Look at you, acting all high and mighty. Do not even think about borrowing money. No one will lend you a dime. You might as well venture into the mountains to hunt for game, Xiaohan called out, his voice tinged with sarcasm. On Tuesday, Dog Zhou sarcastically remarked from behind. And that single statement served as a profound reminder for Li Chen. Indeed, I could venture into the mountains to hunt for a wild hare or a pheasant. It was 1998, and the rural hills were teeming with game. Although Li Chen had previously behaved like a scoundrel, having grown up in the countryside, he possessed considerable skills when it came to capturing wild animals. Moreover, his prior reputation was so tarnished that, as Zhou Dog had pointed out, not a soul in the village would lend him assistance. It would be far better for him to procure some game from the mountains to nourish Xiaohan. Xiaohan, rest assured, I shall ensure you enjoy a delectable meat broth. Chapter 4. Preparing a delicious wild chicken soup for my wife. Li Chen promptly made his way to the back mountains of the village, casually picking up a stick. Lacking any proper trapping tools at home, he had no choice but to rely on rudimentary natural implements. In the mountains, the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, surrounded by an abundance of natural flora. This sight evoked deep nostalgia in Li Chen, a reborn soul, for many of these ecological plants would become nearly extinct by 2022. Suddenly, a wild chicken's call echoed nearby. To his delight, it was an old hen, perfect for stewing into a nourishing broth for Xiaohan. Li Chen refrained from making any hasty moves. Instead, he carefully positioned himself and began to stealthily approach. These wild hens were exceptionally astute and would flee at the slightest hint of danger. Thus, Li Chen needed to exercise utmost caution to avoid detection. The wild hen continued to leisurely search for food, blissfully unaware that Li Chen had stealthily crept up behind it. The moment had arrived. Li Chen seized the opportunity, hurling the stick with precision, striking the hen on the head and rendering it unconscious. He quickly dashed over, grasping its legs and lifting it triumphantly. Xiaohan, now you and the child can enjoy a nourishing meal. The thought of Xiaohan finally being able to savor some meat brought a smile to Li Chen's face. As he prepared to head home with his catch, he spotted his cousin Li Huamei rushing towards him. Brother Chen, something's wrong at your house. She gasped, breathless. Something's wrong. Has my wife done something foolish again? Panic began to set in for Li Chen. His memories as a reborn individual only extended to the moment Xiaohan, heavily pregnant, had jumped into the river to end her life. Now that he altered that fate, everything concerning her future remained a mystery. Could it be that this unfortunate woman still harbored doubts about him, and, taking advantage of his absence while he hunted, had chosen to take her own life again? With this troubling thought, Li Chen's anxiety escalated. Quickly tell me, is it my wife who is in trouble? Please, tell me. He grasped Li Huamei's shoulders. Urgency etched across his face. That hurts. Brother Chen, you're hurting me, Li Huamei exclaimed, her expression contorted in pain. Realizing his grip, Li Chen quickly loosened his hold. There has been an incident involving your sister-in-law. You must return at once, urged Li Huamei, exhaling deeply before continuing. Xiaohan, how could you be so foolish? If you perish, what meaning would my rebirth hold? Li Chen, in a fit of desperation, raced homeward. He was determined to exert every effort to rescue this unfortunate woman. As long as hope remained, he would not hesitate to sacrifice even a kidney to cover her medical expenses. Meanwhile, Xiaohan found herself cornered at the door by several burly men, led by the notorious bully Lu Laosan from the notorious Sinyuan Wudong. Consequently, the villagers merely observed from a distance, too intimidated to intervene on Xiaohan's behalf. In that era, bullies were figures of fear that no villager dared confront. Moreover, few villagers harbored any sympathy for a family like Li Chen's. Li Huamei felt compelled to inform Li Chen solely due to their familial ties. Xiaohan, just utter one word. Will you repay the 100 yuan you borrowed from me today? If not, do not blame me for my harshness, Lu Laosan threatened arrogantly. The mention of that 100 yuan caused a pang of anguish in Xiaohan's heart. Had the doctor not warned her during her checkup that her weakened state might jeopardize her pregnancy, without proper nourishment. She would not have been so shameless as to borrow money from the local tyrant. After all, she could endure hardship, but she could not allow her unborn child to suffer. To her dismay, she had borrowed the money only to have Li Chen discover it, who then brutally confronted her and took the money to gamble, leading to her desperate impulse to contemplate ending her life today. When Xiaohan borrowed the 100 yuan from Lu Laosan, they had agreed upon repayment by the first of the following month, with still a week remaining until that date. However, Lu Laosan, having squandered his wealth at the gambling den, sought to reclaim his loan prematurely, taking advantage of Yi Xiaohan's vulnerable position. Lu Laosan, I borrowed 100 yuan from you, but we agreed I would repay it on the first. There is still a week until then, Yi Xiaohan argued resolutely. I care not for your agreements. I am in need of money now. You must repay me today, plus an additional 10 yuan in interest, Lu Laosan retorted, displaying his characteristic disregard for reason. The onlookers found his demands for early repayment and interest utterly unreasonable, yet they were too fearful to speak up for Yi Xiaohan. None wished to provoke the village bully on her behalf. Lu Laosan, this is excessive. It's one thing to demand early repayment, but to charge interest? You never mentioned interest when I borrowed the money, Yi Xiaohan protested defiantly. My money, my rules. I say there is interest. If you refuse to repay, I will sell you to a brothel. Despite your imposing belly, with your looks, even I am tempted to sample what you offer, let alone others. Lu Laosan's words grew increasingly outrageous, even casting his attention towards Yi Xiaohan. Instinctively, she recoiled a few steps in fear, fully aware of Lu Laosan's tyrannical nature and his capacity for violence. Recently, a farmer who incurred his wrath found himself with a shattered leg, and due to his connections, he faced no repercussions. Alas, one wonders where Li Chen has disappeared to at this critical moment, leaving his wife to endure such torment alone. It goes without saying that the coward has likely fled. When has he ever embraced the responsibilities of a man? Indeed, if Li Chen were at home now, Lu Laosan would probably not dare to bully Yi Xiaohan in such a manner. What a pitiable woman she is, once a radiant flower, now suffering daily hardships since marrying Li Chen, and even now subjected to Lu Laosan's bullying, while Li Chen remained silent. Observers in the village murmured their disdain for Li Chen, condemning him for shirking his duties as a husband during this crisis. Enough of your nonsense, get lost. Just then, a resounding voice emerged from behind. Chapter 5. A man should protect his beloved woman. Li Chen emerged from the crowd, clutching a wild hen, stepping in front of Yi Xiaohan. The crowd gasped in astonishment, as did Yi Xiaohan. She had not anticipated his arrival, and he appeared resolute in his intent to protect her. Moreover, what was the significance of the hen he held? Had he truly gone to procure meat for himself? Li Chen, you've returned just in time. Your wife owes me 100 yuan. If you have the ability, pay it back for her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Laosan initially faltered at Li Chen's return. Yet, upon recalling Li Chen's reputation as a spineless individual, he quickly regained his arrogance. Get lost. My wife's debt isn't due for another week. Come back then. Li Chen, undeterred, retorted without hesitation. You. Lu Laosan was momentarily speechless. He had been aggressive towards Yi Xiaohan, knowing she would not resist strongly. However, Li Chen's sudden assertiveness took him aback. The villagers observed the stark contrast between the current Li Chen and the one they had known, leaving them astonished. Had Li Chen undergone a transformation? If so, it would be a welcome change, as they did not wish to see him remain a coward forever. Who do you think you are, Li Chen? Do you believe you can provoke me? I'll have your wife sold if you continue to defy me. Lu Laosan, feeling the pressure, erupted in anger. Pointing vehemently at Li Chen, the sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air. Speak with respect. If you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I will end you. After finishing, Li Chen spoke with an air of dominance. Behind him, Yi Xiaohan suddenly felt a warmth in her heart. Over the years, she had never experienced this man's warmth nor felt that he held her dear. What had come over him today? Why was he acting so unusually? It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that he truly intended to mend his ways? If so, she would steadfastly accompany him, even if it meant subsisting on gruel for the rest of her days. The onlooking villagers were momentarily stunned. Li Chen had indeed demonstrated remarkable courage by stepping forth to protect his wife. Who would have thought he would suddenly seem like a different person? However, having just struck Lu Laosan, it was likely that Lu Laosan would not let this go easily. Lu Laosan had never been struck in his life. He was always the one dishing out blows. It seemed that Li Chen's family was in for a rough time. Once they regained their composure, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. Lu Laosan was caught off guard by Li Chen's sudden slap. As he processed the situation, his anger intensified, and he raised his fists to retaliate. Yet, Li Chen seized his arm with great force. Lu Laosan, he declared, I'm making myself clear today. If you dare lay a hand on my wife again, I will risk everything to ensure we both meet our end. Li Chen's words left Lu Laosan momentarily speechless. He understood that Li Chen was not like the other docile villagers. While the other villagers might tolerate being bullied, nothing would come of it. However, Li Chen was known for his gambling and wild escapades, associating with a band of ruffians. If he truly lost control, he could resort to anything. What are you doing? Everyone stop this. At that moment, Li Huamei summoned the village's security director, Xiaohan. In the 1990s, the security director was responsible for maintaining order and managing the village's safety, typically held by a respected local figure. Director Zhou, you arrived just in time. Yi Xiaohan owes me 100 yuan and refuses to pay it back. Her husband just slapped me. Upon seeing Zhou Haishan, Lu Laosan feigned innocence. All right, Lu Laosan. I know your character all too well. Yi Xiaohan agreed to repay you the 100 yuan on the 1st of next month, and there's still a week to go. I suggest you come back then. As the security director, Zhou Haishan was well aware of Lu Laosan's bully-like behavior in the village over the years. However, he was constrained by Lu Laosan's connections, which limited his actions. Had it not been for the fear that Li Chen's reckless behavior might lead to a fatal incident, he would not have intervened. Indeed, when I borrowed the money, we agreed on repayment by the 1st of next month. I still have the note, Yi Xiaohan interjected. With your husband's pathetic demeanor, he won't be able to produce 100 yuan by the 1st. So, dragging this out is pointless and wastes my time. Who says I can't come up with 100 yuan? Li Chen retorted with defiance. Li Chen, I've waited for you for an entire week. If you cannot return the 100 yuan by then, even with Director Zhou's intercession, it will be of no avail. Humph. With those biting words, Lu Laosan turned and departed from the Li household, his entourage in tow. As the villagers observed Lu Laosan's retreat, they too began to disperse slowly. Li Chen, repaying debts is a fundamental principle. I can only assist you to this extent. If, after a week, you truly cannot muster the 100 yuan, I will be powerless to aid you further. You must navigate this predicament on your own, remarked Director Zhou Haishan, shaking his head in resignation before he too turned to leave. Xiaohan, are you all right? Did that scoundrel harm you in any way? Li Chen's immediate concern shifted to Yi Xiaohan's well-being. In his previous life, he owed this woman far too much. Given the chance fate had bestowed upon him, he could not allow her to suffer any harm. Yi Xiaohan was taken aback by Li Chen's sudden concern. After all, throughout their years of marriage, she had never experienced such care directed towards her. I'm fine, she stammered, struggling to believe that this was all real. That scoundrel Lu Laosan must have frightened you. Just wait, I will settle the score with him, Li Chen exclaimed, setting down the hen he had been holding. Preparing to confront Lu Laosan once more. Please don't go. Yi Xiaohan quickly grasped his arm, her urgency palpable. I'm unharmed. He did not hurt me. I just feel as if you have transformed into a different person, and that is why. She found herself at a loss for words. Her emotions too tangled to articulate. Thank goodness you're all right. Try not to dwell on it. I will ensure you live a good life, he reassured her. By the way, this is a wild hen I caught in the back mountains. Wait here. I shall prepare a hen soup for you. With that, Li Chen took the wild hen into the kitchen, beginning to work with fervor. Seeing the stark contrast in Li Chen's demeanor compared to before, a flicker of relief crossed Yi Xiaohan's face. However, the thought of needing to repay Lu Laosan 100 yuan within a week cast a shadow over her expression once more. For other families, 100 yuan might still be attainable. Yet, in their home, stripped of all valuables and having sold everything for gambling, where could they possibly procure such an amount? If they truly failed to produce the sum, given Lu Laosan's nature, he could resort to unspeakable actions. What could they possibly do now? Chapter 6. The plan to earn money. Half an hour later, Yi Xiaohan's nose caught a whiff of a familiar yet foreign aroma. Familiar, as she had once savored its essence. Foreign, as it had been ages since she had encountered it since marrying into the Li family. With her burgeoning belly, she ventured into the kitchen, where the man had already prepared the hen and was now simmering it in a pot. Observing his diligent efforts, she felt an unexpected surge of emotion. 2 years had passed since their marriage, 2 long years. The first time she encountered Li Chen in the kitchen, he was busily preparing something for her. Had he truly changed? If so, it would be wonderful. Xiaohan, do not fret. This wild hen's skin and meat are rather thick and require simmering for over an hour to absorb the flavors. As Li Chen added a handful of firewood to the stove, he turned to see Yi Xiaohan entering and smiled before speaking. Li Chen, what has come over you? Yi Xiaohan could not suppress her curiosity. Nothing much. I am merely preparing chicken soup for you. Unfortunately, we are limited by our current circumstances. We lack shiitake mushrooms and goji berries, which would enhance the soup's aroma and sweetness, Li Chen replied. Are you truly committed to changing? I find it hard to believe. Am I dreaming? At that moment, Xiaohan struggled to accept the reality of the situation. After all, over the past 2 years, she had experienced heartbreak and despair to the core, and the shadows in her heart were too profound. Li Chen did not blame her. It was his past misdeeds that had led to this. He approached her, gently tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, and attempted to caress the face of this unfortunate woman. Xiaohan instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiaohan, I understand that you harbor shadows in your heart regarding me, but rest assured, I will help you feel the warmth of this family again. The Li Chen who only destroyed things, gambled, and abused women no longer exists, he declared earnestly. Xiaohan, bewildered, nodded. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. If you are truly committed to changing, I will endure any hardship alongside you to nurture this family. Indeed, Xiaohan was not a woman driven by materialism. Otherwise, having been the stunning campus beauty pursued by numerous wealthy suitors, she would not have chosen Li Chen. Throughout the past 2 years, despite Li Chen's treatment of her, she never considered leaving. Had it not been for her recent descent into despair, she would not have contemplated such drastic measures. Li Chen understood this, which is why he remained unmarried and had not pursued any other women. Having lost the woman he loved most, he had long since become disillusioned with women, regardless of his achievements. Xiaohan, thank you. Rest assured, I will ensure a good life for you and our child, Li Chen vowed. That seems far off. Let us first focus on how to resolve our current crisis. If we cannot produce 100 yuan to repay Lu Laosan in a week, who knows what he might do to us? Xiaohan lamented helplessly. Leave this matter to me. You need not worry. Just take care of yourself and the baby, Li Chen assured her. Although he had yet to devise a plan to procure the requisite sum, he was confident that with the memories of his past life, he would find a way to overcome this obstacle. Li Chen, what are you planning? Please do not resort to gambling again. That path only leads to ruin. Given Li Chen's previous indiscretions, Xiaohan was understandably apprehensive at the thought of him borrowing money to gamble once more in hopes of turning their fortunes around. Fool, I have assured you that I will not gamble again. Rest easy on that front. As for the matter of money, I shall devise a way. Do not worry. Yeah, Xiaohan nodded, yet her heart remained uneasy. After all, the reputation of Lu Laosan was well known throughout Nanliu village. However, she could not conceive of a method to earn 100 yuan within a week, though they possessed some farmland. Due to Li Chen's previous laziness and her current condition with twins, they had not tilled the land. Relying on the sale of crops for income was evidently not feasible. Li Chen, aware of Xiaohan's concerns, resolved to begin planning for financial gain shortly. First and foremost, he would ensure that this unfortunate woman and the children in her womb were well taken care of. Xiaohan, why is there so little salt left in our house? Upon seeing merely 2 spoonfuls of salt in the bowl, Li Chen was taken aback. There had been a full bag, but she had traded it yesterday with Zhou Ergo for a bowl of rice wine. It struck Li Chen then, and he loathed his past recklessness even more, having exchanged their remaining salt for a mere bowl of wine. Do not worry, I will procure 2 bags of salt for you tomorrow. Also, we are low on oil, which must be replenished. As for these chopsticks, they are worn and need replacing. After meticulously assessing their domestic situation, Li Chen felt a deep sense of regret for his previous irresponsible actions. Poor Xiaohan endured so much suffering in the face of Li Chen's shortcomings. How much pain must she bear? How much love must she possess for herself? How delightful the aroma. Chenggu, it has been ages since such a lovely scent wafted from your home. Chapter 7. Seeking dendrobium for profit. Just as she entered to speak, it was Li Huamei. Huamei, come here. I must thank you. Had you not informed me and summoned Director Zhou to mediate, this situation would not have resolved so amicably. Why the formality? We are family, after all. However, I overheard my mother mention that you have changed significantly. Is that true? Li Huamei was straightforward, unreservedly expressing her thoughts, and thus did not hold back at that moment. Indeed, it is true. In the past, it was your Chun Ji's fault that your sister-in-law suffered, bringing shame upon the Li family. Such occurrences shall not happen again. Li Chen replied with unwavering certainty. That is splendid news. As long as you, Chenggu, are willing to change, I believe your lives will only improve. Li Huamei, 5 years younger than Li Chen, had grown up alongside him. In their youth, Li Chen was always kind to her. Whenever someone bullied Li Huamei at school, he would be the first to defend her. It pained her to see him fall into decline, and she had tried numerous times to counsel him, all to no avail. Now, hearing him speak of transformation, she felt genuine happiness for him. Huamei, since you are here, why not sit and enjoy a bowl of chicken soup before you leave? Xiaohan offered her a stool, warmly inviting her to stay and partake in the meal. However, Li Huame did not wish to play the role of a third wheel in this moment. She was acutely aware that Li Chen had undergone a transformation, and the couple would undoubtedly have much to discuss. Thus, after exchanging a few brief words, she took her leave. As time progressed, the aroma of the chicken soup that Li Chen was simmering grew increasingly fragrant. The villagers nearby, upon catching the long-awaited scent of meat wafting from Li Chen's home, were filled with a sense of nostalgia. Alas, it seemed that Li Chen had finally decided to prepare a meat broth for his wife. It had been a month since anyone had detected the essence of meat emanating from his abode. Indeed, speaking of Xiaohan, she was truly a pitiable woman. Pregnant, she could only subsist on vegetables and plain congee, and she often endured Li Chen's violent outbursts. However, judging by Li Chen's recent actions of defending her in front of Lu Laosan, it was evident that he had changed significantly. His gesture of preparing chicken soup for her further underscored this transformation. It was hard to believe that this once indolent man could now appear as if he had become a different person. It felt somewhat like a solar eclipse, and one could only hope that Li Chen's change was not merely a fleeting performance. Otherwise, Xiaohan would likely suffer even more grievously. As Xiaohan beheld the steaming chicken soup before her, she found it hard to believe. Only when she tasted the broth, feeling its warmth, could she accept that this was indeed reality. A sudden warmth enveloped her heart. How wonderful it would be if he could remain this way indefinitely. Yet, deep within, she was uncertain whether Li Chen's newfound kindness was merely ephemeral. All she could do was silently wish for his continued transformation. Xiaohan, don't rush, take your time. This pot of chicken soup is all for you, Li Chen remarked, observing the joy radiating from her as a smile of comfort graced his lips. Are you not going to eat? If my memory serves me correctly, you haven't had anything today, have you? I'm not hungry. You should eat more. The baby in your belly needs nourishment too. I plan to go out shortly to earn some money. I'll also buy some rice and oil on my way back. I noticed our rice jar is nearly empty, Li Chen replied with a smile. Xiaohan felt a warmth in her heart once again. Although she remained puzzled as to why this man had suddenly transformed, in that moment, she experienced an unprecedented sensation. I haven't eaten much either. You should have a little more before you go, and you must refrain from engaging in any illegal activities. Otherwise, even if you earn money, I will not forgive you. Xiaohan spoke gently at first, then turned serious in her admonition to Li Chen. This concern stemmed from Li Chen's previous misdeeds, having stolen from the neighboring village to fund his gambling habits, which made Xiaohan apprehensive about his potential for further wrongdoing. Rest assured, I promise you, I will no longer engage in illegal activities. I intend to forage for herbs in the mountains of our village and sell them in the town, Li Chen explained. With the memories of his past life, Li Chen was aware that the deep mountains held many herbs, some of which were quite valuable. Furthermore, the villagers, lacking education, were often unaware of the market worth of these herbs, with dendrobium being a prime example. This is a precious medicinal herb, not easily affordable in the market. However, in Nanliu village, it is treated merely as an ordinary ingredient for soup. Li Chen's intention is to harvest some dendrobium and sell it at the finest traditional Chinese medicine shop in town. This marks the first step towards earning his own income. Larger aspirations must await the accumulation of sufficient funds. Without further ado, after serving Xiaohan a bowl of hen soup, Li Chen found a piece of hemp rope at home and prepared to ascend the mountain to gather herbs. Wait, Xiaohan suddenly called out to him. What's the matter? Xiaohan, are you still worried about me? Your arm is bleeding. Tend to it before going out. She pointed to the wound on Li Chen's arm, a result of his reckless run to the Nanliu River after leaving the gambling house. Amid the chaos of recent events, he had forgotten to attend to it. Now, upon Xiaohan's reminder, he recalled it. In 2022, one might simply wash away the blood and apply a band-aid. Yet, in 1998, although band-aids were invented in 1920 and had made their way to China in the 1980s, such conveniences were absent in rural areas. Thus, Li Chen could only clean the wound and apply some mugwort ash, a common method for rural farmers to treat injuries during this period. Be cautious of venomous snakes on the mountain, Xiaohan cautioned him with genuine concern before he departed. Her love for this man had never waned. Were it not for the heartbreak and despair he had caused her time and again, she might not have contemplated such dire actions. Now that Li Chen was transforming, her concern and affection surfaced uncontrollably. Rest assured, for you and the child, I shall not let any harm befall me. With that, Li Chen set off, tools in hand. Nanliu village is surrounded by mountains on three sides, with the verdant Qingshan being the tallest peak and the most abundant habitat for flora and fauna. In his youth, Li Chen often ventured into the mountains to play with Zhou Ergu, making him well acquainted with the terrain of Qingshan. Armed with a worn sickle and a hemp bag, Li Chen delved deep into the heart of the mountain. Chapter 8. Selling wild dendrobium. Along the way, Li Chen encountered numerous familiar herbs, such as platigo, radix tetrastigma, and summer withered grass. However, his goal today was wild dendrobium. While other herbs were good, they held little monetary value. He urgently needed funds. Hence the necessity to seek out more valuable finds. Ideally, he hoped to stumble upon wild ginseng, yet Li Chen understood how rare that was. Fortunately, wild dendrobium was still relatively abundant during this time. Before long, Li Chen discovered a particularly large specimen of wild dendrobium and, without hesitation, began to excavate it with his sickle. Perhaps fortune was on his side today. Within a mere half hour, he had unearthed 3 wild dendrobium plants. As for the current price of wild dendrobium, Li Chen was uncertain. However, he understood that the sale of these 3 wild dendrobium plants would undoubtedly yield a considerable profit during this period. Ultimately, Li Chen continued his search in the Green Mountains for half an hour, discovering a total of 6 wild dendrobium plants. It was nearly time. If he searched any longer, he would miss the herb trading hours in the town. The market closed at 6 in the evening, leaving him no choice but to return home first and then sell the wild dendrobium in town. Xiaohan, I'm back. Upon entering the house, Li Chen was delighted to see Xiaohan tidying up and cheerfully announced his return. How did it go? Did you find the herbs? Of course. Look, I have a full 6 jus of wild dendrobium. Li Chen exclaimed, proudly untying the rope from the bag. Wild dendrobium? Can that actually be sold for money? Absolutely. It is a precious medicinal herb. We simply never knew it before. Those wealthy individuals would have to pay a hefty price to procure it, Li Chen clarified. Are you certain? Like most villagers, Xiaohan regarded wild dendrobium as merely an ordinary herb. Villagers seldom bothered to search for it to make soup. So upon hearing Li Chen claim it could be sold for money, she wore a skeptical expression. Certain, quite certain. I'll take it to town shortly, and by tonight. You'll see the money, Li Chen assured, readying the bag before heading to quench his thirst with some water, then making his way to the town. All right. If it can indeed be sold for money, that would certainly be a good thing. But if you walk to town now, you'll likely find the market closed, she remarked. Why would I walk? Our family may not have a motorcycle, but we must have a bicycle. Are you confused? Didn't you sell our bicycle last month to treat your friends? Xiaohan almost expressed her thoughts, but paused at the last moment. Li Chen quickly recalled those memories and felt a renewed resentment toward his past self. Xiaohan, I regret my actions. I sold the bicycle. Don't worry. Once I earn some money, we'll buy a motorcycle. Who needs a bicycle? Riding that is exhausting, he stated earnestly. The widespread adoption of motorcycles in rural areas of our country began in 1995 when prices started to decline, allowing many economically stable families to purchase them. Prior to that, only a few rural households own motorcycles. Currently, only 7 or 8 families in Nanliu village possess a motorcycle. Yet, Li Chen believed that with hard work, acquiring one was merely a matter of time. Xiaohan, however, did not take Li Chen's words to heart. To her, contemplating such modern modes of transportation felt far too extravagant at this stage. She only hoped for a stable life, and that was enough for her. Where are you going? Seeing Li Chen leave again with the rope bag, Xiaohan curiously inquired. I'm going to borrow a bike from Zhou Ergu, then head to town, he replied. Please wait at home for me. I shall return promptly this evening, Li Chen remarked, before making his way towards Zhou Ergu's residence. He recalled that Zhou Ergu's father had recently purchased a motorcycle for him, aiming to enhance his prospects in courtship. After all, with Zhou Ergu's lack of ambition, finding a wife in the countryside would not be an easy feat in this era. Possessing a new motorcycle could significantly augment one's appeal. Given the camaraderie between him and Zhou Ergu, borrowing the motorcycle should pose no issue. Although he lacked a driving license after his rebirth, the roads of the town in 1998 were seldom patrolled by traffic police. Is Ergu home? Li Chen called out loudly. Wow, Li Chen, what brings you here? I just heard them say you've turned over a new leaf. Indeed. You must not tempt me to gamble again. I have completely renounced that vice. I advise you to do the same, for it only leads to ruin, Li Chen asserted confidently. Come on, if others don't know you, I certainly do. If you truly manage to conquer that habit, I shall kneel and bow in reverence. Now, what brings you to me today? Zhou Ergu was skeptical, as he and Li Chen had long been frequent visitors to the gambling dens. While others might manage to quit, he doubted Li Chen would. Unless the sun rose in the west. Li Chen opted not to elaborate further. The priority was to borrow the motorcycle and head to the town. You will understand in due course. For now, please lend me your motorcycle for a trip to the town. What? You wish to borrow my motorcycle? Don't jest. I haven't even learned to ride it yet, and even if I lent it to you, you wouldn't know how to operate it. Who says I can't ride? I'm not as dim-witted as you. Will you lend it or not? Li Chen was straightforward, given their rapport. Of course, lending it is no problem. But are you certain you can ride? Enough with the chatter, just push it out, and you shall see my skills, Li Chen replied with assurance. All right, wait a moment. Zhou went to fetch his motorcycle. Li Chen swiftly mounted it, turned the key, and, gripping the clutch, he pressed down hard on the pedal. And the engine roared to life. His movements were so deft that Zhou, watching from behind, was left in utter astonishment. Wow, Li Chen, when did you learn to do that? I struggled for 2 or 3 days and still couldn't master it. Just a trivial matter. When I have the time, I'll teach you. For now, I must head to the town to sell my medicinal herbs. Fine, but do take care not to damage my motorcycle. My father is counting on it to boost my chances in courtship. Rest assured, my skills are impeccable. With that, Li Chen released the clutch gently and twisted the throttle, effortlessly setting off down the road. Chapter 9. The first bucket of gold. Nanliu village falls under the jurisdiction of Bobai town, where the market days are of great significance during this period. On non-market days, the streets are rather quiet, only coming alive on market days. Coincidentally, today happens to be market day in Bobai town. The town was rather small, and Li Chen quickly located a shop specializing in the acquisition of medicinal herbs. He parked his motorcycle and entered the establishment. Ah, young lad, are you here to purchase herbs or to sell some? The proprietor, an elderly gentleman, greeted Li Chen with courtesy upon his arrival. Hello, I am here to sell herbs. I wonder if you accept wild dendrobium? Li Chen replied directly. Wild dendrobium? Of course. We do. It is indeed a precious treasure. Not accepting it would be a grave mistake. However, young lad, wild dendrobium is rather rare these days. Are you certain you possess some? The elder expressed his skepticism. Of course I do. Would I dare enter your shop if I didn't? Besides, a mere young lad, cannot deceive you about its authenticity. Just take a good look for yourself, Li Chen asserted, opening the burlap sack to reveal the wild dendrobium he had unearthed. The elder glanced at it, and an expression of disbelief washed over his face. Based on his experience, he could ascertain the authenticity of the wild dendrobium without needing to examine it closely. What astonished him further was that it was indeed the rare iron-shelled variety, a particularly uncommon species among dendrobiums. Especially a specimen of such size was truly a rarity. Li Chen, noticing the change in the elder's demeanor, realized that the wild dendrobium he had found was certainly extraordinary, and thus he intended to seize the opportunity to negotiate a favorable price. So, these dendrobiums are indeed wild, correct? Li Chen inquired deliberately. Indeed, they are wild. You, young lad, have quite the fortune to procure such a quantity of wild dendrobium. Now, what price do you wish to sell them for? What do you propose to offer me? Li Chen, aware of his unfamiliarity with the market prices of herbs in this era, refrained from making the first bid. After a moment of contemplation, the elder finally spoke. How about I offer you 7 yuan per stock? 7 yuan? I think not. Perhaps I shall take them to the county town to sell instead. Li Chen countered, knowing that such exquisite wild dendrobium would undoubtedly pique the elder's interest. He began to make a move to leave, lifting the burlap sack. Wait, do not leave just yet. As expected, the moment Li Chen made a gesture to depart, he was promptly halted by the elder. How about I increase it to 8 yuan per stock? 10 yuan. Any less, and I shan't sell a single stock, Li Chen asserted confidently. 10 yuan is too steep. I have never paid such a price before, the elder hesitated. Very well, I shall have to take them to the county town then. Li Chen was convinced that the elder would attempt to halt him once more, so he once again prepared to leave with his goods. All right, 10 yuan it is. At last, Li Chen's strategy bore fruit. Excellent. That makes 6 stocks, totaling 60 yuan. Li Chen joyfully set down his goods and meticulously counted the money he had received. Upon confirming the amount, a wave of relief washed over him. While he had yet to accumulate 100 yuan, this 60 yuan marked a promising beginning. In the verdant mountains, there lies an abundance of wild dendrobium. And seizing the opportunity over the next few days to harvest some for sale would not only enable the repayment of Lu Laosan's 100 yuan debt, but also provide a modest capital for more ambitious ventures. Young lad, here is my landline. Should you unearth any wild iron-skinned dendrobium in the future, do not hesitate to call me, as I am willing to purchase any quantity, the elder remarked, jotting down his phone number on a slip of paper and handing it to Li Chen. In this era, few were fortunate enough to own a telephone, and naturally, Li Chen's family did not possess such a luxury. However, he believed it was merely a matter of time, and in anticipation of future cooperation, he gladly accepted the elder's contact information. All right, thank you, old man, Li Chen expressed. No need for thanks. Wild iron-skinned dendrobium is indeed a treasure. You must come to sell it to me next time, and I will offer you today as price. In this period, Many affluent individuals in large cities had already grasped the value of wild iron-skinned dendrobium. Consequently, numerous intermediaries frequented the local apothecaries in various towns, eagerly purchasing wild iron-skinned dendrobium at high prices. The elder would not overlook the opportunity presented by Li Chen, a young man dedicated to harvesting wild iron-skinned dendrobium. The 6 specimens he acquired today could yield a significant profit upon resale. Certainly, I will return with more stock next time. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Li Chen cheerfully exited the apothecary. With the market still bustling, he intended to seek out a grocery store to procure some rice, peanut oil, and a few bags of salt and other kitchen essentials. After completing his errands, he also purchased some fatty pork to render oil. In the countryside during this time, most households relied on fatty pork for oil extraction, blending it with peanut oil. This mixture was particularly fragrant for cooking vegetables, a dish Li Chen relished. Upon reaching the butcher's stall, he spotted a fine pig's trotter and decided to buy it as well. Given that Xiaohan was currently in a weakened state, he thought to prepare braised pig's trotter for her to enjoy that evening. Once everything was secured, he affixed the items to the borrowed motorcycle and rode home with a jubilant expression. At home, Xiaohan was busy organizing linens when she heard the motorcycle's engine outside. Assuming someone had arrived, she set down her things and stepped out to investigate. Upon seeing Li Chen return on the motorcycle, laden with items, her face reflected incredulity. "Xiaohan, come help me carry the peanut oil inside. And this fatty pork, we can render the oil together shortly," Li Chen proclaimed with pride. "Li Chen, when did you learn to ride a motorcycle? And where did you acquire the funds for all these purchases?" she inquired. The total of these items surely exceeded 20 yuan, which, in other households, would be a trifling matter. Yet, Li Chen was without a single penny, leading Xiaohan to suspect he might have resorted to some illicit means to procure so many goods. If that is the case, the hope she had just ignited was once again extinguished. Chapter 10. The next plan for earning money. Li Chen halted his motorcycle, dismounted with an effortless stride, and noticed Xiaohan standing there in a daze. Without further ado, he carried the items into the kitchen himself. "Li Chen, you haven't told me yet. Did you acquire these things through some illicit means?" Xiaohan pressed for answers. "Xiaohan, what are you thinking? I promised you I would turn over a new leaf, and I intend to keep that promise," Li Chen replied. "Then how did you afford all of this?" "Foolish girl, have you forgotten that I went out to sell medicinal herbs?" he said. "This is the profit from selling those herbs. I bought all of this and still have 31 yuan left." After saying this, Li Chen pulled out the remaining money from his pocket and handed it to Xiaohan. As she stared at the money in her hand, she was momentarily taken aback. "Are those wild dendrobiums truly that valuable? You bought so many things and still have this much left? Has this man truly transformed so completely? He has money and even considers furnishing the home. And he has given me the leftover amount?" Countless questions began to swirl in her mind. She felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Excited at the prospect that if this were all true, it would be wonderful, anxious that it might be but a fleeting moment. "Li Chen, are wild dendrobiums really that valuable? It seems you only dug up 6 plants," Xiaohan asked directly, coming to her senses. "Indeed, we country folks might not value them, but city dwellers do. They especially favor wild dendrobiums," Li Chen responded with unwavering confidence. "So, if we manage to dig up a few more, we can pay off Lu Laosan's 100 yuan. Xiaohan appeared to see a glimmer of hope. "Exactly. I'll go out tomorrow to dig up more. Pay off his 100 yuan, and we'll keep some for household expenses. As for the rest, I will find other ways to earn," Li Chen declared. "All right then, I will keep this money for you. If you are genuinely committed to changing, once we settle Lu Laosan's debt, you will manage your own finances going forward." Xiaohan decided to temporarily safeguard the hard-earned money, fearing that Li Chen might squander it on gambling again. Once she was certain he had indeed changed, she would no longer need to do so. After all, she did not wish to play the role of a money manager. It was just that Li Chen had been so irresponsible before that she felt compelled to act. Li Chen, indifferent to whom managed the household finances, organized the items and instructed Xiaohan before heading off to return Zhou Ergu's vehicle. "Li Chen, you rascal. Back so soon. Is my car all right?" "Of course it is. Do check it thoroughly. If there's an issue, it's on me. It was just a round trip, wasting a bit of your fuel. Next time, I'll fill it up for you," Li Chen assured him, thumping his chest. "As long as everything is fine, that little fuel cost is nothing between us. By the way, have you truly turned over a new leaf and decided to start fresh? Is there any doubt about that?" "Doubt it. Come find me tomorrow for a gamble, and we shall see if I participate. Well, if you can resist for a month, I shall consider it as if the sun rises in the west." Yet, the Tuesday dog remains unconvinced. Li Chen, as before, refrained from elaborating, placed the car properly, expressed his gratitude once more, and then departed. Upon returning home, Xiaohan had already organized the items she bought, and the pig trotters were cleaned and placed in a basin. Li Chen, you haven't finished the hen soup you stewed earlier. There was no need to waste money on pig trotters. Upon seeing Li Chen return, Xiaohan spoke. There's no issue. You are currently weak. And with our two little treasures growing inside you, it is essential to eat well. Besides, one cannot subsist solely on hen soup every day. These pig trotters offer a delightful change in flavor. Li Chen's words warmed Xiaohan's heart once more. Throughout these past days, she had never felt such tender concern from him as she did today. How she wished that all her future days could mirror this one. If that were the case, all the hardships she endured would be worth it. That evening, Li Chen took it upon himself to cook. First chopping the purchased pork fat into pieces and then placing them in the pot to render the fat. The aroma of the pork cracklings wafted through the air, reaching the homes of nearby villagers, who were left in awe. Xiaohan was not idle either. Noticing that the firewood was nearly burnt out, she assisted in adding more. In the rural areas of this era, gas stoves were non-existent, and every household relied on firewood for cooking. This endeavor required cooperation. Typically, one person tended the fire while the other managed the cooking. Of course, it was possible for a single individual to handle both, but it would be quite exhausting. And at times, details might be overlooked. Xiaohan, you should sit and rest. Let me handle this from here. Once the pork cracklings were ready, Li Chen insisted on relieving Xiaohan of her duties, recognizing her considerable burden with her pregnant belly. He added larger pieces of firewood, believing he could manage the remaining cooking alone. Then I shall wipe the table. Speaking of the table, it had endured their marriage thus far, having been subjected to Li Chen's previous fits of anger and thrown down several times. Fortunately, its resilience was commendable. It wobbled slightly, but had not completely succumbed. However, as Li Chen carried the prepared dishes outside, he could distinctly sense the table's instability. A pang of sorrow filled him, intensifying his disdain for his former reckless self. Xiaohan, rest assured, once I earn enough money, I shall purchase a better table. If you truly intend to change, I believe that everything will fall into place. As for this table, if it still serves its purpose, that is sufficient. We are not affluent and do not require a new one. Tomorrow, I will find a few nails to secure it. Xiaohan replied gently. That won't do. We can barely manage as it is. Once our two babies arrive, they will surely be quite mischievous. If this table isn't sturdy, it might be easily damaged. With a chuckle, Li Chen remarked, you, my dear, are already predicting their mischief before they are even born. Xiaohan couldn't help but burst into laughter at his words. This was the first time Li Chen had witnessed her smile since his rebirth. Though somewhat unrefined, it could not conceal the ethereal beauty she once possessed. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had been a scoundrel, leaving such a remarkable woman in utter despair. What are you staring at? Xiaohan asked, feeling a bit shy under Li Chen's gaze. You must not have smiled in quite some time, right? Rest assured, I will make you smile often from now on. Li Chen contemplated his actions. To truly change their circumstances, he planned to excavate more wild dendrobium tomorrow. Once he had saved enough, he would embark on large-scale cultivation. Although cultivated dendrobium was less valuable than its wild counterpart, the profit margins remained substantial. In 1998, there were countless lucrative industries to explore, and Li Chen knew he had to begin with the smallest ventures. Only then could he accumulate wealth to pursue larger enterprises. Chapter 11. The first time experiencing a man's love, however, Xiaohan dared not dream of a future filled with laughter. She merely hoped that Li Chen had genuinely transformed. That would be enough for her. Stop boasting and eat your meal. You haven't had much to eat today, she remarked lightly. All right, let us eat. Here is a piece of lean meat for you. I've heard that the lean meat from pig trotters is the most nourishing, so you should eat more, Li Chen said, placing a piece of meat into Xiaohan's bowl. This gesture momentarily stunned her. Since their marriage, it was the first time he had served her meat. What had he experienced to undergo such a significant change? Xiaohan, why are you just sitting there? Don't you want to eat the meat? Do you still doubt my transformation? Li Chen prompted, noticing she hadn't picked up her chopsticks. It's not that I don't believe you. It just feels surreal, she replied. I was a scoundrel before, so I understand how you feel now. It's all right. In time, you will grow accustomed to my changes. Let us eat, Li Chen reassured her, recognizing that Xiaohan needed time to readjust to his newfound demeanor. Now that he had been reborn, as long as they were both present, there would be ample opportunity to rectify all past regrets. Xiaohan nodded, and then began to eat the piece of meat Li Chen had served her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She sensed a flicker of happiness that had eluded her since their marriage, yet she was fearful that this fleeting joy might vanish just as abruptly as it had appeared. After all, It was something she had never dared to dream of before. I'm done eating. Take your time. I'll help with the dishes shortly, Li Chen said with a beaming smile as he set down his bowl and chopsticks 10 minutes later. Why haven't you eaten all this meat? Xiaohan inquired. It's all set aside for you and the two little rascals in your belly. Besides, I'm not particularly fond of meat, Li Chen replied. How can I praise you when there's so much meat? How much can I possibly eat? If it goes uneaten, it will spoil by tomorrow. That would be such a waste. Li Chen suddenly recalled something important. It is now the year 1998. And most households in the countryside have yet to acquire the marvel of modern technology known as the refrigerator. Consequently, any surplus food cannot be preserved. All right, I shall indulge a bit more with you. Once we have the means, we can purchase a refrigerator. That way, any uneaten food can be stored. Alleviating our concerns about waste, Li Chen remarked confidently as he resumed his seat. What has gotten into you today? You seem like a different person, always yearning to buy this and that, especially high-tech gadgets. Just because others have them, we too must possess the same. Otherwise, when those two mischievous little ones of yours arrive, they might end up resenting their ineffectual father, Li Chen chuckled. Ah, if only you had thought this way before. However, we need not compare ourselves to others. As long as we lead a joyful and content life, that is what truly matters. Xiaohan sighed deeply. Li Chen recognized that Xiaohan was a virtuous woman, devoid of worldly desires and comparisons. Yet, he felt an obligation to provide her happiness. He chose to remain silent, aware that further conversation might lead her to feel he was boasting or being unrealistic. After their meal, Xiaohan intended to wash the dishes. For over 2 years, she had taken on the task of cleaning and had grown accustomed to it. However, Li Chen insisted she sit by the bedside and enjoy some television while he took on the chores. What television do we have? Xiaohan's simple inquiry left Li Chen momentarily stunned. Is it truly 1998 and we lack a television? Upon recollection, he remembered that they once owned a black and white television, which he had sold due to a lack of gambling funds. Xiaohan had attempted to stop him during that time, even suffering a nosebleed from the confrontation. Li Chen internally chastised his past self for being a fool. Rest assured, Xiaohan, in a few days, I shall acquire a television for you, he solemnly vowed. After washing the dishes, it was around 8 in the evening. The countryside was enveloped in darkness, and due to the absence of streetlights, most residents opted to stay indoors and watch television. Li Chen surveyed their home, still constructed of yellow mud and tiles, appearing particularly antiquated under the dim light. Fortunately, the tiles remained intact. Otherwise, a slight gust of wind or rain could pose significant danger. Of course, living in a mud and tile house was not considered disgraceful in this era, as cement houses had yet to become widespread in Nanliu village. Besides their family, several other households also resided in similar dwellings. Nevertheless, Li Chen harbored greater ambitions. He was determined to earn money swiftly and construct a new home, providing Xiaohan and their future children with a proper abode. Li Chen, let's get moving. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing it, Xiaohan's expression shifted to one of alarm, for it belonged to Chen Dawei, one of Li Chen's rowdy acquaintances. Every time he comes over, he calls for Li Chen to go out for drinks, and then when Li Chen returns inebriated, he takes his frustrations out on me. Thus, I fear that after this outing, he may revert to the same scoundrel he once was. Will he even go out? Li Chen, what are you up to? Did you not hear me calling you? Chapter 12. A true change begins with refusing to drink. Seeing that Li Chen did not respond, Chen Dawei shouted again from the doorway. His loud voice drew the attention of the villagers who were still awake. One by one, they emerged to witness whether Li Chen had truly changed. If he still followed Chen Dawei to indulge in food and drink, he would remain the same old Li Chen. However, should he genuinely refuse Chen Dawei, they would come to believe in his transformation. Xiaohan felt a wave of anxiety. She feared that everything that had just transpired was merely fleeting. She dreaded that this man would again venture out, become intoxicated, and return to unleash another beating upon her. Her belly had grown increasingly large, and another assault might jeopardize the child. As Li Chen prepared to step outside, Xiaohan called out to him, a gentle reminder. Xiaohan, do not worry. I know what I must do, Li Chen assured her before he stepped out. Li Chen, why are you dragging your feet this time? Hurry up. Lu Matzi has prepared some game tonight, along with plenty of rice wine. Let us go and enjoy ourselves. Upon seeing Li Chen emerge, Chen Dawei approached him, placing an arm around his shoulder, eager to head out for drinks. Alas, I did not anticipate that Li Chen would still come out. I thought he had genuinely changed today. Indeed, who would have thought it was only a fleeting moment? Poor Xiaohan will likely face another beating tomorrow. Perhaps this is the essence of the saying, a leopard cannot change its spots. It seems we should disperse. Li Chen remains the same old Li Chen. His behavior today was merely a facade. The villagers felt a profound disappointment upon witnessing Li Chen's emergence. However, just as they believed he would indeed accompany Chen Dawei for drinks, Li Chen unexpectedly pushed Chen Dawei's arm aside. "Dawei, I want to be joining you for drinks. If you wish to drink, go on your own." "What?" Chen Dawei was momentarily taken aback. Each time he came to invite Li Chen for drinks, Li Chen would flee faster than a rabbit. What was different tonight? Not only did he come out hesitantly, but now he was also refusing to go? Was this really Li Chen? "Li Chen, have you come down with a fever? How could you refuse such a delightful outing?" Chen Dawei exclaimed, recalling how just days prior Li Chen had insisted that he call him whenever there was alcohol. "We have a bounty of game tonight." Realizing the situation, Chen Dawei instinctively reached out to feel Li Chen's forehead and inquired, "You're not feverish?" "I am not feverish. The Li Chen you once knew no longer exists. Out of respect for our friendship, I advise you to refrain from constantly indulging in revelry. Use your time to contemplate how to earn some money." Li Chen replied with unwavering certainty. Chen Dawei was once again left in utter disbelief. He had never imagined that one day, such words would emerge from Li Chen's lips. This was utterly illogical. At that moment, the nearby villagers were equally taken aback. Once they regained their composure, they realized that they had misjudged Li Chen. He had indeed undergone a transformation. Xiaohan, who had been following closely behind, felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Li Chen's declaration. Had he truly reverted to his former self, she could scarcely fathom any hope left in her life. "Li Chen, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? There's wine available, and you choose not to partake?" Chen Dawei, still somewhat incredulous about Li Chen's change, asked once more with earnestness. "I am not joking. From now on, you need not invite me to your festivities. As I have stated before, I hope you too can abandon such indulgences and focus on how we might earn a living." Li Chen replied with unwavering conviction. "Well, this is truly remarkable. The once wine-loving Li Chen has suddenly lost interest in drinking. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. I will drink alone," Chen Dawei remarked, shaking his head before turning to leave. "Xiaohan, let us go inside," Li Chen said as he assisted Xiaohan into the house. "Li Chen, I am genuinely pleased that you can decline Chen Dawei's invitations. I am not saying you should never drink again, but the child I carry cannot be exposed to alcohol," Xiaohan gently remarked. "I understand. I was at fault in the past. Thankfully, our baby is strong and unharmed. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself even in death," Li Chen expressed, filled with remorse. "It is good that you think this way. You have worked hard today. Go take a shower and change your clothes," she encouraged. In 1998, the villagers of Nanliu village did not have the luxury of convenient bathing facilities. Families like Li Chen's were compelled to boil water in a pot and mix it with cold water to achieve a suitable temperature for bathing. There were no specialized shower heads. One had to carry a bucket of water into a designated room. Li Chen's home consisted of 4 rooms, a kitchen, a bedroom, a storeroom, and a small, dilapidated bathing room that was still functional enough to use. "Xiaohan, I forgot to bring in my shorts. Could you please fetch them for me?" Li Chen called out after finishing his shower, suddenly recalling his haste to enter and the oversight of his shorts. After searching by the bed, Xiaohan found Li Chen's shorts but felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, hesitating to enter. Despite their years of courtship and marriage, and the child she bore, the norms of that era were far more conservative than those of 2022. She was a rather modest woman and had never entered while Li Chen bathed until now. "Xiaohan, what are you doing? Please hand me my shorts," Li Chen urged again, noting her lack of movement. "Oh, just a moment," she replied. Ultimately, Xiaohan mustered the courage to open the door to Li Chen's shower room. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped inside. "Xiaohan, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Taking the shorts handed to him by Xiaohan, Li Chen noticed her face was even redder than red wine and curiously inquired. "I am fine. Hurry and get dressed," she stammered, covering her face as she exited. At that moment, Li Chen understood and couldn't help but chuckle. "You silly girl. After all these years as a couple, why would you still feel shy about seeing my body? You rogue. Next time, I want to help you with your shorts. I'll let you come out in your birthday suit," Xiaohan retorted, unable to suppress her laughter. "The shower room is quite uncomfortable. Once we earn some money, we should definitely improve the environment." Li Chen expressed his thoughts as he dressed and exited. "Isn't that how shower rooms are? The most we could do is switch to a bungalow, but constructing one now would require cement, which is quite costly. Let us not think about it for now. We should focus on how to earn money for the child," she replied. "No, besides switching to a bungalow, we could also install a water heater." "A water heater? What is that?" Chapter 13. The first night after rebirth, Xiaohan's words reminded Li Chen that, in this era, water heaters had yet to become commonplace in rural areas. This was also why Xiaohan was unaware of such a device. Indeed, By 1998, China had already begun manufacturing water heaters. Specifically, the first electric water heater made its debut in 1988, and by 1995, solar water heaters were also in production. However, in impoverished villages like Nanliu, many had yet to benefit from these technological advancements. Xiaohan, a water heater allows us to boil water without firewood. We simply flip a switch, and hot water flows out. The temperature adjusts automatically, and it even has a spray nozzle. It's incredibly convenient, Li Chen explained. Such a convenient item exists? It must be quite expensive, right? She replied. Yes, it is somewhat pricey, but rest assured, we will acquire one in due time. You won't have to go through such trouble to wash your hair anymore, Li Chen assured her. Ah, you dream of having everything. I can't afford to think that far ahead. Well, I need to shower now, so you can indulge in your fantasies, she said, preparing to lift her shower bucket. However, Li Chen couldn't bear to see her struggle with her pregnant belly and quickly rushed over to assist her into the shower room. In that instant, Xiaohan felt a warm surge in her heart. Though it was a small gesture, it was something she had never dared to hope for before. A gentle smile of happiness finally graced her lips. Why are you still here? You should go out. I need to shower, Xiaohan reminded him, her face flushed. You really are shy? We're a married couple. Is there any part of you I haven't seen? Li Chen teased with a mischievous grin. This rendered Xiaohan's complexion even more crimson. After all, women in the countryside during this era tend to be rather conservative, unable to accept the presence of their husbands while bathing. You are the only one who dares to utter such shameless words. Hurry and step outside. Otherwise, I might accidentally wet your clothes, she admonished. Very well, just be cautious. Don't slip, he replied. Li Chen remained, concerned for Xiaohan's well-being. However, recognizing her discomfort, he respected her feelings. Upon exiting the bathing room, he glanced around their dilapidated and antiquated home once more. The bedroom was particularly stark, furnished only with a bed and 2 chairs, lacking even a decent wardrobe. Once their 2 children were born, he vowed they would not endure such hardships. Thus, Li Chen silently resolved to earn more money swiftly, determined to improve their living conditions. Li Chen, could you please bring my clothes inside? Xiaohan called about 10 minutes later. It was only as she prepared to dress that she realized she had made the same oversight as Li Chen. She had forgotten to bring in her shorts. This revelation deepened her embarrassment, prompting her to reflect, well, now, whether I want to or not, he will see me. All right, just a moment, he responded, searching for her clothes. At that moment, he noticed that Xiaohan owned very few garments. It was hard to believe that the stunning campus belle he had known during their school days, who always donned beautiful attire, had not bought new clothes since their marriage. This thought intensified his feelings of guilt. Li Chen, have you found my clothes yet? They are near the head of the bed. Bring me the black pair. She called again, noticing his prolonged silence. I found them. Just wait. I'll bring them to you, he replied, retrieving the black shorts and heading inside. Now, you mustn't look. Close your eyes and step outside, she instructed. Yet, Xiaohan found it difficult to overcome her psychological barriers, especially now, as her belly swelled and her skin appeared less than ideal. She was even more reluctant to expose her less flattering side to Li Chen. All right, I won't look. You can hold your clothes. Remember to watch your step on the wet floor when you come out. Don't slip, he assured her, fully respecting her wishes. After handing the shorts to Xiaohan with his eyes shut, he turned and exited. Approximately a minute later, Xiaohan emerged. Seeing her, Li Chen immediately rushed over to assist her into a chair. Given her considerable size and the local customs dictating that pregnant women should not wash their hair during this period, he had no need to help her dry her hair. Witnessing Li Chen's thoughtful care warmed Xiaohan's heart more than ever, filling her with a renewed sense of hope for the beauty of life ahead. Yet, within her heart lingered a hint of trepidation and unease, particularly as she approached slumber. The fear of awakening to find everything reverted to its former state grew stronger. Xiaohan, you sleep on the inside, and I shall take the outside, Li Chen remarked, glancing at the rather narrow bed. Why? Isn't it always you who sleeps on the inside while I take the outside? Xiaohan inquired curiously. Given your considerable belly now, it's safer for you to sleep on the wall side. What if you were to accidentally fall off the bed during the night? Thus, for your safety, you must rest near the wall, and I will take the outside. In case of any unforeseen events, I can shield you from outside, Li Chen explained. Instantly, warmth surged through Xiaohan's heart. It appeared he had indeed changed, becoming attentive in ways that were subtle yet significant. Had it been the former version of him, he would never have considered such thoughtful precautions. Gradually, her flicker of trepidation and anxiety began to dissipate. As she turned to her side, a secret smile of happiness graced her lips. In her heart, she mused, evidently, The heavens had taken pity on her for enduring so much suffering, and thus had finally brought about his transformation. Xiaohan, are you ready to rest? I will turn off the light, Li Chen offered. The household lighting was not particularly convenient, lacking a dual control feature. Thus, if he wished to extinguish the light, he had to rise and walk to the single switch by the door. Go ahead and turn it off. Otherwise, leaving it on is a waste of electricity. Yi Xiaohan replied. She was a frugal woman, especially now that they faced the burden of debt. Hence, she endeavored to minimize electricity usage whenever possible. It was easy to underestimate the significance of a few cents. At times, such expenses were considerable for their family. Once the light was turned off, Li Chen returned to bed, a sensation both familiar and foreign enveloping him. Familiar, as it was the bed he had slept in for over 20 years. Foreign, as he had traversed a previous life, with memories belonging to that past. Moreover, he found it disconcerting that in this era, smartphones did not exist, preventing him from scrolling through short videos before sleep as he had in 2022. Now, he could only close his eyes, hoping to fall asleep swiftly, and rise early the next day to venture up the mountain to gather more wild dendrobium orchids to sell for money. Chapter 14. Ascending the mountain again. Incidentally catching a large frog by 7 o'clock the following morning, Li Chen had already awakened. After completing his morning routine, Yi Xiaohan also rose. At that moment, a thought struck him, prompting him to exclaim, Xiaohan, you're awake? Quickly, hand me some money. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaohan immediately became flustered. Instinctively, she clutched the money Li Chen had given her the previous day, saying, Li Chen, what are you planning this time? You swore yesterday that you would not gamble again. Xiaohan, you misunderstand. I do not intend to gamble. I merely wish to buy some ribs to make congee for you. I gave you all my money yesterday, and it just occurred to me that I have not a single cent to my name. If you do not believe me, you may go buy it yourself, but do take care. Li Chen understood that Yi Xiaohan must still be haunted by the shadows of his previous misdeeds, leading her to believe that he would resort to using money as gambling stakes once more. This realization deepened his feelings of guilt and intensified his self-reproach. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaohan's previously anxious expression began to soften. Since we had chicken and pig-s trotters yesterday, perhaps we should forego buying pork ribs for congee today? We still owe Lu Laosen 100 yuan. It would be wiser to save it until we've settled our debts, she suggested, adjusting her emotions before speaking gently. It's all right. We have a week to pay back Lu Laosen's 100 yuan. I can gather a few more wild dendrobium plants today, Li Chen replied. Your health has been quite fragile, and with the delivery date approaching, you must take care of yourself. All right, just be careful while you're on the mountain. Do not let a poisonous snake bite you. I heard from Aunt Lu next door that there are quite a few venomous snakes up there. A villager was bitten to death by one not long ago, she cautioned. Don't worry. If I encounter a venomous snake, I might as well catch it and sell it for some money, Li Chen joked. Indeed, during this period, there were no strict regulations in town regarding the trade of snakes, and some villagers occasionally ventured to sell them. However, Li Chen was not inclined to pursue such ventures. The risks were too great, and with the memories of his past life, he knew that such activities would soon become illegal. There was no need for him to engage in dangerous and unlawful pursuits. You're just being cheeky. I won't chat with you any longer. I need to freshen up. I can go buy the pork ribs myself, Yi Xiaohan declared, rising to wash up. Very well. I shall head to the mountain to dig for wild dendrobium. Please take care of yourself, he replied. With a dedicated pork stall at the village head, Yi Xiaohan could manage the purchase on her own, alleviating Li Chen's concerns. He would not feel at ease allowing her, heavily pregnant, to make the long trek to town alone. Yi Xiaohan chose to go by herself to save a bit of money, wary of Li Chen's easygoing nature, which often led to overpurchasing and waste. Given their current circumstances, she was reluctant to spend even a penny more. Were it not for the doctor's advice to consume more nutritious food, she would not have followed Li Chen's suggestion to buy pork ribs for congee. As Li Chen reflected on the happiness of his family and the impending arrival of their two little ones, he felt invigorated. Armed with a bag and sickle, he sprinted up the verdant mountainside. Since he had already explored yesterday's location, he needed to find a new spot. Fortunately, the mountains were vast. Even if he searched a different area each day, it would likely take him a month to scour the entire expanse. However, as Yi Xiaohan had mentioned, venomous snakes were indeed plentiful on the mountain. Every step he took required careful consideration. A careless encounter with a snake could lead to dire consequences. And during the year of 1998, one could only hope for the best. After 2 hours of searching, Li Chen managed to unearth 5 wild dendrobium plants. Judging by their appearance, they closely resembled the wild iron-skinned dendrobium that the elder had described the day before. This signifies that Li Chen has now earned 50 yuan. He does not intend to descend the mountain just yet. Yi Xiaohan has been preoccupied with the debt of 100 yuan owed to Lu Laosan. So today he aimed to unearth 10 wild Dendrobium officinale plants, thus allowing him to settle the debt. With that, Yi Xiaohan would be free from this worry. Consequently, he continued his search deeper into the mountains. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally discovered the 10th wild Dendrobium. A joyful smile spread across his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Now Xiaohan need not fret over the debt. After carefully digging up the wild Dendrobium, Li Chen began his descent. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he suddenly sensed movement among the nearby underbrush. Could it be a venomous snake? No. Venomous snakes do not conceal themselves. Driven by curiosity, Li Chen approached for a closer look. To his surprise, it was a large frog. The frog, sensing an approach, promptly leapt from the thicket. Li Chen could not let such a delectable creature escape and immediately set down his belongings to pursue it. However, the frog was remarkably swift, and Li Chen was always a half-step behind. Just as the frog was about to vanish into the jungle, Li Chen sprang forward, determined to catch it. You cannot escape my grasp, he thought. He successfully pounced on the frog, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Rising and brushing off the dirt from his body, he glanced at the frog in his hand. Those legs were quite substantial. Stir-fried with a bit of old ginger, they would be delectable. To prevent the creature from escaping again, Li Chen found a slender vine on the ground and bound it securely. Thus, with one hand holding the large frog and the other carrying the wild Dendrobium, Li Chen happily made his way home. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaohan grew increasingly anxious as the clock ticked past 1 o'clock without any sign of Li Chen's return. Recalling Aunt Lu's warnings about the treacherous mountains where one could encounter deadly snakes, her unease deepened. Li Chen, why are you taking so long? Could it be that you have indeed met a venomous snake? What should I do? She began to murmur incessantly. Though Li Chen had previously been quite the rogue, her affection for him remained steadfast. His transformation the day before had slowly rekindled the love she had long kept hidden. If Li Chen were to be bitten by a snake and perish, it would be akin to igniting hope only to extinguish it completely. No. I must go up the mountain to find Li Chen. Unable to remain seated any longer, Yi Xiaohan resolved to venture out and search for him. Just then, a voice called from behind, Xiaohan, I'm back. Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, Yi Xiaohan's anxious heart finally found solace. Nevertheless, the women of this era remained somewhat reserved. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly rush forward to envelop Li Chen in a warm embrace, ensuring that this man has truly returned safely. Why have you taken so long to come back? I was beginning to fear something had happened to you, she gently remarked before reopening the door. Today had not been fortuitous. Having strayed along many wrong paths, it took her quite a while to locate 10 wild Dendrobium orchids. However, on the descent, fortune smiled upon her as she encountered a sizable green frog. Look at this, it must weigh about a pound, Li Chen exclaimed, lifting the large frog and shaking it triumphantly before Yi Xiaohan. Wow, such a large frog. It is indeed quite rare, Yi Xiaohan responded, her face brimming with astonishment. Indeed, a frog of this size would surely be delectable when stir-fried. Let us prepare it for dinner tonight. Just as Li Chen was about to enter with his catch, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn and ask, by the way, why did you shut the door? What else could I do? Seeing you delayed in returning, I worried that you might have encountered one of the poisonous snakes Aunt Lu mentioned, so I intended to venture up the mountain to find you, Yi Xiaohan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a warmth envelop his heart. He had discerned that while Yi Xiaohan had seemingly lost all hope in him, her love had never truly waned. In certain moments, her heart remained filled with affection for him. Such a wonderful woman, having learned from the lessons of his past misdeeds. Li Chen vowed to cherish her deeply in this lifetime. Rest assured, I could never bear to abandon you and the 2 children you carry, he assured her. It is a relief to hear you are well. I have already prepared the pork rib congee. You left without breakfast this morning. You should eat something soon, Yi Xiaohan gently reminded him. Upon hearing this, Li Chen became acutely aware of his growling stomach. While on the mountain, he had been solely focused on finding wild orchids, and had not noticed his hunger until now. Xiaohan, why did you leave me so much pork? You should eat more, he said, touched by the generous portion of ribs in his bowl. He had not anticipated that his previous actions had caused her such despair, and only yesterday had he begun to change, yet she still loved him wholeheartedly. I have eaten plenty already, and after having chicken and pig's trotters yesterday, I find myself a bit weary of rich food. I cannot eat much more, Yi Xiaohan explained. However, her reasoning did not deceive Li Chen, for he knew her well. She would not spend excessively on ribs. The abundance in his bowl, coupled with the remaining in the pot, indicated that she had hardly eaten herself, having only consumed the congee. Xiaohan, trust me, sit down, and let us dine together. Here, Take this portion of ribs, Li Chen urged as he gently helped her to sit, transferring all the meat from his bowl to hers. In that moment, Xiaohan was nearly convinced that this man had truly changed. A smile of happiness unconsciously graced her lips. Do save a little for yourself. If you give it all to me, what will you eat? Xiaohan gently reminded. It's fine. I just came down from the mountain and am drenched in sweat. I only enjoy porridge. That will suffice for me. However, this porridge could use a few red dates. If only some could be added, it would taste even sweeter. After speaking, Li Chen mimicked the act of devouring his porridge, eliciting a laugh from Xiaohan, who was beside him. It was one of the rare moments she laughed so naturally and joyfully since marrying into the Li family. Even while carrying twins and with her cheeks fuller than before, her smile still radiated the beauty of the former campus belle she once was. What are you staring at? You're being quite improper, Xiaohan said, feeling a bit bashful under Li Chen's gaze. My wife is truly beautiful. I am immensely fortunate, Li Chen said earnestly. You have completely transformed. The old you would never have spoken so sweetly. Now your words are as if coated in honey, Xiaohan remarked with a smile. No, I speak only the truth. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful. No one can compare. All right, enough of this sentimental talk. Hurry and finish your porridge, Xiaohan feigned annoyance. Yet her lips secretly curled into a delighted smile. All right then, once I finish, I'll head back to town to sell these wild dendrobium orchids. I found 10 plants today, which should fetch about 100 yuan at the previous price. You borrowed Zhou Ergo's vehicle yesterday, so if you borrow it again today, you should at least buy him a pack of cigarettes. Otherwise, if you borrow too much, his family might get the wrong idea, Xiaohan advised, demonstrating her thoughtfulness. No need. That rascal has taken advantage of me enough already. This time, I'm just using a bit of his fuel money. Later, I'll fill up his motorcycle. Li Chen replied. These friends, though often indulging in frivolities, had the one redeeming quality of loyalty. Thus, he believed borrowing Zhou Ergo's motorcycle would pose no issue. After finishing 2 bowls of pork rib porridge, he tidied up and set off with the 10 wild dendrobium orchids to find Zhou Ergo. Ergo, open the door. Li Chen, why are you here again? I heard Chen Daowei was looking for you to drink last night, but you didn't go? You're not really turning over a new leaf and becoming a monk, are you? Zhou Ergo, just rising from sleep, greeted Li Chen with a barrage of questions. Of course. Did you think I was joking with you last night? Li Chen affirmed confidently. Well then, it seems I'll no longer see your familiar face at the gambling den. There will be no one to share in the thrill of gambling with me. Zhou Ergo lamented deeply. You speak of thrill, but I suspect you are more prone to losing than winning. You ought to learn from me and turn your life around. Continuing down this path is unsustainable. Li Chen was aware that Zhou Ergo was merely indulging in a life of pleasure, devoid of malice, and thus harbored a hope that he might reform. If he desired that I cease gambling from now on, that could be arranged, but I must first recoup my previous losses. By the way, what brings you here? Oh, it is still about borrowing your motorcycle. I need to make a trip to the town, hence the request. Rest assured, I will refill the tank in a few days. Li Chen expressed. There is no need for such formalities between us. Just take it and use it. When you find the time, do teach me how to ride a motorcycle swiftly. Zhou Ergo replied generously. No problem at all. If I have some free time tomorrow, I will ensure you learn it effortlessly. Thus, Li Chen easily borrowed Zhou Ergo's motorcycle, securing the wild dendrobium in a cloth bag at the rear, and set off once more towards the town's herbal shop. Chapter 16. The profit plan for green-shelled eggs. Although today was not a market day, the herbal shop remained open due to its unique nature. Li Chen parked the motorcycle right at the entrance, unfastened the wild dendrobium, and walked inside with it. The elderly shopkeeper immediately recognized Li Chen as the young man who had sold him wild dendrobium the previous day, prompting him to set aside his work and step outside. Ah, young lad, you have returned. Have you unearthed more wild dendrobium? Indeed. This time, I have found 10 specimens. Take a look. With that, Li Chen opened the bag to reveal the wild dendrobium. Excellent quality, truly exquisite. The elderly man was elated. After purchasing Li Chen's wild dendrobium yesterday, he had already reached out to his superiors and secured a high price for the herbs. With the addition of these 10 specimens, he could anticipate further profit. Given the quality, would it be possible to raise the price a bit? Li Chen seized the opportunity to negotiate. I can offer you an additional yuan per specimen, but you must promise to bring all your good finds to me in the future and not sell to other herbal shops. Although Bobai town is not particularly large, there are several herbal shops, and the shopkeeper was concerned that Li Chen might sell elsewhere next time. Agreed, I promise. Li Chen responded, equally amiable. Very well. I shall prepare your payment. With the extra yuan, that totals to 110 yuan. After counting the money and confirming everything was in order, Li Chen joyfully turned to leave. Perhaps overwhelmed by happiness, he inadvertently collided with Aunt Lu from the village just outside the door. "Aunt Lu, are you all right?" Li Chen quickly helped her up and inquired with concern. "I'm fine. What brings you out here, young man? Surely, you haven't been idling away your day again." "Aunt Lu, I assure you, I am no longer the same Li Chen of the past. I have come out to sell some herbs. Better to have changed for the good. I shan't keep you. I must go purchase some green-shelled eggs. If I delay, they may be sold out." Green-shelled eggs? Upon hearing this term, Li Chen felt a sense of both familiarity and novelty. Just as he was about to inquire with Aunt Lu, she had already hurriedly dashed away. Curiosity piqued, Li Chen set aside his motorcycle and decided to follow her to see what was amiss. To his astonishment, a long queue had formed outside a store selling agricultural products, with two distinct lines of eager patrons. What was going on? Yesterday's market day had not been this bustling. It had been quite a while since he had seen green-shelled eggs, and today, at last, they had arrived. Indeed, these green-shelled eggs were quite rare and highly nutritious. He hoped to purchase some to nourish his daughter-in-law. Upon hearing the news at noon, he immediately took the bus to get here, thankful that he could still join the line. Otherwise, if he had delayed, there might not have been any space to stand. Although green-shelled eggs were significantly more expensive than regular eggs, it was likely that they would soon sell out. As Li Chen entered the store, he realized that everyone was queuing to buy green-shelled eggs. "Li Chen, your Xiaohan is pregnant now. Why not buy some green-shelled eggs for her to help with her nourishment?" Aunt Lu suggested upon seeing him. Li Chen glanced at the dwindling stock of green-shelled eggs and concluded that even if he joined the line, by the time it was his turn, there would certainly be none left. Hence, he decided against waiting. "Thank you, Aunt Lu, but I won't buy any today. I will consult with Xiaohan when I return home and reconsider," he replied politely. Aunt Lu, taking into account Li Chen's current financial situation, mistakenly assumed he was merely making an excuse due to a lack of funds, so she refrained from further persuasion. Just as Li Chen was about to turn and leave, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to pause. Indeed, since green-shelled eggs were so sought after, why not raise some hens to produce them? Memories from his past life surged to the forefront of his mind. He finally recalled why green-shelled eggs were so expensive and in demand. Unlike ordinary eggs, these came from black-boned chickens, renowned for their exceptional nutritional value. Most importantly, they were exceedingly rare. Particularly in 1998, many regions lacked these hens, preventing the widespread availability of green-shelled eggs. However, possessing memories from decades ahead, Li Chen was acutely aware of where to procure such hens, and he could even hatch chickens from these green-shelled eggs. With large-scale breeding, he could earn a substantial profit. Yet, a pressing issue loomed before him: finances. After all, raising hens for green-shelled eggs required a certain amount of capital. Without funds, everything would be futile. Cultivating wild dendrobium was also a slow process, and even sourcing seedlings for that would require money. Therefore, what Li Chen needed most at the moment was to quickly secure some capital. The 110 yuan he earned today could not be squandered. It was meant to repay Lu Laosan in a week. Without that 100 yuan in hand, Yi Xiaohan would constantly be burdened with worry. Li Chen, too, wished to spare her the distress of carrying a heavy belly. Such anxiety would not bode well for the health of the baby within her. He decided to return home and search his memory later that night, hoping to devise a swift means to earn some money. As Li Chen walked back to his motorcycle, he inadvertently collided with someone. It truly seemed like a cursed day. Not only had he bumped into Aunt Lu, but now he had struck another person. Fortunately, this individual was of a similar age and appeared unharmed. "Are you all right?" Li Chen immediately inquired. "No worries. Why are you walking so carelessly?" "Luckily, it was me you bumped into. Had it been someone else, they might not have been as forgiving," the young man replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "My apologies. I was lost in thought and didn't pay attention." "Where are you headed with that bucket?" Li Chen casually asked. "Don't get me started. I've had a rough day. The yellow eel at the restaurant was ruined when a mischievous kid dumped laundry detergent into the tank, and now all of them are dead. Many patrons wanted yellow eel porridge tonight, so I thought I'd buy some. But it's not market day, and I've searched the whole street without luck. Looks like we won't be selling yellow eel porridge tonight," the young man lamented. Yellow eel? Suddenly, an idea struck Li Chen. He recalled that in this era, artificial farming of yellow eels was not yet widespread, making wild yellow eels particularly valuable and sought after. In Nanliu village, many creeks and rivers teemed with yellow eels at night. Having grown up here, Li Chen was quite adept at catching them. While there were others who caught yellow eels to sell, most took them to the market, where prices were relatively low. However, the man's words sparked a new thought in Li Chen's mind: sell directly to restaurants or late-night food stalls. The same item could hold vastly different value depending on its location. Just like a cabbage, which might fetch only a few cents at the market, could command a far higher price at a hotel. With this in mind, Li Chen spoke up. Hey there, does your restaurant often require yellow eels? Chapter 17. Lu the bully comes to collect debt. Li Chen knew that during the year 1998, many restaurants and night stalls lacked a unified supply chain, especially in relatively underdeveloped areas like Bobai Town. Therefore, as long as the young man had a demand, Li Chen could sell the yellow eels he caught directly to him. Yes, we usually need about 10 kilograms a day. Why do you ask? Do you have some? Indeed, but not today. Tomorrow. I assure you I can deliver 10 kilograms of yellow eels. What do you think? Li Chen was confident that, with his skills, catching 10 kilograms in a single night would be no problem at all. Let us defer this conversation until tomorrow, for my standards regarding the eels are rather high. If they are too small, I shall have no interest. Upon realizing that there were no goods available today, the other party's enthusiasm waned significantly. Rest assured, the eels I catch will be undeniably large. Simply inform me of your restaurant's location, and I shall come to you tomorrow. If you find yourself dissatisfied, I shall take my leave without hesitation, Li Chen asserted. That works for me. My restaurant is located at number 33, de Bialu, named Donggu Restaurant. You will easily find it upon your arrival, the other party replied before turning to depart. All right then, thank you, Donggu. We shall meet tomorrow, Li Chen joyfully remarked, before returning to his motorcycle, mounting it with a swift motion, starting the engine, and heading home. Xiaohan was tending to some vegetables in the vacant lot beside the house. Upon seeing Li Chen return, she paused her work and walked over. How did it go? Did you sell everything? Of course, it's all sold out. Look, this is the money I made today. With that, Li Chen handed over the cash he had earned to Xiaohan. She counted the money, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. 110 yuan? How do we earn so much today? Hee, that's only natural. I managed to negotiate an extra yuan per stock today, which accounts for the additional 10 yuan. Li Chen replied with pride. Splendid. With this money, we can repay Lu Laosan that 100 yuan. Xiaohan's face lit up with a comforting smile. Otherwise, as long as that debt lingers unpaid, her heart remains in a state of unease. I had told you before that there was no need to worry about such trivial debts. Alas, I was merely concerned you might revert to your old ways. Now that you are willing to change, our lives will undoubtedly improve, Xiaohan reflected. Indeed, we must strive for a better life. I do not wish for my two little ones to suffer from the moment they are born. Come, let me listen if they are being mischievous inside. With that, Li Chen lifted Xiaohan's shirt slightly and pressed his ear to her side to listen. This action caused Xiaohan to blush suddenly, feeling a touch embarrassed. After all, such behavior could be perceived as rather forward in those times. All right, enough listening. It's broad daylight. It wouldn't be proper if someone were to see us. Xiaohan promptly reminded. What is there to fear? It is only natural for me to listen to my wife's belly, he retorted playfully. You think you can actually hear what they're saying? Of course. They are whispering secrets, Li Chen replied with an air of mystery. And what secrets are they whispering? Xiaohan suddenly became inquisitive. They are saying they wish to come out soon to meet their father and mother. Uft, you truly have a knack for storytelling. However, I do hope they arrive sooner rather than later. Carrying this large belly every day is rather exhausting. Xiaohan giggled, her spirits lifted by Li Chen's playful banter. Just a couple more months of hardship, and then our family of four shall be joyously united. With that, Li Chen gently pressed his lips against Xiaohan's belly. This caused Xiaohan's cheeks to flush once more. She was perplexed by Li Chen's sudden transformation over the past 2 days. Not only had he changed as a person, but his actions had also become remarkably bold. Since wild dendrobium is so lucrative, I shall accompany you in search of it tomorrow, she suggested. This way, we can save more money. After a moment's thought, she spoke again. You can't go hiking in the mountains with your belly being this large. Moreover, after searching for 2 days, there isn't much wild dendrobium left. Thus, this endeavor isn't a long-term plan, Li Chen remarked. Ah, so we will be short on income? She replied anxiously. Fear not, for I have devised another profitable scheme, he assured her. What scheme? To catch eels. I recently met a restaurant owner who requires several kilograms of eels daily. I will catch some tonight and sell them to him. The price will certainly exceed that of the uniform market rates. Li Chen refrained from sharing his plans about cultivating dendrobium and raising black chickens with Xiaohan. He did not want her to perceive him as an impractical dreamer. Thus, he chose to discuss only what was immediately feasible. Witnessing Li Chen's industrious transformation, Xiaohan felt a surge of support for him. You should rest at home for a while. Otherwise, staying up late will take a toll on your health. She gently advised. All right, I will return the motorcycle to Ergo and then take a nap. Although he was a reincarnate, Li Chen's body was not made of iron. He needed to replenish his sleep to have the energy to contend with the cunning eels that night. However, Just as he returned the motorcycle to ergo and prepared to lie down for a good rest, the intimidating voice of Lu Laosan echoed from outside. Judging by the commotion, it seemed he had brought even more people than before. Li Chen, you little brat, come out. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan immediately panicked and rushed outside, asking, Lu Laosan, what do you want? What do I want? I want money. Your husband slapped me last time, and since then, my luck has been dismal. I must reclaim that 100 yuan today. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Lu Laosan threatened with a fierce expression. His imposing presence attracted many villagers who gathered to watch. Lu Laosan, didn't you agree with my sister-in-law yesterday to repay the money in a week? Director Zhou was present at that time. Why are you demanding it again after merely a day? Do you have no sense of integrity? Li Huamei interjected on Xiaohan's behalf. I have never been one for integrity. If I were, I wouldn't be Lu Laosan. If they can produce the 100 yuan today, that's fine. If not, don't blame my little brothers for being unkind. He retorted. At that moment, Lu Laosan's henchmen stepped forward, each wearing a menacing expression. The gathered villagers began to worry for Li Chen and his family. It was only a day since the incident. How could Li Chen and Xiaohan possibly gather 100 yuan if they failed to repay Lu Laosan? It was clear that neither he nor his thuggish companions would show any mercy. Alas, Li Chen and Xiaohan are in for a misfortune. Chapter 18. Paying Debts. Shocking the whole village. Lu Laosan is, by nature, a scoundrel. After stealing money from his father to gamble and subsequently losing, he attributed his bad luck to the slap he received from Li Chen the previous day. Therefore, upon awakening today, his anger grew with each passing moment, prompting him to gather more lackeys to confront Li Chen. He was convinced that Li Chen's family would be unable to produce the 100 yuan he demanded. His purpose today was to seek an excuse to retaliate for the slap he received from Li Chen, while also venting his frustrations from 2 consecutive days of losses. Lu Laosan, your shamelessness knows no bounds. We agreed on a week, and yet you show up today. At that moment, Li Chen emerged from his room. Li Chen, just the person I was looking for. If it weren't for that slap you gave me yesterday, I wouldn't have lost all my money last night. Here's the deal. If you can return 100 yuan today, I will overlook the slap. If you cannot, I shall repay you with 10 slaps. Lu Laosan threatened vehemently. Brother Chen, do not be afraid. I will fetch Director Zhou to arbitrate for us, said Li Huamei, turning to seek Zhou Haishan. However, Li Chen stopped her. Huamei, there's no need to trouble Director Zhou. Lu Laosan would not afford him any respect today, Li Chen advised. Indeed, you seem to be wise enough to understand. If you cannot return the 100 yuan today, even the King of Heaven himself would not deter me from my course, Lu Laosan boasted arrogantly. It's merely 100 yuan. I shall repay you, Li Chen declared. Lu Laosan was taken aback, suspicious of Li Chen's unexpected assertion. After all, he had come to seek vengeance, confident that Li Chen would be unable to produce the sum. Xiaohan, do not waste your breath on him. Hand over the money and let him be gone, Li Chen instructed, ignoring Lu Laosan. Xiaohan nodded, retrieved the money from her pocket, counted it, and upon reaching 100, handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen took the money and placed it before Lu Laosan. Here is 100 yuan. Count it carefully. Do not return to my home seeking trouble again, or I shall not be so accommodating. Lu Laosan stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that Li Chen had indeed produced 100 yuan. Not only he, but also the onlookers and Li Huamei were equally astonished. Just yesterday, they had not a single coin to their name. How had they managed to gather 100 yuan to repay Lu Laosan today? Nevertheless, it was a relief that they would no longer be tormented by Lu Laosan. How on earth did you suddenly acquire the funds to repay me? Lu Laosan inquired incredulously once he regained his composure. That is of no concern to you. The fact remains that I can repay you, Li Chen replied curtly. Lu Laosan accepted the money, counted it, and upon confirming its authenticity, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. With so many villagers observing, Li Chen had indeed repaid him. He felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to cease his raucous behavior. Consider yourself fortunate, but do not let our paths cross again. Otherwise, I shall not be so accommodating. In the end, he had no choice but to obediently lead his underlings away. Li Chen harbored no fear of him. Had it not been for Xiaohan genuinely borrowing his money, he would not have bothered to show him any courtesy. If he refrains from provoking me in the future, that would be splendid. However, should he choose to incite my ire, he must not blame me for being ungracious. Brother Chen, how did you suddenly come into such wealth? Just yesterday, you were fretting over finances. After Lu Laosan and his companions departed, Li Huamei curiously inquired. This is a long story. Come, let us retreat indoors where I can explain it properly. Li Chen invited her into his home. The other villagers, filled with various questions, began discussing amongst themselves as they made their way home. Brother Chen, do tell. Did you perhaps engage in some illicit activity to acquire this sum? I must stress, you cannot afford to indulge in unlawful endeavors again. Otherwise, Li Huame suspected that the 100 yuan was the result of Li Chen's unscrupulous dealings, especially now that he had invited her inside, which fueled her suspicion. After all, only clandestine matters would require discretion within the confines of a room. Huame, what nonsense are you spouting? I have vowed to turn over a new leaf and abandon those sordid affairs. Then enlighten me. How did you manage to earn 100 yuan in just one day? Furthermore, I noticed my sister-in-law had some extra money in her possession. That sum was derived from my sale of wild dendrobium. Today, I sold for 110 yuan, and yesterday, I made several tens of yuan. I hadn't anticipated Lu Laosan's breach of trust. He had promised a week's grace, yet here he was demanding payment today. Thus, I was fortunate enough to repay him. Indeed, your brother Chen has been foraging for wild dendrobium in the mountains these past 2 days, earning some money. Thankfully, he managed to accumulate 100 yuan. Otherwise, I would not know how to handle Lu Laosan today, interjected Xiaohan. Is that so? Wild dendrobium must be quite lucrative. No wonder you wish to draw me inside to share this secret of wealth. Otherwise, the villagers might catch wind of it and share in our fortune. Li Huame exclaimed joyfully. Huame, I have nearly exhausted the wild dendrobium supply. If I search further, there may not be much left. However, I have conceived another profitable venture. Catching eels, Li Chen revealed. Catching eels? What kind of profit could that possibly yield? There are several families in the village that occasionally do so, yet they hardly seem to earn anything, she retorted. While they sell their catch at the market, my approach will be different. I intend to sell directly to restaurants or late-night food stalls, which will yield entirely different results, Li Chen explained. Your reasoning appears sound. We typically pay mere cents for cabbage, yet ordering a dish at a restaurant costs several yuan. Li Huame, being educated, quickly grasped his point. Thus, tonight, I shall catch some eels and take them to the restaurant to sell. The profits earned at that time will certainly not be less than those of wild dendrobium. Indeed, after his transformation, Chun Ji's entire mindset has shifted. It seems that Xiaohan no longer needs to endure hardships. Li Huame sighed deeply. Listening on the side, Xiaohan felt a wave of comfort within her. She had not anticipated that Li Chen's transformation extended beyond mere behavior. It encompassed a complete change in his thought process. Don't rush to praise me yet. I still need your assistance. I remember you have a long pair of iron tongs at home. They would be quite handy for catching eels. Could you search for them and lend them to me for a few days? Chapter 19. Wow. How enormous. How can this eel be so big? Naturally, Li Huame was eager to assist Li Chen with his request. After all, they were both members of the Li family and had shared a close bond since childhood. She did not wish to see Li Chen revert to his previous, aimless self. Thus, upon returning home, she found the iron tongs and personally delivered them to him. Li Chen was deeply touched and promised that once he became prosperous, he would reward her accordingly. Li Chen, you should rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. And I will wake you up, Xiaohan gently reminded him. All right, I will take a short nap. I hope I can wake up in time to help you with dinner, Li Chen responded as he lay down, feeling a wave of warmth. However, in this impoverished countryside, air conditioning was still a luxury, so he had to make do. He slept soundly until 6:30 in the evening, abruptly waking to find Xiaohan preparing dinner. She was working with some vegetables and the large frog he had caught while descending the mountain. Li Chen, you're awake. Hurry and freshen up. Dinner will be ready shortly, she said tenderly upon seeing him awake. Thank you for your hard work. I will come to help you as soon as I'm done, he replied, which brought a secret smile of happiness to Xiaohan's lips. Although it was merely a simple phrase, it marked a significant improvement compared to the past, when Li Chen would only sulk. After freshening up, Li Chen intended to assist Xiaohan, but she had already finished preparing the meal. He could only help by bringing the dishes to the table. Xiaohan, save those vegetables for me. I love eating greens, he said, scooping them into his bowl. Xiaohan understood that Li Chen was leaving the frog meat for her. A wave of emotion washed over her. You will be staying up late tonight to catch eels. You must eat some meat. Trust me, have some frog legs, she insisted, placing a fragrant frog leg into his bowl. Xiaohan, I treated you poorly in the past. Now, not only have you not blamed me, but you are also so kind to me. I truly feel remorse, he confessed. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer any longer. There's no need to dwell on the past. It is behind us. As long as you are sincere in your desire to change, our family can live together joyfully. Xiaohan replied gently. Yes, those are all bygone days. From now on, our family shall live joyfully. Li Chen nodded, feeling an intensified motivation to earn money, especially with 2 little ones soon to arrive. He needed to accumulate wealth before their birth to enhance their home environment. After finishing dinner and tidying up, he prepared his gear and set out to catch eels. Xiaohan, you don't have to wait for me to return before sleeping tonight. If you're tired, just go ahead and rest, he instructed Xiaohan before leaving. All right, just be careful, she gently reminded him. Thus, Li Chen donned a headlamp, carrying a bucket in his left hand and a pair of tongs in his right, embarking on his eel-catching venture with vigor. The countryside at night was alive with the sounds of frogs and insects, evoking deep reflections in Li Chen, who had been reborn in 2022. He lamented that such natural beauty would soon fade with the passage of time, and all he could do was relish the moment. Several others had also come out to catch eels that night, but they were merely local drunks, seeking a late-night snack to accompany their drinks. Li Chen had once engaged in similar escapades, honing his eel-catching skills for the sake of indulging in alcohol. Hey, Li Chen, you finally returned to your senses? We thought you had truly turned over a new leaf, remarked one of the familiar faces from previous drinking sessions, mistaking Li Chen's intentions for a simple late-night snack. Huh, I'm not out here for drinks. I'm catching eels to sell, Li Chen replied with a smile. Really? Have you genuinely changed? The other man's expression was one of astonishment. Of course, I'm about to become a father of two. I can't afford to squander my youth anymore. I suggest you find something worthwhile to pursue instead of indulging in hedonism, Li Chen kindly advised. Well, the sun must be rising in the west. The once drunken Li Chen has indeed transformed, the man replied, dismissing Li Chen's concerns. I won't bother with you anymore. I'll just head back and enjoy my little drinks. With that, he departed, carrying a dozen eels with him. Li Chen shook his head in resignation, refraining from further persuasion. Having experienced his past life, he understood well that without profound lessons learned, such individuals would find it challenging to change. If he hadn't faced his own painful regrets and costs, he wouldn't have learned to cherish life. Continuing toward the nearby stream, he noted the area had already been fished extensively, making it improbable to achieve significant results here. He was aware that the stream ahead was secluded and rumored to be haunted at night, deterring many from venturing there. However, it was also abundant in eels. As someone reborn in 2022, Li Chen had no belief in ghost tales, and with his memories of the past life, he understood the origins of such superstitions. It is because there exists a peculiar bird in the vicinity that emits a rather eerie call at night, instilling a sense of dread, making one feel as if a ghost is wailing. Li Chen arrived here and began to bend down, searching for the shadow of the eel. Catching an eel is an intricate skill. One must tread lightly, and the illumination must be carefully managed. The light cannot sway too violently, lest it alert the eel to any disturbance. Ultimately, the speed of the clamp must be precise and swift. It is essential to secure the eel before it can retreat into its hole, then lift it up. Any misstep in this process could result in a complete failure. Li Chen was already quite familiar with this, and after taking a few steps, he spotted a remarkably large eel. He immediately softened his footsteps and gently maneuvered the clamp towards the water's surface. Noticing that the eel remained unaware, he swiftly struck, clamping it perfectly and hauling it up. Upon inspection, a joyous smile spread across his face. Goodness, is this an elite eel? How can it be so enormous? Chapter 20. A Night of Disappearance. Was it captured by a female ghost? Once the eel was brought to the surface, it began to thrash about vigorously. Li Chen was not about to let go of such a sizable catch. It is worth noting that in the era of live streaming in 2022, eels of this size were fervently sought after by certain female streamers. In the present era, it could easily earn him a modest sum. He opened the bucket lid and promptly placed the eel inside. Now, you cannot escape. Observing the plump eel before him, a smile blossomed within Li Chen. This stream, shrouded in ghostly legends, had deterred many from venturing here, which explained how this eel had grown so large without being captured. Li Chen sensed that tonight would yield a bountiful harvest. He immediately bent down and continued forward, soon spotting another eel. Remarkably, this one was even larger than the last. Faced with these sizable eels, Li Chen needed to remain fully alert. Missing even one would be a grave disappointment. Once again, he lightened his steps and movements, using the light to dazzle the eel's eyes. Then, with lightning speed, he struck once more, successfully lifting the large eel into the bucket. Li Chen repeated this action throughout the night, and after an hour, his bucket contained nearly 10 pounds of eels. However, he was not satisfied. There were so many large eels here that he aimed to catch even more. Besides the portion to sell, some could be reserved for Xiaohan to make porridge. In the countryside, eels are considered a natural nutritional supplement. Many elderly individuals, upon returning from the hospital in frail condition, choose to consume eel porridge for a period, quickly restoring their vitality. This is also the reason why eels are so expensive. Moreover, Li Chen currently finds himself in dire need of funds, the more the better. So he seizes every opportunity to gather as much as he can. After several hours, his bucket is nearly brimming, which fills him with immense joy. Weighing it in his hands, he deems it sufficiently heavy and decides it is time to return. Otherwise, if he continues to gather, there will be no space left. Thus, he secures the lid tight, crouches by the stream to wash his hands, and then turns to make his way back. Suddenly, peculiar sounds begin to echo around him. Had it not been for Li Chen's rebirth, he might have been paralyzed by fear. These noises are the very cries of ghosts, as rumored by the villagers. The presence of numerous graves in the vicinity only serves to amplify the superstitions of this era, leading many to readily believe that these sounds are indeed the wails of the supernatural. Well, how punctual you are. Let me show you my prowess. Li Chen mutters as he picks up a nearby stone and hurls it in the direction of the sounds. Instantly, the flapping of large birds taking flight can be heard. Startled by the commotion, within a minute, the strange cries fade into silence. Li Chen, feeling triumphant, returns home with a hefty bucket of eels. At this hour, Xiaohan has already succumbed to slumber, her pregnancy necessitating ample rest. To avoid disturbing her, Li Chen opts to spend the night in the kitchen. Given the sweltering weather, the kitchen offers a more refreshing atmosphere. However, before he can succumb to sleep, he must securely store the eels he has caught. Unlike other fish, eels are notoriously cunning. If not properly contained, he would likely discover that a significant portion has escaped by morning. He places 2 substantial wooden sticks on top, leaving just a vent for air. With this arrangement, it is clear that their escape is impossible. Having secured the eels, he washes his hands and lies down amidst a pile of straw, making do for the night. The following morning, upon waking, Xiaohan turns and notices Li Chen is absent, which stirs a sense of worry within her. He did not return last night. What if something has happened? Without pausing for personal grooming, she dresses hastily and seeks out Li Huame, asking her to accompany her in searching for Li Chen. Sister-in-law, do not fret. Chen Ge will surely be fine. You should stay at home and avoid unnecessary movements. I will go and look for him, Li Huame reassures her, understanding that Xiaohan's condition makes it inconvenient for her to search. Sister Huame, I cannot sit still. I must accompany you, otherwise my heart is in turmoil, Xiaohan insists. Since Li Chen's recovery, she has grown to cherish their family even more, and his absence for an entire night renders her restless. Sister, listen to me. With such a large belly, traversing the fields is treacherous. If you were to fall, Chen Ge would only worry more. Therefore, it is best for you to wait patiently at home. I will ensure that I bring Chen Ge back safely. Li Huame continues to persuade her. As the 2 individuals engaged in conversation, Li Chen awoke from his stupor. He rubbed his eyes and then stepped out of the kitchen. Xiaohan, Huame, what are you discussing so early in the morning? He inquired. The 2 were momentarily taken aback. Oh my goodness, Chen Ge, you actually spent the night in the kitchen? We were just about to search for you because we thought something had happened, exclaimed Li Huame, recovering from her surprise. Indeed. Li Chen, why on earth did you sleep in the kitchen last night? I even placed a bucket of clean water in your room for you to wash your feet when you returned, added Xiaohan, her expression one of confusion. Upon seeing Li Chen safe at home, her anxious heart could finally rest. I returned home rather late last night and didn't want to disturb your rest. So I decided to spend the night in the kitchen. Besides, my blood type doesn't attract mosquitoes, so I wasn't worried, Li Chen replied with a smile. Xiaohan felt a warm surge within her. She hadn't anticipated that this man had chosen to spend the night in the kitchen solely to avoid disrupting her sleep. He had truly changed. So thoroughly. So considerate and caring. Wow. My Chen Ge has suddenly transformed into a warm-hearted man. I envy you, sister-in-law, Li Huame remarked with a grin. Xiaohan couldn't help but smile blissfully. From now on, you mustn't sleep in the kitchen. Although you aren't afraid of mosquitoes. What if there are mice or venomous snakes lurking about? Xiaohan gently admonished. Sister-in-law, don't worry. My Chen Ge is even less afraid of mice than he is of you. This is all a testament to his love for you. By the way, Chen Ge, didn't you go catch some eels last night? How did it go? Chapter 21. Did I deceive you? These eels are truly enormous. Only then did Li Chen recall his eels and immediately turned to retrieve the bucket. Last night was quite fruitful. Just take a look, nearly a bucket full of eels, he declared, opening the lid to reveal his bounty. Wow, so many eels, and they all seem quite large, Li Huame exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, these eels are massive. How did you manage to catch so many? Xiaohan inquired with curiosity. Do you remember the small stream by the western graveyard? That's where I caught them. Li Chen replied proudly. What? The stream by the western graveyard? Chen Ge, you are indeed bold. I've heard it's haunted there, and you dared to catch eels? Li Huamei's expression turned slightly fearful. After all, in this rural era, superstition regarding ghosts was prevalent, especially for a girl like Li Huamei, who was more timid. Yes, Li Chen, I've heard from Aunt Lu that ghosts appear there at night. Even the bravest villagers avoid going there after dark. I think you should refrain from going there to catch eels in the future, Xiaohan gently cautioned. Rest assured, there are no such things as ghosts in this world. However, I must express my gratitude for this ghostly legend, as it has enabled me to catch such an abundance of large eels, remarked Li Chen with a jovial smile. You, my friend, are rather audacious. This stroke of luck does not guarantee future fortune, cautioned the villagers. Indeed, Brother Chen, your good fortune last night was merely due to the absence of those spirits. Had you encountered them, fear would have surely gripped you, and you wouldn't dare to speak so lightly, advised Li Huamei. Heh, who says I didn't meet those ghosts? I most certainly did, exclaimed Li Chen. What? You encountered them last night? How did you come out unscathed? Not only did I emerge unscathed, but I even threw several stones at them, Li Chen replied, grinning with pride. Goodness, you actually engaged in a battle with spirits? What transpired? Pray, tell me more. Li Huamei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Let me clarify, those sounds were not from any malevolent spirits. They were merely the calls of some peculiar birds. When I tossed a stone their way, they took flight in fright, Li Chen explained. Ah, is that all? I nearly believed you truly fought with apparitions, said Huamei. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. At least, there has been no evidence to support their existence. Even if they did exist, we have not wronged them, so what is there to fear? Well, you do have a point. Nonetheless, I still feel apprehensive. I simply cannot bring myself to go there, replied Huamei, recalling the villagers' terrifying descriptions of the eerie sounds. Fear not, you have no need to venture there. With so many eels, take a few back home to prepare a delicious porridge for your family, suggested Li Chen, as he retrieved a black bag and filled it with several eels for Huamei. Although she knew Li Chen had caught them for sale and felt reluctant to accept, his insistence and warmth compelled her to take them. In addition to gifting a few eels to Huamei, Li Chen decided to keep 10 for Xiaohan to prepare either in porridge or steamed. Li Chen, why not sell them all? These eels are substantial and plump. They will fetch a good price, remarked Xiaohan, seeking to earn a bit more. While selling is indeed an option, I must reserve some for you and the child within you. These eels are nourishing and will replenish your vitality. Both you and the baby need this nourishment. Money can be earned gradually. We must not let you and the child suffer, Li Chen asserted. His words warmed Xiaohan's heart once again. Very well, since we have settled old Lu's debts, we need not worry so much, she agreed with Li Chen's proposal. As for finances, you need not concern yourself. I am the man here, and it is my duty to provide. You must focus on caring for the 2 little ones in your womb, ensuring their healthy arrival. I will heed your words, Xiaohan gently nodded. Thus, after freshening up and enjoying breakfast, Li Chen planned to take the eels he had caught the previous night to the town for sale. However, he still needed to seek out Zhou Ergu and borrow the motorcycle once more. He had also promised to teach Zhou Ergu how to ride today. He contemplated that continuously borrowing Zhou Ergu's motorcycle felt rather awkward. After selling the eels, he would help him refuel. Zhou Ergu was indeed a loyal friend. When Li Chen came to borrow the motorcycle again, he readily lent it to him without a second thought, which deeply touched Li Chen. With the memories of his past life, he understood that Zhou Ergu was not a bad person at heart. Thus, he planned to involve him in the journey of transformation ahead. After retrieving the motorcycle, Li Chen placed the bucket containing the eels at the rear of the bike and secured it with tape. Xiaohan, wait for me at home. I'll buy some delicious food after selling the eels, Li Chen instructed before setting off on the motorcycle. Although today was not the market day in Wubai town, establishments like restaurants operated daily. Li Chen headed directly to the Donga restaurant at number 33 de Bialu, following the directions provided by the previous owner. Hello, Donga. Do you remember me? Upon seeing the familiar face from yesterday, Li Chen greeted him warmly. It's you. What is up? You really brought the eels? Of course. A whole large bucket. Li Chen replied excitedly as he deftly lifted the bucket from the motorcycle. I mentioned yesterday that I have high standards for eels. After all, my Donga restaurant is a well-established brand, and I don't want to disappoint my loyal customers with inferior eels, Donga stated earnestly. You needn't worry. My eels are certainly not small. They are as large as they come. I guarantee that when you see them, you'll exclaim, wow, how can they be this big? Li Chen confidently asserted. All right, you're quite amusing with your words. Let me see the eels you caught, Donga replied. Sure, please take a look. Li Chen opened the lid, allowing Donga to easily see the eels inside. Donga approached and peered into the bucket, his eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, they are indeed huge. How can there be such enormous eels? Chapter 22. selling the eels at a great price. Seeing Dong's astonished reaction, Li Chen was assured that the transaction would likely proceed smoothly. Smiling, he remarked, "Of course. The eels I caught are the largest in Bobai town." This statement was not unfounded, as the haunting reputation of the area deterred many from catching eels. The eels there were indeed rumored to be the largest in all of Bobai town. "All right, I'll take them all," Dong declared generously, expressing his intent to buy all of Li Chen's eels. "All of them? Didn't you say your restaurant only needs a dozen or so pounds each day? I have far more than that. The quantity doesn't matter. Such fine eels are exceedingly rare. If I can't sell them all today, I can save them for tomorrow or the day after, provided my child behaves," Dong replied. "All right then, what about the price? How much do you want per pound?" Li Chen pondered for a moment and then gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 15. Drawing upon his memory, he vividly recalled that in 1991, the price of eel was approximately 4 yuan per pound, and by 1998, it had risen to around 10 yuan per pound. Now, with his eels being quite substantial and sold directly to restaurants, it was only reasonable to add an extra 5 yuan per pound. 15 yuan per pound? That seems exorbitant. I have never purchased eel at such a price. How about this? I will offer you 12 yuan per pound, and we can weigh it immediately. I'm afraid that won't do. The price is firmly set at 15 yuan per pound. If you can't meet that, I'm not selling." With that, Li Chen intended to leave with his eels. However, the other party was unwilling to let him go and promptly countered, all right, 15 yuan per pound it is. You really have a knack for this. I doubt anyone in the whole of Bobai town can sell eels at such a price." He chuckled. "Well, this is thanks to you. I believe that once you purchase these large eels from me, your clientele will flourish and your profits will soar." Li Chen responded with a proud grin. "You certainly know how to flatter," the other man replied, amused by Li Chen's words. "Let us weigh them first and see how much we have." He quickly summoned someone to bring out the scale. After weighing, the final number was 25 pounds. This brought great joy to Li Chen, as at 15 yuan per pound, that amounted to 375 yuan. In this era, 375 yuan represented a significant income. He counted it carefully twice to ensure there were no discrepancies before placing the money in his pocket. "Thank you, boss. If you need more, I can sell you some again tomorrow," Li Chen said with a cheerful smile. "Of course, I need such fine eels. Besides eels, if you happen to find any wild crucian carp, do let me know." "Crucian carp, you say?" Li Chen suddenly became intrigued. "I don't need many. But my cousin runs a restaurant in the county, and their specialty is crucian carp soup. He recently asked me to keep an eye out for any good wild crucian carp." "Not a problem. I will check tonight to see if I can catch any crucian carp. If I do, I will bring them to you tomorrow." Li Chen felt a surge of excitement at this news. The small stream by the graveyard in the west had long been avoided due to ghostly tales. Yet it was there that large eels were found, suggesting the potential for sizable crucian carp as well. If he could procure some crucian carp, the funds for purchasing black chickens to start a green-shelled egg business would be secured. As for the cultivation of dendrobium, that could wait until after the green-shelled egg venture was underway. After all, it had a longer cycle. Once sufficient funds were amassed, he could allocate a portion for that purpose. At present, he required quick return investments to earn money swiftly, providing a nurturing environment for the 2 unborn babies. After leaving Dong Ji's restaurant, Li Chen visited a small shop to purchase mushrooms, red dates, and goji berries, as these essentials were absent from his home due to his previous indiscretions. At this moment, Xiaohan's body was in need of nourishment, and he felt compelled to prepare accordingly. In addition, he took the opportunity to procure some daily necessities, particularly towels. Noticing that Xiaohan's had been worn for quite some time, and she was reluctant to replace them, likely due to financial constraints. Over the past 2 days, he had felt a pang of sympathy, knowing that before marrying him, Xiaohan was renowned as the beauty of her school. Now, she lacked even a decent towel. How could such a tattered towel possibly suit someone with such exquisite skin? Therefore, he decided to purchase the most expensive towel in the store. Once he had gathered everything, he secured the items onto his motorcycle and headed to a nearby gas station to fill up the tank. After all, borrowing Tuesday Dog's motorcycle felt somewhat awkward without offering to refuel it at least once. Once everything was settled, he joyfully rode back home. Inside the house, Xiaohan was in her room, crafting hats for children. Since Li Chen's transformation, she had been filled with anticipation for their 2 children. Thus, with some free time on her hands, she took out materials to try her hand at knitting hats, which would surely come in handy when the little ones arrived. In rural families during this period, it was common to make things by hand rather than purchase them, as life was not easy for ordinary families. Everyone sought to save wherever possible. Just then, a fierce voice called out from outside, "Li Chen, get out here." Startled, Xiaohan set down her work and stepped outside. only to find Chen Shanfeng from the village, looking quite fierce. Uncle Shanfeng, what brings you here? Is there something you need from Li Chen? He is not home. She inquired warmly. Not home. Where has he gone? I swear I'll skin him alive when I catch him, Chen Shanfeng declared with a menacing expression. This statement filled Xiaohan with apprehension. Could it be that Li Chen had done something wrong again? But that couldn't be true. He had been with her for the past 2 days and had diligently caught a considerable number of eels last night. Surely, he wouldn't revert to his previous misdeeds. Chen Shanfeng was notorious in Nanliu village for his loud voice, and his words quickly attracted the attention of nearby villagers. In rural areas, after completing their chores, people often had little to occupy their time, and one of their pastimes was watching commotion. Thus, once again, a crowd of villagers gathered around the Li household. Uncle Shanfeng, what do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Xiaohan directly asked. Don't understand? I suspect you had a hand in the theft of my money. Otherwise, how could it possibly have ended up in your possession? Now that Li Chen is not home, you must return the money to me. If not, I will report this to the authorities. Chapter 23. Suspected due to past offenses, Xiaohan was utterly bewildered by Chen Shanfeng's accusations. When had she ever stolen money from his household? Uncle Shanfeng, you can eat whatever you like, but don't speak carelessly. When have we ever stolen your money? Still in denial? Just as well, the villagers are all here. Everyone should take a good look at the true nature of your family. Ladies and gentlemen, come and see. Li Chen has stolen 100 yuan from me, and his wife still refuses to acknowledge it while attempting to shield him. As Chen Shanfu raised his voice, more people became aware of the situation. They began to converse and speculate about the matter. Could it be true? Has Li Chen really stolen from Chen Shanfu? If it were the old Li Chen, it would indeed be plausible. However, I have observed that Li Chen has changed for the better these past few days. Indeed, his recent actions have been witnessed by all, and he does not seem like someone who would engage in illegal activities again. Chen Shanfu, could there be a misunderstanding in this matter? The current Li Chen has truly transformed. It seems unlikely he would resort to stealing your money. Many villagers expressed their belief in Li Chen and cautioned Chen Shanfu that a misunderstanding might be at play. A misunderstanding? My son saw Li Chen passing by our house repeatedly over the past 2 days. It was only last night that I discovered my 100 yuan was missing. If Li Chen did not steal it, how could he afford to repay Lu Laosan his 100 yuan? Therefore, he must be the thief, Chen Shanfu said angrily. Yes. Upon hearing the villagers discussing Li Chen suddenly having money to repay Lu Laosan, Chen Shanfu felt incredulous. After all, he had always believed that a dog could not easily change its habit of eating excrement. Then, before going to bed, he realized he was short 100 yuan. The coincidence of the amount further solidified his suspicion towards Li Chen. Thus, after finishing his morning chores, he stormed over, intending to confront Li Chen. Chen Shanfu's words left the onlookers in shock. Could it truly be that Li Chen had stolen 100 yuan from Shanfu? What a coincidence it would be. Precisely 100 yuan. This situation is indeed complex. If it were the old Li Chen, it would be highly probable. Yet the current Li Chen has genuinely changed. But if Li Chen did not steal Chen Shanfu's 100 yuan, how could he have earned that amount in just 1 day? Moreover, the Li family has had meat to eat these past 2 days. With your statement, I find myself unsure of whom to believe. I hope Li Chen can come forth and clarify the matter. Now, the villagers' opinions diverged. Some suspected that the missing 100 yuan truly could have been stolen by Li Chen. Others believed that Li Chen had indeed changed and would not revert to his former ways. Some remained neutral, waiting for Li Chen to provide an explanation before making a judgment. Xiaohan, however, was exceedingly furious. She was well aware of how her husband earned that money. She immediately stepped forward and exclaimed, Uncle Shanfu, you have no evidence, and yet you wrongfully accuse my husband. This is utterly excessive. Wrongfully accuse? Everyone in the village knows what kind of person Li Chen is. Do I really need to accuse him? Indeed, my husband was once less than exemplary. But that was in the past. He has since embraced change. He no longer engages in dubious activities. Xiaohan would not tolerate any slander against her man. Thus she continued to defend him passionately. I remarked, Xiaohan, I see you are somewhat educated and possess a sense of propriety. Your husband has stolen my money. You need not defend him so fervently. To which she retorted, I speak only the truth. What evidence do you have to prove that my husband is the one who pilfered your 100 yuan? This left Chen Shanfu momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had no substantial proof. His insistence that Li Chen had stolen his 100 yuan was based on 3 conjectures. He had heard from his son that Li Chen frequently passed by his door, noticed that Li Chen had just repaid Lu Laosan 100 yuan the previous day, and, of course, was influenced by Li Chen's prior misdeeds. However, these were mere assumptions, and demanding concrete evidence was evidently futile. How do you explain that Li Chen earned 100 yuan in just one day? Chen Shanfu quickly countered, having regained his composure. Indeed, Xiaohan, how did Li Chen manage to acquire that 100 yuan in a single day? I too was curious about the source of Li Chen's sudden wealth. Xiaohan, I believe it would be best if you simply clarified where that 100 yuan came from. To dispel this misunderstanding, suggested the onlookers, who were equally intrigued by the unexpected windfall. The 100 yuan was earned by my husband Li Chen, who went to the mountains to dig for dendrobium and sold it. Xiaohan finally decided to reveal the truth to vindicate Li Chen. Indeed, all this money was earned by my brother Chen through legitimate means, affirmed Li Huamei, who stepped forward to support Xiaohan's claims. Who do you think you're fooling? Is it really possible to earn 100 yuan from selling medicinal herbs in such a short time? If it were that profitable, would it be Li Chen who benefited? We've already exhausted the mountains. Chen Shanfu, unaware of the value of wild dendrobium, scoffed at Xiaohan's explanation. I am not deceiving you. We earned this money through honest work. If you wish to report me, go ahead. I fear nothing, Xiaohan declared with conviction. Oh, you truly believe I wouldn't dare to report you? Were it not for our shared village, I would have done so long ago, Chen Shanfu retorted, turning to head home to make a call to the authorities. In this era, most villagers could not afford mobile phones, and only a few households had landlines. Thus, he would have to return home to call the police. Just as he turned, the roar of a motorcycle echoed nearby. Indeed, Li Chen had just returned. The villagers who had initially intended to disperse promptly returned upon seeing Li Chen's arrival, eager to witness how he would account for the situation to Chen Shanfu. Li Chen, upon noticing the throng gathered at his home, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that the bully Lu Laosan had come to stir trouble again? Yet, he had repaid the 100 yuan owed just yesterday. There was no reason for him to cause a ruckus now. Chapter 24. Was the money truly stolen by him? Before long, Li Chen's motorcycle maneuvered through the crowd and came to a halt. Li Chen, you brat, you're back just in time. Return my 100 yuan, or I shall resort to calling the police, Chen Shanfu declared, striding over and seizing Li Chen's clothing in a fit of indignation. Li Chen swiftly shrugged him off, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to regain his footing. What 100 yuan? I have never borrowed money from you, Li Chen retorted. He claims you stole 100 yuan from his home and is here to settle the score, interjected Xiaohan from the sidelines. How dare you, Li Chen? You stole my money and still have the audacity to dismiss me? I'll go back and report you to the authorities, and you will taste the bitterness of imprisonment. Chen Shanfu, incensed by Li Chen's earlier dismissal, resolved to return home and use a landline to report the matter. Wait, you assert that I stole your money. What evidence do you possess? I have never taken your money. Li Chen called after him. Evidence? Does a person like you even require evidence? It is apparent to any onlooker that if you had not pilfered my 100 yuan, how could it be mere coincidence that you repaid Lu Laosan exactly 100 yuan yesterday? Furthermore, your wife has joined in the deception, claiming the money was earned from selling medicinal herbs. Do you take me for a fool? Chen Shanfu retorted, preparing to continue on his path to report the incident. At that moment, the village's security director, Zhou Haishan, approached. Director Zhou, you have arrived just in time. This rascal Li Chen has stolen 100 yuan from me. You must compel him to return it. Otherwise, I shall report him. Chen Shanfu took the opportunity to inform Zhou Haishan. Is this true? Do not rush. Let me inquire about the details first, Zhou Haishan replied, then turned to Li Chen. Li Chen, Shanfu claims you stole his 100 yuan. Is there any truth to this? Be honest. If you did take it, return it now, and I may be able to assist you. Otherwise, he will indeed call the police. I did not steal anything. I swear on my life. I have never taken his money. The 100 yuan I returned to Lu Laosan was earned from harvesting wild dendrobium. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at the herbal shop in town. Li Chen explained. Indeed, Director Zhou, my family Li Chen is no longer the same person he used to be. He has become diligent and would never resort to stealing from others. Xiaohan immediately came forth to vouch for Li Chen. Do not be swayed by their fanciful tales. If dendrobium could fetch such a price, I would have stripped the mountains bare long ago, Chen Shanfu retorted. Zhou Haishan listened to the words of the three individuals, suddenly at a loss regarding how to proceed. Over the past 2 days, Li Chen had indeed undergone a significant transformation. However, as Chen Shanfu pointed out, could the stone orchid truly fetch such a substantial sum? Director Zhou, I did not steal his money. I am well aware of how his funds vanished. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly recalled something and promptly interjected. You know how my money disappeared? Li Chen, do not attempt any tricks. Indeed, Li Chen, do you genuinely know how his money went missing? Pray, enlighten us. This could clear your name. Zhou Haishan inquired with curiosity. The money was taken by his son, Chen Wenchao, who, fearing retaliation, deliberately framed me, Li Chen explained. It is hidden beneath the shoes under his son's bed. If you do not believe me, you may return and search, you will surely find it. The memories of the Reborn clearly informed him that it was indeed Chen Wenchao who had pilfered 100 yuan from Chen Shanfu back in the day. However, in the previous life, the narrative did not involve suspicion directed at Li Chen. After all, Xiaohan and the child she carried were no longer present, thus eliminating the series of events tied to her. In the past, the truth about the missing 100 yuan came to light only when Chen Shanfu's wife discovered it while cleaning under the bed, compelling Chen Wenchao to confess under duress. Had Li Chen not returned and altered Xiaohan's fate, the events would have unfolded as they did in the past. Yet, with Li Chen's rebirth and the consequent change in Xiaohan's destiny, the fates of those around him also shifted. The current misunderstanding that he had stolen Chen Shanfu's 100 yuan was one such instance. Impossible. You speak nonsense. My son is such a well-behaved individual. How could he steal my money? I see you are unrepentant. This is not over. Upon hearing Li Chen accuse his son of theft, Chen Shanfu was understandably furious, raising his fist to charge at Li Chen. Fortunately, Zhou Shanhai intervened to restrain him. Director Zhou, you are here today. Please speak justly. He claims I stole his money but offers no evidence. This is a slander against my personal reputation, and I am entitled to sue him for defamation. Li Chen retorted boldly. What? You intend to sue me? Very well, go ahead. I shall see whether you, the thief, will be the one to fear or if I shall. Chen Shanfu, incensed further by Li Chen's words, erupted in anger. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. Allow me to speak, Zhou Haishan urged loudly, finally bringing them to silence. Chen Shanfu, you assert that Li Chen stole your money, yet you cannot provide proof. Li Chen has just stated that your son is the thief, claiming the money is hidden beneath the shoes under the bed. How about this? We shall all accompany you back to verify the situation. If indeed there is no 100 yuan beneath your bed, it will imply that Li Chen has lied. Zhou Haishan pondered for a moment before proposing this solution. If there isn't 100 yuan hidden inside the shoes under my bed, I will confess that the 100 yuan from your home was stolen by me. Li Chen declared at that moment. Chen Shanfu responded gravely. Fine, you have said it. If indeed there is 100 yuan concealed under the shoes at my home, I will acknowledge that I wronged you and kneel in apology. With both parties making such statements, Zhou Haishan, acting as a mediator, led them towards Chen Shanfu's residence. The onlookers from the village, eager not to miss this spectacle, promptly followed suit. Xiaohan felt a flicker of anxiety within her. She tugged at Li Chen's sleeve, and noticing the concern etched on her face, he reassured her, Xiaohan, there is no need for you to worry. This matter does not concern me. My innocence will soon be proven. Chapter 25. Does he possess the gift of clairvoyance? How can he see under others' beds so clearly? Xiaohan firmly believed that Li Chen had not stolen Chen Shanfu's money. However, her apprehension lay in the possibility that if there truly was no 100 yuan beneath Chen Shanfu's bed, then Li Chen would be unable to clear his name, no matter how hard he tried. Everyone, we have arrived at my home. However, my house is small and cannot accommodate so many people. Director Zhou, how should we proceed? After approximately 10 minutes, they reached Chen Shanfu's abode. Here's what we'll do. Apart from the three of us, Xiaohan, Chen Sanyan, and Li Hu will also come inside. The rest can remain outside, Zhou Haishan suggested, glancing at the villagers trailing behind. He called upon two more individuals, Chen Sanyan and Li Hu, both respected members of Nanliu village, to join them as impartial witnesses. Very well, follow me, Chen Shanfu said, opening the door to his room. And everyone entered together. Li Chen, you might as well prepare for a prison meal. There is no way there is money hidden beneath the shoes under my bed. Chen Shanfu asserted, still convinced that Li Chen had stolen the money. Enough of the nonsense. Just bring out the shoes from under the bed and we will see. Li Chen replied confidently. Since you refuse to admit it, don't blame me. Everyone, take note. There are just 2 pairs of shoes under my bed. One belonging to me and the other to my son. With that, Chen Shanfu bent down to retrieve both pairs of shoes. Lift the insole from your son's shoes and take a look yourself. If there is nothing, I will accompany you to the police station immediately, Li Chen stated directly. For the sake of fairness, I will take a look, Zhou Haishan interjected. All right, that is fine. Let Director Zhou inspect them. Chen Shanfu agreed without further comment, handing the shoes over to Zhou Haishan. These were a pair of winter shoes, a popular style of the time in the countryside. Upon receiving the shoes, Zhou Haishan promptly extracted the insoles before the 6 witnesses. Indeed, there lay 100 yuan. At that moment, Zhou Haishan immediately called out. Chen Shanfu was taken aback, utterly confused. What was happening? Was it truly his son who had stolen the 100 yuan he couldn't find? Had he wrongfully accused Li Chen? Observing the situation unfold as Li Chen had described, Xiaohan felt her anxious heart finally ease. This would surely prove Li Chen's innocence, wouldn't it? She promptly stepped forward to speak. Indeed, it can now be established that Li Chen is innocent, Zhou Haishan declared. I can also attest to Li Chen's innocence. The 100 yuan is indeed in the shoe, which indicates that Li Chen has been wronged. Chen Sanyin and Li Hu chimed in one after another. This left Chen Shanfu feeling quite awkward. But how did Li Chen know there was 100 yuan hidden in the shoes under my bed, a matter so discreet? Chen Shanfu's question was indeed quite reasonable, prompting Zhou Haishan and the others to turn their gaze towards Li Chen, hoping he could provide an explanation. Your son mentioned that I often pass by your house, right? Just take a look at your window. The angle from outside allows one to see right by your bedside. The other day, as I passed by your home, your window was open, and I happened to see your son hiding 100 yuan in the shoe. Li Chen pondered for a moment before casually explaining. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at the window, and it was indeed as Li Chen had said. Given Li Chen's height of 6 feet, it was entirely feasible for him to observe the scene from outside. Chen Shanfu felt another wave of embarrassment wash over him. Now, I shall announce the conclusion. Shanfu, you have indeed wronged Li Chen. He did not steal your 100 yuan. I trust you have no further doubts regarding this matter? Zhou Haishan delivered a fair verdict. I realize I have wronged Li Chen, but how could my well-behaved son possibly steal my money? Chen Shanfu said, perplexed. Li Chen understood the reason behind it. Chen Shanfu's son had recently developed feelings for a girl and, lacking sufficient funds for a birthday gift, had intended to steal that 100 yuan to buy a present for her a week later. However, Li Chen refrained from divulging this information at that moment, for revealing such knowledge would inevitably lead to questions about how he knew all of this. He could not disclose his identity as a reincarnated being. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. As for why your son stole your money, that is a matter for your family to resolve. The outcome is that you have indeed wronged Li Chen, so you should apologize to him. I will also go out and inform the onlooking villagers shortly. Zhou Haishan handled the situation with fairness and impartiality. Indeed, Shanfu, you have misjudged Li Chen. You ought to apologize to him. A real man admits his mistakes. There is no shame in that. Just refrain from hastily accusing others of theft in the future. Chen Sanyin and Li Hu, as witnesses, also expressed their agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanfu found himself at a loss for words. He could only obediently consider kneeling down to apologize to Li Chen, especially since the latter had just issued a stern ultimatum. However, just as he was about to kneel, Li Chen promptly assisted him to his feet. Uncle Shanfu, there's no need for such formality. Now that the matter has been resolved, let it be. Li Chen had no intention of allowing Chen Shanfu to kneel before so many onlookers. They were all from Nanliu village, despite not sharing the same surname. In terms of age, he was still considered his elder. Chen Shanfu was someone who occasionally spoke in a brash manner, driven by his temper. Yet he was not malicious at heart. Furthermore, he owned a dilapidated tricycle, and Li Chen intended to discuss the possibility of purchasing it. Relying on Zhou Ergu's vehicle was not a sustainable solution, as he would eventually need a means of transportation for trade in the town. At present, Li Chen lacked sufficient funds to acquire a new vehicle, and thus aimed to procure a second-hand one. Chen Shanfu's old tricycle would serve perfectly for transporting goods to the market. With the memories from his previous life, he was aware that Chen Shanfu had long contemplated selling the vehicle but had not found the time to address it. Now, seizing this opportunity, he could forge a friendship with Chen Shanfu. Li Chen's refusal to let him kneel genuinely surprised Chen Shanfu. He had assumed that Li Chen would eagerly await his submission and apology, yet he was taken aback when Li Chen personally lifted him up and expressed a nonchalant attitude. Li Chen, I am truly sorry for my moment of folly in wronging you. It seems their words were indeed true. You have fundamentally changed. You are entirely different from before. Chapter 26. Misunderstanding resolved. Acquired a human-powered tricycle in that moment. Chen Shanfu profoundly sensed that Li Chen was indeed not the same as he once was. He felt a deep sense of guilt for having misjudged him. Uncle Shanfu, this matter is now in the past. Do not dwell on it. It is not your fault. My previous misconduct led to your misunderstanding. Li Chen graciously reassured him. Ha. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, there is nothing more to discuss. I will go out and explain to the villagers. Zhou Haishan chuckled and then stepped outside to address the gathering crowd, exclaiming, Everyone, the truth has been revealed. As Li Chen stated, the missing 100 yuan was indeed hidden in the shoes under his bed. This was merely a misunderstanding. They have reconciled, so you may all disperse. He had proclaimed that Li Chen was no longer the person he used to be, but they had refused to believe it. Indeed, Li Chen has truly transformed. It appears that Chen Shanfu wronged him. It seems Li Chen's earnings came from selling dendrobium. In that case, Those dendrobium must fetch a high price. If so, I shall venture to the back mountain to dig some dendrobium and sell it at the herbal shop in town. Yes, this is a lucrative plan. We should all go and dig for dendrobium. At this moment, the onlooking villagers could only marvel at the remarkable change in Li Chen. Once again, the thought of wild dendrobium orchids crossed their minds, realizing their potential value. Consequently, they hurried home to gather tools, intending to venture into the mountains in search of these precious orchids. The lively atmosphere quickly dissipated, leaving only Li Chen, Xiaohan, and Li Huamei remaining at Chen Shanfu's residence. Li Chen, I deeply appreciate your forgiveness after my public display today. How about joining me for dinner at my home tonight? I shall prepare a delicious meal, and we can savor a few drinks together. Chen Shanfu warmly invited. Thank you, Uncle Shanfu, but I must decline the meal. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Li Chen replied. What is it? Speak freely. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you, Chen Shanfu assured him, patting his chest. I am in need of a tricycle, but my finances are insufficient for a new one. I recall that you have an old second-hand tricycle. Would you consider selling it to me? Li Chen inquired. You wish to purchase my second-hand tricycle? Chen Shanfu exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, I have plans that require transportation, and I find myself frequently borrowing Ergo's vehicle, which feels quite awkward. Therefore, I would prefer to buy a second-hand one. Please let me know your price, and I shall purchase it, Li Chen responded confidently. Very well. If you wish to buy it, I will sell it to you for 200 yuan, Chen Shanfu contemplated briefly before agreeing, feeling it inappropriate to charge a higher price after having wronged Li Chen earlier. In the year 1998, the most common tricycles in the countryside were the human-powered variety, typically priced around 1,000 yuan. The one Chen Shanfu owned was originally purchased for that amount. Selling it for 200 yuan could be considered quite a bargain, especially given the circumstances of the day. Thank you, Uncle Shanfu, it's settled then. Li Chen exclaimed joyfully as he retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Shanfu. Thus, the human-powered tricycle became Li Chen's possession. This type of tricycle relied on human pedaling rather than fuel or electricity, and it was the predominant mode of transportation for the villagers of Nanliu village. While Li Chen dreamed of acquiring a fuel-powered tricycle for its ease of use, he faced financial constraints. He still needed to invest in purchasing hens for green-shelled eggs, which required funds. Having earned 375 yuan from selling eels earlier that day, even if he spent it all, it would not suffice to buy a second-hand fuel-powered tricycle. Li Chen, what do you intend to do with the tricycle? Xiaohan asked once they returned home. Xiaohan, we currently have no vehicle, making everything inconvenient. Continuously borrowing Ergo's tricycle is not a sustainable solution. Therefore, to facilitate transporting goods to the market, I have decided to purchase a second-hand tricycle, Li Chen explained. Oh, I see. Since you have your own plans, I fully support you, she replied. Xiaohan does not assume the role of a mere housekeeper. As long as Li Chen refrains from misdeeds, she will wholeheartedly support her man. Thank you, Xiaohan, for your unwavering support. I purchased a tricycle for 200, and now there remains over 100. Please keep it safe for me, Li Chen said, handing over the remaining money to Xiaohan. My goodness, how could there still be so much? Is this all from selling the eels? Xiaohan exclaimed, her face reflecting astonishment. Certainly. If it weren't for the fact that I had to buy daily necessities, I would have had 175 left. However, after purchasing several essentials, I'm left with just over 100, Li Chen replied, a proud smile gracing his face as he went to retrieve the supplies he had bought on the motorcycle. Xiaohan, this towel is for you. The one you have has been used for quite some time and is rather coarse. From now on, you should use this one, Li Chen declared, presenting the towel he had specifically chosen for her. As Xiaohan touched it, she found it incredibly smooth and soft, a warm surge of emotion flooding her heart. Thank you, but please don't spend too extravagantly in the future. We need to save some money for the child, she gently admonished. Rest assured, I will take care of the child's expenses. Tonight, I plan to catch some more eels and crucian carp, which should add significantly to our savings, Li Chen responded cheerfully. Indeed, the villagers had recently taken to foraging for wild dendrobium in the mountains, unaware that Li Chen had set his sights on catching eels and crucian carp. Moreover, the wild dendrobium in the back mountains had nearly been depleted, making it unlikely to find much more. I am delighted to see you so focused on earning money. Once our lives improve a bit, I can finally visit my family. I have not been able to return home for years, and my parents have yet to visit us. Xiaohan sighed deeply. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a pang of empathy. This unfortunate woman had endured much hardship alongside him, especially considering the way he had treated her in the past. With a sense of guilt, he embraced her and earnestly assured her, Xiaohan, do not worry. Our lives will surely improve. Your parents will be overjoyed to see you happy. Chapter 27. Do not sleep in the kitchen. Come back to bed tonight. When Xiaohan heard Li Chen's words, she felt a surge of emotion, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She gently withdrew from his embrace and fiddled with the ends of her hair. It's broad daylight. Such displays of affection might not be appropriate in front of others, she remarked. Li Chen chuckled at her response. In 1998, many women in the countryside were indeed quite traditional, making daytime embraces between couples somewhat awkward. Do not laugh. This cannot happen again, Xiaohan shyly cautioned, lowering her gaze. Xiaohan, there is nothing wrong with this. We are husband and wife, and such displays are perfectly natural between us. Besides, we have not done anything inappropriate. It was merely a simple embrace, Li Chen explained. With your silver tongue, hurry and eat something before returning the motorcycle to Ergo, she urged. Indeed. I almost forgot to mention. Today, I promised to teach Ergo how to ride a motorcycle. Li Chen had borrowed Ergo's motorcycle several times and did not wish to break his word. After consuming a modest meal, he set off on the motorcycle to find Ergo. Li Chen, you rascal, you're back. Ergo exclaimed. I heard from my mother that you just had a misunderstanding with Chen Shanfu. Everything is fine now, right? All is well. We've reconciled. I even bought his second-hand tricycle. Li Chen replied. Ah, then you won't need to borrow my motorcycle anymore, Ergo remarked. Not necessarily. If I need to travel far, your fuel-powered vehicle remains more convenient. Li Chen countered. All right then, feel free to reach out whenever you need, Ergo generously offered. That's my loyal Ergo. Come on, let me teach you how to ride a motorcycle. I guarantee you'll master it in no time. Wonderful. Just wait a moment while I change my shoes. Ergo responded with enthusiasm. Since his father had purchased the motorcycle, he had received a brief lesson but struggled to learn. Now, with Li Chen's guidance, the generational gap seemed less daunting. After all, their bond was strong, allowing for playful banter. Once he changed his shoes, Li Chen, utilizing the memories from his rebirth, explained the motorcycle riding techniques in a straightforward manner to Ergo, even demonstrating the process several times. Under Li Chen's tutelage, Ergo quickly learned to operate the motorcycle, which filled him with exhilaration. Previously, he often stalled the engine, but now he felt liberated. Li Chen, I can't thank you enough. I'll be able to ride around freely now, Ergo exclaimed joyfully. With our relationship, there's no need for such formality. However, I must caution you, don't be like me and sell your motorcycle for gambling, Li Chen warned, recalling how, in his past life, Ergo had indeed sold the motorcycle gifted by his family for gambling debts. He felt it necessary to offer this preemptive advice. That won't happen. Besides, my father said he would introduce me to a potential match next week. We're the same age, and you're about to become a father too. I can't afford to lag behind that much, Ergo asserted. I'm glad you think that way. Once my career takes off, if you wish to join me, you're always welcome, Li Chen replied. Enough boasting. Starting a business isn't that easy, Ergo teased. Hey, you'll see. I must head back now. Practice your motorcycle skills a bit more. You wouldn't want to encounter issues while taking a girl out, Li Chen advised, choosing not to elaborate further, as excessive explanations before achieving success seemed futile. After exchanging a few more words, he returned home. Xiaohan was busy organizing the living supplies Li Chen had purchased, and her earlier worries had dissipated. It was now evident that Li Chen was improving, alleviating her concerns. Li Chen, you should take a break. We need to stay up late tonight to catch some eels. Rest is essential, Xiaohan gently reminded him upon his arrival. All right. And you should take care not to overexert yourself either, he replied. Wait for me to wake up before I prepare dinner for you, Li Chen casually remarked, then lay down on the bed, intending to indulge in a restorative slumber. At that time, he lacked a smartphone. Otherwise, he could have set an alarm to rise punctually and cook for Xiaohan. Now, whether he could awaken on time was left to fate. Li Chen, it's time for dinner. In a hazy state of sleep, he suddenly felt someone whispering softly in his ear. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a beautiful visage. Xiaohan, what time is it? How did I sleep until now? After rising, Li Chen noticed that night had begun to fall. It's already 7:30. I saw you sleeping so soundly, I felt reluctant to wake you. I was worried the food would get cold, so I had to call you to eat first, Xiaohan gently replied. What? 7:30? How could I sleep until this hour? I promised to get up and cook for you. Li Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Don't be hard on yourself. You stayed up late last night and didn't rest well in the kitchen. It's perfectly normal to feel tired now. Cooking isn't that arduous. I can manage it alone, Xiaohan comforted him. I appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, once I earn some money, I'll buy a clock and set an alarm so I can wake up on time in the future. You finally thought about buying this and that. But you mustn't squander all the money. We have 2 little ones to raise, Xiaohan reminded him. Li Chen understood that Xiaohan was worried about providing a good life for their future children, which is why she urged him to be frugal. However, he was not concerned. Tonight, he would catch some eels and crucian carp to sell, and by tomorrow afternoon, he could purchase hens for raising green-shelled eggs, thus improving their financial situation swiftly. Don't worry, I won't let our babies suffer after they're born. You rest, I'll get up, wash up, grab a bite, and then head out to catch eels. With that, Li Chen rose to freshen up. Seeing that Xiaohan had left him so much meat, he felt a surge of emotion. This woman loved him so deeply. How could he let her continue to endure hardship? Xiaohan, don't save so much meat for me next time. I have little interest in it, Li Chen said playfully. You're quite the oddity. Who isn't interested in meat? Besides, I haven't saved that much. I've eaten plenty myself, Xiaohan replied, her words evidently untruthful. As Li Chen knew precisely how much meat he had purchased, she merely wished to justify consuming the remaining meat herself. Once again, Li Chen felt touched. A woman so gentle, beautiful, understanding, and devoted. Having been given a second chance at life, he was determined to ensure she lived in happiness. After finishing dinner and tidying up the tableware, Li Chen prepared 2 buckets, ready to embark on his quest to catch eels and crucian carp. In order to catch more, he specifically brought 2 larger buckets this time, one for eels and the other for crucian carp. Li Chen, you shouldn't sleep in the kitchen tonight. Come back to the bed. Don't worry, I sleep soundly and won't disturb you. Chapter 28. Goodness, a giant turtle appeared in the stream to replenish the kidneys. Before stepping out, Xiaohan gently reminded Li Chen at the door. We'll talk about it later. Don't wait for me to return. If you're tired, rest early. Li Chen replied to her, and then set off towards his destination. His intention was to first catch a batch of eels, and then drain the entire stream to catch the crucian carp. This sequence was of utmost importance. If he drained the water first, and caught the crucian carp before the eels, it would lead to considerable trouble. Without water, the eels would burrow into the mud, making them difficult to catch. Therefore, he needed to discreetly catch the eels first, and then pursue the crucian carp. That evening, several villagers emerged to catch eels and snails as side dishes for their drinks. During this season in the countryside, villagers had limited food options and relied on these natural means to supplement their meals. Li Chen's goal was clear, so he did not waste time in other streams. Although he had caught a bucket of eels the night before, there were still plenty of large eels to be found that night. Li Chen was thoroughly enjoying himself and soon filled another bucket. Goodness, it seems there are over 30 pounds this time. He mused with delight after lifting it with his hands. With the task of catching eels accomplished, it was now time for the crucian carp. Li Chen observed the upper stream and discovered a sluice gate. By blocking this gate with stones, he could quickly drain the water from the downstream area. However, before blocking the gate, he needed to take precautions at the downstream outlet to prevent the wild crucian carp and other fish from escaping with the water. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Li Chen had brought a fish net, which he placed at the outlet, then slightly narrowed the opening with mud. Thus, even if fish attempted to escape, they would have no means to do so. Once everything was set, Li Chen did not linger idly. While catching eels earlier, he had noticed that this stream contained not only many wild crucian carp, but also a considerable number of local pond fish. These wild local pond fish were not inexpensive and were highly nutritious. He would not let this opportunity slip by. He needed to fetch a snakeskin bag to bring them all back later. Looking around, he noticed that the water level in the stream was still quite deep and would likely not drain quickly. Given the local folklore about hauntings, other villagers probably wouldn't dare approach this area. Hence, he decided to first take the bucket of eels back home, then return for the snakeskin bag. Upon arriving home, Xiaohan was still awake. Seeing Li Chen, she immediately came out. Li Chen, you're back quite early tonight. The tale is far from over. First, I must retrieve the eel, and shortly after, I shall venture to catch some crucian carp. Behold, an entire barrel filled with eels, Li Chen exclaimed, proudly displaying his bountiful harvest for Xiaohan to see. Goodness, you are truly remarkable, to have caught so many eels so swiftly. Xiaohan immediately praised him, giving a thumbs up. Of course, if my husband is not impressive, who else could be? Li Chen replied with an air of pride. Cut it out with the cheesy remarks. You didn't go back to that haunted place again, did you? Indeed. It is precisely because that area is said to be haunted that there is no competition. But are you sure there are no spirits there? You must exercise caution. I worry something might happen. Xiaohan expressed her concern. Fear not. If the spirits do not show themselves, all is well. If they do, I shall have a heartfelt discussion with them. Li Chen chuckled. Your wit is endless. Let us see how you fare if you truly encounter a ghost. Let us set aside the ghostly matters for now. I will store these eels at home. Then fetch a few snakeskin bags to catch crucian carp and pond loach. If all goes well, we might earn 1,000 yuan. Li Chen's excitement grew. After all, in this era, 1,000 yuan represents a substantial income. Not only in this time, But even in 2022, who could effortlessly earn 1,000 yuan in a single day? Perhaps only the casual users of Douyin and Zhihu could achieve such a feat. That's quite a lot. Go ahead, but be careful, Xiaohan responded, her spirits lifted. Since their marriage, their household had never seen savings exceeding 1,000 yuan. If they could indeed earn that amount tonight, it would signify a promising beginning. All right, get some rest. You mustn't let our two little ones stay up late, Li Chen said cheerfully as he set off once more with 2 snakeskin bags. Upon reaching the cemetery in the west, he found that no one had come to compete with him, especially now that the so-called spirits had begun to manifest. The timid villagers naturally dared not approach this place. Li Chen, however, felt no fear. He picked up a sizable stone and hurled it forward. The so-called spirits immediately took flight, flapping their wings. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly realized why these peculiar birds congregated in the great tree nearby. The fish in this stream were abundant, and the birds regarded it as a treasure trove. After driving away the strange birds, Li Chen rolled up his trousers and stepped into the stream. After a period of drainage, the water level had diminished considerably. He decided to catch fish while draining the water, allowing him to expedite his return home. To his astonishment, the stream was indeed teeming with fish. As Li Chen waded in, he soon spotted a particularly large bighead carp not far away. The nutritional value of this fish is concentrated in its head. If he could prepare a fish head tofu soup, it would be an exquisite delight. With that thought in mind, Li Chen swiftly seized the bighead carp. This wild fish was incredibly strong and struggled fiercely. With a sense of helplessness, Li Chen, an adept at catching fish, demonstrated that once ensnared by him, escape was a futile endeavor. He promptly cast the catch into a snakeskin bag, thereby shattering any hopes of its escape. To his astonishment, he discovered a soft-shelled turtle in this very place. Li Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. A turtle of such a caliber was indeed a prized possession, capable of fetching a handsome sum, especially one as wild and large as this. Overwhelmed by a sense of elation, he immediately turned his gaze towards the turtle, which, sensing peril, began to flee with great effort. However, Li Chen was resolute in denying it any chance of escape, swiftly stepping forward to intercept it. The turtle, displaying remarkable intelligence, burrowed into the mud in a desperate attempt to conceal itself. Yet, with a smirk, Li Chen overturned its body with ease, rendering it helplessly upside down. What a magnificent creature! The size of this turtle promised substantial nourishment. Were it not for his pressing need for funds to invest, he would have hesitated to part with it. Chapter 29. Your smile is beautiful, like the flowers of spring. Li Chen, gazing at the sizable turtle in his hands, contentedly placed it into the snakeskin bag. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon another turtle, likely its mate. Regrettably, he found no juvenile turtles. Otherwise, he would have taken the entire family home for a joyous reunion. In addition to the turtles, Li Chen discovered a plethora of assorted fish species, including catfish, carp, and tilapia. However, these were not his objective. He selectively captured only the larger specimens, opting to release the smaller ones. After all, his primary target this time was the crucian carp, and with limited space in his snakeskin bag, he could not be greedy and attempt to haul in every fish. Furthermore, he lacked the means to accommodate such a large catch at home, so it was wiser to release the smaller ones, leaving the possibility of capturing them again in the future. To his astonishment, the crucian carp in this region were remarkably large, each nearly the size of his palm. Holding the captured carp in his hands, Li Chen was filled with joy. He had anticipated that the crucian carp here would be larger than those in other locales, yet he had not expected them to be this substantial. This bounty promised a lucrative return. Thus, he merrily continued to gather these sizable carp until both snakeskin bags were filled and his catch was nearly complete, at which point he decided it was time to conclude his endeavor. However, before returning home, he needed to lower the water at the sluice gate. Otherwise, the remaining small fish might perish. Once everything was settled, he returned with a broad smile, bearing the fruits of his labor. As night had fully descended, Li Chen found himself walking alone across the fields, creating a singularly enchanting scene. Though burdened by the weight of his catch, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued, for the regrets of his past life rendered current exertions trivial. This was a tangible hope, a visible beauty, rich with significance. Upon arriving home, he was relieved to find that Xiaohan was already asleep. Otherwise, he would have worried that she might foolishly wait for his return before resting. Before drifting into slumber, Li Chen needed to tend to the fish he had caught. Otherwise, by morning, a significant portion would perish. Particularly concerning were the pair of soft-shelled turtles. If he did not cover them properly, they would likely elope in the dead of night. He had thoughtfully placed them in a separate iron cage, ensuring that even with a desire to escape, they lacked the means to do so. As for the crucian carp and the pond loach, he had to separate them as well, for their mingling would lead to conflict, and given the loach's temperament, it would likely inflict severe injuries upon the wild crucian carp. Fortunately, Li Chen had several water tanks at home, allowing him to house them separately. Without these tanks, simply placing them in buckets would have suffocated some of them. Once everything was in order, Li Chen took a quick shower. To avoid waking Xiaohan, he tiptoed back to the room and gently laid down at the edge of the bed. Thankfully, she remained asleep, allowing him to rest peacefully. At 7 the following morning, Xiaohan awoke to find Li Chen beside her, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Otherwise, she would have been anxious, fearing he might encounter the supernatural beings her sixth aunt spoke of. Although Li Chen frequently asserted that such entities did not exist, her aunt insisted they were real, leaving her with lingering doubts. Observing Li Chen sleeping soundly, she felt reluctant to rouse him. She quietly got out of bed and slipped outside. Noticing the concrete tanks in the yard covered with wooden boards, her curiosity compelled her to lift one and peek inside. To her astonishment, a plethora of fish awaited her discovery. She felt a surge of admiration for Li Chen. It seemed her initial choice had not been misguided. If he was willing to change, he could surpass many others. After replacing the wooden board, she made her way to the kitchen. To her surprise, she found 2 large soft-shelled turtles in a cage. She was once again taken aback. Although she had never purchased turtles before, she was aware of their high value. And these 2, being of considerable size, were certainly not inexpensive. It appeared Li Chen's claims from the previous night were indeed accurate. This haul would fetch at least 1,000 yuan. She placed a hand on her rounded belly, feeling a newfound confidence about their future. If he continued to work diligently, what worries could she have about a prosperous life? Xiaohan reflected deeply. Xiaohan, let me prepare breakfast today, Li Chen announced as he entered the kitchen, having awakened. Li Chen, why are you up so early? Go back to sleep for a while. You can't afford to be sleep-deprived, Xiaohan urged. It's fine. I'm young, and staying up all night doesn't bother me. Besides, I haven't even pulled an all-nighter, Li Chen replied with a smile. No, this time you must listen to me. Go back to sleep for another 2 hours. I will wake you at 9:30, Xiaohan insisted resolutely. She felt a pang of compassion for the man, unwilling to see him toil so hard the previous night, and now rise to prepare breakfast for her. Ultimately, Li Chen could not resist Xiaohan's insistence and obediently returned to bed for an additional 2 hours. Upon awakening, he found that Xiaohan had already prepared breakfast and graciously served it at the table. You caught so many fish last night. How do you plan to sell them? Xiaohan inquired with genuine concern. Previously, this would have posed a significant challenge. However, let us not forget that we purchased Chen Shanfu's tricycle just yesterday. We can place the fish in a bucket and load them onto the tricycle to transport them to the town, Li Chen responded. That is indeed a clever solution. But alas, my belly is too large now. Otherwise, I would accompany you. If you tire, I could take turns pedaling, Xiaohan remarked. That simply won't do. Even if you were not pregnant, I cannot allow my wife to undertake such laborious tasks. These burdensome chores should fall upon us men, Li Chen declared, warming Xiaohan's heart. A smile of happiness naturally graced her lips. If this man could consistently remain this way, then all the hardships she had endured prior would be worth it. Xiaohan, your smile is truly enchanting, akin to the blossoms of spring, Li Chen complimented, captivated by the smile adorning her face. Enough with the flattery. Hurry and freshen up for breakfast. You still have fish to sell, Xiaohan responded, her smile widening at his praise. Li Chen delighted in witnessing her joy, reminiscent of the stunning school beauty she once was. After finishing breakfast, Li Chen did not rush to sell the fish. Instead, he took a moment to survey his yard, contemplating a spot to raise hens for green-shelled eggs. His plan was to sell the fish and then seize the opportunity to purchase a batch of hens in town, necessitating prior preparation of the space. Xiaohan, what do you think about setting up a shelter here to raise hens? Chapter 30. A new idea for farming. Upon hearing Li Chen's intention to raise hens, Xiaohan assumed it was for her postpartum needs. In rural areas during this time, many women who were pregnant would typically raise a few hens. Raising hens doesn't require such a large space. We could manage with a smaller area nearby, Xiaohan suggested. No, I feel this space is still a touch too small. However, given our limited funds, we must make do for now, Li Chen replied. This space is still too small. How many hens do you intend to raise? She inquired. The more, the better, Li Chen answered. What on earth do you need so many hens for? I can't possibly consume that many. Xiaohan, the hens I intend to raise are not solely for your postpartum nourishment. I plan to venture into the egg business, Li Chen explained. What? You intend to embark on an egg business? Is there even a profit to be made from that? Upon hearing this, Xiaohan was immediately taken aback. Of course, The chickens I raise are black-boned chickens, known for producing green-shelled eggs. Have you heard of them? According to Aunt Lu, these eggs are highly nutritious and rather expensive due to their scarcity. Indeed, I intend to raise these hens not only to provide nourishment for you and the children, but also to sell for profit. If we raise a substantial number, we could earn a considerable income each month, Li Chen stated confidently. However, Xiaohan expressed her concerns. But where will you find these hens? Aunt Lu mentioned that acquiring them is quite a challenge. Li Chen fully understood her apprehension, as green-shelled hens are indeed rare. There is an exaggerated claim, still verifiable online, that back in 1984, there were only 2 such hens nationwide. It was only through artificial breeding that their numbers gradually increased. Nevertheless, they remain far from widespread, especially in underdeveloped villages like Nanliu village, where encountering such hens is exceedingly rare. Yet, Li Chen was different. He possessed decades of memories from his past life and knew where to procure these hens nearby. He could directly purchase them for large-scale breeding. Xiaohan, leave the matter of the hens to me. You'll see soon enough. He decided to keep it a secret for now. All right, I support your ideas. But just make sure not to spend all the money. The children will be born soon, and we can't afford to run out of funds, Xiaohan cautioned. Rest assured, my choice to invest in breeding is solely to provide a better life for these 2 little ones, Li Chen replied with a smile. I'm glad to hear that. I'll take care of the weeds here with a shovel, and when you return with the hens, we can build a shelter together. Wait. Xiaohan's words sparked a sudden thought in Li Chen's mind. That thought was about orchard chickens. In 2022, many affluent individuals sought purely organic food, particularly chickens, ducks, and geese raised in orchards without any added feed. Why not directly raise the hens in the orchard? This way, it would serve 2 purposes, alleviating concerns about space. What's wrong? Xiaohan noticed Li Chen's sudden silence and grew curious. Xiaohan, we won't be raising the hens here anymore. We will raise them in the orchard. Li Chen recalled that his family owned a sizable orchard, approximately 700 square meters, filled with aged longan trees planted by his parents during their lifetime. If Li Chen had been diligent, he could have harvested a good amount of fruit from these trees each year. Unfortunately, his past irresponsibility had left the orchard neglected. Now, it was finally of use. Raising them in the orchard? But our orchard is quite large. Enclosing it with fencing would require a significant investment in materials. Xiaohan reminded him. There's no need for concern. We can initially enclose a portion and, once we begin to generate profit, we shall expand further. Li Chen made his decision with a sense of contentment. Xiaohan did not object, choosing instead to honor his thoughts. Brother Chen, what are you 2 discussing? Li Huamei, having just finished her breakfast, approached with curiosity upon seeing the 2 engaged in conversation. Huamei, your timing is perfect. I caught a substantial number of fish last night. You can take a few home for your family to enjoy. Upon seeing Li Huamei, Li Chen was reminded of the diverse fish he had caught the previous evening. The Huamei family represented one of the few connections he had left in this world. Although he had 2 aunts, they had married into distant places and, due to Li Chen's earlier reckless reputation, had never visited his home over the years. Thus, the bond between Li Chen and Li Huamei's family was the strongest. With so many delightful offerings at hand, he naturally wished to share with them. Really? Let me see. Li Huamei's curiosity piqued as she gazed at the fish, her expression transforming into one of astonishment. Heavens! Brother Chen, if you continue catching fish like this, you'll likely find yourself prosperous in no time. What are you thinking? There aren't that many fish to catch. That little stream has already been thoroughly fished through by me last night, leaving nothing behind. Li Chen replied with a chuckle. The reason Li Chen sought to develop aquaculture and agriculture was that he understood that collecting medicinal herbs and catching eels were ultimately not sustainable endeavors. Such activities could only serve as a temporary means to earn quick profits. Furthermore, once the villagers realized the profitability of these ventures, they would undoubtedly follow suit, leading to increased competition. There was no need for him to engage further in that fray. If he focused on raising green-shelled hens, the profits would be far greater. All right then, I would like this big-head carp. I adore big-head carp soup, especially since we have tofu at home. Li Huamei, with her straightforward nature, expressed her desires openly, unencumbered by excessive thoughts, especially in her relationship with Li Chen. Huamei, take whatever fish you wish to bring home. Please, do not hesitate. Before Li Chen could respond, Xiaohan warmly interjected. Thank you, sister-in-law. I will not hold back. With that, Li Huamei reached out to seize the big-head carp. Despite being a girl, having grown up in the countryside endowed her with proficient fishing skills. The big-head carp struggled fiercely in her grip, yet to no avail. Huamei, let me get you a bag, and you should take a few more tilapia back as well. Your father and the others will appreciate some snacks with their drinks. Xiaohan, ever considerate and generous, swiftly provided Li Huame with a bag and encouraged her to catch several tilapia. Li Chen glanced at the time, feeling it was time to set off. He then gathered all the crucian carp from the water tank into a bucket, along with the eels, loading everything onto the tricycle. Wait a moment, take this towel with you. It will be useful for wiping off sweat during the journey. As Li Chen settled onto the seat of the tricycle, Xiaohan handed him a towel. Li Chen took the towel and casually draped it over his shoulder, a blissful smile gracing his face as he declared, "All right then. I shall set off now." Chapter 31. Such fine soft-shelled turtles. Do you truly believe that a simpleton like you could purchase them for a mere 200? The speed of the tricycle is intrinsically linked to the effort exerted by the rider. If Li Chen wished to reach the town swiftly, he would have to pedal vigorously. Yet, despite the toil, he was invigorated by the thought of his gentle and caring wife, along with their 2 unborn children. He had every reason to strive earnestly for financial success. If he could sell this load of fish, it would yield a considerable sum. He intended to invest this capital into the breeding of hens for green-shelled eggs, which would usher in a new chapter in his life. At long last, he arrived. The sweltering weather made the tricycle ride quite torturous. After nearly an hour of pedaling, Li Chen finally reached Dong Ji's restaurant, beads of sweat adorning his brow. He retrieved the towel gifted by Xiaohan and wiped the perspiration from his face before stepping inside. "Dong Gu, today I have a plethora of fine goods." He greeted upon seeing Dong Gu. "Really? Have you caught some crucian carp?" Dong Gu inquired with curiosity as he approached. "Indeed, both eels and crucian carp, none missing." Li Chen replied proudly. "All right, let me take a look," Dong Gu said and stepped outside to inspect the tricycle. "Damn, that is quite a haul of large crucian carp. You didn't buy these at the market, did you? Wild ones can't be this big." Dong Gu expressed his skepticism upon seeing the sizable fish. "What you say is quite absurd. Do you think I could deceive your discerning eye about their wild origin? I trust that if you catch one and observe it, you will be convinced." "Of course, let me examine it," Dong Gu replied, and being an experienced fisherman, he quickly caught one to assess it. Indeed, these are truly wild large crucian carp. I never expected to see such a bounty of wild specimens. Absolutely, what I sell to you must be of the finest quality. Li Chen beamed with pride. "Very well then. I will purchase these wild large crucian carp for my cousin. Name your price." Once assured of the fish's wild nature, Dong Gu wasted no time in expressing his intent to buy. "How much can you offer me per pound?" Li Chen chose to let Dong Gu make the first offer. "Here's what I'll do. I'll take both your crucian carp and eels. The eels will be at the old price, but for the crucian carp, I'll give you 2 yuan per pound," Dong Gu proposed after a moment's thought. In this era, 2 yuan for crucian carp was considered the market rate. However, Li Chen was unwilling to settle for such a price. After all, these were pure wild large crucian carp, deserving of a higher valuation. 2 yuan is far too low. "It must be 3 yuan 50, Li Chen asserted firmly. 350. The price of pork seems to be on par with this. Dong Gu appears to be wavering. The nutritional value of wild crucian carp is hardly inferior to that of pork, is it not? Moreover, these are wild and quite large, a rare find indeed." Li Chen explained. "I must say, I did not realize you possess such eloquence." "No, it's not eloquence. I merely speak the truth. If you, Dong Gu, are not inclined to purchase, it matters not. We cannot allow this transaction to affect our collaboration, can we? I can sell you the eels separately. As for the wild crucian carp, I shall devise another plan to sell them elsewhere." Recognizing Dong Ji's fondness for the wild crucian carp, Li Chen decided to employ a bit of provocation. No, do not say that. I simply cannot make a decision at this moment. Please wait while I call my cousin first." Given that crucian carp rarely sells for 350 during this season, Dong Gu was unable to make an immediate decision. He returned to the front desk of his restaurant and placed a call to his cousin. After approximately 2 minutes, he returned. "All right, you are in luck. My cousin said that as long as these truly are wild crucian carp, 350 it is." "Thank you, Dong Gu." Li Chen was undoubtedly elated upon receiving this news. After all, at the price of 350, he had quite a substantial quantity, which would yield a significant profit. However, my cousin did mention that if any fraudulent behavior is detected, he will hold you accountable. So, you must be certain about this. The so-called fraudulent behavior refers to the act of mixing in some farmed fish among the wild ones. This practice is not uncommon among fishmongers, as the price disparity between wild and farmed fish is considerable, which is a primary motivation for such deceit. Rest assured, I can guarantee that each and every wild crucian carp is indeed wild. Should you find even one that is farmed, feel free to seek me out. I reside in Nanliu village, Li Chen assured confidently. Very well, then, let us unload the fish. I will call someone to bring the scales. Certainly. Li Chen cheerfully unloaded the buckets of eels and crucian carp. My goodness, turtles. Are these also wild? After unloading the buckets, Dong Ji's attention was immediately drawn to the two large turtles still in the vehicle. Indeed, they were all caught from the same stream. What is the matter? Does your restaurant also require turtles? While en route, Li Chen had been pondering where to sell this pair of turtles, and Dong Ji's inquiry made him feel there might be a market for them. No, my restaurant does not feature turtle dishes. However, I personally enjoy eating turtle. Dong Gu replied. Then you are indeed fortunate. This pair of turtles appears to be a couple and has likely been around for some time. Not only are they delicious, but they are also quite nourishing. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would not part with them. Li Chen promoted with enthusiasm. Goodness, your words have tempted me. How about 200 for the pair? Dong Gu directly quoted a price, yet Li Chen shook his head repeatedly, relying on his memory. He distinctly recalled that during this period, soft-shelled turtles were far from inexpensive. Particularly in 1993 and 1994, it was a golden era for turtle prices, surpassing even the current rates significantly. During that time, the price of turtles soared to an astonishing 200 yuan per pound. One must consider that the average salary back then was quite modest. Now, in 1998, although the price of turtles had diminished considerably, each of his two turtles weighed at least 3 pounds and were wild-caught. Offering 100 yuan each was an insult, akin to deceiving a child. Noticing Li Chen's refusal, the other party seemed to understand that parting with 200 yuan for these two wild turtles was simply out of the question. After a moment of hesitation, he made another offer. How about this? I'll increase it by 50 yuan. 250 yuan should suffice, right? Chapter 32. Purchasing green-shelled chicken eggs. Li Chen continued to smile derisively at this price. Dong Gu, you are truly being unreasonable. You think 250 yuan can buy such a fine pair of turtles? I might as well keep them for myself. He reiterated his refusal. Then tell me, what price would you be willing to accept? Just give me a number. Dong Gu, initially aiming to trick Li Chen, found that he was not easily deceived. Reluctantly, he had to let Li Chen name his price. Considering the combined weight of the turtles to be at least 6 pounds, he rounded it to an even 6. You know the market price for wild turtles. I won't ask for much. Let us say 60 yuan per pound, which totals 360 yuan. Just give me 350. And we have a deal, Li Chen stated. In truth, even in 2022, the price of turtles was merely a few dozen yuan per pound. However, the market dynamics were such. This was already considered a steep drop. In contrast, during 1993 and 1994, turtles commanded extraordinary prices of 200 yuan per pound. This information is readily available online. All right then, 350 it is. Sai, you are quite the clever one. Tricking you is no easy feat. Acknowledging the market realities, Dong Gu refrained from further haggling, awkwardly smiling before agreeing to the deal. Thank you, Dong Gu. Li Chen replied cheerfully, then casually retrieved the pair of large turtles. Thus, the turtles were sold for 350 yuan, while he also sold eel for 450 yuan and crucian carp for 312 yuan. In total, he amassed 112 yuan. Counting the money in his hands, Li Chen's face radiated joy. How about that? Did I shortchange you? No, not at all. Thank you, Dong Gu. When I have more goods next time, I will come to you. However, Li Chen's words were merely polite. After today, he would not focus excessively on this venture. Once the villagers realized they could earn a decent sum from catching eels and crucian carp, they would undoubtedly join in. There was no need for him to compete with them. It was wiser to shift his focus to aquaculture and agriculture. After exiting the Donga restaurant, he purchased a bottle of Jianlibo from a nearby shop and took several sips to replenish his energy. He then relied on the memories of his past life to embark on the journey to acquire the black-bone chicken. He recalled that near the town of Bobai, in Yaqiao village, there was a place known as the chicken selling pond, where a family by the name of Wang Daozi had recently hatched a batch of black-bone chickens. The reason Li Chen was aware of this was due to a news report he had encountered later. This batch of black-bone chickens had suffered a devastating loss due to a landslide, resulting in a 99 casualty rate. This incident had caused quite a stir in his previous life, with several reporters visiting the scene to interview Wang Daozi. Li Chen's intention to purchase the black-bone chicken was not only to assist Wang Daozi in avoiding this calamity, but also to fulfill his own needs. Truly a win-win situation. However, Li Chen was uncertain of Wang Daozi's exact whereabouts and could only make his way to Yaqiao village. There, he approached a woman who was engaged in weaving and inquired about the directions. Are you looking for our brother Daozi? The woman appeared somewhat surprised upon hearing Li Chen's inquiry. Yes. May I ask if Wang Daozi is your husband, or? No. He is my elder brother. I am his sister-in-law, she explained. Li Chen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this unexpected fortune. Such a smooth encounter was beyond his expectations. Could you please tell me where your elder brother lives? Would you be able to take me to him? Li Chen asked politely. Sure, just wait a couple of minutes while I finish weaving this basket, and then I will take you to him. That sounds great. I can wait, Li Chen replied. Taking advantage of this brief interlude, he returned to his tricycle and organized the empty barrels. He needed to make room for the hens he intended to purchase, ensuring they could be transported back seamlessly. Young man, what business do you have with our brother Daozi? The woman inquired after completing the basket. I wish to buy his black-bone chickens, Li Chen answered. Ah, I see. All right, follow me, she said. Reassured by Li Chen's benign intentions, had he claimed to be there to collect a debt, she would have likely refrained from leading him to Wang Daozi. Li Chen followed her to the entrance of a modest dwelling, where she called out, Daozi, someone is here to buy your black-bone chickens. Coming. Just a moment, responded a rough voice from within. Shortly after, a middle-aged man with bare arms emerged. Sister-in-law, who is here to buy black-bone chickens? Wang Daozi asked. As he had not yet conducted any business since starting his venture in hatching and raising green-shell chickens. In this era, knowledge of such hens was still scarce, and their price surpassed that of ordinary hens, making them a luxury many villagers hesitated to purchase. He even began to regret embarking on this novel endeavor. Yet with no turning back, he had to press on. It is this young man, the woman replied. Young man, this is my elder brother, Wang Daozi. The elder sister introduced. Hello, my name is Li Chen, and I reside in Nanliu village. I wish to purchase a batch of your black-bone chickens. Li Chen stepped forward to introduce himself. Nanliu village, that's quite a distance. It's remarkable that you know I have black-bone chickens, Wang Daozi remarked. Indeed. It is quite rare. I wonder if Mr. Wang's chickens are the legendary green-shelled egg layers? Although Li Chen was already aware of the answer, he intentionally posed the question to further the conversation. Of course, I am not one to engage in deceitful practices. If you purchase from me and any hen lays eggs that are not green-shelled, you may seek compensation from me at any time, Wang Daozi assured, patting his chest confidently. Very well. Where are your chickens? I would like to take a look, Li Chen expressed. No problem. Follow me, Wang Daozi replied, leading Li Chen to his breeding area. It was situated at the foot of a mountain, adjacent to a small hill with loose soil. It was no wonder that, in a previous life, many of his hens had perished due to landslides. The choice of location was questionable. Li Chen planned to remind him after purchasing the chickens. Otherwise, he might face a similar disaster as in the past. Young man, here are my black-bone chickens. Look, they all appear quite lively. I guarantee that you will achieve a high egg production rate. Wang Daozi proudly gestured towards his green-shelled egg-laying hens. Not bad. What price do you intend to sell each one for? There are various pricing methods. It depends on the size of the hen you desire. For the smaller chicks, just weaned, the price is 5 yuan each, while for the adult hens, it is 10 yuan each, Wang Daozi replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chen considered the prices relatively reasonable for the year 1998. Therefore, he had no intention of bargaining. Moreover, he only needed a modest quantity. Bargaining would likely be futile and merely waste his breath. All right, I would like to purchase 50 adult hens. Despite earning over 1,000 yuan that day, he was cautious not to spend it all. After all, these hens would require feed, so he needed to reserve half of his budget. Otherwise, he would find himself without funds to care for them. Very well, I will prepare 50 adult hens for you, Wang Daozi said, then began to bring over a bamboo cage to contain the 50 adult hens. Afterward, he even assisted Li Chen in loading the hens onto his tricycle. Mr. Wang, since you are so agreeable, there is something I would like to bring to your attention, if you are willing to listen. After handing over 500 yuan to him, Li Chen spoke. What is it? Please, go ahead. I am always open to suggestions, Wang Daozi replied jovially. Your poultry farm is situated perilously close to the mountainside, particularly adjacent to that small hill, where the soil is rather loose. In the event of continuous heavy rainfall, there exists a significant risk of landslides, putting your hens in jeopardy. Therefore, I personally recommend relocating your chickens to a safer area, advised Li Chen. Oh my, how did I overlook this issue? Wang Daozi exclaimed, relieved that fortune was on his side, as no heavy rains had yet occurred. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Afterward, he grasped Li Chen's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, Young man, I truly appreciate your advice. I shall call my brother tomorrow to assist in relocating the operation. Not at all. I will continue to purchase hens from you in the future. Just offer me a slight discount when the time comes, Li Chen replied. Certainly. Next time you come. If you buy more than 100, I shall reduce the price by $1 per hen. Wang Daozi agreed with a hearty slap on his chest. All right, you have said it. I shall hold you to it. Li Chen responded joyfully, preparing to depart. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back to ask, by the way, what is a cost-effective feed for these hens? Choose according to your preference. Typically, They consume scraps, bran, or similar feed. If you have any surplus grain, you may also feed it to them, which will result in firmer and more aromatic eggs, Wang Daozi replied. Understood, thank you. I shall take my leave for now and return when needed, Li Chen said, before stepping onto his tricycle. Once laden with 50 hens, the tricycle became quite heavy, requiring Li Chen to exert twice the effort than before. However, despite the exhaustion, he felt it was worthwhile. After all, this was a new beginning since his rebirth. If this venture in poultry farming proved successful, he would be able to earn more money. With wealth, he could utilize the memories from his past life to develop further enterprises. Without financial resources, even a reborn individual could only stand by helplessly. Upon returning to Nanliu village, the hens on Li Chen's tricycle immediately caught the attention of the villagers. Li Chen, what type of chickens are these? Their feathers are pitch black. Aunt Lu inquired curiously. Aunt Lu, these are black-boned chickens, specifically bred for green-shelled eggs, Li Chen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. What? These hens lay green-shelled eggs? That seems implausible. Li Chen, you must not have been deceived, have you? Aunt Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Li Chen, I have heard that green-shelled eggs are exceedingly rare, and the hens that produce them are even scarcer. Where did you acquire so many? It's undoubtedly a hoax. If these were truly hens that lay green-shelled eggs, they would command a high price. Li Chen, how did you manage to procure so much money for these chickens? Many villagers echoed their disbelief, suggesting that Li Chen had been duped, for green-shelled eggs are so precious and rare that, if such a quantity existed, others would have already purchased them, leaving none for him. At this moment, the other villagers eagerly expressed their opinions, and their sentiments were largely unanimous. They believed that Li Chen might have been deceived. In response, Li Chen simply smiled and said, I have not been deceived. These are indeed hens that lay green-shelled eggs. Although their feathers are dark as coal, the eggs they produce are truly green. Once they begin to lay eggs, you may come and see for yourselves. Curiosity piqued, sixth aunt inquired. And how much do these hens cost each? 10 yuan apiece. I purchased 50 in total, Li Chen replied candidly, revealing the truth of the matter. My goodness, that amounts to 500 yuan. How did you suddenly earn so much money? The astonishment was palpable not only on sixth aunt's face, but also among the nearby villagers. If it were anyone else who had spent 500 or 600 yuan on hens for breeding, it would not raise eyebrows. However, Li Chen's family had always been impoverished. He had just repaid 100 yuan to old Lu San. How could he now produce 500 yuan to buy these hens? Indeed, Li Chen, how did you come by such a windfall? Another villager chimed in. We went to the back mountain yesterday to dig for wild dendrobium, but we hardly found any. You didn't happen upon ginseng again, did you? Otherwise, how could you have suddenly acquired wealth? We are all from the same village. If there is a lucrative venture, you mustn't keep it to yourself. That's right. We watched you grow up. You must have something more profitable than wild dendrobium, and you should share it with us at once. Some villagers resorted to emotional appeals to coax Li Chen into revealing the truth. Li Chen, amused internally, recalled that in his previous life, he had ultimately become one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in Asia. Only after some of these very individuals had seized his land and driven him from Nanliu village. Life had compelled him to start anew, leading him to eventual success. Now, seeing them feign concern over his newfound fortune was rather amusing. Nevertheless, Li Chen chose not to hold a grudge against them. The yellow eels and crucian carp in the small stream by the western graveyard had dwindled to nearly nothing, so he saw no harm in sharing his recent endeavors. Thus, he replied directly, I have not been digging for wild dendrobium lately. Over the past few days, I have been catching yellow eels and crucian carp to sell. The funds for these hens came from selling the fish. Li Chen's words ignited excitement among the villagers, for if what he said were true, they could follow suit and catch yellow eels and crucian carp to earn money. Li Chen, with the money you made, you must have caught a substantial quantity of yellow eels and crucian carp. Where did you catch them? Yes, Li Chen. If you know where the yellow eels and crucian carp are plentiful, please do share. We are all from the same village. Let us earn together. We have watched you grow. By kinship, we are akin to your uncles and aunts. Such a boon cannot be hoarded solely by you. Some individuals, insatiable in their greed, compelled Li Chen to reveal the source of his earnings, only to subsequently employ emotional manipulation to extract the locations where he had caught fish. The streams near the western tomb were the sites of his endeavors. Unfazed, Li Chen disclosed this location, as he had already completed his fishing the previous night. The streams by the western tomb? Do you dare venture there, knowing it is said to be haunted? They queried. Li Chen, are you perhaps fearful that we might usurp your means of livelihood, hence fabricating tales of a haunted place for your catch of eels? Indeed, you must not deceive us with falsehoods. Who would dare fish for eels in such a haunted area at night? Yet, Some cast doubt upon Li Chen's words, suspecting him of intentionally concealing the truth, fabricating a story about a ghostly locale. Regardless, I assure you, I fished in the streams by the western tomb, where ample evidence of my catch remains from last night. If you doubt me, you may investigate for yourselves, he retorted, weary of further explanations. With that, he continued pedaling his tricycle back home. Xiaohan, I'm back. Upon arriving home, Li Chen dismounted and secured his tricycle, joyfully announcing his return. Welcome back, responded Xiaohan, emerging to greet him. She was taken aback upon seeing the tricycle laden with dark-feathered hens. Heavens, Li Chen, have you truly brought back so many hens at once? And why do they look so different from those we usually see? Of course, I mentioned before I left, didn't I? These are hens that lay green-shelled eggs. Their coloration is distinctive, Li Chen replied, elated. But you never specified you would purchase so many. Have you exhausted your funds on this? Not at all. I only spent half, and I still have over 600 yuan left. With that, Li Chen produced the remaining money and handed it to Xiaohan. Is there really that much? Does that mean you made over 1,000 yuan in total? Indeed. To be precise, it amounts to 1,112 yuan. If not for limited funds, I would have procured even more for breeding. However, I must reserve half for their sustenance, Li Chen answered proudly. Very well, since you have made your decision to invest, I shall support you. However, being heavily pregnant, I am unable to assist you physically. Xiaohan, a gentle and considerate woman, felt a pang of regret over the expenditure but found solace in Li Chen's resolve to avoid frivolity. Whatever path he chose, she would stand by him. Had it not been for her condition, she would have wished to share in his labor. Silly, this is the duty of a man. You need only to remain as beautiful as a flower, Li Chen quipped, echoing a modern adage of the 21st century. Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback, but soon beamed with happiness. You and your charming words. Come inside and eat something. You've been out for quite some time and likely haven't had a meal. It is quite surprising. After riding the tricycle for such an extended period, I find myself feeling rather hungry. This endeavor is exceedingly laborious. Once we accumulate sufficient funds, we must consider acquiring a fuel-powered vehicle. Li Chen initially contemplated suggesting a four-wheeled vehicle, but considering he had already mentioned purchasing various items too frequently, he feared that Xiaohan might genuinely believe he was boasting. It would be prudent to wait until their financial situation improves before broaching the subject of a four-wheeled vehicle. After satisfying his hunger with 2 bowls of rice, Li Chen set down the hen he had brought home and allowed it to drink some water. In this weather, having traveled such a distance, the hen was undoubtedly parched. Upon seeing the water, it eagerly lowered its head to drink. Li Chen, they must be hungry too. You still need to feed them later, Xiaohan reminded him. I am aware of that. Let them have some water first. Then, I will enclose our orchard and later release them inside to feed them, Li Chen replied. With time pressing, he did not linger. He gathered some tools from home and proceeded to his orchard. Given that he did not possess enough wire mesh for all the hens, he could only temporarily enclose a portion of the area, providing a safe haven for the 50 hens. Nevertheless, this arrangement was not a long-term solution, although the longan trees were lush enough to shield them from some sunlight. Should inclement weather arise, such as heavy rain, the hens would inevitably become drenched and turn into proverbial drowned rats. Thus, he would need to construct some tents between the longan trees to serve as shelters from wind and rain. Taking things step by step, after diligently completing the fence, Li Chen returned to transport the hens to their new abode, releasing them into the enclosure. Perhaps due to their newfound freedom, the hens flapped their wings in joy, and some even began to cluck excitedly. All right, you shall live here contentedly and lay eggs for me, Li Chen chuckled. Speaking to the hens, before long, news of Li Chen's acquisition of 50 hens for breeding purposes spread throughout Nanliu village. Despite it being 1998 and the absence of internet dissemination, the speed of information transfer was not sluggish at all. Once a villager learned of it, the news swiftly circulated throughout the entire village. Upon hearing that Li Chen had ventured into the livestock industry, the villagers were filled with astonishment. Who would have thought that Li Chen has changed so dramatically? Not only has he abandoned his previous habits of indulgence, but he is also now investing in business ventures. Indeed, it is puzzling to consider what experiences he must have undergone to instigate such a profound transformation. It is evident that Li Chen has completely transformed into a different person. However, whether the hens he is raising are indeed green-shelled egg layers remains uncertain, as no one has ever raised such a breed before. Regardless of whether he has been deceived, it undeniably illustrates how distinctly he has diverged from his former self. It is truly remarkable how a person can undergo such a comprehensive change in such a brief span of time. Chapter 35. You promised to be poor together, yet you secretly ventured into investments? Observing the multitude of sentiments expressed towards Li Chen, Li Wu, a fellow impoverished resident of Nanliu village, felt a twinge of discontent. It is worth noting that during the times when Li Chen indulged in revelry, their two families were at the very bottom of the village's socioeconomic ladder. When it came to the impoverished households of Nanliu village, they were indeed companions in misfortune. Now, however, Li Chen had undergone a remarkable transformation, embarking on an investment in poultry farming. Was it not the case that Li Wu was left to languish in poverty alone, while one could find Li Chen thriving? He himself remained stagnant, grappling with despair. Look at Li Chen. He's already purchased 50 hens for breeding, and I heard they are the coveted green-shelled egg layers, he lamented. If this continues, our family will be the only ones left in poverty in all of Nanliu village. What good are you if you remain idle? He muttered, feeling utterly useless. At that moment, Li Wu's wife, Huang Cuihua, approached him, her face etched with reproach. This only deepened Li Wu's discomfort. Can you truly blame me for this? Do you think I do not wish to earn money? Li Wu retorted, rising in defense. Clearly, you are not motivated to earn. Huang Cuihua continued her tirade. If you were, you would strive to change like Li Chen. Please, spare me the comparisons to Li Chen. Whether his poultry venture succeeds or fails remains to be seen. Do you honestly believe that entrepreneurship is so simple? I doubt he can achieve a prosperous life with just a handful of hens, Li Wu replied, his expression one of defiance. I do not care. If you do not find a way to generate income, we will undoubtedly become the sole impoverished family in Nanliu village. Do not be surprised if I return to my parents' home, she declared, turning on her heel in a fit of anger. This left Li Wu feeling helpless. He could only hope that Li Chen's poultry endeavor would falter, allowing him to maintain his position at the bottom. If Li Chen were to succeed, he would be the only one left in destitution. Others shared Li Wu's wish for Li Chen's failure, particularly those who had once bullied him. Yet, unlike Li Wu, they maintained a facade of civility. Li Chen, possessing the memories of his previous life, was acutely aware of those who wished for his success and those who desired his continued downfall. However, he preferred not to dwell on such matters. As long as everyone could coexist peacefully, all would be well. Should they unite against him as they had in his past life, attempting to seize his land and drive him away, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Brother Chen, you truly bought hens for farming? Li Huamei inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she approached him in the orchard where he tended to the chickens. Indeed, 50 in total. Once they begin laying eggs, I will share some with you, Li Chen responded with generosity. In his previous life, it was Li Huamei's family that had treated him with the utmost kindness. Especially Li Huamei's father, who was the first to stand up for himself and defend his dignity when he was expelled from Nanliu village. Although the outcome remained unchanged, Li Chen witnessed everything and etched it into his memory. Therefore, upon returning to life, in addition to transforming himself and ensuring a good life for Xiaohan and their child, he felt compelled to repay the kindness of Li Huamei's family. Wonderful. My mother mentioned that these green-shelled eggs are incredibly nutritious and quite delectable. I must savor their freshness. Li Huamei exclaimed joyfully. You are absolutely right. The nutritional value of these green-shelled eggs surpasses that of ordinary eggs several-fold. However, their price is also considerably higher, he replied. Ah, so expensive. I feel embarrassed to accept them from you, she responded. Not at all. If we let our relationship be affected by such trivial matters, it would be too distant. Once they start laying eggs, I will bring them to you at the first opportunity, he assured her. Thank you, Chenggu. You are too kind to me, Li Huamei said, her happiness radiating like that of a child. Huamei, why are you so cheerful? At that moment, Xiaohan approached, her curiosity piqued. Sister-in-law, you're here. Let me assist you. Considering Xiaohan's prominent pregnancy, Li Huamei swiftly went to her side to offer support. I brought some mosquito coils for you and Chenggu. This orchard has an abundance of mosquitoes, and I just remembered, Xiaohan explained, handing the coils to Li Chen. Wow. I didn't realize sister-in-law was so considerate towards my Chenggu. I'm quite envious, Li Huamei remarked. Had this been 2022, her exclamation might have been one of playful envy. However, in 1998, the term dog food was non-existent, merely referring to food for canines. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I must return to assist my mother. Li Huamei concluded cheerfully as she departed. Li Chen, it seems these hens have taken quite a liking to their new home. Look how happily they are eating, Xiaohan observed, astonished by the hens indulging in their meal. Indeed, I did not anticipate their swift adaptation to the new environment. I was just worrying that they might refuse to eat due to the move, but it appears my concerns were entirely unfounded, Li Chen remarked. Now, Li Chen was devoid of any lingering worries. Once these hens acclimated, they would soon begin laying eggs. At that point, He could officially start leveraging them to generate greater income. Oh, I truly hope they start laying eggs soon. This way, we can ascertain whether they indeed produce green-shelled eggs. Xiaohan expressed her concerns, primarily stemming from the murmurs of the villagers. After all, everyone believed that Li Chen might have been deceived. They had never encountered green-shelled egg hens in decades and were unaware of what such hens looked like. Suddenly, Li Chen had brought back so many, all of which were black. They could hardly believe that these black hens would lay eggs with green shells. Xiaohan, rest assured, these hens will indeed produce green-shelled eggs. I never engage in ventures without certainty, Li Chen said earnestly. All right, since you say so, I shall be at ease. I was merely concerned after hearing villagers suggest you might be deceived. Xiaohan nodded, responding thoughtfully. Suddenly moved, Li Chen approached her, gently placing his hand on her head and brushing his lips against her forehead before retreating. You truly are a little fool, he remarked. Chapter 36. The First Egg. I only wish for you to savor it. Xiaohan stood frozen by Li Chen's gesture, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze, a hint of a blissful smile gracing her lips. How shameless, kissing me in broad daylight while we are outside. You mustn't do that again. Only then did Li Chen realize the implications of his actions. It was 1998. While such innocent displays of affection were commonplace among couples, they still felt somewhat avant-garde and liberated in many rural areas of that time. Li Chen, are you truly planning to raise chickens here? Just as he was about to speak, Li Wu approached from behind, interjecting. Indeed, this orchard was left to me by my parents before they passed. I intend to utilize it to create some value, as a way to honor their spirits. Li Chen deliberately mentioned his deceased parents, for with the memories of his past life, he knew Li Wu to be a petty individual. Both shared the surname Li and traced their ancestry to the same progenitor 5 generations back. Consequently, their families' orchards were adjacent to one another. Li Wu's presence was a mere surveillance mission, ensuring Li Chen had not allowed the hens to roam into his orchard. Should there be any transgression, he would undoubtedly confront Li Chen. After all, in his view, if Li Chen succeeded in raising the hens, it would mean he would be the only impoverished household left in Nanliu village. It was imperative that he not allow Li Chen to rise above the collective struggle. Li Chen was acutely aware of this, which is why he preemptively asserted the legitimacy of his use of the orchard as an inheritance from his parents. Li Chen, I am aware that this orchard belongs to your parents. I merely came to take a look, Li Wu stated. Upon careful examination, Li Wu discovered that Li Chen had not overstepped any boundaries with the hens. Thus, he had no grounds for complaint. He feigned indifference and casually remarked before turning to leave. Xiaohan, this individual harbors ill intentions. Be cautious when you encounter him next, Li Chen gently warned Xiaohan. Is that so? Weren't you two quite close before? You used to enjoy meals and leisure together. Xiaohan expressed her confusion. That was then, this is now. Previously, due to my own shortcomings and failures, he viewed me as a kindred spirit, someone he could rely upon as a stepping stone. However, I have changed now, and our family will continue to thrive. Naturally, he will become envious and jealous, Li Chen explained. All right, we have no reason to provoke him further. We simply need to focus on our own progress. Yes, let us concentrate on ourselves. There are many mosquitoes here. You should return to rest. Once I have tended to these hens, I will follow suit. It's all right. I wish to witness your diligent efforts. Only by seeing you work hard will my heart feel increasingly at ease, Xiaohan expressed. Li Chen understood that this was due to his previous misdeeds. Despite the significant changes he had made in the past few days, some shadows from Xiaohan's past still lingered. Hence, she wished to see him laboring with her own eyes, and he could empathize with her feelings. Very well, take care not to be bitten by mosquitoes. I will fetch some discarded straw. I estimate these hens will start laying eggs in a few days. We need to provide some straw so they can find a place to nest, Li Chen remarked, before turning back to search for straw. However, due to his prior negligence, he had not cultivated rice, resulting in a scarcity of straw. Ultimately, he had to borrow some from Li Huamei's family. Upon learning of Li Chen's need, Li Huamei's father, Li Chuntian, generously allowed him to take as much as he required from the storage room. Li Chen was deeply touched and promised to bring them some of the first batch of green-shelled eggs for a taste. Xiaochen, we are all family. There is no need for such formality. Your parents departed early, and I am your uncle. If I do not care for you, who else will? Should you ever need anything, just come to me, Li Chuntian said. He and Li Chen's father were brothers, and for many years, he had encouraged Li Chen to change his ways. Unfortunately, Li Chen had been beyond help, leading to Li Chuntian's eventual despair and cessation of his attempts at persuasion. Now that he saw Li Chen truly transforming for the better, his heart swelled with joy. Thank you, uncle. I was at fault before and disappointed you all. I assure you that I will not let your expectations down in the future, Li Chen vowed, patting his chest. As long as you recognize the need for change. I believe in your capabilities. With hard work, your life with Xiaohan will surely improve, Li Chuntian said with a look of contentment. Li Chen expressed his gratitude once more, then loaded the dried straw onto the tricycle and headed towards his orchard. Li Chen, come quickly. It seems one of the black hens has already laid an egg. Yi Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him return. What? A hen has already laid an egg? Let me see, Li Chen responded, equally astonished. He immediately parked the tricycle aside and walked over. Look, it was that hen that laid it. I just saw her do it, Yi Xiaohan pointed out. The egg is right there, but it is rather small. Following her direction, Li Chen looked over, and indeed, a hen had laid an egg. He quickly opened a gap in the surrounding wire netting and stepped inside. Xiaohan, it appears that a chicken has indeed laid an egg, and it is a green-shelled one. Li Chen picked up this green egg and approached Yi Xiaohan. It truly is a green-shelled egg, but why is it so small? Xiaohan, you might not be aware that each hen's first egg is relatively small. This is the most nutritious and valuable. In many places, the price of first eggs tends to be quite high. Li Chen's understanding of this is attributed to his memories from several decades of rebirth. Oh, I see. Then let us savor it well tonight, Yi Xiaohan said with a radiant smile. Certainly. It's a pity that only one hen is laying eggs at the moment. Otherwise, we could have shared some with Huamei. The straw we used this time came from their family. Perhaps we should wait to eat it tonight, saving it until more hens have laid their eggs before gifting some to Huamei's family. Yi Xiaohan's warmth and thoughtfulness deeply moved Li Chen. However, he believed that the fact that one hen is already laying eggs indicates that these adult hens have reached the age of laying. Subsequently, more hens will continue to lay eggs in due course. When there are more green eggs, we can certainly take some to their family for tasting. Xiaohan, I am truly delighted that you think this way. However, I wish to reserve the very first green-shelled egg solely for your enjoyment. Chapter 37. The envy of the Li Wu family upon hearing Li Chen say that the first green-shelled egg was meant for her. Yi Xiaohan felt a warm surge of affection within her. A blissful smile graced her lips once again as she replied, Very well, I will heed your wish. However, we must not forget how good Huamei has been to us. Rest assured, I shall always remember those who have shown kindness to our family. As for those who have wronged us, as long as they behave themselves, all will be well, but should they dare to harbor any ill intentions, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Oh, you, stop thinking about fighting again. You have no idea how worried I was every time you got into a brawl. Indeed, the former Li Chen often mingled with unruly companions, frequently embroiled in conflicts. Each time, Yi Xiaohan was filled with deep concern. Now that Li Chen has finally changed for the better, she hopes he will not fall into conflict again. All right, do not worry. I will not engage in fights without reason. This is a society governed by law, Li Chen assured her. Yi Xiaohan nodded, expressing her trust in him. After a brief conversation, Li Chen returned to his farming duties. When dinner time arrived, he and Yi Xiaohan laughed and chatted as they made their way back to prepare the evening meal. Yi Xiaohan intended to come and help with gathering firewood, but Li Chen insisted she should not work. He guided her to a stool, allowing her to sit and rest. Observing Li Chen diligently preparing dinner for her, Yi Xiaohan reaffirmed her belief that this man before her had truly transformed. She felt a sense of security. Once again, a smile of happiness graced her lips. Xiaohan, what has brought you to smile so? As Li Chen turned around, he noticed a smile gracing Yi Xiaohan's lips, prompting his curiosity to inquire. It's nothing. I merely thought of something delightful, Yi Xiaohan casually responded, having regained her composure. You should often think of happy things, Li Chen suggested. Why? She asked. Because your smile is truly enchanting, reminiscent of blossoms in spring. With a chuckle, Yi Xiaohan retorted, You, my friend, are growing increasingly sweet-tongued. Her laughter nearly erupted at his words, which only served to elevate Li Chen's spirits further. The sight of her laughter was his utmost delight. It alleviated his lingering guilt, albeit slightly. Now, focus on cooking, he urged. The dish is on the verge of being burnt. Upon hearing this, Li Chen caught a whiff of the unmistakable scent of charred food. Fortunately, he was sautéing greens, so the mishap was not catastrophic. He could simply prepare another batch. Otherwise, if it were the green-shelled eggs, it would have been a regrettable waste. To avoid disrupting Li Chen as he diligently prepared dinner, Yi Xiaohan chose to retreat to her room and tidy up a bit. Before long, the delightful aroma of green-shelled eggs wafted through both the interior and exterior of the kitchen. The fragrance of fish head soup began to permeate the air, prompting nearby villagers to express their astonishment once again. Ever since Li Chen transformed, his home has been filled with delightful scents daily, they remarked. Indeed, They previously could scarcely afford meat once a month, yet now the aroma of meat is a daily occurrence. I just heard from Aunt Lu that the hens Li Chen brought back are laying eggs, and they truly are green-shelled eggs. If this is indeed true, their lives will only improve. Yes, in the past, when we spoke of the poorest families in Nanliu village, Li Wu and Li Chen's family always came to mind. It seems Li Chen will soon shed this label of poverty. Unbeknownst to them, these remarks were overheard by Li Wu's wife, Huang Zuohua, who felt a surge of displeasure. Unable to confront the villagers directly, she returned home to vent her frustrations on her husband, Li Wu. Honey, you're back. Look at the tofu I made for dinner. It's bound to satisfy your palate. Tofu again. Why don't you just sleep with it? Why not spend your life with tofu? Huang Zuohua seethed at the sight of the inexpensive tofu, her anger boiling over. Zuohua, what troubles you? You used to say tofu was your favorite. That was before. How can you even bring up the past? Back then, Li Chen was just as impoverished as you. He couldn't afford meat either. But now, their home is filled with the savory scent of meat, while we're left with this tofu and scallions. At last, Huang Zuohua expressed the source of her ire. It's always about Li Chen. Must you mention him? Li Wu, too, felt a twinge of irritation at the mention of Li Chen. What's the matter? Why is it acceptable for you to be cowardly while I cannot even mention it? Do I even need to bring it up? Just step outside and listen. The entire village is singing praises for Li Chen, celebrating the fragrant meat wafting from his home, while you, Li Wu, remain a pauper. Li Wu's anger flared, and Huang Zuohua raised her voice even further. What can I do about it? We agreed to share our hardships, yet he suddenly changed. Can you blame me for this? Li Wu, unwilling to back down, quickly engaged in a heated argument with Huang Zuohua. I don't care. If you are the last poor soul in Nanliu village, I will return to my mother's home, and you can live happily with your tofu. I refuse to partake in this any longer. With that, Huang Zuohua stormed off to her room and slammed the door. Li Wu's frustration intensified. To him, Li Chen's newfound success was the root of his misery. He began to harbor resentment towards Li Chen. To avoid becoming the sole impoverished family in Nanliu village, he silently plotted to sabotage Li Chen's farming endeavors. If Li Chen continued to thrive, it wouldn't be long before he amassed wealth. Even if his wife didn't flee back to her family, Li Wu would still feel discontent. After all, in his eyes, they had once been equals. What gave Li Chen the right to suddenly prosper? Meanwhile, after dinner, Li Chen did not ask Xiaohan for help with the cleanup. Instead, he instructed her to sit and rest while he took the dishes outside to wash and then returned them to the kitchen. Li Chen, come here. Xiaohan beckoned as she gestured for him to sit beside her. What's wrong, Xiaohan? Are you feeling unwell? He leaned closer, resting his ear against her belly. I'm fine. The little ones are quite well behaved inside. I wanted to discuss something with you, Xiaohan replied. All right, what is it? Next month, the 15th, is my mother's birthday. I plan to visit home. I know you might feel hesitant to return, so I want to insist on you accompanying me. I can manage on my own, but I wish to buy her some birthday gifts. Since marrying Li Chen, Xiaohan hadn't returned to her family home. Initially, her family opposed her marriage to Li Chen, and in the ensuing years, he had indeed failed to fulfill the responsibilities of a husband. She felt too embarrassed to visit and feared facing her parents and relatives. Just this morning, she remembered that her mother's birthday was approaching. Now that Li Chen had turned over a new leaf, she wanted to return and share his progress with her mother. Understanding that Li Chen had also been reluctant to face her parents, she compassionately refrained from insisting he accompany her. Li Chen sensed Xiaohan's feelings, which deepened his sense of guilt and regret. Xiaohan, don't say anything more. On the 15th, I will go back with you. Over the years, it has been my fault that you have faced embarrassment in front of your parents and relatives. I assure you, on the 15th, I will return with you in grand style to celebrate your mother's birthday, Li Chen declared earnestly. Deep within, Li Chen vowed to earn a substantial sum of money in the next 20 days, so he could buy a car and drive alongside Xiaohan back to her family home. He was determined to reclaim the dignity and respect he had lost. He wanted the Yi family to understand how profoundly correct Xiaohan's decision to marry him had been. Really? You are willing to return with me? Aren't you afraid of what my parents and my brother and sister-in-law might say? Not at all. You were unafraid when you insisted on marrying me despite their objections. So why should I fear returning with you? Besides, they won't eat me, will they? Uft. You truly have a knack for humor. My parents are not zombies. Why would they want to eat you? Xiaohan chuckled at Li Chen's playful words. Thus, they happily decided that on the 15th of next month, they would return to her family home together. Yes, I am delighted that you will accompany me. But it seems that those two little ones are also ready to arrive soon, Xiaohan said, lovingly caressing her belly. Ah, you reminded me. It seems we are nearing the due date. I must earn money quickly, or else we won't have enough to buy milk for them. Li Chen replied with excitement. Milk powder? Why buy milk powder? During 1998, the concept of milk powder was still foreign to most rural areas. In places like Nanliu village, if a new mother struggled with insufficient milk, she would typically seek assistance from a pregnant woman in the village or from a neighboring village. Thus, when she heard Li Chen mention milk powder, Xiaohan expressed her surprise. Milk powder is used to prevent or supplement when a mother lacks milk, Li Chen explained. Oh, then I need not worry. Surely, I will have enough milk, Xiaohan said, only to realize the implications of her words, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, rivaling that of aged red wine. Li Chen glanced at her neck and below, and indeed, it was quite noticeable. Rogue, don't look. Quickly go take your shower. Xiaohan admonished, having caught on to his gaze, promptly turning away. All right, I want to look. After all, I've seen it before. I'm off to shower, Li Chen said with a mischievous grin as he stood to bathe. Xiaohan's face deepened in color, yet a smile of happiness crept onto her lips. After Li Chen finished his shower, he noticed Xiaohan preparing to wash his clothes. He hurried over to assist her, gently urging her to sit down. Xiaohan, with your belly so large now, it is only right that I take care of the laundry. It's fine. I used to wash them before, didn't I? No. What was true in the past does not apply now. You cannot undertake such tasks with your condition. My parents passed away early, and I was unable to bestow upon you the love of in-laws. As your husband, it is my duty to provide you with double the affection. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan felt a warm current surge through her heart, reaffirming that her initial choice was indeed the right one. At least in this moment, the words of this man made her feel that everything was worth it, that life itself was worth it. You, suddenly becoming so wonderful. It feels as though I am in a dream, Xiaohan expressed, touched. Xiaohan, it is not that I have become so much better. It is merely that I was a scoundrel before, and in comparison, you feel this way. But do not rush. In time, you will grow accustomed to it. Li Chen replied. Yes, thank you for helping me regain my faith in a beautiful life, she said. Fool, why express gratitude to your own husband? Go rest. I will wash the clothes myself shortly. After speaking, Li Chen gently kissed her forehead before turning to wash his own clothes. Unfortunately, funds were still limited. Otherwise, Li Chen would have purchased a washing machine, which would not only spare him the toil, but also make him the first resident of Nanliu village to own one. That evening, Li Chen decided against catching eels and crucian carp, as the stream was nearly depleted. Moreover, upon hearing of his recent success in selling eels and crucian carp, the villagers would surely swarm the area that night. Thus, there was no need for him to wade through that murky water again. As long as he safeguarded the hens laying those green-shelled eggs, profitable days lay ahead. Xiaohan, you should sleep. I will check on the hens in the orchard, Li Chen said, feeling a twinge of concern. After instructing Xiaohan to rest, he took a flashlight and headed to his orchard. Coincidentally, upon approaching his orchard, he noticed someone lurking with a flashlight, seemingly up to no good. Without hesitation, he called out loudly. Li Wu, upon hearing Li Chen's voice, felt a surge of alarm. However, reassured that he had done nothing wrong, and with his own orchard nearby, he quickly regained his composure. Li Chen, why are you shouting? This place has more than just your orchard. Am I not allowed to check on my own? Li Wu retorted with an air of disdain. Li Chen, not one to be easily fooled, thought to himself that it was unusual for Li Wu to be in the area at night. Especially since he had just placed the hens there. It seemed too coincidental. Surely, he must harbor ulterior motives. Chapter 39, Braised Rabbit Head. A heavenly delicacy bestowed upon us, Li Chen recognized that Li Wu was likely contemplating his sudden transformation. I did not say you could not. I merely thought someone might be attempting to steal my hens, which is why I called out. Li Chen responded candidly. What do you mean by that? Do you think of me as a thief? I never said such a thing. That was entirely your own conjecture, Li Chen retorted. You, Li Wu, should not assume that your improved circumstances grant you the right to act arrogantly. One day, you shall come to understand my true capabilities. And your hens had better not wander into my orchard, for I shall not hesitate to dispatch any that I encounter. With that, Li Wu departed, leaving a lingering threat in his wake. Li Chen, however, regarded him with disdain. If Li Wu was merely engaging in verbal sparring, it was inconsequential. But should he choose to target Li Chen persistently, there would be no need for civility. After all, they were not of the same ilk, nor did they share a name that implied gentleness. Carrying a flashlight, Li Chen approached the center of the enclosure where he kept his hens, examining them closely to ensure they were all safe and sound. Satisfied, he turned to leave. Just as he was about to return, he noticed movement in a nearby thicket of weeds. Curiosity piqued, he approached to investigate, only to have a creature suddenly leap from the underbrush and scurry away. By heavens, it's a wild hare, Li Chen exclaimed, immediately giving chase. In rural areas during this season, wild hares were a rare and delectable treat, especially when prepared as braised hare head, a true culinary delight. Li Chen could not afford to miss such an opportunity. However, this particular hare was no easy prey. Despite his efforts, he found himself falling behind. To prevent its escape, Li Chen resorted to a gamble. He halted, quickly picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, and prepared to use his years of experience in bird hunting to stun the hare. Of course, this method carried its own risks. Should he miss, the hare would surely make its escape. Hence, it was aptly named a gamble. With unwavering focus, Li Chen aimed at the direction the hare had fled and hurled the stone with all his might. With a resounding thud, it struck the hare squarely on the head, rendering it unconscious. Knowing that wild hares, unlike domesticated ones, would regain consciousness swiftly and flee, he rushed over to secure it. Fortunately, the hare remained unresponsive as he approached. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up the stone once more and delivered another blow to the hare's head. Even if it had not succumbed entirely, it would certainly remain dazed for a considerable time. What a splendid catch! This would surely delight Xiaohan. With the hare in hand, Li Chen joyfully declared his triumph and headed home. Noticing the lights still aglow in his room, he surmised that Xiaohan had yet to retire for the night. "Xiaohan, come out and see what splendid treasure I have caught," he called as he opened the door, proudly lifting the wild hare aloft. "A hare? Indeed. I stumbled upon it while checking on the hens. I truly did not expect to see wild rabbits frolicking in the orchard during this season. It is as if the heavens have bestowed upon us a delightful treat. You are indeed impressive. I have heard that wild rabbits are incredibly swift, making it quite a challenge to catch one." Xiaohan could not help but give a thumbs up. "Indeed, they are remarkably fast. Fortunately, I picked up a stone and threw it directly. It struck the rabbit perfectly. Had I missed, we would have lost the chance to savor such a delicacy." Li Chen replied with a smile. "How fortunate we are. Tomorrow we shall feast on rabbit meat." Xiaohan beamed with joy. "Yes, just wait. I shall find something to keep it safe. I suspect it is not dead yet, merely unconscious. It will awaken within a couple of hours. However, this is for the best. If it were to die, we would have trouble managing it tonight," Li Chen remarked, placing the rabbit into the cage that had previously housed the wild giant turtle. His hands, stained with the rabbit's blood, carried a strong odor. He then went to rinse off in the shower. In this weather, it matters little for a man like him to take a cold shower. It is simple and convenient. Besides, in a home without air conditioning, a cold shower makes it easier to fall asleep. "Li Chen, did you check on the hens? Is everything well with them?" Xiaohan inquired with concern. "All is well, but I did notice Li Wu was there tonight." Li Chen responded. "What is Li Wu doing there? That is quite unusual." "Indeed. Therefore, I suspect he may have ulterior motives. However, we need not worry about him. He is merely a bully who preys on the weak. If he dares to lay a hand on our hens, I shall not let him off easily. Let us hope he does not act recklessly. You are just beginning to invest in raising hens. Encountering trouble would not be ideal. No worries, I do not fear complications. As long as it ensures a good life for our two little ones in the future, I am willing to shoulder any burden." With that, Li Chen leaned closer, placing his ear against Xiaohan's belly to listen intently. Xiaohan could not help but laugh joyfully once more, saying, "You rogue, can you truly hear them speaking? Why not? Have you not heard of the bond between father and child? Then tell me, what do they say?" "They say that now their father has improved, and they are very happy. They are waiting for the right moment to meet their parents." "Uft, you certainly have a vivid imagination. If they could truly speak, they would be celestial beings." Xiaohan chuckled at Li Chen's words. Seeing her so delighted brought him joy as well. "All right, I shall ignore you now. I am going to sleep. You have been staying up late catching eels these past 2 days, so make sure to rest early tonight." Finally, Xiaohan gently said. Returning to her bed, Li Chen followed suit, lying down beside her and softly embracing her. "You rascal, what are you up to?" "I am up to nothing. It has simply been a while since I held you, so I felt the sudden urge to embrace you. Now that I have, it is time for sleep," Li Chen gently replied. At this moment, the atmosphere was perfectly set. It was a pity that Xiaohan was heavily pregnant. Otherwise, typically, a couple would surely engage in a passionate encounter. Considering Xiaohan's condition, Li Chen merely embraced her lightly before withdrawing. Xiaohan wished to say something, yet seemed at a loss for words, only managing to reveal a blissful smile at the corners of her lips. Li Chen did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he pondered ways to earn additional money before the first of the month. This was not solely to visit Xiaohan's family, but also to ensure a nurturing environment for their 2 unborn children. An idea struck him. The fact that he encountered wild rabbits in the orchard tonight indicated that there must be plenty more in the hills behind. Why not procure some tools and capture a few rabbits to sell for profit? Chapter 40. Contemplating further money-making schemes, Li Chen was exceedingly familiar with Nanliu village, having lived and grown up there. Ordinarily, wild rabbits would not be found in one's own orchard. The appearance of rabbits tonight suggested that many more lurked nearby. Furthermore, wild rabbits fetched a handsome price. By capturing and selling a few, he could quickly amass some extra funds. Coupled with the income from green-shelled eggs, he could enhance his assets considerably before the 15th. Without delay, the following morning, after breakfast, Li Chen first tended to the hens before planning to ride his tricycle to the town to purchase tools for capturing rabbits. Xiaohan, I'm heading to town to buy some tools for rabbit catching and to get some brand for the hens. He had already discussed his plan with Xiaohan over breakfast. She wholeheartedly supported his idea, offering gentle reminders to be cautious on the road. With the memories of a reborn individual, Li Chen knew precisely where to find tools specifically designed for capturing wild rabbits in town. Thus, he drove directly to that location. Boss, do you have tools for catching rabbits? I'll take 10, he declared as he stepped down from his tricycle. Yes, indeed. 10 will cost you 100 yuan. The proprietor, a middle-aged man with thinning hair yet a robust demeanor, responded. Is it really that expensive? Could you possibly lower the price? Li Chen, mindful of his expenditures, sought a better deal. You're the first customer today. I can reduce it by 1 yuan each, the man offered. 1 yuan makes little difference. How about this? Reduce it by 2 yuan, and I'll take 15. What do you think? This was Li Chen's bargaining strategy. In truth, he intended to buy 15 all along, initially stating 10 to create room for negotiation. All right, if you truly wish to purchase 15, I can offer them to you at 8 yuan each, making a total of 120 yuan. In an unexpected turn of events, the other party readily acquiesced to Li Chen's proposed price, filling him with a sense of quiet satisfaction. Thank you, esteemed sir. I wish you prosperous business and abundant wealth in the future. You certainly have a way with words, young man. However, you must first pay before I hand over the cages. No problem. Here are 120 yuan. Please count it carefully. With that, Li Chen presented the 120 yuan to the other party. After meticulously counting the money and confirming its accuracy, the man pocketed it and proceeded to load 15 hair cages onto Li Chen's tricycle. Young man, should you catch any rabbits, feel free to bring them here for sale. I buy wild hares in large quantities and offer competitive prices. Just as Li Chen was preparing to depart, the man suddenly interjected. Is that so? Li Chen's face brightened with delight. As he walked, he contemplated where he might sell any captured hares for a higher price. The man's words had effectively resolved that dilemma for him. Indeed, I purchase wild hares at rates several yuan above market price per kilogram. No matter how many you have, I will take them all, and I assure you, the price will be fair, the man proclaimed with a reassuring thump on his chest. As a reincarnated individual, Li Chen understood that such delicacies were highly sought after by affluent individuals. He surmised that this middle-aged man likely resold the hares to restaurants in the county or city that specialized in wild game, pocketing a considerable profit in the process. However, Li Chen saw no reason to bypass this opportunity. His current mode of transportation was inconvenient, and even if it were not, he was unfamiliar with the routes to the county and city. Thus, selling directly to this man would allow him to accumulate some funds in the short term. Very well then, I shall bring my hares to sell to you, Li Chen replied happily. No problem. My name is Sheng Gu, but they call me Iron Cage Sheng. If you have trouble finding me later, just ask anyone nearby, the man said. Li Chen nodded, committing the name to memory before taking a step back to mount his tricycle once more. After acquiring the equipment for catching hares, he also needed to buy a couple of bags of wheat bran. After all, the hens he purchased would require sustenance. Relying solely on his family's rice would not suffice, especially since rice was a staple for many farmers during this period. Fortunately, wheat bran was relatively inexpensive, and 2 bags would not cost him much. Li Chen estimated that the hens would begin laying eggs soon, and aside from sharing some with Li Hua Mei's family for tasting, he would save the rest until he had a sufficient quantity to find a market. Selling radios. As he passed through People's Road, a call suddenly made Li Chen halt. It was 1998, indeed the era when radios were in vogue. With Xiaohan at home every day, devoid of a television or other forms of entertainment, Li Chen resolved to buy her a radio. In this manner, she could indulge in music and news whenever boredom struck. As her due date approached, the expectant mother found herself in greater need of a cheerful disposition. Thus, despite his dwindling finances, Li Chen was willing to invest a little more to acquire a radio for her. He was confident that he could catch a batch of wild rabbits that very night, enabling him to replenish his funds by the following day. Consequently, he parked his vehicle and made his way inside. Young man, are you interested in purchasing a radio? The proprietor, an elderly woman, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Li Chen picked up a radio, a small Angel stereo model. which was relatively popular during this period due to its affordability and decent quality. How much for this one? He inquired, looking up at her. I can sell it to you for 170 yuan, she replied. 170 is rather steep. Could you lower the price a bit? If you do, I'll buy it. In a past life, as one of Asia's wealthiest entrepreneurs, Li Chen would never have entertained the notion of bargaining. However, in this era, his finances were indeed constrained, compelling him to be frugal with every expenditure. Moreover, the nature of trade during this period differed from that of 2022. It was widely understood that most customers would negotiate prices, prompting vendors to initially quote higher figures. To hesitate in bargaining would render one a fool. Very well. If you are genuinely interested, I will let it go for 160 yuan. I'll pack it up for you, she said, eager to finalize the sale. Wait a moment. The merchant was quite shrewd, attempting to wrap up the deal prematurely at the price of 160 yuan. However, Li Chen halted her. Seeing your earnestness, I shall offer you an even better deal, 150 yuan. Surely, that satisfies you? Before Li Chen could utter another word, she proactively lowered the price once more. I still think 150 is a bit high. I can offer you 130 yuan at most. If you agree, I'll pay you right now. If not, I shall look elsewhere. Upon finishing his statement, he pretended to turn away. All right, 130 it is. Consider it my misfortune today. I'll sell it to you at a loss this time. Li Chen merely smiled. He was not naive enough to believe that the shopkeeper would truly incur a loss by selling to him. At 130 yuan, she would still make at least 30 yuan in profit. Had he been too bashful to negotiate at the initial price of 170 yuan, he would have unwittingly overpaid by 40 yuan, a sum that, in 1998, could purchase a considerable quantity of pork. After Li Chen transferred the money to the other party, he tested the radio to confirm it was functioning properly, and then he returned home with a sense of joy. Xiaohan, come out quickly and see what I bought for you. Upon arriving home, Li Chen immediately called for Yi Xiaohan. What have you bought this time? Yi Xiaohan inquired with curiosity. A radio. Now you won't feel so bored. You can turn it on during your free time to listen to the news and music. With that, Li Chen presented the radio before her. Upon seeing the brand new radio, Yi Xiaohan felt a mix of happiness and a hint of discomfort. Li Chen, I'm really glad you bought me a radio. However, with expenses rising everywhere, is it wise to purchase such electronic products? I will continue to earn money, so you need not worry. Besides, after you married me, I sold the television. You haven't had any electronic products to use daily, and it weighs on my conscience. Li Chen replied earnestly. In truth, whether or not they had a television or other electronic devices did not bother Yi Xiaohan. As long as things were not as difficult as before, she believed that with determination, their lives would improve over time. Her kindness and thoughtfulness deeply moved Li Chen once more. Such a good girl is rare, especially in the year 2022 of his previous life, where it seemed nearly impossible to find someone so exceptional. Without a car or a house, these girls wouldn't quarrel or demand a breakup, even if one's ancestral grave were to emit smoke. This was one of the reasons why Li Chen always felt a profound regret when he reminisced about Yi Xiaohan's untimely death. Her beauty, kindness, and thoughtfulness were so precious in this world, yet the former scoundrel had been the one to ruin her. What's wrong? Why are you silent? Yi Xiaohan noticed Li Chen's quietness and thought he might have misunderstood her intentions. I didn't mean to blame you. I know you're worried about me feeling bored, which is why you bought me the radio. However, Li Chen interrupted her. Silly girl, I understand your intentions. Don't worry. I will earn this money back tonight. Look, I bought 15 cages to catch wild rabbits, and I've arranged with the seller to sell the captured rabbits at a good price. With a sense of pride, Li Chen showcased the cages he had purchased. I trust you. I believe you will provide a good life for me and our future children. Yi Xiaohan nodded gently, expressing her faith in his abilities. As long as you believe in me, that's enough. Now, let us go inside and try out the radio. The two then found a spot indoors and plugged in the radio. Instantly, music filled the air. It was a song titled The Girl Across the Street, Look Over Here, which was immensely popular at the time and could be heard in many music stores across the streets. Li Chen nearly couldn't help but hum along. Fortunately, upon witnessing Yi Xiaohan's expression of astonishment, he ceased his actions. Li Chen, this song is truly delightful. Indeed, from now on, you can listen to music whenever you please. However, this is merely a temporary arrangement. Once we have accumulated more wealth, we shall purchase a television. When these two little ones arrive, they will surely be captivated by the animated series. As Li Chen spoke, he could already envision the delightful chaos and joy that would accompany the arrival of the two children. Yi Xiaohan shared in this sentiment, filled with anticipation for the future as Li Chen's sincerity transformed their lives. Soon enough, The news of Li Chen's acquisition of a radio spread throughout the village. In this era of rural life, the speed of information dissemination was astonishing. Once one woman learned of it, soon the entire village of women would be informed. And once the women knew, it would not be long before the news reached every man, woman, and child in the village. No one expected Li Chen to progress so swiftly. Just yesterday, he had purchased 50 hens for breeding, and now he had acquired a radio. I suspect that in due time, his household will add even more electronic devices. After all, ever since Li Chen underwent his transformation, he has been experiencing a remarkable surge of good fortune. Indeed, his luck is truly extraordinary. Take for instance the wild dendrobium orchids. We went to forage but found hardly any, and the price was minimal. As for the catching of eels and crucian carp, we attempted that last night as well, but our efforts yielded little. The villagers gathered in small groups, reflecting on Li Chen's recent changes. Friends, I believe it is not merely luck that favors Li Chen. Rather, he is intentionally withholding his secrets to wealth from us. Just then, Li Wu approached and interjected, "No way. Li Chen wouldn't deceive us, would he?" Indeed, the current Li Chen has transformed. He is no longer the same person who spun tales so freely. I agree that Li Chen is not deceiving us. Rather, we were simply late to the party, which is why we have not achieved the same financial success as he has. Li Wu sought to instill jealousy among the other villagers regarding Li Chen's newfound wealth, yet some villagers remained rational, which only fueled his discontent. He was not one to concede defeat easily, and with a face full of envy, he continued to disparage, "You are all too naive. How could someone so aimless suddenly change so thoroughly? If he were willing to share his secrets to wealth, why didn't he inform us the moment he thought of it, allowing us to prosper together?" Chapter 42. A sour lemon. Li Wu had completely transformed into a figure of envy, his words dripping with bitterness. Before the villagers could respond, he continued, "Who knows what means he employed to acquire that money? Perhaps he claims it comes from foraging dendrobium orchids and catching eels merely to throw us off the scent. So, do not place too much trust in him." "Li Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? My brother Chen is not that kind of person." At that moment, Li Huame happened to pass by, overhearing his slander against Li Chen, and could not help but utter a sharp rebuke from behind. "Li Huame, how can you claim to know Li Chen's true character? You are not a parasite residing in his belly. Besides, everyone in Nanliu village is well aware of your relationship with him, which undoubtedly influences your words in his defense." Upon hearing someone speak loudly from behind, Li Wu initially felt startled, but upon recognizing it was Li Huame, he quickly regained his composure. "I see you are merely envious of my brother Chen's recent financial success, which has led you to spread malicious gossip about him. The money he has earned comes from selling dendrobium and eels, and I am fully aware of this. If you doubt my words, feel free to confront him. He has records of his transactions." Li Huame continued to ardently defend Li Chen. "Humph, I cannot be bothered to engage with you. He is your cousin, and your close relationship guarantees your bias." Ultimately, realizing he was at a disadvantage, Li Wu refrained from continuing the argument and hurriedly departed. Li Huame felt a sense of injustice for her brother Chen. She arrived at Li Chen's home and walked inside. "Brother Chen, that Li Wu is truly envious. Now that he sees you prospering, he spreads slander about you." "That's enough, Huame. I am aware of it. You need not let such a person provoke you. Let him say whatever he wishes, as long as we conduct ourselves with integrity. We need not fear the opinions of others," Li Chen reassured her. "But I truly cannot stand his envious demeanor. You have no idea. I almost wanted to slap him. Such behavior is wrong. Moreover, you are a lady and should learn to be gentle." "But brother Chen, aren't you the least bit upset? You worked hard to cultivate a good reputation among the villagers, yet he is out there tarnishing it." Li Huame was bewildered by Li Chen's calmness. What good does anger do? Can we silence his tongue? Our lives are improving, and it is only natural for some to feel jealousy. This is a normal phenomenon. As long as we remain true to ourselves, that is what matters, Li Chen stated, possessing the memories of a reborn individual, allowing him to view matters with a certain detachment. Furthermore, the envy and spite directed towards him stemmed from his current lack of success and insufficient wealth. Once he achieves greater success and accumulates more wealth, those who once spoke ill of him will find themselves unable to catch up, and such negativity will diminish significantly. "Very well, as long as you can maintain your perspective," Li Huame replied, feeling somewhat helpless. "Thank you, Huame, for standing up for me. You are truly my best supporter. Please, spare me such flattery. I am unaccustomed to it." "Save those sweet words for your sister-in-law," Li Huame chuckled. "Huame, you must admit, ever since my brother Chen has changed, he can be quite sentimental at times," interjected Xiaohan with a smile. "Haha, so it seems my brother Chen must have whispered many sweet nothings to your sister-in-law," she teased. "Oh, you child, You have a knack for jesting. Stay for lunch. We will prepare steamed fish shortly, Xiaohan warmly invited. Thank you, sister-in-law, but I must decline lunch. I am about to step out with my mother. So I shall refrain from interrupting your tender exchanges. With a bright smile, Li Huamei turned and departed. At noon, Li Chen prepared a dish of steamed tilapia for Xiaohan. His culinary skills were rooted in memories from his past life, where he had flourished in the restaurant business. Subsequently, he invested the wealth acquired from his culinary ventures into various industries, gradually becoming one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in Asia. Though he had been reborn, his culinary prowess remained intact. How fragrant! Li Chen, when did you become such a skilled cook? Upon drenching the steamed tilapia with hot oil, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Xiaohan could not help but praise him. I have always been able to cook. It was merely my previous recklessness that prevented me from showcasing my talent. Rest assured, you and the children will enjoy delicious meals every day from now on. Li Chen replied with a proud expression. Hearing this, a warm current surged within Xiaohan. Her face radiated happiness as she gently remarked, I am truly glad that you recognize your past mistakes. However, that is all behind us. There is no need for excessive remorse. As long as we cherish our future together, that is what matters. What a foolish woman you are. Despite the grievances and hardships I caused you in the past, you are still able to forgive me. Li Chen's heart ached for her. She was indeed a remarkable woman, so precious in his eyes. All those past grievances are behind us. I find contentment in your desire to improve. Now, let us refrain from such discussions. I will serve you some rice, and we shall enjoy the steamed fish. With a blissful smile, Xiaohan went to fill a bowl with rice for Li Chen. Li Chen promptly added a piece of fragrant fish to her bowl. Delicious. This tilapia is truly fragrant after being steamed, and all the fishy taste is gone. After taking a bite, Xiaohan could not help but praise him again. Then eat more of the fish. Here, this is all for you. Li Chen transferred most of the fish to Xiaohan's bowl, leaving himself only the tail. Silly, I cannot eat so much. Trust me, each fish should be shared equally. Xiaohan understood Li Chen's kindness, yet she could not bear to consume all the meat. Consequently, she placed a portion back into Li Chen's bowl. The two continued this playful exchange for a while, eventually bursting into laughter. All right, if we continue like this, our meal will surely grow cold. Xiaohan said with a joyful expression. Indeed, let us eat. Once we are full, I must tend to the hens shortly, Li Chen replied with a smile. By the way, regarding your hens, I suddenly have an idea. The orchard is a bit far from our home. Why not have a dog to help us watch over it? Xiaohan's suggestion reminded Li Chen of the need for a guardian. If a dog were to be placed there to keep an eye on the hens, it would undoubtedly yield significant results, especially with individuals like Li Wu, who are afflicted with envy. One can never be certain when they might take action against their own chickens. However, with a dog to assist in guarding, any developments would be promptly reported. What a splendid idea. I shall visit Zhou Ergo's home shortly to procure a dog, exclaimed Li Chen cheerfully. After finishing his lunch and washing the dishes, he made his way to Zhou Ergo's place. Upon seeing Li Chen, Zhou Ergo assumed he had come to borrow his motorcycle and preemptively remarked, Li Chen, I have no time to lend you my bike today. I have a blind date to attend. No, I am not here to borrow your motorcycle. I have come to buy a dog from you. I recall you have several at home. Would you sell one to me? Li Chen stated his purpose directly. Oh, so that's what this is about. Just take one home. Given our relationship, a dog is worth no trouble at all. Though Zhou Ergo lacked many admirable qualities, he was exceptionally loyal. Li Chen felt immense gratitude. But he did not wish to take advantage of his friend. Instead, he pressed some money into Zhou Ergo's hands. Zhou Ergo, however, appeared quite irked and chased after him to return the money. Li Chen, rest assured, once I earn some money, I will bring you into the fold. Just remember, do not indulge in gambling again, Li Chen said, touched by the gesture. Let us see if you actually earn that money first. I can't be bothered with you now. I need to freshen up before heading out to meet the ladies. Very well, I wish you success in your blind date. I will prepare a substantial red envelope for you afterward, Li Chen replied, leading the dog back home. The dog was a black mutt, and Li Chen chose it for its keen eyes, which seemed to reflect a lively intelligence, precisely what he required. From now on, you shall be named a hay. After bringing it home, he treated it to a hearty meal and then affectionately patted its head, bestowing upon it a name. Wong Wong Wong. A hay barked 3 times, as if acknowledging the name bestowed upon it. I am pleased you like your name. Soon, I shall take you to the orchard, and you will be responsible for watching over my hens. Wong Wong Wong. A hay barked 3 more times, indicating its readiness, which greatly delighted Li Chen. They say dogs possess a profound understanding of human nature. He was astonished at how quickly a hay exhibited such intelligence upon its arrival. Once in the orchard, a hay was set free, darting about joyfully. Li Chen soon realized that this was not a prudent arrangement. He needed to secure a leash for the dog. Otherwise, if it accidentally wandered into Li Wu's orchard, it would likely provide the latter with an excuse to retaliate. After all, once someone becomes consumed by envy, logic and reason become irrelevant. Thus, he instructed a hay to remain there while he returned to fetch a rope. To ensure a hay had ample space to roam, he specifically sought a relatively long leash. Once everything was settled, he also prepared a bowl filled with fresh water for a hay. With the dry weather, a hay could quench its thirst at any time. All right, these hens are now in your care. If any ill-intentioned person attempts to seize them, you must charge at them and bite, Li Chen instructed, gently patting a hay's head. Woof, woof, woof. A hay reiterated its readiness. Li Chen had great trust in it. After a quick inspection of his hens and finding all in order, he returned home. After a brief rest, Li Chen did not remain idle. Instead, he took the cage he had purchased and made his way to the back mountain. He aimed to position the cages before nightfall, for searching in the dark would pose considerable difficulties. The back mountain, shrouded in darkness at night, lacked adequate lighting tools in this era, making it challenging to find suitable spots for the cages. Familiar with the back mountain, particularly after surveying the terrain while foraging for wild dendrobium a few days prior, he ultimately selected 15 locations for capturing wild rabbits. Once everything was set, he gathered some weeds for concealment. If discovered by other villagers, his hard-won spoils could easily be taken away, leading to significant loss. Whether we can make a profit hinges on you, Li Chen said with a cheerful expression before returning home. The wild rabbit caught the previous night had yet to be processed, and Li Chen decided to prepare several rabbit meat dishes for Xiaohan to savor, particularly the braised rabbit head, which she had likely never tasted before, as it only gained popularity later and was somewhat controversial. Li Chen, can you really eat rabbit heads? You're not joking with me, are you? Upon hearing Li Chen's intention to cook braised rabbit head, Xiaohan expressed her skepticism. I'm not jesting. Braised rabbit head is truly delectable. You'll see shortly. Li Chen replied with pride. All right, but even if it's delicious, I'm not sure I can eat it. I'll stick to the rabbit meat. The so-called braised rabbit head is for you to enjoy alone, Xiaohan said, making a face of disdain. Don't worry, once you taste it, I guarantee you won't turn your nose up at it. No, I'll pass on tasting. Just the sight of the rabbit head makes me lose my appetite. She reiterated her aversion. All right then, suit yourself. I'll eat it myself. However, this rabbit is quite large, and we won't finish it. How about we send half over to Huamei's family? Li Chen suggested. I was just thinking the same. I'll take it over to them later. Xiaohan agreed with Li Chen's plan. In the rural community of 1998, it was common for closely knit farming families to share their delicious finds. With mutual exchanges, the bonds of camaraderie were indeed strong. In the past, Li Huamei's family had often looked after Li Chen's family, but in recent years, due to Li Chen's reckless behavior, they had not sent any delicacies to Li Huamei's household. Now, having been reborn, Li Chen was determined to gradually repay those who had shown him kindness. That evening, the aroma of meat wafted once again from Li Chen's kitchen, especially the braised rabbit head, which, under Li Chen's exquisite culinary skills, emanated an even more enticing fragrance. This had been the case for several consecutive days, and the nearby villagers could not help but express their astonishment. After all, such occurrences had been exceedingly rare for Li Chen's family in the past. How can you still lie here? Go outside and take a whiff. The entire Nanliu village can smell the delicious meat from Li Chen's house. Meanwhile, you are still stuck eating this bland tofu. If you continue, you might just fall ill from it, lamented Huang Zuihua. Chapter 44. A hay is an absolute glutton. Once Huang Zuihua caught a whiff of the meat from Li Chen's household, her frustration grew as she spotted her husband, Li Wu, lounging on a recliner. It's Li Chen again. Can you not mention him for once? She exclaimed. Upon hearing Li Chen's name, Li Wu felt a surge of anger. What's the matter? You can't bear to hear his name? Just look at you. You were once in the same position as him, and now his family feasts on meat daily while you are left with nothing but greens and tofu. If you don't feel ashamed, I certainly do. Huang Zuihua was the type who, if you spoke to her quietly, she could remain calm, but if you raised your voice, she could match it with equal fervor. Li Wu, apprehensive of this trait, refrained from further arguing. He exited the room and wandered near Li Chen's home. Indeed, his nose caught the delightful scent of meat. Ah, is that you, Li Wu? What brings you here? Surely you aren't heading to Li Chen's for dinner, considering your previous amicable relations, casually remarked Aunt Lu from the village, who happened to pass by. This casual inquiry left Li Wu feeling both embarrassed and uncomfortable. No, do I need to dine at his place? Is there no food at home? I merely happened to pass by, he retorted angrily before turning back. That night, he had no appetite for dinner and lay on his wooden bed. contemplating how to thwart Li Chen's chicken breeding endeavors. He feared that if Li Chen continued to thrive in this venture, he would be left as the only impoverished soul. He did not wish to witness such a fate. After all, if everyone remained poor, why should Li Chen suddenly prosper? Meanwhile, after finishing dinner with Xiaohan, Li Chen washed the dishes and made his way to the chicken coop. It was essential to feed the hens one last meal before they settled down for the night, and this would become part of his daily routine. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Ahei began barking even before seeing anyone. Ahei, stop barking, it's me. I'm here to bring you some food, Li Chen cheerfully announced. Woof, woof, woof. Ahei's bark softened, as if expressing delight that dinner was finally at hand. Li Chen approached, and the dog immediately ran over. Goodness, tonight marks your first night guarding the hens, so you must indulge a bit. These bones are all for you. With that, Li Chen produced the prepared rabbit bones and placed them at Ahei's paws. Ahei appeared exceedingly pleased, wagging its tail and taking a few steps back before lying down to savor its feast. Li Chen gently patted the dog's head, saying, Ahei, take your time. All of this belongs to you. No one is competing for it. However, Ahei paid no further heed to Li Chen and continued to relish its bones. Observing its enthusiastic eating, Li Chen felt certain he had chosen a true food-loving dog. Thankfully, life would improve in the days to come, otherwise, sustaining it would prove quite challenging. Not wishing to disturb Ahei's dinner, Li Chen stood up and entered the hen house. Upon seeing Li Chen, the hens flocked around his feet, aware that it was mealtime. Ah, so you are all gluttons like Ahei, he exclaimed. But do not rush. I have brought ample food so that each of you can eat your fill. With that, Li Chen began distributing the feed. To prevent chaos and squabbles, he scattered the food evenly across several locations. Otherwise, if he placed it all in one spot, the hungry hens would inevitably fight. Now they could each enjoy their dinner in peace. Watching them eat with such enthusiasm brought Li Chen joy, though he pondered when all the hens would begin laying eggs. He was in dire need of money, especially with Xiaohan's child due to arrive soon. Having cash on hand was crucial. Twins. According to his memories from a past life, many women underwent cesarean sections during this period for twins. Should misfortune strike, the cost could be substantial. If the hens continued to delay egg laying, his income would become a pressing issue. Li Chen hoped to awaken the next morning to find that most of the hens had laid eggs, providing him with an additional source of income. As he prepared to carry the wooden bucket back, a hen suddenly approached, clucking insistently at his feet. Are you still hungry? Li Chen squatted down and felt the hen's throat, discovering it was empty, indicating it had not eaten. Realizing it was trying to inform him of its hunger, he hesitated to make a separate trip just for it. Instead, he placed the hen in the bucket to take home. Next to his house was a small chicken coop, where he could feed it and let it spend the night until it was satisfied. As Li Chen departed, Ahei remained engrossed in its bones. Li Chen was increasingly convinced that this fellow was nothing short of a glutton. Li Chen, why did you bring back a hen? Upon returning home, Xiaohan curiously inquired, noticing the hen in his bucket. This hen seems frail and couldn't compete with the others for food. So I thought I would bring it back and give it some nourishment, Li Chen replied. All right, let me help you with that. You should take a break, she offered. No, I can manage it myself. You need to do these chores from now on. I'll take care of everything, he insisted. I may be pregnant, but that doesn't mean I can't handle some tasks. Li Chen understood that Xiaohan wanted to share the burden, but he couldn't bear to let this poor woman exert herself further. He gently guided her to sit down and rest. Xiaohan, I'll handle all the heavy work from now on. Your only responsibility is to remain beautiful. I will take care of providing for the family, Li Chen declared earnestly. Uft, when did you learn to say such things? I've never heard that before. Xiaohan chuckled, her face radiant with happiness. Indeed. Phrases like you take care of being beautiful while I earn a living were colloquial expressions that emerged in later years, so Xiaohan was unfamiliar with them. Xiaohan, that is my sincere sentiment. I used to be inconsiderate, making you, once a school beauty, do all the labor. Just look at your hands. They are no longer as smooth and delicate as they used to be. With that, Li Chen took her hand in his and gently brushed his lips against the back of her hand. Xiaohan was caught off guard, her cheeks flushing. What was happening to him? Why had he become so overt in expressing affection lately? What a rogue, so brazenly showing his affection. Chapter 45. Hen, oh hen. You have finally laid eggs. After finishing his shower, Li Chen found himself with little to do, so he settled down to listen to the radio with Xiaohan. During this period, radios primarily broadcast news, music, and various advertisements. One familiar segment featured supposed experts answering calls from people seeking medical advice. Dr. Zhang, my friend says he is having issues in that regard. Will taking your medicine be effective? Having experienced a previous life, Li Chen found such segments utterly distasteful and chose to ignore them. Xiaohan had a passion for singing during her school days and was even the cultural committee member of her class. Therefore, Li Chen had thoughtfully tuned into a music station for her. Perhaps due to fatigue, Xiaohan soon fell asleep while listening to the music, barely an hour passing. Li Chen gently covered her with a light blanket and, to avoid disturbing her, turned off the radio. In the countryside, there were few forms of entertainment at night. Most villagers opted for sleep by 8 or 9 o'clock. After his rebirth, Li Chen was gradually acclimatizing to this once familiar lifestyle. The following day, upon waking and finishing his morning routine, Li Chen hurried to the back mountain. He needed to check the traps he had set for wild rabbits yesterday. If he arrived too late, the villagers who tended to their cattle in the hills might spot them and take them away. The air along the way was remarkably clear. This is the charm of the countryside during this season. The atmosphere remains untainted by industrial pollution, and everything is purely natural. Li Chen made his way directly to the back hills, searching for the first trap according to the markers he had established the day before. He gasped in astonishment at the sight of a large wild rabbit trapped inside. A smile spread across his face upon witnessing the creature's struggle to escape. Although it was futile, having been ensnared by the trap, there was no chance of its escape. If it could have fled, it would have done so last night. Rather than being caught now, still trying to run? No chance, Li Chen remarked joyfully as he lifted the trap. Goodness, it must weigh several pounds. With this large rabbit, even if the subsequent 14 traps yielded nothing, he would not suffer a loss. Fortunately, luck was on his side. After checking all the traps, he had captured 5 large rabbits in total. This indicated a substantial income for the day ahead. Elated, he carried his bounty home. Just as Xiaohan emerged from the washroom. Heavens! Li Chen, did you really catch that many rabbits overnight? Her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the large rabbit in his hands. Indeed, 5 in total. After breakfast and feeding the chickens, I'll take them to town to sell. This will bring us a nice profit, Li Chen replied with pride. Wow, you're amazing. Xiaohan nodded, offering her sincerest praise to her partner. Of course, I promised I wouldn't let you suffer anymore. Just wait. I'll take care of them and prepare breakfast for you shortly. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. His words made all her past hardships seem worthwhile. Li Chen, how about I make breakfast instead? You can feed the chickens, and then you'll be back just in time for breakfast, she suggested as she entered the kitchen, eager to help. It's fine. The chickens can wait a bit longer. You're quite far along now. You shouldn't be doing such chores. Even if you don't consider yourself, you must think of the little ones inside you, he said, continuing with his preparations for breakfast. There were still plenty of fish from his last catch swimming in the tank, and he decided to make a nourishing fish porridge for Xiaohan. Particularly, the crucian carp porridge was highly nutritious. Previously, he had sold the larger specimens, leaving the smaller ones in the tank, which were perfect for cooking porridge. Regrettably, this era lacked specialized bags for cooking fish porridge. Otherwise, he could have prepared the fish, placed it directly in the bag, and retrieved it once the porridge was ready. Instead, he had to cook the fish and rice together, requiring extra caution when serving. Otherwise, if fortune were to frown upon us, one might accidentally encounter a fishbone lodged in the throat, resulting in quite the unfortunate predicament. Xiaohan, I have had my fill, so please take your time. I shall procure some feed for the hens. Once I return, I will transport these wild rabbits to the market. Li Chen did not waste a moment. After finishing his breakfast, he tidied up and prepared to tend to his hens. Observing his industrious demeanor brought a sense of assurance to Xiaohan. Oh, and remember to bring back the hen you brought home last night, Xiaohan reminded him. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Let me check on its condition, Li Chen replied as he turned to head toward his little chicken coop. Upon entering, he discovered the hen nestled obediently in one corner. As Li Chen approached, the hen clucked softly and stood up. A green-shelled egg. You've laid an egg today? Splendid, Li Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the sight of the green-shelled egg nestled beneath the hen. This signified that the other hens might also be laying eggs, which was certainly cause for celebration. Xiaohan, I have great news. This hen laid an egg this morning. Look, Li Chen presented the green-shelled egg to Xiaohan. Indeed, it appears we shall enjoy eggs again tonight, Xiaohan replied, equally delighted. Moreover, I suspect that it won't be long before we have our first batch of green-shelled eggs to sell. This hen, being the weakest, has already laid an egg. I have a feeling the others might be doing the same. Wait at home. I shall go and check, Li Chen said, unable to contain his excitement. He handed the green-shelled egg to Xiaohan, cradled the hen along with the feed, and hurried towards the orchard. Woof woof. Ahe barked several times upon seeing Li Chen, presumably expressing hunger and urging him to hurry with the food. You glutton, what is the rush? Let me first ascertain that my hens are all present. If one is missing, it would be your fault, and I shan't provide you with breakfast." Li Chen jested as he stepped inside. In truth, he was anxious to verify whether the hens had indeed begun laying eggs, as this was a matter of great significance. Cluck cluck. Upon his entrance, the hens greeted him with a chorus of clucks, then flocked around his feet, encircling him. Looking around, Li Chen spotted several green-shelled eggs scattered amidst the straw and instantly beamed with joy. "By golly, you've all laid eggs together?" Cluck cluck. The hens, in delightful unison, clucked as if to say, "Yes, we've all laid eggs. You owe us a reward." "Very well, I shall ensure you are well fed this time. As long as you maintain a high rate of egg production, you may have whatever you desire." Chapter 46. The enormous rabbit fetches a hefty price, as was his custom. Li Chen placed the food he had brought for the day in several designated spots before cheerfully heading to the straw to collect the eggs. After some effort, he counted a total of 32 eggs, indicating that 32 hens had laid eggs that day, although he had yet to reach the milestone of 50 hens laying. This was still a commendable achievement. It is well known that once these hens begin to lay, they will continue to do so for an extended period. Thus, for the foreseeable future, he could expect a steady income from the green-shelled eggs. "Take your time enjoying your meal here. I shall return shortly with more delicacies for you," Li Chen announced, lifting the 32 green-shelled eggs and heading home. "Xiaohan, splendid news. Today 32 hens have laid eggs. Look, these are the green-shelled eggs they produced." Li Chen eagerly shared the good tidings with Xiaohan upon his return. Xiaohan's face lit up with joy. She immediately approached and peered into the bucket. "Goodness, there truly are so many green-shelled eggs." "Indeed. However, I do not intend to sell them immediately. I shall send some over to Mei for her family to sample. Then I will venture to the town to sell the wild rabbits. As for the remainder, aside from keeping a portion for ourselves, we shall reserve some to sell in town after a couple of days." Li Chen thoughtfully planned for the 32 green-shelled eggs. "All right, I shall follow your lead. But in addition to sending some to Mei's family, I would also like to give some to Aunt Lu. Although she can be quite chatty at times, she is nonetheless a good person," Xiaohan remarked. "Since we are on the subject, we might as well send some to Ergo as well. If it weren't for borrowing his motorcycle the other day, I wouldn't have managed to earn money so smoothly." Li Chen acknowledged. "Ah yes, it is indeed appropriate to send some to Ergo. However, with all this back and forth, it seems there won't be many of those 32 eggs left," Xiaohan noted. "Not to worry, we can wait a couple more days before selling them. Once these hens start laying, they will do so consistently for a long while. Although we are in urgent need of funds, Li Chen understood the importance of repaying kindness. Fortunately, Xiaohan was not a stingy woman. Her thoughts aligned closely with his own. Thus, of the 32 green-shelled eggs collected that day, apart from a few kept for their own household, most were generously given to others. News of this generosity quickly spread throughout Nanliu village. "Have you heard? The hens that Li Chen bought are indeed laying green-shelled eggs. Indeed, I personally witnessed Xiaohan delivering some to Aunt Lu's home. They are truly green-shelled eggs." Li Chen has struck gold with these hens. Not only are green-shelled eggs exceedingly rare, but they also command a price many times higher than ordinary eggs. Those 50 hens will surely yield him a substantial profit. The fact that Li Chen was willing to share such valuable eggs indicated a profound transformation in him. Previously, he would not have even considered giving away others' possessions without hesitation. The villagers marveled at the extent of Li Chen's change. Before long, these sentiments reached Li Wu's ears as well. "Ah, Li Chen, how could you distribute green-shelled eggs to others and neglect me? This is a clear sign of disdain. I once treated you to a drink." Li Wu's anger flared upon learning that Li Chen had gifted green-shelled eggs to the other villagers but had excluded him. In his view, having once shared a drink with Li Chen and being part of the Li clan, Li Chen's failure to include him in the gift was an affront and an act of ingratitude. He silently vowed to find a way to hinder Li Chen's path to prosperity. On the other hand, Li Chen paid little heed to Li Wu's grievances. The recipients of his gifts were those who had shown him kindness over time, and not every villager was included. He believed that aside from Li Wu and a few others with ulterior motives, most villagers would understand his choices. After loading 5 wild rabbits into his tricycle, he exchanged a few words with Xiaohan before heading to town. During this period, rural roads were primarily unpaved, making the tricycle a laborious means of transport. Yet, Li Chen felt more invigorated than ever, as he envisioned the promising beginnings of a better life ahead. Arriving at the shop where he had purchased rabbit cages, he parked the tricycle aside and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. "Ah, young man, you're here. How did it go? Did you catch any rabbits last night?" The shopkeeper greeted him warmly upon seeing Li Chen. "Indeed. Here's the count," Li Chen replied, extending his hand to indicate 5. Really? Where are they? Let me see. The shopkeeper's excitement was palpable as he rushed to inspect the tricycle. Well done, 5 splendid wild rabbits. Let us get them inside. I'll take them all. Hold on. We haven't discussed the price yet, Li Chen reminded him. All right, what do you want per rabbit? Or should I make the first offer? Unfamiliar with the current market rate for wild rabbits, Li Chen hesitated to set a price first, fearing he might undervalue them. How about I offer you 35 yuan each? The shopkeeper proposed after a moment of thought. While 35 yuan was a reasonable market price, Li Chen was unwilling to settle for such a low figure for the sizable rabbits. If it were merely a market rate, he had numerous alternatives for selling them. Why limit himself to this shop? Thus, he shook his head resolutely, replying, that price is too low. I think I'll take them elsewhere. Wait. Don't leave just yet. What price do you want? Just tell me. The shopkeeper, clearly flustered, attempted to keep Li Chen from departing. Not much, 50 yuan each. Li Chen stated confidently. Fine. 50 it is. Let us get them inside. I'll take them all. Fearing that Li Chen might truly depart, the shopkeeper did not hesitate any longer and promptly agreed. All right. Thank you, Brother Xiang, Li Chen exclaimed joyfully as he assisted in bringing the rabbits inside. 5 in total. He earned 250 yuan. After counting the money in his hand and confirming there were no issues, he tucked it into his pocket. Young man, these wild rabbits you've brought are the largest I've ever seen. Thus, be sure to bring your goods here next time. I assure you the same price will be offered. No problem. I will return tomorrow, Li Chen replied, confident that the mountains still harbored plenty of wild rabbits, anticipating that he would be back to trade in the coming days. However, capturing wild rabbits was not a sustainable endeavor. It was merely a temporary means to make quick money. He believed that soon, the villagers would learn of his profitable venture and follow suit, which would inevitably lead to increased competition and a depletion of the rabbit population. Fortunately, his hens were now laying eggs, providing him with a steady income from that project. After leaving the shop, Li Chen went to the town to purchase a pound of beef, intending to prepare a dish of boiled beef for Xiaohan that evening. Beef was not inexpensive during this period, but Li Chen did not mind spending the money. Xiaohan's health was quite frail, and she needed nourishment. After buying the beef, he also picked up some additional ingredients, knowing that insufficient seasoning would detract from the dish's flavor. He wanted Xiaohan to savor the delicious beef. Once everything was in order, he cheerfully pedaled his tricycle back home. In Nanliu village, Li Wu wandered about, pondering how to prevent Li Chen from continuing to raise those green-shelled hens. Suddenly, a Jialan motorcycle screeched to a halt before him. Young man, hello. Could you please direct me to Li Chen's home? An elderly man inquired with a beaming smile. This elder was none other than Wang Agu, the proprietor of the town's herbal medicine shop. Having not seen Li Chen bring any wild dendrobium to sell recently, and with inquiries from above pressing him for quality wild dendrobium, he had grown anxious. Lacking a telephone to contact Li Chen, he decided to ride his motorcycle to Nanliu village in search of him. You are looking for Li Chen? Li Wu retorted, suddenly struck by a thought. Before the elder could respond, he swiftly added, I know where that lad lives. Follow me, and I shall lead you to him. Chapter 47, Li Wu. Life is unpredictable. The large intestine envelopes the small intestine. Li Wu's newfound enthusiasm had its reasons. He believed that Wang Agu had come to seek repayment from Li Chen. There had been numerous visitors in the past attempting to collect debts from Li Chen, each instance becoming the talk of the village, leaving Li Chen in utter disarray. Thus, Li Wu perceived this as an opportunity to bring Li Chen down. Soon, he would deliberately reveal to the other party that Li Chen was raising 50 hens, subsequently urging them to retrieve those hens to offset the debt. Li Chen, I wonder how you will manage to afford meat this time. Li Wu thought to himself with a malicious glee. That's wonderful. Thank you. Wang Aguai, not overthinking the matter, expressed his gratitude, his face beaming with joy at Li Wu's enthusiasm. No need for formalities. It is my duty. Come with me. I shall take you to his home. Walking is too slow. How about you hop on my motorcycle and guide me? Wang Aguai suggested. Yes, we need to be quicker. Otherwise, that rascal Li Chen will likely leave and not be home. Li Wu promptly leaped onto Wang Aguai's motorcycle, eagerly leading him to Li Chen's residence. This is Li Chen's home, and just so you know, he also has 50 hens in his orchard. Just handle it as you see fit. But do not mention that I informed you, Li Wu remarked before dismounting and stealthily slipping away. However, he did not leave entirely. Instead, he found a hiding spot, intending to witness the drama of Li Chen being confronted over his debts. Is Li Chen at home? Wang Aguai called out after parking the motorcycle. Who is it? Xiaohan, hearing the voice, stepped outside. Hello, I am here to see Li Chen. May I ask if he is at home? Wang Aguai inquired with a smile upon realizing that the person who answered was not Li Chen. You are looking for my Li Chen? He has gone to the town, but should be back soon, Xiaohan replied. I see. I will wait outside for him then. Do you mind if I ask what business you have with him? Xiaohan suddenly thought that Wang Aguai might have come to confront Li Chen about past grievances. After all, Li Chen had been quite a scoundrel before. Although he had turned over a new leaf, who could say if he had completely cleaned up his previous mess? With this thought, anxiety began to creep into Xiaohan's heart. Their current life had finally begun to show signs of hope, and she certainly did not wish for anything to disrupt that. Xiaohan, do we have guests at home? Coincidentally, at that moment, Li Chen returned on his tricycle. Oh, Li Chen, you have finally returned. Let us see how you will fare this time. Li Wu, hiding at a distance, revealed an evil grin. In his view, Li Chen would soon revert to the label of poverty, a sight he eagerly anticipated. After all, wouldn't it be better for everyone to be equally impoverished? Young man, it's me. Do you remember me? Before Xiaohan could respond, Wang Aguai had already approached with a beaming smile. It's the owner of the herbal medicine shop. How did you find your way to my home? Li Chen, astonished to see Wang Aguai, expressed his surprise. It hasn't been long since I last saw you. And I've missed you. Fortunately, you mentioned that you were in Nanliu village, or I might not have been able to find you, Wang Aguai replied cheerfully. Observing Wang Aguo, beaming with joy as he conversed with Li Chen, Li Wu, who had been lurking in the distance, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't he come to demand repayment from Li Chen? Why was he wearing such an amiable expression? The ensuing scene left him utterly dumbfounded. After Li Chen parked his tricycle, he approached Wang Aguo, warmly shook his hand, and the two entered the house, engaged in light-hearted banter. How infuriating. It turned out that the old man was not there to settle accounts with Li Chen. Had he known, he would not have brought him to Li Chen's home. At that moment, Li Wu realized that Wang Aguo had not come to confront Li Chen at all, but rather to discuss other matters. The thought of having led him there so enthusiastically filled him with rage. His expression darkened, resembling a tempestuous sky, and he stormed home in frustration. Meanwhile, after a brief conversation with Wang Aguo, Li Chen gleaned the reason for his visit. It appeared that he had not seen Li Chen selling wild dendrobium recently, while the herbal merchants were in dire need of it. Thus, he had come personally to seek Li Chen. Li Chen initially intended to explain that the wild dendrobium was scarce and difficult to procure. However, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, an idea struck him. He could acquire wild dendrobium from the villagers and then sell it to Wang Aguo, profiting from the price difference. Presently, the villagers were unaware that they could sell directly to Wang Aguo. Otherwise, he would not be fretting over the lack of quality wild dendrobium. This also elucidated why the villagers had been foraging in the mountains without making significant sales. They were not selling to the herbal shops, resulting in lower prices and less income. During this period, wild dendrobium was not limited to Nanliu village. Other villages had it as well. By purchasing in bulk from the villagers, he could secure a commendable income. Thus, he cheerfully stated, as long as you can guarantee a price of 11 yuan for each plant, I will find time to procure some wild dendrobium in the coming days. No problem, Wang Aguo replied. As long as your wild dendrobium remains as excellent as before, I can assure you a high price of 11 yuan for each plant. Chapter 48. The dilemma of entering Widow Wang's home. Upon hearing Wang Aguo's assurance, Li Chen felt a surge of joy. As long as the price remained stable, he could purchase the wild dendrobium from the villagers at 8 yuan per plant, thus earning a profit of 3 yuan per unit. Do not underestimate this profit. It accumulates significantly. If he were to acquire 100 plants, he could reliably earn 300 yuan. After all, his ambitions extended beyond Nanliu village. He intended to procure from several nearby villages as well. All right, it is settled then, Li Chen joyfully affirmed. I shall await your good news. Wang Aguo, equally elated, stood up, shook Li Chen's hand once more, and rode off on his motorcycle. Li Chen, did you not mention that there were scarcely any wild dendrobium left in the back mountain? Moreover, the villagers have been excavating there for the past 2 days, surely. They must have harvested nearly everything. Xiaohan inquired with a look of confusion. I do not intend to dig myself. Rather, I plan to purchase the wild dendrobium that the villagers have gathered. Li Chen shared his thoughts with Xiaohan. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She then remarked, I never anticipated that you possessed such business acumen. If all goes well, it would indeed be akin to earning easy money. Rest assured, this endeavor will undoubtedly succeed. I will post announcements in the village shortly and also in neighboring villages. By tomorrow, I can commence the acquisition of wild dendrobium. Li Chen said triumphantly. Yes, I wholeheartedly support you. Xiaohan replied gently with a nod. By the way, let me show you the money I earned from selling wild rabbits today. Look, it totals 250. After saying this, Li Chen proudly displayed the money he had earned. At this moment, Xiaohan beamed with happiness. Li Chen's transformation and diligence instilled in her the confidence to face the future. Her smile was not merely due to the 250 yuan, but rather because this man had rekindled hope in her life. You are truly remarkable. However, since you will need money to purchase the wild dendrobium, it's best if you keep this money for yourself. There is no need to save it for me, Xiaohan said softly. Indeed, I shall retain this money for investment purposes. Once I have earned more, I will save it for you, Li Chen replied with a smile, placing the money back into his pocket. After unloading the cage for the wild rabbits from the tricycle, Li Chen did not idle. He took a few sips of water to quench his thirst, and then began to write the information regarding the acquisition of wild dendrobium. After crafting 10 announcements, he prepared to set out. Naturally, the first place he would post them was in his own village, Nanliu village. Once this acquisition notice was displayed, it immediately sparked a buzz throughout Nanliu village. Such was the rural life at this time, absent any extraordinary events. Villagers enjoyed gathering in small groups to chat after completing their farm work. Have you heard? Li Chen is acquiring wild dendrobium for 8 yuan per stalk. This is true. I just passed by the village bulletin board and saw his announcement. So what are we waiting for? Let us go dig for wild dendrobium to sell to him. After all, if we take it to market, we can only sell it for 6 yuan each, but selling to him allows us to earn an extra 2 yuan. That makes sense. Regardless of who we sell to, selling to Li Chen saves us the trouble of traveling to town and offers a better profit. Yes, I am going home to grab my tools, and will go search for wild dendrobium. I shall also seek out wild dendrobium. Given that Li Chen's price exceeds what they could sell at the market by 2 yuan, they eagerly agreed to sell the wild dendrobium to him. At that moment, they all hurried home to retrieve their tools and set out to the back mountain to continue their search for wild dendrobium. Li Chen continued to pedal his tricycle, affixing notices regarding the purchase of wild dendrobium orchids in the vicinity of 9 neighboring villages. During this period in the countryside, most villagers remained unaware of the high market value of wild dendrobium. Upon seeing Li Chen's posted notices, they expressed great delight. With limited avenues for earning money, these industrious individuals were eager to seize any opportunity for profit. Consequently, upon noticing Li Chen's announcements, villagers from surrounding areas rushed to search for traces of wild dendrobium. After posting the last notice in Santan village, Li Chen was about to turn away when a middle-aged woman called out to him. "Young man, are you truly offering 8 yuan per stalk for wild dendrobium?" she inquired, half in disbelief. "Of course. Feel free to dig them up. If I don't pay you, then I am no better than a fool," Li Chen assured, thumping his chest in confidence. "That's wonderful. I have quite a few wild dendrobium growing at home." The woman responded cheerfully. "You have many wild dendrobium." Li Chen was skeptical. Based on his memories from his previous life, he was certain that no villagers in the area were cultivating wild dendrobium on a large scale, and they were still oblivious to its value. This plant only gained popularity in the market in subsequent years, becoming widely recognized. Indeed, my husband used to enjoy boiling wild dendrobium in soup. So I went to the mountains to dig some up and planted them under the eaves for convenience. I still have quite a bit left. If you truly wish to purchase them, come with me, the woman replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally understood. The woman was referring to a small-scale cultivation concept. In his youth, he had similar experiences growing herbs, especially types like Lei Gong Jin and Planago, which he had cultivated at home for future use. Excellent. Please lead the way. I shall accompany you back, Li Chen responded, elated. If these were indeed wild dendrobium, he would be able to make a considerable profit. All right, follow me, the woman beamed with joy. To her, these plants were merely ingredients for soup when needed, and she had not realized they could be exchanged for money. Thus, she happily escorted Li Chen to her home. At that moment, a villager happened to pass by and greeted the woman, "Widow Wang, do you have relatives visiting?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen halted, hesitant to step through the door. It was said that a widow's home was fraught with trouble, and he preferred to tread carefully. "Third sister, this is not my relative. He has come to purchase wild dendrobium. I am about to take him into my home to dig some up." Widow Wang explained to the villager, then turned to Li Chen, saying, "Young man, come in. The wild dendrobium is behind my house. Why are you standing out there? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" Chapter 49. Profiting from the bulk purchase of wild dendrobium. Upon noticing that Li Chen did not promptly follow her into the entrance, Widow Wang began to harbor doubts about his sincerity. Just as Li Chen was about to articulate his thoughts, a nearby woman interjected, inquiring, "Are you truly purchasing wild dendrobium? If so, I happen to have several plants at home." "Indeed, I am. If you possess any, feel free to dig them up and sell them to me. I will offer 8 yuan per plant, provided they are not particularly small," Li Chen asserted confidently. I think I shall first observe whether Widow Wang's dendrobium can indeed fetch a decent price, the woman replied, clearly skeptical about the market value of wild dendrobium. It seemed prudent for her to assess Widow Wang's situation before making a commitment. Li Chen found this approach agreeable. With her presence, he could sidestep the potential gossip surrounding the widow. Thus, the trio proceeded into Widow Wang's home and made their way to the rear of the house. Before them, a plethora of wild dendrobium plants awaited. Thanks to Widow Wang's diligent care, these plants thrived splendidly. Wang, I will take every last one of these dendrobium, Li Chen declared without hesitation. Wonderful. I shall fetch a spade to dig them up for you, Widow Wang responded, her spirits lifted. She hurried to retrieve her iron spade from the storage room and began to excavate the plants. After a thorough count, they discovered a total of 10 plants. Li Chen promptly handed her 80 yuan. Thank you, young man. I never expected dendrobium could be so profitable. I shall return shortly to dig up more, Widow Wang exclaimed, elated with her earnings. Observing this transaction, the woman beside her was inspired to accompany Li Chen to her own home in search of wild dendrobium. Ultimately, at the woman's residence, Li Chen acquired 5 additional plants. A strong intuition stirred within him, suggesting that other villagers in Santan village, like Widow Wang and this woman, might also cultivate wild dendrobium for convenience. Consequently, he resolved to remain in the village for a while longer and vocally announce his intent to purchase wild dendrobium. After all, he had only recently posted a notice in their village, and many residents might not have seen it yet. Proclaiming his message aloud would serve as the most effective means of advertisement, akin to the cries of scrap collectors traversing the villages. Having experienced life in a previous existence, Li Chen felt no need for restraint. He confidently mounted the back of his tricycle, leisurely pedaling while calling out, I am buying dendrobium. 8 yuan per plant. This announcement left the villagers of Santan village utterly bewildered. What is happening? Someone is actually buying this. They had only heard of collectors gathering scrap metal and discarded toothpaste tubes. Never before had they encountered someone purchasing dendrobium. This is genuine. I just saw Widow Wang. She mentioned that her dendrobium sold for 80 yuan. Well, what are we waiting for? Stop that, young man. I have a home where wild dendrobium is cultivated. At this moment, all those who grow wild dendrobium have summoned Li Chen to their homes for trade. Soon, the 250 yuan that Li Chen brought with him dwindled down to a mere 2 yuan. This signifies that he successfully acquired 30 wild dendrobium plants in Santan village today, a delightful surprise he had not anticipated before setting out. Ladies and gentlemen, I find myself short on funds today. Let us do this. Prepare yourselves, and those who do not cultivate wild dendrobium at home may venture out to dig. Should you find any, I shall return tomorrow to purchase them. Ultimately, Li Chen had no choice but to depart. Otherwise, he would have no money left to compensate the sellers. During this period, the villagers remained quite wary, and as an outsider from another village, they would not part with their goods without payment. With the real-life accounts of Widow Wang and others, these villagers believed in the profitability of wild dendrobium, prompting many to return home to gather their belongings in search of it. Instead of heading straight home, Li Chen made another trip to the town. With 30 wild dendrobium plants already in hand, he could exchange them for money, enabling him to have more funds to purchase what the villagers would unearth tomorrow. Oh, young man, what brings you here so swiftly? Wang Aguo greeted Li Chen warmly upon his sudden arrival. Have you found wild dendrobium? Indeed, I have 30 splendid specimens. Look, each one is exceptional. Li Chen proudly displayed his acquired wild dendrobium on the table. Wang Aguo's eyes brightened at the sight. So much wild dendrobium? How did you manage to dig them up? That's not your concern. Just tell me if you wish to buy them. If not, I shall sell them elsewhere. No, I want them all. Whatever you have, I will take, Wang Aguo replied eagerly, as he was in need of more wild dendrobium to trade. Without hesitation, he agreed to purchase them at the previous price of 11 yuan per plant. Thus, Li Chen received 330 yuan. And after deducting the cost of 248 yuan, he earned a net profit of 82 yuan. This marked the first time since his rebirth that he had earned money so effortlessly. He was elated, envisioning even greater business opportunities ahead. Upon returning home joyfully on his tricycle, he immediately shared this delightful news with Xiaohan. Really? You made 82 yuan already, and you just started? Xiaohan expressed her disbelief. Indeed, it is true. Look, I currently have 332 yuan in my pocket. I spent 248 yuan purchasing wild dendrobium from the villagers, leaving just 2 yuan from the initial 250. After selling the wild dendrobium, I received 330 yuan, which results in a profit of 82 yuan. Li Chen meticulously explained the figures to Xiaohan. Oh my, it truly is remarkable. You are incredible to have earned 82 yuan so effortlessly. Yi Xiaohan could not help but give her man a thumbs up. Naturally, if her husband was not exceptional, who could be? Li Chen also began to feel a sense of pride. Unfortunately, at present, she was burdened with a large belly and unable to assist him. Otherwise, if she could help alleviate some of his workload, he would not have to run around so exhaustively every day. Yi Xiaohan felt a pang of sympathy for her man. Little did she know, however, that Li Chen, upon hearing her words, felt even more heartache. Fool, have you forgotten what I told you? Your sole responsibility is to remain beautiful. Leave the money-making endeavors to me. After saying this, Li Chen gently pinched Yi Xiaohan's nose. This gesture, which would become a normal display of intimacy between couples over the years, felt rather peculiar to Yi Xiaohan. With a blissful expression, she lowered her head, wishing to say something. But at that moment, Li Huamei happened to approach. Chen Ge, sister-in-law, what are you up to? Chapter 50. The return of fair-weather friends. Will he repeat past mistakes? Upon Li Huamei's arrival, she quickly realized she had come at an inopportune time and immediately covered her face, feeling embarrassed. Chen Ge, sister-in-law, I didn't see anything. Please, continue. I'll head back now. Huamei, you're overthinking it. My sister-in-law and I aren't doing anything. She is heavily pregnant and nearing her due date. What could I possibly do? Oh dear, she has never been in a relationship and doesn't understand such matters. Li Huamei blushed. You silly girl. I see you understand more than you let on. Now, tell me what brings you here. Yes. Huamei, what brings you here? Did you run out of fish at home? We have some left. If you want some, just help yourself. Yi Xiaohan asked warmly. Thank you, sister-in-law, but I didn't come for fish. We haven't eaten the green-shelled eggs you sent us this morning. We plan to steam them tonight. I heard that Chen Ge posted a notice about collecting wild dendrobium. So I came to verify if it's true, Li Huamei replied. Of course it's true. I just made $82 from purchasing wild dendrobium. Li Chen shared his recent success with Li Huamei, who was not a stranger. Chen Ge, you are truly impressive. My admiration for you continues to grow. Upon learning that Li Chen had indeed profited from the wild dendrobium, Li Huamei immediately gave him a thumbs up. That's just the beginning. Once my business expands further, I will ask for your help. Li Chen planned to grow his enterprise and would eventually need assistance. Really? I will eagerly await your business expansion so I can lend a hand, Li Huamei said, delighted. During this period in 1998, many rural farmers had begun to venture outside their provinces to seek work and earn money. After graduating from high school, Li Huamei spent a few months working in Guangdong. However, the factory environment felt excessively constraining, particularly on the assembly line, where the workload seemed endless, and even a trip to the restroom required permission from the foreman. Eventually, she returned home. If she could assist Li Chen with some work and earn an income, she would be more than willing. No problem, just wait and see. This will soon come to fruition. Li Chen contemplated that if he continued to acquire resources in this manner, he would quickly amass a substantial sum of money, allowing him to expand his aquaculture and venture into agriculture. With memories spanning the next 15 to 20 years, the year 1998 represented a veritable goldmine for Li Chen. The most pressing concern was to generate sufficient funds. Without money, all aspirations would be mere illusions. Particularly before the 15th, he needed to earn more, so he could visit Yi Xiaohan's family with pride. After Li Huamei returned home, Li Chen rested for a brief spell before resuming his search for a location to set traps for wild rabbits. These rabbits were incredibly astute. After one of their kin had been caught in a trap the previous night, it was unlikely they would return to the same area. Thus, Li Chen opted to relocate his traps. Once everything was arranged, it was nearly time for dinner. In the countryside during this period, dinner was typically served early. Li Chen's stomach began to rumble. Upon returning home, he fed the hens in the orchard and began preparing the evening meal. Today, he had purchased a pound of beef in town and intended to prepare a fragrant dish of boiled beef for Yi Xiaohan to savor. Yi Xiaohan wished to assist, but Li Chen insisted she refrain, leaving her to sit quietly and watch him work. Observing this man diligently preparing dinner for her filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of security and happiness. Xiaohan, what do you think? This boiled beef smells delightful, doesn't it? After finishing the dish, Li Chen promptly presented the boiled beef to Yi Xiaohan, encouraging her to take a whiff. The aroma was exquisite. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a fragrant beef dish. With a blissful expression, Yi Xiaohan admitted that she hadn't enjoyed beef in quite a while, as during her time at the Li household, even the hint of meat had been a luxury. Here, give it a try. Only by tasting it can you truly express your opinion. With that, Li Chen picked up his chopsticks. Placing a piece of beef in her mouth, Yi Xiaohan was instantly moved. This was the first time since their marriage that Li Chen had fed her. The feeling of happiness surged within her. Delicious, truly delicious. This is the most flavorful beef I've ever had. After savoring another bite, she immediately gave a thumbs up. Of course, How could your husband's cooking not be delightful? Make sure you finish all this beef. Li Chen said with a broad smile. No, we should share it. There's too much beef for me to eat alone. Xiaohan was aware that Li Chen intentionally let her enjoy the beef. Yet her empathetic nature prevented her from indulging alone. Thus, after taking a seat, she placed a portion of beef into Li Chen's bowl. In this manner, the two shared a warm dinner together. Once finished, Li Chen proceeded to wash the dishes, while Xiaohan busied herself with wiping the table. At that moment, a voice resonated from the doorway. It was Zhang Dongji from the neighboring village. Much like Li Chen in the past, Zhang Dongji indulged in all manner of pleasures, particularly gambling, which was his unique passion. His name derived from the fact that he was born on the winter solstice. Dongji, what brings you here? Li Chen inquired as he stepped out of the room. A new casino has opened in town, and I heard they are offering promotions today. I came to invite you to join me in making some easy money, Zhang Dongji replied. Upon hearing Zhang Dongji invite Li Chen to gamble, a wave of anxiety washed over Xiaohan. The happiness she had experienced in recent days had rekindled her hope for life and a bright future. She feared that if Li Chen followed Zhang Dongji to gamble, her flickering hopes would be extinguished once more. Dongji, please refrain from seeking me for drinking and gambling in the future. I have quit, Li Chen declared firmly. Fortunately, Li Chen's refusal brought Xiaohan some solace. No way. You're not going to gamble? Have you truly changed so completely? Zhang Dongji exclaimed, astonished. Of course. The villagers of Nanliu know this. If you don't believe me, ask Ergo. You often stay out late, so naturally, you're unaware of this. However, considering our brotherhood, I strongly advise you to quit gambling. There is no such thing as easy money. The house always wins. Li Chen's words fell on deaf ears for Zhang Dongji. After realizing that Li Chen genuinely refused to gamble, he shook his head in disbelief and remarked that the sun must be rising in the west before departing. Li Chen chose not to say more. He understood that those who had not experienced certain events were difficult to persuade. Just like his past self, had Xiaohan and Li Chuntian not tried to advise him? But had he ever heeded their words? Li Chen, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to maintain hope for the future, Xiaohan said sincerely as she approached him. Fool, it's what I ought to do. Moreover, I promised you that I would not gamble again, and I will keep that promise. You just focus on nurturing our little ones. Once they arrive, we shall live happily and joyfully as a family, Li Chen replied, tilting his head to rest it on Xiaohan's belly, listening intently to the sounds within. This made Xiaohan chuckle uncontrollably. All right, stop listening. If you keep this up, they might be too frightened of you as their father to come out. She laughed. How could that be? They are eager to meet their father and you, their mother, as soon as possible. In pondering the names for these two little ones, a previous discussion had taken place, yet no decision was reached. Thus, Li Chen resolved to confer with Xiaohan once more. What names do you wish to bestow upon them? I shall heed your suggestions, said Xiaohan. Li Chen contemplated for a moment before replying. Let us name the boy Lele, in hopes that he may find joy every day. What do you think? Lele? That is a delightful name. And for the girl? For her, we shall call her Yu, wishing for her life to be leisurely and carefree, Li Chen responded. Indeed, both names are splendid. I concur, Xiaohan declared. Thus, the decision was made with great pleasure, Lele and Yu. Your father and mother await your arrival, Li Chen said, gently kissing Xiaohan's belly. She had grown accustomed to his affectionate gestures and no longer blushed as she once did. By 9 in the evening, the village of Nanliu was enveloped in darkness, for there were no street lamps at this time, and most villagers had retired for the night. Unable to sleep, Li Chen encouraged Xiaohan to rest while he ventured to the orchard to check on the hens. Woof, woof, woof. Ahe barked upon sensing someone approach. It's me, Li Chen, he announced, prompting the dog to cease its barking. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Ahe might have charged at him. Yet, Li Chen appreciated this vigilant demeanor, for if an intruder had come, the hens would have been at risk. You performed admirably, Ahe. In future, ensure you react this way whenever someone approaches the hens. Do you understand? Li Chen approached and stroked the dog's head, both encouraging and instructing him. Woof, woof, woof. Ahe barked thrice, signaling his understanding. Excellent, that suffices. In a few days, I shall find you a companion, so you needn't feel so solitary here, Li Chen resolved. Having observed the intelligence and obedience of the dogs from the Tuesday household. Woof, woof, woof. Ahe joyfully barked at the news of a forthcoming companion. Li Chen smiled, choosing to ignore him for the moment as he circled the hens. This visit was primarily to ensure no venomous snakes might come to harm them, as the countryside was rife with overgrown weeds and the presence of snakes was not uncommon. These snakes were cunning and, under the cover of night, Ahe might not notice them. Fortunately, after a thorough inspection, no snakes were detected, allowing Li Chen to return home and rest peacefully. The following morning, Li Chen awoke early and promptly ventured to the back mountain to check on the wild rabbits. To his delight, he had captured a total of 10 rabbits. There are 5 more than yesterday. If we calculate at 50 yuan each, these wild rabbits alone could yield a profit of 500 yuan. Li Chen, brimming with excitement, carried them home. Oh my, how many wild rabbits did I catch this time? Upon seeing Li Chen return with such a bounty, Xiaohan's face lit up with delight. Indeed, I did not expect such a fruitful harvest. It seems that placing them near the rabbit burrow yesterday paid off, Li Chen joyfully remarked. You are truly remarkable. These 10 wild rabbits equate to 500 yuan. Xiaohan's admiration for this man grew deeper, solidifying her belief that her initial choice had been correct. As long as this man was willing to change, their future would certainly be bright. Not only the wild rabbits, but soon we will also have green-shelled eggs. Keep an eye on them for now. I will wash up and then go collect the green-shelled eggs. With that, Li Chen set the 10 wild rabbits aside and, after freshening up, headed toward the orchard with the day as provisions. Chenggu, wait for me. I'll help you collect the eggs. Li Huamei exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Li Chen, and she happily followed behind. Huamei, why are you up so early? I wake up this early every day. Since I have nothing to do now, I thought I'd join you in collecting the green-shelled eggs, Li Huamei replied with a smile. All right then. I'll bring you some back to eat later. Thank you, Chenggu, but my mother said those green-shelled eggs are quite expensive, so you should keep them to sell for money. Your family needs it right now. Li Chen felt deeply moved by this. Once he earned enough money, he would make sure to repay those who wished for his well-being. Woof, woof, woof. As they arrived at the orchard, Ahe began barking again. Chenggu, is this the dog you brought back from Ergo's place? Yes. I don't know what happened, but as soon as I brought him home, it seemed like he recognized me as his master. He is very obedient. Woof, woof, woof. Ahe appeared to bask in the praise, barking proudly. Ahe, stop being so vain and hurry up to eat your breakfast, Li Chen said, placing the dog's meal down. Chenggu, come look. So many green-shelled eggs. Big green-shelled eggs. At that moment, Li Huamei exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 52, The Hen. Truly a great layer. Upon hearing this, Li Chen walked over to take a look, and a joyful smile broke across his face. It seemed that all 50 hens had laid eggs. Chenggu, you're going to strike it rich. Li Huamei gave a thumbs up. Huamei, would you believe me if I told you this is just the beginning? I believe you. Who wouldn't he believe, Chenggu? Li Huamei nodded. You clever girl, you know how to flatter. Now, let us go inside and help me collect the green-shelled eggs, while I feed them first. Li Chen handed the wooden basket for the eggs to Li Huamei and continued to distribute the food he had brought to several spots, allowing the hens to feed separately. Li Huamei was overjoyed to personally experience the collection of these green-shelled eggs. She bent down to pick one up, then another, and soon enough, her wooden bucket was filled with over a dozen of them. Chenggu, why are some of these eggs so large while others are so small? She inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Li Chen for clarification. The smaller green-shelled eggs are laid by the hens that have just begun to produce. Their initial eggs tend to be smaller, Li Chen explained as he approached her. Oh, I remember now. You mentioned that before. I'll continue gathering the eggs, she replied, resuming her task of collecting the green-shelled treasures from the ground. Li Chen joined her side, and together they diligently gathered the remaining eggs. After their efforts, Li Chen counted them carefully and found exactly 50 green-shelled eggs. This confirmed his earlier assessment that all 50 hens had begun laying. He could not suppress his excitement and joy, knowing that green-shelled eggs were quite valuable during this season. And he already had a portion stored at home to take to town for sale. Huamei, take a few home for your parents to enjoy. Otherwise, I'll have to sell them all in town, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow to have some, he warmly suggested upon their return home. Thank you, Chenggu. My parents have already said that these green-shelled eggs are for you to sell and make money. We can have them occasionally, she said cheerfully before heading home. Li Chen felt grateful and wanted to say something more, but Huamei had already walked away. Soon, news of Li Chen's 50 hens all laying green-shelled eggs spread throughout Nanliu village. People marveled at Li Chen's success in raising hens that produced such prized eggs, realizing he was on the verge of significant fortune. Indeed, these green-shelled eggs are treasures, both expensive and rare. I waited in line for a long time to buy some before, but there were none available, they remarked. Li Chen is truly skilled, ever since he changed his ways. He not only enjoys meat daily, but has also ventured into farming, which seems promising. The villagers admired his abilities, recognizing that he had a solid foundation, having received an education. Previously, he had strayed from a productive path, but with his newfound dedication, he was achieving remarkable results. While the villagers expressed their admiration, Huang Suihua felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing this news. She rushed home to chastise her husband, Li Wu. You, Li Wu, should really listen to what is happening outside. The whole village is praising Li Chen, while you sit idly at home. If I were you, I'd rather throw myself against a tofu block than face this. Although no one was currently comparing Li Wu to Li Chen, the memory of their families once being equally impoverished weighed heavily on Huang Zuohua. Now that Li Chen was improving his circumstances, she couldn't help but feel discontent. How could Li Chen have so many green-shelled eggs and not share even a taste with me? I misjudged him from the start. Li Wu remained preoccupied with the fact that Li Chen had gifted green-shelled eggs to other villagers but had neglected to bestow any upon him. This sentiment festered within him, especially now that Li Chen's hens had begun laying eggs, yet he still received nothing. What good is talking here? If you have the guts, confront him directly. If you dare, stop him from raising chickens. Why would I not dare? I shall go this instant. Provoked by Huang Zuohua's taunts, Li Wu rose and strode towards the door. However, after taking just a few steps, he found himself in a quandary. Clearly, confronting Li Chen at his home to demand green-shelled eggs for his own tasting would be an exceedingly awkward affair. It seemed wiser to devise a different plan to thwart Li Chen's burgeoning prosperity. A thought struck him. The path to Li Chen's orchard inevitably passed through his own orchard. If he were to block this route, how could Li Chen continue his poultry endeavors? Soon, Li Wu was seized with this cunning stratagem. He hurried home to fetch a knife, intending to gather thorny brambles from the mountains to obstruct the road. In his mind, if Li Chen had no access to the road, how could he raise his chickens? Meanwhile, Li Chen was blissfully unaware of Li Wu's scheme. After returning home and conferring with Xiaohan, he decided to take 50 green-shelled eggs and 10 rabbits to sell. As for the remaining green-shelled eggs from yesterday, he chose to leave them at home for Xiaohan, whose health was frail and in need of nourishment, especially as she approached her due date. Be careful on the way back. I will be waiting for you, Xiaohan gently urged, handing Li Chen a towel before he departed. Thank you, my dear. I shall set off now. Li Chen draped the towel over his shoulder, his face alight with joy as he pedaled his tricycle towards the town. He had a busy day ahead. After selling the wild rabbits, he needed to think about marketing the green-shelled eggs, and afterwards, he would have to procure wild dendrobium. To avoid wasting any time, he pedaled vigorously toward the rabbit-buying location. Ah, young man, you're back. How many wild rabbits did you manage to catch last night? Upon seeing Li Chen approach, the proprietor of the rabbit shop immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Look here, I brought 10 large wild rabbits. Li Chen halted his tricycle and proudly displayed his catch for the vendor to see. My goodness, your luck is remarkable. You caught 10 rabbits in one night. Of course. Now, how about you raise the price a bit? Haha, that is not possible. We agreed on 51 for a reason. Very well, 50 it is. So you owe me 500. Feeling buoyant that day, Li Chen did not linger on haggling over the price, especially since it was already prearranged. Prolonging the discussion seemed unlikely to yield a higher offer. It was better to save his breath for promoting his green-shelled eggs. Young man, here is your 500 yuan. Please count it carefully. If it is short, I shall not be responsible once you step outside. Chapter 53. The promotion of green-shelled eggs begins with a kind ante. Li Chen received the money and counted it meticulously. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he cheerfully tucked it into his pocket. Thank you, Brother Shang. If I catch any wild rabbits tomorrow, I'll bring them to you. All right. I'll be waiting for your wild rabbits. In all his years of running the shop, this was the first time the proprietor had seen someone acquire such a large quantity of wild rabbits at once. Thus, he treated Li Chen with utmost courtesy. After Li Chen prepared to leave, the shopkeeper personally came out with a warm smile to bid him farewell. After departing from the wild rabbit vendor, Li Chen pondered how to sell the 50 green-shelled eggs on his vehicle at a high price. Given the scarcity of green-shelled eggs in this era, he believed that simply setting up a stall in the market would lead to rapid sales. However, Li Chen was not inclined to pursue such a path, as it would significantly lower the selling price. If he was to sell, he aimed to achieve the highest possible price. A thought struck him. Was there not a restaurant called the Southern Restaurant in town? It was renowned as the finest establishment, typically hosting important business guests and officials from afar. With the memories of his past life, Li Chen quickly recalled the Southern Restaurant located on Southern Road in Bobai town. High-end dining options were scarce in the town during this period, and the Southern Restaurant was the only respectable choice. If they were willing to purchase his green-shelled eggs, he would assuredly fetch a good price. With this in mind, Li Chen promptly pedaled his tricycle to the entrance of the Southern Restaurant. Fortunately, during this time, the concept of security in rural restaurants was non-existent. Otherwise, Li Chen might have faced disdain from security personnel regarding his dilapidated tricycle. Reminiscent of the experiences depicted in urban novels of 2022, Li Chen parked his tricycle at the entrance and ventured inside. A middle-aged woman was busy cleaning the floor. Upon noticing his arrival, she straightened her back in surprise and remarked, "Young man, Isn't it a bit too early for a meal? We've only just started our cleaning shift. Hello, madam. I'm not here to dine. I've come to sell green-shelled eggs. Would you kindly inform your manager or the head of the kitchen? I have some exceptionally fine green-shelled eggs and would like to propose a partnership with your restaurant. Li Chen replied courteously. You're quite the smooth talker, young man. Others call me auntie, but you choose to call me sister. However, no matter how eloquent you are, it won't matter as all our ingredients come from fixed suppliers. Therefore, we won't be able to collaborate with you, the cleaning lady responded. This answer undoubtedly chilled Li Chen's spirits, yet he did not concede defeat. How about this? If they find my green-shelled eggs unsatisfactory, I will leave immediately. Li Chen was confident in the quality of his eggs, as they were laid by free-range hens raised in orchards, distinctly different from those produced by hens fed solely on commercial feed. An experienced person would easily recognize the difference. Young man, why are you so stubborn? I've told you that our restaurant will never collaborate with outsiders, yet you refuse to believe me. I suggest you stop wasting your time and take your goods to the market instead. They are quite sought after and will sell easily. The other party was evidently growing impatient, waving his hand to dismiss Li Chen. Madam, my green-shelled eggs are truly exceptional. Perhaps you might consider taking a look. And if you find them satisfactory, you could inform them afterwards. Li Chen remained undeterred, politely promoting his green-shelled eggs. I have no interest, it's just green-shelled eggs. I see them every day here at work. With that, she waved her hand again, signaling Li Chen to abandon his hopes. Seeing this, Li Chen reluctantly turned away, contemplating alternative approaches. However, just as he pivoted, he nearly collided with a portly man. Fortunately, he halted just in time, and the man swiftly stepped back. Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going? You almost bumped into me. Luckily, I reacted quickly. The man immediately began to scold him. Li Chen, acknowledging his oversight, offered a polite apology. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I'm glad you're unharmed. Of course, I'm fine. If I weren't, you'd owe me compensation. What brings you to my restaurant? Boss Long. This person is here to promote his green-shelled eggs, hoping to collaborate with us. Before Li Chen could respond, the cleaning lady interjected. From her words, Li Chen discerned that this portly man was the owner of the Chengnan restaurant, surnamed Long. Despite the initial rudeness in his tone, Li Chen understood the necessity of collaboration and thus smiled. Indeed. Boss Long, I have a batch of excellent green-shelled eggs. Would you care to take a look? I assure you, you will be pleased. Go away. Our Chengnan restaurant is the only high-end establishment in the entire Bobai town, and we are the sole restaurant with a fixed supplier. Your green-shelled eggs are of no interest to us. To his surprise, Boss Long arrogantly dismissed him without even a glance. Young man, I've already told you that our boss will not collaborate with you. You should give up on this. The cleaning lady chimed in smugly. Very well, if you want to accept my green-shelled eggs today, you will surely regret it in the future. Li Chen, possessing a sense of dignity, decided not to press further given the disdainful remarks. He turned away and left without looking back. Oh, truly a young man unaware of the world's realities, not even bothering to inquire about the background of our Chengnan restaurant. Do you think we need a supplier like you? Boss Long scoffed behind him. Yet, Li Chen remained undaunted, convinced that his remarkable green-shelled eggs would find appreciation elsewhere. After leaving Chengnan restaurant, he opted for a slightly lower-tier establishment, the Xingfu restaurant. This was his only hope. After all, during this period, the town had few restaurants. Similar to the previous A Dong eatery, which primarily focused on late-night snacks. If the Happiness restaurant was unwilling to collaborate with him, he would have to devise another plan. The location of the Happiness restaurant was not far from the Southern City Hotel, and Li Chen soon arrived at its entrance. Upon seeing someone seated at the cash register, he walked in directly. Hello, may I ask if you are in need of green-shelled eggs? Chapter 54. After selling green-shelled eggs, he seeks Widow Wang again. The individual at the cash register was a man in his 50s. Upon hearing Li Chen speak, he cast a surprised glance at him. A few seconds later, he responded, Young man, are you selling green-shelled eggs? Indeed. My green-shelled eggs are raised in an orchard, and I assure you, you will be pleased upon inspection, Li Chen replied confidently. Very well, I will take a look. If I am satisfied, I will consider whether to purchase. The man said calmly. Sure, please wait, I will bring them in for you to see. Li Chen felt a surge of joy. The demeanor of this man was a stark contrast to that of Boss Long from the Southern City Hotel. As long as he was willing to look, Li Chen believed this was an opportunity. No need to bring them in. Let's step outside to take a look. The man remarked, just as Li Chen turned to walk a couple of steps away. He then stepped out from behind the cash register. 50 green-shelled eggs were packed into 2 baskets by Xiaohan, who had taken care to cushion them with soft rice straw to prevent any damage during transit. Boss, here are my green-shelled eggs. Take a look. If you are not satisfied, I will leave without further ado, Li Chen said, removing the covering cloth with a beaming smile. All right, let me see. The man approached and bent down to inspect 2 green-shelled eggs. Not bad. Indeed, these are eggs from orchard hens. I will take all of these green-shelled eggs. After examining several, he quickly made his decision. Li Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. Great, thank you for your trust. But is this the price? The price is negotiable. How does 5 yuan per pound sound? During the year of 1998, egg prices varied elsewhere, but in Bobai town, ordinary eggs typically ranged from 2.5 to 3 yuan per pound. The price offered for the green-shelled eggs was already above that of regular eggs. However, Li Chen shook his head in refusal. With the memories of a reborn individual, he knew very well that the price of green-shelled eggs was not simply a matter of being 1 yuan higher than that of ordinary eggs. Their rarity and nutritional value, as noted in various sources, warranted a better price. If 5 yuan was all he could get, he would rather hold on to them and seek opportunities to market them at larger hotels in the county town. In fact, the 5 yuan offered was merely a test to gauge Li Chen's knowledge about the market value of such eggs. Having been in the restaurant business for years and purchasing green-shelled eggs for just as long, how could he be unaware of their true market worth? Seeing that Li Chen was quite young, he assumed he might not recognize the difference between green-shelled eggs and ordinary ones, and thus decided to test the waters. If successful, he could easily deceive Li Chen and procure the green-shelled eggs at a bargain. However, upon seeing Li Chen shake his head, he realized his scheme would likely fail. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, how about 6 yuan per pound? Li Chen countered, 6 yuan is still too little. These are not just any green-shelled eggs, but those from free-range hens raised in orchards. What price would you consider reasonable for these? The man inquired. Li Chen raised his finger to indicate 7 yuan. That seems excessively high. I have never purchased green-shelled eggs at such a price, the man protested. Nevertheless, you have yet to encounter eggs of this quality, Li Chen responded, emphasizing that these eggs were indeed produced by hens foraging in orchards. Drawing from his past experiences, he understood that the affluent sought after pure, natural products and were willing to pay handsomely for them. Young man, your eloquence is commendable. Very well, in light of your persuasive skills, I shall agree to 7 yuan per pound. The man's acquiescence was not solely due to Li Chen's oratory prowess. After all, many possessed similar talents. His willingness to pay this price stemmed from the fact that his culinary master, Nanliu, was set to visit his restaurant the following day. Nanliu had expressed a desire to sample his green-shelled egg dishes and was known to relish various preparations of these eggs. This morning, the man had been contemplating where to procure quality green-shelled eggs, and Li Chen's timely appearance resolved that dilemma. For a chef, high-quality ingredients are paramount. To avoid disappointing his mentor, he was more than willing to pay 7 yuan per pound for Li Chen's pure, orchard-raised green-shelled eggs. Thank you, good sir, Li Chen beamed, promptly producing 50 eggs. After weighing them, it turned out to be 5 pounds and 2 ounces. Li Chen generously declared that the extra 2 ounces could be disregarded, settling on a clean 5 pounds. 5 times 7 is 35. The man quickly handed over the money to Li Chen. Though his profit amounted to only 35 yuan, Li Chen remained elated. After all, this was merely a single day's earnings. In 10 days, he could accumulate 350 yuan, and in a month, over 1,050 yuan. This calculation was based solely on the current scale of 50 hens. Imagine if he had 100 or even 500. While he earned more from selling wild rabbits, their prices were volatile, and their availability was limited. If they were not scarce, they wouldn't be called wild, nor could they command such prices. Moreover, it was likely that soon the villagers would discover the lucrative nature of selling wild rabbits, leading them to imitate his approach, thereby diminishing his chances of acquiring them. Only by expanding the scale of farming can one achieve long-term profitability. What do you think? The money isn't lacking, is it? After counting the cash, the man jokingly inquired. Not at all, just enough. Thank you, boss, Li Chen replied with a smile. As long as it's sufficient. Your green-shelled eggs are quite excellent. Which region do you hail from? If the results are favorable, I shall seek you out again next time. I reside in Nanliu village. My name is Li Chen. If you wish to find me, simply go to Nanliu village and mention my name. Li Chen cheerfully responded before gathering his belongings and once more mounting his second-hand tricycle. He still needed to venture to the village where he had posted a notice for the purchase of wild dendrobium yesterday to acquire a batch of wild dendrobium. That too promised a lucrative endeavor. Fortunately, having just sold wild rabbits and green-shelled eggs, he had a sum of money that would serve as payment for the villagers. Given the proximity of Santan village to the town, Li Chen's first stop was indeed Santan village. He had acquired 10 wild dendrobium plants from Widow One yesterday, and this time he intended to visit her first, as her home was conveniently located at the entrance of the village. Upon arriving at Widow Wang's house and finding no one at the door, he called out loudly, "Sister Wang, are you home?" Chapter 55. Widow Wang discovers a way to earn pocket money. Widow Wang was selecting cucumbers in her room when she heard someone calling for her. Immediately, she set down the cucumbers and stepped outside. "Young man, it's you. I was worried you wouldn't come today." Seeing that it was Li Chen, who had purchased her wild dendrobium yesterday, Widow Wang was quite pleased. "Sister Wang, I am a man of my word. I said I would return to continue purchasing wild dendrobium, and I certainly shall. So do you have any today?" Yes, of course. Please wait a moment. I'll go fetch them for you." Widow Wang had gone out yesterday afternoon to gather wild dendrobium and, having arrived earlier than the other villagers, had managed to secure 10 plants. "Young man, there's no issue with these wild dendrobium, right? I was worried they might wilt after I dug them up yesterday, so I took special care to keep them in some mud and water." "No problem at all. Even if they were wilted, I would still buy them," Li Chen generously assured her. "Really? Thank you so much." Widow Wang was elated, for these 10 wild dendrobium represented an opportunity to earn 80 yuan. During this period, as a widow, it was not easy to earn money. Being able to make pocket money through her own efforts made her content. "Here is your 80 yuan. Please take it." Li Chen counted the money and handed it over to her. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it." Widow Wang accepted the money, expressing her gratitude once more. "No need for thanks. Our cooperation has been delightful. However, why is your face so flushed?" At this moment, Li Chen noticed that Widow Wang's complexion was a bright red, reminiscent of bashfulness. "Ah, is my face red? I had no idea." Widow Wang's reaction brought to mind her recent embarrassment while selecting cucumbers. Has that person who purchased wild dendrobium from yesterday come again? Fortunately, at this juncture, another villager shouted out, "Yes, he has returned to buy wild dendrobium. If you have any, bring it to sell to him." Widow Wang responded in kind. "Indeed, I am here to collect wild dendrobium. Everyone with it, please bring it forth." Li Chen also called out loudly, and soon, nearby villagers who had harvested wild dendrobium came to sell it to him. Li Chen was elated to see the villagers holding wild dendrobium, as it indicated a bountiful harvest for him that day in Santan village. "Do not worry. As long as you have it, I will purchase it. Please line up, and I will count and pay you one by one." Observing the villagers anxiously jostling to be the first to transact with him, he quickly reassured them with a loud voice. With this statement from Li Chen, the villagers felt considerably more at ease. Since there was no urgency, they settled down and allowed the first arrivals to complete their transactions. Ultimately, Li Chen successfully acquired 60 stalks of wild dendrobium from the entire Santan village. Fortunately, he had earned 500 yuan from selling wild rabbits that day. Otherwise, he would have struggled to pay the villagers. It is worth noting that for 60 stalks of wild dendrobium, he would have to part with 480 yuan. After leaving Santan village, Li Chen found it challenging to quickly gather more wild dendrobium from other villages, as his funds were limited. He needed to make another trip to town to sell the 60 stalks before he could continue. Although this roundabout journey was somewhat troublesome, he had no choice. Having just been reborn, his financial resources were constrained, and he needed to exert effort to accumulate sufficient funds. Moreover, as long as there was profit to be made, he was unfazed by the inconvenience. "Ah, young lad, you've come again." Wang Agu, from the herbal medicine shop, greeted Li Chen with warm enthusiasm upon his arrival. "Indeed. Today I managed to acquire 60 stalks of wild dendrobium. Take a look." Li Chen proudly pointed to the wild dendrobium on his tricycle and said joyfully, "Heavens, this is remarkable. You managed to gather so much at once. Be honest, did you purchase them directly from the villagers?" Wang Agu, being astute and having engaged in the herbal trade locally for many years, understood the basics of wild dendrobium. Typically, an individual could not possess such a large quantity simultaneously, leading him to surmise that Li Chen must have acquired these stalks from the villagers to sell to him. "You guessed correctly. I procured these from others. I merely profit from the price difference. However, you are no different, are you? You acquire these wild dendrobium orchids from me only to sell them to others. So we are quite similar." Since the other party has seen through it, Li Chen did not hide the truth and openly stated this. Wang Aguo was momentarily taken aback, for he indeed sold them at a high price to others, profiting from the price difference. "You have a way with words. Indeed. We are both capitalizing on the price disparity. I will take all of your wild dendrobium orchids. I do not concern myself with the methods you employ to obtain them. As long as they are wild, I will take them." Wang Aguo considered this a fortunate turn of events, as it meant he would receive more wild dendrobium orchids and consequently profit even more. "All right, thank you, old Wang. Please take a good look at these 60 plants." Li Chen said joyfully. "No problem. It's still 11 yuan each, totaling 660 yuan. Understanding the situation, Wang Aguo wasted no time and immediately returned to his drawer to retrieve the money, handing it over to Li Chen. Li Chen accepted the cash, carefully examining the 100 yuan notes. In these times, counterfeit money was prevalent, and he needed to be vigilant. Receiving fake currency would result in a significant loss. How about it? Young man, is there any issue with this money? Wang Aguo joked, noticing Li Chen scrutinizing the notes. No problem, it's all genuine. Thank you, old Wang. Li Chen replied with a smile, placing the money into his pocket. You truly know how to make money, don't you? If I'm not mistaken. You've made quite a bit, haven't you? Haha, I merely earn a modest sum. Unlike you who profits immensely, Li Chen humbly replied, leaving the herbal shop with a beaming smile. With a cost of 480 yuan and a return of 660 yuan, Li Chen effectively made a profit of 180 yuan from this venture. It is worth noting that this was merely the acquisition of the wild dendrobium orchids from the villagers of Santan village. He still had yet to procure from the other 8 villages. Once he completed this round, he would soon accumulate a substantial amount of funds. However, Li Chen was aware that this was not a sustainable strategy. Currently, he could only make quick profits. The reason was simple. This was merely the beginning. There were still plenty of wild dendrobium orchids available, but in the future, their numbers would dwindle. And there might even come a time when they could not be found at all. Additionally, the villagers would gradually realize that they could sell to herbal shops themselves, choosing not to sell to him anymore. What Li Chen could do was to acquire as many as possible and earn as much as he could to invest in larger enterprises. Thus, after leaving the herbal shop, he continued pedaling his tricycle towards other villages. I am here to collect wild dendrobium orchids. I am buying them in large quantities. In this village, without Widow Wang, he had to exert himself, calling out loudly as he rode through. Come over, I have what you need. Suddenly, a modestly dressed young woman emerged from her home and addressed Li Chen. Chapter 56. The Wild Dendrobium and Rice Wine, a remembrance of my former misdeeds. Upon hearing his name, Li Chen promptly halted his tricycle. Excuse me, do you have any wild dendrobium at home? He inquired. Indeed. I saw your notice yesterday and went to dig up 5 plants. Would you like to come and see if they are the wild dendrobium you desire? The young woman replied. Absolutely, I would love to take a look, Li Chen said, feeling elated as he followed her back to her abode. Fortunately, there were others present at her home. Otherwise, had she been alone, Li Chen would have felt a pang of apprehension, considering the year was 1998. What if her husband returned unexpectedly and, unaware of the situation, struck him? What do you think? Can I sell these wild dendrobium? She asked anxiously after showing him her finds. Of course, they are worth money. I'll take them all. 5 plants for 40 yuan. Here you go, he replied, handing over 40 yuan from his pocket. Really, they can be sold. This is wonderful news. The young woman was overjoyed to receive the 40 yuan. Knowing that in this era, it could buy a significant amount of pork. How could she not rejoice? I assure you, when I say I will purchase, I truly mean it. So, continue your search for wild dendrobium. I will buy however much you can find, Li Chen declared generously. Great. I will continue to search right away, she said, nodding enthusiastically. After leaving her home, Li Chen persisted in his quest to acquire wild dendrobium in the village. After some effort, he managed to procure another 40 plants, which translated to a total expenditure of 320 yuan in that village alone. Thankfully, he still had around 400 yuan left in his pocket, allowing him to continue his endeavors in other villages. Thus, he stopped at a roadside shop to buy a bottle of Jianlibo to quench his thirst before heading to the next village. Ultimately, he acquired 50 more plants in another village, depleting the remaining funds he had. He realized he must return to town to sell the wild dendrobium to replenish his capital for further acquisitions. Without funds, the villagers in unfamiliar territories would not trust him, nor would they allow him to take the wild dendrobium without payment. Ah, young man, you're back again. What else with the frequent visits today? Joked Wang Aguo from the town's herbal medicine shop upon seeing Li Chen's return. Indeed, I have no choice, my funds are limited. So I can only collect a portion before coming back to exchange for money. Unless you trust me enough to lend me 10,000 or so. I wouldn't need to run around so often, Li Chen responded playfully as he steadied his tricycle. Ha ha ha. If I were wealthy, I would lend you some. Wang Aguai chuckled heartily. So, you might as well take a look at my wild dendrobium. I'm eagerly waiting to exchange it for money, Li Chen responded, presenting the 90 wild dendrobium plants he had just acquired, placing them in front of Wang Aguai. My goodness, your luck is simply extraordinary. You managed to acquire 90 plants all at once. That is quite a sum of money, Wang Aguai exclaimed. Well, the more I acquire, the more you profit, right? Li Chen remarked with a grin. Indeed. All right, I'll take them all for 990 yuan. Wang Aguai, in a generous spirit, quickly inspected the plants. confirming they were indeed wild dendrobium, and began counting out the cash for Li Chen. After deducting the cost of 720 yuan, Li Chen was pleased to realize he had made a net profit of 270 yuan from this venture. However, upon exiting the herbal shop, he glanced at the time and noted it was nearly time to return home to feed the hens. With Xiaohan currently pregnant and unable to perform strenuous tasks, Li Chen felt reluctant to burden her with such chores, deciding it was best to head home. As for the wild dendrobium in other villages, he would assess his availability in the afternoon and consider acquiring more if time permitted. If not, he contemplated asking Zhou Ergo to borrow his motorcycle the following day. The arduous task of traversing back and forth on a second-hand tricycle was indeed exhausting and time-consuming. Unfortunately, motorcycles during this period were prohibitively expensive, with prices starting in the thousands and exceeding 10,000 for the more luxurious models. Otherwise, he would have purchased one to alleviate this problem. Before returning home, he needed to address his hunger. The physical exertion of pedaling the tricycle had taken a toll on his stomach. He resolved to indulge in a long-awaited bowl of braised pork rice noodles at a local eatery. The difference between the braised pork noodles of this era and those of 2022 was stark. In his previous life, even after becoming one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in Asia, he had never tasted the nostalgic flavors of that delectable dish again. Seizing this opportunity of rebirth, Li Chen was determined to savor the experience anew. Thus, he pedaled his tricycle to a nearby rice noodle shop and parked it by the roadside. "Boss, one bowl of braised pork noodles, please. And be sure to add an extra piece of pork," he ordered. "Ah, you're here. It's been a while since I last saw you. Would you like to have 2 bowls of rice wine as well?" The bald proprietor of the rice noodle stall greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Li Chen initially appeared bewildered, but soon realized this was a place he had frequented in his past life. Given his previous indulgent habits, he would often order 2 bowls of rice wine alongside his braised pork noodles, which explained the proprietor's inquiry. "Thank you, but I've given up rice wine. Just add an extra piece of pork, and I'll pay you the same amount," Li Chen replied as he settled down. "What? You've quit rice wine?" Now that's a rare occurrence. The owner of the rice noodle stall evidently harbored doubts about Li Chen's ability to forego rice wine, as he perceived Li Chen to be one of his most addicted customers. Once one succumbs to the allure of rice wine, it is not an easy habit to relinquish. He suspected that Li Chen was merely feigning sobriety due to a temporary lack of funds. Li Chen, however, felt no inclination to elaborate, for he deemed it unnecessary to waste his breath on those who were insignificant to him. When the braised pork noodles were served, he promptly took a piece of the pork and savored its flavor. Delicious. It was indeed the same delightful taste he remembered. After taking a bite, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, if only I could have a couple more bowls of rice wine. It would be even more exquisite." In Chapter 57, Li Wu, unreasonable as ever, obstructed the road with a knife. In the past, the reckless Li Chen would have immediately ordered 2 bowls of rice wine upon hearing its name. Yet now, he felt no interest whatsoever. "No more rice wine for me. Please pack a portion of braised pork noodles to take home for my wife," Li Chen stated. "What's going on today? Is the sun rising in the west? Not only are you skipping rice wine, but you're also showing such affection for your wife?" The stall owner was taken aback upon hearing Li Chen's intention to bring food home. He had known of Li Chen's previous escapades, where he would indulge in excess or vent his frustrations on his wife. What could have changed today? Of course, a wife is meant to be cherished. "Please add an extra piece of braised pork. I will settle the bill shortly," Li Chen asserted confidently. "Well, today is truly bizarre," the stall owner murmured in disbelief. Li Chen continued to enjoy his braised pork noodles. After finishing his meal and sipping a couple of cups of tea, he settled his bill, secured the packed pork noodles onto the handlebars of his tricycle, and happily pedaled home. Meanwhile, in Nanliu village, Xiaohan grew concerned over Li Chen's prolonged absence and decided to tend to the hens herself, as they must surely be hungry since Li Chen had left. "Sister-in-law, something's wrong. The path to your orchard has been blocked by thorny bushes." At that moment, Li Huamei approached and declared, "What? Blocked? That's impossible. Your brother Chen was feeding the hens this morning." "It's true. I just passed by there and saw a large thicket of thorny bushes obstructing the path." Li Huamei insisted emphatically. "Is that so? I will go take a look with you," Xiaohan replied, unsure of the situation. "Sister-in-law, let me help you carry that," Li Huamei offered, taking the food bucket from Xiaohan's hands. At that moment, Li Chen returned on his tricycle. "Brother Chen, you have finally returned. My sister-in-law and I are preparing to visit your orchard and farming base." Upon seeing Li Chen return, Li Huamei immediately set down her belongings and approached him. "I, too, had returned to tend to my hens. Otherwise, I would likely not return until evening." After Li Chen parked the tricycle and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, he remarked, It seems you won't be able to tend to them this time. Why can't I? Li Huamei inquired. What has happened to the hens? It's not the hens that are the problem. Rather, the road has been blocked by thorny branches. It's quite troublesome to get through, Li Huamei replied. Is that so? I shall go take a look, Li Chen said, preparing to investigate. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned back. Xiaohan, I just bought you some braised pork powder in town. This is for you. Enjoy it at home while I handle things over there. With that, he retrieved the braised pork powder hanging from the tricycle's handle and handed it to Yi Xiaohan. A wave of emotion washed over Yi Xiaohan. If memory serves her right, this was the first time since their marriage that he had brought her takeout. Oh, sister-in-law, how fortunate you are. Our Chun-gu even knows to bring you takeout. Li Huamei remarked enviously from the side. Apologies, Huamei. I had no idea you were here. Otherwise, I would have brought you a portion as well. Not at all. I don't particularly enjoy that dish. I find it quite unpalatable, Li Huamei chuckled, then joined Li Chen as they headed towards the orchard and farming area. Yi Xiaohan, feeling restless at home, quickly consumed the braised pork powder and decided to join them. Upon arriving near the orchard, Li Chen spotted Li Wu still obstructing the road with thorny branches. Li Wu, what do you mean by this? Li Chen reprimanded him on the spot. This road is on my family's land. I shall do as I please with it. Li Wu retorted, having returned with the intent of further blocking the path. He remained unfazed at Li Chen's approach, confident that this was indeed his family's road, and that Li Chen could do nothing to him. Who told you this is your land? This is a public road, accessible to all, although it is near your orchard. It does not belong to you. Deliberately obstructing the road is unacceptable, Li Chen fumed as he accused him. Whether it is acceptable or not is not for you to decide. My father has told me that this road belongs to us, and I can place whatever I wish on my land. Without my consent, you shall not pass through here, Li Wu declared. Clearly fueled by jealousy and displaying a stubborn demeanor, Li Chen strode forward, tossing aside the thorny branches. Li Chen, you better stop. If you touch my things again, I swear I'll make you regret it. Li Wu threatened, brandishing a large rural machete from his waist. Seeing the situation escalate, Li Huamei hurried back, intending to summon the local security chief, Zhou Haishan, to mediate the conflict. Li Chen, confronted with Li Wu's threats, remained unfazed. In terms of stature and physique, he towered over Li Wu. Such unreasonable individuals ought to be taught a lesson to ensure their compliance. Li Wu, I also caution you. If you persist in your unreasonable behavior, I shall not show you any mercy, Li Chen declared with an air of authority. Oh, you think I should fear you? I have a knife, Li Wu retorted, brandishing his rural curved blade as he prepared to charge forward. What are you doing? Stop this at once. At that moment, Zhou Haishan arrived, shouting loudly. His swift arrival was not prompted by Li Huamei, but rather by Yi Xiaohan. Yi Xiaohan had initially planned to enjoy some braised pork noodles before checking the situation, but upon realizing that Li Wu was likely seeking trouble, she had taken it upon herself to summon Zhou Haishan for justice. Upon hearing Zhou Haishan's voice, Li Wu immediately halted, then approached with a victim's demeanor, saying, Director Zhou. Just in time. This brat Li Chen has been bullying me just because he's made a bit of money lately. You must stand up for me. Chapter 58. Betting on the memories of a reborn individual. Will I lose? Li Chen, infuriated by the cowardly preemptive complaint, was ready to kick Li Wu. Li Chen, what are you doing? Everyone, stand down. Fortunately, Zhou Haishan quickly intervened, preventing Li Wu from hitting the ground. How dare you? Li Chen, think of striking me. As long as I am here, you shall not pass to feed your chickens. Li Wu threatened with a smug expression. Li Wu, you would do well to restrain your words, Zhou Haishan admonished, turning to him. Director Zhou, you are highly respected in the village. Please speak out for justice. How can this public road become the private domain of Li Wu's family? Haven't we walked this road for generations? Li Chen asserted. Who claims this is a public road? My father has told me that this road was granted by our family's orchard, meaning the land still belongs to us. I refuse to permit you to use it. Especially not for feeding your chickens, Li Wu countered. Enough of your bickering. Let me speak, Zhou Haishan interjected, raising his voice to quell the argument. The two fell silent. After assessing the road, Zhou Haishan spoke. This road has existed for many years, and I cannot definitively say to whom it originally belonged. However, since it has become a thoroughfare, Li Wu, you should not obstruct it with thorny branches. Director, your statement lacks fairness. This road borders my family's orchard, so it must be ours. If it were not, why would my father speak of it in such a manner? Li Wu argued, clearly dissatisfied with Zhou Haishan's remarks. But how do you substantiate your claim that this road is yours? Furthermore, according to your own words, this is a matter from your father's generation, Zhou Haishan retorted. Li Wu was momentarily rendered speechless, for his sole intention was to thwart Li Chen's poultry farming endeavors and impede his financial gains. He possessed no evidence to substantiate that this road once belonged to his family's orchard. Director Zhou, he certainly could not prove that this road was relinquished by his family. However, I am equipped with evidence to demonstrate that this thoroughfare is public property. At this juncture, Li Chen recalled something and immediately interjected. Impossible, Li Chen. Do not utter nonsense. Li Wu retorted, visibly displeased. Whether I am spouting nonsense or not is for Director Zhou to decide. Very well. I shall observe what tricks you may employ. Let me make it clear. If you cannot present evidence that this road is public, you may as well resign yourself to never passing through here again, Li Wu threatened vehemently. Li Chen, do you possess any evidence to assert that this road is public? Zhou Haishan turned to Li Chen and inquired. Director Zhou, this road was indeed once the land of Li Wu's ancestors. See, he admits it himself. Director Zhou, you have heard it. Li Chen has acknowledged that this road previously belonged to my family. Li Wu proclaimed triumphantly upon hearing Li Chen's statement. However, my words are not yet complete. While it is true that this road was once their ancestral land, it has been designated as a public thoroughfare since the time of his grandfather, Li Chen continued. What do you mean by that, Li Chen? I find myself somewhat baffled. Zhou Haishan queried, perplexed. Let me clarify. Initially, Li Wu's grandfather did not relinquish this land for free as a path for the public. Rather, it was exchanged for 2 lychee trees belonging to the Li clan of Nanliu village as compensation. Therefore, this road was essentially purchased by our ancestors at the cost of 2 lychee trees. Li Chen's knowledge of this matter stemmed from the memories of his previous life. He recalled a time when he had lost a gamble and was in dire need of money, leading him to consider pilfering from Li Wang, who was the custodian of their clan's genealogy. At that time, Li Chen assumed Li Wang's wealth was securely hidden in a well-guarded wooden box, only to discover it contained a family record, and while searching for money, he fortuitously encountered this particular passage. Li Chen, you are speaking nonsense. If such a thing were true, why did my father never mention it? As for how your father conveyed it to you, that is your concern, not mine. Who knows if he even told you, and you are simply denying it. Li Chen promptly retorted. You, Li Chen, are trying to be clever with me. I am no fool. You claim it was purchased with 2 lychee trees, but what evidence do you have? In a fit of anger, Li Wu countered Li Chen. Indeed. Li Chen, do you possess any evidence to support your claim? As the security director of Nanliu village, I am unaware of this matter. Zhou Haishan also pressed Li Chen for an answer. Certainly, there exists evidence. When the transaction was conducted with his grandfather, our Li family genealogy was duly recorded. This genealogy is currently in the possession of Grandpa Li Wang. If you harbor doubts, you may seek out Grandpa Li Wang to present the genealogy as proof. Should I utter even a single falsehood, I shall forsake this path henceforth. Li Chen declared confidently. Li Chen, these are your words. Everyone has heard them, Li Wu remarked. Yet he did not take the matter to heart. In his view, even if the genealogy indeed contained such information, it pertained to a previous generation, and it was rare for the youth of this era to access it. He himself had never laid eyes upon it. So how could Li Chen have? Surely, he must be fabricating tales to instill fear. I am not so foolish as to fall for your tricks, Li Wu thought with a sense of self-satisfaction. However, what if the genealogy indeed documents this matter? Li Chen was not one to be easily intimidated and proposed a wager, compelling Li Wu to bear some consequence. Very well. Li Wu, if Li Chen speaks the truth, you shall henceforth refrain from obstructing this path. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient with you. Zhou Haishan chimed in. No problem. If what that lad claims is true, I shall immediately clear away these thorny trees and cease to hinder his passage. Li Wu remained skeptical. Then it is settled. Let us seek out Li Wang. Thus, Zhou Haishan led them to Li Wang's residence. Is Grandpa Li Wang at home? Chapter 59. Betting against a reborn individual? Are you not courting embarrassment? At the venerable age of 72, Li Wang is the oldest and most esteemed member of the Li family. Upon arriving at his home, Li Chen respectfully addressed him as Grandpa Li Wang. Ah, it is Xiao Chen. What brings you here? Oh, Director Zhou is here too? Why are there so many visitors? Initially, Li Wang thought only Li Chen had come to see him, but upon his emergence, he discovered Zhou Haishan and others in attendance. Grandpa Li Wang. The situation is as follows. A conflict has arisen between Li Chen and Li Wu. Zhou Haishan recounted the general circumstances. So that is the case. Indeed, as Li Chen stated, that path was originally promised by all members of the Li family in exchange for 2 lychee trees from Li Wu's grandfather. Those 2 lychee trees still stand in the village. Li Wu's grandfather had signed an agreement declaring that the path would henceforth be a communal thoroughfare for the Li family, no longer private property. After grasping the situation, Li Wang stated unequivocally, "Impossible. My father never mentioned this to me." You are all conspiring to deceive me. Li Wu clearly found it difficult to accept this conclusion. Li Wu, you are also a child of the Li family. Why would I deceive you? What benefit would I gain from this? Li Wang retorted. How about this, Grandpa Li Wang? Since Li Wu doubts your account, and your genealogy also bears records, why not present it for all to see? If it is indeed recorded, I, as the director, shall support you in seeking justice, remarked Zhou Haishan. No problem. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve it, Li Wang responded, turning to fetch the Li family genealogy. Li Chen remained unperturbed, as the memories of his rebirth, coupled with Li Wang's words, sufficiently substantiated his claims. Director Zhou, take a look. This is our Li family genealogy, and this page explicitly documents the details of that transaction. A few minutes later, Li Wang emerged with an ancient genealogy, opening a page for Zhou Haishan to review. The contents of the other pages, which contained the secrets of the Li family, were not suitable for Zhou Haishan's scrutiny. Aware of certain rural customs, Zhou only examined the page Li Wang had presented. Indeed, according to this record, that road originally belonged to the land of our ancestor, Li Wu. However, since you accepted those 2 lychee trees, it effectively means you exchanged that portion of land for public access via the trees, Zhou Haishan concluded after reviewing the document. I don't believe it. Let me see for myself, Li Wu interjected, taking the genealogy and inspecting it twice, his expression quickly turning awkward. So, Li Wu, have you given up now? Li Chen asked bluntly. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. We shall see. Li Wu, aware of his fault and reluctant to speak further in front of others, could only respond awkwardly before turning to leave. Li Wu, as per our agreement, you have lost. You must clear away the thorn trees obstructing the path, or we will have to take further action, Zhou Haishan called out after him. No need to rush. I will handle the clearing shortly, Li Wu retorted casually, leaving with his tail between his legs. Thus, the matter concluded with Li Chen's victory, yet Li Wu's resentment towards him deepened. Li Chen, how did you come to know about this? Many in the Li family are unaware, Li Wang inquired curiously after Li Wu departed. Naturally, Li Chen could not reveal that his knowledge stemmed from the memories of his rebirth. After a moment of thought, he replied, when I was young, I heard my grandfather mention it, but I never expected it to be true. Thank you very much. No need for formalities. I am delighted to see you, a child who has turned over a new leaf. I hope you will no longer indulge in past vices and will cherish your life with Xiaohan. If I am not mistaken, the child in Xiaohan's womb will soon arrive, correct? Yes, Grandpa Li Wang. The due date is around the 15th of next month. Yi Xiaohan politely responded from the side. Wonderful. Soon, our Li family will welcome 2 more members, Li Wang said with a cheerful smile. All right, the matter has been resolved. I shall take my leave now. Li Chen, if Li Wu fails to clear the thorn trees today, come to me again. I will certainly assist you in seeking justice. Zhou Haishan made a brief statement before turning to leave. Li Chen and Yi Xiaohan continued to be guests at Li Wang's home for over 20 minutes. Ultimately, considering that his hens had been hungry for quite some time, Li Chen decided it was time to take his leave. Upon returning to the orchard, he discovered that Li Wu had thoughtfully cleared the thorny bushes obstructing the path, which alleviated Yi Xiaohan's concerns. Otherwise, she genuinely feared a confrontation between Li Chen and Li Wu. Although Li Chen was in the right, she had grown reluctant to witness any altercations since his transformation. The memories of his past misdeeds haunted her, casting a long shadow over her thoughts. Li Chen understood that, despite his victory this time, Li Wu's temperament would not allow him to relent easily. He would undoubtedly devise other means to impede Li Chen's farming endeavors. However, Li Chen was unafraid. Should Li Wu choose to be combative, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Xiaohan, you can watch Ah He eat while I tend to the hens, he instructed as he entered the orchard. He first set down Ah He's food before commanding Yi Xiaohan to stay put, then ventured into the hen house. The clucking of the hens indicated their dire hunger. Upon seeing Li Chen approach with food, they quickly gathered around him. I apologize for keeping you hungry for so long. But don't fret, there's more than enough food today, he reassured them, scattering the feed across multiple spots for their convenience. Li Chen, Ah He is quite the glutton, isn't he? He even licks the bowl clean, Yi Xiaohan remarked with a smile. Indeed, he is an absolute foodie. Fortunately, he is quite clever. And since I brought him back, he seems to have accepted me as his master and listens well, Li Chen replied proudly. That makes sense. Perhaps it's because you frequently visited Ergo's house, so he's grown familiar with you, Yi Xiaohan analyzed. You're right. I used to visit Ergo every day, and that must have fostered some recognition. Li Chen agreed with her insight. He had indeed been a frequent visitor to Zhou Ergo's, often gambling together. As for Ah He, Li Chen had practically witnessed his birth, as he was present when this litter of puppies was born. Woof woof woof. Ah He seemed to comprehend their conversation and raised his head to bark 3 times. Ah He, tomorrow I'll find you a companion. How does that sound? Chapter 60. A bold idea for investment. Xiaohan had the same thought as Li Chen. He had been considering finding Ah He another companion, as it would provide an additional layer of protection for the hens. Xiaohan, it seems we are on the same wavelength. I too was thinking of getting him a friend. After all, Ergo has some dogs available. Li Chen chuckled. Such is the case. Yet this time you must indeed offer Ergo some money. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Do not worry. If he dares to refuse, I shall insist on giving it to him, Li Chen declared. Indeed, these hens are truly famished. Just look at how eagerly they are eating, he continued. Exactly. If it weren't for that trick Li Wu pulled, they wouldn't have had to wait so long for their lunch. Let us return home first. I have a surprise for you. A surprise? What sort of surprise? Xiaohan couldn't help but express her curiosity. Let us discuss this once we are home. This is not the place for conversation. With that, Li Chen supported Xiaohan as they made their way back home. Li Chen, you are being so mysterious. What is this surprise? As soon as they arrived, Xiaohan could no longer contain her excitement. Here, look at this. This is the money I earned today. Li Chen presented his earnings from the day before her. Xiaohan took the money and counted it, her face lighting up with astonishment. Heavens, you earned over 1,000 on this trip. Indeed. If I hadn't had to return to feed the hens, I could have made even more. I shall go find Zhou Ergo shortly, not only to purchase his dog, but also to borrow his motorcycle for collecting wild dendrobium. Otherwise, this wretched tricycle is not only laborious, but also a significant waste of time, Li Chen boasted proudly. You are truly impressive. My admiration for you grows by the day, Xiaohan said, giving her man a thumbs up. Of course, if your husband isn't remarkable, then who is? If I weren't capable, how could I be expecting twins? Li Chen replied with even more pride. Enough of that. Why must you speak such frivolous words in broad daylight? Sit and rest for a moment. I will fetch you a bowl of water to drink. In this rural period, many farmers lacked proper drinking vessels, often using their eating bowls instead. Xiaohan poured a bowl of water for Li Chen, who drank heartily before deciding to set out once more. Running back and forth is truly exhausting for you. Unfortunately, our family's funds are limited, and I feel quite embarrassed to borrow money from my family. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to buy a portion and then exchange it for cash just to continue purchasing. As she handed Li Chen a freshly washed towel, she lamented sympathetically. It was this remark that sparked a realization in Li Chen. I could borrow some money to increase our funds. Relying solely on this little bit of capital is far too slow, and the constant back and forth is indeed troublesome. Suddenly, a new idea struck him. He sat down again, contemplating where to borrow 20,000 yuan as startup capital. Xiaohan, I have thought it through. Since we have established that purchasing wild dendrobium and raising hens can be profitable, I shall borrow 20,000 yuan for investment. This way, our income will increase substantially. Li Chen shared his thoughts with Xiaohan. Borrow 20,000? But who would be willing to lend you such a large sum? During this period, 20,000 yuan is no small sum, and coupled with Li Chen's notorious reputation, it is indeed quite challenging to secure a loan. The only person Li Chen could think of was Li Huamei's father, Li Chuntian. He had always treated him well, and his family had some savings. I shall approach my uncle. Just wait. I will go and discuss this with him, Li Chen declared resolutely, heading directly to Li Huamei's home. Brother Chen, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit. Li Huamei greeted him warmly, immediately offering him a stool. Huamei, I am here to see your father. Is he at home? Li Chen inquired straightforwardly. Yes, he is. Dad, Brother Chen is looking for you, Li Huamei called out to her father. It's you, Xiao Chen. I just heard from Huamei about the grievances between you and Li Wu. Is everything all right now? Li Chuntian emerged from another room, expressing his concern. Thank you for your concern, uncle. Everything is fine now. He no longer dares to obstruct my path, Li Chen replied. That's good to hear. I suspect his jealousy over your recent improvements is what prompted him to attempt to thwart your success. Do be cautious. He may not easily relent. Li Chuntian observed astutely, while also advising Li Chen. Yes, I will be careful. By the way, I have something to discuss with you, Li Chen began, feeling hesitant. Since his rebirth, he felt increasingly guilty towards those who had shown him kindness. The thought of borrowing money from them before repaying his debts weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, without the funds, his ability to embark on his business venture would be severely hindered, prolonging his path to repay his benefactors. My dear boy, we are family. There is no need for hesitation. Just speak plainly. I do not appreciate this timidity. You sound like a woman, Li Chuntian remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. His expression slightly displeased. Well, I would like to borrow 20,000 yuan from you. I am aware of my past transgressions and the mistakes I have made. But I assure you, This time I intend to engage in legitimate business, not for frivolous pursuits. The reckless individual I once was will not return. Li Chen finally mustered the courage to articulate his true purpose. What? You wish to borrow 20,000 yuan for business? What kind of business? Is it reliable? Engaging in business is not an easy endeavor. Be wary of being deceived. Li Chuntian's immediate reaction was not to refuse, but to express concern for Li Chen's venture. Li Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Since his parents had passed away due to illness, Li Chuntian had been the most supportive figure in Nanliu village. Regrettably, his previous misdeeds had often disappointed him. Uncle, I intend to procure wild dendrobium and then sell it. I have already conducted a trial today, and it shows promise. At the very least, it guarantees no loss. However, my funds are insufficient, which slows my progress. Rest assured, I will repay you the 20,000 yuan within 3 days, Li Chen assured him. Then I will also pay you 300 yuan in interest. Li Chen did not wish to borrow Li Chuntian's money without compensation, so even if it was merely for 3 days, he decided to pay a portion of the interest. He believed that within those 3 days, 20,000 yuan would be sufficient to acquire a substantial amount of wild dendrobium, after which he would repay him. What? You will return it in 3 days? Are you certain that you can earn so much money in such a short time? Chapter 61 moved. The uncle who is willing to lend money. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Li Chuntian could not help but feel astonished. It is worth noting that making money during this period was no easy feat. That 20,000 yuan had taken him decades to accumulate. For Li Chen to claim he could repay him in just 3 days was quite remarkable. Uncle, I am not deceiving you. Just today, I have earned several hundred yuan. Li Chen openly recounted his experiences from this morning to Li Chuntian. Father, this is true. Brother Chen has indeed learned how to make money. And I am somewhat in awe of him, chimed in Li Huamei, supporting him. Li Chuntian did not respond immediately. Instead, he took several puffs from the water pipe in his hand. The water pipe was the favored smoking method among rural villagers during this time. Made from bamboo and filled with water, hence its name. After repeatedly inhaling, he finally spoke. All right, I will take a leap of faith and trust you this once. If you truly manage to make a significant profit, I, your uncle, shall also benefit. Thank you, uncle. Rest assured, I will not let you down, Li Chen promised, thumping his chest. As long as you refrain from indulging in the same old vices of drinking and revelry, I will support you as much as I can, Li Chuntian said earnestly. Li Chen was even more touched by this. What is the most challenging aspect of life? It is having someone who genuinely wishes for your well-being. After all, how many people, like Li Wu, wish for your downfall, and when they see you prospering, they become envious and seek to obstruct you? Thank you, uncle. The reckless Li Chen of the past is no more. That is good. Come with me into the house. I will get you the money, Li Chuntian said, leaning the water pipe against the wall before rising to lead Li Chen into his room. This is 20,000 yuan. Li Chuntian handed the sum to Li Chen. Thank you, uncle. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Li Chen understood that this was Li Chuntian's lifetime savings, now lent to him, and he was determined not to betray that trust. Upon returning, Li Chen did not take a moment's rest. He immediately sought out Zhou Ergu. Ergu, I must borrow your motorcycle again today, but rest assured, I will pay you rent, 30 yuan for the afternoon, Li Chen stated. Come on, that is too formal. With our relationship, why talk about rent? I happen to not need the bike this afternoon, so just take it. Zhou Ergu remained as generous and loyal as ever. Although he had not received much formal education and was short on cash, he proved to be more honorable in friendship than many educated individuals. This simply won't do. If you lend it to me for free, I would feel quite uneasy about it. Besides, I plan to purchase a dog from you shortly, Li Chen remarked. There's no need for formality. We grew up together as brothers and once dominated the gambling tables side by side. This small favor is nothing. I bear no grudges. Why should you? With that, Zhou Ergu tossed the motorcycle keys to Li Chen. Though Li Chen insisted on giving him 30 yuan, Zhou Ergu declined. Thus, Li Chen resigned himself to the situation, contemplating that upon his return, he would refuel the motorcycle as a token of gratitude. However, he was determined to pay for the dog. Aware that Zhou Ergu would feel awkward accepting money, he directly handed the funds to Zhou Ergu's mother. After that, he swiftly mounted the motorcycle, starting it up to take the dog home. Xiaohan, let us keep this dog at home for now. I'll take it to the orchard when I return. Li Chen entrusted the newly acquired dog to Yi Xiaohan. Li Chen, this dog appears to be entirely white. It stands in stark contrast to a hay, Yi Xiaohan remarked, prompting Li Chen to notice the distinction. Indeed, this dog was completely white, exuding a charmingly naive demeanor. Utterly adorable. Let's name it a Bai. A hay and a Bai will be perfect companions, Li Chen suggested with a smile. Wong Wong Wong. At that moment, Abai barked 3 times, seemingly responding to the name bestowed upon it. Wow, I didn't expect you to be as clever as a hay. That is splendid. Li Chen exclaimed with delight. Wong wong wong. Abai barked again, appearing a bit proud. Xiaohan, I'm entrusting Abai to you. I must now venture to other villages to procure wild dendrobium. When I return this evening, I shall bring you some delicacies, Li Chen said, glancing at the time and deciding not to linger. Be careful, I'll wait for your return. Xiaohan approached and gently wiped the beads of sweat from his face, speaking softly. All right, I'm off, Li Chen replied, his face adorned with a blissful smile as he revved the engine and set off. In the morning, he had only acquired from 2 villages. However, he had previously posted notices in several others. With 20,000 yuan in funds, he no longer needed to worry about insufficient payments to the villagers. Moreover, with the motorcycle, he could save a considerable amount of time. Ultimately, after a bustling afternoon, Li Chen successfully collected 800 wild dendrobium plants across several villages, all of which were of the iron skin variety. This operation effectively eliminated 6,400 yuan from his expenditures. Nonetheless, Li Chen was confident that this was a lucrative venture, untroubled by the prospect of loss. Upon witnessing the genuine profits from wild dendrobium, the villagers expressed their intent to continue searching tomorrow and invited Li Chen to return in the afternoon for further procurement. Li Chen was elated and assured them he would indeed return for more. He understood that the window for such large-scale acquisitions was limited, as they would soon recognize the business potential and cease selling to him. He would not let a single day go to waste, striving to earn a little more whenever possible. After leaving the village, time was nearly up, so Li Chen went directly to the herbal medicine shop to exchange his goods for money. Wang Aguo was taken aback to see Li Chen bring in such an abundance of wild dendrobium this time. It is worth noting that the total amount he usually handled in his shop over a month did not even approach this quantity. However, considering that the more he collected, the less he needed to worry about sales, he welcomed Li Chen without hesitation. 800 stalks at 11 yuan each amounted to 8,800 yuan. After deducting the cost of 6,400, he still netted 2,400 yuan. Earning such a sum in a single afternoon in 1998 was something many villagers could scarcely dream of. Nonetheless, he did not feel overly jubilant, for he understood that this was merely the beginning. Boss Wang, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I might bring in a substantial amount of wild dendrobium again tomorrow. I wonder if you would still be willing to accept it? Li Chen inquired before leaving, in order to ensure that the wild dendrobium he would acquire the next day could be sold. Of course, why wouldn't I accept it? Even if you have 10,000 stalks, I will take them all. Wang Aguo responded with firm conviction. Great. Your assurance brings me peace of mind. See you tomorrow, Li Chen said cheerfully before turning to leave. Arriving at the market, Li Chen intended to procure some spare ribs to prepare a steamed dish for Xiaohan. He was aware that she enjoyed this particular cuisine, yet his previous misdeeds had caused this fondness to remain unfulfilled. Suddenly, a commotion arose nearby as someone shouted, "Oh no! Someone has fainted." Li Chen followed the sound and discovered a man, approximately in his 50s, collapsed on the street. Despite it being 1998, many bystanders hesitated to assist, fearing the repercussions of intervening in such a situation. However, Li Chen did not waver. He approached the man and helped him up. "Young man, who is this person to you?" Some curious onlookers inquired upon seeing Li Chen assist the fallen man. "I do not know him. I merely saw him fall and came over to help," Li Chen replied. "Oh dear, young man, what you are doing is quite perilous. What if his family arrives and assumes you are the one who knocked him down?" Indeed, just recently, an elderly man collapsed at the market, and a good Samaritan who offered help was subsequently beaten by the man's son without any explanation. Such incidents were not uncommon, so many bystanders advised Li Chen against offering assistance to strangers. Yet, Li Chen could not bear to see the man lying there, especially as it appeared his condition was dire. If he were not taken to the hospital promptly, he might not survive. Thus, he could not afford to linger any longer. He hoisted the individual onto his back and hurried towards the nearby hospital. Fortunately, the town was not particularly large, and the hospital was conveniently situated close by. After Li Chen delivered the individual to the hospital, he was preparing to leave when the medical staff called out to him. "Young man, we require you to advance 1,000 yuan for the medical expenses, and we also need you to provide your contact address. This way, we can reach out to the family if necessary," they stated. "But I am not his family," Li Chen replied. "Not his family? Is that so?" "Indeed. I found him collapsed on the road and simply carried him to the hospital," Li Chen clarified. "Very well, please jot down your information. Otherwise, it may take some time for his family to arrive, and our hospital must adhere to certain protocols. What do you think?" the staff suggested after considering the situation. Li Chen hesitated, as this required him to advance 1,000 yuan up front. In these times, 1,000 yuan was no small sum. Although he had earned over 2,000 today, he still felt apprehensive about parting with 1,000 yuan to assist a stranger. May I inquire? If the medical expenses are not advanced, will treatment be temporarily withheld? Li Chen asked. It is not that we would refuse treatment. It is merely our procedural requirement. Given that you are not the individual's family, if you are unwilling to assist with the advance of 1,000 yuan, we will not press you. We will attempt to contact the family, but we cannot guarantee when we will succeed, they responded. Very well, I shall pay it for now, Li Chen ultimately decided. He understood that given the man's condition, time was of the essence. If his 1,000 yuan could indeed save a life. Even if the man's family later failed to reimburse him, he would consider it a noble act. Without delay, he produced 1,000 yuan and paid the fee. You are truly a good person. In today's society, individuals like you are scarce, the medical staff remarked, offering him a respectful thumbs up for his generosity. Thank you. Please do contact the man's family promptly. I have matters to attend to and must return, Li Chen stated, eager to leave the hospital. As Xiaohan awaited him at home, he knew that if he returned too late, her naturally anxious disposition would lead her to worry excessively about his well-being. With the child she carried nearing birth, he could not afford to instill any undue stress in her. Rest assured, once the patient's family arrives, I will inform them that you graciously advanced the 1,000 yuan, and they will ensure reimbursement, the medical staff assured him. Thank you. Li Chen nodded in gratitude, and then glanced into the hospital room. Seeing the doctor already attending to the patient, he felt a sense of relief and returned home. Fortunately, during this period, the hospital did not require family members to wait outside, unlike in 2022. Otherwise, Li Chen might have found it difficult to leave. After exiting the hospital, he made his way to the market to purchase 2 ribs and additional ingredients. After all, preparing steamed ribs necessitates some accompaniments to enhance their sweetness. He intended to create a delightful dish of steamed ribs that would evoke fond memories for Xiaohan. Once everything was prepared, he rode his motorcycle home, filled with joy. Xiaohan was sitting at the door, eagerly awaiting Li Chen's return. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, a smile appeared on her lips, and she stood up to greet him. Xiaohan, look at the wonderful treat I brought you, Li Chen exclaimed, parking his motorcycle and unveiling the ribs. Ribs? Indeed. I'll prepare your favorite dish, steamed ribs, he said with a cheerful grin. Thank you. But why did you return so late? I was worried something might have happened to you, Xiaohan asked with concern. I should have been back earlier, but while I was shopping, I encountered someone who suddenly collapsed. I kindly carried him to a nearby hospital for treatment and even covered his medical expenses of 1,000 yuan. Li Chen recounted the incident. What? You paid 1,000 yuan for someone else? Xiaohan exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I hesitated initially, but the hospital staff insisted that without the upfront payment, they wouldn't provide timely care. I thought it best to act with kindness, so I helped him out. Li Chen explained. Well, although it seems a bit foolish, I support your decision. Consider it a benevolent act in your new life, she replied. Though the 1,000 yuan weighed heavily on her heart, Li Chen's actions convinced her that he was no longer the reckless man he once was. Had he still been that same person, he would never have done something so seemingly foolish for a stranger. Thank you for understanding, my dear. Don't worry. I've earned more than 1,000 yuan today. I have a delightful surprise for you shortly. Chapter 63. A husband with culinary skills. A wife with good fortune. Li Chen helped Xiaohan into the room, and then presented the money he had earned that afternoon for her to count. My goodness. Including the 1,000 yuan you paid at the hospital, you earned around 400 yuan this afternoon. Xiaohan exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief. Earning such an amount in a single afternoon was beyond her imagination. In fact, since marrying Li Chen, she had never dared to dream of such figures. Even over the course of a month. Of course, tomorrow, I plan to expand my efforts in collecting wild dendrobium, which will yield even greater profits. If luck is on our side, we could amass 10,000 yuan in just 3 days, Li Chen said with pride. How splendid. If things continue on this path, we shall soon be able to build a new home. Xiaohan felt a surge of excitement. However, I must acknowledge that acquiring wild dendrobium is not a sustainable endeavor. I anticipate that, at most, in 3 days, the villagers will discover that I am selling the herbs in a shop, and they will choose to sell them directly instead of collectively to me. Li Chen shared his analysis with Xiaohan. What shall we do then? Such a lucrative opportunity would vanish. I never intended to rely on it for the long term. Even if the villagers were willing to continue selling collectively, the supply of wild dendrobium is finite. Therefore, we must turn to breeding for profit. I have considered it, and when the time comes, we shall expand our endeavors in raising green-shelled eggs, which is a far more stable and enduring business, Li Chen asserted. You truly have a vision. I will follow your lead. Xiaohan felt elated to hear Li Chen's long-term considerations, for it signified his profound transformation into someone so thoughtful. As his wife, she would wholeheartedly support him. We must express our gratitude to Uncle. Had he not been willing to lend me his life savings, I would not have been able to make such a substantial purchase in one go. Uncle has always been kind to us, but regrettably, our current circumstances prevent us from repaying his generosity. Both Xiaohan and Li Chen are individuals who understand the value of gratitude. Rest assured, it will not be long before we can lead a good life and express our thanks to those who have aided us, Li Chen said confidently. Indeed, I believe that as long as we strive, we shall certainly achieve a prosperous life. Witnessing Li Chen's recent changes filled Xiaohan with hope for the future. The couple exchanged a few simple words, then tucked away their funds and began preparing dinner. During this time, Xiaohan wished to assist, but Li Chen insisted she merely observe. The aroma of delicious ribs wafted through the air. "Chenggu, sister-in-law, are you making steamed ribs tonight?" Li Huamei's keen sense of smell was sharper than that of a dog, as she immediately detected the delightful scent from Li Chen's home. However, her visit was not solely for the ribs. She had just finished her dinner and came over out of curiosity. "Indeed, you must try some later. This is the skill of your Chenggu," Xiaohan remarked. "Oh no, I have already dined. I merely came to take a look," Li Huamei chuckled. "Nonsense. Having dined does not preclude you from tasting my culinary skills," Li Chen replied warmly. "Exactly. Huamei, since you've already eaten, just use your chopsticks to sample the ribs. We are all family here. No need for formality," Xiaohan added. "How embarrassing. If my mother were to find out, she would likely chastise me for my lack of decorum, calling me a glutton." Li Huamei's personality often resembled that of a child who had not fully matured. Yet, this also indicated her straightforward nature. She spoke her mind without pretense. "Fear not. In Chun Ji's home, there is no need for formality. You may do as you please. Come, take these chopsticks and sample my culinary skills, and then offer some feedback. This would indeed be a significant favor for me." With that, Li Chen handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Well, I shall not hold back then," Li Huamei replied, lifting a piece of pork rib to taste. "Delicious, absolutely delightful. My brother Chen's culinary prowess is truly exceptional. It seems that sister-in-law is indeed fortunate." After finishing, Li Huamei immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Xiaohan also wore a blissful smile, saying, "Is it really that exaggerated? Sister-in-law, you should try it too." She too picked up a piece of pork rib and savored it. "How is it? Did I deceive you?" "Brother Chen's cooking is truly astonishing," Li Huamei inquired eagerly. "Indeed, this steamed pork rib is incredibly fragrant, sweet, and tender," Xiaohan responded. "All right, I must head back for a shower now. I wouldn't want to intrude on your affectionate moments as a couple." Li Huamei, not wishing to remain a third wheel, set down her chopsticks and cheerfully departed. Now, Li Chen's family enjoyed meat daily, transforming the villagers of Nanliu from initial astonishment to envy. After all, during 1998 in the countryside, not every household could afford to eat meat every day. Although meat was not particularly expensive at that time, the means to earn was limited. Coupled with the collective experience of hardship, everyone practiced frugality. Only the Li family had recently been indulging in a variety of meats daily. On Li Wu's side, he naturally faced a barrage of teasing from his wife, deepening his resentment towards Li Chen. He thought that such a situation was unsustainable and pondered ways to thwart Li Chen's continued poultry farming. After enjoying a joyful dinner, Li Chen did not remain idle. The hens had yet to be fed that evening. Had it not been for the late feeding at noon, they would likely be quite famished. Thus, after tidying the table, he prepared to feed the hens and also intended to take Bai along for companionship with He. Woof woof woof. Even before reaching the poultry farm, He began barking from a distance. "He, you must be quite hungry. Fear not. I've brought you plenty of ribs and food, enough to fill you up." Li Chen called out. "Woof woof woof." He barked 3 times in response. At that moment, Bai, whom Li Chen was leading, also began to bark. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing Bai's barks, the clever He quickly deduced that Li Chen had brought a companion and joyfully bounded around. "He, I've brought your brother along. From now on, you two shall guard these hens together. You must ensure nothing happens to them, or I shall hold you accountable." Chapter 64. After earning so much this time, could it be that we are dreaming? Woof woof woof. He barked 3 times in response to Li Chen, as if to say, I understand, I already know. Woof woof woof. At this moment, Bai, having not waited for Li Chen to loosen his grip, broke free from his constraints and joyfully dashed towards He. The 2 dogs then frolicked and rolled on the ground with sheer delight. "By golly, you two are indeed quite spirited. Yet again, I almost forgot that you were born of the same mother." Li Chen remarked with a chuckle as he placed the dog food on the ground, allowing them to indulge themselves. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hens, upon hearing Li Chen's voice, began to emit their hungry calls. Aware of their hunger, Li Chen promptly brought in their food, distributing it across several spots as he usually did. Watching them eat with such gusto filled him with joy. However, he realized that maintaining such an irregular feeding schedule was not a sustainable approach. As the scale of his poultry farming expanded, he would need to enlist someone to assist with the feeding of the hens. This was a necessary step in the journey towards large-scale farming. That night, lying in bed, Li Chen found himself unable to sleep. Xiaohan, noticing his restless demeanor, turned towards him and inquired if something was troubling him. Xiaohan, I've been thinking. Tomorrow morning, I shall venture into more villages to procure wild dendrobium, and with the profits, I intend to purchase more hens for breeding. Li Chen shared his ambitions with Xiaohan. What about borrowing 20,000 from uncle? She asked. We can repay him first, and then manage the remaining amount flexibly. Of course, a portion must be reserved for you and the two little ones in your belly. After speaking, Li Chen placed his ear against Xiaohan's abdomen, adopting an earnest expression as he listened intently. What do the children have to say this time? Xiaohan inquired with a smile of happiness. They say their father is truly remarkable, and oh, their mother is equally impressive. With a chuckle, Xiaohan could not help but laugh out loud. Oh, you mischievous one, what a storyteller you are. If only they could really say such things. I'm not fabricating it. If you doubt me, just ask them once they arrive, Li Chen replied with pride. All right, then we shall wait until they are born, and I will inquire whether their father is indeed telling the truth, Xiaohan responded playfully. A few moments later, both of them burst into laughter, their joy radiating warmth and happiness. Alas, Xiaohan, with her prominent belly, faced numerous inconveniences. Otherwise, Li Chen would have undoubtedly held her close and drifted into a blissful slumber. That night, he refrained from setting traps for wild rabbits, deciding instead to collect green-shelled eggs the following day before embarking on his quest for wild dendrobium. As for the rabbits, there would be ample opportunity to pursue them later. 3 days later, he had promised to return 20,000 to Li Chentian, and he was determined to keep his word, prioritizing his time for the wild dendrobium. The next morning, after preparing breakfast, he and Xiaohan ventured out to gather green-shelled eggs. However, Li Chen did not allow Xiaohan to exert herself. He instructed her to simply observe. Xiaohan kept herself occupied by counting the eggs as Li Chen collected them. Ultimately, after confirming there were 50 green-shelled eggs, both were filled with immense joy. This signifies that 50 hens have once more collectively laid their eggs. Xiaohan, these eggs will be stored at home for now, and in a couple of days, I shall take them all to sell. Li Chen pondered before speaking. Very well, I shall gather them in a basket shortly. Otherwise, if the neighbor's cat gets to them, it would be quite a disaster. Listening to Li Chen's advice, Xiaohan returned home and began devising a plan to conceal the precious green-shelled eggs. In 1998, food was relatively scarce in the countryside. Many households kept cats, as well as feral ones, which would scavenge for food at neighboring farms. Xiaohan could not allow Li Chen's hard work over the past few days to go to waste, especially since these were rare green-shelled eggs. Meanwhile, Li Chen prepared several burlap sacks and set off to continue his procurement of wild dendrobium. With a sufficient amount of capital, he could expand his collecting efforts. In addition to the villages he had already visited, he decided to explore others as well. However, he approached this endeavor with discernment, selecting areas based on their geographical features. For instance, villages near the mountains would naturally yield a greater abundance of wild dendrobium. Otherwise, attempting to procure from urban villages would be a futile endeavor. Gathering wild dendrobium. I shall take as much as I can, Li Chen shouted, entirely unperturbed by any embarrassment. It's all for profit. What is there to feel awkward about? As long as I can earn money to provide a good life for my wife and our soon-to-be-born little ones, I have no reason to feel shy. Ultimately, after a day of diligent effort, Li Chen managed to collect a remarkable 1,500 wild dendrobium plants, with costs amounting to 12,000. Fortunately, having borrowed 20,000, he could manage the expenses. Upon leaving the herbal shop, Li Chen was poised to earn an additional 4,500. Earning 4,500 in a single day is no trivial feat, even in 1998, let alone in 2022. A proud smile spread across Li Chen's face. If tomorrow's yield matched today's, he would be able to amass over 10,000 in a short span. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Li Chen had initially planned to procure a batch of hens for green-shelled eggs, but, due to time constraints, would have to postpone it. Venturing out now would result in a late return. During this period, most rural areas lacked streetlights, rendering the roads perilously dark. Thus, He opted to buy 3 roasted ducks at the market to take home. Xiaohan, I am back. Upon arriving home, Li Chen parked his motorcycle to the side and dismounted, carrying the 3 roasted ducks. Welcome back. How was your day? Xiaohan, having just finished cooking, emerged from the kitchen upon hearing Li Chen's voice. Today was fruitful. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted duck. However, can we possibly finish 3 ducks? Of course, the 2 of us cannot consume 3 ducks alone. 2 are meant for Uncle and Zhou Ergu. Had it not been for Uncle lending me money and Ergu lending me his motorcycle, I would not have earned so much. Thus, I must procure a roasted duck for them to savor, Li Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, we ought to express our gratitude towards them. However, how much have you earned today? Xiaohan inquired with growing curiosity. Guess. Li Chen playfully urged her to take a guess. Yesterday afternoon, I made 2,004. Could it be that today I earned 3,000? Wrong. It is a staggering 4,005. Upon saying this, Li Chen produced the cash wrapped in black tape from his embrace and handed it to Xiaohan. She counted it, and, aside from the original funds, there was indeed an additional 4,500. Her expression transformed into one of disbelief. Oh my, we earned so much this time. Surely, we cannot be dreaming. Chapter 65. The envy of Li Wu and his wife strikes again. Xiaohan could hardly believe that they had amassed 4,500 so swiftly. In this era, such an amount could procure a multitude of goods. In other words, she had never encountered such a sum all at once before. After all, Li Chen's family had been impoverished, and any spare coins had been squandered on indulgences, leaving no room for savings. Li Chen gently pinched the cheek of this little fool and said with a smile, "Silly girl, this is not a dream, it is reality. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. In the future, we shall earn even more. Indeed, you are remarkable. My admiration for you grows ever deeper," Xiaohan sincerely expressed. Li Chen felt immense joy at this, for it signified that the shadows of fear she once harbored were nearly dispelled. Truly, silly girl. Who else if not your husband is impressive? Now, please set this roasted duck aside while I deliver these 2 ducks to them. If I delay too long, they will have finished their dinner, Li Chen proclaimed proudly, as he took the 2 roasted ducks to Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu. This incident quickly spread throughout Nanliu village. Since his transformation, Li Chen not only lavished affection upon his wife, but also learned the art of social grace. Indeed, the tides of fortune can shift dramatically. Had it been the former Li Chen, he would have been fortunate to enjoy meat himself, let alone share a roasted duck with others. Moreover, I have heard that Li Chen has recently made a considerable profit by acquiring wild dendrobium. It is possible that he may become the wealthiest in Nanliu village. Could it be true? Such a thing exists? It seems he has indeed discovered a lucrative avenue. Otherwise, he would not be so generous in sharing roasted ducks with Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu. The villagers expressed varied opinions on the matter, each reflecting their astonishment. Upon hearing this, Li Wu and his wife were naturally even more displeased. Look at that. Others are receiving eggs and now roasted ducks, yet there is nothing for you. I believe he looks down upon you. Huang Cuihua, filled with envy, found any excuse to lament about Li Wu's situation. Ah, Li Chen, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have changed for the better. Tomorrow, I shall stealthily follow you to see how you earn money. I shall directly snatch your business. Li Wu gritted his teeth and stated with resentment. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Recently, he acquired wild dendrobium, and it seems he must have profited significantly from that venture. We too could emulate his strategy of acquiring wild dendrobium. Huang Cuihua was instantly awakened by her husband's words. There's no rush. Tomorrow, I shall secretly follow him to observe how he conducts his acquisitions and where he sells them. For we must not remain ignorant of the avenues available to us. Li Wu, unable to devise a method to prevent Li Chen from continuing to raise chickens in the orchard, resorted to this tactic to hinder Li Chen's improvement. Huang Cuihua was quite pleased with this plan, and her expression transformed, calming down considerably. Meanwhile, after delivering roast duck to them, Li Chen returned to share a joyful dinner with Xiaohan. At this pace, we shall soon be able to build a house and purchase new furniture. I have contemplated that once our house is completed, we should invite relatives and friends over, as they have yet to visit since our marriage. Following dinner, Xiaohan began envisioning a beautiful future, a life she had long desired. Initially, her family opposed her marrying Li Chen, and she yearned to demonstrate that her choice was indeed the right one. In the past, when Li Chen indulged in frivolous pursuits, she could scarcely imagine such a life. However, with Li Chen's transformation, her dreams were rekindled anew. Li Chen was acutely aware of the many grievances and hardships this woman had endured for him. Now that he had been reborn, how could he possibly allow her to continue suffering? A house must be built, complete with a courtyard adorned with flowers and plants, where our two mischievous little ones can frolic freely. Li Chen replied with conviction. Here we go again. How do you know they will be mischievous little ones? What if they are obedient little darlings instead? Oh no, children should not be too obedient. A bit of mischief is preferable. I've heard that mischievous children are particularly clever. However, their mischief does not detract from their adorableness, Li Chen remarked with a smile. You certainly have a way with words. All right, you've had a long day, you should rest. I'll take care of the dishes, said Xiaohan, rising to gather the bowls and chopsticks for washing. Yet, Li Chen, unwilling to let her toil, took over the task himself and carried them outside to clean. The chickens were fed today by Li Huamei, but Li Chen remained apprehensive about their well-being. After taking a shower, he armed himself with a flashlight, intending to check on the chickens to ensure their safety before retiring for the night. Woof woof. Upon hearing footsteps, Ah Hey and Ah Bai barked excitedly. Ah Hey, Ah Bai, it's me, Li Chen called out, and they ceased their barking. As he approached, they rushed to him, playfully weaving around his feet. Goodness, you are quite the playful duo. It seems bringing you a late-night snack was indeed a wise choice. Li Chen was well aware that these two fellows were quite the gourmands, so he brought along the leftover roast duck bones from dinner. Sure enough, upon hearing the prospect of a midnight snack, Ah Hey and Ah Bai became even more excitable, bouncing around as if to say, hurry up, give it to me. I want to eat. Once Li Chen placed their feast on the ground, they immediately lay down, devouring the food with an expression of unrestrained eagerness. Not wishing to interrupt their culinary delight, Li Chen strolled over to the chicken coop, shining his flashlight to find that the hens were peacefully asleep, which put his mind at ease. Upon returning, he noticed that Xiaohan was still awake. Observing her furtive behavior, he approached her with curiosity and inquired, Xiaohan, what are you hiding? Of course I'm hiding money. With this much, I need to find a secure place to stash it, she replied in a hushed tone. Li Chen understood her caution. After all, during the tumultuous times of 1998, public safety was not as assured as it would be in the subsequent decades. Now that their household had finally earned some money, her vigilance was entirely justified. Xiaohan, if you're worried, just place it under your pillow. It's only for one night. And tomorrow I'll be heading out again to continue acquiring wild dendrobium, Li Chen reassured her. If you're still uneasy, I suppose I could tie it to my person. That way, it won't go astray, he jested. Xiaohan chuckled at his playful banter and replied, all right then. Let us just tie it to your backside for extra security. You can come and do the tying yourself. With that, Li Chen humorously lifted his shirt. You're incorrigible. She laughed, nearly bursting into laughter at his antics. Ultimately, after some contemplation, she acquiesced to his suggestion, placing the money in a cloth bag and tucking it securely beneath her pillow. The following morning, Li Chen awoke early to tend to the hens and collect the green-shelled eggs, preparing breakfast for Xiaohan afterward. Witnessing Li Chen's relentless toil and dedication, she contemplated offering her assistance, yet he couldn't bear to have her, heavily pregnant, strain herself. Instead, he fetched a stool for her, instructing her to sit and patiently await her meal. Deep within, Xiaohan felt a profound emotional stir. She sensed that she was the happiest woman in the world, a stark contrast to her previous feelings. In the past, Li Chen had been rather insufferable, and she often felt like the most unfortunate and sorrowful woman alive. Now, however, the nightmares had finally dissipated. Li Chen, when you go to acquire wild dendrobium later, please be careful and don't drive too fast just to save time, Xiaohan gently cautioned. Rest assured, for you and the two children, I will return safely every day, he promised, fully aware that her concerns stemmed from her love for him. Having traversed through past lives, he has come to cherish this remarkable woman even more, ensuring that he does not find himself in precarious situations. After finishing his breakfast, Li Chen set off once again. Unbeknownst to him, Li Wu stealthily followed in his wake. Astutely, Li Wu decided to trail him only for a village or two before veering off to a crossroads that Li Chen would inevitably pass. His intent was to conserve his strength while remaining undetected. When the time came for Li Chen to sell the wild dendrobium, he would naturally pass through this intersection, allowing Li Wu to follow discreetly behind. Li Chen's bounty today surpassed even that of the previous day, as most villagers had realized the lucrative potential of wild dendrobium and thus intensified their search efforts. By the end of the day, he had amassed a staggering 2,000 plants. After deducting costs of 16,000, he emerged with a profit of 6,000 after leaving Wang Aguai's herbal shop. It turned out that this young man profited from the price differential, a realization that struck Li Wu with a mix of envy and admiration upon seeing the substantial wad of cash in Li Chen's hands. After comprehending the entire process, Li Wu resolved to seize the opportunity to compete with Li Chen for business the following morning. He could not allow this young man to prosper so easily. With the cash in hand, he contemplated contacting Lu Laosan to stir up trouble for Li Chen. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden inspiration struck him on how to deal with Li Chen. He promptly sought out a public telephone booth in town to reach the local bully, Lu Laosan. Hello, Lu Laosan. I have good news for you. Li Chen is currently in possession of 20 to 30,000 yuan and is on his way back home. Li Wu proclaimed before abruptly hanging up. What? That kid Li Chen has so much money? Lu Laosan's eyes sparkled with greed. Recently, he had been losing heavily at gambling, even exhausting his ill-gotten gains. Troubled by how to acquire some money to turn his fortunes around, he wasted no time in setting out to confront Li Chen. He had long been accustomed to his tyrannical ways in the village, where logic and reason held little sway. Li Wu's motive for divulging this information to Lu Laosan was clear. He knew Lu Laosan would undoubtedly seek to trouble Li Chen. This was precisely the outcome he desired. If Lu Laosan managed to seize Li Chen's money, then Li Chen would revert to his former impoverished existence, allowing everyone else to remain in their humble state. Meanwhile, Li Chen remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. After exchanging his earnings, he visited the town's deli market to purchase some boiled pig trotters to bring home. Boiled pig trotters were a local delicacy of Bobai town, delectable yet not overly rich, making for a delightful treat. Considering that Xiaohan had been indulging in meat recently and might be growing weary of it, he decided to buy the trotters to offer a change of flavor. Additionally, he picked up a portion for Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu as well. After all, the swiftness of earning money would be an impossible feat without their assistance. Li Chen, cheerfully riding his motorcycle home, suddenly encountered a large log obstructing his path while traversing a narrow lane. In order to avoid tumbling over, he swiftly applied the brakes. It struck him as peculiar. There were no substantial trees in the vicinity, so how could such a massive log appear here so unexpectedly? Li Chen found himself puzzled by the situation. Nonetheless, with thoughts of hastily returning home, he did not dwell on it for long. He parked his motorcycle aside, intending to move the log out of the way. Li Chen, you rascal, you've finally shown up. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. At that moment, Lu Laosan, accompanied by a few of his dubious friends, blocked Li Chen's path. It became clear to Li Chen that this whole scenario was orchestrated by Lu Laosan. What do you want, Lu Laosan? My wife has already repaid the money she borrowed from you, hasn't she? Li Chen inquired boldly, unafraid. You are mistaken. I am not here to demand money from you. Rather, I have come to borrow some, Lu Laosan replied. Borrow money from me? I have nothing to lend you. Li Chen was well aware of Lu Laosan's character, which was infinitely more unscrupulous than that of previous miscreants. He had always treated borrowed money as a gift, with no intention of repayment. Stop trying to fool me. I've heard you have around 20 to 30,000 yuan. I'm not asking for much. Just lend me 20,000, Lu Laosan said with a menacing tone. Li Chen was taken aback. How did he know he had that amount of money? He had only just exchanged some wild dendrobium for cash today. Even Xiaohan was unaware of it. How could Lu Laosan possibly know in advance? Li Chen found the situation exceedingly strange. Was it possible that Lu Laosan's lackeys had seen him at the herbal shop? Are you going to lend it or not? Don't think that silence will spare you. If you refuse, don't blame me for being unkind. Chapter 67. With leverage in hand. Even bullies must bow. Seeing that Li Chen remained silent, Lu Laosan resorted to threats. How do you know I have money? Li Chen directly asked. How I know is none of your concern. You simply need to lend me the money. So, will you or one to you? Why should I lend you money? Why? Because I am Lu Laosan. If you refuse to lend it, I will break one of your legs and see how you flaunt your arrogance afterward. Lu Laosan had not forgotten the humiliation of being slapped by Li Chen in front of so many people. Now that Zhou Haishan and the others were absent, he was eager to exact revenge. Therefore, if Li Chen truly refused him, he would not hesitate to act. Lu Laosan, don't act recklessly. We live in a time governed by law. Robbing someone of their possessions is illegal and could land you in prison. Li Chen sternly warned. How dare you eat the public's food? Just answer me. Will you lend or not? Lu Laosan, a rough man, lacked the patience to engage in lengthy discourse with Li Chen. I will not lend. This is my money, and I have every right to refuse anyone. Li Chen replied resolutely. You little rascal, don't blame me for what happens next. With that, Lu Laosan charged forward. However, he was no match for Li Chen. As Lu Laosan attempted to kick him, Li Chen swiftly dodged, leaving Lu Laosan to miss entirely. Before he could regain his footing, Li Chen delivered a kick to his back, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ouch! My teeth. It hurts. Coincidentally, his mouth struck a large stone, resulting in a broken tooth and a mouth full of blood. This is your own doing. Li Chen remarked fiercely. What are you all waiting for? Come at me together. Lu Laosan, now furious and rising from the ground, barked orders at his companions. In no time, they surrounded Li Chen completely. Li Wu, hiding behind, felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that Li Chen would either be severely beaten or hospitalized. He decided against lingering at the scene and turned to head back to Nanliu village via an alternate route. Surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, Li Chen, aware that he was in a perilous situation, understood that Lu Laosan was notorious for his bullying. If he fell into Lu Laosan's hands, anything could happen. Lu Laosan, let me tell you, if you dare lay a finger on me, I will expose your theft of Wang Ming's money, Li Chen suddenly declared, recalling something from his past life. How do you know I stole Wang Ming's money? Lu Laosan, covering his bleeding mouth, asked in astonishment. Yet, Li Chen detected a hint of panic beneath Lu Laosan's shock. Wang Ming was no ordinary person in Nanliu village. His son held a minor leadership position at the Public Security Bureau. Over the years, Lu Laosan had bullied many, but he dared not provoke Wang Ming, fully aware that the common man should not challenge those in authority. Given Lu Laosan's history of wrongdoing, he knew that if Wang Ming sought justice through his son, Lu Laosan could very well face arrest. Despite Lu Laosan's connections, they paled in comparison to Wang Ming's influence. Recently, in a drunken haze after losing a gamble, Lu Laosan had sneaked into Wang Ming's bedroom at midnight and stolen 2,000 yuan. This incident became quite notorious in Li Chen's previous life, as Wang Ming had sent his son to capture Lu Laosan. At that time, Li Chen had feared he would be the one apprehended, given his own reckless behavior. Thus, this event remained vividly etched in his memory. What a coincidence, I happened to witness it. If you dare to harm me today, I will certainly inform Wang Ming. Believing in the occupation of Wang Ming's son, you are most aware in your heart, aren't you? As Li Chen observed Lu Laosan beginning to panic, he too composed himself. Do you dare to threaten me? Do you believe I could simply eliminate you to silence you? Lu Laosan retorted vehemently. If you possess the audacity to kill, feel free to attempt it. However, I am not to be trifled with. Li Chen surmised Lu Laosan would not dare to act on his threats. For during this period in 1998, the legal system had become quite robust. He might engage in reckless behavior, but he lacked the courage to take a life. Moreover, should it come to a confrontation, although Li Chen may not overpower them with their numbers, he was confident in his ability to escape. After all, these individuals indulged excessively in revelry and late nights, leaving them physically drained. He had first-hand experience of this. Indeed, upon hearing Li Chen's words, Lu Laosan began to grow anxious. You wait and see. One day I will make you aware of my might. He huffed. In the end, Lu Laosan could only obediently cover his pained face and depart with his companions. Third brother, are we really letting that kid go? Not only did we fail to acquire any money, but he also broke one of your teeth. One of Lu Laosan's underlings expressed his confusion. With a sharp slap, Lu Laosan struck back fiercely, exclaiming, what do you know? That kid is aware I pilfered Wang Ming's money. If he informs Wang Ming, it will not merely be a broken tooth. We would all find ourselves in prison. Yes, third brother is right. The subordinate nodded repeatedly, fearful of further comment. According to the narrative of his previous life, Li Chen was aware that Lu Laosan's good fortune would not last long, so he harbored no fears of continued retribution. Furthermore, with this leverage in hand, Lu Laosan would not dare to act impulsively. What perplexed him was how Lu Laosan had come to know that he possessed 20 to 30,000 yuan today. What was the source of this information? Who had divulged it to him? Meanwhile, on Li Wu's side, he had quietly returned home. Suihua, I have splendid news for you. That brat Li Chen will either be hospitalized for quite some time or face death. He can dream of continuing to prosper. Upon seeing his wife, Huang Suihua, Li Wu exclaimed with delight. Really? Does that mean he will be as impoverished as we are? Huang Suihua inquired with interest. Of course, he was caught by Lu Laosan this time, and the last time he slapped Lu Laosan. Given Lu Laosan's temperament, he would not let it go easily. Furthermore, while he remains in poverty, we shall not, for I have discerned the method of that kid's wealth. Tomorrow, I shall emulate him, and we too shall profit. Li Wu declared with pride. Chapter 68. Those envious celebrate too soon. Li Wu's words brought immense joy to Huang Zuohua. If that were the case, they could finally lead a good life while allowing Li Chen and his ilk to remain in their destitution. However, acquiring wild dendrobium would require some capital. You know, I find myself in a tight spot, so I must rely on you to borrow some money from your family. Li Wu, much like the previous scoundrel Li Chen, revels in indulgence, making it utterly implausible for him to part with funds for the acquisition of wild dendrobium. Thus, he can only send Huang Zuehua back to her family to seek assistance. Fine, if it truly leads to profit. I shall return to my family tomorrow to borrow the funds. Huang Zuehua naively agreed. Little did they know, as they basked in their self-satisfaction, Li Chen had already returned home on his motorcycle. Upon seeing him, Xiaohan promptly stepped outside. You're finally back. I was quite worried something might have happened to you. What do you mean? What could possibly happen to me? I'm perfectly fine, Li Chen replied with a smile. I don't know what came over me. This afternoon, my right eyelid was twitching, and I felt something might go awry. Perhaps I was just overthinking, Xiaohan responded. It seems we truly are a couple in sync. To be honest, I did encounter a bit of trouble earlier, but fortunately, it was resolved. Li Chen candidly recounted his encounter with Lu Laosan. Oh my, that Lu Laosan is utterly audacious. Thank goodness he didn't hold you accountable. What would happen to me and our child if you had gotten into trouble? Xiaohan's face was etched with concern. Silly girl, for you and our unborn child. I would never allow myself to come to harm. Look what I brought you today. With that, Li Chen presented a dish of boiled pig's trotters before Xiaohan. Boiled pig's trotters? This delicacy is rather expensive, isn't it? Indeed, quite pricey, but today's earnings were substantial, so the cost is inconsequential. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters, Li Chen replied. Upon hearing this, a wave of happiness washed over Xiaohan. You, my dear, are becoming increasingly adept at sweet talk. You toil away all day. In the future, don't always consider my feelings when shopping. Buy whatever you desire, she said, touched. Silly girl, what you enjoy, I also relish, Li Chen retorted, further deepening her sentiment. All right, enough of this sentimental talk. Quickly tell me, how did today go? This much. Li Chen gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 6. 6,000? You earned 6,000 today? Xiaohan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. We made a full 6,000 today. Adding yesterday's earnings of over 4,000, we've amassed around 10,000 in just 2 days. Not to mention the profits from the day before, Li Chen boasted as he tallied up his earnings from the past 3 days. Heavens, this feels like a dream. You are simply incredible. Xiaohan couldn't help but admire her man even more. After all, earning 6,000 in a single day was a figure she had never dared to imagine. I love hearing you say I'm amazing, Li Chen said with a mischievous grin. Oh, stop it. You're thinking of something inappropriate again. Hurry and deliver the boiled pig's trotters to Uncle and the others. I've already started cooking at home, and I'm waiting for you to return to eat. Xiaohan lowered her head and gently spoke. All right. This is for our family. You take it, and I will deliver the rest to them. Li Chen handed over his portion to Xiaohan, and then took the remainder to deliver to Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu. Soon, news of Li Chen buying meat for Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu spread throughout Nanliu village once more. How dare you deceive me, Li Wu? You claimed that Li Chen was bullied by Lu Laosan on the way, yet here he is, returning unscathed. Moreover, he even bought white-cut pig trotters for Li Chuntian and Zhou Ergu. Huang Cuihua, upon hearing this news, rushed home in a fit of rage and confronted Li Wu with an outburst. What? That scoundrel Li Chen returned safely? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I saw him kick Lu Laosan down, and Lu Laosan lost a tooth in the process. Then, his henchmen surrounded him. How could he possibly return unharmed? Li Wu could hardly believe his ears. He knew Lu Laosan's temperament all too well, harboring old and new grudges alike. The idea that Lu Laosan would let Li Chen off the hook was utterly illogical. Why would I lie to you? Go outside and listen. The entire village is envious of him. Huang Cuihua sneered at him. Li Wu, unconvinced, decided to sneak a stroll near Li Chen's home. Upon seeing that Li Chen was indeed safe and sound, he was taken aback. What on earth? He truly has not suffered a scratch? This is unbelievable. Lu Laosan lost a tooth, and yet did not seek revenge. But the stark reality was laid bare before Li Wu. He could only curse Lu Laosan in his heart for being a coward before returning home obediently. Well, Li Chen is fine, isn't he? I suspect you are deliberately misleading me. Life has become unbearable. Huang Cuihua threw another tantrum. Cuihua, listen to me. I can't fathom why that kid is unharmed. I witnessed several people encircling him, preparing to give him a good beating before I left. Who knows what transpired afterward? Li Wu quickly explained. What do we do now? I refuse to be the only impoverished household in Nanliu village. Although that boy is unscathed, I have not returned empty-handed today. At least we have discovered how he profits from acquiring wild dendrobium. Once you borrow money from your family tomorrow, I will take a shortcut and collect all the wild dendrobium. Let us see how he continues to make money. Li Wu remained confident. After all, he had personally witnessed how effortlessly Li Chen earned 6,000 yuan today. He believed that by emulating Li Chen, he could not only usurp his path to wealth, but also earn a handsome sum for himself. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner and taking a shower, Li Chen began contemplating the expansion of his farming endeavors. He has a premonition that the acquisition of wild dendrobium will not last long, especially since today Lu Laosan inexplicably knew that he had around 30,000 yuan. indicating that the secret of making a fortune from wild dendrobium would soon be unveiled. He must refocus his efforts on raising green-shelled hens. Currently, he has only 50 hens. Although they are laying eggs daily for now, the quantity is still somewhat lacking. He resolved to increase their number to 500, which means he needs to purchase an additional 450. Xiaohan, I plan to buy another batch of green-shelled hens in the next few days. Li Chen shared his thoughts with Xiaohan. Chapter 69. Dendrobium is hard to procure. Widow Wang and others have become wise. Xiaohan understands that the current Li Chen is no longer the irresponsible man he once was. Therefore, she does not oppose his plan to expand the hen farm. She gently remarked, "As long as you are not like before, I will support whatever you decide." "What a wonderful woman you are. Being with you makes me incredibly happy." Li Chen could not help but press Xiaohan's head down gently and brushed his lips against hers for a fleeting moment before withdrawing. Xiaohan was taken aback by this sudden kiss, but after regaining her composure, she did not blush as she used to. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to Li Chen's recent open expressions of affection. "You rascal, pulling that again. You can't just kiss me out of the blue." Xiaohan said softly. "Silly, it's not out of the blue, it's a deep feeling. If it weren't for your pregnant belly, I would take it further." Li Chen replied with a mischievous grin. "You never act serious, always thinking about such things. Just tell me, how many more hens do you plan to buy?" 450. With that, our hen count will reach 500. "What? 500? That seems excessive." Xiaohan exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the number. "Indeed. This is merely a preliminary scale. If I weren't reserving some funds for you, I would aim for 5,000 directly," Li Chen asserted confidently. Yes, although Li Chen had earned around 10,000 yuan in recent days, he could not spend all of it. The days until the arrival of their 2 children were drawing nearer, and with the 15th approaching when he would return to Xiaohan's family. He needed to set aside some money for preparations. Moreover, the hens will require food once purchased, which also demands funds. "All right, since you believe it will be profitable, I will support you, but do not overexert yourself. I do not seek wealth. I only wish for our family to have a stable home and to be happy together." Xiaohan said gently. "Oh, my little fool, for the sake of providing a good life for you and the 2 children, I am filled with motivation every day. How could I possibly tire?" After saying this, Li Chen gently kissed Xiaohan's forehead. Xiaohan nestled tenderly in Li Chen's embrace. Even though they could not advance further at that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. The following morning, Li Wu's wife, Huang Cuihua, had risen early to borrow 5,000 yuan from her family. "Cuihua, just wait. I will earn the money back in no time," Li Wu declared, before setting off on his old bicycle to procure wild dendrobium. Meanwhile, Li Chen had yet to depart, as he still needed to tend to the hens and collect the green-shelled eggs. Once that was done, he had to prepare breakfast for Xiaohan. At this crucial time, Xiaohan required nourishment, and Li Chen was generous, purchasing meat and simmering soup for her. Xiaohan felt a profound happiness she had never experienced since marrying into the Li family. "Li Chen, wear this straw hat. It's sunny today, and I don't want you to suffer from heat stroke," she said, placing a straw hat on his head before he left. Li Chen, however, hesitated to inform her that wearing a hat while riding the motorcycle was inconvenient. After all, this gesture was filled with her affection. After responding cheerfully, he removed the hat midway and hung it on the handlebar of his motorcycle, allowing him to accelerate freely withat worrying about the hat flying away. He arrived at the familiar Yaqiao village, calling out loudly as he had the day before. However, after shouting for quite some time, no one came forth to sell him any wild dendrobium. A sense of foreboding crept upon him. What is happening? Just yesterday, I barely had to call out before the wild dendrobium kept coming in. Why is it so quiet today? After several more attempts to attract attention, he decided to inquire about the situation. His focus turned to Widow Wang, as she was his first client in Santon village, and he was somewhat familiar with her. Most importantly, her house was conveniently located at the village entrance. Thus, he swiftly rode his motorcycle to her doorstep. "Is Sister Wang home?" "I've come to procure wild dendrobium again today," he announced. He was well aware of the adage that one should avoid entering a widow's home uninvited until invited out. "I'm here, but I won't be selling you any wild dendrobium today," Widow Wang replied as she emerged from her room. "Not selling to me? Are you planning to keep it for your own soup?" Li Chen asked, bewildered. "In the countryside, who can afford to buy bones for soup every day? I simply intend to keep it for myself to sell later. In fact, before you, a young man came to procure wild dendrobium, but the villagers refused to sell to him. So, I advise you not to waste your time in Yaqiao village," Widow Wang explained. "What? Someone else came to procure wild dendrobium?" Li Chen was taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that his premonition was correct? Was today truly going to be unfortunate? But who could this other individual collecting wild dendrobium be? Indeed, The young man appeared to be of a similar age and height as you, and he seemed to be from your village, Nanliu. However, he did not receive a single stock. Widow Wang replied with certainty. Of similar age? From Nanliu? The only individuals Li Chen could think of, aside from Zhou Ergo, were Li Wu. Clearly, Zhou Ergo was impossible. After all, he had lent his motorcycle to Li Chen. If he truly intended to acquire something, he would have accompanied Li Chen. Could this person be Li Wu? If it truly were Li Wu, then yesterday, when Lu Laosan learned that Li Chen had 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, it must have been him who divulged that information. Only he would harbor such malice. Regrettably, today he aimed to seize Li Chen's business but failed to do so. Very well, since you are unwilling to sell to me, I shall respect your wishes. Li Chen had anticipated this outcome. Thus, while surprised, he was not deeply disappointed. After conversing briefly with Widow Wang, he turned and departed from Santan village. Continuing to visit other villages to procure wild dendrobium orchids yielded the same result, prompting Li Chen to abandon this endeavor. The villagers were undoubtedly aware that selling to the herbal shop would yield a higher price, so they uniformly refused to sell to him. Further attempts at procurement would be a waste of time. It would be better to head to town for a bowl of braised pork noodles before setting out to purchase hens for green-shelled eggs. On the other side, Li Wu faced a similar predicament. He had traversed all the villages where Li Chen had sought wild dendrobium orchids yesterday, yet he returned empty-handed. This was infuriating. Damn it. How peculiar. Yesterday, he observed Li Chen collecting an abundance of wild dendrobium, yet today he had not acquired a single stalk. Chapter 70. The envious Li Wu loses everything after his plans for profit crumbled. Li Wu initially intended to return home. However, upon feeling the bulge of 5,000 yuan in his pocket, his gambling instincts resurfaced. Returning home would surely invite scorn from that wretched woman, so he thought it better to gamble instead. If fortune smiled upon him, he might even come away with an additional 5,000 yuan. Comforting himself with this notion, he turned his bicycle in the direction of the familiar casino. Li Chen once shared a similar mindset, but now he focused solely on earning money to provide a happy home for the woman and child he cherished. Arriving at his favorite rice noodle stall, Li Chen ordered a generous portion of braised pork noodles. Boss, remember to add an extra piece of pork. Certainly, one extra piece of pork coming right up. Aware that Li Chen no longer drank alcohol, the stall owner refrained from asking if he wanted rice wine, instead preparing a bowl of noodles with 2 pieces of pork. After satisfying his hunger, Li Chen felt quite thirsty and decided to purchase a bottle of drink from a neighboring shop. However, as he stepped through the shop's entrance, he encountered a familiar face, Lu Neng, the owner of the happy restaurant. Young man, don't leave. I've been searching for you. Please, don't go. Lu Neng exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Li Chen. This left Li Chen somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Could it be that the green-shelled eggs he sold to Lu had encountered some issue, and now Lu was seeking him out for retribution? That seemed implausible. Those green-shelled eggs were of the highest quality, indeed exceptional. Hello, Boss Lu. What a coincidence to run into you here, Li Chen remarked with a smile. Indeed, what a stroke of luck. Had I not encountered you here, I would have had to go to your place to find you, Lu responded. Come to my house to find me? At this, Li Chen felt even more perplexed. Could it truly be that there was a problem with the green-shelled eggs, prompting Lu's urgent search for him? Yes, those green-shelled eggs of yours are simply marvelous. My master was raving about them after tasting them. He insisted I find you to see if you have more in stock, Lu explained. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally understood. It turned out that Lu was not in a hurry due to any issues with the eggs, but rather because they were so delectable that he had run out and was eager to restock. This revelation brought great joy to Li Chen, as he still had hundreds of green-shelled eggs at home. Moreover, he was in the process of acquiring a batch of hens to produce more green-shelled eggs. Boss Lu, I certainly have stock available. I've just been preoccupied with other matters, which is why I haven't reached out to you, Li Chen replied, equally pleased. That's wonderful. My master is still at my restaurant. If you're available, why not come over for a visit? We can discuss further collaboration, Lu enthusiastically suggested. Absolutely, lead the way, Boss Lu. Li Chen was more than willing to accept this delightful proposition, following Lu back to his happy restaurant. Master Lin, we no longer need to search for the supplier of the green-shelled eggs in Nanliu village. I just ran into him outside and have brought him along, Lu announced as he entered the door, addressing an elderly gentleman with white hair. Really? That's splendid news. The elder, who had been sipping tea, turned in delight upon hearing Lu's words. Li Chen, this is my culinary master, Mr. Lin Zhou, who is renowned as an exceptional chef. Master Lin, this is the gentleman who sold me those exquisite green-shelled eggs, named Li Chen. Lu introduced the two. Hello, Chef Lin, a pleasure to meet you. Li Chen courteously extended his hand for a handshake. Greetings, young man. Your green-shelled eggs are truly remarkable. In my many years as a chef, I have seldom encountered such quality ingredients, Lin Zhou complimented. Thank you for your kind words. These green-shelled eggs are all produced by orchard hens, hence their superior quality. If you are interested, I can bring you more to sample tomorrow, Li Chen offered. Having experienced life in his previous existence, Li Chen had gained a deeper understanding of human relations. After all, it was not merely luck that had enabled him to become one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in Asia within such a short span. It was also his adeptness in navigating social intricacies. In the culinary world, a master chef like Lin Zhou possesses an extensive network of connections. For instance, his apprentices could very well be head chefs at five-star hotels or proprietors of establishments like Lu Nang's restaurant. These individuals represent potential clientele. Therefore, when Li Chen offered some green-shelled eggs to Lin Zhou, he regarded it with indifference. Ha ha ha, you truly have a way with words, my boy. I do appreciate a young person who can articulate so well. However, those green-shelled eggs are rather expensive. I would feel remiss accepting them. If I were to procure them, it would be a direct purchase, Lin Zhou jovially remarked. Indeed, Li Chen, my master Lin is inquiring about the quantity of green-shelled eggs you have available. He wishes to explore further collaboration with you. Naturally, I am also keen on establishing a partnership, interjected Lu Nang. Upon hearing this, Li Chen was naturally elated and promptly responded, if we can collaborate further, I would be more than willing. Currently, I have only 50 hens, which have begun laying eggs daily, yielding around 100 green-shelled eggs at present. However, rest assured, I am preparing to procure several hundred more hens. And then the daily output of green-shelled eggs should not pose any issues. Before encountering Lin Zhou, Li Chen had already intended to expand his poultry farming. And with Lin Zhou now expressing a desire to collaborate, he felt confident moving forward. Very well, Li Chen. I will have the eggs produced by your 50 hens delivered to me henceforth, at the same price as before, Lu Nang declared. Certainly, I appreciate the trust, Boss Lu. Though a small endeavor, it is still valuable. Moreover, with few restaurants in the town, when the Southern City restaurant overlooked my green-shelled eggs, it was Lu Nang from the Happiness Restaurant who supported me. Therefore, regardless of the quantity, I remain committed to collaborating with Happiness Restaurant, both now and in the future. This is a matter of gratitude. However, I must emphasize that the quality must be maintained. Otherwise, I may have to consider alternative suppliers, Lu Nang cautioned. Rest assured, I value integrity in business above all else. Besides, you are my benefactor. It would be unthinkable for me to take advantage of you, Li Chen assured, thumping his chest in confidence. You certainly have a way with words. Very well, it is settled. Master Lin, please determine how you wish to proceed on your end. Chef Lin, given my current limited production of green-shelled eggs, let us first formalize a collaboration agreement. Once I have increased the number of hens and the production of green-shelled eggs rises, we can then engage in a more formal transaction. What do you think? Li Chen was eager not to miss the opportunity presented by a chef of Lin Zhou's caliber, and before the latter could respond, he articulated his proposal. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment before replying. All right then, for now, this is the only viable course. I am currently serving as the head chef at the 5-star Huayuan Hotel in the county. You may supply directly to our hotel. Certainly, as long as Chef Lin requires. I am at your service, Li Chen replied with great enthusiasm. After all, collaborating with a 5-star hotel has always been his aspiration. However, during this period, it is inconceivable for a 5-star hotel to exist in rural towns. Not only in this era, but even in the previous year of 2022. The majority of rural areas were devoid of 5-star hotels, save for a few exceptionally developed regions. Moreover, with the partnership regarding the green-shelled eggs firmly established, other collaborative ventures may gradually unfold in the future. Although Lin Zhou's hair had turned white, it was precisely due to his age that he wielded considerable authority and influence within the hotel and culinary sectors. I am particularly interested in your green-shelled eggs, which are entirely natural and possess a unique flavor. I would not consider any other green-shelled eggs, he stated. Chef Lin, rest assured, I will ensure that you receive green-shelled eggs of the same quality. Should you find them unsatisfactory, feel free to return them to me at any time. Li Chen reassured him, patting his chest once more. All right, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Lin Zhou nodded in agreement. Thus, the two engaged in a more detailed discussion regarding the green-shelled eggs, with Lin Zhou's plan requiring Li Chen to supply approximately 500 green-shelled eggs each time, delivered intermittently. In other words, once the 500 green-shelled eggs were supplied to the Garden Hotel, and they were nearing depletion, the hotel would contact Li Chen in advance to arrange for delivery. Li Chen had no objections. However, due to the absence of a landline at home, he would need to entrust Lu Nang to facilitate communication. Currently, Li Chen's funds were limited, otherwise, he would have promptly acquired a landline. It seems imperative to earn more money swiftly, as numerous matters require financial investment. At this moment, a strong voice within Li Chen's heart was urging him onward. Armed with the experience from his past life, Li Chen was far more seasoned in collaborations than anyone else. He understood well that mere words hold no weight, prompting him to request that both Lin Zhou and Lu Ning sign a cooperation agreement. During the year of 1998, many were still unfamiliar with such concepts. For instance, Lu Ning, whose restaurant relied on various ingredients supplied by others, had never engaged in such formal agreements. Conversely, Lin Zhou, having worked in five-star hotels, was well acquainted with such practices. Li Chen, possessing considerable experience in this regard, simply asked them to prepare pens and paper, and he would draft several copies on the spot. Impressive. I never anticipated you possessed such depth of knowledge, Lu Ning exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration upon seeing the cooperation agreement Li Chen had prepared. Lin Zhou, too, felt that this young man was unlike anyone he had encountered before. You flatter me. I have merely read a few books. Unfortunately, my parents were gravely ill, which compelled me to leave school, Li Chen humbly replied. It seems that collaborating with you will indeed broaden my horizons, Lu Ning remarked with a sense of wonder. After reviewing the cooperation agreement, they all found no issues and proceeded to sign it. With both parties having signed, Li Chen felt a profound sense of relief settle within him. After all, with the collaboration agreement in place, the business is now firmly secured. However, once the contract is signed, he must also bear certain risks. For instance, at Lu Ning's Happy Restaurant, if he fails to deliver goods more than twice, the third time will result in compensation equivalent to 3 days' revenue for the restaurant. This stipulation was voluntarily included by him, primarily to instill confidence in Lu Ning. Given the number of Happy Restaurants under Lu Ning's management, he is not particularly concerned about the possibility of supply shortages. The compensation amount is merely a formality. As for the Huayuan Hotel in Linzhou's county, since they have not yet formalized their collaboration, the risk outlined in the agreement states that if Linzhou fails to provide a supply of green-shelled eggs within 2 months, their previously negotiated contract will become void. The Huayuan Hotel will then have the right to seek other suppliers for green-shelled eggs. Additionally, Li Chen will have to compensate the hotel for certain economic losses. This clause was largely proposed by Linzhou, to which Li Chen had no objections. He plans to purchase adult hens in the coming days, confident that they will begin laying eggs within 2 months. It is worth noting that the 50 hens he previously acquired are all mature and have started laying eggs shortly after their arrival. If the new hens do not lay eggs within 2 months, that would indeed be an extraordinary situation. Thank you both for your trust. I have truly encountered benefactors today. How about I treat both of you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude? Li Chen said enthusiastically after securing his copy of the agreement. The world of relationships is not merely about conflict, but rather the intricacies of human connections. Li Chen excels in this regard, and thus, to deepen their bond, treating them to a meal is indispensable. We appreciate your kind gesture, but I have plans to dine with a friend for stone loach tonight, so perhaps another time. Linzhou declined. Stone loach? Are you referring to the kind that cannot be farmed and can only be found in the wild? At that moment, Li Chen recalled something and became quite excited. Thanks to his memories from a previous life, he was aware of the basic details regarding this so-called stone loach. The stone loach, scientifically known as the stone loach fish, is an exceptionally rare and valuable species, primarily because it has yet to be cultivated artificially. In 2022, he learned that wild stone loaches were being sold for several hundred yuan per pound, with some places even charging over 1,000 yuan per pound. Recently, he had been preoccupied with acquiring wild dendrobium, but had overlooked this delectable dish found in the countryside, considering that the Nanliu River is abundant with these creatures. If he could procure several dozen pounds, it would surely yield a substantial profit. Indeed, these are becoming increasingly scarce, and purchasing them is no easy feat. Our Huayuan Hotel often runs out of stock. Therefore, we only mark them on the menu when we have them. When not in stock, we simply remove them, Linzhou confirmed. Chapter 72. The birth of another lucrative scheme. Li Chen was once again invigorated by Linzhou's words. An idea struck him. He could capture stone loaches to sell to the Garden Hotel where Linzhou worked. During this period, stone loaches had begun to dwindle in various regions. Yet the Nanliu River still held an abundance due to its favorable environmental conservation efforts. If Li Chen put his mind to it, he could still catch quite a number. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired, Chef Lin, how many days do you plan to stay in Bobai Town? Probably just 2 or 3 days. The primary purpose of this visit is to catch up with Xiao Lu and some other friends. Once we reminisce a bit, I'll be heading back, Linzhou replied. Great. I'll go search for some stone loaches in the next couple of days, and if I find any, I'll sell them to you for your return journey. Li Chen proposed. Do you really have stone loaches? Lin Zhou asked. Of course. Though I'm unsure of how many I can catch, Li Chen answered. Well then, as long as you genuinely have stone loaches, I will buy them from you immediately. As for the price, we'll discuss it once I see the condition of the loaches, Lin Zhou affirmed. No problem. I'll head back and prepare. Once I have the goods, I'll come over to the Happiness Hotel, Li Chen said, exchanging a few more pleasantries before departing. Initially, he had planned to procure several hundred green-shelled chicken hens immediately. But he had a change of heart. He hadn't considered a critical issue. If he bought the hens without a proper enclosure, managing hundreds of them would be troublesome. He needed to purchase fencing first, set up basic facilities, and then retrieve the hens to place them directly in the enclosed orchard. Thus, after leaving the Happiness Hotel, he went to another street to buy a large roll of fencing, along with some tools for capturing stone loaches. His plan was to complete the fencing for the hens before heading to the Nanliu River to catch the loaches. Li Chen, why are you back so early today? Xiaohan, who was knitting at home, asked with a puzzled expression upon seeing him. Xiaohan, I couldn't procure any wild dendrobium today, so I returned early. Li Chen replied. What? You couldn't get any? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? As I suspected, the villagers have become clever. Knowing that I could profit from the medicinal herbs, they opted to sell them themselves, Li Chen explained. Ah, they figured it out so quickly? Of course. After all, no one is foolish. Seeing how frantically I was collecting in the past few days, they surely wanted to understand what was happening, Li Chen chuckled. You're still able to laugh about it. It's all right. If they hadn't decided not to sell me the wild dendrobium, I wouldn't have made other gains. Look, I've bought back so much fencing. Soon, we can expand the area in the orchard to raise the hens. Is this other gain what you're referring to? Not entirely, but it is related. The situation unfolded as Li Chen recounted his encounter with Lu Neng and Lin Zhou to Xiaohan. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan finally grasped the essence of Li Chen's so-called gain. The implication was clear. As long as we engage in poultry farming, there would be no concerns regarding the market for green-shelled eggs. Indeed, this represents a sustainable means of earning a living. Based on an estimate of 500 eggs, this could yield approximately 50 pounds. At 7 yuan per pound, we could earn a daily profit of 350 yuan. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. As further collaborations are anticipated, Li Chen replied with pride. Ah, if that is truly the case, it is indeed promising, Xiaohan responded. So, you can rest easy and focus on your beauty. I shall handle the financial matters, Li Chen added humorously. Huh, there you go again. I wonder from whom you learned that, Xiaohan chuckled, her face beaming with delight. I did not learn it from anyone. Those words come straight from my heart. Especially now, you need only to relax and ensure that you bring forth 2 adorable chubby babies, Li Chen said, gently guiding Xiaohan to sit down. Brother Chen, sister-in-law, what are you 2 up to? Just as Xiaohan was about to express her feelings, Li Huamei appeared. Nothing much, your brother Chen just returned. And I was inquiring why he came back so early, Xiaohan replied. Oh, I see. For the past couple of days, brother Chen has returned only around dinner time. Why is he back so early today? Li Huamei asked curiously. Li Chen proceeded to recount his experiences of the day. I understand. Then you can focus on raising your hens without worry, Li Huamei remarked. Indeed. That is why I brought back numerous enclosures, shortly. I shall take them to the orchard for setup. I shall come lend a hand. Li Huamei offered. I have nothing else to do. Being warm-hearted, she spent the entire afternoon assisting Li Chen with the enclosure preparations. Xiaohan had intended to help as well, but Li Chen would not allow her to work. So she stood by, tending to the burning of mugwort. In the countryside, the orchard was particularly plagued by mosquitoes and their method of dealing with the pests. Aside from burning incense, was to burn mugwort, as its scent repels mosquitoes. Huang Zihua observed their activities in the orchard and deliberately approached to keep a watchful eye. Her motives were evident. Should Li Chen overstep in any regard, she would entangle him in a dispute, seeking a means to thwart his large-scale poultry farming ambitions. However, Li Chen had anticipated that the couple would succumb to jealousy, so he had deliberately stepped back 3 paces from the boundary while setting up the enclosure, leaving Huang Zihua with no grounds for argument. This left her feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, she found some solace in the thought that her husband, Li Wu, was out trying to claim Li Chen's wild dendrobium business today and would surely return with profits. Little did she know that Li Wu was currently lost in dreams of easy money at a gambling den. After a productive afternoon, Li Chen finally enclosed the entire orchard with fencing. Tomorrow morning, he will procure several hundred hens and release them inside to roam freely. Xiaohan, I shall first dig up some earthworms. We will prepare dinner shortly. Upon returning home, Li Chen exchanged a few words with Xiaohan before seeking a shovel and began excavating for earthworms beside his house. What do you need earthworms for? She inquired. To lure the stone loaches into the cage. They are irresistibly drawn to the scent of earthworms, and once placed in the cage, they will swarm in like famished spirits. Chapter 73. Timely repayment in 3 days. Uncle is astounded. Stone loaches? Xiaohan found it peculiar that Li Chen intended to catch them. Indeed. I forgot to mention that they are quite valuable, fetching no less than several hundred yuan per pound. Li Chen responded while continuing to dig. You must be joking. Such fish can't possibly be that expensive. Moreover, stone loaches are small and yield little meat. How could they command such a price? At this moment, Xiaohan believed Li Chen was jesting. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. This is true. Chef Lin, whom I met today, confirmed that he would pay handsomely if I could procure stone loaches. Thus, even if we lose the opportunity with wild dendrobium, we can still earn more from these loaches. Li Chen asserted confidently. Oh my, are they truly that costly? Why not venture to other villages to procure them, just as you did with wild dendrobium? Xiaohan, initially astonished, then offered her suggestion. In fact, Li Chen had considered this strategy. However, the memories of his past life informed him that most villages had seen a significant decline in stone loaches, with only the southern section of the Liuxiang River still abundant. This was due to the relatively unspoiled environment of the Liuxiang. Following the exploitation of wild dendrobium, the villagers had become more astute, unwilling to sell to him so easily. Li Chen preferred to quietly catch them in the Liuxiang River rather than risk drawing attention and facing competition from others. It must be noted that the Liuxiang River was not his private domain. It was accessible to all. Xiaohan, stone loaches are not like wild dendrobium. They are not found in every village. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so expensive. Therefore, it is wiser for us to quietly catch them and earn our profits, Li Chen explained. Very well, you make a valid point. I shall assist you, Xiaohan declared, preparing to help dig for earthworms. However, Li Chen would not allow her to toil. He insisted she rest while he quickly dug up the earthworms. During this period, earthworms were not as scarce as in June 2022. They could be unearthed wherever there was soil. Rural children often used them as bait for fishing. Once Li Chen had gathered enough earthworms, he set off with the bamboo cage he had purchased. Stone loaches typically favored clear and swift waters. With his experience, Li Chen swiftly located a prime river spot and lowered the bamboo cage into the water. He purchased a total of 20 bamboo cages. Though he held no certainty regarding the yield, that would only become apparent when he commenced gathering them. However, he contemplated retrieving them once more before retiring for the night, placing any catch into a barrel and subsequently baiting with more worms to entice another batch of stone clamberers. This method would enable him to capture a greater number of stone clamberers in a short span. After completing his task, Li Chen returned home. That evening, after finishing dinner, Li Chen arrived at Li Chen Tian's residence, carrying 20,000 yuan. Despite the considerable funds required for procuring green-shelled eggs tomorrow, he had promised to repay his uncle within 3 days, and Li Chen was determined not to go back on his word. Ah, Xiaochen, have you truly earned money so swiftly? Li Chen Tian expressed surprise at Li Chen's timely repayment. I've made around 10,000 yuan. All thanks to your initial trust in me, uncle. Were it not for your loan, I could not have achieved such a sum in such a brief period. Li Chen replied with heartfelt gratitude. What? You earned 10,000 in just 3 days? Is it truly that easy? Perhaps you should invest further to earn even more. And you can repay me later. After all, I don't have pressing expenses at the moment, Li Chen Tian responded, initially astonished, then suggesting that Li Chen could delay his repayment. Li Chen was deeply touched by this gesture, saying, Thank you, uncle. However, the ease of earning has diminished. Now that people are aware of the profitability of wild dendrobium, they are unwilling to sell to me today. Thus, you should keep the money for now. Additionally, this 300 yuan is your interest. With that, Li Chen produced an extra 300 yuan and offered it to Li Chen Tian. Li Chen Tian promptly declined, saying, You silly boy, we are family. What need is there for interest? If you offer me interest, it would imply that you look down upon me as your uncle. I am not that kind of person. Just give me my rightful 20,000 yuan. Keep the 300 for yourself. Despite Li Chen's insistence, Li Chen Tian refused to accept it, compelling Li Chen to reluctantly take it back. Thank you, uncle. I shall remember your kindness. When I achieve great wealth, I will certainly not forget you, Li Chen vowed. Foolish nephew, we are family. There is no need for such words. As long as you and Xiaohan can live well, that is sufficient for me as your uncle, Li Chen Tian replied. Li Chen felt even more moved. Having experienced life in his previous existence, he understood how rare it was for someone to wish for your well-being. Therefore, He silently vowed to repay Li Chen and his family when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Huang Chuihua awaited the return of her husband, Li Wu. Why is he taking so long? In the past, Li Chen never took this long to procure wild dendrobium. She muttered to herself. As night fell without Li Wu's return, she grumbled once more. Coincidentally, just after her lament, Li Wu returned with an unhappy expression. How did it go? How much did you earn from the wild dendrobium today? Huang Chuihua rushed to inquire. Li Wu's expression began to falter. He had just lost the 5,000 yuan borrowed from Huang Cuihua's family at the casino. Speak up. How much did you earn? Huang Cuihua, noticing Li Wu's silence, tugged at his clothes, pressing for answers. Cuihua, let me explain. This morning, I indeed followed Li Chen's lead and went to other villages to procure wild dendrobium. But what? What is wrong with you today? Why are you stammering? Could it be that while others like Li Chen profit from procuring wild dendrobium, you suffer losses? Li Wu thought to himself, if only he had lost money. At least part of the 5,000 yuan would remain. However, he had squandered the entire amount. If Huang Cuihua discovered the truth, with her fiery temperament, she would surely berate him mercilessly. Cuihua, listen to me. The situation is like this. Stop with the rambling. Just tell me directly how much you made today. I am eager to know the outcome. Chapter 74. Li Wu, afflicted by envy, was in dire straits. Having lost his fortune, he also ran off his wife. Huang Cuihua was not one to dawdle. She immediately demanded that Li Wu reveal the day's events. Cuihua, it's like this. I set out to procure wild dendrobium. But today, for some reason, the villagers were unwilling to sell to me. It seems that even that rascal Li Chen was unable to make any acquisitions. And then? Why did you return so late? Huang Cuihua pressed on. Then I thought I was lucky today, so I decided to try my luck at a nearby casino. Initially, I won over 3,000 yuan, but in the afternoon, my luck suddenly turned sour. Consequently, I lost all 5,000 yuan. But worry not. When my fortune turns for the better, I will surely win it back for you. Li Wu answered, panic written all over his face. What? You scoundrel! You lost the 5,000 yuan I borrowed. How am I supposed to live? I can't go on. With that, Huang Cuihua sank to the ground in despair. Throwing a tantrum. Cuihua, please listen. It was merely a stroke of bad luck today. Once my luck improves, I will recover that money for you. Li Wu said as he rushed over to help her up and comfort her. Enough with your excuses. Had I known you had such a gambling addiction, I would never have borrowed that money. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? I will not let this go. Huang Cuihua's anger escalated, and she began to smash things in their home. Li Wu, aware of his wrongdoing and knowing he was a man who feared his wife despite his outward bravado, dared not intervene too forcefully. The uproar was so significant that, in the quiet of the village at that hour, news of their quarrel quickly spread throughout the community. This only added to Huang Cuihua's humiliation. After wreaking havoc, still unsatisfied, she gathered her belongings and returned to her family home that very night. At that moment, Li Wu was left in utter despair. He had hoped not only to outmaneuver Li Chen in business, but also to make a profit for himself. Who would have thought that one would end up losing more than one gains, suffering both personal and financial losses? Ah, Li Chen, this predicament has arisen solely due to you. I shall certainly seek retribution when the opportunity presents itself. Humph. In the end, he once again directed his grievances toward Li Chen. Meanwhile, Li Chen overheard the quarrel between Li Wu and Huang Cuihua. Xiaohan, if I am not mistaken, the individual who went to procure wild dendrobium today must undoubtedly be Li Wu. It is likely that he squandered the procurement funds on gambling, which is why his wife is now embroiled in such a fierce dispute with him. Li Chen shared his conjecture with Xiaohan, who was busy sewing garments on a sewing machine. Perhaps, after all, he has always been envious of your sudden improvement, and he is capable of resorting to any means. His current predicament is merely a fitting consequence of his actions, Xiaohan replied, while deftly operating the sewing machine's pedal. At this time, sewing machines were quite popular, as many were struggling to make ends meet and income sources were limited. For simple clothing repairs, individuals often resorted to sewing machines to patch up their garments. Xiaohan was currently crafting a belly band for 2 unborn little ones. This belly band was not the traditional kind worn by women in ancient times, but rather a protective garment for children to prevent their clothes from becoming soiled while nursing or eating. With no prior experience, she had only recently begun this endeavor after being informed by Aunt Lu. Xiaohan, you really need not bother crafting them. We can simply purchase some from the market when the time comes, Li Chen advised. I am aware they are available for purchase, but I can knit them myself and save a little money, she responded. Xiaohan was inherently thrifty, and her previous experiences of poverty had further ingrained this habit within her. Li Chen recognized that it would be difficult to alter her ways at this moment, so he refrained from further persuasion. After a brief exchange, he reminded her to rest early and then set off toward the South Lujing River with a bucket in hand. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and he was uncertain about the yield of the stone loaches. If every bamboo cage yielded fish, it would indeed be a modest windfall. Although the individual stone loaches were generally not large, measuring around 14 to 17 centimeters and weighing a maximum of 2 pounds. As long as each bamboo cage contained something, even just a single stone loach, his 20 cages could still accumulate several pounds. Along the way, the chorus of insects and frogs filled the air, occasionally accompanied by the flickering of fireflies. Li Chen relished the beauty of the night. Regrettably, such enchanting evenings would become increasingly rare in the coming decades, especially fireflies, which, due to industrial pollution and the use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, would continue to diminish. After 2022, encountering fireflies at night would become a formidable challenge. Li Chen arrived alone at the location where he had set his bamboo cages in the South Lujing River and began to pull up the first bamboo cage. Goodness, how heavy. It seems there is something inside. Without even needing to open it, he could surmise that there were indeed stone loaches within, a testament to his experience. Indeed, upon opening the bamboo cage, several stone loaches were discovered within. However, these loaches were not particularly large, each weighing approximately 3 to 4 ounces, collectively amounting to a little over a pound. Li Chen felt quite satisfied. Capturing 1 or 2 pounds of stone loaches during this season is no easy feat. Given the current market price for stone loaches, the yield from this first bamboo cage was sufficient to cover his costs and yield a profit. After placing the loaches into a bucket, Li Chen carefully returned the earthworms to their original position before resetting the bamboo cage. He then proceeded to the location of the second cage, swiftly lifting it with eager anticipation. To his astonishment, a sizable stone loach lay within. Estimated to weigh over a pound, Li Chen couldn't help but utter an exclamation of delight. It seemed that the day's outset was promising, just moments ago. He lamented the difficulty of capturing 1 or 2 pounds of stone loaches, and now he had already secured one exceeding that weight. This was indeed an auspicious sign. He continued to open the third and fourth cages until all were examined. Ultimately, he confirmed that only 8 cages contained stone loaches. Nevertheless, the bounty from these 8 cages was substantial, with the bucket holding no less than 10 pounds of loaches. At the prevailing price, this represented a considerable fortune. With his spirits high, Li Chen returned home bearing this newfound wealth. At that moment, Xiaohan was diligently sewing children's vests with her sewing machine. Upon hearing Li Chen's footsteps, she inquired with concern, "You're back. How was the harvest? Were you able to catch any stone loaches in those cages?" Chapter 75. A bountiful harvest of stone loaches. Awaiting a small windfall, Li Chen entered the house with his bounty and, beaming with pride, declared, "Of course. There is a harvest. Look at this, it's half a bucket of wealth." Xiaohan peered into the bucket and her eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, so many stone loaches. Based on what you mentioned earlier, hundreds to thousands of dollars per pound. Doesn't that mean this half bucket could yield a significant amount of money?" "Absolutely. That's why I referred to it as half a bucket of wealth. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even have another half bucket tomorrow," Li Chen replied joyfully. "You are truly remarkable. My admiration for you grows by the day," Xiaohan said, genuinely giving Li Chen a thumbs up. "Indeed, your husband is quite exceptional." Li Chen jested. "Oh, stop with your nonsense and hurry to put the stone loaches away. We mustn't let them escape." Xiaohan laughed, then reminded him. "I'm not worried about them escaping. I'm more concerned about them dying," he admitted. "Yes. The high price of these stone loaches is largely due to the fact that they cannot be farmed artificially. To date, no place in the world has succeeded in cultivating stone loaches. Thus, Li Chen was apprehensive about the possibility of losing some to mortality overnight. If that were to happen, it would indeed be a great pity. To avert any potential mishaps upon his return, Li Chen chose not to replace the water in the bucket, but instead utilized water drawn from the Nanliu River. "Please take care tonight. I cannot afford any troubles, as I am counting on you to earn some money," he murmured. After completing his tasks, Li Chen casually addressed the stone crabs in the bucket before retreating to his room. The following morning, Li Chen promptly checked on the stone crabs. Fortunately, none had perished. Each one was swimming energetically in the water. "Li Chen, are the stone crabs all right?" Xiaohan inquired with concern as she approached. "They seem fine. Although they cannot be artificially bred, they won't die so quickly. I can finally rest easy," Li Chen replied. "That's good. You go ahead with your tasks. I'll prepare breakfast myself," she assured him, understanding that he had much to attend to that morning. Despite nearing her delivery date, she felt capable of handling the small task of breakfast. After all, when Li Chen had been inconsiderate, She had managed everything on her own. It's all right. I'll go check on the second haul from the river and return to make breakfast for you, Li Chen declared as he set off with another bucket in hand. Naturally, Xiaohan was not inclined to wait idly for him to return. She wished to share the burden of work. Thus, after he left, she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Upon arriving at the Nanliu River, Li Chen gathered all the bamboo cages. The haul from the previous night had been quite satisfactory, yielding 6 cages with a decent catch, amounting to several pounds. He returned home, elated, carrying the bamboo cages and bucket. Xiaohan, why are you making breakfast? I thought I asked you to wait for me, Li Chen said, his heart aching at the sight of her busy in the kitchen. It's nothing. I'm not fragile. I can manage breakfast. And I want to help alleviate some of your workload. It feels unfair for you to be the only one bustling about, Xiaohan replied. Fool as a man. It's my responsibility to care for the household. Here, let me show you today's catch, Li Chen exclaimed, lifting the bucket to reveal the stone crabs inside. Not bad. Though it's not as abundant as last night's haul, it still appears to be quite a lot, she remarked. Indeed. It may be slightly less than last night, but it should still weigh several pounds. After breakfast and feeding the hens, I'll take them to town to sell. Li Chen replied cheerfully. Today's agenda was rather full, supplying green-shelled eggs to the Happy Restaurant, trading the stone crabs with Linzhou, and procuring several hundred hens. However, having experienced the regrets of his past life, Li Chen found solace and fulfillment in this busyness. After all, everything was still in place, and there was still time to make things right. In his previous life, he had perpetually dwelled in a realm of regret, self-reproach, and guilt, with the torment of his own heart proving to be the greatest suffering of all. After finishing his breakfast, Li Chen did not take a moment's respite. Instead, he promptly ventured to the orchard with provisions and a basket in hand. Brother Chen, I am here to assist you. Li Huamei, ever the warm-hearted soul, rushed over with a beaming smile upon seeing Li Chen preparing to collect green-shelled eggs. Thank you, Huamei, you are exceedingly kind to me. If memory serves, your birthday is merely 2 months away, correct? Do not forget to let Brother Chen know what you desire for a gift. Thank you, Brother Chen. We shall discuss it then. For now, let us focus on gathering the green-shelled eggs, she replied with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, let us collect the green-shelled eggs together. Li Chen expressed his gratitude for Hua Mei's assistance. He had contemplated that once his career began to flourish, he would formally employ Hua Mei, paying her a proper salary. Unlike other girls, she had no aspirations of seeking a more prestigious job. She would be better off working alongside him. And he firmly believed that he could pave the way for a promising future for her. This time, they had only gathered 38 green-shelled eggs, indicating that 2 hens had not laid any. Nevertheless, Li Chen felt this quantity was sufficient. After all, it was unrealistic to expect every hen to lay eggs daily. Achieving 38 eggs was already quite a prolific outcome. Woof, woof, woof. Before departing, Ahe and Abai were embroiled in a quarrel over the last morsel of food. Li Chen, uninterested in the antics of these gluttonous creatures, felt indifferent as long as they refrained from fighting. As for who would secure the final scrap of food, he figured they could resolve it in their own canine manner. Upon returning home, Li Chen gifted several green-shelled eggs to Hua Mei to take back. He himself counted out 50 green-shelled eggs, neatly arranged in a basket, ready to be traded with the Happy Restaurant. Fortunately, he had previously stored some green-shelled eggs at home, so supplying the restaurant posed no problem at all. Once everything was prepared, he set out. Today, he refrained from borrowing the motorcycle from Zhou dog. After having borrowed it for so many days, it felt inappropriate to continue. He had resolved that once he earned a bit more money, he would purchase a motorcycle of his own, especially since he needed to return to Xiaohan's family home on the 15th of next month. Acquiring a motorcycle had become even more imperative. He believed that Xiaohan secretly longed for this as well, though she refrained from voicing it to avoid placing undue pressure on him. Thus, Li Chen silently vowed to earn more money before the 15th, ensuring he could buy the motorcycle. Xiaohan, I am off, Li Chen announced, cheerfully mounting his second-hand tricycle and heading toward the town. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Happy Restaurant, he was dismayed to find the doors firmly shut. What is going on? Is the restaurant closed today? Chapter 76. The Expensive Stone Climber. A modest prophet seeing the Happy Restaurant's doors closed, Li Chen glanced around and soon realized that not only was the Happy Restaurant shut, but so too were the entrances of other establishments. At this moment, he recalled an important detail. He had arrived far too early. The Happiness Restaurant only served lunch and dinner, with no breakfast service, and naturally, it would not open its doors too early. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. Reflecting, it seems I was so eager to earn money that I completely overlooked this fundamental knowledge. Since the Happiness Restaurant had yet to open, Li Chen had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, after about 10 minutes, Wang Aguo's wife emerged for breakfast, and the doors finally swung open. Upon learning of Li Chen's presence, Wang Aguo immediately got up, washed up, and went out to greet him. Li Chen, you certainly rose early. I apologize for making you wait outside, he said. No worries. It's my fault for not considering that you don't open in the morning. I'll be more mindful of the time next time, Li Chen replied with a smile. Haha. I share a bit of the responsibility as well for not informing you of the restaurant's opening hours. We usually open at 10 o'clock, so next time, just come around that time, Wang Aguo laughed in response. All right then, here are 50 green-shelled eggs for your restaurant, Li Chen said, addressing the matter of the eggs before proceeding to discuss the stone crabs. Did you catch all these stone crabs yesterday? Wang Aguo asked, gazing in astonishment at the crabs in Li Chen's bucket. Indeed, I was fortunate last night and managed to catch quite a few. I just wonder if Chef Lin is awake yet. Could you please help me get in touch with him? Li Chen politely inquired. He's already up. My master is always an early riser. However, he doesn't stay here, so I'll need to call someone else, Wang Aguo replied warmly, turning to his counter to make a call. In those days, most people relied on landlines, as mobile phones were not widespread. Upon hearing you have stone crabs, my master said he would come over shortly. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea, Wang Aguo added. About 2 minutes later, he returned and said, all right, I'll wait for him. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Here, have some tea, Wang Aguo said, pouring a cup of tea from the restaurant for Li Chen. Lin Zhou arrived at the Happiness restaurant approximately 20 minutes later, and without delay, he got straight to the point. Where are the stone crabs? Let me have a good look. Li Chen appreciated his directness, as he himself preferred to avoid beating around the bush. He brought out his bucket and placed it before Lin Zhou, saying, these are the stone crabs I caught last night. Please have a thorough look, Chef Lin. Wow, so many stone crabs. And it seems like 2 of them are quite large. They must weigh over a pound, right? Lin Zhou exclaimed, his face displaying disbelief. Yes, I estimate 2 of them weigh over a pound each, Li Chen confirmed. Encountering such large wild stone crabs is quite rare. Lin Zhou remarked with a deep sigh. Indeed, I was fortunate last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come across such sizable stone crabs, Li Chen replied. Li Chen jestingly remarked, to be honest, it has been quite some time since I encountered such sizable stone crabs. Lin Zhou chuckled in response. So, Chef Lin, what price would you offer per pound for these 2 large stone crabs? Li Chen, astute as he was, had already deduced from the conversation that the prices for stone crabs would vary based on their weight. Thus, he directly inquired about the price for these 2 larger specimens. Upon hearing Li Chen's question, Lin Zhou realized he had previously been overly cautious with his words. It was clear that offering a uniform price was no longer feasible. You young man certainly possess a sharp mind. Very well, I shall not mislead you. For these 2 large stone crabs, I will offer you 500 yuan per pound. As for the others, how about a uniform price of 300 yuan per pound? Li Chen raised no objections to this pricing. The cost of stone crabs varies by region. And although these were wild delicacies, they would have fetched a higher price back in 2022. However, in 1998, this price was already considered quite high. Thus, he readily agreed, saying, all right, let us proceed with your proposed pricing. Once the prices were settled, Wang Aguo weighed the crabs using the scales from his restaurant. Ultimately, the 2 large stone crabs weighed a total of 2 pounds 7 ounces, while the rest amounted to 11 pounds 3 ounces. At 500 yuan per pound for the 2 pounds 7 ounces, that totaled 350 yuan. For the 11 pounds 3 ounces at 300 yuan per pound, that amounted to 390 yuan. In total, Li Chen earned a remarkable 740 yuan from this transaction, which brought him immense joy. It was a remarkably effortless profit, even more so than purchasing wild dendrobium. Unfortunately, the availability of stone crabs was limited, and he could only profit for a short while. After that, such good fortune would be hard to come by. If there were an abundance of stone crabs, the price would not remain so high. Chef Lin, I leave these stone crabs in your capable hands. However, I must advise you that they are quite delicate and will require careful transport back to the Garden Hotel in the county, Li Chen said, placing the money in his pocket. I understand this matter well. I will have the bus driver assist with the transport shortly, Lin Zhou replied. The bus driver is transporting them back? Are you returning to the county today? Li Chen inquired. No, I am not returning just yet. I will arrange for the bus driver returning to the county to carry the goods for me. A reasonable fare will suffice. Once we reach the bus station, I will have someone from the hotel collect them, Lin Zhou explained. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally comprehended the arrangement. In the future, in 2022, many individuals employed this method to have bus drivers transport goods back. However, given the precious nature of stone crabs, encountering an unscrupulous driver could pose a risk. In 2022, there would be mobile phones to capture photographic evidence before shipping, but such technology was not available now. Consequently, Li Chen cautioned, Chef Lin, is the driver you have chosen trustworthy? The precious stone clams are indeed valuable. Rest assured, the bus driver is a distant relative of mine, and his daughter currently works as an accountant at my hotel, Lin Zhou said with a hearty laugh. Li Chen chuckled in response, suddenly struck by an idea. He realized he could employ this same strategy to deliver the green-shelled eggs to the Garden Hotel. Without a vehicle during this period, traveling to the county town posed considerable inconvenience. However, with the assistance of the bus driver, everything would become significantly easier. Thus, Li Chen promptly suggested, Chef Lin, shall I accompany you to find this bus driver shortly? Chapter 77. Are you out of your mind? Purchasing such a number of hens at once upon hearing Li Chen's intention to seek out the bus driver, Lin Zhou expressed curiosity and inquired, do you have a particular plan in mind? Chef Lin, you are indeed astute. You guessed correctly, I do have an idea. If I were to supply green-shelled eggs to your Garden Hotel in the future, I would like to enlist this driver's assistance to transport them to the central station. Li Chen candidly shared his thoughts. Lin Zhou pondered for a moment before replying, very well. As long as he is willing to collaborate with you, I have no objections. If necessary, I can arrange for someone to meet him at the station. Excellent. Thank you, Chef Lin, Li Chen replied, filled with delight. This meant he could spare himself a significant amount of hassle. As for the bus driver, Li Chen was confident he could secure his assistance. Having lived through his past life, he excelled in navigating social niceties. A little sweetening of the deal would resolve any issues. After a pleasant conversation at the Happy Restaurant, Li Chen followed Lin Zhou to find the bus driver. The driver, a man in his 40s, greeted Lin Zhou politely, addressing him as uncle. Xiao Fu, this is Li Chen. He is the one who sold me these wild stone clams. Li Chen, this is my cousin Zhang Fu. Lin Zhou introduced them courteously after concluding his own matters. Hello, brother Zhang. It's a pleasure to meet you. You can just call me Xiao Chen. Li Chen promptly extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, I'm equally pleased to meet you, Zhang Fu replied, unsure why his uncle was introducing him to Li Chen, but he responded politely nonetheless. Brother Zhang, here's the situation. My Garden Hotel, in collaboration with your uncle, intends to engage in a long-term partnership regarding egg distribution. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in transporting my eggs to the county town. How does that sound? Rest assured, I won't impose on you without compensation. In addition to the standard shipping fee, I will provide you with an extra 200 yuan each month, Li Chen disclosed his terms. In truth, the so-called shipping fee was merely a charge calculated per passenger, and this money would be shared among the driver and crew. Even without offering the additional 200 yuan, they would still benefit from personal profits. Given that the regulations in 1998 were not particularly stringent, Zhang Fu was naturally intrigued by Li Chen's generous offer. Very well. Since he is a friend of my uncle, he is naturally my friend as well. I am determined to assist you in this matter. You can come to me at any time. Zhang Fu readily agreed. Excellent. Thank you, brother Zhang. Li Chen was also quite pleased. After all, 200 yuan a month is hardly a significant amount. It is far better than making the tedious round trips to the county town, which not only causes inconvenience, but also wastes precious time. Especially now that Xiaohan is nearing her time of delivery, he cannot afford to travel far. No need for formalities. We are all friends. Zhang Fu responded graciously. After exiting the station, Li Chen exchanged a few words with Lin Zhou before taking his leave. He had more pressing matters to attend to, specifically acquiring hens for green-shelled eggs. He once again hopped onto a tricycle and made his way to Wang Daozi's home. Oh, young man, it's you. What brings you here? Do you need more hens? How many this time? Wang Daozi had just stepped out of his house and, upon seeing Li Chen, greeted him warmly. Indeed, I have come to procure hens again. However, this time, the quantity is quite substantial. I wonder if you have sufficient stock? Li Chen inquired. Of course. I have several hundred hens available. If you wish to take them all at once, I would be more than pleased. Wang Daozi patted his chest confidently. Very well, please lead me to them. If everything is satisfactory, I will decide how many to take. No problem, follow me. Wang Daozi had relocated his hen farm, a change he credited to Li Chen's earlier advice. Therefore, he was particularly enthusiastic towards Li Chen this time. Here are all my hens. Take a look. If you need a large quantity, I can arrange for a tractor to deliver them for you. Wang Daozi gestured towards his poultry farm, speaking with generosity. Li Chen had been waiting for this very assurance. Otherwise, he had been pondering how to transport hundreds of hens back home. With Wang Daozi's word, he felt reassured. All right, I will take 700 hens, fully grown. Please do not catch any of the younger ones for me, Li Chen promptly stated. Initially, he had planned to purchase only 450. but he decided to increase the order to ensure a steady supply of green-shelled eggs. Moreover, it had now been confirmed that green-shelled eggs are indeed profitable. So he opted for a larger order. This would also allow him to seek further collaborations with other hotels. 700? You are quite bold, young man. But I admire your audacity. Wang Daozi was overjoyed upon hearing the quantity. After expressing his delight, he immediately summoned a tractor and began rounding up the hens for Li Chen. 700 is no small number, so to expedite the process, he mobilized his entire family to assist. Ultimately, after several hours of diligent work, they successfully loaded all 700 hens into cages and onto the tractor. I recall you mentioned that if it exceeds 100 hens, you would reduce the price by 1 yuan each. Does that still hold true? As Li Chen prepared to pay, he deliberately brought up the matter. Of course, it's settled. You can charge me 9 yuan each, Wang Daozi stated with his characteristic generosity. All right, that totals 6,300 for 709. Here you go, 6,003. Fortunately, today he had earned over 4,700 from selling stone products, and combined with the profits from the wild dendrobium. Even after parting with 6,300 in one go, Li Chen still had around 10,000 yuan in savings. More than sufficient to cover his current expenses for the hens. You've cleared me out of hens in one fell swoop. If I need more next time, I suppose I'll have to wait a while, Wang Daozi remarked with a broad smile after counting the money Li Chen had given him several times, confirming its accuracy. Haha, indeed. But I don't need them so urgently for now. I'll take these hens home and raise them properly first, Li Chen replied with a grin. In fact, his statement subtly hinted to Wang Daozi that after this batch, he intended to hatch chicks himself rather than continue purchasing externally. This approach would save him considerable expenses, allowing him to hatch as many as he wished. All right then, should you need anything else in the future, feel free to reach out, Wang Daozi responded. Great, let us collaborate again when the time is right, Li Chen cheerfully concluded as he hopped onto his tricycle, leading the way while the tractor followed closely behind. Given the tractor's considerable noise amidst the otherwise tranquil countryside, upon returning to Nanliu village, news of his acquisition of several hundred hens for breeding spread rapidly throughout the community. Li Chen truly possesses remarkable audacity, purchasing hundreds of hens in one go. Raising a few dozen is manageable, but hundreds? The risk is monumental. Some villagers murmured. Indeed, has Li Chen become overconfident, riding the wave of recent good fortune and deciding to take a gamble? Investment is not a game of chance. It requires prudence. Moreover, the costs associated with caring for such a large number of hens are not negligible. Have you forgotten what Li Chen used to do? He was once a gambler, and although he has turned over a new leaf, the innate risk-taker within him remains unchanged. Chapter 78. Quietly becoming the poultry tycoon of the village regarding Li Chen's decision to acquire hundreds of hens at once for breeding. Groups of villagers gathered to discuss the matter. To many, it appeared that Li Chen was acting recklessly, taking a daring risk. Some, envious of his newfound success, openly expressed doubt about whether his gambling nature had truly vanished. Li Chen was aware of these murmurs, yet he remained unfazed. He felt no need to explain himself. Having experienced life in a previous existence, he understood the true faces of certain individuals, particularly those who, like Li Wu, were envious and resentful of his progress. Their disparaging comments stemmed from a fear of his potential success. As for whether he had lost his mind or become overconfident, they would soon find out. Before success is achieved, any explanation you provide is superfluous. It would be wiser to conserve your energy for other endeavors. Li Chen, did you not state that you would purchase only 450? It appears there are far more than that. Upon seeing the hens on the tractor, Xiaohan was taken aback. This time, I directly bought 700. If we're doing this, let's do it on a grand scale, Li Chen replied. My goodness, 700? That's an astounding number. Indeed, after this purchase, there will be no need for further acquisitions, Li Chen said, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Very well. Since you have already procured them, I shall support your decision. Though surprised, Xiaohan did not voice any objections. After these past few days, she had come to trust that Li Chen was no longer the rogue he once was. Therefore, whatever he chose to do, she would stand by him as his wife. Thank you, my dear wife. With your support, this venture is bound to be immensely profitable, Li Chen said with a smile. Oh, do spare me your flattery. Quickly transport these hens to the orchard. Otherwise, in this heat, they may suffocate, Xiaohan said, first smiling happily before gently reminding him. That makes sense. I will take the driver to the orchard right away. Li Chen's home was a bit distant from the orchard, so to facilitate unloading, he led the driver to a spot near the orchard. Fortunately, there was a relatively wide road nearby, just sufficient for maneuvering the tractor. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant inconvenience. Thank you very much, Driver, Li Chen expressed his gratitude after unloading the 700 hens. Not at all. It is rare to see someone your age raising so many hens. I admire your courage, the driver remarked. It's not much. I merely thought it wise to experiment while I am still young, Li Chen replied humbly. That's commendable. Having the courage to try is already quite an achievement. As the driver spoke, he took out the key to the tractor, shook it a few times, and successfully started the vehicle. Tractors from that era were notoriously difficult to start, yet they exuded a sense of nostalgia. Driver, do you need me to guide you out? Are you familiar with the route? Li Chen inquired warmly. Rest assured, I know the way. I can return on my own. You should focus on your affairs and not worry about me, the driver replied, then drove off with his tractor. Woof woof. Upon seeing Li Chen return with such a large number of hens, Ahe and Abai ran over excitedly, barking a few times. Don't get too excited, you two. With so many hens now, your responsibilities and pressures have increased, Li Chen chuckled. Woof woof. Ahe and Abai barked in unison, seemingly conveying their readiness to take on the challenge. Brother Chun, did you really bring back hundreds of hens? At that moment, Li Huamei had heard the news and approached. Indeed, a full 700. Adding the original 50, that totals 750. Li Chen replied while opening the cage to let the hens into the orchard. My goodness, your farming venture is truly scaling up, Li Huamei exclaimed. This is just the beginning. It's entirely possible that we could have 7,000 in the future, Li Chen replied with a grin. Brother Chun, you're quite the jokester. This orchard can hardly accommodate 7,000. Even managing 700 is quite a stretch, she remarked as she came over to assist him. Li Chen, however, chose not to disclose to Li Huamei that his ambitions extended far beyond this orchard. He simply continued to smile, saying, You'll see in due time. I shall become a poultry magnate. Very well, I look forward to the day you become a poultry magnate. In fact, I feel that you already are one. No one in Nanliu village has ever raised so many hens at once. Indeed, at that moment, Li Chen had become the poultry tycoon of the entire village. This sparked the curiosity of the villagers, who, after chatting in small groups, flocked to the orchard to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Li Wu caught wind of the commotion. Piquing his curiosity, he suspected that Li Chen had discovered yet another lucrative venture aside from wild dendrobium. Thus, he devised a plan to secretly uncover Li Chen's methods for making money, intent on emulating him and seizing his business. I refuse to believe that if you can earn money, I cannot as well, Li Wu muttered under his breath, his expression one of defiance and resentment. After much effort, Li Chen and Li Huamei finally managed to settle the 700 hens into the orchard, both of them panting from exhaustion. Brother Chen, I never imagined that simply placing 700 hens in the orchard could be so tiring, Li Huamei remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Indeed, I truly appreciate your help this time. Perhaps I should offer you some wages. It feels improper for you to keep assisting me without compensation, Li Chen suggested. No. If you regard me as your sister, then let us not mention wages. Only when I officially become your employee should we discuss payment, Li Huamei firmly declined. Your support means a great deal to me. Rest assured, when I strike it rich, I will certainly remember you, he reassured her. That is all I need to hear. I must head back for a shower. I feel quite unpleasant from all this sweat, she replied, turning to leave. Li Chen had numerous tasks to attend to. After placing the hens in the orchard, he needed to prepare several bowls of water for them to drink. It was imperative that these hens had access to water, as prolonged thirst could be detrimental to their health. In addition to providing water, he also needed to prepare food for them. Lastly, he had to lay down some dry straw. This would not only offer them a comfortable resting place at night, but also serve as a suitable spot for them to lay their green-shelled eggs. Without this cushioning, the hens might lay their eggs directly on the ground, leading to the unfortunate possibility of broken eggs. Thus, Li Chen found himself under pressure to complete all these tasks tonight. Otherwise, should the hens begin laying eggs tomorrow, it would be a significant loss. Xiaohan understood that Li Chen would be particularly occupied today, so she intended to assist him with his work. However, Li Chen could not bear to let her toil away. It was far better for her to stay at home and weave children's bibs. Li Chen, you have been working hard lately. Once these two little ones arrive, I will be able to lend you a hand, she said, her face radiating emotion during dinner. Chapter 79. The spirited commencement of chicken raising fool. Once the two little ones are born, that will be when you are truly burdened and busy. Merely feeding and caring for them will be quite the endeavor, Li Chen remarked, gently tapping Xiaohan's nose. Is that so? You seem rather experienced, she teased. That is not experience, but knowledge. Besides, have you ever seen a new mother in our village who found the first year of motherhood to be easy? True enough. But won't that mean you will be doing everything alone? I'm concerned for your well-being, Xiaohan expressed, her heart aching for Li Chen. who felt deeply touched by her concern. This woman, previously treated so poorly by him, still thought of his welfare. Rest assured, soon I will not be the only one working. Currently, our enterprise is small, so I am hands-on. Once we expand, I will need to hire help. Li Chen shared his thoughts with her. Hire help? You plan to do that? Indeed. To earn more, we must expand our enterprise and scale up. Thus, hiring assistants is essential, he affirmed confidently. Well, since you have your plans, I support you. Just do not put too much pressure on yourself. While I hope for an improved life, I do not aspire for great wealth. A stable life for our family is sufficient, Xiaohan spoke gently. Such sentiments were not new. Li Chen recognized her desire to alleviate his burdens. This woman was exceedingly kind and considerate. Because of this, Li Chen felt an even greater responsibility to earn more and provide her with a better life. After finishing dinner, Li Chen did not rest. Having spent the day tending to the hens, he still needed to transport the bamboo cages to the Nanliu River for the stone loach. Time was of the essence, as he needed to act swiftly. Otherwise, if he arrived too late, the loaches would be asleep and cease foraging, diminishing his chances of a successful catch. Li Chen opted to place the cages in the same location as the previous night, based on the loach's habits. These creatures appeared in groups, and given the abundance he had gathered there last night, it was reasonable to expect many more would be present. Once he had completed his task and washed his hands, he returned home. Xiaohan was diligently at her sewing machine, crafting children's bibs. Her skill was commendable, and the bibs were taking shape, appearing both unique and lovely. Xiaohan, your craftsmanship is impressive, Li Chen remarked as he approached her. This is my first attempt at weaving, and I lack experience. Otherwise, it could have turned out even more splendidly. In my eyes, it is already quite remarkable. Once the little ones arrive, they will surely adore the belly band their mother has crafted. I hope they will appreciate it. Otherwise, all my efforts would be in vain, said Xiaohan with a blissful smile. Li Chen, wishing to spare her from excessive toil, suggested she take a break after 9 o'clock. He, on the other hand, needed to make a trip to the Nanliu River to assess his catch from the previous night. Although the Nanliu River is vast, the number of stone crabs is limited. He believed that soon enough, some villagers would discover the profit in catching stone crabs, prompting him to adopt a strategy of dividing his efforts between the first and second halves of the night for optimal results. He aimed to capture as many stone crabs as possible in the shortest time. His haul was modest, with only 4 bamboo traps yielding stone crabs, one of which contained relatively small specimens, resembling juvenile fish. Unable to bear the thought of taking them home, he released them back into the water. The remaining 3 traps contained a total of 7 stone crabs, weighing approximately 2 pounds. Satisfied, Li Chen happily carried the bucket home. Xiaohan had already fallen asleep, and to avoid waking her, he moved quietly. After placing the stone crabs safely, he gently laid down beside her. Seeing the woman he cherished still by his side, he felt that everything was still possible, and this was indeed the best moment. The following morning, the first thing Li Chen did upon waking was rush back to the Nanliu River to check on his catch. This time, the yield was noticeably less than the previous day, with only 5 traps containing crabs. Fortunately, the crabs in these traps were larger, resulting in a significantly greater overall weight. This was a gift from the Nanliu River, and Li Chen felt content. He joyfully returned home with the bucket and bamboo traps. After preparing breakfast for Xiaohan, he had to tend to the 700 hens once again. This was no small task, as 750 hens is quite a considerable number. However, Li Chen found every bit of hardship worthwhile. As long as his beloved woman and children were by his side, everything was filled with purpose. Brother Chen, how many hens laid eggs today? At that moment, Li Huamei approached, supporting Xiaohan, and called out from a distance. I haven't collected them yet. I'll check in a bit, Li Chen replied, looking up. I'll help you gather them in a moment. Sister-in-law, just stand there with the basket, Li Huamei said. Her enthusiasm for collecting green-shelled eggs evident, and Li Chen gladly obliged. He still had no time to attend to the eggs. There were simply too many hens. He needed to prepare ample food for them and distribute it across multiple locations. If the feeding spots were too few, it would lead to overcrowding and conflict. Despite their generally docile nature, these hens could become quite aggressive when they were severely hungry, fighting over food. Li Chen was reluctant to witness any confrontations among them, for the potential loss of even a few would render the endeavor futile. Brother Chen, it seems there are particularly abundant eggs today. I believe there are more than 50, exclaimed Li Huamei, her excitement palpable. More than 50? Does that imply some of the hens we purchased yesterday have begun to lay eggs? Li Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. These were mature hens, and the possibility was indeed plausible. If that is the case, it would be splendid. Indeed. I'll have sister-in-law count them shortly. There are still many eggs left to gather, Li Huame replied cheerfully, bending down once more to collect the green-shelled eggs from the straw. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, she finally gathered all the green-shelled eggs from the straw. Huame, there are a total of 93 green-shelled eggs, Xiaohan announced after counting them, her joy evident. So many. This means that in addition to the original 50 hens, another 43 have laid eggs? Precisely. However, these green-shelled eggs are rather dirty. Some have rolled into the chicken droppings, so they will need to be cleaned. Xiaohan's remarks suddenly reminded Li Chen of a pressing issue. He had overlooked the fact that housing hundreds of hens together would inevitably result in copious amounts of droppings. Previously, when the numbers were modest, this concern had gone unnoticed. But the situation had changed dramatically. Yes, Brother Chen, with so much chicken droppings accumulating, what shall we do? The stench will become unbearable. Chapter 80. The first recruitment of employees. Li Huamei's concern mirrored Li Chen's, and besides the odor, there was another significant issue. An excessive accumulation of droppings could jeopardize the health of the fruit trees. Therefore, he was faced with the necessity of regular cleaning. Later today, I'll head to town to purchase some snakeskin bags, and then I will clean the droppings daily, Li Chen declared. But that means you'll have to work even harder every day, Xiaohan said with concern. You make a valid point, which is why I've decided to hire someone to assist with the cleaning, Li Chen contemplated before arriving at the decision to employ help. With the profitability of green-shelled eggs established, it became imperative to consider hiring assistants to alleviate his workload. That sounds good. It will spare you some effort. Xiaohan respected Li Chen's decision, as she too did not wish to see him burdened with relentless toil while feeling helpless to contribute. Upon returning from the orchard, Li Chen began drafting a recruitment notice. During this period, wages were relatively low, and one could secure help for merely a few dozen yuan. However, he reconsidered, realizing that offering a higher wage would incentivize workers to be more diligent and responsible. When faced with a more substantial compensation, individuals would be less inclined to jeopardize their employment, striving instead to excel in their tasks. Additionally, given the unpleasant nature of cleaning chicken droppings, he felt it unjust to offer a meager wage. Thus, he resolved to raise the wages significantly, offering 30 yuan per day, a remarkable increase compared to the prevailing rates of the time. After drafting a compelling recruitment notice, he affixed it to the bulletin board in Nanliu village. Soon, news of Li Chen seeking workers to clean chicken droppings spread like wildfire throughout the village. Could it be true? Li Chen is hiring people to clean chicken manure? Is he on the path to becoming a boss? This is no mere rumor. I just passed the bulletin board and saw it myself. And he is offering 30 yuan a day. If cleaning chicken droppings can earn 30 yuan a day, that is quite a bargain. Not merely a bargain. It's an exorbitant wage. Where else could one find such a lucrative daily job during this period? Indeed, Li Chen is quite generous. If it weren't for my aversion to the stench of chicken manure, I would consider taking the job myself. You can tolerate it. I can. We're all from the countryside. What haven tea we smelled. I'm going to seek out Li Chen to verify the truth. The last to speak was Chun A Lu, the husband of Aunt Lu. Named Chun A Lu as he was the sixth child in the family. He had recently found himself with little to do. Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, he promptly sought out Li Chen to inquire about the job, expressing his willingness to take it if it were indeed true. The villagers, intrigued by Chun A Lu's visit to Li Chen, followed closely behind. Li Chen was preparing to head to town to trade stone tiles when he noticed Chun A Lu and the group of villagers approaching. He quickly placed the tiles inside and stepped outside to greet them. Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Li Chen, I heard that you posted a notice seeking workers to clean the chicken droppings in your orchard. Is this true? Chun A Lu inquired directly. Absolutely. Just come by every afternoon to clean, and I'll pay you 30 yuan a day. What do you think? Are you interested? Li Chen replied confidently. If that's the case, I'll take the job. But we must agree on the 30 yuan a day. You mustn't try to cheat me. Chun A Lu insisted earnestly. Of course, I promise 30 yuan a day, and that's what it will be. If you don't trust me, I can draft a contract, Li Chen assured him, thumping his chest for emphasis. Let us skip the contract. I know you wouldn't dare deceive me. When can I start? I'm not yet prepared with the burlap sacks. Let us say tomorrow afternoon, and you can officially begin then, Li Chen responded. Very well. I'll come back to see you tomorrow afternoon. With that, Chun A Lu turned and left. Now, the villagers were convinced that Li Chen genuinely intended to hire workers. This revelation left them quite astonished. Who would have thought that Li Chen could transform so completely, evolving from a disheveled individual to someone who is now an employer? Indeed, while he may only be hiring one worker, those who employ others are, by definition, bosses. I must admit, I admire that aspect of him. After all, Li Chen is one of the few educated individuals in Nanliu village. Had he not strayed from the right path, he might have already achieved great success. If Li Chen's several hundred hens truly have the potential to generate profit, it is likely that he will soon find himself quite prosperous. An ancient saying suggests that while it is easy to change one's circumstances, it is far more challenging to alter one's nature. Yet, Li Chen appears to have undergone a complete transformation, suggesting that such sayings are not always accurate. Upon hearing the villager's musings, Li Wu felt a pang of jealousy surge within him. He became increasingly convinced that Li Chen had discovered other lucrative avenues. Otherwise, he would not suddenly be able to afford workers. Consequently, he discreetly positioned himself at the village entrance, waiting for Li Chen to appear so he could stealthily follow him. His intent was to uncover the details of Li Chen's recent financial successes, with the aim of usurping his business. Unbeknownst to Li Wu, Li Chen remained oblivious to his pursuit. Just as he had done the previous day, he arrived at the Happiness Hotel and, through Lu Neng, located Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou expressed great satisfaction with this batch of wild stone crabs and decided to purchase the entire lot once again. Ultimately, Li Chen managed to sell this batch for 3,000 yuan. Although this was less than the previous day, he felt a profound sense of contentment, considering it to be a risk-free venture, a gift bestowed upon him by the South Lu River. "Little Li, may I address you as such?" "I hope you do not mind," Lin Zhou said with a cheerful demeanor. "Not at all. You are my senior. Any form of address from you is perfectly acceptable." "In fact, I find it quite fitting," Li Chen replied with a broad smile. "That's wonderful. I shall return this afternoon. If you happen to catch more wild stone crabs, just inform the bus driver, and he will transport them to your county for me," Lin Zhou instructed. "Absolutely. With your assurance, I feel at ease. But won't you stay and enjoy a few more days?" "I cannot. There is a meeting to attend back at the hotel. I must return." "Very well. I appreciate your trust in me. Should you have any ideas for our future collaboration, do not hesitate to reach out." With that, Li Chen and Lin Zhou shook hands. "Indeed, you are a remarkable young man. I have high hopes for you. Additionally, I must advise you that for more effective communication, you should consider installing a landline. Relying on Xiao Lu for correspondence can be quite cumbersome." "Thank you for the reminder, Chef Lin. I intended to do so, but I have been rather busy lately. Once my schedule permits, I will find the time to arrange it," Li Chen acknowledged. In this current era, the absence of smartphones means that Li Chen must indeed acquire a landline. He also contemplated that once the formal transaction of green-shelled eggs with the Garden Hotel was established, he would prioritize this matter. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their pleasant conversation, Li Wu, lurking outside the Happiness Hotel, had already gleaned that Li Chen was profiting through the sale of stone crabs. "Li Chen, how could you keep such a lucrative venture hidden from us? I shall return and catch some stone crabs myself. We shall see how you continue to prosper," Li Wu silently vowed, then swiftly departed from the Happiness Hotel. Upon returning home, Li Wu wasted no time and gathered his tools before heading to the South Lu River to capture stone crabs. With an air of arrogance, Li Wu proclaimed that he would capture all the stone loaches, confident that he would thwart any chance of profit for others. However, after numerous attempts, he found himself empty-handed, baffled as to why Li Chen was successful while he remained unsuccessful. Was it possible that the stone loaches favored Li Chen? Confused and frustrated, Li Wu refused to concede defeat and ventured to several different locations in pursuit of his quarry. Ultimately, he succeeded in capturing 3 stone loaches but, exhausted, decided it was time to return. Even if he could not capture more stone loaches, he was determined to prevent Li Chen from profiting further. He resolved to inform the entire village, inciting them to compete for the lucrative business of stone loach capturing, thereby undermining Li Chen's efforts. Consumed by jealousy, and realizing his lack of experience in capturing stone loaches, Li Wu rushed back to Nanliu village to spread the word that Li Chen had been making a fortune from capturing stone loaches. "What? The stone loaches are that profitable? What are we waiting for? I shall catch some too." The villagers, motivated by the prospect of easy money, quickly gathered their tools, eager to partake in the lucrative endeavor. It became clear to them why Li Chen could afford to hire workers. It was the fruits of his labor with the stone loaches. Suddenly, the entire village was aware of the high price of stone loaches, leading them to flock to Nanliu River with their tools in hand. "Sister-in-law, it's bad. The entire village is out capturing stone loaches. Brother Chen will have a hard time tonight." Li Hua may rush to inform Yi Xiaohan of the unfolding situation. "What do you mean the whole village knows? That seems impossible. He has only been capturing for 2 days. Yi Xiaohan responded incredulously. "Indeed, my mother just returned and said that it was Li Wu who informed the villagers. Now they're all out to catch stone loaches," Li Hua may confidently replied. "It must be that Li Wu cannot stand to see Brother Chen prosper, so he is trying every means to thwart his success." "How despicable!" Yi Xiaohan exclaimed angrily. "Yes, Li Wu is quite detestable. He previously attempted to seize Brother Chen's wild dendrobium business, and, upon realizing his failure, now seeks to undermine Brother Chen's stone loach enterprise. Li Huamei expressed her disdain for Li Wu's actions. At that moment, Li Chen returned from town, carrying a large number of snakeskin bags. Brother Chen, you are finally back. There has been a major development in the village. Li Huamei rushed forward to brief him. A major development? Everything seems calm. What could possibly be amiss? Li Chen asked, puzzled. It's that scoundrel Li Wu who has revealed to the villagers that you are profiting handsomely from capturing stone loaches. Now, the entire village has gone to Nanliu River to catch stone loaches. From now on, it will be increasingly unlikely for you to catch the stone clamberers. Explained Li Huamei. Indeed, just moments ago, Huamei came to share this information with me. That Li Wu is utterly despicable, Xiaohan interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt an inkling of confusion. How could Li Wu know so swiftly that he had only spent 2 days capturing the stone clamberers? Could it be that he was tracking me? Recalling the incident with the wild dendrobium, he realized he had employed similar tactics. Li Chen deemed this possibility entirely plausible. However, since the stone clamberers did not belong solely to him, but were a resource of the Nanliu Jiang, everyone had the right to capture them. Thus, although he found Li Wu's behavior contemptible and underhanded, he felt powerless to change it. Fortunately, over the past couple of days, he had already earned a significant sum from the stone clamberers and felt a sense of contentment. Brother Chen, what should we do now? You can no longer rely on the stone clamberers for income, Huamei said. Do not worry, Huamei. The stone clamberers are a product of the Nanliu Jiang, not solely mine. They are entitled to capture them as well. Moreover, there are not many left, and even if they manage to catch some, selling them for a high price will be quite challenging, Li Chen reassured her. He had anticipated this day would come. It was merely hastened by Li Wu's underhanded machinations. However, he felt neither anxious nor overly disappointed. With the memories of his past life, he possessed ample avenues for generating wealth. It was evident that Li Wu's attempts to impede his progress were futile. Without the stone clamberers, Li Chen could still contemplate other profitable ventures. Brother Chen has a positive outlook, but that Li Wu is truly despicable. Unable to catch the stone clamberers himself, he deliberately informs everyone else to hinder your success. Huamei remarked, do not let such a person affect your mood. Let us focus on our own happiness. Wait here. I shall fetch you some delicious treats, Li Chen declared, as he retrieved a large bag of local delicacy, known as baisan, from the back of the tricycle. Baisan is a fragrant and crispy local snack that Li Huamei had adored since childhood. During his recent trip to buy a snakeskin bag, he had spotted it and brought back a substantial quantity for her. Baisan, my favorite, exclaimed Li Huamei. Thank you, Brother Chen. Upon seeing the baisan, she transformed into a voracious eater, unceremoniously grabbing a piece to savor. Delicious. The baisan Brother Chen bought is truly delightful. Come, sister-in-law, do try some too, she said, offering a piece to Xiaohan. After tasting it, Xiaohan nodded in approval. It has been ages since I enjoyed such delectable baisan. I am glad you both enjoy it. Next time, if you crave anything else, do let me know. I can bring it back from town, Li Chen offered, delighted to see their joy. Thank you, Brother Chen. With you around, my sister-in-law will be truly happy from now on, Huamei remarked playfully, prompting a smile of happiness to grace Xiaohan's lips. Meanwhile, under Li Wu's leadership, the villagers had all gathered at the Nanliu Jiang to capture stone clamberers. The grand scale of their endeavor had attracted the attention of people from neighboring villages as well. In a fleeting moment, the villagers from the nearby hamlets flocked to the Nanliu River to capture the elusive stone-climbing creatures. However, these creatures were not without wit. Upon sensing the multitude of villagers attempting to ensnare them, they adeptly concealed themselves and evaded capture. Consequently, the villagers ultimately managed to catch only a meager number of these creatures. Moreover, due to their lack of knowledge regarding proper handling, many of the captured stone climbers perished shortly thereafter. Those that died, of course, could not be sold, and thus became the villagers' dinner for that evening. With the stone climbers of the Nanliu River nearly exhausted, one wonders how one could still profit from them. Observing the near depletion of the stone climbers by the villagers, Li Wu felt a surge of pride. Chapter 82. A modest savings, a plan to purchase a motorcycle that evening. Li Chen remained untroubled by the day's events. Aware that the stone climbers had been thoroughly disturbed by the villagers, he understood that capturing them again would prove exceedingly difficult. Therefore, after dinner, he did not, as he had the night before, set out to place bamboo traps. Instead, he sat down to discuss future plans with Xiaohan. With approximately 10,000 yuan still at his disposal, Li Chen had numerous aspirations: to purchase a motorcycle, install a landline, acquire a color television, and build a house. Among other ambitions, Xiaohan, my intention is to buy a motorcycle tomorrow, Li Chen declared. He prioritized the motorcycle purchase because he intended to visit Yi Xiaohan's family on the 15th, and he had no desire to ride the dilapidated tricycle. Although there were small cars available, his financial situation did not yet permit such an expense. Thus, a motorcycle would suffice for the time being. In 1998, owning a brand new motorcycle was not a source of shame. For instance, Zhou Ergo, whose father had gifted him a motorcycle, reportedly had success with a recent romantic interest. Now that you frequently travel to town, having a motorcycle would certainly ease the burden. Constantly borrowing Ergo's is not a sustainable solution, he reasoned. Yi Xiaohan supported Li Chen's idea. Indeed, I share your thoughts. However, my greater concern is accompanying you back to my family on the 15th to celebrate your mother's birthday. Without a motorcycle, it would be rather inconvenient. Li Chen articulated his feelings as well. It's not too troubling. Although my parents initially disapproved of our union, as long as we find happiness together, that is what truly matters. Now that you are willing to make changes, the rest holds less significance. Yi Xiaohan replied gently. Fool, you may choose not to care, but I must. As a man, I must provide you with happiness, ensure a good life for you and our child, and demonstrate to the world that your choice to marry me was indeed the right one. This is my responsibility, Li Chen said earnestly, embracing Yi Xiaohan. In that moment, Yi Xiaohan did not resist, but instead wrapped her arms around his waist. It had been a long time since she felt such a sense of safety and responsibility emanating from him. Thus, the decision to purchase a motorcycle was joyfully solidified. During this period, motorcycle prices varied, and Li Chen did not intend to purchase an overly expensive model. He resolved to acquire one for a little over 5,000 yuan. After all, with over 700 hens to raise, a certain amount of capital is essential. As for installing a landline, that requires an application to the Telecommunications Bureau, and the expenses would be around 1 to 2,000 yuan. Therefore, Li Chen decided to wait until the green-shelled eggs could be officially traded with the Garden Hotel before proceeding with this matter. The following morning, the first task that Li Chen undertook upon awakening was to prepare food for the 750 hens. Given the large number of hens, a considerable amount of food was necessary. Fortunately, he now possessed a second-hand tricycle, and after preparing the food, he loaded it into barrels on the tricycle and transported it directly. Woof, woof. Ahei and Abai, the two food-loving dogs, were particularly sensitive to the scent of food. Upon seeing Li Chen, they began barking wildly, seemingly urging him to hurry up with their meal. As they were on the verge of starvation, Ahei Abai, why the rush? There is more than enough for you both, Li Chen remarked. There weren't any issues with the hens last night, were there? If there were, I would have to punish you. After halting the tricycle, Li Chen jumped down and patted their heads. Woof, woof, woof. Ahei and Abai barked in unison 3 times, indicating that the hens were fine. All right, no issues. Then you shall not be punished, and it's time for your breakfast. With that, he placed their food on the ground. The orchard, due to the accumulation of chicken droppings, had become quite foul. Fortunately, Nanliu was due to come to work today and would clean it up in the afternoon. Otherwise, waiting another 2 or 3 days would likely result in the entire Nanliu village being overwhelmed by the stench, which would surely draw complaints from the villagers. After tending to the hens, Li Chen personally gathered the green-shelled eggs from the straw using a basket. Although working alone was somewhat laborious, the sight of the green-shelled eggs in the basket filled him with a sense of joy despite the fatigue. How many green-shelled eggs do we have this time? At that moment, Yi Xiaohan approached, her belly prominently round. 103, she replied. It seems that 53 hens have laid eggs. Li Chen expressed his delight. This is wonderful. Once all 700 hens start laying, our basket will surely overflow. Yi Xiaohan's remark reminded Li Chen that he needed to head to the town soon and buy several more baskets to accommodate the eggs. Additionally, he needed to purchase some egg trays, the kind typically seen in supermarkets for packaging eggs. After all, he couldn't simply place these 500 green-shelled eggs in a basket for delivery to the county. With egg trays, all would be resolved. Upon returning home with the green-shelled eggs, Li Chen washed the dirty ones with clean water. He then counted out 50 eggs, intending to take them to town for a trade with Lu Nong. Since he planned to buy a motorcycle today, he decided against riding his tricycle, as that would complicate matters upon his return. Instead, he resolved to seek out Zhou Ergo and ask him to ride his motorcycle to the town. Is Ergo at home? Yes, I am. Are you borrowing the motorcycle again? Take it. There's no need to be polite. On Tuesday, Ergo remained as generous as ever, mistakenly believing that Li Chen had come to borrow his motorcycle. With a grand gesture, he permitted Li Chen to take it. Thank you, Ergo, but I am not here to borrow your motorcycle this time. I feel guilty for frequently borrowing it. I intend to purchase my own. Therefore, I would like you to drive me to the town and once I acquire the motorcycle, I can ride it back myself, Li Chen explained. What? You are going to buy a motorcycle? Ergo exclaimed, initially taken aback. However, upon considering Li Chen's recent circumstances, he found it entirely reasonable. Well, I suppose it makes sense. You've earned some money lately, and it's time to get one. All right, I will take you to the town shortly. After returning to change his clothes, Ergo rode his motorcycle with Li Chen to the town. Since he had only recently learned to ride, he initially intended for Li Chen to drive while he sat behind. However, Li Chen insisted that he should practice his skills, reasoning that Ergo would need to impress potential romantic interests with his motorcycle prowess. Seeing the wisdom in Li Chen's words, Ergo acquiesced. Meanwhile, Li Wu had just awoken. With his wife, Huang Suihua, having returned to her family home, he had grown accustomed to a leisurely routine. In an era devoid of alarm clocks, it was nearly impossible to rise early without reminders. I will sell the stone clams I caught yesterday for some cash, he thought, suddenly recalling his catch. After freshening up, he promptly set out with his stone clams in hand. The villagers who had also captured stone clams yesterday followed Li Wu to the town, hoping to profit from their sales. Li Wu, are you pulling our leg? Can these stone clams really be sold for a profit? Some villagers were evidently skeptical of Li Wu's claims. Having lived in the countryside for generations, they had seen their fair share of stone clams and had never witnessed them fetching a price, let alone hundreds of dollars per pound. It was 1998, after all, and the thought of hundreds of dollars per pound was extraordinary. Why would I deceive you? I personally witnessed Li Chen selling stone clams for $500 per pound for the larger ones and $300 for the smaller ones, Li Wu asserted confidently. Very well, we will accompany you to sell stone clams, the villagers decided, encouraged by Li Wu's unwavering conviction. At this moment, Li Chen had already completed a transaction for today's green-shelled eggs with Lu Nan. Upon learning that Li Chen intended to buy a motorcycle, Lu Nan offered to introduce him to his cousin, who was selling motorcycles in town, potentially securing a favorable price. Elated, Li Chen promptly requested Lu Nan to lead him to his cousin's motorcycle shop. After Lu Nan departed, only his wife remained at the happy restaurant to oversee things. Just minutes later, Li Wu arrived with a group of villagers. Hello, do you purchase stone crabs here? We are all here to sell stone crabs. Li Wu directly inquired of Lu Nang's wife. What stone crabs? I do not purchase those here. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lu Nang's wife did not respond favorably. This was certainly not due to any directive from Li Chen. Rather, Lu Nang's wife was completely unaware of the matter. Only Lu Nang was privy to the transaction between Li Chen and Lin Zhou. Lu Nang's wife had gone to visit relatives after breakfast the day before and had only returned last night. Thus, she was oblivious to the situation regarding the stone crabs. But isn't this a place that purchases stone crabs? I even saw someone bringing them in to sell yesterday. Li Wu had been lurking outside the door the previous day, knowing only that Li Chen had entered the happy restaurant for a transaction. But he was unaware that it was Lin Zhou with whom Li Chen was dealing. I said no, and that means no. I am the mistress of this establishment. Do you think I am unaware? Lu Nang's wife replied with unwavering certainty. This left Li Wu feeling quite embarrassed. Behind him stood several villagers who had heeded his words and gone to catch stone crabs. Now that the happy restaurant refused to buy, what were they to do? You see, Li Wu, I told you stone crabs could not possibly be so valuable. You are merely toying with us. Indeed, our families have lived in Nanliu village for generations. If stone crabs were truly that expensive, our ancestors would have prospered long ago, and we would not be so poor. Selling stone crabs? I might as well return home. I cannot afford to lose face like this. At this moment, the villagers behind him felt deceived by Li Wu and angrily turned to leave. Listen to me. I truly. Before he could explain, the villagers who had followed him collectively departed. Li Wu had no choice but to relent. Nevertheless, the frustration in his heart remained unresolved. After all, he had followed Li Chen here yesterday and had witnessed Li Chen exchanging stone crabs for money. Why would it not be accepted this time? Damn it. It's all your fault. Ultimately, in a fit of confusion, he threw the stone crabs into the nearby drain upon exiting the happy restaurant and angrily returned home to sleep. Meanwhile, thanks to Lu Nang's introduction, Li Chen ultimately spent around 5,700 to 800 yuan on a brand new motorcycle. During this period, motorcycles were relatively expensive, with good ones costing over 10,000, but Li Chen did not require such an extravagant model. As a reincarnated individual, the motorcycle was merely a transitional phase. Soon, he would set his sights on acquiring a car. Brotherly, I truly appreciate your introduction. Otherwise, I would have no idea where to purchase a motorcycle. After completing all the necessary paperwork, Li Chen shook Lu Nang's hand, expressing his gratitude. No need for formality. We are friends, and we will need to collaborate long-term. Since procuring Li Chen's green-shelled eggs, The business at the Happy Restaurant has improved significantly. This is why he has been so courteous and warm towards Li Chen. After purchasing a motorcycle, Li Chen did not rush home. Instead, he ventured elsewhere to acquire baskets and egg trays designed for green-shelled eggs. Upon completing these purchases, he sought out some falling water dumplings to bring back for Xiaohan to savor. Known for their primary ingredients of glutinous rice, pork, scallions, and fish, these dumplings, akin to the renowned Baisan, are a culinary hallmark of Bobai town. Both Li Chen and Xiaohan held a deep fondness for these delicacies, prompting him to buy a substantial quantity. Naturally, it would not suffice for just the two of them. He also considered Li Huamei and the others. Thus, after acquiring all the necessary items, Li Chen rode his brand-new motorcycle back to Nanliu village. Was that Li Chen who just passed by on a new motorcycle? Indeed. I saw him too. It's that young lad. I never imagined he could earn enough to purchase a motorcycle so swiftly. Quite impressive. It's astonishing. Just a month ago, he scarcely had money for meat, and now he has not only engaged in farming, but has also afforded a new motorcycle. I can hardly believe my eyes. The news of Li Chen's new motorcycle swiftly spread throughout Nanliu village. This is a characteristic of rural life, where people enjoy congregating in small groups to chat, thus facilitating the rapid dissemination of news. Xiaohan, I'm back. Li Chen called out loudly upon arriving home. Welcome back. Xiaohan responded, emerging from her room. Seeing Li Chen on his gleaming new motorcycle brought a bright smile to her face. How do you like our new ride? It cost me 5,700. Li Chen proudly gestured towards his purchase. Not bad, but have all the formalities been completed? I've heard that there are numerous procedures for motorcycles nowadays, Xiaohan pointed out. Rest assured, everything is taken care of, thanks to a friend's introduction. The process was remarkably smooth. In 1998, the bureaucracy was not as cumbersome as it would become in 2022. With connections and money, many procedures could be expedited. Li Chen replied, eager to avoid delays. Utilizing his memories and knowledge from his rebirth, he opted for a swift approach. Look what I brought for you. At this moment, Li Chen recalled the falling water dumplings he had purchased and promptly retrieved them from the handlebars of his motorcycle. Falling water dumplings? What made you think to buy these for me? To be honest, I dreamed about them last night. I never expected you would actually bring some home today, Xiaohan exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing the dumplings. I know you love them, and so do I, so I decided to buy some. I also got a few for Huamei and the others. I'll take them to them shortly. Li Chen joyfully uttered a remark and proceeded to carry the freshly purchased water bags into the kitchen. He set aside a portion for himself and Xiaohan, while the remainder was destined for the Li Huamei family. Xiao Chen, I just saw that you bought a new motorcycle. It brings me great joy to see you thriving. Li Chuntian expressed with a look of contentment upon Li Chen's arrival. Indeed, I just acquired it for 5,007, and I bought some water bags for you all to enjoy, Li Chen replied, handing the purchased water bags to Li Chuntian. Thank you, Chengu. It's been ages since I last savored a water bag, Li Huamei chimed in, emerging from a room, her unreserved nature prompting her to grab one without a second thought. Child, you lack manners. You mustn't behave this way in the future, Li Chuntian admonished gently. It's quite all right, uncle. We are family, and such trivialities need not concern us. Moreover, Huamei has been quite helpful to me lately, Li Chen reassured him. Chen Gu has been so kind to me. He bought me white scattered rice yesterday and water bags today, Li Huamei exclaimed, her delight reminiscent of a child's joy. Xiao Chen, have you truly earned your money through stone crabs? Li Chuntian inquired after tasting a water bag, unable to suppress his curiosity. Yes, I made several thousand in just the past 2 days from stone crabs. Why do you ask, uncle? Li Chen responded. I heard from villagers that today Li Wu took them to town to sell stone crabs, but they didn't sell any. That's why I was curious. Li Chuntian explained. Is that so? Do they still have those stone crabs? Li Chen suddenly recalled something, excitement bubbling within him. The thought struck him that he could acquire the crabs they caught and subsequently sell them to Lin Zhou. Otherwise, those crabs would remain unsold in their possession, and by purchasing them, he could make a profit. They should still be around, though I'm not entirely sure, Li Chuntian replied. Very well. I shall inquire whether they still possess the stone crabs. If so, I will take them all, Li Chen declared, his urgency palpable as he promptly turned to leave. Oh, it's Xiao Chen. You've made quite a name for yourself, suddenly purchasing a new motorcycle. At that moment, he encountered Sixth Aunt. Thank you, Sixth Aunt. However, I have a favor to ask of you, he said. What is it? Speak freely. I shall assist you as long as I can, Sixth Aunt replied. Though she tended to be chatty, her heart remained warm and generous. I heard that you all have caught some stone crabs that haven't sold. I wish to purchase them. Please inform the other villagers that they can bring their stone crabs to me. For larger ones, I'll offer 400 yuan per gene, and for smaller ones, 200 yuan per gene. Sixth aunt was renowned in Nanliu village as a messenger. Anything she learned would swiftly spread throughout the village. Thus, Li Chen had a clever idea to enlist her help in disseminating this news. Really? Well then, I shall inform them immediately. Aunt Lu was exceedingly delighted, for she had caught 2 stone loaches herself, initially thinking that Li Wu was merely deceiving her and had intended to prepare them for dinner that very night. Now that Li Chen announced a price of 400 yuan per gene for purchase, she promptly rushed back. Everyone, quickly bring your stone loaches to Li Chen. He is buying at a premium. With Aunt Lu's booming voice, the villagers swiftly received the news, and soon they arrived at Li Chen's doorstep, each carrying their stone loaches. Li Chen, do you truly wish to purchase our stone loaches? The villagers remained somewhat skeptical, having just accompanied Li Wu to the town that day without making any sales. Of course, as long as the stone loaches weigh over 1 gene. I will buy them at 400 yuan. For those under 1 gene, the price will be 200 yuan per gene. However, there is a prerequisite: they must be alive. I cannot accept those that are half dead, Li Chen replied with utmost certainty. At this rate, he would profit 100 yuan for each gene sold. Very well, we shall sell them to you. It is rather inconvenient for us to deal with this ourselves. It is far easier to sell them to you. Yes, I will sell to you as well. Upon hearing the price Li Chen offered, the villagers were greatly tempted and clamored to sell their stone loaches. Please, do not rush. Come one by one, and I will purchase from anyone who has them. Li Chen assured them. He then returned with a scale and methodically weighed each villager's stone loaches. Ultimately, he acquired a total of 4 genes of larger stone loaches, amounting to 1,600 yuan, and 10 genes of smaller ones, totaling 3,000 yuan. In all, he disbursed 4,600 yuan, while ultimately netting a profit of 1,400 yuan. This transaction proved to be quite advantageous. Observing that stone loaches could indeed be profitable, the villagers returned to the Nanliu River to continue their catch. Meanwhile, Li Chen, unwilling to rest, placed the stone loaches into a barrel and planned to head back to the town once more. Li Chen, do you truly need to transport them to the county today? You have just returned. Why not wait until tomorrow? Suggested Xiaohan. Xiaohan, these stone loaches cannot wait. Once they are removed from the Nanliu River, the risk of mortality increases, so they must be transported to the county as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, if some perish tonight, we shall incur a loss, Li Chen explained. Very well, then be quick and safe on your journey, Xiaohan gently urged. Li Chen nodded, revved his motorcycle, and set off once again towards the town. On the other side, after awakening from a deep slumber, Li Wu was furious upon hearing that the villagers had sold their stone loaches to Li Chen. His face darkened with anger. Curse it! I never expected that not only would I fail to seize a profitable opportunity, but he has made it even easier for himself. Li Wu exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, this meant that Li Chen no longer needed to catch the stone loaches himself. He could simply purchase them from the villagers and then resell them for a profit. Especially now, with others from neighboring villages aware of Li Chen's high purchasing price. They too had resumed capturing stone loaches. Li Chen patiently awaits a wave of acquisitions, confident that he will reap a substantial profit. The mere thought of it stirs an impulse of frustration within him. I refuse to believe that you can maintain such extraordinary luck indefinitely. Naturally, Li Wu is not one to concede defeat so easily. He resolutely vows to devise alternative strategies to thwart Li Chen's financial success. Chapter 85. Suddenly, a benefactor to the wealthy? Upon realizing that Li Chen had ventured into town once more, Li Wu deduced that he must be exchanging the acquired stones for cash. His thoughts immediately turned to Lu Laosan. The last encounter had resulted in Lu Laosan losing a tooth due to Li Chen's actions, and Li Wu could not fathom that Lu Laosan, with his notorious bully persona, would simply let Li Chen off the hook. Thus, he promptly made his way to Lu Laosan's residence. Is Brother San at home? This is Li Wu. I have some good news to share, he called out loudly. Lu Laosan, reclining in a chair, felt a surge of anger upon hearing Li Wu's voice. After all, if it hadn't been for Li Wu's phone call urging him to borrow money from Li Chen, he would not have suffered the loss of his tooth. Brother San, you've finally come out. I have great news for you. That little rascal Li Chen is definitely rolling in money this time, Li Wu began, lowering his head and bowing slightly, eager to disclose the impending fortune of Li Chen. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Laosan delivered a resounding slap across his face. You bastard. I was just contemplating how to settle the score with you, and here you are, showing up uninvited. Get lost. Lu Laosan cursed vehemently. Poor Li Wu remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Laosan was now under Li Chen's thumb, and thus dared not confront Li Chen any further. Brother San, what's wrong? I've done you no harm. I merely wanted to inform you about Li Chen. Another sharp slap echoed through the air. Don't you dare mention Li Chen in my presence. For every time you utter his name, I'll slap you again. Lu Laosan threatened with a fierce glare. Li Wu, clutching his stinging face, was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Was this the same Lu Laosan who once instilled fear in others? Yet, witnessing Lu Laosan's genuine ire, he felt compelled to retreat, leaving with a mixture of embarrassment and humiliation. Thus, his plan to incite Lu Laosan against Li Chen not only failed, but also resulted in him receiving 2 slaps. Due to Lu Laosan's significant influence, Li Wu found himself powerless to retaliate, resigning himself to the pain. He blamed all of this on Li Chen. You, Li Chen. I swear I will not rest until I bring you down, he muttered through clenched teeth, vowing silently. Meanwhile, upon his return to town, Li Chen sought out Lu Neng to discuss the matter. Lu Neng allowed Li Chen to use the landline to contact Lin Zhou and subsequently took the stones to the bus station. In an effort to foster goodwill with the bus driver, Zhang Fu, Li Chen even purchased a pack of the then-popular Double Happiness cigarettes. Young man, you truly know how to get things done. Rest assured, your matters will be handled with utmost care, the bus driver Zhang Fu expressed with a joyful demeanor. Thank you. Brother Zhang, I have already contacted your uncle by phone. Once you arrive, call him, and he will arrange for someone to meet you at the station, Li Chen stated. Certainly, no problem. This matter is entrusted to me. Thus, Li Chen handed over the stones he had received to Zhang Fu. Once the stones arrived at the Garden Hotel, Lin Zhou would verify that everything was in order and transfer the agreed-upon amount to the provided bank card number. Unfortunately, during this era, the convenience of linking bank cards to mobile phones had yet to emerge, so Li Chen could not receive timely notifications regarding the transaction. He could only place his trust in Lin Zhou in his heart. After returning home, Li Chen took the time to feed the 700 hens once more. After completing this task, he finally had a moment to sit down and rest. Is this Li Chen's home? Just as Li Chen had settled down for less than 5 minutes, the sound of a small vehicle echoed outside, followed by 3 or 4 individuals alighting from it. One young man inquired about Li Chen's residence. Hearing the commotion, Li Chen and Xiaohan promptly exited their room. At once, Li Chen noticed a classic Toyota Crown 155. In this era, those who could afford a Toyota Crown 155 were either affluent or esteemed. Who were they, and how did they know him? Xiaohan was equally perplexed, as she glanced at the group and recognized none of them. Hello, I am Li Chen. May I ask who you are? Though uncertain of their intentions, Li Chen responded courteously. Great benefactor, I have finally found you. Do you remember me? An older gentleman stepped forward from the group, his face alight with excitement as he extended his hand to Li Chen. Li Chen scrutinized him closely, finding him vaguely familiar. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. I recall now. You are the person who fainted in town that day. How are you feeling now? Ha ha ha. You finally remembered. I am perfectly well now. I just got discharged this morning. I inquired with the medical staff and learned that it was you who carried me to the hospital and also covered my medical expenses of 1,000 yuan. I am truly grateful to you. Had it not been for you, I would likely have met my end. The man chuckled heartily. I am glad to hear you are well. Let us all go inside. The sun is quite strong outside, and it is inconvenient for you to chat while standing. Having gained some understanding of their identities, Xiaohan warmly invited them to sit inside. At that time, rural households largely lacked tea sets and sofas. Upon entering the room, Xiaohan could only produce 4 stools for them to sit upon. My benefactor, my surname is Su, and my name is Su Chong. May I ask what yours is? After settling down, Su Chong promptly inquired about the name of his savior. I am called Li Chen. There is no need for such formalities. Simply refer to me as Xiao Chen, Li Chen replied. Li Chen, I shall remember that name, Su Chong remarked with sincerity. It is remarkable that, despite your family's circumstances, you were willing to cover the medical expenses of one so unrelated as myself to the tune of 1,000 yuan on that day. I am truly moved. Su Chong surveyed Li Chen's living conditions, then expressed his admiration. Uncle Su, there is no need for such politeness. It is simply what anyone ought to do. Now that you are well, I can rest easy. It is indeed what everyone should do, yet not everyone possesses your courage and generosity. To be candid, the moment I collapsed, I thought I was on the brink of death. Fortunately, you were there. Thus, you are my benefactor. With that, Su Chong retrieved a bulging envelope from his bag and handed it to Li Chen. Uncle Su, what is this? Li Chen inquired. That day, you graciously covered my medical expenses of 1,000 yuan, which touched me deeply. Here, I have 5,000 yuan as a token of my gratitude. You must accept it. Li Chen accepted the envelope, counted out 1,000 yuan, and returned the remainder to Su Chong. Uncle Su, I will only take what is rightfully mine. Keep the rest for yourself. I did not save you for any form of reward. I understand that you seek no reward, and I do not imply otherwise. This money is my heartfelt way of expressing my gratitude. Without you, I would no longer be here. So please, do not be modest, accept it. Su Chong insisted once more, extending the money to him. Li Chen, however, resolutely refused, returning it once again. Uncle Su, if you persist in this manner, I will be quite displeased. If you wish to express gratitude, let us become friends, and I would love to learn from you. As for the money, I truly cannot accept it. With a deep sigh, Su Chong lamented, "Ah, it is indeed rare in this world to encounter a young person with such a kind heart. Truly, it is a rarity. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Su. I simply believe that one should not view everything through the lens of money. While financial stability is significant, some matters transcend monetary value." Li Chen's previous life as one of Asia's most affluent entrepreneurs lent him profound insight into this truth. In this world, the absence of money is untenable. Yet, there are aspects that money cannot measure, such as regrets from a past life, guilt, and inner turmoil. Su Chong found himself increasingly drawn to Li Chen, sensing the young man's exceptional nature. "Your words command my respect. Might I inquire what your profession is?" Su Chong contemplated the notion that if Li Chen was still unemployed, he would surely arrange a position for him. At present, he had just begun raising over 700 hens, with aspirations to delve into the breeding industry. Over 700? That is quite an impressive scale. Su Chong remarked in astonishment. "It's a decent start. I intend to expand my operations further in the future." "Excellent. It seems you have your own ideas and plans." Su Chong responded, handing Li Chen his business card. "Here is my card. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Li Chen took a glance at the card, which bore the title of Su Chong, president of the Postal Savings Bank of Bobai Town. He was taken aback, realizing that the person he had saved that day was indeed a bank president. "Xiaolu, please bring the fruits from my car. I nearly forgot about that." Su Chong instructed a young man nearby, who promptly nodded and hurried off to fetch a large bag of fruits and snacks. "Uncle Su, you are truly a benefactor. You must accept these fruits and gifts. If you refuse, I will feel deeply troubled. Surely, you wouldn't want me to lose sleep over this, would you?" Noticing Li Chen's inclination to decline, Su Chong quickly interjected. "Very well, then I shall accept these fruits." "Thank you." Li Chen, recognizing Su Chang's enthusiasm, felt it would be impolite to refuse any longer. Su Chong and his companions remained at Li Chen's home for a considerable period, intending to leave around 4:30 in the afternoon. Although Li Chen wished to invite them for dinner before their departure, Su Chong expressed the necessity of attending to important matters. So Li Chen did not press the issue further. After personally seeing them off, he returned to his room. "Li Chen, it's unexpected that just a few days later, they would come to express their gratitude in person," Xiaohan remarked. "Indeed, I almost forgot about the incident, but at that moment, I didn't think too much about it. Thus, I only accepted my rightful 1,000 yuan. As for the rest, we must earn it ourselves. Rest assured, I won't hold it against you for not taking that 5,000 yuan. "I feel the same way," Xiaohan replied with a gentle nod. Li Chen felt immensely fortunate to have a woman who understood him. Just as he was about to speak further, Li Huamei rushed in. "Brother Chen, I just saw a car parked outside your house. What is going on?" "Huamei, you've arrived at the right moment. There are plenty of fruits and snacks here. Take what you like and also grab some for your father," Li Chen said warmly. "Wow, so many fruits and snacks. Did the person in the car bring these?" she asked. "Yes. That day, he collapsed on the street due to a sudden illness, and I carried him to the hospital. Now that he is discharged, he came to express his gratitude," Li Chen explained. "Oh, I remember now, my sister mentioned this. At the time, I thought you were foolish. Having lent 1,000 yuan to a stranger, it appears that Chun Gu is indeed fortunate in his folly. You, my dear, are the foolish one. I certainly am not. I misspoke. Our Chun Gu is no fool, nor am I." Upon finishing this exchange, the three of them could not contain their laughter. Li Chen displayed little interest in the fruits and snacks, reserving only a portion for Xiaohan, while he instructed Li Huamei to take the rest back. "Li Chen, I have cleared the chicken manure from your poultry farm. You should take a look. If all is well, you owe me today's wages," Chen Aliu remarked as he approached. "Very well, I will check it out," Li Chen replied. By this time, it was nearly time for the evening feeding of the hens, so he decided to transport their feed using a tricycle. Upon arriving at the orchard, he noticed piles of chicken manure neatly bagged in snakeskin sacks, which pleased him greatly. "How does it look?" "No issues. None at all. This is how we will manage it from now on, setting it aside afterward." Li Chen nodded in agreement. "Remember, you promised 30 yuan a day. You must not go back on your word." Chen Aliu expressed his concern. After all, earning 30 yuan as a farmer during this period was no small feat. "Rest assured, I will not retract what I have said. I will pay you now. Li Chen promptly produced 30 yuan and handed it to Nanliu. Upon receiving the money, Nanliu's worries dissipated, replaced by a joyful smile. It truly is 30 yuan a day. I shall take on this work from now on, he declared, happily departing with his earnings. Li Chen continued to toil alone in the orchard for over an hour. As he prepared to leave, Ahei and Abai encircled his feet, barking insistently. Woof woof. Woof woof. At that moment, Li Chen realized he had forgotten to feed them, having been preoccupied with attending to the hens. No wonder these two food enthusiasts were reluctant to let him go. My apologies. Ahei and Abai, I momentarily overlooked your meal, he said, crouching down to pat their adorable heads. Woof woof. Woof woof. Ahei and Abai promptly barked 3 times, as if urging him to hasten with their food. For they were nearing starvation. Do not fret, you will not perish. I will return with your food shortly. I simply forgot to bring it, Li Chen reassured them, standing up to ride his tricycle back to fetch their meal. Later that evening, Li Chen intended to check on the status of the stone crab transaction to see if Lin Zhou had transferred the funds into his bank account. Unfortunately, the village was quite distant from the town where the bank was located, so he would have to wait until the following morning. Xiaohan, there will be a village meeting shortly. Director Zhou has requested that each household send a representative, Li Chen informed him. A meeting? What is it about? Li Chen inquired with curiosity about the meeting concerning the barren mountains in the village, where the villagers intended to lease the land and hoped for our consensus. Li Chen responded affirmatively. All right, I understand. I shall head over shortly, Li Chen replied, suddenly struck by a thought. The barren mountains of Nanliu village were contiguous with the lush green hills, thereby preserving a remarkably healthy ecosystem with a high tree coverage. Most notably, there was an abundance of red pine trees, which directly correlated to the plentiful growth of red mushrooms, as these fungi typically thrive in the soil's humus layer beneath red pines. Armed with the memories of his past life, Li Chen was acutely aware of the red mushroom's status as a precious culinary ingredient, as it remained impossible to cultivate artificially until 2022. Their wild, scarce nature was the very reason for their exorbitant price. In his childhood, Li Chen often accompanied his mother to gather red mushrooms for meals. However, in 1998, the majority remained oblivious to the value and rarity of these mushrooms. If he could secure the lease, it would undoubtedly amount to a considerable fortune. With this thought in mind, he changed his attire, exchanged a few words with Xiaohan, and proceeded directly to the village square for the gathering. The square in Nanliu village was essentially an open space. During this era, the village's economy was struggling, and there were insufficient funds for paving. Fortunately, the sandy ground meant that grass did not grow prolifically. Upon his arrival, Li Chen greeted the elders already present. They expressed curiosity and engaged him in conversation upon learning that he had purchased a motorcycle. Nearby, Li Wu, witnessing the interactions, transformed into a figure of envy. His demeanor sour. Oh, Li Chen, do not bask in your pride. I shall propose to Director Zhou that the barren mountains be leased to you, and I will ensure your misfortune, he schemed internally. His reasoning stemmed from the general unawareness of the red mushroom's value at this time. Coupled with the barren mountains' proximity to the green hills, the land was deemed unsuitable for farming, leading to its perennial vacancy. Everyone, please be quiet. Tonight, we shall discuss the leasing of our collective land, the barren mountains. Feel free to share your thoughts, declared Xiaohan, who had just arrived. That place is so desolate. With soil lacking nutrients, what could possibly thrive there? Who would even consider renting it? He continued. Indeed, the notion of leasing the barren mountains has lingered for many years. Yet it has never materialized, echoed another villager. Since I have been aware, no one has shown interest in the barren mountains. What significance does further discussion hold? It is best left as it is. At this juncture, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves regarding the matter. Li Chen was poised to voice that it would be better to lease the land to himself. However, Li Wu preemptively seized the opportunity, declaring with a smug expression, Director Zhou, I believe the barren mountains should be leased to some of the village's young talents with vision and courage. Attempting to lease it to outsiders or those from other villages is simply unrealistic. Li Wu, your perspective is rather simplistic, retorted another. In the village, many of the young people lack the knowledge to cultivate crops. What, then, is the purpose of renting that barren mountain? Before Xiaohan could respond, a villager immediately expressed skepticism towards his remarks. Indeed, Li Wu, what you suggest is utterly implausible, Xiaohan concurred. No, it is entirely feasible. Is there not a bold young man in our village? Recently, he has successfully raised over 700 hens. I believe renting that expanse of barren land to him would pose no issues. As the village's poultry entrepreneur, he ought to alleviate some of the burdens faced by the community, Li Wu concluded, a mischievous grin creeping onto his lips. Though he did not explicitly name Li Chen, everyone could easily discern that he was referring to him. Li Wu, your comments are rather excessive, aren't they? It is Li Chen's personal endeavor to raise chickens. Forcibly compelling him to rent that barren mountain is sheer bullying. Li Chuntian was the first to rise in defense of Li Chen. Uncle Li, your statement is not justifiable. Have I ever suggested that he be coerced into leasing the barren land? I merely proposed it, just a suggestion, Li Wu retorted defensively. I see you wish to impose that rental on him. Otherwise, why would others feel the same way? I am simply sharing my thoughts. Everyone has the right to express their opinion at tonight's meeting. Is it not permissible for me to speak? It seems to me that you are the one displaying bullying behavior. As Li Chuntian prepared to furiously counter Li Wu, he was pulled back by Li Chen. Enough. Let us cease this quarrel. I am willing to rent the barren mountain in our village, Li Chen declared with conviction. This proclamation left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Even Li Wu was taken aback, never anticipating that Li Chen would fall into his trap so swiftly. What is happening? Has he genuinely lost his senses? Li Chen, do not heed Li Wu's nonsense. Renting or not is entirely your choice. Li Chuntian quickly advised him upon regaining his composure. Indeed, Li Chen, the decision to rent is a matter of personal freedom. Tonight, we are merely discussing how to lease out the barren mountain. There is no stipulation that any villager must rent it. At that moment, Xiaohan also interjected with a fair comment. No, I believe Li Wu has a point. As a member of this village, I feel a duty and responsibility to contribute. Thus, I earnestly request Director Zhou and all the uncles and elders to grant me the lease for that barren mountain. Chapter 88. Renting the barren mountain. Has Li Chen become the village fool? Li Chen's statement once again stunned the villagers. They were left pondering what had come over him that evening. Could it be that raising chickens had dulled his wit? Surely, as residents of Nanliu village, they all knew that leasing that barren land was tantamount to throwing money away. Yet he had fallen for Li Wu's trick and voluntarily expressed his desire to rent it. Meanwhile, Li Wu was quite pleased with himself, believing his scheme had succeeded. See, everyone, you can all witness this. I did not pressure Li Chen. He willingly expressed his desire to rent. Therefore, do not hold me responsible in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chen had been contemplating the rental of that barren mountain all along. Just moments ago, he was concerned that Li Wu might refuse to sign the lease agreement out of jealousy for his newfound wealth. To his astonishment, Li Wu proactively proposed leasing the barren mountain to him, a proposal he found utterly delightful and beyond his expectations. Li Chen, consider this carefully. If you are certain about the lease, I shall not intervene further. Should you incur losses later, you cannot retract your decision, cautioned Xiaohan. Xiaohan, heed your uncle's advice. You must not lease that barren mountain. It is worthless land. Even if you attempt to cultivate fruit trees, they would struggle to thrive. Furthermore, given its proximity to the green hills, maintenance would be exceedingly troublesome. Li Chuntian interjected earnestly, striving to dissuade him. I appreciate your goodwill, uncle, and I understand your concerns. However, I have made up my mind. I am determined to lease that barren mountain, Li Chen replied with unwavering conviction. Xiaohan, you cannot act so impulsively. It will surely lead to financial loss. Li Chuntian persisted in his attempts to reason with him. Uncle Li, your stance is quite misguided. Li Chen has expressed his intent to lease. Why oppose him? Do you wish to see that barren mountain remain unleased? Li Wu, worried that Li Chen might be swayed by Li Chuntian, quickly interjected, fearing that his scheme would fail. It's all your fault for intentionally provoking Xiaohan. Pushing him to foolishly seek that barren mountain, Li Chuntian retorted angrily. Director Zhou, you must support me. I did not coerce Li Chen into leasing. I merely shared my perspective, and now Li Chen concurs with my thoughts and has expressed a desire to proceed. This affirms the validity of my opinion. Li Wu lamented to Xiaohan. Enough of this. The decision rests solely with Li Chen. If he chooses to lease, we can offer him a lower rent. Xiaohan declared. Everyone, I am willing to contribute to Nanliu village. I shall lease that barren mountain, Li Chen asserted with a serious demeanor. Alas, why must you be so foolish? Li Chuntian shook his head in exasperation. The other villagers largely shared the sentiment, deeming Li Chen's decision to lease the barren mountain as an act of folly. Meanwhile, Li Wu reveled in the success of his scheme, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Director Zhou, time is of the essence. I believe we should finalize the contract with Li Chen now, he urged, anxious that Li Chen might change his mind after a night's sleep. The village committee has the contract ready. I will retrieve it and fill in the rental amount and duration. Please suggest an appropriate rental fee for Li Chen, Xiaohan responded. Li Wu had no objections regarding the rental amount. His sole desire was for Li Chen to proceed with leasing the barren mountain. He envisioned that once Li Chen invested in the mountain, it would inevitably lead to losses, thus allowing him to successfully deceive Li Chen. For him, afflicted by the ailment of jealousy, the ultimate goal was to thwart Li Chen and prevent his prosperity. Ultimately, considering the meager value of the desolate mountains, the villagers agreed upon a rather modest rental price. The land was leased to Li Chen for a mere 100 yuan annually. In 1998, a rental fee of 100 yuan for 30 acres was indeed a bargain. Consequently, Li Chen promptly declared his intention to lease the land for 10 years. The red mushrooms represented a considerable fortune. With the quantity available, securing the contract would yield substantial profits within a year, let alone over a decade. With 10 years at his disposal, Li Chen could amass considerable wealth from those 30 acres of barren land. Director Zhou, I believe 100 yuan per year is quite reasonable. It would be best if Li Chen could pay the entire amount up front. Li Wu interjected. Li Wu, do not be excessive. Have you ever encountered a 10-year lease that is paid in full at once? Li Chuntian stepped forward to advocate for Li Chen. Uncle, please do not be angry. A one-time payment would only amount to 1,000 yuan, which is not much. To put everyone at ease, I will pay it all at once. With that, Li Chen produced 1,000 yuan and counted it out to Zhou Haishan on the spot. Alas, Li Chuntian could only sigh in resignation. Li Chen understood that his intentions were for his benefit, but the moment was not right for explanations. He believed that once they returned home, he could clarify his reasoning, and Li Chuntian would comprehend his actions. Upon witnessing Li Chen settle the 10-year payment without hesitation, Zhou Haishan promptly signed the contract on behalf of the village committee. Subsequently, each household's representative among the villagers also signed an agreement to lease the land to Li Chen. Thus, Li Chen secured the usage rights to the barren mountains for a decade. Overjoyed, he expressed his gratitude to Zhou Haishan and the villagers present before returning home with Li Chuntian. Xiaohan, have you lost your senses? You should not have leased that barren land. The soil there is peculiar, and no crops can thrive. Why did you not heed my words earlier? Upon arriving home, Li Chuntian could no longer contain his dismay and shook his head in frustration. Uncle, Li Chen, what transpired? Did something happen during the meeting? Yi Xiaohan, noticing their animated conversation, stepped out with curiosity. Xiaohan, you are unaware. Just now, Xiao Chun was deceived by that scoundrel Li Wu and hastily leased the barren mountains for 10 years, paying the full amount up front, Li Chuntian explained. What? You leased the barren mountains in the village? For a decade? Yi Xiaohan was taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, I have leased it for 10 years. However, I assure you, I have my reasons for doing so, and I can firmly state that I intend to prosper from that barren land, Li Chen proclaimed. Chapter 89. Only time will reveal the foolishness. Li Chen's words undoubtedly left both Li Chuntian and Yi Xiaohan in a state of disbelief. After all, they were well aware that although the barren mountain spanned a considerable area, it was a desolate place. If there were fortunes to be made, others would have already rented it. It would not have come to him. Xiao Chen, surely you cannot be so foolish. How could one possibly become wealthy from that wretched place? Uncle, please be patient. I simply wish to inquire, are there not numerous red pine trees on that mountain? And beneath those red pines, are there not many red mushrooms? Indeed, there are quite a few red mushrooms. What of it? Do you intend to feast on them daily? Not for consumption, but for sale. Let me enlighten you. The price of these red mushrooms is exceedingly high. Fresh ones can fetch dozens of yuan per gene, while dried ones can sell for hundreds, even upwards of 1,000 yuan per gene. So, tell me, am I not on the path to wealth? Li Chen elaborated. What? Red mushrooms can be sold for money? Xiao Chen, you must be jesting with uncle. Li Chuntian exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. Uncle, I assure you, I am not jesting. This is a matter of utmost certainty. Recall that I was the only one aware of the profitability of stone clams, and likewise, I was the sole one cognizant of the value of wild dendrobium. Thus, you should heed my advice this time. It will not lead you astray. Li Chen asserted confidently. If what you say holds true, then indeed, the 30-plus acres of barren mountain could yield considerable profit, given the abundance of red mushrooms. However, Li Chuntian still harbored doubts about Li Chen's recent claims. After all, he was in his 60s, having lived in Nanliu village for decades, and this was the first time he had heard of red mushrooms fetching such a price. Uncle, rest assured, I am no longer the same Li Chen of before. Every endeavor I undertake is approached with clarity. Do you truly believe I am unaware of Li Wu's intention to deceive me? Yet, I must express my gratitude to him. Had he not pushed for this arrangement, I would not have swiftly secured the rights to that barren mountain. Li Chen continued to clarify. Very well. Since you have made your decision, we can only proceed as such. I sincerely hope, as you assert, that it will indeed be profitable. Considering Li Chen's recent transformations, Li Chuntian could do nothing but place his trust in him. I am grateful for your concern, uncle. I shall hold it dearly in my heart. Child, we are family. There is no need for such formality. Now, it is getting late, and I must return home. With that, Li Chen turned and made his way back. Initially, Xiaohan also harbored doubts about Li Chen, but upon witnessing his confidence, she chose to believe in him. Li Chen, you claim that the red mushrooms from the barren mountain can be profitable. Do you have a means to sell them? Xiaohan gently inquired. This was precisely the conundrum Li Chen was contemplating. Given the exorbitant price of red mushrooms, selling them in the town seemed implausible, as the consumer base differed. Therefore, he needed to set his sights on the county. At that moment, he thought of someone, Linzhou. The garden hotel he managed was a 5-star dining establishment and would undoubtedly require these red mushrooms. However, lacking a landline, he would need to borrow Lu Ning's phone at the Xingfu Hotel tomorrow morning to contact Linzhou promptly. Xiaohan, do not fret. I have a plan to sell them in the county. Li Chen responded. That is reassuring. As long as your endeavors are legitimate, I will support you. Xiaohan gently remarked. Thank you for understanding me. After this wave, we will earn quite a bit of money and then build a house. In 1998, constructing a home did not require a substantial amount of funds. Li Chen believed wholeheartedly that if he could sell a few days' worth of red mushrooms, he would be able to prepare for the new house. Building a house takes time, and there is no immediate need to pay the workers. In Nanliu village, the custom is to pay the laborers only after the house is completed. Once the house is built, Li Chen would have amassed a considerable fortune. All right, I will follow your lead. But where shall we construct our house? Let us build it right next door. There is a vast expanse of vacant land there. Once the house is finished, we can demolish the existing structures, transforming everything into low walls and a courtyard adorned with flowers and plants. When did you become so artistic? Xiaohan asked curiously. Does one need to learn? I was born with an artistic flair, Li Chen replied, brimming with pride. Oh please, where was this artistic side before? It was my fault that your artistic flair had withered away. Now it has been revived, Li Chen quipped humorously. Xiaohan couldn't help but chuckle. You've become quite the smooth talker lately. It's hard to argue with you. Hurry and take a shower. We need to sleep soon. All right, I'll go shower now. With that, Li Chen fetched a bucket of water and headed to the bathing room. In this era, bathing is quite a hassle. It seems imperative to build a new house quickly and include a modern bathing area. That night, as Li Chen lay awake, he pondered ways to earn money swiftly. Without a landline, contacting others had become cumbersome. His plan was to apply for a landline at the telecommunications office after acquiring the stone crabs that the villagers would catch the following day. He shared this idea with Xiaohan, who expressed her support. Their days were filled with anticipation, and the two drifted happily into slumber. The next morning, Li Chen awoke and went about his routine of feeding the chickens and collecting eggs, bustling with joy. Today, the green-shelled eggs surpassed yesterday's count by dozens, indicating an increase in the number of hens laying eggs. At this rate, he believed all the hens would soon be producing. However, he would not engage in formal transactions with the garden hotel until he was certain that 500 hens were laying eggs. According to the contract, once a formal transaction occurred, the partnership would be established. If the garden hotel needed supplies and he was unable to provide them, he would face the risk of compensation. After returning home with the green-shelled eggs, Li Chen had breakfast and then needed to make a trip to town. He had to check if the payment for the stone crabs was credited to his account and then withdraw the funds. His finances were limited, and he needed to continue acquiring the villagers' stone crabs. Cash was essential. Fortunately, Linzhou was quite trustworthy, and the funds had already been deposited by the previous afternoon. After Li Chen completed the transaction of green-shelled eggs with Lu Ning from the Happy Restaurant, he once again dialed Linzhou to discuss the matter of red mushrooms. What? You have a large quantity of red mushrooms there? Are they wild? Linzhou exclaimed, astonished. Chef Lin, I wouldn't dare deceive anyone but you. They are definitely wild, and it seems they cannot be cultivated artificially, Li Chen replied with unwavering confidence. How many do you have? Can you supply 100 pounds daily? Linzhou's inquiry ignited excitement in Li Chen. That stretch of barren mountain spanned 30 acres. Gathering 100 pounds of red mushrooms daily was indeed feasible. Of course, that is no problem. I can even provide 200 pounds. However, I am uncertain about when the mushrooms will run out, Li Chen answered. Understood. As these are products of nature, their availability cannot be predicted. But as long as you have stock, please deliver 100 pounds to my hotel each day, Linzhou stated. All right, that is settled. I will arrange for the harvest tomorrow and adhere to our usual delivery protocol. But about the price? The price is reasonable. I will pay you 20 yuan per pound, Linzhou generously quoted. In 1998, 20 yuan per pound for red mushrooms was considered high. This referred to fresh mushrooms, not dried ones, for which the price would exceed 200 yuan. Thus, Li Chen gladly accepted this rate. After hanging up with Lin Zhou, he visited the telecommunications bureau to apply for a landline for more convenient future communication. The fee amounted to 2,000 yuan, a standard price for landlines at that time, which would not be as affordable in the years to come. Li Chen had no objections, paid the fee, and returned to Nanliu village with the relevant personnel. At the village committee, there was already a signal interface. They merely needed to connect it and extend the signal line to Li Chen's home for installation. With 3 people working, they completed the task swiftly. Soon, news about Li Chen installing a landline spread throughout Nanliu village. Li Chen has even installed a landline. It seems he is truly serious about investing in business. Indeed, yet his investment strategy appears rather ludicrous. Just yesterday, he rented that barren mountain for 10 years. He must be either foolish or reckless. Truly, I couldn't comprehend it last night. How could such an intelligent person make such a foolish decision? After all, Li Chuntian was advising him all along. The villagers not only marveled at Li Chen's decision to install a landline, but also discussed his seeming folly from the previous evening. Li Chen overheard some of their remarks, but he remained indifferent. He chose not to explain himself, believing that soon everyone would discern whether he was indeed foolish. Xiaohan, this will be our number moving forward. You must remember it, Li Chen said as he handed the assigned telephone number to Yi Xiaohan. 830,623? Yi Xiaohan read it aloud after receiving it. Indeed, in the future, anyone wishing to contact us may do so by calling this number, Li Chen replied with certainty. I will remember that. When I return home on the 15th, I shall call my family in advance and casually inform them about our past endeavors. Yi Xiaohan nodded, gently expressing her thoughts. After resolving the matter concerning the landline, Li Chen was preparing to address the issues related to the barren mountains when he was intercepted by villagers approaching him. It turned out they had caught some stone crabs the previous day, which they now brought to sell to Li Chen. These villagers included residents from neighboring villages as well. Li Chen knew he had to attend to the stone crab situation first. Ultimately, he acquired 25 pounds of stone crabs, including 6 pounds of larger specimens and 19 pounds of smaller ones. He deducted 2,400 yuan for the larger crabs and 3,800 yuan for the smaller ones. Once again, Li Chen expended all the cash he had at home. However, upon the arrival of this batch of stone crabs in the county town, he would be able to profit by 2,500 yuan. After the villagers departed, he promptly contacted Lin Zhou using his landline and discussed the stone crab situation. Indeed, having his own landline proved to be exceedingly convenient. After the call, he simply transported the stone crabs to the bus station on his motorcycle to hand them over to the bus driver, eliminating the need to trouble Lu Neng at the Happy Restaurant as he had done the day before. Furthermore, once Lin Zhou transferred the funds into his bank account, he could directly inform Li Chen via phone. Li Chen, is our cash running low? Yi Xiaohan inquired with concern. Indeed, I just acquired the stone crabs, and now there's only a little over 100 yuan left. However, Lin Zhou has already deposited the money into the bank account. If you need cash, I can go to the town to withdraw some for you. Li Chen responded. It's nothing. I was just asking out of concern. We have dinner sorted for tonight, so there's no need to spend any money right now. You can withdraw it when you go to the town tomorrow, Yi Xiaohan reassured him. I think the same. I have many matters to attend to in the town tomorrow, especially regarding the red mushrooms. I must go harvest them soon, Li Chen stated. Very well. I will accompany you, she replied. No, you should stay home and rest. The mountain paths are treacherous, and I cannot bear the thought of you, with your large belly, struggling through them. But you need to collect 100 pounds of red mushrooms, and doing it alone will be exhausting. I feel guilty about it, he countered. Silly. I know you care for me, but I am also concerned for your well-being. If you think it's too much, I'll ask Hua Mei for assistance this time and pay her for her work, Li Chen suggested. That is acceptable. Go ahead and ask Hua Mei for help. It's fine if we earn a little less, but we cannot have you overexerting yourself. Yi Xiaohan expressed her unwavering affection for Li Chen. He took her hand and gently kissed the back of it, saying, Silly, just stay home and relax. Leave the rest to me. All right. Yi Xiaohan nodded with happiness. Li Chen then sought out Li Hua Mei, deciding to enlist her to take charge of the red mushroom harvesting in the future. The wages remained the same as those of Chen Lu, 30 yuan a day. Li Hua Mei initially did not intend to accept any payment. However, Li Chen insisted on giving it to her, and she reluctantly accepted. Brother Chen, there are particularly abundant red mushrooms this year. It seems that we can gather quite a few from these 30 acres of uncultivated land, Li Hua Mei exclaimed joyfully upon arriving at the desolate mountain. Indeed, during this period, we need to harvest around 100 jin daily, Li Chen replied. Wow, 100 jin? At the rate of 20 yuan per jin. That means we could earn 2,000 yuan each day, Li Hua Mei said, her face filled with astonishment. Exactly. Impressive. No wonder you said that renting this stretch of wasteland would lead to prosperity. It seems to be true. Of course. So, do not hesitate to accept the wages that are rightfully yours. If you refuse, I would feel uncomfortable asking for your help, Li Chen said, though he felt a twinge of guilt for only offering her 30 yuan a day. After all, Li Huamei had been a great help to him. However, considering the potential objections from Chun'e Lu if he paid her more, he decided to maintain a uniform rate of 30 yuan per day for now. With the possibility of a collective increase in the future, Li Huamei was enthusiastically picking red mushrooms and quickly filled a large bucket, her pace remarkably swift. Brother Chun, come quickly. There's an enormous red mushroom here. It's as big as a red umbrella, she suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Li Chun hurried over without delay. Huamei, do not pick that one. It is a poisonous red umbrella mushroom. Poisonous? She inquired, perplexed. Yes, this is the red umbrella mushroom, which is toxic. Consuming it will lead to dire consequences, Li Chen asserted firmly. Is that so? It looks quite similar to the red mushrooms. Li Huamei remarked, still confused. Come here. Let me teach you how to differentiate between real and fake red mushrooms. With that, Li Chen took out a genuine red mushroom and placed it next to the red umbrella mushroom for comparison. Do you see? The genuine red mushroom has a thick cap, and its color is a deep crimson throughout, without any gradual fading. In contrast, the fake red mushroom, or the red umbrella mushroom, has a thinner cap, and its color fades from the inside out, gradually losing its vibrant red hue. Wow, Brother Chun, you know so much. Li Huamei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Hee indeed. If you follow me, there will be much for you to learn. Li Chen, feeling proud in front of his cousin, did not shy away from boasting. All right then, I will often accompany you to learn. Li Huamei agreed enthusiastically. The two continued to harvest red mushrooms on the desolate mountain, and once they felt they had gathered nearly 100 jin, they began their descent with their bounty. Despite being a young girl, Li Huamei possesses remarkable strength. Li Chen contemplated assisting her in carrying the load down the mountain, yet she insisted on managing it herself. Upon returning home, she was not even breathless. Huamei, you are truly impressive. I was worried you might need a break on the way. But I didn't expect you to carry it all in one go. Li Chen exclaimed, immediately giving her a thumbs up. You underestimate me. I am not a pampered heiress. I can manage these dozens of pounds. Li Huamei replied with a hint of pride. All right, I shall prepare your payment for today. From now on, you will come daily to assist me in harvesting the red mushrooms. With that, Li Chen turned and retrieved 30 yuan for her. Brother Chun, are you genuinely going to pay me? Perhaps we should just forget it? She hesitated. No, we agreed upon this. It cannot be dismissed so easily, otherwise, I might feel embarrassed to ask for your help again, Li Chen insisted. Very well, then I shall be Brother Chun's employee from now on, Li Huamei said with a smile, finally accepting the 30 yuan. After weighing the harvested red mushrooms, they totaled 120 pounds. Li Chen decided to keep 20 pounds for himself and give the rest to Li Huamei. Li Chen, should we postpone transporting the 100 pounds of mushrooms to the county until tomorrow? It's already quite late, and there may not be any buses running, Xiaohan suggested after glancing at the time. To be honest, I had intended to do just that before heading up the mountain. However, I have since changed my mind. The fresher the mushrooms, the better, so they must be transported to the county immediately, Li Chen replied. Although making multiple trips to town was exhausting, he understood that during the entrepreneurial phase, ease was a luxury he could not afford. As soon as he packed the mushrooms into boxes, he hopped onto his motorcycle and sped towards the bus station. Li Chen, you arrived just in time. This is the last bus heading to the county. If you had missed it, you would have had to wait until tomorrow, Zhang Fu, the bus driver said. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Here, take this pack of cigarettes and enjoy, Li Chen offered, handing him a pack of double happiness. All right, given how capable you are, I assure you I will deliver them to the Garden Hotel, Zhang Fu responded cheerfully. Li Chen felt assured. After all, Zhang Fu was related to Lin Zhou, and he trusted that he would not jeopardize their integrity over a mere batch of mushrooms. Upon returning from town, Li Chen promptly called Lin Zhou to inform him that the red mushrooms were entrusted to Zhang Fu for transport to the county, asking him to arrange for someone to meet the bus. After concluding the call, it was time to feed the hundreds of hens. Throughout the day, Li Chen hardly found a moment's rest. Xiaohan watched this unfold with a heavy heart. However, she felt powerless, as the two little ones in her womb were due to arrive soon, restricting her ability to assist. Li Chen, you've worked hard these past few days. After dinner, just leave the washing of the dishes to me, Xiaohan said gently at the dinner table. It's all right. Although I've been somewhat busy these past few days, the thought of providing you and our two unborn children with a lovely home fills me with motivation. I'm not tired at all, Li Chen expressed with a smile. You fool. You're not a machine. How could you possibly not feel fatigue? Yi Xiaohan retorted playfully. This time, you must listen to me. Allow me to wash the dishes. I may be pregnant, but I can certainly manage washing a few dishes. Li Chen could only nod in feigned agreement for the moment. After they finished their dinner, he seized the opportunity, when Yi Xiaohan was distracted, to secretly wash all the dishes. Yi Xiaohan felt profoundly touched, and the sensation of being the happiest woman in the world quietly resurfaced within her. Gradually, she began to believe that all the previous grievances and suffering might have merely been tests from the heavens. Li Chen, please don't be so good to me. I'm worried that if you become accustomed to treating me well, one day you might revert to your former self, Yi Xiaohan said gently. Foolish girl. The old scoundrel Li Chen will never return. Consider that a nightmare from which you have awakened. It is now but a memory, Li Chen said, gently pressing his hand against Yi Xiaohan's head and softly kissing her forehead, speaking earnestly. Yes, I believe you. Apart from my faith in you, our two little ones must believe in you as well. Let me hear what they have to say, he added, placing his ear against Yi Xiaohan's belly, feigning a serious demeanor. Yi Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh and teased. You're going to make me laugh to death. What are our little ones saying? They say that mommy believes in daddy, and we believe in daddy too, Li Chen replied with a grin. Oh, spare me. You're just trying to fool me. If only they could really say that, then I would be carrying two prodigies, she responded with a playful tone. The couple continued their light-hearted conversation until night fell, and then they drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, after completing his farming duties, Li Chen made another trip to the town. Besides trading and acquiring the green-shelled eggs from the Happiness restaurant, it was crucial for him to check whether the funds from the stone clams and red mushrooms had been deposited, and he needed to withdraw all of it. With limited finances, this was the only way to gather enough money to purchase the stone clams caught by the villagers. The town had few banks. Aside from the postal savings bank, there was a credit union. However, as Li Chen possessed a postal card, he always went to the postal savings bank to check his account. Great benefactor, is that you? It's so wonderful to see you again. As Li Chen stepped into the postal savings bank, Su Chong happened to arrive for work and spotted him. Uncle Su, it's you. What a coincidence to meet you here. Li Chen exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Why are you here at the bank so early? Are you here to withdraw money? Yes, I plan to take out some cash. But you're not fully recovered yet. Why are you back at work so soon? Shouldn't you rest for a few more days? I can't rest. After lying in the hospital for those few days, I felt utterly useless, Su replied, although not fully recovered. I am generally in good health and capable of handling simple work affairs. Su Chong responded briefly to Li Chen and promptly arranged for the staff to escort him through the VIP passage. Soon, Li Chen examined his bill after deducting costs. He earned a total of 2,500 for the stone mushrooms and 2,000 for the red mushrooms, resulting in a steady income of 4,500 yesterday. Li Chen withdrew all the money and placed it into a prepared bag. My benefactor, let's go to my office. We have much to discuss, Su Chong said warmly, waiting for Li Chen to finish collecting his money before inviting him upstairs. Once in the office, Su Chong personally brewed tea and poured a cup for Li Chen. Thank you, Uncle Su, Li Chen said gratefully after taking a sip. There's no need for formalities. Feel free to come to me whenever you need assistance. I spend most of my time here, Su Chong replied generously. Uncle Su, speaking of assistance, I would like to consult you on a matter. Is it complicated to secure a loan from your bank? Li Chen inquired, recalling something important. For an average person, the loan process can be somewhat cumbersome. However, having an acquaintance as a guarantor simplifies things considerably. Why do you ask? Do you need a loan? Su Chong responded curiously. To be honest, Uncle Su, I have been considering it. I recently contracted a 30-acre barren mountain and wish to secure a loan for some investments. This idea had only just occurred to Li Chen, and with Su Chong present, he felt compelled to share. His primary purpose for the loan was to purchase a drying machine to dehydrate the red mushrooms for sale, as dried red mushrooms fetch a price of at least 200 yuan, yielding greater profits than fresh ones. In addition to the red mushrooms from his 30 acres, he could also buy them from other sources. With a drying machine, he could swiftly process and package the mushrooms for sale, truly a lucrative venture. In his reborn state, he believed that with adequate funding, he could not only expand his mushroom business, but also explore other industries. The most pressing concern was acquiring the necessary funds. How much do you need to borrow? Su Chong asked. 50,000. Li Chen replied after some consideration, stating the amount he desired. 50,000 yuan was a significant sum during this period, especially given that the concept of a 10,000 yuan household was still prevalent in 1998. Very well, I will act as your guarantor. You can repay the 50,000 over 2 years. Does that work for you? Su Chong suggested after a moment's thought. Thank you, Uncle Su. I assure you that I will repay the 50,000 in 2 years, Li Chen said with enthusiasm. With this 50,000 yuan, he would have ample opportunity to earn even more money in a short time. He was confident that he could repay it in even 6 months, let alone 2 years. There's no need for gratitude. You are my savior. I am more than willing to assist with this. However, I can only serve as your guarantor. The interest and other borrowing terms must comply with the bank's standard procedures. I hope you understand, Su Chang explained. Uncle Su, there is no need for explanation. I understand perfectly. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to act as my guarantor. As for the interest rate and the necessary procedures, please proceed as you normally would. Li Chen did not wish to impose on the other party, acknowledging that everyone faces their own challenges. Thus, he was indifferent to the specifics of the interest and the required steps. Consequently, with Su Chang personally stepping in as his guarantor, Li Chen swiftly secured a loan of 50,000 yuan. With this sum, he could finally unleash his ambition and pursue his endeavors with greater fervor. Thank you, Uncle Su. I shall bring you some fresh red mushrooms tomorrow. They are delightful. Before departing, Li Chen grasped Su Chang's hand, overwhelmed with gratitude once more. You are my benefactor. Assisting you is a mere trifle for me. Therefore, there is no need for further thanks. However, I must admit, I am quite intrigued by those red mushrooms. Su Chang chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall deliver them to you personally tomorrow. Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Such a precious commodity. You should keep it for your own profit. Just make sure to visit me often, Su Chang replied with jovial laughter. Yet, Li Chen took this to heart. After all, Su Chang had rendered him a significant service today, a favor he would not forget. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Chen mounted his motorcycle and returned home. With the 50,000 yuan, he could temporarily address the villagers' concerns regarding the stone crabs. However, he speculated that the number of stone crabs was dwindling, as the local villagers had all recently joined in, and their quantity was ultimately finite. Xiaohan, I'm back, Li Chen joyfully called as he parked his motorcycle at the entrance. As usual, upon hearing his voice, Xiaohan emerged from her room, brimming with happiness. You've returned? Did the payments for the stone crabs and red mushrooms arrive yesterday? Yes, they all came through. We made a substantial profit of 4,500 yesterday. My goodness, so much. It seems this barren mountain truly has the potential to yield a considerable fortune. Xiaohan could not suppress her astonishment. Indeed, but in addition to selling fresh red mushrooms, we must also sell dried ones. That is where the real profit lies. Thus, Li Chen seized the opportunity to share the news of his loan with Xiaohan. What? You borrowed 50,000 yuan. That seems excessive. Upon hearing the figure, Xiaohan's expression shifted from surprise to shock. Do not worry. I am confident that I can recoup the investment within 2 months. Besides, I have a 2-year repayment plan, Li Chen asserted with unwavering confidence. But even if you wish to purchase a roasting machine, you must know where to find one, right? Do you have any contacts? Without his reincarnated identity, Li Chen would have been at a loss as to where to acquire a roasting machine. However, with the memories of his past life, he distinctly recalled a manufacturing plant in the county that sold roasting machines. He planned to make a trip to the county in a couple of days. In addition to the baking machine, he is also contemplating purchasing an incubator to hatch green-shelled chicken eggs. This way, he will no longer need to buy hens. He can hatch as many as he desires. Xiaohan, rest assured, I already know where to buy the baking machine. I will simply acquire it when the time comes. Chapter 93. The envious late stage of Li Wu. As Xiaohan was about to continue conversing with Li Chen, nearby villagers approached with stones. The two had no choice but to go out to greet them, and subsequently purchased the stones they brought. As Li Chen had surmised, the quantity of stones collected today had indeed diminished. Only 12 pounds of small stones were gathered. At this rate, it was anticipated that tomorrow's yield would be even less. Li Chen, it seems that acquiring stones will be increasingly difficult in the future, Xiaohan remarked after their tasks were completed. Indeed. However, we mustn't be overly greedy. After all, this is a gift from nature. If it is gone, it is gone. We can earn money through other means, he replied. Yes, I think the same. Their thoughts aligned seamlessly. After drinking a glass of water at home, Li Chen set off for the town once more, carrying the stones. Though 12 pounds may not seem substantial, each pound could yield a profit of 100 yuan, resulting in a total of 1,200 yuan. Upon returning from the town, Li Huamei happened to come by. Chenggu, it's time to pick red mushrooms again, she exclaimed joyfully. Huamei, you seem even more eager than I am. Of course, I absolutely love picking red mushrooms. They are so beautiful and vibrant, just like gathering flowers. Li Huamei replied with a smile. Here, I bought you a bottle of mineral water. Take it. I will park the motorcycle, and then we can head up the mountain together. Having learned from the previous day's experience of being parched after spending too long on the mountain, Li Chen decided to bring a whole box of mineral water this time. This way, he could take a bottle each time they went picking, quenching his thirst directly when needed. Upon their return to the mountain, before Li Chen could speak, Li Huame eagerly began to pick mushrooms. Seeing her enthusiasm, Li Chen could only smile helplessly. "Chengu, there are more clusters of red umbrellas here. It seems there are quite a few." Upon spotting the red mushrooms again, Li Huame called out excitedly, "Huame, where there are red mushrooms, there will be red umbrellas. Just keep your eyes peeled and make sure not to confuse them with the red umbrellas. Otherwise, we will be in trouble," Li Chen cautioned. "All right, I understand. I will be particularly careful with those red umbrellas," she replied, continuing to hum a tune while gathering red mushrooms. Through their combined efforts, they quickly amassed over 100 pounds. "Wow, Li Chen, why have you brought back so many red mushrooms?" Upon returning home, they encountered Aunt Lu, who curiously inquired about the mushrooms in their bucket. "Aunt Lu, we gathered them to exchange for money," Li Huame answered on Li Chen's behalf. "Exchange for money? Aren't red mushrooms worthless?" "Who says they are worthless? Yesterday, my brother Chen sold mushrooms for 20 yuan per pound. Moreover, he has established a partnership with the hotels in the county, supplying them with 100 pounds daily," Li Huame replied with pride. "What? 20 yuan per pound? And supplying 100 pounds to the county's hotels every day? That means he could earn 2,000 yuan in a single day. My goodness, this is simply astonishing." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu was left in utter shock. However, recalling that Li Huame seldom boasts, she found herself compelled to believe it. Soon, the news of Li Chen's red mushrooms fetching 20 yuan per pound spread throughout the entire Nanliu village. It had already been mentioned that anything Aunt Lu learns essentially becomes common knowledge in Nanliu village, as she is indeed a veritable messenger. My heavens, such value in red mushrooms. It seems that Li Chen has truly struck gold by leasing the entire barren mountain. Alas, we previously mocked him as a fool, but it now appears he is the wisest among us. At the most modest price, he has secured a mountain of wealth. According to Aunt Lu, it truly is a mountain of riches. Consider that the barren mountain spans 30 acres, with red mushrooms in abundance, the most in the whole of Bobai town. Incredible. Is this even possible? Li Chen is remarkably clever. The villagers finally discerned the true purpose behind Li Chen's lease of the barren mountain. They realized that Li Chen is not a fool. If anyone is foolish, it is they themselves. What? Li Chen can sell red mushrooms for 20 yuan a pound? Li Wu, upon hearing this news, was undoubtedly shocked. Following his astonishment, he felt a wave of embarrassment and discomfort. The very person who facilitated Li Chen's lease of the mountain was none other than himself. He had thought he could successfully deceive Li Chen, yet unexpectedly, he had inadvertently enriched him further. At this moment, he felt an urge to spit blood out of frustration. Damn it, how could Li Chen be so fortunate? I refused to believe it. Clearly, Li Wu was still unconvinced. He began to plot ways to thwart Li Chen's continued success. Thus, he sought out Zhou Haoyun, Chen Likai, and Wu Changle, intending to harvest Li Chen's red mushrooms together. Zhou Haoyun, Chen Likai, and Wu Changle, like Li Wu, harbored jealousy towards Li Chen's newfound wealth, albeit they were not as overt in their envy. Spurred on by Li Wu, they quickly set off with bags in hand. However, upon their arrival at the barren mountain, they were spotted by Li Chen, who had just returned from town. "Li Wu, what are you up to?" Li Chen shouted at them. "Up to what? We're here to pick mushrooms. They're so valuable that we want to gather some to make a bit of money," Li Wu declared arrogantly. "Get lost. These mushrooms belong to me. I never consented to your picking them. Your actions without my permission are illegal," Li Chen retorted angrily. "Oh, Li Chen, are you still being arrogant with us? Are we four not enough to deal with you alone?" If Li Wu were alone, he might indeed feel intimidated by Li Chen. But now, bolstered by the presence of 3 accomplices, he exuded a newfound arrogance. "Indeed, why should we fear you? Li Chen, do not presume that your modest earnings afford you the luxury of looking down upon us. I assure you, today we shall harvest red mushrooms to sell for profit. What can you possibly do about it? If you were wise, we would merely gather a few. Should you dare to obstruct us again, we shall not hold back." The other 3 echoed his bravado with similar defiance. With the support of his companions, Li Wu grew emboldened. He brazenly began plucking a red mushroom in front of Li Chen, swaggering closer while taunting. "What of it? Am I not allowed to harvest your mushrooms? Dare you strike me? Go on, try." With a resounding slap, Li Chen's hand met Li Wu's face, the sound reverberating through the air. "You audacious fool. You actually dared to hit me. I will not let this go." Li Wu, seething with rage, charged at Li Chen. However, before he could reach him, Li Chen swiftly kicked him to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts terribly. What are you all standing around for? Quickly, let us deal with this brat." Li Wu groaned. clutching his aching stomach and urging the others to join him. Realizing their predicament, the three rallied together, encircling Li Chen with fierce determination. What do you intend to do? Stop right there. At that moment, Xiaohan fortuitously passed by and intervened. Director Zhou, just in time. This scoundrel Li Chen struck me. I intend to accuse him of willfully inflicting harm. Li Wu, ever the opportunist, sprang to his feet and approached Zhou to lament his plight. You would be wise to call the police on me, but I too shall accuse you of theft, Li Chen replied with calm assurance. You speak nonsense. When have I ever stolen from you? Have you lost your mind? Have you so quickly forgotten? The rights to this stretch of barren land are mine. And all the red mushrooms here are also mine, clearly stated in the lease agreement. You harvested my mushrooms without my consent. Is that not theft? Li Wu was rendered speechless. The contract indeed stipulated that all plants on the leased land belonged to Li Chen. At the time of signing, he had given it little thought, assuming the barren land held no valuable resources, and thus had overlooked the implications. Who would have guessed that he would inadvertently benefit Li Chen? Director Zhou, these red mushrooms are worth 20 yuan per gene, and the mountains are teeming with them. We cannot allow Li Chen to monopolize this fortune. Finally, Li Wu divulged this information to Xiaohan, hoping the director might share his ambitions regarding the mushrooms. Director Zhou, as the village's public security director, you must handle this matter with fairness and impartiality. Since the moment I signed the contract, these red mushrooms have belonged to me. As clearly stated within its terms, this desolate mountain was indeed suggested for rent by Li Chen. However, who could have anticipated the immense value of these red mushrooms? I have now rescinded my agreement. Li Wu has resorted to unreasonable behavior. Indeed, we shall not consent to leasing the barren mountain to you. I too disagree. Xiaohan, Chen Likai, and Wu Changle also echoed their dissent. What a farce. Do you think your mere disagreement holds weight? The terms are inscribed in black and white. Even pursuing litigation would not be in your favor, Li Chen asserted unflinchingly. Xiaohan wore a bewildered expression, having not anticipated the worth of these red mushrooms. Had he known, he would never have leased the mountain at such a meager price. Yet, the contract stands firm. And Li Chen had paid the 10-year rent in full at once. He dared not act recklessly. Enough. Let us cease this bickering and allow me to speak for a moment. Observing the imminent return of their quarrel, Xiaohan intervened. According to the contract, the red mushrooms on the mountain are indeed the property of Li Chen, and none of us may harvest them. Otherwise, it would be deemed theft. Therefore, you four should abandon any thoughts of these mushrooms. Ultimately, Xiaohan chose to address the matter with fairness and integrity. However, the value of these mushrooms is such that allowing one individual to monopolize them seems unjust, Li Wu protested. What right do you have to complain, Li Wu? You were the one who fervently recommended that Li Chen lease the mountain that fateful night, and you insisted he sign the contract immediately. Now you are the instigator and the one retracting your agreement. What do you truly desire? Xiaohan retorted sharply, leaving Li Wu to lower his head in embarrassment. Thus, we cannot cast blame upon Li Chen. It is merely his fortune that we lack. Xiaohan continued, consider yourself lucky. You may have struck me today, but mark my words, I shall seek retribution. With Xiaohan's words hanging in the air, Li Wu could only utter a harsh remark to salvage his pride before departing quietly. Following Li Wu's exit, Xiaohan, Chen Likai, and Wu Changle felt it inappropriate to remain and quickly took their leave. Thank you, Director Zhou, for advocating for me. Li Chen expressed his gratitude to Xiaohan. Upon hearing that your mushrooms sold for $20 a pound, I must admit I am envious of your fortune. Yet, we live in an era governed by law, where all our actions must adhere to legal standards. You are indeed fortunate, Xiaohan remarked with a deep sigh. Regardless, your commitment to handling matters with fairness fills me with appreciation. Take these mushrooms home with you. They are truly delightful in taste. With that, Li Chen gathered some red mushrooms and graciously offered them to Xiaohan. Xiaohan beamed with delight upon witnessing Li Chen's remarkable efficiency. Thus, the matter concluded with Li Wu and his companions retreating in disgrace. Everyone finally recognized that Li Chen was no fool. Rather, it was Li Wu who stood as the greatest simpleton. Envy and resentment swelled within Li Wu, particularly after Li Chen had just struck him and kicked him. He silently vowed to seize any opportunity to avenge today's humiliation. Li Chen, I just heard they said Li Wu caused a ruckus on the desolate mountain. Upon returning home, Xiaohan inquired with genuine concern. Indeed, these individuals are consumed by jealousy. Upon seeing our red mushrooms can be lucrative, they sought to come and harvest them. Fortunately, I noticed in time, or else they would have taken quite a few, Li Chen responded. If it were anyone else attempting to harvest, it would be one thing. But Li Wu's actions are utterly despicable. He was the one who strongly suggested you rent the desolate mountain, and now he returns to create chaos. Xiaohan expressed her indignation. Do not worry. With me around, their schemes shall not succeed. Yes, let us hope they refrain from coveting our red mushrooms. Otherwise, while we may guard against the initial threats, we cannot withstand the subsequent ones. Xiaohan's words served as a timely reminder for Li Chen. Currently, the desolate mountain lacked fencing, making it all too easy to attract unwanted attention. Even if Li Wu and his companions became subdued after today's commotion, others from neighboring villages would inevitably seek to pilfer the red mushrooms once they learned of their value. Therefore, to safeguard his precious mushrooms, Li Chen needed to devise a strategy for their protection. Chapter 95. The decision to hire a guardian. Li Chen contemplated the notion of hiring someone. As his enterprises expanded, enlisting assistance became an inevitable necessity. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to recruit someone to oversee the mountain. He discussed this idea with Xiaohan, who wholeheartedly supported the initiative. She, too, wished to alleviate Li Chen's burdens, believing that an additional hand could lighten his workload. Consequently, Li Chen sought out Zhou Ergu, intending to enlist his help in guarding the mountain. After all, the fellow was often idling away his time at the casino. Perhaps engaging him in work could assist in curbing his gambling habit. Li Chen, what brings you here? Do you need to borrow my motorcycle? No, wait. I recall you just purchased one. Zhou Ergu asked curiously upon seeing Li Chen approach. Ergu, I came to discuss a matter with you, Li Chen replied. What is it? Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall certainly oblige, Zhou Ergu declared, showcasing his unwavering loyalty. I recently rented a stretch of desolate mountain in the village, and given the high price of red mushrooms, I fear they might attract unwanted attention. Therefore, I wish to enlist your help in guarding the mountain, Li Chen explained. What? You want me to guard the desolate mountain? Am I to become the legendary mountain guardian? Zhou Ergu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I will not have you work for free. I can offer you a monthly payment of 1,000 yuan. What do you think? Li Chen proposed. 1,000 yuan? Are you serious? Zhou Ergu responded, astonished. What are you two discussing? At this moment, Zhou Guanyin, the father of Zhou Ergu, approached with curiosity and inquired, Uncle Guanyin. Here's the situation. I wish to enlist Ergu to help me guard the barren mountain, offering him a monthly stipend of 1,000 yuan. Li Chen responded. What a splendid opportunity. Zhou Guanyin remarked earnestly. Ergu, you must learn diligently from Li Chen. He used to be as indolent and gambling-prone as you. Yet he has undergone a complete transformation. I believe you should accept this offer. Having a job will aid you in shedding your gambling habits. Indeed. Ergu, come work with me. I have long seen through the folly of gambling. It is utterly unrealistic to expect wealth through such means. We must rely on our industrious hands to turn our dreams of prosperity into reality, Li Chen urged. Very well, I shall work for you. But you must promise me the 1,000 yuan per month. Not even for a close friend should there be any reversal. Zhou Ergu, swayed by the encouragement of his father and Li Chen, began to feel motivated. Rest assured, if you perform well, I shall even consider increasing your wages. Your pay will remain intact, Li Chen assured confidently. All right, your word gives me peace of mind. When do I start? Tomorrow. You may join us in foraging for red mushrooms, and afterward, you can take charge of monitoring the mountain's conditions. I will also arrange for a metal shed to be constructed nearby, providing you with a place to stay, Li Chen explained. His plan involved erecting a large iron shed at the foot of the mountain, which would accommodate the roasting machine. Without a suitable space for the machine, it would be of no use. Their home was already barely sufficient, and constructing a new house would take considerable time. However, an iron shed could be completed swiftly, within 2 or 3 days. Agreed, let it be settled then, Zhou Ergu nodded affirmatively. Li Chen then contacted the foreman responsible for erecting the shed in the neighboring village and personally brought him to the foot of the mountain to finalize the location and dimensions. Without hesitation, Li Chen decided to build a shed over 300 square meters, alongside a smaller 25 square meter space for Zhou Ergu to reside in while guarding the mountain. After providing the foreman with his wages, preparations for materials commenced promptly. This iron shed was not akin to the extravagant iron houses that would emerge in the following decades. Rather, it involved erecting stainless steel pillars around the perimeter and covering the top with iron sheets to shield against the elements. To enhance insulation, additional materials would be affixed atop it, while the sides would be enclosed with iron sheets, leaving only a large entrance for access. This was the rudimentary iron shed of that era, with an affordable price point. If it were costly, Li Chen could hardly bear the expense. Despite having taken a loan of 50,000 yuan from the bank, his expenditures were mounting, necessitating careful management. Xiaohan, I heard you've enlisted Zhou Ergu to assist you in guarding the mountain? In the evening, after dinner, Li Chen visited Li Chen's home for a casual chat and inquired about this matter. Indeed, now that everyone is aware of the high price of the red mushrooms, some individuals have begun to covet them. Additionally, I plan to make other investments in the desolate mountains, so I decided to ask him for assistance in guarding the area. Li Chen responded candidly. That's good to hear. I have also heard about Li Wu and his matters. This person is merely envious. There is no need to pay him any mind. If he dares to bully you, do not hesitate to stand your ground. Thank you for your concern, uncle. In the future, feel free to come and pick red mushrooms whenever you desire. Such an expensive delicacy, I cannot indulge too much. It is better for you to save them for sale. Moreover, Xiaohan is nearing her due date, is she not? Remember to take some time to accompany her for a checkup. Li Chen words served as a reminder to Li Chen that he had yet to take Xiaohan for her checkup. Previously, he had been rather irresponsible, squandering their finances on indulgences, resulting in Xiaohan having very few checkups. Consequently, she had not given much thought to her maternity leave. Hearing Li Chen mention it now brought it back to his mind. Uncle, how forgetful I am. I nearly overlooked such an important matter. I will take Xiaohan to the hospital for her checkup tomorrow. Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had vowed to cherish this woman in his new life, yet he had forgotten such a significant issue. This cannot fall solely on you. I bear some responsibility as well, for I too did not remember this, Xiaohan gently interjected. Neither of you should dwell on guilt. As long as you can live well moving forward, these are trivial matters. Just await the arrival of two plump little ones, Li Chen said with a smile. Thank you, uncle. You truly are a benefactor to our family. Child, do not speak to me in such a manner. If you continue, I shall become quite displeased. Li Chen replied. Very well, should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Your words bring me great comfort. Now, I shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave. Having just finished dinner, Li Chen had come by out of boredom for a brief chat. And after speaking, he returned home. The following morning, after tending to the hens and collecting green-shelled eggs, Li Chen took Zhou Ergo to the desolate mountains. His task was to guard the red mushrooms and oversee the construction of the iron shed. Upon returning home, Li Chen and Xiaohan went to the town together. Aside from trading green-shelled eggs with the Happiness Restaurant, the most important task was to accompany Xiaohan to the hospital for her checkup. Xiaohan, you may go in now. I will be waiting for you inside. Do not worry, I will be here for you. After paying the fee and taking a number, Xiaohan needed to enter the examination room, and Li Chen offered her words of encouragement. She nodded gently and then followed the medical staff inside. Li Chen waited for her in the corridor. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiaohan emerged from the examination room, and Li Chen immediately rushed to support her. Asking with concern, how did it go? Are the two little ones all right? Chapter 96. Purchasing a cradle for two adorable little ones in advance, rest assured. They are both doing well. The doctor merely advised me that my body is too frail, so I should consume more nourishing foods, Xiaohan replied. This is all my fault for being reckless in the past, always gambling away our money, which deprived you of meat for several months, Li Chen lamented. It's all in the past now. You need not blame yourself any longer. What matters is that we live well moving forward. The past is of no consequence. Xiaohan, a gentlewoman, wished to alleviate Li Chen's guilt over bygone events. Xiaohan, you are truly wonderful. To have you as my partner is indeed my great fortune in this lifetime, Li Chen said, holding Xiaohan's hand with heartfelt emotion. You silly man. We are in a hospital. Spare me the sentimental remarks. Let's consult the doctor for some nourishing medications, Xiaohan gently reminded, lowering her head. Yes, let us seek the doctor for some restorative medicines. Li Chen promptly assisted Xiaohan to the doctor's office to request suitable tonics for her. After leaving the hospital, Li Chen and Xiaohan proceeded to purchase various items for children as the arrival of their little ones drew nearer. Since they were already in town, it was the perfect opportunity to gather supplies. Xiaohan, how about this double cradle? We can place them together when the time comes, Li Chen remarked upon entering a store. His eyes immediately drawn to a double cradle. I hadn't realized such cradles existed, but I assume they are not inexpensive? Xiaohan inquired. Price is not a concern. What matters is your convenience in caring for our children. Come, let us speak with the attendant, Li Chen asserted, guiding Xiaohan to express their interest in the double cradle. You truly have an eye for quality. This double cradle just arrived yesterday and is perfect for families with 2 children. If you like it, I can offer you a discount, the attendant beamed. Very well. We shall take it, Li Chen decisively responded. Xiaohan gently caressed her burgeoning belly, a blissful smile gracing her face. She was increasingly anticipating the arrival of their 2 little ones. In addition to the double cradle, they purchased numerous essentials for the newborns. Once they filled the back of the motorcycle to capacity, they joyfully returned home. Xiaohan, please sit. I will handle the items, Li Chen said, helping her to settle down before retrieving the goods from the motorcycle. The more they gazed upon the double cradle, the more satisfied they became. Li Chen tenderly embraced Xiaohan from behind and whispered in her ear, now everything is ready. We await the arrival of our little ones. You have endured quite a bit during this time. Silly man, why say such things? I do not feel burdened at all. Witnessing your transformation makes it all worthwhile. Xiaohan softly replied, her head bowed in tenderness. Chen Gu. Li Chen was about to say something when suddenly, Li Huamei burst in. I saw nothing at all. As Li Huamei called out, upon spotting Li Chen behind her holding Xiaohan, she promptly turned around, preparing to leave. All right, Huamei, please don't go. It's nothing serious. We merely returned with a few items needed for the children and are just discussing matters. Xiaohan quickly interjected. Indeed, Huamei. Don't leave just yet. I still need to accompany you to pick mushrooms later, Li Chen added, stepping forward. Hee, I truly apologize for that. I promise to announce my arrival next time, Li Huamei said, scratching her head in embarrassment. It's nothing, we are all family. We also brought some rice dumplings. Here, take a few to enjoy, Li Chen offered, handing some of the dumplings to Li Huamei. Thank you, Chen Gu and sister-in-law. You both are so kind to me. Li Huamei exclaimed joyfully as she savored the dumplings. Li Chen also indulged in a few dumplings before heading up the mountain to gather mushrooms. He entrusted the task of purchasing stone crabs to Xiaohan. Despite her significant pregnancy, the villagers would bring the crabs to their homes for trade. Aunt Lu would assist with the weighing, as she always did during crab transactions, leaving Xiaohan to handle the payments. Furthermore, if all went according to plan, there shouldn't be many crabs left for today. At the foot of the desolate mountain, workers were fervently engaged in constructing iron shelters. Li Chen and Li Huamei took a glance, noting no significant issues before continuing their ascent to gather mushrooms. Li Chen, you've arrived. Zhou Ergo, strolling with a yellow dog in the mountains, approached them upon seeing Li Chen and Huamei. Ergo, you're quite clever, bringing a dog along. Li Chen remarked. Of course, with so many dogs at home, it would be dull to wander alone in such a vast wilderness without one, Zhou Ergo replied proudly. Just make sure that dog doesn't trample the mushrooms, Li Chen cautioned. Rest assured, my dog is very obedient. If I tell it to go east, it wouldn't dare venture west. Come, Huang, run 3 times to the east, Zhou Ergo demonstrated, eager to showcase his dog-s training. Huang barked thrice and promptly ran 3 steps east before halting. Impressive. You certainly have a knack for training dogs, Li Chen commended, giving a thumbs up. Of course. My family has a long lineage of dog trainers, Zhou Ergo boasted. All right then, how many unsold dogs do you have? Bring them up the mountain. Consider it my purchase, and I'll settle the payment with you later. Concerned about the 30 acres of wilderness being secretly harvested by others, Li Chen thought that having more dogs to guard the area would provide additional security. There are 5 left. I'll bring them all tomorrow, Zhou Ergo replied. Excellent. It's settled then. Now, let us proceed to gather mushrooms. Li Chen uttered a few words before embarking on a quest for the elusive red mushrooms alongside Li Huamei. Although Zhou Ergo's role was merely to guard the mountain, he did not remain idle. He sent Huang to patrol the area while he assisted in foraging the red mushrooms. Concerned that Zhou Ergo might mistakenly collect the poisonous red umbrellas, Li Chen took the time to explain the distinction between genuine red mushrooms and their dangerous counterparts. The trio worked diligently, and soon enough, they had gathered 100 pounds of mushrooms. Upon descending the mountain, Li Chen advised Zhou Ergo to bring some protective tools the following day, in case of an encounter with ferocious wildlife. They had recently spotted a wild boar during their mushroom gathering, a creature known for its ferocity. Should it launch an unexpected attack on the unsuspecting Zhou Ergo, the consequences would be dire. Returning home with their bounty of red mushrooms, they found that the villagers had just finished selling the stone clams and had left not long ago. Xiaohan was busy documenting the data from the recently acquired stone clams. Xiaohan, how many stone clams did we collect today? Today, we received only 6 pounds. And they were all small, Xiaohan replied. As anticipated, the quantity was dwindling. Nonetheless, 6 pounds will yield us 600 yuan, so we should be content, Li Chen remarked. Indeed, we can only collect as much as we can, Xiaohan responded. What about the red mushrooms? Have Li Wu and his group caused any more trouble? Director Zhou has made it clear that they would not dare to openly forage for red mushrooms. With Ergo guarding the area, we should be safe for the time being. That's good to hear. As long as they refrain from causing disturbances, we can steadily continue to profit from the red mushrooms. However, since all the mushrooms are now at the harvestable stage, we must ensure that we gather them all within the next few days. Is that so? Yi Xiaohan expressed her confusion. It is essential to harvest the red mushrooms before they fully open. Only then will they command a higher price. Once they blossom completely, their value diminishes, Li Chen clarified. What shall we do now? With so many red mushrooms, it is impossible for you all to harvest them at once. Here's the plan. I will personally travel to the county town shortly to purchase a drying machine, Li Chen decided. Aware that the growth rate of the mushrooms had surpassed his expectations. Delaying further would risk the mushrooms fully blooming, diminishing their market value. All right, just be cautious. Yi Xiaohan gently admonished. Fear not. I am no longer a child and will be fine. I might need to spend the night in the county. So you'll be alone at home, Li Chen informed her. In the past, Li Chen often returned late at night, and Yi Xiaohan was unbothered by it. However, upon hearing that he would be away tonight, an unexpected sense of unease enveloped her. Perhaps it was the happiness he had brought her recently that made his absence feel so significant, awakening shadows of doubt within her heart. Don't worry, sister-in-law. If you need any assistance, feel free to call me. My home is nearby, Li Huamei chimed in from the side. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved version of the provided text. Indeed, is there anything you might require assistance with from Huamei? Please refrain from engaging in any laborious tasks. Huamei, I would appreciate it if you could tend to the hens tonight and tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for this effort separately. Li Chen, wishing to spare Yi Xiaohan from arduous work, entrusted the task to Li Huamei. Do not worry, Brother Chen. During your absence, I assure you that I will not allow sister-in-law to undertake any strenuous labor, Li Huamei assured him. Very well. Your word brings me peace of mind. I shall prepare myself and shortly depart for the town. Once everything was arranged, Li Chen mounted his motorcycle, accompanied by Sherpatzi and Honggu. Although the county town was somewhat distant, he knew that he could reach it by motorcycle, albeit it would take a bit longer. Li Chen was unperturbed. At this stage, a little hardship was inevitable. As long as he could provide a good life for Yi Xiaohan and the two little ones, he was willing to endure any toil. After an hour of travel, Li Chen finally arrived at the county town. He did not need to inquire about the location of the Garden Hotel. He was already familiar with it from his previous life. Having spent some time in the county town, the Garden Hotel, a 5-star establishment, stood as a landmark, and its location was etched in his memory. However, there remained a bit of distance from the county to the hotel. After such a long ride, he felt a pang of hunger. Deciding to remedy this, he stopped at a roadside stall for a bowl of beef brisket noodles before continuing on his journey. What do you want, young man? What brings you here? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Garden Hotel and parking his motorcycle, a security guard approached him with a rather unfriendly demeanor. Good sir, I am here to see Mr. Lin Zhou. Would you kindly inform him that Li Chen from Bobai Town has arrived? Li Chen replied courteously. Li Chen from Bobai Town? Are you the one who has been delivering Sherpatzi and Honggu to our Garden Hotel recently? The guard inquired, slightly taken aback. Indeed, that is I. I happen to have some matters to attend to in the county town, so I brought them along. Li Chen explained as he produced a pack of Hong Shuangshi cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the guard. You are too kind. There is no need for an announcement. I shall escort you directly to Chef Lin. The guard's demeanor shifted to one of warmth, promptly leading Li Chen to Lin Zhou's office. Li Chen, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. Lin Zhou, who was enjoying tea, immediately rose upon seeing Li Chen and warmly invited him to sit down. Thank you, Chef Lin. I have come to the county town for a specific purpose, and I took the liberty of bringing Honggu and Sherpatzi directly to you, Li Chen elucidated. I see. Where are the Sherpatzi and Honggu? Let us conduct our transaction first, and then we can discuss further, Lin Zhou replied, aware that both Sherpatzi and Honggu required special care, particularly the Honggu, which needed to be refrigerated upon arrival at the Garden Hotel to preserve its freshness. Thus, they first completed the transaction before returning to the office to enjoy tea and converse. Li Chen, how did you come by such an abundance of Honggu this time? This is truly unexpected. Lin Zhou inquired curiously while pouring tea for Li Chen. Recently, I have leased 30 acres of desolate mountain land, which is abundantly adorned with red pine trees, consequently resulting in a plethora of red mushrooms. It seems I have stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Li Chen did not conceal this from Lin Zhou, candidly sharing the details. Goodness, 30 acres? That must yield a bountiful harvest of red mushrooms. Lin Zhou exclaimed. Indeed. However, these mushrooms must be harvested before they unfurl their caps. Therefore, I plan to gather them all in a few days. I shall provide fresh red mushrooms to you. And if that is not feasible, I will resort to drying them for sale, Li Chen replied. I understand, for wild mushrooms are a rare find, unpredictable in their growth and development. Should you decide to dry them for sale, do reserve £100 for our hotel, if you would be so kind, Lin Zhou suggested. Of course, Chef Lin, you are my esteemed benefactor. I would be more than willing to collaborate with you on any needs your hotel may have. Li Chen assured. Excellent. I delight in hearing such words. Come, let us enjoy some tea, Lin Zhou said, raising his teacup to clink with Li Chen's. After spending half an hour with Lin Zhou, Li Chen considered the necessity of seeking a manufacturer for the drying machine and decided to take his leave. Lin Zhou personally escorted him downstairs, watching as he rode away on his motorcycle before returning to his office. Guided by the memories of his past life, Li Chen drove directly to the industrial area of the county. There, he found a factory known as Xiaohan Machinery Manufacturing, which offered both drying machines and incubators for sale. Hey there, what brings you here? We are not hiring, a security guard exclaimed as Li Chen parked his motorcycle at the entrance of Xiaohan Machinery. Greetings, good sir. I am not here to seek employment, but rather to purchase 2 pieces of machinery, Li Chen replied, pulling a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to the guard. He had anticipated this moment while enjoying beef brisket noodles earlier and made a quick stop at a nearby shop. One should not underestimate the value of a pack of Hong Shuangxi, as many men during this time had a penchant for smoking. Offering such a gift could foster goodwill. Oh, you're here to buy machinery? That's simple. Please wait a moment while I inform my superior, the guard said, his demeanor transforming into one of cheerful compliance after accepting the cigarettes. Approximately 5 minutes later, the guard returned with a portly middle-aged man. Young man, are you the one looking to purchase machinery? What do you require? The man inquired directly. This is Wang Jun, the sales manager at Xiaohan Machinery Manufacturing. Just tell him what you need, the guard introduced. Ah, Manager Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Chen. I am interested in acquiring a drying machine and an incubator, Li Chen replied with a smile. Not a problem at all. Follow me, and I will show you the options available. You can make your purchase once you find something suitable, Wang Jun stated, his attitude quite agreeable. Accompanied by Li Chen, I personally led him into the warehouse, where I introduced him to the configuration of some of the company's machinery. Li Chen did not require highly advanced technology. He opted for the most affordable baking and hatching machines. However, even the least expensive options amounted to a significant expenditure of 20,000 yuan. At this time, 20,000 yuan represented a considerable sum. Fortunately, the potential profit from the baking and hatching machines was foreseeable, alleviating any concerns Li Chen had regarding this investment. To earn more, one must inevitably spend more. Li Chen initially paid a deposit of 3,000 yuan, and the delivery of the machines to Nanliu village would be arranged for the following morning. Upon delivery, the driver and staff would accompany Li Chen to the bank to complete the remaining payment. Li Chen would also need to personally guide them back to Nanliu village, as navigation systems were not available during this period, and without his guidance, they would be unaware of his residence's location. Therefore, after leaving the Xiaohan Machinery Manufacturing plant, Li Chen sought accommodations. He was reluctant to stay in cheap inns, as they were notoriously unsafe, rife with thieves. Staying in a subpar establishment for the sake of saving money could result in waking up to find his belongings missing. For convenience in his nighttime phone conversations with Xiaohan, he chose a slightly more upscale hotel, as only such establishments offered complimentary landlines for calls. Since he had made the trip to the county town, Li Chen decided to treat Lin Zhou to dinner. Lin Zhou had established connections in the area, and engaging with such individuals could prove beneficial. After checking into his room, he called Lin Zhou's office. Hello, is this Chef Lin? This is Li Chen. Li Chen, you haven't returned yet? No, the machinery won't arrive until tomorrow morning, so I'm staying in the county town tonight. I'd like to invite you to dinner. I hope you're available, Li Chen stated directly. If it were anyone else inviting me, I'd likely decline, as I seldom dine out. However, since it's you, Li Chen, I would be pleased to accept, Lin Zhou replied jovially. That's splendid. You choose the place, and I'll treat. Li Chen, unfamiliar with dining options in the county town and lacking any recollection from his previous life during this period in 1998, had no means of consulting a mobile app for recommendations. No problem, just head to Yuran restaurant. I'll arrive around 6, Lin Zhou suggested. The Garden, a 5-star hotel, had costly dining options, so Lin Zhou hesitated to arrange their meal there, ultimately selecting Yuran restaurant instead. All right, I'll meet you there shortly. Li Chen responded before ending the call. Unfamiliar with Yuran restaurant, he went down to the front desk to inquire with the staff. To his surprise, he discovered that Yuran restaurant was located less than 200 meters from the hotel where he was staying. What a coincidence! Could it be that Lin Zhou was aware of his hotel choice and intentionally arranged for their meeting in such proximity? Even though the Yuran restaurant was relatively close to him, Li Chen arrived early to ensure everything was well arranged, seeking a prime spot to await Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou was remarkably punctual, arriving precisely at 6 o'clock as promised. Li Chen, had I known you would be staying overnight, I would have arranged accommodations for you at the Garden Hotel, Lin Zhou warmly remarked as he took a seat. Thank you, Chef Lin. I momentarily overlooked that during our conversation in your office, Li Chen replied. No trouble at all. Next time you visit the county, just let me know, and I will make the arrangements. I assure you, it won't cost you a dime. Lin Zhou held a deep admiration for the young man before him, which was precisely why he was eager to dine with Li Chen that evening. He had already discerned that Li Chen was unlike any other young individuals he had encountered. Thank you, Chef Lin. Please feel free to order whatever you prefer, Li Chen said, presenting the menu from Yu Ran restaurant to Lin Zhou. No need to look. This place is also run by my apprentice. Their specialty is the large platter fish. Since it's just the two of us, let us simply order a small portion of that, Lin Zhou suggested. Very well. I shall order a portion of the large platter fish, Li Chen replied, glancing back at the menu only to discover that the large platter fish was priced at 30 yuan per jin. What is going on? Why is it so expensive? Is it not customary for large platter fish to be made from grass carp? Can grass carp truly command such a price? Even in later years, it is rare for grass carp to be sold at such elevated prices, he pondered silently. However, in the presence of Lin Zhou, he felt reluctant to voice his concerns about the price. He simply summoned the waiter to place his order. Good day, sir. You will need to select the fish from the back of the kitchen, and we will weigh it in your presence, the waiter explained. All right, I shall accompany you. Li Chen responded. This suited him perfectly, as he could inquire freely once they reached the kitchen without Lin Zhou's presence. Accompanying the waiter to the kitchen, he found another small back door, which led to the area where the grass carp were kept. Li Chen approached to observe the various sizes of grass carp available. I would like to inquire why these grass carp are priced significantly higher than the usual ones, Li Chen asked without immediately selecting a fish. Because these are Nanliu grass carp, the waiter replied. Nanliu grass carp? What distinguishes them from ordinary fish? Li Chen inquired, intrigued. There is indeed a difference. Nanliu grass carp are raised in spring water, resulting in firmer, fresher, and sweeter flesh. Most notably, the meat of Nanliu grass carp can be easily flaked into layers, each slice being tender and pristine, maintaining its texture even after prolonged cooking, providing an exceptional taste. The waiter explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated such unique grass carp. If he could replicate this breeding method, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Thus, the initial concept of cultivating the renowned Nanliu grass carp began to take shape in his mind. So, my young friend, which one would you like? The one to your left, please. Thank you, Li Chen casually pointed out. Very well, please hold on a moment. I shall retrieve it for you, the attendant replied, promptly using a net to catch the fish. After weighing it, it turned out to be 3.5 pounds. The large platter of fish came with plenty of side dishes, sufficient for the two of them. Chef Lin, I sincerely apologize for making you wait alone, Li Chen politely remarked upon returning to their table. Do not be so formal, we are friends. I am quite pleased that you invited me to dinner tonight. Lin Zhou chuckled heartily. Chef Lin, you are truly easygoing. However, I would like to inquire about something. Is the Nanliu fish well known in our county? Li Chen, lacking any knowledge of the Nanliu fish from his memories of rebirth, sought Lin Zhou's guidance. The Nanliu fish is arguably the most famous variety in our Bobai County. It refers specifically to the grass carp cultivated in the Nanliu region, which is exceptionally distinctive and quite costly. The establishment where we are dining specializes in dishes featuring Nanliu fish. Lin Zhou generously shared insights about the fish. I see. I must savor the Nanliu fish shortly to determine if it truly possesses such remarkable qualities. Li Chen expressed an increased interest in the cultivation of this species. It was noteworthy that Nanliu town was adjacent to Bobai town, especially as the verdant hills of his own village, Nanliu, were connected to several mountain ranges in Nanliu town. He could easily utilize the spring water from that region for the fish's cultivation. After more than 20 minutes of lively conversation, the grand platter of fish was finally served. Li Chen took a piece of fish and tasted it. Indeed, as the attendant and Lin Zhou had described, the texture was exquisite and the flavor was exceptionally delightful. It was undoubtedly worth every penny, further solidifying his resolve to cultivate Nanliu fish. Upon returning home, he would need to find the time to devise a plan for this endeavor. Lin Zhou held a deep admiration for Li Chen, and during their meal, he shared many of his thoughts with him. He even suggested that Li Chen could expand into both aquaculture and agriculture, eventually establishing an agricultural company. This idea resonated deeply with Li Chen. However, his current financial limitations prevented him from making such significant strides. He understood the importance of taking measured steps, as haste would lead to misfortune. As they continued to eat and converse, they parted ways, both wearing smiles, around 8 o'clock that evening. Meanwhile, Xiaohan was in her room arranging the newly purchased double cradle. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the arrival of the two little ones, envisioning how their presence would enliven the household. Suddenly, she thought of Li Chen. She couldn't quite understand her own feelings. Previously, when Li Chen spent the night away, she felt indifferent. Li Chen had changed over the past few days, and suddenly one night he was gone. She felt a profound sense of loss and longing in her heart. Just then, the newly installed landline phone rang unexpectedly. Xiaohan was momentarily startled, almost giving herself a fright. Once she regained her composure, she hurried over and picked up the receiver. "Hello? Xiaohan, it's me. It's Li Chen." Li Chen joyfully exclaimed over the phone. Hearing his voice, Xiaohan's face instantly broke into a relieved smile. "You rascal, calling me out of the blue almost scared me." She laughed. "Really? Didn't you call me while we were at school? Besides, I recall your family has a phone too. That is not the point. Our house has been so quiet since the landline was installed, and no one had called us yet. So, when the sudden ringing broke the silence, I was caught off guard," Xiaohan explained. "Ha, I see. I hope those two little ones weren't frightened. Rest assured, they are doing just fine in there. By the way, how did you find a landline to call me? The hotel room I'm staying in has a landline, which is quite convenient. I knew you wouldn't sleep well without any news from me, so I thought I'd give you a call. Yet, how did you know I'd be restless without your news?" "Don't flatter yourself," Xiaohan replied, unable to suppress a smile. In truth, she was reluctant to have her feelings completely exposed. Women are like that, often hesitant to readily admit their emotions. "Well then, I'll hang up now," Li Chen said, aware of her sentiments and deliberately teasing her. "Don't hang up. I still have things to say," Xiaohan exclaimed, suddenly anxious, fearing he might end the call. "Fool. Don't worry. I would never hang up that quickly. I want to enjoy listening to your voice, to hear you speak, because like you, I want to be able to sleep tonight without hearing you," Li Chen stated earnestly. Instantly, Xiaohan felt her heart swell with emotion. This man was becoming increasingly straightforward in expressing his affection. Once again, a blissful smile graced her lips. "What happened to you? When did you become so sentimental?" "It's making me weak in the knees," she gently teased. The two continued to chat and laugh for over an hour. Realizing it was getting late, Li Chen reluctantly ended the call to allow Xiaohan to rest. After their conversation, Xiaohan felt at ease and finally settled down to enjoy a restful sleep. The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Chen suddenly remembered something important. No one had delivered the green-shelled eggs from the Happiness restaurant to the county town that day. To avoid disappointing Lu Nong, he promptly used the landline to call Lu Nong and explain his current situation in the county. At this time, Li Chen had relatively few clients, and he could still clearly remember Lu Nang's phone number. "Brother Lu, it's me. I'm Li Chen." "Ah, it's you, Li. I was just waiting for you to arrive so we could discuss something significant." Chapter 100. The Happiness restaurant aims to monopolize the trade of green-shelled eggs. I left for the county yesterday and have yet to return home. It seems I won't be able to deliver the green-shelled eggs today, Li Chen responded. "Hold on, you mentioned discussing something significant? What is it?" Li Chen suddenly recalled Lu Nang's last remark and quickly inquired. "You're in the county? Well, let's talk in detail when you return. As for today's green-shelled eggs, I'll personally come to your house to collect them. Is anyone home?" Lu Nang inquired. "Yes, my wife is at home. Let me inform her," Li Chen replied. After hanging up with Lu Nang, he immediately called Xiaohan to inform her about the situation with Lu Nang, instructing her to prepare 50 green-shelled eggs for Lu Nang. Regarding the significant matter Lu Nang wanted to discuss, Li Chen had no immediate ideas and decided to find time to visit him once he returned home. After checking out of the accommodation, Li Chen rode his motorcycle to the Jiahua machinery manufacturing plant, personally guiding their assigned driver and staff back to Nanliu village. Upon returning to Nanliu village, news of Li Chen's machinery purchase quickly spread. "Is it true? Li Chen bought 2 machines. What's he planning to do with them?" "Yes, it's true. I just saw him leading the way on his motorcycle. The machines have already arrived at his home." Li Chen is truly investing boldly. I admire him more and more. Indeed, who would have thought that just half a month ago he was a carefree scoundrel, indulging in pleasures without restraint. After expressing their astonishment, the villagers gathered in groups to witness the spectacle at Li Chen's home. "Li Chen, what kind of machines did you buy?" Aunt Lu inquired curiously. "Aunt Lu, this one is an incubator specifically designed for hatching chicks. Just place the fertilized eggs inside, set the temperature, and soon the chicks will hatch," Li Chen explained. "Wow, such advanced equipment. And what about the other one?" "This one is a drying machine, used for drying red mushrooms," Li Chen revealed candidly. "Impressive. It seems like high-tech indeed. You're planning to expand your hen breeding and ramp up red mushroom cultivation." Aunt Lu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "That is indeed the plan. Also, I want to inform everyone that you can help me pick red mushrooms later. The pay is 30 yuan a day." Seizing the opportunity with most villagers present, Li Chen shared this news. Moreover, with the pleasant weather, if they didn't pick the mushrooms before they opened their caps, the situation would be entirely different. Really? That's wonderful. We will all go help Li Chen pick red mushrooms. Aunt Lu exclaimed with joy. Absolutely. 30 yuan a day is quite decent, and picking red mushrooms isn't particularly strenuous work. I'm in. Li Chen, I'm going too. Please notify me when you all go later. I have had nothing much to do these past few days. If it's 30 yuan a day, I shall also partake in the mushroom picking. Li Chen, you must reserve a spot for me. I excel at picking mushrooms. Upon hearing that mushroom picking could yield 30 yuan a day, the villagers clamored to participate. Li Chen eagerly welcomed more hands to assist in the mushroom harvest, as this would expedite the process. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, do not jostle. Those available this afternoon may assist me in the picking, and I will duly note your names to distribute your wages collectively." Delighted, the villagers decided to return home and await Li Chen's notification. With Li Chen's assurance, they felt reassured. After purchasing the machinery, Li Chen could not afford to rest. He still needed to meet with the driver and staff to settle the remaining payment in town. He thought it prudent to also visit Lu Nang to inquire about the significant matter he had mentioned over the phone. Once the payment was settled, Li Chen promptly made his way to the Happiness Restaurant. Li Chen, what brings you here? Did you not say you were in the county? Lu Nang, seated at the front desk enjoying tea, immediately rose to greet him upon his arrival. I just returned not long ago and recalled your mention of a significant matter to discuss, hence my visit, Li Chen replied. Very well, have a seat. I shall pour you a cup of tea, and we can converse over it, Lu Nang said, turning to retrieve his teapot and disposable cups. After pouring a cup for Li Chen, he served himself and took a seat. Thank you, Brother Lu. I am curious about the significant matter you wish to discuss. Li Chen inquired. Lu Nang, without beating around the bush, stated, our restaurant's business has improved remarkably of late. So I would like to propose a long-term collaboration regarding the green-shelled eggs, increasing the order to 100 eggs per day. Li Chen expressed confusion. Increasing the quantity is certainly not an issue, but what does long-term collaboration specifically entail? We already have a contract in place, which could be considered a long-term partnership. My intention is for you to exclusively supply our Happiness Restaurant with green-shelled eggs, not to other establishments in town. What do you think? Lu Nang revealed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Chen realized Lu Nang aimed to monopolize the trade of his green-shelled eggs in Bobai town. Of course, I shall not ask you to make sacrifices without compensation. If you agree, you will no longer need to deliver. I will arrange for someone to collect the goods from your home daily. Lu Nang acknowledged the pressure he was placing on Li Chen and made this concession to encourage acceptance. Brother Lu truly knows how to conduct business. If I am not mistaken, my green-shelled eggs must have significantly benefited your restaurant's business lately? Li Chen chuckled. This matter cannot be concealed from you. Indeed, ever since I acquired your green-shelled eggs, my business has seen a remarkable improvement. Lu Nang has been forthright about this matter. Well then, in light of Lu's generous support from the very beginning, I shall reciprocate his kindness. Thus, it has been settled. Li Chen readily agreed. His acquiescence to Lu Nang's request stemmed not only from gratitude for past support, but also due to the limited number of restaurants in Bobai town. Currently, aside from the Happiness Restaurant, there is only the South City Restaurant. Establishments like Donggu Restaurant do not require green-shelled eggs. Initially, the South City Restaurant was the first to promote the eggs, yet their staff's arrogance left Li Chen disinclined to cooperate with them again. Therefore, even if Li Chen had declined Lu Nang's request, he would still have to supply him temporarily. By agreeing, he alleviates the daily burden of delivery. All in all, it is a beneficial arrangement for him. I appreciate loyalty, and I relish collaborating with those who embody such principles. Chapter 101. Once you look down upon me. Now you are unable to reach my heights. Upon hearing Li Chen's acceptance of his request, Lu Nang was overjoyed. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, he suggested that Li Chen discuss the signing of a new cooperation agreement. Li Chen had no objections and requested Lu to prepare pen and paper, making some additions and modifications to the original contract. Thus, their renewed collaboration became officially effective. After leaving the Happiness Restaurant, Li Chen intended to purchase some baskets to gather red mushrooms. However, as he arrived at the market's entrance, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Boss Long from the South City Restaurant. Boss Long immediately recognized Li Chen and approached him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Young man, at last. I have found you. I have been searching for you with great difficulty recently." Haha, Boss Long, you flatter me. What could a prominent figure like you want with a mere farmer like myself? Li Chen offered no warm reception. Boss Long appeared momentarily embarrassed, but, unlike their previous encounter, he maintained his cheerful demeanor and continued, "Young man, This isn't the place for conversation. Shall we go to my happiness restaurant to sit down? We could enjoy some tea while discussing matters. What do you say? Apologies, but I do not have the luxury of time for idle chatter. If you have something to say, please do so now. Otherwise, I must attend to my own affairs. Li Chen remained unyielding. Yet, Boss Long showed no signs of irritation, donning a strained smile as he replied, I admit my previous error in failing to recognize the value of your green-shelled eggs. I deeply regret this oversight. Thus, I wish to propose a partnership regarding the green-shelled eggs. What do you think? Surely, you are not so petty as to hold a grudge over past events. As long as you agree to collaborate with the South City restaurant, pricing will not be an issue. Recently, the business of the Changnan restaurant has evidently declined compared to its former glory, primarily due to the fact that many patrons have flocked to the Happiness restaurant. Boss Long has discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, discovering that the recent procurement of Li Chen's green-shelled eggs by the Happiness restaurant is the cause of this phenomenon. Consequently, he contemplated a collaboration with Li Chen concerning these green-shelled eggs, convinced that if he too procured them, the fortunes of the Changnan restaurant would swiftly rebound. Therefore, even though Li Chen's demeanor towards him was less than cordial, he felt compelled to endure it for the sake of his establishment's prosperity. Boss Long, you are mistaken. If collaboration were indeed feasible, I would not be so stingy as to reject your overture. That would be splendid. Whatever quantity of green-shelled eggs you possess, I shall take them all. Upon hearing this, Boss Long misinterpreted Li Chen's words as an agreement to his proposal and became immediately exhilarated. Not so fast. I have yet to complete my statement. I said that if collaboration were possible, I would be amenable. However, at this moment, such a partnership is utterly impossible. Li Chen clarified. What does that mean? The green-shelled eggs are yours. You may collaborate with whomever you wish with just a word. If you had approached me an hour ago, there might have been a chance for cooperation, but now it is too late. I have already signed an agreement with the Happiness restaurant. In Bobai Town, aside from the Happiness restaurant, I cannot provide green-shelled egg collaboration to anyone else. Li Chen explained directly. Ah, is that so? Boss Long was instantly engulfed in despair. He had never anticipated that the Happiness restaurant would employ such a tactic, effectively cutting off his access to the green-shelled eggs. Therefore, I must express my gratitude for your appreciation of my green-shelled eggs. With no further matters to discuss, I shall return to my own affairs. Farewell. With that, Li Chen turned and departed without a backward glance. Left standing there, Boss Long's face was a portrait of regret. He lamented his earlier decision to dismiss Li Chen without even considering the green-shelled eggs. He regretted not having sought out Li Chen sooner to explore a collaboration. Now, Li Chen's green-shelled eggs were monopolized by the Happiness restaurant, leaving him in a state of envy and frustration. Li Chen harbored no sympathy for Boss Long, as he had been the first to promote green-shelled eggs at the Changnan restaurant. The current outcome was undoubtedly of his own making. After purchasing several baskets in the market, which he secured to the back of his motorcycle, he joyfully returned home. Brother Chen, you've brought back so many baskets again. Li Huame, who was chatting with Xiaohan, approached him with a beaming smile upon his return. Indeed, later, the villagers will join in harvesting red mushrooms. And I worry that some families may not have enough baskets, so I bought a few extra as a precaution. Once the red mushrooms are gathered, we can also use them for collecting green-shelled eggs, Li Chen replied while unloading the cargo. You're truly impressive. You've transformed into quite the entrepreneur. Li Huame expressed her growing admiration for her cousin. Ah, you clever child, how adept you are with words. I have only just begun. So what prowess could I possibly possess? Yet, from my perspective, you are already quite remarkable. Enough of the flattery. Please inform Aunt Lu to gather the villagers for a mushroom-picking expedition in the mountains shortly. Certainly, I shall seek out Aunt Lu at once. Li Huame promptly went to find Aunt Lu. Upon receiving the message, Aunt Lu's role as the town crier swiftly disseminated the news. In less than 5 minutes, the majority of the villagers had assembled at Li Chen's doorstep. After jotting down their names, Li Chen led them up the mountain to forage for red mushrooms. The sight of the spirited procession harvesting mushrooms was truly magnificent. Witnessing the villagers rallying to assist Li Chen, Li Wu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. You scoundrels, all you see is profit. Even if I were to starve, I would never lend a hand to Li Chen, he cursed vehemently. In his mind, he schemed on how to thwart Li Chen's burgeoning fortune. He recalled the village's fish pond, which had remained unleased for 2 years. The previous tenants had either lost fish or had them perish, leading the villagers to believe that the pond was cursed, thus deterring any new renters. He contemplated deceiving Li Chen into leasing the pond, convinced that such an ill-fated investment would lead to his financial ruin. Li Chen, you're so eager to invest, aren't you? Let me see you take on the burden of that fish pond. I wonder if luck will favor you this time. Chapter 102. The envious Li Wu seeks to sabotage Li Chen's fish farming venture. Li Wu immediately sought out Xiaohan to share his scheme. What? You suggest that Li Chen lease that fish pond? Li Wu, are you still not dissuaded? You must remember. Your previous suggestion for Li Chen to lease the barren mountain unexpectedly yielded him a fortune, Xiaohan pointedly remarked, fully aware of Li Wu's intentions. Director Zhou, the success with the barren mountain was purely serendipitous. We had no inkling that those red mushrooms would be so valuable. It was merely a stroke of luck for Li Chen. However, the situation with the fish pond is entirely different. Aside from water, it holds no other assets. He cannot possibly enjoy such fortune again, Li Wu asserted confidently. But Li Wu, it is you who harbors envy towards Li Chen, not I. Why should I heed your advice to persuade him to lease that fish pond? Xiaohan retorted without reservation. Director Zhou, one cannot dismiss the matter so lightly. As the security director of Nanliu village, you bear some responsibility for the neglect of that vast fish pond. Moreover, I am not suggesting that you directly approach Li Chen to rent it, but rather to convene a meeting to discuss leasing the pond. As a resident of Nanliu village, I have the right to voice my concerns, Li Wu cleverly responded. Very well, I shall gather everyone tonight to discuss the potential leasing of the fish pond. As for whether Li Chen should rent it, that is his affair. I cannot meddle further, expressed Xiaohan. Li Wu felt that was sufficient. As long as the meeting tonight proceeded, he could devise a way to persuade Li Chen to lease the fish pond. Thus, upon returning to Xiaohan's residence, he began to contemplate his scheme to ensnare Li Chen. Meanwhile, Li Chen and the villagers busily harvested red mushrooms until around 4 in the afternoon. When they finally concluded their work and returned home, Li Chen distributed 30 yuan to each of them according to their names. The villagers, upon receiving their earnings, were exceedingly delighted and expressed their intention to assist Li Chen in harvesting red mushrooms again the following day. Li Chen thanked them and then weighed out 100 pounds of fresh red mushrooms, promptly driving to the station to catch the last bus to the county, entrusting Zhang Fu with their delivery. Brother Chen, what shall we do with the remaining mushrooms? Li Huamei asked with concern upon returning from town. No need to worry. I will dry them using the dehydrator shortly. The iron shed at the foot of the barren mountain is not yet built, so for now, the dehydrator will have to be placed under the eaves of my home. However, I can run a line out, so it should not pose any issue for the time being. All right, I will assist you shortly. Thank you, Huamei. How about you come help me regularly? I can start you off with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan, and once my business flourishes, I will increase your pay, Li Chen proposed. Sounds great. So I will be Brother Chen's employee from now on. Li Huamei joyfully agreed. You will always be my Huamei, the mischievous and naive Huamei. Li Chen remarked with a smile. You are the one being mischievous and naive. My sister-in-law says I am the most sensible one, Huamei retorted, casting a playful glance at Yi Xiaohan nearby. Indeed, Huamei is the most sensible, Yi Xiaohan chimed in supportively. Xiao Chun, Director Zhou, is calling another meeting tonight. Just as Li Chen was about to say something further, Li Chuntian approached to inform him. Another meeting? What is the matter this time? Li Chen inquired with curiosity. I heard it concerns the fish pond in the village. It seems they are discussing how to lease it out, Li Chuntian replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's interest was piqued, as he recalled the situation regarding the Lin fish during his recent visit to the county for a meal. He planned to rent that fish pond to cultivate the Lin fish. Father, isn't that fish pond often plagued by a shortage of fish or even dead fish? Who would want to lease it? Li Huamei remarked. Indeed, since the last tenant vacated, it has been some time without any rental meetings regarding that pond. I wonder what Director Zhou's intentions are today. This is a good thing. I've been waiting for him to convene a meeting, Li Chen said with delight. Xiao Chun, what are you planning? You wouldn't be thinking of renting that fish pond, would you? Li Chuntian asked. You guessed correctly, uncle. I do intend to lease that fish pond, Li Chen replied, feeling comfortable sharing his thoughts with Li Chuntian, knowing they were on the same side. Xiao Chun, you mustn't. This fish pond is not akin to a desolate mountain. Aside from a body of water, it possesses no other assets, Li Chuntian promptly cautioned. Uncle, are you concerned that the fish pond won't sustain any fish? It's good that you know, the feng shui of this pond is poor. The previous tenants either lost their fish or found them deceased, so do not act foolishly, Li Chuntian continued to advise. Regarding why the fish pond in Nanliu village consistently suffers from diminishing stocks or dead fish, Li Chen gleaned insights from the memories of his past life. In his former existence, a peculiar incident had drained the pond, revealing the underlying issue during plans to fortify the pond's periphery. It turned out that a dozen or so Brazilian turtles had mysteriously appeared in the pond. These turtles are quite ferocious, resorting to consuming other fish species when food is scarce. This explains the recurring misfortunes of dead or diminished fish. Despite the tenants annually draining the pond's water and clearing the silt, these turtles are exceptionally cunning. They excavate their lairs along the pond's banks and dig them deep. During the late 1990s, most ponds lacked cement reinforcements around their edges, providing these turtles with an ideal hideout. Unnoticed by fish keepers until attempts to solidify the banks uncovered the secret. However, that was a matter for the future. With Li Chen's rebirth, this narrative would be rewritten. Uncle, I appreciate your concern, but I am confident that I will profit handsomely from this fish pond, Li Chen asserted with unwavering self-assurance. Xiaohan, if the fish can't survive, and there are no precious resources like rare mushrooms on a barren mountain, how do you intend to make a profit? Surely, you must be overthinking this. It would be wise to heed your uncle's advice and steer clear of this murky water, Li Chen implored, earnestly trying to dissuade Li Chen. Chapter 103, Renting the Fish Pond. Is Li Chen truly foolish or merely pretending? Li Chen, with great earnestness, urged Li Chen, who eventually decided to disclose the truth he had come to understand. What? Are you suggesting that the dead fish are a result of these creatures known as Brazilian turtles? Li Chen exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, these Brazilian turtles, introduced from abroad in the 1980s, are quite formidable. Once deprived of sustenance, they launch attacks on various fish. Li Chen confirmed. But how do you know this? I have spent decades in Nanliu village and have never heard of these so-called Brazilian turtles, Li Chen queried. Uncle, it's best if you don't concern yourself with how I know. Just trust me. I have the confidence to rent this fish pond, Li Chen replied, unable to divulge his past life experiences. Very well, I hope you're correct. However, do not act impulsively. Take careful consideration. Thank you for your reminder, Uncle. I will deliberate thoroughly, Li Chen assured him. With that, Li Chen felt reassured and departed. In the evening, after dinner, Li Chen arrived at the village meeting place. Most of the villagers were already present, and upon seeing Li Chen, they gathered around him, engaging in conversation. After all, Li Chen had recently become quite the celebrity in Nanliu village, especially since everyone had come to assist him in harvesting the red mushrooms today, thus providing ample topics for discussion. Li Wu observed with palpable envy, his determination to undermine Li Chen regarding the fish pond rental growing stronger. Consequently, when Xiaohan appeared, he eagerly stepped forward and suggested, Director Zhou, now that everyone is here, perhaps you could announce the topic of tonight's meeting. Xiaohan responded, very well. I will briefly outline that the subject of tonight's gathering pertains to the rental of the fish pond in our Nanliu village. It has been some time since the last tenant's lease expired, and now we must deliberate on how to rent it out again to enhance our village's collective economic income. Without hesitation, Li Wu interjected, Director, the issue of the fish pond rental is quite straightforward. We should simply lease it to Li Chen. After all, he recently rented the barren mountain and profited handsomely from it. It is time for Li Chen to give back to the collective of Nanliu village. At this moment, Li Chen was almost certain that Li Wu was the one who had suggested the meeting with the intent of securing the fish pond for himself and ultimately deceiving him. However, he had miscalculated. This fish pond was precisely what Li Chen yearned to lease. Thus, Li Chen stood up and declared, since Li Wu has proposed this, I shall rent the fish pond. However, I have one condition. What condition? Came the inquiry. Once I lease the fish pond, the villagers must not steal my fish. Nor can they damage the pond, Li Chen stipulated. That is understood. Once you lease the pond, its usage rights belong to you. The contents of the pond will also be your property. None of us shall infringe upon it, nor shall we steal your fish, Xiaohan affirmed. Very well. I am willing to lease this fish pond for 20 years. 20 years. The villagers gasped in astonishment. Previous tenants had never leased for such an extended period, as they feared potential losses. Given that the pond was now widely believed to have poor feng shui, Li Chen's decision to lease it for 20 years seemed utterly irrational. All right, 20 years it shall be. Director Zhou, you must promptly consent to Li Chen's proposal. Li Wu urged Xiaohan enthusiastically. Li Chen, are you certain about committing to 20 years? That is quite a long duration, Xiaohan inquired earnestly. Absolutely. However, I will not be paying the full amount up front. I will pay for the first 10 years now, and for the subsequent 10 years, I will remit the rent at the end of each year. If you agree, I am prepared to sign the rental contract this evening, Li Chen replied confidently. Very well, I have no objections. What about the rest of you? Xiaohan sought the villagers' opinions. I certainly have no objections. In fact, I believe this is a favorable opportunity, came the consensus. As Li Chen intends to lease the fish pond for 20 years, it ensures a stable tenant for the area. Li Wu, fearing dissent from other villagers, deliberately remarked, I have no objections. I fully support this decision. With the realization that the fish pond would no longer resemble a desolate mountain littered with expensive red mushrooms, The other villagers also expressed no opposition. After all, they were all well aware of the pond's condition. If Li Chen wished to lease it, they would not stand in his way. However, they remained perplexed by his decision. Knowing the pond's poor feng shui, why would he insist on a 20-year lease? Was he truly misguided? Since there were no objections, Li Wu stated, "Let us proceed as Li Chen suggested. I shall retrieve the contract." He promptly returned home to fetch the preserved agreement from his family, making some simple modifications as discussed with Li Chen. At this time, the rental fee for the fish pond was quite reasonable, and without hesitation, Li Chen paid a lump sum for 10 years' rent. Fortunately, having previously secured a loan from the bank, he possessed sufficient funds for this venture. Once everything was settled, the fish pond officially belonged to Li Chen. Li Wu, observing Li Chen sign the lease, felt a sense of triumph, convinced that Li Chen would not enjoy such good fortune this time. He was certain that he would profit from the 20 years of rent and investment in the fish pond. For him, this was immensely gratifying. He planned to fetch his wife, Huang Zuohua, from her family home the following day to share this good news. Unbeknownst to Li Wu, Li Chen was even more elated after successfully leasing the pond. With such a vast expanse, he could cultivate numerous grass carps, promising substantial profits. Upon returning home, Xiaohan gently inquired, "You truly leased the village's fish pond?" "Indeed. It is officially ours for 20 years. But rest assured, this pond will generate considerable wealth for us." Li Chen replied, though Xiaohan did not fully grasp why Li Chen chose to lease it for such an extended period. She recognized that his decisions in recent days had proven wise. Thus, she supported him wholeheartedly. "Very well, since you've secured the lease, I can only offer my support. However, my current circumstances do not allow me to assist you much," she said. "Fool, your well-being is the greatest help you can provide me. Do not worry about anything else." He reassured her. With a blissful smile, Xiaohan responded, "Your words are as sweet as honey. I must confess, I was quite inconsiderate in the past, causing you much distress. Now, I am determined to ensure you lead a happy life. You keep bringing this up. It's in the past, let us not dwell on it. From now on, we will live well together," she replied. Xiaohan is a gentle and considerate woman, and she does not wish for Li Chen to constantly dwell in self-reproach and guilt over past actions. Li Chen is deeply moved by this. It is indeed rare to find such a woman in any era, and he vows to cherish her even more. "Xiaohan, you are right. Let us live well together from now on and make everyone envious of us." "Indeed, but I do not seek great wealth or fame. I merely desire for our family to be joyful. Therefore, you need not place undue pressure upon yourself. Rest assured, I feel no pressure. When I think of you and the two little ones within you, all I experience is boundless motivation." Speaking of these two little beings, one wonders if they will truly arrive on the 15th. "If they do, we shall not be able to return for Mother's birthday," Xiaohan remarked. "Ah yes, your mother's birthday coincides with the due date of the two little ones. What shall we do?" I consulted Aunt Lu, and she mentioned that it is quite rare for births to occur precisely on the due date. They may arrive earlier or later. We shall see. I believe that if it truly happens on that day, Mother will understand, Xiaohan said. Li Chen nodded in agreement with Xiaohan's perspective, and both were filled with anticipation for the arrival of the two little ones. The following morning, upon waking, Li Chen's first task was to tend to the over 700 hens. "Brother Chen, I'm here." Just as Li Chen placed the feed onto the back of the tricycle, Li Huame ran over with a beaming smile. "Huame, you are here quite early, aren't you?" "Hee. Did you not say yesterday that I am now your official employee?" "Naturally, I must arrive early to assist you in gathering the eggs." Li Huame replied with a grin. "All right, you are indeed a diligent employee. Let us go collect the eggs together." "Sure, let us gather the eggs." Li Huame, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed to the orchard with her basket to begin her task. Wong, wong, wong. The two gluttonous dogs, a He and a Bai, barked excitedly upon seeing Li Chen. He understood their intent. They wished to be fed before he attended to the hundreds of hens. "Very well, given your recent diligence in guarding the hens, I shall feed you first," Li Chen proclaimed, tossing them some dog food before proceeding to carry the hens' feed into the breeding area. 750 hens is no small number. Upon seeing Li Chen enter with the food, they immediately swarmed around him. Hens were all around him, on every side. "Do not fret. As long as you lay your eggs obediently, you shall not lack for food," Li Chen reassured them while distributing the feed. However, the hens paid little heed to his words. Once he set down the food, they rushed forward to devour it. Fortunately, Li Chen acted swiftly, placing another food bowl in a different location, which diverted some of the hens' attention. Ultimately, after quickly distributing the food bowls to various spots, the hens settled down to eat contentedly. "Brother Chen, there are truly many green-shelled eggs today," exclaimed Li Huame joyfully. "Is that so?" I shall assist you in gathering them. Li Chen responded promptly, making his way over to help collect the green-shelled eggs scattered upon the straw. In the end, the two managed to gather a total of 365 green-shelled eggs, indicative of 365 hens laying eggs that day. Upon seeing the number, Li Chen nearly broke into song. There are 365 sunrises in a year. I gift you 365 eggs. Brother Chen, it seems many hens have laid eggs today, Li Huamei exclaimed with excitement. Indeed. However, this is just over 300. There are still many yet to lay, he replied. No rush. They have only been raised for a short time. In about 10 days or 2 weeks, I expect all of them will be laying. My goodness, if over 700 hens were to lay eggs, how many would you have at home? She pondered. If that day comes, we shall have to engage in formal trade with the Garden Hotel. There won't be many eggs left to keep, he replied. Come, let us return for now. Li Chen had a busy day ahead, especially with the recent rental of the fish pond. Besides gathering red mushrooms, he also needed to attend to the matters concerning the pond. Consequently, he found little leisure time. Fortunately, the collaboration with the Happiness Hotel meant he no longer needed to deliver goods himself, thus alleviating the burden of traveling to town. Upon returning home with the eggs, he instructed Li Huamei to gently clean the green-shelled eggs with a soft cloth and set aside 100 for Lu Nang's collection. Meanwhile, he would continue taking the villagers up the mountain to harvest red mushrooms. Li Huamei's task today did not require her to go up the mountain. After cleaning the green-shelled eggs, she was responsible for drying the red mushrooms collected the previous day using the dehydrator. Li Chen had already instructed her on the use and operation of the dehydrator yesterday. The clever girl grasped the instructions quickly, so Li Chen had no worries regarding her ability to operate it. The following 2 days unfolded in a similar flurry of activity for Li Chen. However, he soon realized this pace was unsustainable and decided to recruit additional staff, particularly for the care of the hens. He intended to hire someone specifically for that purpose, allowing him to allocate time to other endeavors. Thus, after discussing with Xiaohan, he promptly drafted a recruitment notice and posted it on the bulletin board in Nanliu village. What? Li Chen is hiring employees again. Indeed, I just saw the notice he put up. This time, he is recruiting someone to manage the hundreds of hens. Wow. Li Chen is impressive. His enterprise is expanding. Chapter 105. Lu the Bachelor applies. Upon witnessing Li Chen's latest recruitment endeavor, the villagers were filled with astonishment. Just a month prior, he had been a carefree, aimless drifter. Now, he had assumed the role of a boss. Hearing this news, Li Wu felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, the thought of successfully tricking Li Chen into renting the fish pond brought him some solace. Let us allow you a moment of triumph. But I wonder how you will revel once your investments in that fish pond lead to substantial losses. Li Wu consoled himself silently. Meanwhile, in the village, the bachelor Lu Bajin became intrigued upon hearing that Li Chen was seeking individuals to rear chickens. Lu Bajin's name stemmed from his birth weight of 8 pounds. A common practice in rural areas at that time, where naming conventions were rather casual due to the lack of formal education. Now, at the age of 40, Lu Bajin was deemed a bachelor, a label that villagers often used to refer to him as Lu the Bachelor. In his youth, he had ventured into poultry farming. But misfortune struck when a bout of avian influenza decimated his flock, leaving him despondent and devoid of ambition. This setback also contributed to his ongoing struggles in the realm of courtship. Upon learning of Li Chen's recruitment for chicken caretakers, he made his way to Li Chen's residence. Is Xiaohan home? It's Bajin. Do you have a moment? Lu Bajin inquired, his presence surprising Li Chen. I heard you are hiring for chicken rearing. Do you find my bachelor status unappealing? If so, I am willing to accept a lower salary. I simply desire a job. Lu Bajin candidly expressed his intentions, harboring concerns that Li Chen might disdain his single status. After all, in 1998, the surrounding villages held a rather unkind view of bachelors, often deeming them unfortunate souls, to the extent that they were excluded from various community endeavors, including construction projects. Bajin, that is not the case at all. I would never look down on you. If you genuinely wish to join me in chicken rearing, please come to work tomorrow. The salary will be the same as the others, initially set at 1,000 yuan per month. Once my business flourishes, I will certainly consider salary increases. Li Chen assured him generously. Lu Bajin, possessing prior experience in poultry farming, was precisely what Li Chen needed. Really? I cannot thank you enough. I promise to rise early every day to tend to the chickens, Lu Bajin exclaimed with joy upon receiving the offer. Indeed. As long as you diligently care for the chickens, I assure you will not be neglected in the future, Li Chen replied, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Lu Bajin, who at his age had yet to find a partner. Li Chen believed that if Lu Bajin managed the hens well, it could lead to an improvement in his life. perhaps even enabling him to find a suitable companion at this stage of his journey. Rest assured, I will ensure that nothing goes awry with your hens. Lu Bajin pledged confidently. Thus, Li Chen successfully secured an employee for the chicken farm. Starting tomorrow, he would be able to alleviate one of his responsibilities and redirect his efforts towards the fish pond venture. Li Chen, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Chen A. Lu approached shortly after Lu Bajin had departed. Uncle Lu, what is it? Li Chen inquired. I just heard that you've hired a chicken caretaker and offered a salary of 1,000 yuan per month, Chen A. Lu stated. Li Huame, you offered me 1,000 yuan, which I do not mind, given that you are my cousin. However, I noticed that you also gave 1,000 to Zhou Ergo and Lu Bajin. I calculated that you pay me 30 yuan daily, over the course of 30 days. That amounts to only 900 yuan, which is 100 yuan less than what they receive. Chen A. Lu expressed his grievances. Upon hearing this, Li Chen finally understood that Chen A. Lu had come to him for this very reason. Uncle Lu, how about this? Consider yourself a formal employee of mine. Instead of paying you daily, I will pay you 1,000 yuan monthly, Li Chen proposed. That sounds better. After all, I come every day to clean up the chicken droppings, Chen A. Lu replied, visibly pleased. All right, starting tomorrow, I will pay you once a month. With this arrangement, Li Chen effectively secured 4 permanent employees. This also implied a monthly expenditure of 4,000 yuan for wages. Fortunately, the daily income from the red mushrooms amounted to 2,000 yuan, along with the subsequent business of green-shelled eggs, making this financial burden manageable. After Chen A. Lu departed, Li Chen delivered the red mushrooms of the day to the station for Zhangfu to transport to the county town. Upon returning, he continued roasting the remaining red mushrooms with Li Huame. With the roasting machine, the first batch of red mushrooms would yield results in just 2 days. Otherwise, relying solely on sun exposure would leave them waiting indefinitely. Brother Chen, we have nearly 100 gene of dried red mushrooms from yesterday. Li Huame joyfully reported to Li Chen. Is that so? Then we are bound for prosperity. By the way, how much can we sell the dried mushrooms for per gene? Li Huame inquired, intrigued. Take a guess. Fresh red mushrooms sell for 20 yuan per gene. Thus, the dried ones should command at least double that. I estimate a minimum of 40 yuan per gene, meaning we could earn 4,000 yuan from this batch of dried mushrooms, Li Huame calculated. Huame, think even bolder. Could it be 50 yuan per gene? No, it should be at least 100 yuan per gene, Li Chen responded. What? Over 100 yuan per gene? My goodness. That means 100 gene of dried mushrooms could yield 10,000 yuan, Li Huame exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. It is important to note that during this period, earning 10,000 yuan was quite impressive, yet Li Chen could effortlessly achieve this. Can we truly earn that much? Yi Xiaohan, who was nearby, also expressed her curiosity. Absolutely. And this 100 gene has already been confirmed with Lin Zhou, Li Chen affirmed confidently. Oh my, Brother Chen, I must admit, you surpass everyone else, Li Huame declared, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. However, the wild mushrooms were ultimately limited in supply, so once the mushrooms here were harvested, Li Chen planned to source them from other locations. The reason for purchasing the roasting machine was to prepare for the large-scale acquisition of red mushrooms. Once he procured a substantial quantity, he would roast and sell them, reaping considerable profits. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable, always thinking so far ahead. It seems you are destined to become the wealthiest in Nanliu village soon. Chapter 106, Auntie. The Brazilian tortoise may not necessarily reside in Brazil. Li Chen merely smiled at Li Huame's mention of the wealthiest individual in Nanliu village. In the rapidly advancing economy of 2022, he had already become one of the richest entrepreneurs in Asia, the foremost tycoon of Nanliu River. And such titles held little significance for him. However, he was not solely fixated on amassing billions as he had in his past life. While earning money was indeed his objective, it was not his primary motivation. His true intention was to provide a nurturing home and an enriching environment for his beloved woman and children, ensuring they led the happiest and most fulfilling lives. Huame, please assist your sister-in-law with those red mushrooms at home. I shall seek someone to drain the water from the fish pond, he instructed. With Lu Bajin now aiding in the care of the hens, Li Chen finally had the opportunity to tend to the fish pond. Thus, he sought out Zhou Haishan to borrow the village committee's large water pump, planning to operate both pumps simultaneously to drain the pond by the following morning. Zhou Haishan was aware of the purpose behind the borrowed pump and readily complied, promptly arranging for its transport to the pond and connecting the power supply to ensure its proper function. Soon, the sound of the water pump reverberated throughout Nanliu village. The water extraction equipment of this era was not as advanced as that of 2022, lacking the sophisticated noise reduction technology of later years. Nevertheless, Li Chen relished the nostalgia it evoked. Each time the village pump roared to life, he would know it was time to prepare for fishing, often racing with Zhou Ergu and Li Huamei to witness the excitement. Alas, those carefree days could never be reclaimed. Brother Chun, will there still be other fish in this pond? Li Huamei, having completed her tasks with the red mushrooms, rushed over to join the spectacle. There should be some tilapia or crucian carp, considering the pond's size. It is improbable that it is devoid of lesser fish, he replied. But didn't you mention the Brazilian tortoises causing trouble? They cannot possibly eliminate all the fish, so we should expect some to remain. We will find out once the water is drained tomorrow. All right then, I shall catch fish when the time comes. Huamei, you are now a young lady. You must not be as mischievous as in your childhood. Be cautious, or you may find it difficult to marry, Li Chen teased. I am not worried about that, she retorted. I simply relish reminiscing about the times when you, Ergu, and I would venture to the pond to catch fish. In truth, this sentiment was shared by Li Chen as well, for those were cherished memories of an untroubled childhood. Thus, on the following morning, as the water in the pond was nearly drained, Li Chen himself descended to experience the joy of fishing as he had in his youth. Although most of the fish had succumbed to the Brazilian tortoises, the sizable pond still harbored a fair number of survivors. And Li Chen and his companions were thoroughly immersed in the thrill of catching them. Brother Chen, look, I have caught a rather large crucian carp. This carp will surely nourish my sister-in-law when made into soup. At that moment, Li Huamei triumphantly emerged from the mud with a palm-sized carp in her hands. Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing her, for her face was smeared with mud from the fishes floundering in the mire. Brother Chen, why are you laughing? She inquired. I am amused by the mud adorning your face. Fortunately, you have no boyfriend. Otherwise, he might find it unappealing, Li Chen jested. If he dares to complain, I would simply fly away from him, Li Huamei retorted with her characteristic boldness. Oh, you, do be mindful, as a young lady. You ought to be graceful and reserved. Not a chance. I shall do as I please, she declared, placing her sizable carp into a bucket and then setting her sights on another. With remarkable precision, she caught yet another fish effortlessly. In contrast, Zhou Ergu found himself in quite a predicament, chasing after a large catfish. However, as he slipped, he failed to capture the fish and instead tumbled into the mud, prompting laughter from the onlookers. You scoundrel! If I catch you, I'll stew you for dinner tonight, Zhou Ergu shouted, his temper flaring as he scrambled back to his feet and resumed his pursuit. Fortunately, after considerable effort, he successfully captured the hefty catfish. You little rascal! Run if you dare. Let us see how you escape my grasp, he declared, tossing the fish into his bucket and hastily covering it to prevent his prize from escaping. Ultimately, Li Chen and the others collected several full buckets of fish, including grass carp, crucian carp, tilapia, catfish, and black fish among others. Realizing he could not consume such a bounty alone, nor did he intend to sell it, he instructed Li Chen to inform the villagers to come and take a portion home. Upon hearing that fish were available, the villagers eagerly arrived, showering Li Chen with compliments. However, Li Wu refrained from joining them. Despite his household lacking meat for the night, he vowed he would rather starve than accept fish from Li Chen. Li Chen, didn't you mention there were Brazilian turtles in the pond? Why haven't you caught any? Xiaohan asked curiously that evening. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. Today as fishing has been exhausting, and I want to rush it, he replied. But what if they escape tonight? She worried. Rest assured, they will remain tucked away in the holes along the shore, and one tea flee, Li Chen reassured her. That is a relief. If they were to return after running away, our fish-raising efforts would be in jeopardy. I'll catch them tomorrow when I have the time and sell them for a tidy profit. Although Brazilian turtles aren't particularly valuable, they can still be sold. Typically, adult market turtles fetch around 20 yuan per pound, while adult pet turtles range from 15 to 50 yuan each. The Brazilian turtles in the pond have surely been around for quite some time, and their size is undoubtedly considerable. At a rate of 20 yuan per pound, they could yield a substantial profit. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Chen and Xiaohan arrived at the pond with a spade and a wooden bucket. He distinctly remembered the locations of the turtles' burrows, so his objective today was to unearth these Brazilian turtles. Li Chen, what are you up to? At that moment, Aunt Lu happened to pass by while herding cattle and curiously inquired upon seeing Li Chen digging. I'm digging for Brazilian turtles, Li Chen replied candidly. Brazilian turtles? You have quite the sense of humor. We are in Huaxia, not Brazil. Where would we find Brazilian turtles? Chapter 107. Capturing the entire family of Brazilian turtles. Li Chen could not help but chuckle at Aunt Lu's remark. Aunt Lu, Brazilian turtles do not necessarily have to live in Brazil. And how is that? Brazilian turtles were introduced to our country in the 1980s from Brazil, which is why they are called Brazilian turtles. Ah, so that's how it is. But how could there be Brazilian turtles in this pond? I have lived in Nanliu village for many years and have never heard of such a thing. Indeed, there are. These Brazilian turtles are quite ferocious and are known to prey on fish. The recent incidents of dead fish in the pond were caused by these creatures. Now that Li Chen had successfully rented the pond, he felt no hesitation in sharing this information with Aunt Lu. Really? You're making it sound rather mystical. Why don't you catch one and let me see? Clearly, Aunt Lu was intrigued by the notion of Brazilian turtles. All right, just wait and see. With that, Li Chen resumed his digging. Approximately 20 minutes later, he spotted the silhouette of a large turtle. Without hesitation, he grasped the turtle and placed it upside down in the middle of the path. Li Chen, is this the Brazilian turtle you mentioned? It truly does look different from our native turtles. Aunt Lu exclaimed after crouching down for a closer inspection. Indeed, this is a Brazilian turtle. And there are about 20 more, Li Chen assured her. My goodness, had you not mentioned it, I would never have known that such creatures inhabit this pond. Aunt Lu, would you like one? If so, I can take one back for Uncle Lu to make a soup. While it may not be as nourishing as other types of turtles, it still holds some nutritional value. I have no interest in Brazilian turtles. Besides, at our age, we do not require such nourishment. With that, Aunt Lu stood up and continued to tend to her cattle. Li Chen, relying on the memories of his past life, continued to search for the locations of the Brazilian turtles. After considerable effort, he successfully captured a total of 22 Brazilian turtles. There were 8 large turtles and 14 smaller ones, which appeared to be offspring of the larger turtles. The presence of all 22 turtles led the villagers, who were somewhat backward in their thinking, to believe that the pond's feng shui was unfavorable. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Soon, news of his discovery of 22 Brazilian turtles in the fish pond spread throughout Nanliu village. This, of course, was the handiwork of Aunt Lu. Once she learned of something, it was as if the entire village was informed. After all, her role as a messenger was not to be underestimated. It was quite tangible. Is it true? Have turtles really crawled all the way from Brazil to our fish pond in Nanliu village? Indeed. I heard Aunt Lu mention that these turtles are called Brazilian turtles. They must have come from Brazil, right? Aunt Lu also said that it was Li Chen who claimed the fish previously kept by the tenants were bitten to death by these Brazilian turtles. Such extraordinary Brazilian turtles? I must visit Li Chen's home to see for myself. Curiosity piqued. Many villagers flocked to Li Chen's house, eager to witness the legendary Brazilian turtles. Li Chen, generous in spirit, showcased the captured turtles for all to admire. Li Chen, are these Brazilian turtles truly that ferocious? Were they responsible for the dead fish? One villager inquired. Intrigued. Indeed, these Brazilian turtles have a penchant for treating other fish as their sustenance, particularly since our fish pond lacks ample food sources, leading them to prey on the fish. Li Chen affirmed confidently. Is it true what Aunt Lu said, that these Brazilian turtles crawled all the way from Brazil? Wouldn't they starve en route? With a chuckle barely contained, Li Chen replied, Dear villagers, the term Brazilian turtle does not imply that they traversed from Brazil to our fish pond. Rather, it denotes their species originating from Brazil. These Brazilian turtles can be categorized into 2 types, one for commerce and the other as pets. I suspect they were bred elsewhere and escaped during a flood. Ah, now it makes sense. They are indeed detestable for consuming others' fish. Indeed, it is fortunate that they have now been captured by Young Chen. Young Chen, what do you plan to do with these Brazilian turtles? I suppose I will take them to town to sell. They can fetch a decent price, Li Chen replied candidly. Oh, so Brazilian turtles can be sold for money? Then it seems you can earn an income even before cultivating fish in your rented pond. Young Chen is quite astute. Previously, when he rented the barren mountain, he earned money from red mushrooms before making any investments. Now, with the fish pond, he is set to profit even before raising fish. Alas, we once thought he was genuinely foolish. It appears we are the ones who were mistaken. Young Chen is quite clever. At this point, the villagers came to realize that Li Chen was not truly dim-witted. Rather, he had already discerned the reality of the fish pond. The news soon reached Li Wu, who nearly choked on his rage. What? The previous fish deaths in the pond were caused by a type of Brazilian turtle? And these Brazilian turtles can be sold for profit? He exclaimed, his soul grappling with disbelief. He never anticipated that, believing he had successfully tricked Li Chen once, he would ultimately be the one to facilitate Li Chen's success. You, Li Wu, didn't you claim you had finally managed to deceive Li Chen? Had I not heard you say so, I would not have returned. You are nothing but a fraud, a worthless fool. Huang Suihua, who had recently returned from her maternal home, immediately unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Li Wu. Listen to me, Suihua. That brat seems to be inexplicably fortunate lately. But rest assured, no one can remain perpetually lucky. The day he encounters misfortune will be the day we can truly deal with him. Li Wu consoled himself in this manner. You speak so lightly of it. By the time he experiences a stroke of bad luck, he will have already amassed a fortune, leaving you as the sole impoverished soul in Nanliu village. Huang Cuihua continued to scowl at him. Damn it, I must devise a way to prevent him from growing rich, Li Wu declared through gritted teeth. Initially, their intent was not to confront Li Chen, but merely to thwart his prosperity. After all, Li Chen had once shared their plight of poverty, and witnessing his sudden rise to fortune stirred feelings of imbalance within them. Gradually, this sense of inequity morphed into envy, which ultimately transformed into the resentment they felt today. Li Chen was well aware that many villagers, like Li Wu, harbored envy toward him. However, he chose not to dwell on it. To extinguish the envy of these individuals, he resolved to accelerate his progress. Once he ascended to heights beyond their reach, their envy would lose all significance. Xiaohan, rest well at home. I will take these Brazilian turtles to town to sell. Li Chen informed Xiaohan before setting off on his motorcycle with the turtles. His aim was still the Happy Hotel, as he had a good rapport with Lu Neng, who he believed would be willing to assist him. Hey, Li, what brings you here today? Lu Neng exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Chen approach. Lu, I have some fine goods. Would you be interested? Li Chen feigned an air of mystery. Fine goods? What kind of fine goods? Let me have a look, Lu Neng replied with curiosity. Upon discovering the Brazilian turtles, he was quite taken aback. Li, when did you start raising Brazilian turtles? Lu, these turtles are not mine. I caught them while draining the fish pond, Li Chen explained candidly. Ah, I see. But these turtles vary in size. They seem to be a family. You are quite astute, Lu. I suspected they might be related as well. So what do you say? Would you like to buy them? I can offer you a good price, Li Chen proposed. All right then, I will purchase them all, Lu Neng replied generously. After selling the turtles, Li Chen did not rush to transport the fish fry back, for the pond had just been drained. According to basic fish rearing knowledge, it was essential to allow the pond to bask in the sun for several days to eradicate any lingering bacteria or viruses. Li Chen was not in a hurry. He intended to cultivate the kind of grass carp that thrived on spring water, which meant he would need to channel the spring water to the fish pond before he could officially introduce the fry. Upon returning home, he focused his efforts on the red mushrooms, recognizing this as a swift avenue for profit that would ensure substantial returns. Unlike the fish pond, which would take time to yield any harvest, Li Chen required immediate funds. Thus, he was determined to firmly grasp the red mushroom venture. Brother Chen, everyone in the village, except for the Li family, is helping you harvest red mushrooms. It won't be long before the ones on the mountain are all picked, said Li Huamei, who was drying the mushrooms. Indeed. Therefore, I plan to start purchasing red mushrooms from other villages tomorrow, Li Chen replied. That sounds good. I'll handle things here. You've been doing remarkably well these past few days. I'll contact the Garden Hotel shortly and arrange to supply them with 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms starting tomorrow. After drying the mushrooms for several days, Li Chen had amassed over 200 pounds of dried red mushrooms. He felt it was time to engage in a transaction with Lin Zhou to secure some funds. After finishing his conversation with Li Huamei, he retreated to his room and called Lin Zhou. What? You already have 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms? Lin Zhou exclaimed in astonishment over the phone. Yes. If Chef Lin needs them, I can deliver them tomorrow. But what about the price? The price is negotiable. I'll give you 200 yuan per pound, Lin Zhou stated generously. All right, it's settled then. Li Chen had no objections to this price. After all, in 1998, selling dried red mushrooms at this price was indeed considered high. However, let me make it clear, if the quality of the dried mushrooms you provide is subpar, I will return them. I am looking for quality in such a valuable product, Lin Zhou emphasized. Rest assured, Chef Lin, if the quality does not meet your expectations, you may return them at any time. I guarantee to provide you with the best dried red mushrooms, Li Chen assured him. Very well, we shall review the goods tomorrow. With that, Lin Zhou ended the call. Li Chen, how much are they offering per pound? Xiaohan inquired curiously from the side of the phone. Li Chen held up 2 fingers. 200 yuan. My goodness. If we sell 100 pounds this time, one tea that bring in 20,000 yuan? Xiaohan exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Consider that, a single transaction yielding 20,000 yuan. If this continues, the profits could be even greater. Indeed, these red mushrooms represent a fortune. With them, you and the children will no longer have to worry about your livelihood, Li Chen affirmed confidently. Xiaohan felt a surge of emotion. She understood that the reason this man worked so tirelessly to earn money was for her and their 2 unborn children. This had once been her hope at the moment she wed Li Chen, but subsequently, he had transformed into a complete scoundrel, a cad, extinguishing that hope entirely. Now, with Li Chen's transformation, that hope has been rekindled, showing signs of resurgence. She felt a mixture of delight and trepidation. The joy stemmed from having endured so many grievances and hardships, finally welcoming a fragment of happiness that was rightfully hers. The fear arose from the stark contrast between this reality and her previous experiences. She was terrified that this might merely be an elaborate dream, one from which she would awaken to find everything vanished. Li Chen, are we trapped in a dream? Could it be that we have been ensnared in a long, drawn-out fantasy, only for you to revert to your former self upon waking? Xiaohan gazed earnestly at Li Chen, her expression a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Li Chen understood that his past misdeeds had cast a long, ominous shadow in her heart, one that still rendered her incredulous about the authenticity of their current circumstances. Gently, he pinched her exquisite cheek and declared with sincerity, "Foolish girl, this is not a dream. This is reality. The Li Chen you despised, the one you feared, is all in the past." Xiaohan nodded slightly, poised to speak, when suddenly, Li Huamei shouted from outside, "Chen Gu, sister-in-law. I've just dried another batch of red mushrooms." "All right, I understand. I will head out to package them now," Li Chen responded before stepping outside, followed closely by Xiaohan. Now aware of the lucrative potential of red mushrooms, everyone was motivated to work hard. Li Chen's focus remained on acquisition, especially while many were still unaware of the mushroom's worth. He aimed to procure as many as possible, confident that with the dehydrator, he need not worry about the weather's fluctuations. After completing the day's labor, he gathered several sheets of red paper, intending to emulate his previous strategy of acquiring wild dendrobium by posting notices about the procurement of red mushrooms. "Li Chen, what price do you plan to set for the red mushrooms?" Xiaohan inquired curiously. Chapter 109. Officially providing green-shelled eggs to the Garden Hotel. Li Chen was contemplating the price he should establish for the red mushrooms. If the price were set too low, they might initially be willing to sell to him. But over time, they would seek out higher-paying buyers. As he began to acquire red mushrooms, it would inevitably attract the attention of other buyers. After some deliberation, he decided to set the procurement price at 15 yuan per pound. This price was considered high in the market. It was worth noting that he had sold them for 20 yuan per pound due to his collaboration with the 5-star Garden Hotel, a price that would not be found in the ordinary market. Thus, he inscribed the price of 15 yuan per pound on the procurement notice. "Xiaohan, we shall purchase at 15 yuan per pound," Li Chen replied to Xiaohan. "Isn't that a bit steep? If we sell them to the Garden Hotel, we would only make a profit of 5 yuan. No, the acquired red mushrooms are not sold directly to the Garden Hotel. Instead, they are dried and then sold. As this method yields greater profits," as Li Chen remarked. "It seems reasonable. After all, dried red mushrooms fetch 200 yuan per pound." The next morning, after having breakfast, Li Chen rode his motorcycle to various villages to post notices about the purchase of red mushrooms. "Ah, young man, it's you again." Upon arriving at Santon village, Li Chen encountered Widow Wang once more. "Sister Wang, greetings. I am here to purchase red mushrooms. Does your village have any? If so, I would be delighted to buy them from you," Li Chen joyfully stated. "We do have some, but rest assured, I am offering 15 yuan per pound for them. At this price, you won't find any loss regardless of where you compare it. Of course, if you prefer to sell them yourself like the wild dendrobium, feel free." Li Chen added, 15 yuan per pound? Can red mushrooms truly sell for such a price? Very well, I shall see if I can find some, and if I do, I will sell them to you," Widow Wang replied, her interest piqued, and she turned to leave with a smile. Li Chen continued his journey to other villages. By the end of the morning, he had posted notices in over a dozen villages. He felt that this was sufficient, with these villages informed. The surrounding areas would soon hear the news and start seeking red mushrooms, much like the rush for wild dendrobium. Unfortunately, the current supply of wild dendrobium was limited, and he had nearly exhausted his sources. Checking the time, Li Chen realized it was lunchtime. So he decided to stop by the town for a bowl of braised pork noodles and pack 2 servings to take back, one for Xiaohan and one for Li Huamei. "Sister-in-law, this braised pork is for you. I am starting a diet, so I won't be eating it myself," Li Huamei said, handing her portion to Xiaohan. "Huamei, you're not even overweight. Why are you dieting? Moreover, women who are too thin may suffer from anemia, which is not good," Xiaohan replied. "Don't worry. I am strong enough not to become anemic. You need to eat more, just as Chen Gu said. If you don't eat, those 2 little ones in your belly will need to eat too. Therefore, this piece of braised pork is not just for you, but also for my unborn nieces and nephews," Li Huamei explained. Uft. Xiaohan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "You've been working with Li Chen a lot lately, haven't you? Your tongue has become quite silver-tongued," she teased. "Well, I am merely speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Chen Gu," Li Huamei replied. Indeed. You are quite the eloquent one," Li Chen added with a smile. The three of them laughed heartily. Just as Li Chen was about to say something, the phone in the room rang, prompting him to step inside and answer it. Li Chen, can you supply the green-shelled eggs from your end? My previous supplier for green-shelled eggs has unexpectedly ceased their supply, Lin Zhou said over the phone. Not a problem. I can manage to provide some, Li Chen assured him. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will need 500 green-shelled eggs delivered to the Garden Hotel. Additionally, regarding the 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms you mentioned, when can they be delivered? Lin Zhou inquired. In the afternoon, I delivered the items to Zhang Fu at the station and instructed him to call you upon arrival, replied Li Chen. Oh, such precious dried mushrooms. Are you truly comfortable entrusting them to Zhang Fu? Chef Lin remarked. He's your relative. What do I have to be concerned about? Moreover, we live in a legal era. If he were to abscond with my goods, I could easily pursue him through legal channels, Li Chen chuckled. Haha, you certainly have some courage. How about this? If you can provide 500 green-shelled eggs today, you might as well have him transport them for me as well, Lin Zhou suggested. That works. I will arrange for someone to count the green-shelled eggs and contact you once it's done, Li Chen stated before hanging up. In truth, Li Chen was not entirely devoid of caution. However, at this stage, he lacked a truck. Relying on a motorcycle to traverse the county daily would be exceedingly cumbersome. Thus, he chose to place his trust in Zhang Fu. Based on their previous collaborations, Zhang Fu had proven to be quite reliable, and given their familial ties with Lin Zhou, there was little cause for concern. When his own enterprise was fully operational, he could hire a dedicated truck driver. After counting 500 green-shelled eggs, Li Chen carefully placed them into cartons, ensuring their safety during transport by adding a layer of foam beside the cardboard boxes. Brother Chen, can you manage to carry all these items to town by yourself? Perhaps we should have Ergo ride over to assist you, suggested Li Huamei. No need. I can handle this myself. When the villagers arrive, just have Ergo take them to the mountains to gather the mushrooms, Li Chen replied. All right then. Be cautious on the road. Rest assured, my motorcycle skills are top-notch. I'm off now. I'll leave this in your capable hands. With that, Li Chen revved the throttle, released the clutch, and set off with 500 green-shelled eggs and 100 pounds of mushrooms. Upon reaching the town, he also bought 2 packs of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and immediately handed them to Zhang Fu when they met. Brotherly, you are too kind. You always bring me cigarettes. At this rate, I won't need to buy any myself, Zhang Fu exclaimed, beaming. It's just 2 packs, a trivial matter. I appreciate your help with these goods. No problem. Given your generosity and ability, I assure you that every item will be delivered intact to the Garden Hotel, Zhang Fu pledged. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I'll treat you to a meal when you have time. Li Chen deftly navigated the nuances of social etiquette, which deeply moved Zhang Fu, who once again assured him that the items would be delivered safely. After handing over the goods to Zhang Fu and exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Chen returned home. Upon arriving in Nanliu village, he was suddenly greeted by the sound of firecrackers, which piqued his curiosity. What is happening? Today is neither a holiday nor a time for mourning. Why are firecrackers being set off? Aunt Lu, why is someone suddenly setting off firecrackers in our village? At that moment, Li Chen fortuitously encountered Aunt Lu and curiously inquired, what is happening? Chapter 110. The village's distinguished university student has returned. Xiaohan, you are unaware? Liang Min's son has come back, Aunt Lu replied. What does Liang Min's son returning have to do with setting off firecrackers? Li Chen expressed his bewilderment. My dear child, how could you not know? Liang Min's son, Liang Yu, is the most educated student in our village and the sole university graduate from the Liang family. Now that he has finally returned, it is only fitting to set off firecrackers to pay homage at the ancestral hall, Aunt Lu explained. Upon hearing this, Li Chen recalled that Liang Min had 2 sons. The elder was named Liang Zhua and the younger, Liang Yu. Liang Yu had always been exceptionally bright and eventually gained admission to a 211 university. In the rural landscape of 1998, producing a university graduate was no small feat, especially one from a prestigious institution. Naturally, Liang Yu became the pride of the Liang family. On the day he commenced his studies, the family hosted a grand farewell banquet with 100 tables in Nanliu village. Liang Min frequently boasted about his illustrious son, garnering admiration from the entire village. It was said that Liang Yu would only be home for a week before he had to commence an internship. Tomorrow, the Liang family is hosting a feast, so I want to be able to help you pick red mushrooms, Aunt Lu continued. I must go enjoy a complimentary meal. A feast? What is the occasion? My dear child, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? With the university student back, Liang Min undoubtedly wishes to show off. Hence the complimentary invitation for the villagers to dine at his home. Every household has been invited, and you must attend as well. Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I must go see how the university student has changed after 4 years of study. With that, Aunt Lu cheerfully made her way to Liang Min's residence. Li Chen returned home, where Li Huame was busy drying the red mushrooms harvested by the villagers. Upon seeing Li Chen, she immediately exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you're back. Tomorrow, the villagers will go to Liang Min's house for a feast, so we will halt our mushroom work for a day. I just heard this from Aunt Lu. Let us take a break for a day. There aren't many mushrooms left on the mountain anyway," Li Chen responded. "Great. We can finally see what a university student is like. Are you so curious?" "Of course. After all, Liang Yu is a graduate from a prestigious university. Someone who has received an education is bound to be different." Li Chen understood Li Huame's sentiment. Indeed, this was a common feeling among many during that era. Most rural inhabitants were still struggling for basic sustenance, and it was exceedingly rare for children to attend university, let alone gain admission to a prestigious one. "Brother Chen, aren't you curious about what someone who has studied at a prestigious university has become?" "Well, not particularly," he chuckled. "However, since it's a village affair, I will join in the meal tomorrow." In a past life, as one of the wealthiest entrepreneurs in Asia, Li Chen had encountered numerous prodigious talents, including assistants who were educated abroad. Thus, he felt no particular curiosity about it. However, during this period, social connections were of paramount importance. And since they all belonged to Nanliu village, he found it impolite to decline when someone invited him to dinner. Therefore, he planned to attend the gathering the following day. As for Xiaohan, nearing her due date, it was inconvenient for her to partake in such events. The Liang household was bustling with activity tonight, as those who were to assist with the preparations had already arrived, reveling in food and drink. After Li Chen finished his chores and took a shower, he suddenly recalled an important matter. Liang Yu's return seemed not to be for an internship, but rather an escape from trouble at school, as he had intentionally fled back home to lay low for a while. Throughout the day, Li Chen had been preoccupied with the acquisition of red mushrooms, momentarily forgetting his memories as a reborn individual. Upon reflection, he recalled that on the 6th day of Liang Yu's return, the police had come to Nanliu village and taken him away. This incident became an awkward blemish on the Liang family's reputation, leading villagers to gossip about it in hushed tones, treating it as a source of humor. "Li Chen, what are you thinking about?" Xiaohan inquired, noticing his contemplative demeanor. "I was pondering the Liang family situation and whether I should advise them against hosting a meal tomorrow," he replied. "Are you foolish? Why would you dissuade them? Liang Yu has just returned and is the talk of the village. If you attempt to persuade them not to host a meal now, it will only make it seem as if you envy their prestigious educational background." Xiaohan's words struck a chord with Li Chen. Indeed, even if he understood that advising Liang Min not to host a meal could alleviate future awkwardness, the current atmosphere made it inappropriate for him to voice such thoughts. Once spoken, it would undoubtedly invite a torrent of gossip. Moreover, Liang Min would hardly be inclined to heed his counsel at this juncture. "Let it be," he concluded. "I shall allow events to unfold naturally." "Xiaohan, you make a valid point. I will refrain from interfering. Tomorrow, I will join them for dinner and then proceed with the acquisition of red mushrooms." Xiaohan nodded gently, her curiosity piqued. "By the way, why were you considering advising the Liang family against hosting a meal?" "Nothing much. I simply had a fleeting thought, which I now realize was misguided. Let us not discuss this further. Instead, let me listen to what the two little ones inside you are chattering about." Li Chen decided to keep his secret of rebirth under wraps, and thus chose to conceal the truth he had anticipated. He leaned his ear against Xiaohan's belly once more, wearing a serious expression. Xiaohan couldn't help but smile blissfully, saying, "You, as a father, should stop listening. If you continue, the children will be too afraid to come out." "Not at all. They just mentioned wanting to meet me, their father, as soon as possible. I informed them that I had purchased a beautiful double cradle, which brought them immense joy," Li Chen remarked humorously. "Huh, you certainly know how to spin a tale. It would be quite miraculous if they could hear what you're saying." "Why not? Are you not aware of the saying, 'A father's heart is connected to his child'? With your silver tongue, it seems that after working with you for a while, even Hua Mei can now articulate as eloquently as you." All right, children. Your mother has instructed that we refrain from chatting, so we shall comply. We can converse again once you are out." With that, Li Chen moved his ear away and stood up. Xiaohan was utterly delighted by Li Chen's words and actions, her face adorned with a blissful smile. Seeing her smile so naturally and radiantly filled Li Chen's heart with joy as well. "Xiaohan, I've given it some thought. After acquiring the red mushrooms in the next couple of days, I will seek out a construction team and build a new house for you and the two little ones, providing you all with a fresh abode." Chapter 111. Elevating others while diminishing Li Chen with the green-shelled eggs and red mushrooms now serving as a stable source of income. Li Chen could contemplate the prospect of constructing a new home. Xiaohan agreed with his notion, as she too hoped that upon their arrival, the two little ones could dwell in a new environment. That sounds good, but according to the customs of Nanliu village, it seems we need to consult the auspicious dates for construction, Xiaohan gently reminded. I had forgotten about that. Since we are not well versed in these customs, perhaps we should enlist Uncle Li to assist us with this matter. Though Li Chen was not superstitious, he held respect for the fundamental traditions of Nanliu village. After all, determining a favorable date for building has been a long-standing custom in our culture for millennia, far beyond mere superstition. Uncertain of where to find someone to consult about auspicious dates, he decided to seek help from Li Chen. Thus, the following morning, after breakfast, Li Chen approached Li Chen and discussed his intention to build a house. Xiaohan, it's wonderful news that you plan to build a house. How many rooms are you intending to construct? Uncle, I plan to build 2.5 stories and surround it with a wall, Li Chen replied. Oh, that sounds like a countryside villa. You are doing increasingly well, and I am genuinely happy for you. Leave the matter of selecting a date to me. I will ensure it is taken care of, Li Chen assured, patting his chest. Thank you, uncle. Here is 1,000 yuan for you. With that, Li Chen handed 1,000 yuan to Li Chen. Why are you giving me so much money? Uncle, you must accept it. You'll need funds to consult someone about the auspicious date, and as for the construction, I may not have the time to oversee it. So I will need your assistance, Li Chen explained. Very well, then. You can leave the construction matters to me. Focus on your endeavors, Li Chen replied. Thank you, uncle. I am truly grateful for your help during this time. Without it, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to rise. Oh, don't mention it. We are family. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to come to me. Li Chen felt deeply moved by his words. Having traversed through a previous life, he bore witness to the myriad nuances of human emotions. He profoundly understood how rare and precious it was for his uncle, Li Chen, to treat him as family, genuinely wishing for his well-being. Chengu, we are going to see the university students shortly, he intended to say, when suddenly Li Huamei approached with a beaming smile. Indeed. Xiaohan, we are also going to Liang Min's house for dinner soon. It seems the time is drawing near. Li Chen glanced at the clock and added, let us go take a look and see if we can lend a hand. We wouldn't want to arrive late and be the subject of gossip. All right, then let us proceed together, Li Chen replied. Thus, he followed the Li family to the Liang residence. At the entrance of the Liang home, dozens of tables had already been set up, clearly indicating Liang Min's willingness to spare no expense for his beloved son. However, Li Chen understood the sentiment. In the countryside, having a child graduate from a prestigious 211 university was no small feat. It was only natural to celebrate the achievement extravagantly. Uncle Liang, heartfelt congratulations on your son's swift graduation from university. I trust he has secured a commendable job. Indeed, it must be exceptional. You see, Liang Yu graduated from a 211 university. Had he not missed the job allocation period, he would surely have landed an even better position. I envy you, Uncle Liang, for raising a university graduate, unlike us who must toil in the fields to make ends meet. By the way, Uncle Liang, could you bring Liang Yu out to meet us and share a few words? At that moment, Liang Min basked in the villagers' compliments, his face glowing with pride. All right, everyone. Please be patient. I shall fetch my son Liang Yu to speak with you. He promptly went inside to summon Liang Yu. As soon as Liang Yu appeared, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Indeed, his scholarly demeanor, complete with glasses, set him apart. This is the hallmark of a university student, the quintessential intellectual, one remarked. I remember Wang Ming's son from the police station also wore glasses and had a refined air. Indeed, educated individuals possess an undeniable distinction, another added. With such poise, he seems destined for a promising future in governance. How fortunate the Liang family is to have such good fortune. Noticing the villagers' praises, Liang Yu, unlike his father, did not share the same beaming smile. Instead, a subtle hint of embarrassment tinged his expression, though it was not easily discernible to the average observer. Thank you, esteemed uncles, for your kind words. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drink today. Please, do not hesitate to indulge. Finally, Liang Yu spoke. Oh, one can certainly tell an educated person by their manner of speaking, someone remarked. Indeed, he is the epitome of youthful talent, a model for our youth in Nanliu village. Certainly, after all, he is a graduate of a prestigious 211 university, unlike Li Chen, who has not even attended university. Though he has recently earned a bit of money, his demeanor pales in comparison to Liang Yu's. The speaker is none other than Li Wu. Upon arriving at the scene and noticing that Li Chen was also present, he intentionally disparaged Li Chen by referencing Liang Yu. He was confident that by doing so, those who, like him, were envious of Li Chen's recent financial success would undoubtedly support his viewpoint. After all, the sentiments of the envious are universally shared. Indeed, Li Wu was correct. While Li Chen had recently begun to earn money and had hired 3 or 4 employees to assist him, his potential could not possibly be compared to that of Liang Yu. Liang Yu is the role model that all the young people in Nanliu village should aspire to emulate. In Nanliu village, I admire no one but Liang Yu, a young man of remarkable achievement with boundless prospects. Unlike Li Chen, who, despite his newfound wealth, possesses a lamentably poor educational foundation. Even if he were to amass considerable wealth in the future, he might merely become a nouveau riche. Indeed, I too believe that a nouveau riche can never truly compare to a cultured individual. Most importantly, Liang Yu is not only young, but also a graduate of a prestigious university. No, the essence of Liang Yu's superiority lies not solely in his youth and esteemed academic background, but also in his virtuous character and profound integrity. Unlike certain individuals who were once thoroughly disreputable, it remains uncertain whether they will revert to their former ways. As expected, following Li Wu's remarks, villagers who were similarly envious and resentful of Li Chen's recent success began to echo his sentiments. This infuriated Li Huamei, who, upon overhearing, stood up, intent on confronting them. Huamei, sit down, do not engage with them. Li Chen quickly pulled her back down. Brother Chen, these people are utterly outrageous. We were merely enjoying our meal. And yet they feel the need to compare you with Liang Yu. Even if one chooses to elevate someone, there is no need to belittle another, Li Huamei exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. Li Huamei's forthright nature was well known. While she greatly admired university students of this era and believed that Liang Yu had a promising future ahead, she could not abide the notion of others praising Liang at the expense of Li Chen. Huamei, they are doing this intentionally. If we react with anger, we will fall right into their trap, Li Chen explained. But they are truly despicable, especially that Li Wu. He was the one who instigated this. Or else no one would have uttered such remarks, Li Huamei fumed, growing more agitated with each passing moment. My dear sister, I appreciate your concern for me. But there is truly no need to argue with them over this matter. Such disputes will only bring us unnecessary distress. Let them compare whomever they wish. We shall focus on our own lives. Trust me, let us enjoy our meal in peace, Li Chen reassured her. Li Chen was not merely adopting a saintly disposition. He understood that in a few days, the so-called morally upright and virtuous university student they extolled would find himself in trouble with the law due to illegal activities committed while at school, ultimately being taken away by the police. Thus, he felt no need to explain or engage. It was far better to eat in tranquility. When the police eventually arrived to escort Liang Yu away, the words spoken by those villagers would turn into their own embarrassment. After finishing his meal at the Liang family home, Li Chen did not linger for long. He exchanged a brief greeting with his hosts before making his way back. Observing this, Li Wu surmised that Li Chen had been riled by his earlier provocations and had hurried home in a huff. This realization filled Li Wu with a sense of triumph, as he thought to himself, at last, I have discovered a chink in your armor. From now on, I shall juxtapose you with Liang Yu whenever I encounter others. My aim is to drive you to despair. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Chen had not taken his words to heart at all. Once home, Li Chen assisted Xiaohan in preparing lunch, and afterward, he secured several burlap sacks to the back of his vehicle, readying himself for the acquisition of red mushrooms. Li Chen, be cautious on the road. Do not drive too fast, and be sure to prioritize safety, cautioned Xiaohan. Before his departure, she draped a clean towel over his shoulder for him to wipe his sweat. Rest assured, my driving skills are quite proficient. Moreover, for your sake and that of the 2 little ones, I shall not allow any mishap to befall me. Well then, I must be off. Await my return patiently at home. With that, Li Chen revved up his motorcycle and set forth, officially commencing his quest to procure red mushrooms. His first stop was still Santan village, where he quickly located Widow Wang, just as she had finished selecting cucumbers to sell. She emerged upon hearing Li Chen call her name, exclaiming, Young man, why have you arrived so late today? I thought you would not be coming to buy. Oh, Sister Wang, how could I possibly renege on my promise to purchase red mushrooms? He replied, Did you manage to find any yesterday? I have some, let me show you. She responded, retreating briefly to retrieve a bamboo basket. Upon inspection, Li Chen confirmed that they were indeed the red mushrooms he sought. I will take every one of these, he declared. Is it 15 yuan per jean? Widow Wang inquired with eager anticipation. Indeed, as I stated, it is 15 yuan per jean. Just a moment. I will weigh them and settle the payment. Li Chen promptly weighed the mushrooms, which totaled exactly 2 jeans. Without hesitation, he produced 30 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Widow Wang. My goodness, red mushrooms can indeed be sold for 15 yuan per jean. This is wonderful. Simply wonderful. Widow Wang exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clutched the 30 yuan. Sister Wang, there is no need for doubt. Hurry and gather more red mushrooms. I shall purchase whatever quantity you can find, I assure you, Li Chen said generously. Very well, I shall go find more red mushrooms. Widow Wang nodded enthusiastically before turning to fetch her tools. Li Chen did not linger at Widow Wang's doorstep, aware that a widow's home is often rife with gossip. He swiftly mounted his motorcycle and continued deeper into the village, calling out, acquiring red mushrooms. A large purchase of red mushrooms. Soon, the villagers, hearing his calls, began bringing forth their own red mushrooms. Ultimately, Li Chen managed to procure 50 jeans of red mushrooms from Santan village alone. However, he was not content with this and pressed on to other villages in search of more. By the end of this afternoon, he had successfully acquired 300 pounds of red mushrooms. This was indeed a commendable harvest. If sold, he could profit around 1,500 yuan. However, his aspirations extended beyond such modest gains. He aimed for grander ambitions. Therefore, he resolved to dry all the mushrooms he had procured before selling them. Xiaohan, I'm back, Li Chen announced, leaning his motorcycle against the wall and calling out for Xiaohan. Welcome back. How was your day? She replied. An impressive 300 pounds. Li Chen responded with pride. My goodness, that is a lot. You truly are remarkable, Xiaohan exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Of course. Who else but your husband could achieve such feats? You shameless fellow, proclaiming such things in broad daylight. If Hua Mei hears you, she'll surely say, brother-in-law, what are you discussing? As if on cue, Xiaohan's words were interrupted by Li Hua Mei, who approached after hearing the sound of Li Chen's motorcycle, suspecting he had returned. Oh, it's nothing. I merely mentioned that Li Chen has brought back 300 pounds of red mushrooms. You'll be busy again, Xiaohan quickly replied. Not too bad. Drying the mushrooms isn't overly laborious. It's just a matter of operating the machines, Li Chen remarked. By the way, Hua Mei, starting tomorrow, we'll need to move these machines to the iron shed at the foot of the desolate mountain. It's all set up. I just haven't had the time to relocate them today. At that moment, Li Chen recalled this task. That's fine. That area is more spacious. Though the road is a bit rough, Hua Mei acknowledged. The issue of the road was something Li Chen needed to contemplate for the future. After all, to achieve prosperity, one must first pave the way. Yet, at present, his funds were limited, preventing him from investing more in road improvements. Once he earned more, he intended to solidify all the pathways within his industrial chain, facilitating easier access for vehicles and pedestrians alike. Xiao Chun, remember their SA meeting at 8 tonight. Li Chen Tian interjected, bringing him back to the present. What? Another meeting tonight? What is the situation? Is there something else that needs to be rented out? Li Chen responded, bewildered by the announcement. I'm not entirely sure. But I overheard Zhou Haishan mention that a research team is coming to conduct an investigation on Qingshan and that we should cooperate over the next few days. Li Chen Tian explained. All right, I understand. I'll be there on time tonight. Upon hearing this, Li Chen recalled a detail from his past life. Indeed, a scientific research team was expected to arrive for an investigation on Qingshan. However, he had no recollection of the specifics, as in his previous existence. He had been far more interested in pleasures than scientific pursuits. At 8 that evening, he arrived punctually at the meeting venue. Upon his arrival, he noticed the villagers surrounding Liangyu, showering him with compliments. It is evident that the Liang family deliberately sent Liangyu to represent them at the meeting, as he is a source of pride for their household. Upon observing that the villagers had finally ceased their chatter about Li Chen, Li Wu felt a surge of satisfaction. All right, everyone, please quiet down and allow me to share some important news. At that moment, Zhou Haishan approached and declared loudly, today, during the village committee meeting, I received some significant information. Tomorrow, a scientific research team will arrive in our Qingshan area for an expedition. Our village, Nanliu, has 2 tasks. First, when we encounter the members of this research team, we must be as polite and welcoming as possible, for any disruption would tarnish the image of Nanliu. Second, since there will be foreign participants in the research team, we need to find someone from our village who can speak a bit of a foreign language to accompany them. The committee believes it is most suitable for us to send someone familiar with the Qingshan environment as a translator and guide. Zhou Haishan conveyed the meeting's contents in one breath. Director Zhou, what is there to research in Qingshan? Why are there even foreigners involved? A villager inquired curiously. It is said that someone has discovered rare animals in our Qingshan, and they wish to verify this. I am not entirely certain of the details. But let us all cooperate and showcase the hospitable nature of Nanliu, Zhou Haishan responded. Director Zhou, for the role of translator and guide. I believe there is no one more suitable than Liangyu. He is at home, and being a graduate of a prestigious university. His proficiency in foreign languages is undoubtedly excellent. Li Wu promptly recommended Liang Yu. Indeed, I concur with Li Wu's reasoning. Wang Ming's son works at the Public Security Bureau and cannot return. Liang Yu is the only one among us who has attended a renowned university. This task is undoubtedly his, another villager added. Currently, Liang Yu is the sole individual in Nanliu who can speak a foreign language. If not him, who else could possibly take on this responsibility? Certainly. I too believe Liang Yu is the best candidate for this task. He represents the face of our village and is a source of pride for us. He will surely bring honor to Nanliu. Many villagers echoed Li Wu's sentiment. This made Li Wu exceedingly pleased, and he cleverly continued, Director Zhou. I trust you have no objections to this arrangement? Are you contemplating sending Li Chen as the translator? Although he has recently earned some money, he lacks any academic foundation. If he were to undertake the translation, it would only bring embarrassment to our village. Li Wu, what do you mean by that? Do not drag Xiaohan into everything. My Xiaohan has not uttered a single word, Li Chen Tian interjected, unable to tolerate Li Wu's comments any longer. Li Chen Tian, I did not mention you. Why are you so agitated? I am merely expressing my opinion. Am I not entitled to my personal views? Expressing personal opinions should not come at the expense of others. It seems you are intent on targeting our family as Xiaohan at every turn. Li Chen Tian was unceremoniously confronting him again. All right, everyone, please refrain from arguing. This is a meeting, not a bickering contest. Quiet down. As it seemed they were about to resume their quarrel, Xiaohan promptly stepped in to intervene. Li Wu's intentions were evident. He sought to deliberately undermine Li Chen in front of the assembly. Yet, Li Chen remained unperturbed, having experienced a previous life. His inner fortitude had become profoundly resilient. Moreover, he was aware of a particular fact. Although Liang Yu had attended a prestigious university, his command of foreign languages was rather poor. From Liang Yu's visibly anxious expressions, Li Chen could ascertain that his memory was indeed accurate. Thank you, uncles and elders, for your recognition. However, I truly believe I am ill-suited for the role of translator. It would be best to seek someone more capable. Liang Yu promptly expressed his refusal. Liang Yu, you are far too modest. If you are not suitable, then who is? Exclaimed a villager. Indeed, Liang Yu, you are the educated individual from Nanliu village. This translation task is rightfully yours. I suggest you do not decline any further. The villagers believed this was merely Liang Yu's humble expression, which only made his demeanor appear more awkward. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his limitations, while he could manage basic conversational exchanges. Anything beyond that would likely expose his inadequacies. Yet, with the villagers fervently endorsing him, he found himself in a quandary. Liang Yu, since the villagers have unanimously recommended you for the translation and guiding tasks, I think it is time you accept. You are a university graduate from Nanliu village. It is time to give back, Xiaohan decisively proclaimed. At this point, Liang Yu felt too embarrassed to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Li Chen, however, refrained from voicing any opinions, even smiling faintly when Li Wu asserted his lack of foreign language skills. No one was aware that he had experienced a past life, and, as one of Asia's wealthiest entrepreneurs, he had previously hired a private tutor to achieve remarkable fluency in a short time. Xiaohan, that Li Wu is utterly insufferable, always trying to elevate Liang Yu while simultaneously belittling you. I genuinely wish I could slap him. Li Chen Tian fumed upon returning home. Uncle, I appreciate you standing up for me just now, but there is no need to be upset over such a person. His actions are clearly intended to provoke me, and I refuse to fall for his tricks, Li Chen replied. Xiaohan, it's commendable that you can tolerate tonight's events. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely confronted him already. Uncle, it is not that I can tolerate it. It is simply not worth getting upset over such a petty individual. Moreover, trust me, as proud as Li Wu is tonight, he will soon find himself in a most embarrassing position in a few days. This was also why Li Chen chose to disregard Li Wu. After all, he was currently lavishing praise upon Liang Yu. Isn't it just excessive flattery towards the Liang family? In a few days, after Liang Yu is taken away by the police, all the compliments he received, his arrogance, will turn into sources of embarrassment. Why do I say this? I am not entirely sure how to explain it to you, but trust me, his pride will not last long. Do not be upset. Go home, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep, Li Chen comforted. All right, since you seem so at ease, I will not concern myself with you any longer. I will head home for a shower. With that, Li Chen Tian turned away with a resigned expression. Li Chen, based on your conversation with Uncle, it seems Li Wu is deliberately targeting you again. At that moment, Xiaohan approached, her concern evident. It is nothing significant. He simply compares me to Liang Yu, deliberately elevating Liang while belittling me. There is no need to pay him any mind. Soon he will learn what true embarrassment is, Li Chen replied. Alas, this Li Wu is indeed petty. Ever since you improved, he has opposed you at every turn, Xiaohan lamented with a sigh. Rest assured, his pride will not endure for long. Do not worry about my matters. Maintain a positive disposition and await the arrival of the two little ones. Xiaohan nodded gently. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Chen summoned Zhou Ergu to assist him in loading the baking and hatching machines onto a tricycle, transporting them to the iron shed at the foot of the desolate mountain. The iron shed was now completed. He had arranged for Zhou Ergu to install the electrical wiring the previous afternoon, and now he merely needed to place the machines inside to officially commence operations. Li Chen, doesn't placing these machines here feel a bit desolate? Zhou Ergu inquired. It is merely temporary. Once I solidify the road and install streetlights, this feeling will dissipate. Furthermore, to avoid disturbing the neighboring villagers, this location is the best choice, Li Chen responded. This is merely Li Chen's preliminary plan. Eventually, when funds allow, he intends to rent a factory specifically for processing. Unfortunately, having just been reborn, it is unlikely that he could amass such capital swiftly. After all, reality is not like the internet novels of 2022 that depict rebirth leading to instant wealth. Such scenarios are improbable. He can only progress step by step through diligent effort. All right, you have your own ideas. I will follow your lead from now on, Zhou Ergu stated firmly. Ergu, it is good that you think this way. Moreover, you should stop gambling. It will only lead to your demise. And the woman you are courting now would not wish for you to gamble, would she? Li Chen advised. Haha, you hit the nail on the head. She disapproves of gambling, which is why I have refrained from disclosing my gambling habits to her, Zhou Ergu chuckled. Thus, if you aspire to marry a good woman, you must quit gambling. Trust me, you will not go wrong. You've truly changed. In the past, if anyone spoke to you about quitting gambling, you would have berated them mercilessly. Now you've taken on the role of a gambling cessation ambassador? Zhou Ergu mused with a deep sigh. The past was the past. Now is the present. Since you believe that I could overcome my past laziness and gambling habits, you should also trust in your own capacity for change. Zhou Ergu, having grown up alongside me and possessing a kind heart, is someone I genuinely hope will refrain from squandering his youth at the gambling tables. All right, I promise to try my best to avoid gambling, Zhou Ergu stated. This brought joy to Li Chen, as Zhou Ergu's willingness to attempt to quit gambling signified a significant step towards success. Chenggu, I heard that a scientific research team has arrived in our Nanliu village. Let's go take a look. At that moment, Li Huamei approached, her face alight with excitement. Huamei, why are you so thrilled about the arrival of the scientific team? Li Chen inquired. Don't you understand? They are scientists, and there are even foreigners among them. I have never encountered scientists or foreigners in my life, Li Huamei replied. Oh, so that is what excites you. Well, you all go ahead. I'll stay here to tend to some equipment, Li Chen said with a smile. We can't wait for you. Ergo, come on. Let us go see the scientists and foreigners. Zhou Ergu nodded and followed Li Huamei as they hurried away. In truth, many villagers shared Zhou Ergu's curiosity. Among them, the Liang family was the most animated, as today marked the moment when Liang Yu, their university student, would serve as a translator before the villagers, prompting the entire family to arrive early in anticipation of the scientific team's arrival. Uncle Liang, congratulations on raising such an outstanding talent. He is going to bring glory to our Nanliu village, Li Wu chimed in, contrasting Liang Yu's accomplishments with Li Chen's modest earnings and lack of scholarly depth. Haha, you certainly know how to flatter. I appreciate your words. Our Liang family is blessed with good fortune, Liang Min replied with pride. Uncle Liang, soon your son will be speaking foreign languages, and we can expand our horizons. Another villager remarked. Indeed, I have lived for decades without hearing anyone speak a foreign language. My curiosity is piqued. Uncle Liang, when the foreigners arrive, be sure to have your son introduce our Nanliu village and speak well of us. At this, more villagers gathered to shower compliments upon the Liang family, which only served to swell Liang Min's pride. That's easily arranged. I have already instructed my son to promote our Nanliu village, he said with a beaming smile. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn pierced the air, signaling the arrival of the scientific research team. Zhou Haishan quickly directed the gathered villagers to stand aside, preparing to welcome the guests with applause. Liang Yu, why are you standing so far away? Come over here. You'll need to communicate with the foreign scientists soon, he called out. Chapter 115. The scientific research team enters the village. Liang Yu had initially intended to stand with the villagers to avoid revealing his limited proficiency in foreign languages. However, Zhou Haishan insisted that he come forward and stand by his side. With the villagers' enthusiastic encouragement, he reluctantly stepped out. Soon, 3 vehicles appeared before the villagers, from which emerged a total of 10 individuals. Among them was the village secretary of Nanliu village, a deputy town mayor, and the remaining 8 were members of a scientific research team. Among the 8, 2 were foreigners, a man and a woman, both fair-skinned. The villagers were meeting foreigners for the first time, their curious eyes scrutinizing them closely. Due to Zhou Haishan's prior instructions not to discuss matters in front of others, they refrained from speaking. Director Zhou, the scientific research team has come to our Qingshan mountain in Nanliu village for an investigation, which is indeed a matter of great joy for both our village and the mountain. Therefore, you must arrange for a local villager familiar with Nanliu village to accompany them into the mountains and provide some basic geographical introductions. After introducing everyone, Wang Shui, the village secretary, instructed Zhou Haishan. Rest assured, I have already arranged for someone. This is Liangyu, one of the few university students from our Nanliu village, who has just returned home for a week, Zhou Haishan introduced, pointing to Liangyu beside him. Liangyu, is it? I have heard of you. You seem to have been admitted to a prestigious 211 university. Impressive indeed. This brings great honor to our Nanliu village, Wang Shui remarked immediately. Thank you for your kind words, Secretary Wang. I am delighted to serve the scientific research team this time, Liangyu replied with a bright smile. Excellent. It is wonderful that you feel this way. Director Zhou, please take everyone to familiarize themselves with the terrain at the foot of Qingshan, Wang Shui instructed. Very well, everyone. Please follow me. Thus, Zhou Haishan led them towards the foot of Qingshan. Secretary Wang, Director Zhou. LeBron wishes to know if your villagers usually go up the mountains for hunting or similar activities, the deputy town mayor of Bobai town inquired, turning to Wang Shui and Zhou Haishan after receiving a question from the scientific research team. Indeed, I am curious. With such a lush expanse of Qingshan, do your villagers engage in hunting? Have you encountered any extraordinary creatures? At this moment, the foreigner LeBron standing nearby began to ask in English. Liangyu, what did he say? Quickly, communicate with him. I couldn't understand a word, Zhou Haishan said, passing the question to Liangyu. The villagers trailing behind were eager to see Liangyu speak in a foreign language, especially the Liang family, who wore proud expressions. However, Liangyu appeared somewhat troubled, for since attending university, he had not studied as diligently as he did in middle and high school. His proficiency in foreign languages was, in fact, limited to a high school level. Liangyu, do speak. Why have you turned mute? Seeing Liangyu remain silent for so long, Zhou Haishan grew anxious. To be aware that both his superior, Wang Shui, and the leaders of the town were present, Liangyu remained silent, which would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Nanliu village. Director Zhou, I seldom stay at home, thus I am not well informed about whether villagers have ventured into the mountains for hunting activities. Ultimately, Liangyu cleverly devised this excuse, leaving the villagers, who were eagerly awaiting him to speak in a foreign tongue, thoroughly disappointed. Director Zhou, please convey the information directly to us, and I will have the experts from the scientific team translate it for LeBron and his companions, Wang Shui remarked with resignation. Since the liberation, due to strict regulations on firearms, villagers no longer hunted in the mountains. However, the verdant hills are abundant in resources, and many villagers ascend to gather wild vegetables and other natural provisions. Zhou Haishan had no choice but to respond in his imperfect Mandarin. Subsequently, the members of the domestic scientific team translated his words for LeBron and the other foreign guests. Thank you. In your villagers' excursions to the mountains, have they encountered any peculiar bird species? LeBron inquired further in his native language, directing his question towards Liangyu. Given that Zhou Haishan and Wang Shui had previously indicated that Liangyu was a graduate of a prestigious university, the scientific team presumed he was proficient in foreign languages. Thus they refrained from translating LeBron's question. However, Liangyu appeared utterly bewildered. He could grasp some of the words, but failed to comprehend the entirety of the question. To succinctly put it, he was unable to organize the specific inquiry LeBron was posing in his mind using familiar vocabulary, resulting in an awkward expression on his face. The villagers looked on, their faces filled with anticipation for Liangyu to articulate a response in a foreign language. Liangyu, what did that foreign scientist ask? You must respond. We cannot forsake the traditional virtue of hospitality that Nanliu village embodies. Growing impatient at Liangyu's continued silence, Zhou Haishan urged him. Director, I did not clearly hear what Mr. LeBron was asking. Liangyu stammered in reply. What? You couldn't hear that clearly? I, who am hard of hearing, understood it perfectly. It's merely that I do not comprehend foreign languages, Zhou Haishan exclaimed, thoroughly flustered. He was acutely aware of the presence of both village and town leaders, and any misstep could place him, a mere security director, in a precarious position. Director, LeBron inquired whether the villagers of Nanliu village have discovered any unusual creatures during their mountain excursions, such as previously unseen bird species. Unable to bear it any longer, a member of the domestic scientific team directly translated LeBron's question. Liang Yu's expression instantly became one of embarrassment, especially since the translator was positioned farthest from LeBron. If others could hear it clearly from a distance, it seemed rather unbecoming for him, who was closest, to claim he could not. At that moment, it became evident to all that Liang Yu was not adept in foreign languages, leaving the villagers who had come to witness his linguistic prowess equally disheartened. The Liang family, once proud, now gradually displayed expressions of embarrassment. So, this is what you were asking about. Over the years, they had not encountered any peculiar creatures. Although the mountains were home to numerous venomous snakes and wild boars, which they tended to avoid, Xiaohan offered an awkward smile before responding. To avoid further misunderstandings, he refrained from having Liang Yu translate for him, opting instead for the assistance of domestic scientists. Well then, let us embark on an exploration of the secrets of Qingshan, he suggested. Thus, they continued their journey towards the foot of Qingshan, soon arriving at the desolate mountain. As it was adjacent to Qingshan, typically, one would pass by the desolate area when heading to Qingshan without taking a shortcut. Upon reaching the desolate mountain, they naturally spotted Li Chen working in a makeshift iron shed. The leader of this scientific expedition team, Lu Jiwen, upon noticing someone laboring at the foot of Qingshan, felt that it might provide greater insight into the environment of Qingshan and curiously approached Li Chen, followed closely by the other team members. Brother Chen, they are coming your way, exclaimed Li Huamei, with her straightforward nature, rushing to Li Chen's side and calling out loudly. Hearing this, Li Chen turned to look and confirmed that, indeed, as Li Huamei had said, these individuals were approaching his iron shed. Captain Lu, what brings you here? Wang Shui inquired with curiosity. I suspect this young man might possess valuable knowledge about Qingshan since he works here, so I thought I would come and take a look. Lu Jiwen replied. Captain Lu, this Li Chen knows nothing. He was a troublemaker in the past, involved in all sorts of mischief. I suggest you not waste your time here and let Liang Yu take you into Qingshan instead, interrupted Li Wu before Wang Shui could respond. His intention was clear, to disparage Li Chen. Li Wu, be quiet. You have no place to speak here, Xiaohan retorted sharply. Lu Jiwen paid no heed to Li Wu's words and continued towards Li Chen. Hello, young man. What brings you to construct this iron shed at the foot of Qingshan? Lu Jiwen inquired with curiosity. Li Chen, this is Captain Lu of the scientific expedition team. Answer his questions directly, Xiaohan instructed promptly. Ah, so you are Captain Lu. Welcome to Qingshan for your research. I built this iron shed primarily for processing my red mushrooms, Li Chen replied courteously. Red mushrooms? The rare ones that have yet to be cultivated artificially? Lu Jiwen, well-versed in such matters, recognized the significance. Indeed, that's the one. This desolate mountain, adjacent to Qingshan, is abundant with red pine trees, which leads to a rich yield of red mushrooms, Li Chen continued. Indeed, we have an abundance of red mushrooms here. However, this area of desolate mountain has already been leased to Li Chen. It is now his personal asset, Xiaohan added from the side. Director Zhou. So it turns out he is the young man who rented the barren hills and fish ponds in our Nanliu village. Wang Shui, as the leader of Nanliu village, only knew that it was Li Chen who had leased the land and ponds, yet she had yet to meet him in person. Indeed, it is he. He has even hired 4 workers to assist him, thus he can be considered a small boss. Xiaohan took the opportunity to elaborate on Li Chen's situation. Unlike Li Wu, he held no grievances against Li Chen, and thus spoke truthfully about the matter. It seems he is indeed a young man with aspirations. Our Nanliu village should cultivate more such ambitious youth. Wang Shui, upon hearing this, could not help but give a thumbs up in praise of Li Chen. This left Li Wu, who was following behind, feeling quite displeased. While Xiaohan and Wang Shui conversed about Li Chen, LeBron and his colleagues turned their attention to the portion of red mushrooms that Li Chen had already dried. The foreigners gazed at the vividly red mushrooms with expressions of disbelief. Typically, the more vibrant the mushroom, the more it indicates toxicity. For instance, the red umbrella mushroom is indeed poisonous, and consumption can lead to dire consequences. My goodness, could such bright red mushrooms really be edible? Are they devoid of toxins? LeBron's colleague, Jenny, exclaimed in her native language. These are a rare type of mushroom in our country, known as red mushrooms. Their brilliant color is natural, yet they are entirely non-toxic. Not only are they safe to consume, but they are also highly nutritious. As most people struggled to comprehend Jenny's earlier remarks, Li Chen suddenly responded to her in her language. Instantly, everyone wore expressions of astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Did Li Chen just speak a foreign language? Can he really speak it? Yes, he did speak a foreign language, though I could not decipher his words. His confidence was palpable. It was astonishing that Nanliu, who graduated from a prestigious 211 university, could not speak a foreign language, while Li Chen spoke so fluently. The villagers could no longer contain their shock and began discussing the matter animatedly. The Liang family felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them upon hearing this. Li Wu's expression grew even more awkward. He had thought that by flattering the Liang family, he could undermine Li Chen. Yet now Li Chen's eloquence commanded the respect of all. Li Huamei was also taken aback. She only knew that her brother Chen had once been notorious for his indulgent lifestyle, yet she never imagined he would possess foreign language skills. Is this truly the Chen I know? Li Chen, can you speak a foreign language? Zhou Haishan, too, wore a look of incredulity as he inquired. Director Zhou, I excelled in foreign languages during my studies. Had it not been for the illness and subsequent passing of my parents that year, I would have pursued higher education. Thus, I still retain this knowledge of foreign languages, Li Chen explained, careful not to reveal the truth of his rebirth and instead offering this excuse. This excuse appears quite reasonable, for during his high school years, his command of foreign languages was indeed exceptional, consistently achieving perfect scores in examinations. The connection he shared with the stunning school beauty, Xiaohan, blossomed from her frequent inquiries regarding foreign language classes, ultimately leading to the development of their romantic feelings and their union. Indeed, it seems I have underestimated you. You have truly surprised me, remarked Zhou Haishan with a hint of admiration. Director Zhou, since this young man is proficient in foreign languages, let him serve as the translator and guide for Nanliu village, proposed the deputy town mayor, standing nearby. Indeed, I concur that it would be most fitting for Li Chen to take on the roles of translator and guide. I noticed his articulate manner of speaking, calm and composed, as if he were destined for greater endeavors, added Wang Shui. In his previous life, Li Chen had encountered a vast world and met various influential figures. Thus, when faced with these outsiders, he remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turmoil. Li Chen, did you hear that? This task is entrusted to you. So be sure to perform well and live up to the expectations of the town mayor and the village secretary, Zhou Haishan instructed him. At this moment, Liang Yu found himself utterly humiliated, and the Liang family felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. What they had anticipated to be a glorious day for the Liang family had devolved into such an embarrassing situation. Goodness, can these so-called red mushrooms really be consumed? I would love to taste them if given the chance, Jenny remarked, casually picking up a dried red mushroom and expressing her curiosity. This statement instantly sparked an idea in Li Chen's mind. Once the red mushroom industry flourished, it could certainly be exported abroad, thereby significantly increasing its price and sales volume. Of course, this was merely a notion at present. Li Chen understood that he must continue to tread carefully, step by step, in his current endeavors. Red mushrooms are indeed edible. If you don't mind, I can send some home with you to sample later, Li Chen replied enthusiastically in a foreign language. Chapter 117. The height of praise and the depth of embarrassment. Although the price of red mushrooms is not inexpensive, as a host, Li Chen was generous enough to offer some. Who knows, perhaps after tasting the exquisite flavor of red mushrooms, Jenny and her companions might even promote them abroad. Thank you. You are incredibly generous. I must give you a thumbs up, Jenny exclaimed, immediately gesturing her approval towards Li Chen. While Zhou Haishan and others did not understand the foreign language, the gesture was universally recognized as a compliment directed at Li Chen. My goodness, that foreign woman just seemed to praise Li Chen. I wonder what exactly she commended him for. Considering Li Chen's performance today, I too felt compelled to commend him. Indeed, for someone who has never attended university, Li Chen's ability to speak a foreign language is nothing short of remarkable. Anyone who learns of it would surely praise him. Li Chen truly brought honor to Nanliu village today. Observing him converse effortlessly with these foreigners, calm and collected, was nothing short of astonishing. The villagers murmured softly, expressing their astonishment at Li Chen's ability to speak a foreign language. Li Wu, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, could no longer bear to remain in the spotlight, as he was unwilling to witness Li Chen's resplendent glory or hear the villagers' praises. Consequently, he discreetly excused himself from the gathering and returned home to sulk in slumber. The Liang family, too, could not endure the situation. Having lost face, they turned away, unable to bear the sight of their son's performance. Liang Yu found himself in a rather awkward position, torn between leaving and staying, until he ultimately slipped away unnoticed when the focus shifted elsewhere. Flower May, I leave this to you and ere go. I shall accompany them up the Green Mountain, Li Chen instructed Li Huamei. All right, go ahead and rest assured. I will handle things here with no problem, Li Huamei replied cheerfully. Upon hearing that her beloved Chen Ge could converse in a foreign language, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride, especially upon witnessing Li Wu's mortified expression, which brought her immense satisfaction. Having entrusted the tasks at hand to Li Huamei, Li Chen joined the scientific research team on their ascent of Green Mountain. Naturally, the other villagers could not accompany them, prompting Zhou Haishan to organize their return along the same route. Xiaohan, your Chun is truly remarkable, Aunt Lu exclaimed, rushing to share the news with Yi Xiaohan upon her return. Aunt Lu, what has come over you? Why are you suddenly praising Li Chen? Yi Xiaohan responded, bewildered. You wouldn't believe it. Your Chun has gone up the Green Mountain with the scientific research team, taking on the roles of translator and guide. Aunt Lu declared excitedly. But wasn't he that task assigned to Lianyu? Oh, don't even mention Lianyu. Everyone thought he would excel, having graduated from a prestigious 211 university and possessing foreign language skills. When two foreigners questioned him, he didn't comprehend a single word and couldn't respond at all. The Liang family is utterly embarrassed. Is that so? But our Li Chun doesn't understand either. Who says your Chun doesn't understand? His foreign language skills are impressive. You wouldn't know, just moments ago, he was conversing with those foreigners, and his fluency and eloquence left us all speechless, Aunt Lu said, her excitement mounting. Really? You can't be serious. My dear, this is no jest. The entire village is aware. We witnessed it with our own eyes and ears. Speaking of which, having spent so much time with Chun, how did you not realize his prowess in foreign languages? Fine, I had no idea he was so skilled. However, during his school years, he consistently achieved full marks in foreign language studies, Yi Xiaohan admitted, surprised by Aunt Lu's revelations. Though she was aware of Li Chen's excellent academic performance in foreign languages, their relationship blossomed due to their shared interest in that subject. Yet, she had seldom seen him speak a foreign language in front of others or engage with any foreigners. Now, Li Chen has ascended to the Green Mountain and will return shortly. She must inquire thoroughly about the circumstances surrounding his expedition. Meanwhile, Li Chen, accompanied by a scientific research team, has ventured into the Green Mountain. As for the specifics of their inquiry, Li Chen refrained from asking, recognizing it as a matter of scientific confidentiality. If they chose not to disclose, he would not pry. Throughout their journey, Lu Jiwen and others sought Li Chen's insights regarding the Green Mountain, to which he responded diligently. His fluency in both Mandarin and foreign languages quickly endeared him to the group, particularly to the village secretary, Wang Shui, who was pleasantly surprised to discover such a remarkable talent hidden in Nanliu village. Mr. Li, is this the red mushroom you were roasting earlier? Jenny inquired, pointing to a red mushroom on the ground. No, that is not a red mushroom. It is a red umbrella mushroom, the toxic kind you mentioned earlier. This mushroom is highly poisonous. In our Nanliu village, we have a rather humorous saying, eat the red umbrella mushroom, and you'll soon find yourself on a board to describe its toxicity, Li Chen promptly replied in a foreign language. His witty response evoked laughter from the group. Wang Shui, Zhou Haishan, and others, though unaware of the specifics, joined in the merriment upon witnessing the jovial atmosphere. After the laughter subsided, Jenny became curious about the distinction between the red mushroom and the so-called red umbrella mushroom. Li Chen generously provided a detailed explanation in foreign language. Upon completion, Jenny was thoroughly satisfied and could not help but applaud. The others followed suit, clapping in appreciation. This further pleased Zhou Haishan and Wang Shui regarding Li Chen's performance. In addition to elucidating the differences between the red mushroom and the red umbrella mushroom, Li Chen also shared insights about various astonishing plants and animals encountered on the Green Mountain. The members of the scientific research team, after listening to Li Chen's explanations, became increasingly intrigued by the mysterious Green Mountain, feeling that their expedition was indeed fortuitous. Brown-eared pheasants. Look over there. There are several brown-eared pheasants in the thicket, exclaimed Lu Jiwen, the team leader, with an excited expression. The group followed his gaze. My goodness, it truly is a brown-eared pheasant. What incredible luck. We have only just entered the mountain and already encountered them, they exclaimed. These brown-eared pheasants are quite rare globally, making their sighting exceedingly precious. They had not anticipated encountering so many in the Green Mountain. It seems, as Li Chen had stated, that the Green Mountain is indeed a treasure trove of the forest. The other team members were equally exhilarated. Li Chen, however, appeared perplexed, wondering why such a commonly seen bird could be regarded as so valuable in the eyes of these scientists. Team leader Lu, why are you so thrilled to see this bird? I often come across them in the Green Mountain, Li Chen remarked. His words left Lu Jiwen in utter disbelief. What? You frequently see such a rare brown-eared pheasant? You must be joking. Captain Lu, Li Chen was not jesting. This wild fowl, known as the horned chicken in our Nanliu village, is indeed frequently spotted. I witnessed numerous instances of it in my youth. Those sightings have dwindled in recent years, remarked Xiaohan from the side. Remarkable. This verdant mountain truly is extraordinary. The precious brown-eared pheasant can be observed so regularly here. It seems our choice to conduct a scientific expedition in Qing Mountain was indeed fortuitous, Lu Jiwen exclaimed with admiration once more. Captain Lu, I too am curious. Are the brown-eared pheasants you speak of truly that precious? Vice Mayor Su Chao inquired with intrigue. The brown-eared pheasant is one of our nation's endangered species, and their population has been declining due to habitat destruction. It is only here in Qing Mountain that one can encounter such a number of brown-eared pheasants. In other locales, they are nearly impossible to find. This is precisely why I assert that our expedition to Qing Mountain was a wise decision, Lu Jiwen elucidated. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to comprehend the significance. Li Chen also felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from capturing this invaluable brown-eared pheasant over the years. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After all, unlawfully capturing a national endangered species is a violation of the law. The appearance of the brown-eared pheasant ignited excitement among the scientific expedition team, prompting them to discreetly retrieve their cameras for photographs. However, the cameras from 1998 were not particularly advanced, and their shutter sounds were quite loud. As a multitude approached, the brown-eared pheasants, not being foolish, promptly fled in a panic. A snake. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the brown-eared pheasants, a sudden cry of distress pierced the air. Li Chen turned to find it was Vice Mayor Su Chao. Su Chao rolled up his pant leg to inspect the injury, revealing a bite wound from a snake. Though small, it was already seeping blood. This is bad. It's a silver-ringed snake. Li Chen observed the serpent nearby and immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The silver-ringed snake ranks among the venomous species, and if bitten without prompt treatment, one could face severe consequences or even death. Vice Mayor Su, are you all right? Xiaohan rushed over to assist Su Chao, helping him to sit on a nearby boulder. Initially, Su Chao remained composed, but upon realizing he had been bitten by a silver-ringed snake, panic overtook him. Though not a rural dweller, who could be unaware of the potency of such a serpent? Being bitten while in the wilderness, with the journey to a hospital potentially taking considerable time, he feared he might meet his end. Secretary Wang, where's the nearest hospital? We must transport Vice Mayor Su for treatment. Any delay could be life-threatening, Lu Jiwen suggested urgently. The nearest hospital is in the town, but it may lack the necessary treatment for snakebite injuries. We might have to take him to the county hospital instead, Wang Shui replied. The county hospital is at least an hour away, and carrying him down will require additional time. We cannot afford such delays. The group began to grow anxious, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. They certainly did not wish for such an incident to mar the first day of their scientific expedition. At that moment, Su Chao's complexion began to pale, and he felt increasingly dizzy and weak all over. Do not panic. I have a solution, Li Chen declared. After speaking, he swiftly gathered several herbs from the vicinity and placed them upon a large stone, crushing them with smaller stones before applying the mixture directly to the wound inflicted by the venomous snake. Li Chen, is this truly effective? I feel as though Su Town head is bleeding even more, Xiaohan expressed his concern. Rest assured, these herbs are specifically for treating snake bites. When I was a child, I too was bitten by a snake while playing mischievously, and my grandfather used these herbs to cure me. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine, Li Chen asserted confidently. Indeed, in those times, the concept of hospital visits was virtually non-existent. When afflicted by illness or venom, people largely relied on their knowledge of herbal remedies for self-treatment. Li Chen, coming from a humble background, was no exception. One year, he had been bitten by a silver-ringed snake, and it was his grandfather's herbal concoctions that saved his life. Now, faced with a dire situation, he felt compelled to try this remedy. Otherwise, even if they rushed Su Chao to the hospital, it might be too late. Yet, why was Su Town head bleeding even more at this moment? This is toxic blood. It must flow out to preserve his life. If it does not, even a hospital visit would lead to amputation, Li Chen explained. Very well, the situation is critical, and I can only trust you for now. However, if anything happens to Su Town head, I will not let you off easily, Xiaohan stated, purposefully shifting responsibility onto Li Chen. After all, should Su Chao perish here, Zhou, as the director of public security, would also face repercussions. People are inherently selfish, and in such moments, everyone desires to absolve themselves of responsibility. Li Chen, however, remained unfazed. He believed that if his grandfather could use this method to save him, he too could help Su Chao. Approximately a minute later, Su Chao's complexion began to return to normal, his lips regaining some color. Li Chen, I cannot thank you enough. You truly frightened me. I thought I was on the brink of death. Su Chao expressed his gratitude once he regained his strength. There is no need for thanks, town head. I am just relieved you are well, Li Chen humbly replied. Seeing that Su Chao was out of danger, the others could finally ease their anxieties. And their admiration for Li Chen's abilities grew. Town head, while you are now fine, being bitten by a silver-ringed snake is no trivial matter. Let us take you to the hospital for further examination and treatment. As for the scientific investigation, we can discuss that tomorrow, Lu Jiwen decided. Captain Lu, your scientific investigation is of great importance. Allow Zhou Haishan to assist me in seeking treatment. You should continue with your work, Su Chao insisted. Indeed, esteemed scientists. Let me help town head to receive treatment, Zhou Haishan affirmed. I assure you that I will accompany Mayor Su throughout and ensure his safety, Zhou Haishan pledged confidently. Very well, I appreciate your company today. It has truly been a laborious task for you, Lu Jiwen remarked. Thus, the arrangements were firmly established. Zhou Haishan assisted Su Chao in returning to the hospital for treatment, while Li Chen and Wang Shui continued to guide Lu Jiwen and his team in their exploration of the Qing Mountain. With Su Chao's prior experience serving as a cautionary tale, everyone treaded carefully during their journey. Fortunately, no further dangers arose until the conclusion of their examination, and they managed to capture images of numerous rare animals in the afternoon. Mr. Li Chen, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your company today. You are truly an extraordinary individual. If you don't mind, might we share dinner together? Upon their return to Nanliu village, Jinny beamed as she extended an invitation to Li Chen for a meal. Indeed, Li Chen, let us dine together. Had it not been for you, our progress would not have been so seamless, nor would we have witnessed so many rare species from our homeland, Lu Jiwen, the team leader, added with enthusiasm. I appreciate your kindness, but I must defer the dinner invitation to another day. My wife is waiting for me at home. I need to return to accompany her. Li Chen responded politely. Oh, I did not expect Mr. Li Chen to be such a family-oriented individual. Lu Jiwen expressed his surprise. Well, my wife is nearing her due date, so I generally refrain from dining out, and I trust you will understand, Li Chen replied candidly. Ah, I see. Very well. We shall not press you further. Please do share your phone number with us, so we may contact you whenever we require your counsel, Lu Jiwen suggested. Of course. I will provide you with my number, Li Chen said, promptly writing it down on a piece of paper and handing it over to them. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group departed from Nanliu village. Li Chen, you have truly brought honor to our Nanliu village today. As the village secretary, I take pride in your accomplishments, Wang Shui expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Secretary Wang, you flatter me. I have merely fulfilled the responsibilities of a villager from Nanliu. I will rely on your guidance in the future, Li Chen humbly replied. You are a remarkable young man, both capable and modest. I hold great admiration for such individuals. Should you encounter any challenges in Nanliu village, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Wang Jia. I will be here to support you, Wang Shui assured him. Li Chen felt a surge of joy at her words, knowing that in the future, should he wish to rent land to establish a factory, he would need the village committee's approval, which ultimately required Wang Shui's signature. With this newfound connection, navigating the necessary procedures would be much easier, even if Zhou Haishan opposed. He could directly approach Wang Shui for assistance. I will certainly remember your words, Wang Jia. Thank you very much, Li Chen responded, adopting her informal title. No need for formalities. Young people like you, with such vision, deserve our village committee's utmost support. As the hour grew late, I shall not impede your return to care for your wife. It is time for me to head home as well. We shall converse more thoroughly next time. With that, Wang Shui turned and departed. Li Chen also made his way home, having spent the entire day away and unaware of how Yi Xiaohan had fared in his absence. Xiaohan, I'm back, he called out as he entered. Upon hearing his voice, Yi Xiaohan promptly emerged from her room, her face adorned with concern. You're back. Did you encounter any dangers on the mountain? Rest assured, I am perfectly well, not a scratch on me, Li Chen replied with a playful flourish, executing a complete turn in front of her. That's a relief. I heard that Mayor Su was bitten by a silver-ringed snake. Is it true that you treated him? Indeed. It is true. Were it not for my intervention, he might have faced amputation, if not worse, Li Chen boasted proudly. Wow, when did you become a medical savant? I had no idea you possessed such talents. My dear, I have many hidden skills. You shall discover them in due time, Li Chen said with a growing sense of pride. By the way, I heard from Aunt Lu that you were communicating with those foreigners and even translated for Liang Yu. What is that all about? Yi Xiaohan inquired, recalling the topic. That is indeed the case. You know I excelled in foreign languages during my studies. So fluently conversing in another tongue is quite natural for me. I have always had a strong aptitude in this area. Yes, I suppose that is true. However, I worry that by stepping in for Liangyu, the Liang family might start resenting you like they did with Li Wu. Since your fortunes have improved recently, many seem envious and resentful. Foolish girl, why concern yourself with such trivial matters? One cannot traverse life without inciting envy. It is a natural part of existence. Only those deemed worthless escape such feelings, for no one feels envy toward the ineffectual. Thus, we ought not to let their sentiments affect our peace of mind. We shall live for ourselves and remain true to our hearts. Li Chen gently pinched Xiaohan's cheek, offering her comfort. You, my dear, not only possess eloquence, but have also taken on a philosophical air lately, Xiaohan remarked, her smile radiating happiness as she reflected on Li Chen's recent transformations, which had indeed astonished her. Yet, recognizing that his changes were for the better, she found little cause for concern. Brother Chen, you're back. Just as Li Chen was about to continue his thoughts, Li Huame rushed in with an excited expression. Yes, just returned. Wow. You have suddenly become a talent in Nanliu village. You have no idea. Since you began speaking foreign languages fluently and engaging with foreigners, the entire village has been captivated by your brilliance. They talked about you all day today. Li Huame exclaimed. Really? Is it that exaggerated? It's not as if it's a monumental achievement. How can it not be considered significant? Let us speak of Liangyu. Although he graduated from a prestigious university, he cannot communicate fluently with foreigners, while you possess that remarkable ability. This is indeed a significant talent. I hold you in high esteem as an idol. Li Huame grew increasingly animated as she spoke. After all, Li Chen's recent success in conversing with foreigners dealt a substantial blow to Li Wu's previous attempts to elevate Liangyu while belittling Li Chen. You silly girl. No wonder your sister-in-law remarked that your eloquence has improved lately. Communicating with foreigners is not such an extraordinary feat. Our Mandarin is truly the most impressive. We should celebrate our own language. Speaking foreign tongues is merely a necessity for collaboration. Indeed, Brother Chun is correct. Li Huame nodded in agreement. But let us set aside this matter for now and report on today's red mushroom situation. The arrival of the scientific research team thoroughly disrupted Li Chen's plans for the day. Otherwise, he intended to check on the financial transactions regarding the red mushrooms with the Garden Hotel and procure a new batch. Today, we dried about 10-odd pounds of red mushrooms. I didn't dare leave them in the iron shed, so I brought them back for my sister-in-law to store properly, Li Huame replied. You've done well. It is indeed unsafe to leave them in the iron shed at night without supervision. Will you accompany the scientific team into Qingshan tomorrow? That shouldn't be necessary. Today, I took them to familiarize themselves with the basic terrain, and they have gained a general understanding. Moreover, I need to purchase red mushrooms tomorrow. Otherwise, if I don't appear for 2 days, the villagers might think something is amiss. Chapter 120. The concern of the villagers' ants over lost income the following morning. After managing his current affairs, Li Chen headed directly to the town bank. Upon confirming that the transaction with Lin Zhou had been credited, a joyful smile spread across his face as he exited the bank. This mere 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms had netted him 20,000 yuan. If only the quantity of red mushrooms were greater, were there 1,000 or more pounds, it would be an extraordinary profit. Great benefactor, come to check the accounts again? How has business been lately? As Li Chen prepared to depart on his motorcycle from the postal savings bank, Su Chong spotted him and approached to greet him. Hello, Uncle Su. I have been quite fortunate lately. I owe my gratitude to you for acting as my guarantor for the loan. Otherwise, I would not have had the capital to pursue my aspirations, Li Chen replied. That is wonderful to hear. Would you like to come to my office for some tea before you leave? Su Chong warmly invited. I shall pass on the tea for now. I must go procure red mushrooms. I will visit for tea another day when I have the time. Due to the visit from the scientific research team yesterday, Li Chen had already delayed his mushroom procurement for a day, so today he had to ensure he collected the mushrooms from the villagers. Otherwise, failing to uphold his commitments could jeopardize future transactions. Very well, I want to insist. Feel free to come by whenever you have the opportunity, Su Chong acknowledged. Thank you, Uncle Su. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to Su Chong, Li Chen drove directly to Santon village. Sister Wang, are you home? Li Chen's first visit was to Widow Wang. It is not that he harbors any particular thoughts about Widow Wang. Rather, her residence is conveniently located at the entrance of Santon village, making her the easiest choice to approach. Ah, young man, you have finally arrived. Yesterday, when you did not come to collect the red mushrooms, the villagers thought you might not return, she exclaimed. Wang Dejia, how could I not come? I was delayed yesterday due to some family matters. So, do you have any red mushrooms available? Yes, of course. However, those picked yesterday may not be as fresh after a day and night. Do you still want them? Widow Wang candidly relayed the situation. Li Chen, however, was unconcerned. After all, The red mushrooms he intended to purchase were meant for drying. As long as they were not rotten, any other issues were negligible. Thus, he cheerfully replied, "Yes. Indeed. Whatever quantity you have, I shall take. Additionally, if the other villagers have red mushrooms, please invite them all to bring them here. I will purchase them collectively." "Wonderful. I will first weigh mine and then inform the others," Widow Wang said joyfully before turning to fetch her mushrooms. As before, Li Chen weighed the mushrooms and, without hesitation, handed Widow Wang the payment. Upon receiving her earnings, her excitement was palpable. For a widow like her, avenues for income were scarce. Thus, the ability to earn a little from these red mushrooms was quite a blessing. "Young man, I cannot thank you enough. Please, have a seat while I go notify the villagers to bring their red mushrooms to sell to you," she said warmly, offering Li Chen a stool from her home before setting off to inform the others. Before long, thanks to Widow Wang's announcement, the other villagers received the word and hurriedly brought their red mushrooms to Li Chen for trade. In total, he acquired over 80 pounds of red mushrooms from Santan village. This was indeed a considerable harvest, filling him with joy. He informed the villagers to continue bringing red mushrooms to Widow Wang's doorstep the following day, then proceeded to the next village. After a day of acquisitions, Li Chen found himself with several hundred pounds of red mushrooms. Once dried, these would yield him a substantial profit. On his way back, he encountered a vendor selling prepared foods destined for the town. Without hesitation, he purchased 2 boiled pig's trotters. Having previously bought one, which Xiaohan had praised, he decided to let her savor it again. He bought a second one to express gratitude to his uncle, Li Chen, who he intended to enlist for assistance in managing his housing construction. "Li Chen, you're back. It seems you had a fruitful day," Xiaohan remarked cheerfully, wiping the sweat from her brow as she watered some vegetables at the entrance. "Xiaohan, I thought I told you not to work. Why are you at it again?" "It's merely watering the vegetables. It's not a heavy task," Xiaohan gently remarked. "Silly, you could wait for my return to water them," she added reassuringly. "Don't worry. I'll be just fine. Now, tell me about today's harvest." Xiaohan felt deeply touched by Li Chen's concern for her safety. "We gathered several hundred pounds of red mushrooms. So Sister Hua will be quite busy in the coming days," Li Chen said proudly, patting the bulging sack of snakeskin strapped to his motorcycle. "Brother Chen, I heard you mention my name again," a voice chimed in. It was Hua Mei, who always seemed to appear whenever Li Chen spoke of her. "Hua Mei, it's wonderful that you're here. I've purchased a white-cut pig trotter for your family. You can take it home later," Li Chen said. "Thank you, Brother Chen. But you always buy things for my family. It makes us feel quite embarrassed," she replied. "You silly girl, you all constantly assist me. It's I who should feel embarrassed. Here, take this. This white-cut pig trotter is particularly exquisite," Li Chen said, handing the delicacy to her. "Thank you, Brother Chen. By the way, there's not much red mushroom left that the villagers harvested today. I estimate that after one more day of picking, there won't be any left," Hua Mei reported after expressing her gratitude. "That's to be expected. However, we currently have a substantial amount of mushrooms to purchase, so we need not worry about a shortage for roasting," Li Chen reassured her. He knew that many villages and towns were still unaware of the red mushroom's value. Thus, he felt no anxiety about acquiring them in the near future. Even when they eventually recognized the mushroom's worth, the prices he offered would remain competitive relative to the market, ensuring that villagers would still choose to sell to him. "By the way, have the villagers been paid?" "Yes, Sister has already settled their wages. Today they were joking that once this batch of red mushrooms is harvested, they'll have less income," Hua Mei replied. Indeed, earning a living during this period is not easy, especially for the women who cannot engage in heavy labor like the men. Now, with Li Chen hiring them to pick red mushrooms, they can earn 30 yuan easily, which makes them quite happy, he acknowledged. "Rest assured, once my enterprises expand, there will be ample opportunities for them," Li Chen declared confidently. Chapter 121, Lu the Bachelor. With wealth, do you still fear not finding a wife? Li Chen's business was just beginning, with much yet to be accomplished. The recently rented fish pond had yet to receive fry, and once they were introduced, he would also need to cut grass for feeding the fish. At that point, he would require help, and as long as the villagers were willing to assist, numerous opportunities would arise. "Brother Chen, you truly are remarkable. Your enterprise is growing ever larger," Hua Mei exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "Enough flattery. Hurry and take the pig trotter home to your parents. Otherwise, they might start preparing dinner too early," Li Chen urged. "All right then, I'll head back now." "Thank you, Brother Chen," she replied. Li Hua Mei expressed her gratitude and happily returned home with the pig's trotters that Li Chen had purchased. Li Chen placed the red mushrooms he had acquired today into the woodshed, laying down some straw beneath them before carefully extracting all the mushrooms. "Why are you doing this?" Xiaohan inquired curiously. "If we don't spread out these red mushrooms, they are likely to rot," Li Chen explained. All right, then I'll help you, Xiaohan said, intending to assist him. However, Li Chen swiftly completed the task on his own, refusing to let her work. Once the mushrooms were properly arranged, Li Chen did not linger but resolved to check on his several hundred hens in the orchard. Recently, Lu Bajin had been responsible for feeding them and collecting the green-shelled eggs, and Li Chen had not visited for 2 or 3 days. Wong, wong, wong. Ah hey and ah, I sensed Li Chen's arrival from afar, barking excitedly. Ah hey, Abai, how have you been lately? Have you been fed? Li Chen approached, squatting down to pet the heads of these 2 gluttonous dogs, inquiring with concern. Wong, wong, wong. The dogs nodded and barked 3 times, signifying that they were doing well. As long as you are well, I won't have much time to visit you in the future. You must guard these hens for me, Li Chen said, giving their heads another gentle pat. Wong, wong, wong. Ah hey and ah, I nodded again, indicating their understanding. Li Chen, you're here? I'm currently feeding the hens, Lu Bajin, who was working, came over and spoke. Bajin, have there been any issues with the hens lately? Li Chen asked with concern. Don't worry, everything is perfectly fine. Today, 600 hens laid eggs. Lu Bajin replied proudly. Wow, 600 hens have laid eggs so quickly? Does that mean there are still 150 hens yet to lay? Li Chen was thrilled to hear this news. It signified that in a short time, they could consistently have 600 green-shelled eggs. Besides supplying the Happy Restaurant, providing for the Garden Hotel would not be a problem either, as they only called Li Chen when they needed supplies, allowing him to store the green-shelled eggs. If daily supplies were required, the eggs from his 700 hens would surely be insufficient. Now, with the stored green-shelled eggs, Li Chen felt it was time to put the incubator to use. After all, his ambitions extended far beyond merely raising these 700 hens. Indeed, seeing so many hens laying eggs each day brings me great joy. Lu Bajin replied with a smile. I appreciate your hard work during this period. Once we expand the scale of our farming, I will increase your salary, so rest assured. Li Chen assured him. Are you planning to expand the scale of your farming? There are already several hundred hens. Lu Bajin asked curiously. Do not worry. Have you forgotten that I possess over 30 acres of uncultivated mountains? In due time, I can designate some of that land for cultivation, enclosing it and raising hens within. Li Chen remarked. He had long since devised a plan. His initial lease of the wild mountains was not solely for the red mushrooms, but also to facilitate his investments. He intended to utilize every inch of the land, particularly the areas devoid of red pine trees. As for the regions with red pines, he would refrain from raising hens there, as it would jeopardize the growth of next year's mushrooms, a loss not worth incurring. Huh, you lad are aiming for something grand, Lu Bajin said with evident admiration. Of course, this is merely the beginning. I have procured an incubator. You must bring in some roosters to fertilize the hens. Once we have fertilized green-shelled eggs, we can hatch as many as we desire. Therefore, if you diligently assist me, success is assured. Once we earn money, perhaps you can even marry a beautiful bride. Really? At my age, is it still possible to find a wife? That seems rather challenging, Lu Bajin replied. For the villagers had taken to calling him Lu the Bachelor behind his back. He had come to accept this moniker, initially vexed by it. But now he faced it with a newfound perspective. Bajin, do not be overly pessimistic. With effort, anything is possible. Once you have wealth, you will realize these matters are trivial, Li Chen encouraged him. You have changed remarkably of late. Even your eloquence has improved. You speak so well it brings joy to my heart, Lu Bajin chuckled, his confidence in his future rekindled. I speak only the truth. If you are willing to work diligently with me, I assure you a bright future awaits you. All right, based on your words, I shall commit to raising chickens well, Lu Bajin pledged, thumping his chest. Li Chen was elated by this commitment. His future enterprise required individuals willing to work alongside him long-term, regardless of Lu Bajin's educational background. If he was earnest in his poultry raising, Li Chen believed he could alter his life's trajectory. Once the chicken farming was scaled up, perhaps he could even appoint him as the manager of a poultry farm. Would he then need to worry about finding a wife? Li Chen's words invigorated Lu Bajin, motivating him to work harder. On nights when he struggled to sleep, concerned about the hens, he would take a flashlight to check on them. After a refreshing shower, Li Chen lay in bed, contemplating his next steps. Acquiring red mushrooms was undoubtedly paramount, as it was a lucrative endeavor. However, should he become engrossed in the mushroom procurement, the tasks involving the fish pond and incubating hens would inevitably suffer delays. Li Chen, why not entrust the hen incubation to Huamei? She is already familiar with the red mushroom drying process. After placing the mushrooms in the machine, she has several hours of free time, during which she could also manage the incubator without much difficulty, suggested Xiaohan. I had just been contemplating the same notion. However, the task of managing the fish pond cannot be delayed for too long. I am pondering whether to recruit an additional individual specifically for fish cultivation. Chapter 122. Hiring a fish farming employee. Li Chen's intention to recruit a worker for fish farming received the wholehearted support of Xiaohan, as she too did not wish for Li Chen to bear the burden alone. Each day, witnessing his tireless efforts while feeling helpless herself filled her with considerable guilt. Thus, she preferred to hire someone, even if it meant a slight reduction in their monthly earnings. Let us go ahead and recruit another person, Xiaohan gently suggested. After all, the income from the red mushrooms and green-shelled eggs is sufficient to cover the wages. Very well. We shall post a notice tomorrow and seek an individual dedicated to fish farming. With that, their decision was solidified, and the two drifted off to a blissful slumber. The following morning, Li Chen affixed the notice for the fish farming position at the village bulletin board. Soon enough, the news spread throughout Nanliu. Goodness, Li Chen is hiring again. Has he truly struck it rich? He already has 4 employees. Indeed, ever since he changed his ways, we have all been astounded. If he finds another employee, he will have 5, truly a bona fide boss. They say a wayward son returning is worth more than gold. And this wayward son has indeed accomplished many remarkable feats. What a pity I do not know how to farm fish. Otherwise, I would gladly assist him. Fish farming is not particularly laborious. Plus, he offers a salary of 1,000 yuan a month, higher than that of a civil servant, which is quite appealing. Alas, the notice specifies the need for someone with experience in aquaculture. Otherwise, I would have applied as well. The villagers of Nanliu were awestruck, increasingly admiring Li Chen, with many contemplating offering their assistance. Li Chen, are you truly hiring someone for fish farming? The village's Chen University promptly visited Li Chen's home. As Li Chen was discussing the incubation of chick embryos with Li Huamei, he heard someone calling his name and immediately stepped outside. Ah, it's Uncle University. Yes, I am indeed hiring for fish farming. I recall you have experience in fish cultivation. Are you interested? Chen University was named by his parents in hopes that he would excel in his studies and gain admission to a university. However, he had dropped out of school before even finishing primary education, demonstrating that sometimes a good name does not guarantee a favorable outcome. I came because I am interested. But can you genuinely offer me 1,000 yuan a month? Chen University inquired with earnest seriousness. Indeed, that is accurate. Currently, all employees working here earn 1,000 yuan monthly. Once the business flourishes, I will consider increasing wages, Li Chen affirmed confidently. Very well. I shall apply for the fish farming position. Since you are aware of my past experience in aquaculture, you should know I possess ample expertise in this field. Certainly. I trust you. When can you start working? Li Chen replied joyfully. If you are certain about hiring me, now would be the time, Chen Dashua declared, thumping his chest proudly. Very well, let us proceed today. Please return home and inform your wife, then come back to me shortly. I will take you to the fish pond and explain what needs to be done. All right, I shall return shortly, he replied, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Thus, the employee for fish farming was secured. Li Chen could simultaneously engage in fish farming, green-shelled egg production, and red mushroom cultivation. As for the stone loach, no villagers had brought any to sell in the past couple of days, making it unlikely to catch them again. He no longer anticipated earning any money from stone loaches, as they were always a fleeting source of income. If they were so abundant, they would not be so costly. After instructing Li Huamei on operating the incubator for fertilized green-shelled eggs, Li Chen took Chen Dashua to the fish pond. Li Chen, you are quite brave to rent this pond. I would not have dared to do so. Had I been bold enough, this pond would still be under my care. Chen Dashua jested. What is there to fear? I have already dealt with the Brazilian turtles, so there will be no more mysterious fish deaths or disappearances. You can rest assured, Li Chen replied with a smile. You truly are remarkable. You even recognized the Brazilian turtles as the culprits. Had I known earlier, I would not have been afraid. Chen Dashua laughed heartily. This indicates a connection between you and this pond. However, it also suggests that you are now bound to it, as you will be dealing with it daily from now on. Li Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Dashua seemed to grasp the notion and joined in the laughter. Now, tell me what needs to be done. I am at your command. After their laughter subsided, Chen Dashua inquired directly. You possess experience in fish farming, given the current situation. How should we proceed? The pond's water has been drained, but the sediment remains unaddressed. Simply relying on sunlight to eliminate all bacteria is insufficient. Generally, one must clean the sediment and then let it sunbathe for 3 days before refilling the pond and introducing the fry, Chen Dashua explained based on his experience. Very well. We shall follow your proposed steps. Please enlist some assistants to clear the sediment. I will cover their wages, Li Chen instructed. No problem. I will take care of it right away, Chen Dashua replied, turning to leave. Wait, I am not finished yet, Li Chen called him back. What more do you need? I intend to cultivate a species known as the Nanlin grass carp. Have you heard of it? Indeed, it is the signature fish of our neighboring Nanlin town. It is rather pricey and somewhat troublesome to rear, as it requires mountain spring water, Chen Dashue responded, demonstrating his expertise in fish farming. Exactly. I plan to channel mountain spring water into the pond to cultivate this Nanlin fish, Li Chen stated, with a spark of inspiration. It is no wonder that he embodies the spirit of youth. I had contemplated a similar venture with my father-in-law previously. However, when the fish pond was no longer available for rent, my plans were thwarted. Chen University immediately expressed admiration, giving a thumbs up. Then, you may implement all your ideas in my fish pond. As long as you tend to the fish diligently, I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Absolutely. I shall treat your pond as my own, Chen University affirmed. Very well then, I entrust the entire management of the pond to you. Should you require any expenses, inform me, and I shall provide the funds for your purchases. Li Chen felt a sense of reassurance regarding Chen University through their conversation. It became evident that Chen possessed considerable expertise in aquaculture. After a few more exchanges, Chen University departed to gather individuals for the purpose of clearing silt, while Li Chen returned home, intending to procure some red mushrooms. Li Chen, you're back, exclaimed Wang Shui, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing him. Just in time. I was about to look for you. Wang Jia, what brings you here? Is there something special? Li Chen inquired warmly. Last time, you treated Mayor Su with herbal medicine. He is now nearly fully recovered. To express his gratitude, he wishes to invite you for dinner tonight. I was sent to check if you are available, Wang Shui replied. I see. Please extend my thanks to Mayor Su, but regarding dinner, I must decline. As you know, my wife's situation makes it difficult for me to dine out in the evenings, Li Chen responded. All right, I will call him shortly to explain your circumstances. He initially intended to come personally, but unfortunately, he has a pressing meeting this afternoon and has entrusted me with relaying the message, Wang Shui stated. Such matters are trivial. There is no need for Mayor Su to concern himself. If it were anyone else, they might be able to let it go. But Mayor Su is renowned for his sense of gratitude. Therefore, by saving him that day, you have forged a connection with him. Wang Shui's courteous demeanor towards Li Chen, along with her request to address her as Wang Jia, stemmed from his rescue of Su Chao. She had long heard of Su Chao's character and anticipated that he would eventually come to express his gratitude personally, viewing Li Chen as a lifesaver. Well, to be honest, I didn't think much of it at the time. I was merely focused on saving a life. By the way, are those scientific expedition teams still conducting their research in Qingshan? They will remain for several more days. However, today, they parked their vehicle not in our Nanliu village, but in the neighboring Baizhong village, which is also adjacent to Qingshan. They ascended the mountain from there today, Wang Shui replied. All right, if you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Li Chen offered. Rest assured, if there is anything you can assist with, I will notify you immediately. Well, I shall not disrupt your work any further. I will take my leave, Wang Shui said with a bright smile before turning to depart. Li Chen, you need not concern yourself with me. I can manage dining alone at home in the evening. You may certainly accompany Mayor Su and the others for dinner, remarked Xiaohan gently as she approached after Wang Shui's departure. Fool, Li Chen replied, I have dined outside before, but nothing compares to the joy of sharing a meal at home with you. Furthermore, given your current condition, it is all the more essential for someone to keep you company, having experienced the regrets of his past life. Li Chen cherished this home and this woman with profound intensity, until their two little ones made their entrance into the world. He resolved not to spend nights away unless circumstances, like his recent trip to the county, rendered it unavoidable. He committed himself to being by Xiaohan's side each night, unwilling to live in the shadows of regret and guilt as he had in his previous existence. Otherwise, his rebirth would lack purpose. Upon hearing his words, Xiaohan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. She sensed the man's tenderness and love growing ever more intense, to the point where she worried it might all be a dream. Just as she prepared to respond, the landline phone rang. Li Chen walked into the other room to answer it. Li, I'm sending over 500 green-shelled eggs today, came Lin Zhou's voice from the other end. All right, no problem. By the way, I also have 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms. Do you want them? Li Chen inquired. Absolutely. Why would I shy away from that? Lin Zhou replied with confidence. Well, I asked because of the high price of dried red mushrooms, Li Chen explained. Haha, rest assured, our garden hotel is a 5-star establishment. We typically host esteemed guests. This expense is negligible. If you have them, send them over, and I will settle the payment together, Lin Zhou chuckled. Thank you, Chef Lin. I'll arrange for the delivery shortly. After hanging up, Li Chen promptly began counting the 500 green-shelled eggs and weighing the 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms. With this successful transaction, he anticipated an income of 20,000 yuan, bringing his total earnings to a remarkable 40,000 yuan. These funds instilled him with greater confidence for the future. Xiaohan, I'm heading out now. I may not return until afternoon mealtime. If you need anything, feel free to seek help from Huamei. Li Chen instructed Yi Xiaohan before swiftly mounting his motorcycle and departing for town. After delivering the goods to the bus driver, Zhang Fu, he set off to procure more red mushrooms from other villages. Meanwhile, upon learning that Li Chen had hired Qin University as an employee to assist with fish farming, Li Wu's mood soured further. You pathetic fool. How can you still sleep soundly? Look at Li Chen. He has already hired 5 employees. Had I known you were such a coward, I would have stayed at my mother's house. To make matters worse, Huang Cuihua nagged incessantly in his ear. Damn it. I refuse to believe I cannot find a way to thwart his success. I'm going to seek out the Liang family, Li Wu cursed. Rising to head toward Liang Min's home, he was aware that there was a piece of land belonging to Liang Min that served as the only route to the fish pond. His purpose in visiting this time was to incite Liang Min to obstruct Li Chen from transporting goods across that land. Due to the recent scientific expedition, Li Chen had overshadowed Liang Yu, and he was convinced that the Liang family harbored intense resentment towards Li Chen. Is Uncle Liang at home? Upon arriving at the Liang residence, Li Wu called out immediately. Who is it? Uncle Liang, it's me, Li Wu. Oh, it's Li Wu. What brings you here? Liang Min inquired directly. Haha, this isn't the most suitable place for a conversation. Perhaps we should discuss it inside? All right, come in then. With that, Liang Min opened the door, allowing Li Wu to enter. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? Liang Min asked as they settled down. Uncle Liang, is there a slope near your home that leads to the fish pond? Is it true that one must pass through your land to reach it? Instead of answering directly, Li Wu posed a question in return. Indeed, that slope was allocated to our family, but the soil is poor, so we haven't cultivated anything there. Over the years, it has become a pathway for everyone, yet the land remains ours, Liang Min responded. That's splendid, Li Wu exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. What do you mean by splendid? Why have you come to see me today? Stop beating around the bush and get to the point. Liang Min, with a short temper, had little patience for frivolous conversation. Have you heard? Li Chen has recruited Qin University to raise fish, and they have already sent people to clear the silt in the pond. Li Wu began to steer the conversation towards his main topic. I've heard about that, but how does it relate to your visit? If you don't speak soon, I might just lose interest. Liang Min, equally irritable, was not inclined to waste time. Li Chen deliberately showcased his foreign language skills that day, stealing the limelight from Liang Yu. If it weren't for him, your family wouldn't have been left in such an awkward position. Are you not planning to teach him a lesson? Are you really willing to let him bully you? Li Wu provocatively stirred the pot. He could tell that Liang Min was still troubled by that day's events. After all, the entire village had witnessed the incident, and it was impossible for Liang Min not to have formed an opinion about Li Chen. That Li Chen, if not for him, my family's Liang Yu wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Yet now he is thriving. What can I do about it? Indeed, after Li Wu's instigation, Liang Min began to grind his teeth in frustration towards Li Chen. Returning to our original discussion, if we were to dig a pit in the land that belongs to you, it would effectively sever his only route to the fish pond. Alternatively, if we were to lay some bricks, it would render his attempts to clear the silt from the pond entirely futile, and any future efforts to transport food for the fish would become exceedingly difficult. Li Wu promptly shared his cunning scheme with Liang Min. Upon hearing this, Liang Min pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, what a brilliant idea. Although I have never cultivated anything on that slope, it is still my land, and I have the right to do as I please. Exactly. That is the essence of the matter. Li Chen has been thriving increasingly, and if we continue to allow him to flourish, who knows when he might begin to take advantage of us. Therefore, we must certainly impede his progress. Li Wu continued to incite. However, did you not attempt the same strategy to prevent him from raising hens last time? Ultimately, did you not fail? Amidst his delight, Liang Min recalled this incident and expressed his concerns. Uncle Liang, my previous circumstances were entirely different. That time, I was genuinely unclear about the land use rights of that particular road. However, the land adjacent to the fish pond is explicitly marked as belonging to your family. There can be no mistake about that, correct? Indeed, that land was directly allocated to me, and I have not exchanged it with anyone. Then it is settled. Li Wu said joyfully. Very well, I shall transport several loads of cement bricks over and enclose it right away. Let us see how he intends to pass through here. With that, Liang Min rose to find a trailer and transported the discarded cement bricks from his yard to the sloped land by the fish pond, erecting a wall. At this moment, Chen Daxue, who was directing workers to clear the sludge, looked utterly bewildered. Liang Min, what are you doing? You've built a wall blocking the road. How will we transport the sludge now? Chen Dashue approached, intent on clarifying the situation. That is your concern, not mine, Liang Min replied with arrogance. How can it not be my concern? I need to transport the sludge through here. This is the only main road to the fish pond. You've now blocked it with cement bricks. How do you expect us to work? This sloped land belongs to my family. I can do as I please within my own property. Do you have any authority over that? Furthermore, this fish pond does not belong to you. You are merely working for that brat, Li Chen. You are being exceedingly unreasonable, are you not? Knowing full well we are transporting sludge. You chose this moment to build a wall. Why have you not done so before? Chen Dashue was furious. It is my land, and I shall dig as I please. You have no say in the matter. I will make it clear. If anyone dares to touch the wall I've built today, I shall not let it go. With that, Liang Min continued to construct the wall on the road, confident that Chen Dashue would not dare to confront him. Although Chen Dashue was enraged, he felt utterly helpless. He recognized that Liang Min was doing this deliberately, yet the land indeed belonged to the other party, and he could not intervene. For now, he could only instruct the workers to cease their tasks and report the situation to Li Chen. Xiaohan, is Li Chen at home? He has gone to procure red mushrooms. Do the workers clearing the sludge need wages? I can fetch it for you. With that, Yi Xiaohan turned to head back for the money. No, it is that rascal Liang Min who is deliberately causing trouble. He has erected a wall on their sloped land, preventing our workers from transporting the sludge. Liang Min replied, is such a thing truly happening? This is utterly excessive. Indeed, the land in question has remained untouched by his family, primarily due to its steep terrain, rendering any cultivation futile. It is evident that this time, he is deliberately targeting Li Chen. However, there is little recourse, as the land rightfully belongs to them. So they must wait for Li Chen's return to determine how to address the situation, Chen Dashue lamented. I will confront him about this, Yi Xiaohan declared. Please refrain from doing so. You are heavily pregnant, and any trouble could cause Li Chen unnecessary distress. It would be wiser to wait for his return, Chen Dashue advised. Xiaohan, I'm back. Oh, Uncle Dashue is here as well. At that moment, Li Chen returned on his motorcycle. Li Chen, your timing is perfect. There has been an issue at the fish pond, Chen Dashue promptly informed him. An issue? What could possibly happen at the fish pond? Li Chen asked, perplexed. Liang Min has constructed a wall with cement bricks around their section of sloped land, and we are unable to remove the silt we cleared away. Furthermore, his actions severely hinder our ability to transport feed for the fish, as their slope is the only access route to the pond, Chen Dashue explained. What? Such a thing is happening? Li Chen's expression turned furious. Indeed, he is currently building the wall at the fish pond. So I instructed the workers to halt their activities for now, Chen Dashue confirmed. You scoundrel, this is definitely intentional. I'm going to confront him right away. With that, Li Chen parked his motorcycle and rushed towards the fish pond. Liang Min was still busy erecting the wall, which had already reached over a meter in height. Uncle Liang, your actions are excessive. Knowing I planned to remove the silt today, you chose now to build a wall? Li Chen exclaimed. Why are you shouting? Are you trying to intimidate me? This is my family's land, and I shall do as I please. You have no say in the matter, Liang Min retorted. Chapter 125. A request such as this I have never encountered indeed. This is Liang's land, and Liang Dashue has every right to undertake any activity therein. Just because you are permitted to raise chickens does not mean others cannot erect a wall for the same purpose, Li Wu smugly interjected. Seeing Li Wu present, it was evident that he had instigated Liang Min to act in this manner. Li Wu, you are nothing but a petty person. If you have grievances against me, do not drag Uncle Liang into this. Li Chen scolded him fiercely. You are the petty one. What I choose to do is none of your concern. If you dare, come at me. Fight me. With a sudden motion, Li Chen delivered a sharp slap across Li Wu's face. You asked for that. Everyone witnessed it. Li Chen declared with an air of authority. How dare you, Li Chen? You truly have the audacity to strike me. I will not let this go, Li Wu fumed. Attempting to charge at Li Chen, only to be restrained by Liang Min. Liang Min's intention was merely to prevent Li Chen from passing through. He had no desire for the situation to escalate into chaos. Enough. Stop this at once. At that moment, Yi Xiaohan had already gone to summon Zhou Haishan and others. When Wang Shui learned of Li Chen's involvement, she also decided to come and see what was happening. Director Zhou, you have arrived at the perfect moment. That rascal Li Chen slapped me once before, and now he has done it again. Surely, you must advocate for me, right? Upon seeing Zhou Haishan, Li Wu immediately approached to voice his grievances. Li Wu, I failed to comprehend why the recent conflicts in Nanliu village seem to revolve around you. Take this incident. For instance, the land is not even related to you. How is it that the quarrel and the ensuing violence are connected to you? Zhou Haishan reproached him with a stern expression. Director Zhou, your words do not hold water. Regardless of whether I am involved in this matter. Li Chen has just assaulted me. Is he not at fault? Did he not strike first? Li Chen, what is the meaning of this? Why have you resorted to violence again? Xiaohan inquired of him. He insisted that I hit him. I have never encountered such a bizarre request in my life. Furthermore, I hope Director Zhou will render justice in this matter. Uncle Liang has constructed a wall here, obstructing the main road and causing significant inconvenience for my fish farming. Li Chen replied, How dare you, Li Chen? You are spouting nonsense. When have I ever asked you to hit me? I merely remarked that if you have the capability, then strike me. Li Wu retorted defiantly. Li Wu, this matter does not concern you, so refrain from meddling. If you had not interjected, would Li Chen have clashed with you? Xiaohan, growing weary of Li Wu's petty behavior, chose not to side with him. Indeed, were it not for Li Wu's instigation of Uncle Liang, he would never have acted in such a manner, Li Chen added without reservation. You are speaking nonsense. This matter does not involve me. It was Uncle Liang who wished to build a wall to raise chickens, just because you want to keep hundreds of hens. Does that grant you the right to deny him his own? Li Wu, of course, dared not concede. For admitting such would brand him a villain in the eyes of the villagers. Enough of your bickering. Li Wu, this situation does not pertain to you, so I suggest you return home. If you continue to argue, we will be unable to resolve the issue at hand. Xiaohan interjected as they began to squabble once more. Li Chen, you wait and see. You have slapped me, and I assure you, this is far from over. Humph. Realizing his own culpability, Li Wu dared not linger any longer, fearing that further disputes would lead to the villagers revealing that he was the one stirring the pot. Should that occur, all blame would inevitably fall upon him. Thus, even after being struck by Li Chen, he could only retreat in disgrace. Nevertheless, his resentment towards Li Chen deepened significantly. Uncle Liang, what is the meaning of this? Although this land is officially in your name, if I am not mistaken, you have not undertaken any work since it was allocated to you. Xiaohan queried Liang Min. I used to find it troublesome and did not engage in any work. However, I have since come to a realization. I wish to erect a wall and raise chickens. Director, while you serve as the security director, you have no authority to interfere with my personal endeavors. Moreover, I am merely working on my own land, which is not illegal, Liang Min responded with unshakable calm. Confident of Xiaohan's lack of authority to intervene, standing behind Wang Shui, although she yearned to assist Li Chen, she found herself at a loss regarding how to address Liang Min's construction of a wall on his own land. Li Chen was poised to engage Liang Min in a robust discussion, but suddenly recalled something important, prompting him to pull Xiaohan and Wang Shui aside. He inquired, Comrade Wang, Comrade Zhou, is it not true that aside from that one parcel, the nearby sloped land remains under the ownership of the village collective? Indeed, the remainder belongs to the village collective. During the land distribution, the Liang family received a smaller share, and as compensation, a portion of this land was designated for them. Xiaohan responded, Very well, I intend to lease the adjacent sloped land. Do you have any objections? Li Chen declared resolutely. He had resolved to lease all the sloped land surrounding the fish pond. Although these slopes were typically unsuitable for cultivating crops, overrun with various wild trees, they would serve well for planting flowers and grasses, especially now, with the lin fish being raised, which require grass rather than standard fish feed for nourishment. By leasing this land, he could cultivate fish grass conveniently, alleviating the issue at hand and facilitating the future care of the lin fish. Otherwise, if the grass were planted too far away, he would face the arduous task of traveling great distances to cut grass for feeding. Moreover, it had become apparent to him that Liang Min had been thoroughly instigated by Li Wu behind the scenes. Even if Liang Min begrudgingly acquiesced today out of respect for Wang Shui and Xiaohan, he would likely return to cause trouble intermittently. As long as Li Chen successfully leased the entire parcel of sloped land from the village collective and removed the obstructive wild trees, he could create a new access road. This sloped land has never been considered for lease. Your suggestion has indeed prompted my thoughts. However, even if you wish to lease it, we must convene a meeting to discuss this matter. If we were to unilaterally decide to lease it to you, I fear there may be dissent among the other villagers. Xiaohan stated. Indeed, Li Chen, I personally hope you can secure the lease, but for the sake of fairness, a meeting must be held. And only with the villagers' consent can the lease be formalized, Wang Shui added. This revelation left Li Chen with an unsettling premonition, as he realized that if a meeting were convened, Li Wu and Liang Min would undoubtedly oppose the decision. Would his carefully devised plan be rendered futile? However, there was no need for despair. According to relevant regulations, as long as more than 2/3 of the villagers agreed to the lease, the sloped land could indeed be leased. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's hopes were rekindled. As the wild mushrooms on the barren hills diminished nearing depletion. The villagers lamented the impending loss of a lucrative source of income. Should he lease this substantial parcel of sloped land, they would once again have work. And he was confident they would unanimously agree. With renewed enthusiasm, Li Chen replied, "Excellent. I will leave this matter in your capable hands. There's no need for formality. We shall return to prepare and notify the villagers about the meeting tonight." Wang Shui and Zhou Haishan responded, turning to depart, knowing they could not persuade Liang Min otherwise. Li Chen paid no further attention to Liang Min. After distributing today's wages to the workers clearing the silt, he returned home. That evening, under the auspices of Wang Shui and Zhou Haishan, the villagers of Nanliu gathered once more for a collective meeting. The primary agenda was to discuss the rental of a plot of communal sloped land adjacent to the fish pond. Both Wang, the village secretary, and I shared the notion of leasing it out to augment the collective income of our village. As the attendees settled, Zhou Haishan vocally articulated the theme of the evening's assembly. Could that sloped land truly be rented out? Beyond a few scraggly trees, it was merely overgrown with weeds. Who would rent it merely to cultivate grass? Indeed, the land was hard and barren, suitable only for resilient weeds and a few hardy trees. No other flora could thrive there. Even if someone were inclined to lease it, it seemed unlikely anyone would want it. Multiple secretaries and security heads had come and gone, yet no one had ever considered renting out that particular plot, for it was universally acknowledged that only a fool would do so. I found this matter rather perplexing. Were I in their position, I would certainly not lease it. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, sharing their perspectives. Uncles and brothers, I, Li Chen, am willing to lease it. If everyone agrees to rent out this communal sloped land, I shall take it, and once I do, you can assist me in the work. Still at 30 yuan a day. At this point, Li Chen stepped forward and boldly expressed his intentions. What? Li Chen is willing to lease it? That's splendid news. Once he secures the lease, we'll have work again and can earn some living expenses. Indeed, the red mushrooms had been swiftly harvested just yesterday. I spoke with Li Huamei about how this would diminish our opportunities to earn. If Li Chen truly rents it and hires us to work, we can earn wages once more. That's right. Recently, helping Li Chen with the mushroom harvest has brought me a good deal of money. If there are more opportunities like this, I'd gladly join in. However, the reasons behind Li Chen's desire to lease such a vast expanse of land were of little concern to most villagers. Their primary interest lay in the prospect of employment and wages. Yet, Li Wu and Liang Min suddenly had a thought and promptly stood to voice their opposition. Secretary Wang. Director Zhou, I must express my dissent. Li Wu was the first to speak. Li Wu, please share your objections, Wang Shui politely inquired. Indeed, renting out the land could enhance the village's collective economic income. Why do you oppose it? Please articulate your reasoning so we may consider it, Zhou Haishan added. My objection is not to renting out that swath of land. Rather, it is to leasing it to Li Chen, Li Wu clarified. Li Wu, we have yet to agree to rent it to Li Chen. However, you may express your reasons for opposing him as a tenant, Wang Shui replied. Secretary Wang, our barren hills and fish ponds have already been leased to Li Chen. If we were to lease this land to him as well, it would feel inappropriate. After all, why should everything belonging to the village collective be rented solely to him, excluding others? Li Wu promptly articulated his reasoning. Li Wu, your words are truly excessive, aren't they? It was you who fervently advocated for Li Chen to lease the barren mountain and the fish pond. It was not Li Chen who insisted on renting them. This matter is still fresh in everyone's memory. Unable to contain his frustration, Li Chen Tian stepped forth to confront him. Indeed, Li Wu, it was you who persistently urged Li Chen to rent the barren mountain and the fish pond, so the blame cannot rest on Li Chen. Zhou Haishan also spoke a word of reason. Li Wu's face instantly turned awkward, leaving him at a loss for words. Comrade Wang, Director Zhou, I too agree to lease the hillside, but I do not consent to renting it to Li Chen. As Li Wu stated, that hillside belongs to the village collective, and everyone has the right to lease it. Why must it be given to Li Chen alone? Fortunately, at this moment, Liang Min spoke up to alleviate Li Wu's embarrassment. Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, I reiterate, our village committee has not yet approved the leasing of that hillside to Li Chen. Just now, Li Chen merely expressed his intention to rent that hillside. We are currently discussing the leasing of this hillside. Anyone else who wishes to lease it like Li Chen may also step forward. Wang Shui patiently explained to the villagers once more. Although she genuinely wished to assist Li Chen and hoped he would secure the hillside, she felt compelled to ensure fairness by saying and doing so. Indeed, anyone interested in renting that hillside is welcome to come forward. Zhou Haishan echoed her sentiments. After 5 minutes passed, no one stepped forward to contest Li Chen. The villagers were not foolish. Leasing that hillside would be an utter waste of money. Only Li Chen had the need to cultivate fish grass for his fish. while others saw no necessity. At this moment, Li Wu and Liang Min exchanged awkward glances, both feeling the weight of the situation. Dear uncles and aunts, once I secure the lease for this hillside, I would like everyone to assist me with the work, and the daily wage will increase from 30 to 40 yuan. Li Chen took this opportunity to raise the wage by 10 yuan. Wonderful. An additional 10 yuan a day means I could buy 2 more pounds of lean meat. Comrade Wang, Director Zhou, I agree to lease that hillside to Li Chen. Li Chen is contributing to our Nanliu village, and I support leasing the hillside to him. Indeed, it's hard to find someone as good as Li Chen. I raise my hand in full support of him renting that hillside. I too endorse the leasing of the hillside to Li Chen. Evidently, Li Chen's strategy proved remarkably effective, for upon hearing of the wage increase, the villagers readily expressed their agreement to lease the hillside to him. Li Wu and Liang Min found themselves in a state of utmost embarrassment. It is worth noting that now the majority of the villagers in Nanliu village had expressed their support for Li Chen to lease that hillside. The will of the majority would prevail, rendering their opposition ineffective. Furthermore, if they continued to resist, it would be tantamount to opposing the consensus of their fellow villagers. Li Wu, Liang Min, given that the majority of villagers are in favor of leasing the hillside to Li Chen, I believe you have little left to say. Do you not? Chapter 127. Li Wu's midnight chicken theft and the dog's bite. Li Wu and Liang Min found themselves at a loss for words, unable to voice any further objections regarding the rental of the hillside to Li Chen. With no alternative arguments to present, they silently departed from the venue, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Thus, the entire hillside surrounding the fish pond was confirmed to be leased to Li Chen. In an effort to preempt any jealousy-fueled dissent, Li Chen decided against seeking any discounts from Wang Shui and opted instead to rent the vast expanse of barren land at a rate exceeding the market price. After signing the lease agreement, he paid the necessary sum and returned home with his copy of the contract. How did it go? Is everything settled? Xiaohan inquired with concern. All is well. That stretch of hillside is now ours. Tomorrow, I will have Chun Dashua arrange for the removal of those wild trees, allowing us to plan a proper road. Li Chen replied. That's great. Without a road leading to the fish pond, transporting goods would indeed be inconvenient, she acknowledged. Exactly. However, my intention in leasing such a large area isn't solely for the road. I also plan to cultivate fish grass, Li Chen stated. Fish grass? Is that the tender grass used to feed fish? She asked. Indeed. We are raising Lin fish, and since we are pursuing a premium market, we cannot afford to use feed, which would drastically reduce their value. With this large tract of hillside, cultivating fish grass will be much easier, Li Chen affirmed confidently. You are quite astute to think of that. This should certainly dishearten Li Wu and Liang Min, Xiaohan remarked, giving a thumbs up to her clever partner. However, they would not so easily relent, especially Li Wu. Had it not been for his instigation of Liang Min, today's events might never have transpired. Given that Li Chen had also slapped him earlier, it was certain that he would seek retribution. You must refrain from resorting to violence in the future. You don't understand. Whenever you act out, it reminds me of the old you. I dread the thought of returning to that kind of life, Xiaohan said gently. Though a trace of fear lingered in her voice, a shadow cast by Li Chen's previous reckless behavior. Rest assured, the old Li Chen is a thing of the past. The current Li Chen is devoted to cherishing and pampering you, he reassured her. Xiaohan nodded, expressing her trust in him. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Li Wu was consumed by rage, throwing several objects in frustration. That bastard Li Chen is utterly insufferable. I cannot allow him to continue living so comfortably. Finally, upon realizing there was nothing left to throw, he sat down and cursed vehemently. What good does it do to vent your anger on inanimate objects? If you have any courage, direct it towards Li Chen. Huang Cuihua scolded him sharply. Tonight, I will make him understand my wrath. I will go and kill his chickens. Let us see how he continues his farming. Li Wu seethed with envy, unwilling to tolerate Li Chen's continued success. With the memory of Li Chen's slap still fresh in his mind, he felt compelled to exact revenge to alleviate his grievance. At the stroke of midnight, as the entire village succumbed to slumber, he stealthily approached Li Chen's hen-rearing orchard armed with rat poison. Woof woof. Ahe and Bai immediately sensed an intruder near the poultry farm and began to bark ferociously. Li Wu was instantly engulfed in panic. After all, a guilty conscience is a heavy burden, and he wished to remain undetected. Without hesitation, he changed his course and crept towards the chickens from another angle. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of gleaming eyes was intently fixated on him from the shadows. Before he could act, a large gray wolf dog lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Ouch! That hurts. Li Wu cried out in agony as the wolf dog clamped down on him, releasing a wail that startled many villagers awake. Alarmed, they rose from their beds. grabbing flashlights, eager to investigate the commotion. "Damn it, let go of me, or I'll kill you," Li Wu shouted through gritted teeth. Enduring the pain inflicted by the relentless wolf dog, he understood that his anguished cries had drawn attention, and he needed to escape swiftly. He began to strike the wolf dog on the head with all his might, but the creature refused to relent. In a final, forceful tug, it tore a chunk of flesh from Li Wu's thigh. "Ah, this pain is unbearable," he howled again, the volume of his cry amplified by his suffering. Though he was in excruciating pain, he knew he had to flee, lest the villagers discover his nefarious intentions. Yet, just as he attempted to drag his injured leg away, the wolf dog pounced again, pinning him to the ground once more. This time, it sank its teeth into his posterior. "Ouch! Please, let go of me. I beg you. Dear dog, release me. If you don't, I fear I shall perish under your grip." Li Wu found himself pleading with the wolf dog. However, the creature remained steadfast. Its jaws firmly locked onto him. Li Wu was unable to escape, paralyzed by the fear of further injury. What on earth is happening? It sounded as though someone was in distress in Li Chen's orchard. "Indeed. I heard it too. Let us go see what's amiss. Could it be a ghost? I've heard there used to be a grave here. It doesn't sound like that. The voice seems somewhat familiar, though I can't quite place it." Villagers began to gather in groups along the path. Meanwhile, Li Chen, having heard the commotion, quickly donned his shoes and grabbed a flashlight, hurrying towards the orchard. Simultaneously, Lu Bajin was also on his way. "Bajin, did you hear that noise just now? It seemed to be coming from our orchard." Upon encountering Lu Bajin, Li Chen inquired, "What transpired?" Lu Bajin replied, "I suspected someone might be attempting to steal our hens and was bitten by my family's large guard dog." "Large guard dog? When did you place a dog there?" "I was unaware of this," Li Chen responded, perplexed. "I only set it there tonight. Following your previous encouragement, I felt it prudent to treat these hens as my own. To protect them from harm, I decided to enlist my family's large guard dog as their guardian." Lu Bajin elucidated. "Such a development is intriguing. Let us hasten to ascertain what has occurred," Li Chen suggested. Chapter 128. Li Wu, afflicted by jealousy. Deservedly bitten by a dog, Li Chen and Lu Bajin accelerated their pace towards the orchard, coinciding with the arrival of several villagers. "Li Chen, what is going on?" "I was asleep, and it seemed there was a cry of anguish emanating from your orchard. Could something be amiss?" One villager queried curiously upon seeing Li Chen. "I am uncertain. I shall investigate," Li Chen replied, brandishing a flashlight as he ventured into the orchard, with Lu Bajin in tow. "Dehui, where are you?" Lu Bajin called out. The large dog, which had been biting Li Wu's rear, relinquished its grip and trotted over to Lu Bajin. "Woof, woof, woof," Dehui barked proudly, seemingly boasting of its successful guardianship over the hens that night. "Dehui, did a thief attempt to steal the chickens, and you bit them?" Lu Bajin inquired, stroking the dog's head. "Woof, woof, woof." Dehui nodded and barked 3 times in affirmation. "Bajin, is this the large guard dog you brought over tonight?" "It is indeed quite imposing," Li Chen observed, astonished by the dog's size. "Indeed, its coat is gray, and its stature is tall, which is why I named it Dehui. It is likely covered in blood from biting the chicken thief," Lu Bajin explained. So, it was revealed that someone had attempted to steal Li Chen's hens and was subsequently bitten by the dog. No wonder the anguished cries were so profound. Li Chen's hens are quite valuable. Who could be so unscrupulous as to steal them? The thief has likely not yet departed. We shall soon discover their identity. The villagers expressed their curiosity about who dared to pilfer Li Chen's hens. "Ah, the pain is unbearable. I am in agony," groaned Li Wu, sprawled on the ground. He had hoped to rise and flee under the cover of night, but upon attempting to stand, he found his thigh and skin too painful to bear, resulting in another cry of distress. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Chen swiftly illuminated the area with his flashlight. "It's Li Wu. Is that not the Li Wu from Tsuehua's family? My heavens, it is he who attempted to steal from Li Chen. Li Wu truly deserves this fate. They are all from the same village, sharing the same surname. Who would have imagined he would stoop to such depths? Surely, this is a case of karmic retribution. Fortunately, we arrived in time, or he might have been fatally injured by Lu Bajin's large guard dog." The villagers immediately recognized the individual as Li Wu, and they began to voice their condemnation of him. At this moment, Li Wu was not merely suffering. He was enveloped in profound embarrassment and discomfort. He was reluctant to endure the scorn and insults from the crowd, so he bit his lower lip and attempted to leave forcefully. However, due to the excessive loss of blood, he fainted on the spot. "Oh no, Li Wu has collapsed. What should we do, Li Chen?" "Take him to the hospital for treatment. He won't die just yet. It's merely excessive bleeding," Li Chen replied. Although Li Wu was indeed a petty individual, given that he had been savagely bitten by the fierce dog, one could argue that he had received a fitting punishment. Li Chen was unwilling to witness his demise here, as it would bring ill fortune to his breeding farm. Thus, he instructed the other villagers to carry Li Wu back for urgent medical attention. Li Chen, that scoundrel Li Wu is not merely here to steal chickens. He intended to harm them, one villager remarked after they had departed. Upon leaving with Li Wu, Lu Bajin discovered some rat poison on the ground, which revealed the truth of the matter. Indeed, I never anticipated he would resort to such drastic measures. Now that he has been so severely bitten by your dog, it seems he has reaped what he sowed, Li Chen lamented. This scoundrel deserves to be bitten to death by that dog. Being from the same village, yet so malicious, Lu Bajin exclaimed in anger. Let us hope he learns his lesson and reforms. It is getting late. Please dispose of this rat poison and then return to rest, Li Chen instructed. After ensuring that his chickens were unharmed, he returned home with a sense of relief. Thus, the incident concluded with Li Wu hospitalized due to the dog bite. The following morning, Li Chen did not rush to procure the red mushrooms, but instead headed to the fish pond. Contemplating how to manage the vast hillside he had rented the previous night. Li Chen, you are remarkably early. At this moment, Uncle Chen had also arrived. Uncle, you arrived just in time. There are 2 tasks for today, Li Chen stated. All right, I am all ears. The first task is to fell all the miscellaneous trees on this hillside and stack them aside. Once dried, they can serve as firewood. The second task, after clearing the trees, is to create a pathway. It would be best to position it here and ensure it is wide enough to accommodate 2 small vehicles. As I anticipate visitors once my fish become renowned, Li Chen believed that once his fish gained fame, clients would wish to visit. So it was prudent to construct a spacious pathway. Understood, I will arrange that right away. Should I maintain the worker's wage at the previous rate of 30 yuan per day, or adjust it to the 40 you mentioned last night? Let it be 40. I do not wish to lose the villagers' trust, Li Chen responded generously. Very well, I shall call the workers to commence the task. With that, Uncle Chen turned and departed. Soon, he gathered several villagers and began to fell all the miscellaneous trees on the sloped land, as per Li Chen's instructions. As for Liang Min, he had realized that his attempts to block the road with walls would no longer affect Li Chen. So he chose to remain at home today without causing any further disturbances. The incident regarding Li Wu's attempt to poison Li Chen's hen, which had been bitten by a dog and subsequently hospitalized, was still the subject of much discussion. No one expressed sympathy for Li Wu. Rather, they felt his plight was entirely deserved. Li Chen was unaffected by this situation. In the following days, those who were to purchase the red mushrooms continued to do so. During this time, he transacted with Lin Zhou once more, earning an additional 20,000 yuan. Together with the previous 40,000. He had now amassed a total of 60,000 yuan solely from the red mushrooms. As for the 50,000 yuan he had borrowed from the bank, he could repay it whenever he wished. However, he was in no hurry, as he still had many future financial needs and wanted to retain the funds as investment capital. Now that the sludge in the fish pond had been fully cleared and the soil on the slopes had been loosened, Li Chen contemplated the next steps. One day, upon returning from the town, Chen Dashue approached him to discuss the upcoming tasks. Have the pipes for the spring water in the fish pond been installed? Yesterday, Li Chen had provided some funds for Chen Dashue to arrange this, as in order to raise the Lin brand grass carp. The spring water from the mountains needed to be diverted into the pond. It has been installed and can flow into the fish pond at any time. I also created a safety outlet, ensuring that even if it rains continuously for a month, the pond will not overflow and the fish will not easily escape. Chen Dashue said with pride. Well done. Your speed is commendable. Li Chen replied. Well, it's mainly because you are willing to spend money. If I had to do it myself, it surely wouldn't have been completed this quickly, Chen Dashue chuckled. All right, let us officially begin fish farming. First, we will let the water flow into the pond, and then I will go by the fry tomorrow. After releasing the fry, we will plant fish grass on the slopes. Li Chen declared happily. Absolutely, I will divert the spring water to the pond shortly, and by tomorrow morning, it should be ready. However, if you intend to plant fish grass, which species do you plan to cultivate? Based on your experience, which grass is most cost-effective for grass carp? Li Chen humbly inquired. Elephant grass. It is not only easy to cultivate, but also yields a high output. The best part is that once planted, it does not require replanting. After harvesting, it quickly regrows, Chen Dashue explained. Indeed, your experience is invaluable. Let's proceed with planting elephant grass. You can take care of this matter, Li Chen decided with satisfaction. Chen Dashue was an experienced fish farmer, allowing Li Chen to rest easy regarding the fish farming process. After their conversation, he went to find Li Huamei at the iron shed. At present, Li Huamei is responsible for drying red mushrooms and incubating chick embryos. He intends to check on the progress of the first batch of chicks. Chengge, you're here. It's sweltering in here. I must bring a fan tomorrow. Upon seeing Li Chen, Li Huamei complained while wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Huamei, you've been working hard these past few days. Tomorrow, I'll bring a large fan for you. Once the business grows, we can install an air conditioner nearby to alleviate the heat, Li Chen assured her. In 1998, air conditioning units were already in existence, albeit their prices were prohibitively high for ordinary families. However, Li Chen believed that once the industry expanded, such concerns would be trivial. Thank you, Chengge, but an air conditioner isn't necessary. Being at the foot of the mountain, there are times when the wind is quite strong. A fan will suffice, Li Huamei replied, not overly concerned about the matter as she had little concept of air conditioning. How many chicks have hatched these past few days? Li Chen inquired as he stepped inside. Exactly 100 chicks. They're all in the plastic crates, Li Huamei answered. That's quite a number. Let me take a look, Li Chen exclaimed joyfully as he approached, crouching down to touch the chicks, each one remarkably spirited, eliciting a satisfied smile from him. Huamei, you truly excel. To hatch 100 chicks in such a short time is impressive. If they all grow into hens, that would mean an increase of 850 hens. Li Chen praised her, giving her a thumbs up. Of course, it's my duty to meet your expectations. Chengge, Li Huamei replied with pride. Indeed, you are my wonderful sister. You've worked hard lately. Once the scale increases, I'll give you a raise. Li Chen promised. Thank you, Chengge. Your words bring me great joy, Li Huamei said, beaming with a smile. Li Chen, Huamei, what are you two discussing that has you both in such high spirits? At that moment, Zhou Ergu, responsible for guarding the barren mountain, approached with curiosity. Seeing Zhou Ergu reminded Li Chen of something. The harvesting of red mushrooms from the barren mountain had been completed, rendering Zhou Ergu's guarding duties somewhat diminished. Ergu, you arrived just in time. I need to discuss something with you, Li Chen stated. Are you suggesting that my work is done and you no longer need me? Don't worry, I understand. The red mushrooms have been harvested, and given our good relationship, I can accept that. Zhou Ergu preemptively assumed Li Chen was about to dismiss him, attempting to alleviate any potential awkwardness. This was one of Zhou Ergu's admirable qualities, his loyalty to friends. Li Chen was deeply touched. He approached and patted Zhou Ergu on the shoulder, saying, Ergu, you've misjudged. I'm not dismissing you. Although the red mushrooms have been harvested, the work on the barren mountain has only just begun. Really? But aside from red mushrooms, what else can be done on the barren mountain? Zhou Ergu asked, perplexed. I have acquired the desolate mountain not merely for the sake of red mushrooms. Rather, I intend to invest in its potential. Worry not. Simply focus on your tasks, Li Chen responded. Very well. Instruct me on how to proceed. I shall heed your directions. With Li Chen's affirmation, Zhou Ergu felt invigorated. The eastern side of the mountain is largely devoid of red pine trees, and the absence of these trees signifies that red mushrooms cannot thrive there. Therefore, my plan is to enclose that area with iron mesh, tidy up the surroundings, and subsequently raise the incubated chicks there. Li Chen decided to temporarily entrust the chick-rearing responsibility to Zhou Ergu, as proximity to the metal shed would facilitate the process. Once the chicks are fully developed, Zhou Ergu can directly nurture them. However, prior to placing them in the wilderness, it is imperative to cultivate a suitable environment, especially since these are young chicks lacking the ability and experience to forage for food. If the conditions are not adequately prepared, their survival may be jeopardized. No problem. I shall commence work tomorrow, Zhou Ergu assured with a pat on his chest. Additionally, these chicks are quite small. You should visit Lu Bajin to procure a few hens to assist in nurturing them, Li Chen advised sagaciously. Observing Zhou Ergu, who once indulged solely in pleasure, now exhibiting such thoughtful consideration, Li Chen was taken aback and could not help but express his admiration with a thumbs up, saying, Impressive, Li Chen, you were once like me, consumed by revelry, yet now you possess such meticulous insight. Indeed, my brother Chen has not only become wiser, but can now speak foreign languages. Interjected Li Huamei from the side. Right, I almost overlooked that. After you showcased your foreign language skills before the entire village, Liang Yu hasn't stepped out of his house since. He must feel too embarrassed to face the villagers, Zhou Ergu added. Upon hearing this, Li Chen intended to respond, but suddenly recalled that today marked the day Liang Yu would be taken by the police. This is bad. Something will happen to Liang Yu tonight, Li Chen blurted out. Unable to restrain himself, what could possibly happen to him? He is a student from a prestigious 211 university, set to begin his internship at a workplace tomorrow. Chapter 130. To compensate for regrets with my stunningly beautiful wife, Li Chen had contemplated revealing that the police would come for Liang Yu tonight. But just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. His knowledge regarding Liang Yu stemmed solely from his memories of reincarnation. If he were to disclose this information prematurely, it would be challenging to explain to them. Thus, he resolved to remain silent. Brother Chen, what could possibly happen to Liangyu? The Liang family is hosting a dinner for the villagers tonight. Although after your previous altercation at the fish pond, they have not invited you, Li Huamei remarked, confused. Indeed, the Liang family has invited several villagers to dine at their home this evening, ostensibly to bid farewell to Liangyu before his internship tomorrow. However, they did not extend an invitation to Li Chen or his employees. There are two reasons. First, Li Chen spoke a foreign language in front of the scientific research team that day, completely overshadowing the Liang family. Second, Li Chen and Liang Min had already had a dispute over the fish pond. However, Li Chen remained unfazed, knowing that after tonight, Liangyu, the self-proclaimed pride of the Liang family, would be taken away by the police, plunging their family into an extended period of awkwardness in Nanliu village. It's nothing. I merely spoke offhand. Li Chen chuckled, saying little more. Uffed, I thought something significant had occurred, which piqued my curiosity, remarked Huamei. Huamei, even if something significant were to happen, it wouldn't concern us. Focus on roasting your red mushrooms, Li Chen advised. Ergo, let us head to the wild mountains. With that, Li Chen led Zhou Ergo into the wilderness. Li Chen, the red mushrooms are all gone. Besides raising chicklings. Do you plan to leave these areas with red pine trees empty and wait for next year's red mushrooms to reappear? Zhou Ergo inquired curiously. Of course not. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you to explore here with me, Li Chen replied. Then what do you propose we do? I will follow your lead. The areas with red pine trees primarily focus on red mushrooms. However, they do not appear in every season. Therefore, I plan to cultivate some dendrobium. This way, we can preserve the growth of the red mushrooms while also ensuring an additional source of income. Li Chen had initially envisioned planting wild dendrobium, as it was through this very plant that he gradually accumulated wealth. Thus, he had never abandoned the idea of cultivating wild dendrobium. Now, with this expanse of wild mountains, he could seamlessly integrate his vision. Dendrobium? Is that the medicinal herb you previously acquired? Indeed, that's the one. In this environment, it will flourish as wild dendrobium, which can yield a handsome profit when sold, Li Chen confirmed. All right, you've got a plan. I'll follow your lead from now on. Whatever you tell me to do, I shall do, Zhou Ergo expressed cheerfully. Thus, the plan for cultivating dendrobium was set into motion by Li Chen. He intended to purchase fish fry tomorrow, initiating the fish farming venture before turning his attention to the dendrobium. That evening, most villagers had already gathered at the Liang household for dinner, fervently flattering the Liang family. Although Liangyu had failed to speak a foreign language that day, the fact that he graduated from a prestigious 211 university remained true. This identity alone granted him considerable attention in the countryside. Hearing the villagers praise his son, Liang Min felt elated, completely forgetting the embarrassment of his son's inability to speak a foreign language in front of the scientific research team. He raised his glass and joyously joined the others in toasting. Meanwhile, Li Chen prepared a hen stew with red mushrooms for Xiaohan. Although red mushrooms were not inexpensive, Li Chen was far from stingy. Given that Xiaohan needed to replenish her health, he didn't mind the cost, as long as it contributed to her well-being. Li Chen, Mama's birthday is just 3 days away. What should we buy for her? After dinner, Xiaohan suddenly posed a question to Li Chen. How about we bring some dried red mushrooms for her? These make for excellent gifts, and your mother can use them to prepare soups. Li Chen, struck by a moment of inspiration, replied, Indeed, but dried red mushrooms are rather expensive. Are you willing to part with them? Xiaohan deliberately probed Li Chen's sentiments. What is there to hesitate about? Your mother is also my mother, the future grandmother of our 2 little ones, as long as she is happy. It matters not what we give. Li Chen responded generously. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan felt a deep sense of gratitude and gently said, All right, we shall take some dried red mushrooms and buy a few other items as well. Additionally, I wish to prepare a red envelope containing 500 yuan for her. What do you think? Since marrying Li Chen, Xiaohan had not once returned to her family home nor sent any financial support back. For years, she had carried the weight of guilt in her heart. Now that life had improved, she sought to make amends for that lingering remorse. Li Chen understood her feelings. This woman had endured much suffering and injustice for his sake, and he felt both sorrow and regret for his past self. Now, having been granted a second chance, he longed to rectify those feelings of guilt and regret alongside her. Xiaohan, 500 is too little. Let us make it 2,000, Li Chen declared. 2,000? Yes. 2,000. I acknowledge the burdens you have borne for me over these years, the hardships you have endured, and your guilt towards your parents. Therefore, I feel it is my duty to help you alleviate these regrets and sorrows, he stated earnestly. In that moment, Yi Xiaohan's heart swelled with emotion. She felt the profound love emanating from this man, an intensity she had never experienced before. Thank you. Thank you for thinking of it this way, she replied softly. Li Chen rested her shoulder against his and affectionately stroked her head, offering comfort. Silly girl. It is I who should thank you for staying by my side during my darkest days. You're being all mushy again. You'll make me cry if you keep this up, Yi Xiaohan chuckled, playfully reminding him. All right, let us set aside such sentiments. What else do we need to prepare for your mother? With those items, we should be nearly set, but I am concerned whether my parents and sister will accept you. Yi Xiaohan's heart was heavy with worry. After all, her family had initially opposed her marriage to Li Chen. It was her unwavering love that led her to wed him. Yet, after marrying, Li Chen's fall from grace had only deepened her family's disdain, and they had never acknowledged him as their son-in-law. Do not fret. We must face these matters head-on. I am confident that I can change their perception and earn their acceptance, Li Chen replied with assurance. Yes, I believe in you, Yi Xiaohan said softly, nodding in trust. Just as Li Chen was about to continue speaking, the sound of police sirens suddenly echoed through the village. At this moment, the villagers had also heard the sound. Their curiosity piqued, for such an occurrence had never before graced Nanliu village. What could possibly be happening? Why were several police cars suddenly entering our village? Surely, nothing significant could have occurred today. In fact, it was a day of celebration. As the Liang family was hosting a feast, a joyous occasion indeed. Wait, look. It seems the police cars are heading towards the Liang residence. Could it be that Liang U.S. internship is at the police station? Have they come to fetch him? Indeed, the privileges afforded to a prestigious university student are unparalleled. Chapter 131. The polished university student. Yet a criminal. The police cars suddenly arrived in Nanliu village, prompting a flurry of speculation among the villagers. As the vehicles made their way towards the Liang household, many innocently assumed they were there to collect Liang Yu for his internship. After all, during the year of 1998, many in the countryside were not well versed in such matters. Coupled with Liang Yu's prestigious university background, their thoughts gravitated in that direction. Upon seeing the police car halt at their doorstep, Liang Min was left bewildered. Liang Yu, however, was in a state of panic. He had returned to his hometown to evade trouble, believing that the remoteness of the village would shield him from scrutiny for a few days before he could slip away to another location. Little did he expect the police would come directly to his door. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to escape through the back door, but was apprehended by the officer stationed there. What are you doing? He is my son, a graduate of a prestigious university. Why are you taking him? Liang Min rushed forward, his face etched with worry. Are you Liang Yu? The lead officer inquired, pointing at him. Liang Yu hesitated, unable to respond. Yes. My son is named Liang Yu. How do you know his name? Liang Min answered, bewildered. We are here to apprehend your son. He has been accused of assaulting a female classmate during his university years. We have been searching for him for quite some time, the officer explained. What? My son assaulted a female classmate? Officer, you must be joking. My son has always excelled academically and is a student at a prestigious university. How could he engage in such criminal behavior? Liang Min nearly fainted upon hearing the news, urgently attempting to clarify the situation. Academic excellence and attendance at a prestigious university bear no direct correlation to criminality. This is a matter of personal character and moral integrity. Very well. We must take him back for questioning. Relevant documentation will be sent through the appropriate local departments. Please await further notice, the officer concluded, gesturing for Liang Yu to be taken away. Throughout the ordeal, Liang Yu kept his head bowed, unable to utter a single word or meet the gaze of his family. Liang Yu, my son, how could this happen? The Liang family cried out in anguish. Had it not been for the sight of their son truly being escorted into a police car, they would have been unable to believe that Liang Yu, whom they had always held in high esteem, had engaged in unlawful activities. Oh heavens! It was indeed the authorities come to apprehend Liang Yu, a revelation they had never anticipated. Just the night before, the Liang family had hosted a farewell dinner for him. Little did they expect that this farewell would lead to his imprisonment. Sigh, how could someone as seemingly refined as Liang Yu commit such acts? It is truly regrettable. I now comprehend why he was unable to communicate normally with the foreign scientists that day. Surely, he had not been studying at school, causing his proficiency in foreign languages to decline. The villagers gathered to witness the scene were equally filled with lamentation. My son, how could you have changed so drastically? What am I to do? Liang's mother, still in disbelief, wept as she leaned against the police car's window. Wang Shui, the village secretary, noticed her distress and, fearing she might act impulsively due to her overwhelming sorrow, promptly assisted her to a safer position. Ultimately, at the moment the police vehicle drove away, Liang's mother fainted. unable to bear the reality of the situation. This is bad. She has collapsed. Call for an ambulance. Wang Shui immediately instructed someone to return and summon medical assistance. That night, the villagers of Nanliu found themselves awake far later than usual, utterly astonished by Liang Yu's arrest, engaging in discussions about the event for an extended period. Following the events of that night, they came to understand that while attending a prestigious university is indeed a commendable achievement, it is imperative to remain true to one's principles and refrain from engaging in illegal activities to ensure a prosperous future. Otherwise, one risks squandering their youth and potential. As Liang Yu had done. The following morning, after Li Chen had finished his breakfast, Li Huame rushed over. "Chen Ge, have you heard? Liang Yu was arrested last night. It said he committed a crime at school." "I have heard about it, and I am quite taken aback," Li Chen replied. In truth, he had known from the outset but had been unable to disclose it beforehand. "Indeed, I used to envy Liang Yu for being a student at a prestigious university. Yet now he has turned out this way. Alas, it seems that one's character and values are of utmost importance," Li Huame remarked with a sigh. "It's good that you understand. Let us not dwell on Liang Yu. I need to go to Lin Town next door to purchase fish fry. If your sister-in-law needs anything, please lend a hand," Li Chen instructed. "Sure, no problem," Li Huame agreed. Today's task of acquiring fish fry would necessitate pausing the collection of red mushrooms. Fortunately, having conducted multiple transactions with these farmers, they had established a rapport. So a day or two's absence should not pose a significant issue. Moreover, Li Chen had informed them in advance that if he was unable to procure the mushrooms on any given day, they should store them properly. Even if they needed to be dried, as long as they remained intact, he would still purchase them. "Li Chen, the water in the fish pond has been prepared. Would you like to take a look?" After Li Huame departed, Chen Dashua approached. "Uncle Dashua, there is no need for me to check. I have complete trust in you. I will be purchasing fish fry shortly. Would you accompany me?" Li Chen expressed. Although he was a reincarnator, he lacked experience in fish farming. To procure quality fry, he could only invite the seasoned Chen Dashua to accompany him. "All right, I shall come find you shortly." Chen Dashua nodded in agreement before departing to prepare. Half an hour later, Chen Dashua approached Li Chen, holding an old telephone directory. "Uncle Dashua, are these phone numbers from your previous fish farming endeavors?" Li Chen inquired, astonished. "Indeed, among them are 2 numbers for suppliers of grass carp in Lin Town. We can call ahead to inquire if they still have fry available. If so, we can choose one and visit," Chen Dashua replied. "Excellent. With the phone numbers, our task becomes significantly easier," Li Chen exclaimed, immediately taking the directory to make calls from a landline. Ultimately, both suppliers confirmed the availability of Lin Town grass carp fry and even offered Li Chen a discount for bulk orders. Li Chen opted for the closer supplier, mounting his motorcycle to head there with Chen Dashua. "Young man, it's quite rare to see someone your age professionally engaged in fish farming. How many fry do you intend to acquire?" "I shall do my utmost to provide you with the best price," the proprietor of the fry remarked. An elderly gentleman in his 60s with a lean physique. He greeted Li Chen and Chen Dashua warmly, personally guiding them to the fry base for a thorough tour. "Boss Liu, these grass carp are indeed from Lin Town, correct? If they are sourced from elsewhere, I must decline," Li Chen asked seriously, avoiding a direct mention of quantity. His goal was to cultivate the unique grass carp of Lin Town. Any other variety would stray from his plan. "Certainly, they are the distinctive grass carp from Lin Town. I reside there, and my fry can only be from Lin Town," the supplier affirmed. "Ah, that may not necessarily be the case. Being from Lin Town does not guarantee that the fish are exclusively from there. They could originate from other regions," Li Chen remarked with a smile. "How about this? Let us formalize our agreement with a contract. If the fry I supply are not from Lin Town, you may return them for a full refund. Does that alleviate your concerns?" the supplier assured, thumping his chest. "Very well, let us proceed as you propose. Additionally, I have approximately 10 acres of fish ponds. Based on experience, how many fry should I stock? That depends on your choice. Typically, 1 acre should not exceed 1,000 fry, so for 10 acres, that would be no more than 10,000 fry, the supplier responded. "Perhaps we should rear 8,000 fry. That seems appropriate," suggested Chen Dashua. "Agreed. I will take 8,000 fry," Li Chen decisively concluded. After the payment was made, the supplier promptly arranged for transportation and personnel to facilitate the delivery. As the fish fry were still quite small, it was imperative for them to personally deliver the fry to the fish pond for better protection. Li Chen and Chen Dashua led the way ahead. Soon, news of Li Chen's plan to introduce the fry for aquaculture spread throughout Nanliu village, attracting many villagers who had little to do to come and witness the event. Fortunately, Li Chen had instructed Chen Dashua to widen the access path, which proved to be quite useful. Otherwise, the fry transport vehicle might not have been able to enter. Li Chen was indeed audacious, directly channeling spring water to cultivate grass carp. One could only wonder if this venture would truly succeed. If it were me, I would certainly lack such courage, considering the substantial investment involved. However, Li Chen had recently profited from his red mushrooms and green-shelled eggs, endowing him with the capital to pursue such endeavors without fear. Indeed, Li Chen's transformation from his former self was striking. I now find myself hoping he can secure more work for us. The onlooking villagers, upon witnessing the scale of Li Chen's fish pond, engaged in animated discussions. After all 8,000 fry had been released, the supplier of the fry departed. Li Chen then asked Chen Daxue to announce the planting of elephant grass while there were so many villagers present. Consequently, Chen Daxue stepped forward and proclaimed, "Dear uncles and brothers, tomorrow we need to plant elephant grass on this slope, and we require approximately 10 workers. Those who are available tomorrow, please come to me to sign up. The wage will be 40 yuan per day." "Wonderful, there's work to be done," someone exclaimed. "I'm signing up." Just moments ago, they were lamenting the lack of work, and now that opportunity had arisen, how could they miss out? "I'll sign up as well," another joined in. "I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll also register. It's not strenuous work, and for just a day's effort, one can earn 40 yuan. "I'm in," another villager added. The villagers were elated and quickly surrounded Chen Daxue to express their desire to sign up. "Everyone, please take your time. One at a time. If you all come at once, I want to know whose name to register first," Chen Daxue suggested, noticing the large circle of villagers around him. Li Chen, however, left the matter entirely in Chen Daxue's capable hands, smiling as he made his way home. Upon returning home, Wang Shui happened to visit him. "Secretary Wang, what brings you here?" Li Chen inquired directly. "Li Chen, the scientific research team is returning tomorrow, and they plan to invite you for lunch. They asked me to check if you would be available," Wang Shui replied. "By all means, go ahead and join them for lunch. I'll just eat at home. There's no trouble, as I have Hua Mei to keep me company," Li Chen responded. Yi Xiaohan, understanding that Li Chen was considering her feelings, interjected, "It's fine. If it's lunch, that's acceptable. However, dinner may not work." "Very well, I will wait here for you. We can head over together once the time approaches," Wang Shui noted, glancing at the clock. With over half an hour remaining until their scheduled appointment, she decided to wait at Li Chen's home. Seizing the opportunity for a pleasant conversation with him, she had come to realize that Li Chen was unlike others in Nanliu village. He possessed the courage to dream and the capability to act, along with undeniable talent. She held a deep admiration for the young man, convinced that in the near future, Li Chen would indeed forge an extraordinary career. "By the way, Secretary Wang, I intend to bring some red mushrooms as a gift for them. What do you think?" Li Chen inquired after changing into a fresh outfit. "It is certainly feasible, but considering the high value of these red mushrooms, presenting them could result in a notable loss," Wang Shui remarked. "Oh, come now, we are friends. I do not mind this trifling expense," Li Chen replied with a generous spirit. Having experienced the intricacies of human relationships in his past life, Li Chen understood the importance of investing small sums for long-term gain, particularly with these esteemed scientists and 2 foreign guests. Offering them some red mushrooms would serve as an indirect method of promoting his product. When they discover the uniqueness of his mushrooms, they may recommend them to others or assist him in making valuable connections, thereby facilitating business opportunities. At noon, Wang Shui escorted Li Chen to the Happiness Restaurant in town. The options for dining were limited, primarily to the City South Restaurant and the Happiness Restaurant. Historically, important guests from afar were accommodated at the City South Restaurant. However, with the recent acclaim garnered by the Happiness Restaurant thanks to Li Chen's supply of orchard-fresh green-shelled eggs, the City South Restaurant's patronage had diminished significantly, with most diners now favoring the Happiness Restaurant. Recently, the owner of the City South Restaurant, who had previously rejected Li Chen's green-shelled eggs, was filled with regret. "Ah, Li, my friend, what brings you here?" Lu Neng immediately recognized them as soon as they settled in and approached to greet them. "Mr. Li, do you know the owner of this restaurant well?" Lu Jiwen, the leader of the scientific research team, inquired with curiosity upon observing Lu Neng's cordiality towards Li Chen. "Indeed, you are quite right. I have a collaborative relationship with this young man. The green-shelled eggs served in my restaurant are all supplied by him," Lu Neng cheerfully responded before Li Chen could speak. "What? Such delicious green-shelled eggs are provided by you?" Lu Jiwen was astonished. The team had dined at the Happiness Restaurant during their visit to Bobai Town, and it was that meal that had sparked their fondness for green-shelled eggs. Although they could access them in larger cities, they had never encountered such fragrant ones. This was one of the reasons they had decided to dine at the Happiness Restaurant once more before their departure. Hearing Lu Neng attribute the delectable eggs to Li Chen left Lu Jiwen thoroughly impressed. Indeed, The green-shelled eggs at Boss Lu's restaurant are all supplied by me. I deliver 100 eggs daily, Li Chen affirmed. Goodness, you are quite the poultry magnate. It seems you have quite a few ventures, Lu Jiwen remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Captain Lu, you may not be aware, but today, Mr. Li Chen has also embarked on a fish farming venture, someone added. The 10 acres of fish ponds in our Nanliu village are currently leased to him for aquaculture, Wang Shui interjected. It is indeed rare, exceedingly rare, to encounter a young individual like you who focuses solely on agricultural development. How about this? I would like to collaborate with you regarding your green-shelled eggs. What do you think? Lu Jiwen remarked with a hint of admiration. Collaboration? Captain Lu, you jest. You are not in the restaurant business. How could we possibly collaborate? Li Chen chuckled in response. Ha ha ha. I assure you, I am not jesting. Our scientific research institute has a fixed cafeteria which requires eggs daily. Your green-shelled eggs are so fragrant and devoid of any fishy taste. They are precisely what our cafeteria needs. If you are agreeable, I will discuss this with the cafeteria staff upon my return, and we can communicate further by phone, Lu Jiwen explained with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This would indeed provide him with an additional sales channel. It seems my trip for lunch was not in vain. He expressed gratefully, saying, Thank you, Captain Lu, for the recommendation. If there is a need, I am always open to collaboration. Very well, let us finalize this arrangement. I will contact you by phone once I return. However, I must emphasize that our cafeteria has stringent requirements for ingredients. So do not supply us with ordinary green-shelled eggs from the market, Lu Jiwen cautioned. Rest assured, if the quality of the green-shelled eggs we provide does not meet your standards, you may return them for a full refund, Li Chen responded confidently. Excellent. Your assurance puts my mind at ease. After that day's interaction in Qingshan, Lu Jiwen held Li Chen in high regard and trusted him with this matter. Li Chen, not only does Captain Lu wish to collaborate with you, but I also wish to partner with you, Su Chao interjected at that moment. Mayor Su, you too wish to collaborate with me? Li Chen inquired, puzzled. Indeed, our government cafeteria also requires your exceptional green-shelled eggs. If you have stock available, I shall send someone in a few days to discuss the collaboration in detail, Su Chao stated. Ever since Li Chen had healed him with herbal medicine, Su Chao had been contemplating how to show his gratitude. Now, the conversation between Lu Jiwen and Li Chen reminded him of this. Since Li Chen's green-shelled eggs are of such quality, why not introduce them to the cafeteria, given the lack of a stable supplier for ingredients? Starting with Li Chen's green-shelled eggs would be fortuitous. Is that true? I am immensely grateful, Mayor Su. Li Chen expressed his delight. Should the collaboration with the government cafeteria succeed, it would serve as a living endorsement, enhancing public trust in his green-shelled eggs. Furthermore, partnering with the town government's cafeteria would not violate the long-term collaboration agreement established with the Happiness Restaurant, as the government cafeteria does not fall under the category of other restaurants. When Li Chen initially entered into the collaborative agreement with Lu Neng of the Happy Restaurant, he had already elucidated this point to him. It is believed that Lu Neng would not raise this matter again. It seems that today's meal was remarkably fortuitous, providing two significant opportunities for collaboration. There is no need for formality, had it not been for your ancestral method of promptly alleviating my poisoned blood last time. I would likely have lost my life by now. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is you I must thank, Su Chao remarked. Oh, it was but a trifling matter. Mayor Su need not dwell on it, Li Chen replied humbly. His modesty further garnered the admiration of those present. Thus, Li Chen joyfully shared a luncheon with them, and afterward, they enjoyed tea and conversation for half an hour before parting ways. Upon returning home, Li Chen's first task was to seek out Lu Bajin, who was in charge of tending to the hens. If these two major collaborations come to fruition, there will be a considerable demand for green-shelled eggs, and he needed to ascertain the laying capacity of the hens. Brother Bajin, how many eggs did the hens lay today? A total of 700 hens have laid eggs, Lu Bajin answered proudly. Not bad. It seems only 50 hens have yet to lay. However, this quantity is still insufficient. We need to increase the number of roosters so that Hua Mei can utilize these fertilized eggs to hatch more chicks, Li Chen stated. Isn't that quite enough? Currently, we are only supplying 2 locations, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Brother Bajin, I have come to discuss the possibility of new clients for collaboration in the coming days. Therefore, the current egg production of these hens is far from adequate. Li Chen explained. If that is the case, even if Hua Mei hatches the chicks swiftly, it would be impossible for them to mature and begin laying eggs in a short period, Lu Bajin remarked. Lu Bajin's words served as a reminder to Li Chen. Given the growth rate of the chicks, it was indeed unrealistic to expect them to lay eggs in a short time. However, Collaborating with Lu Jiwen's Scientific Research Institute and the township government's cafeteria represented an excellent opportunity that he was reluctant to wait too long for, especially considering the cafeteria supplier identity, which many would wish to purchase but might not be able to acquire. Missing out would be a significant loss. Thus, he devised a plan to once again visit Yaqiao village to procure adult hens from Wang Daozi. This was the only way to address the issue promptly. Brother Bajin, here is the plan. I will procure another batch of adult hens and roosters, which will allow us to resolve this issue in a short time. As for Huamei, the task of hatching chicks cannot cease, as we will still need more hens to lay eggs, Li Chen articulated. That sounds like a good idea. Though I suspect the orchard may not accommodate too many adult chickens, they will need to be placed at Ergo's barren mountain base, Lu Bajin suggested. I will communicate with Ergo. You focus on the hen farming here, and I will arrange for another person to manage the other site. Managing over 700 hens is already quite laborious for one person. I cannot bear to burden you further with the farming at the barren mountain, Li Chen resolved, intending to assign this task to Zhou Ergo. After concluding his conversation with Lu Bajin, he promptly sought out Zhou Ergo, instructing him to expand the chicken-raising facility on the barren mountain with a larger iron mesh to prevent the chicklings from mingling with the hens. It was essential to isolate them with an additional iron net. Otherwise, the sheer number of hens could potentially trample and harm the vulnerable chicks. This task involved considerable effort, and to expedite the process, Li Chen permitted Zhou Ergo to enlist the help of 2 assistants. Li Chen was determined to resolve these matters swiftly, enabling him to procure hens from Wang Daozi the following day and, in the afternoon, take the opportunity to gather a batch of red mushrooms. As for the day after tomorrow, he planned to accompany Xiaohan back to her family home. Chapter 134, The Hens. A grand undertaking once more the following morning. After enjoying his breakfast, Li Chen made his way to the barren mountain without delay. Thanks to their diligent efforts the previous afternoon, the foundation for the hen-raising facility had nearly taken shape. Moreover, Zhou Ergo had thoughtfully constructed a rectangular shelter, placing straw atop the roof to protect the hens from becoming drenched during rainy weather. It seemed Li Chen had indeed chosen wisely. As long as Zhou Ergo refrained from gambling, his intellect proved to be quite resourceful. Li Chen, you're here so early? Zhou Ergo, who had just arrived to tend to the hatched chicklings, inquired upon seeing Li Chen. Ergo, you've done well. With this rectangular shelter, even in the rain, the hens won't get soaked, Li Chen praised, giving him a thumbs up. Hee, I only thought of it yesterday afternoon, Zhou Ergo replied with a smile. I'll head out shortly to purchase the hens. I'll rely on you to manage things here. Rest assured, it's a trivial matter. Whatever quantity you bring back, I'll ensure they are well fed and never go hungry, Zhou Ergo confidently assured him. With your words, I am at ease. I shall return shortly to prepare for the hen procurement, Li Chen responded before turning to leave. However, he did not set off immediately. Instead, he sought out his aunt, Chen Huiwan. With Yi Xiaohan's due date fast approaching, he was concerned that her sudden labor might catch her unprepared, so he needed Chen Huiwan to come and assist. Xiao Chen, you go ahead with your tasks. I won't be going anywhere today. I'll stay here with Xiaohan, Chen Huiwan assured him. Thank you, aunt. Is there anything you'd like to eat tonight? I'll bring it for you. Li Chen expressed his gratitude. Oh, dear, why are you being so polite? Just buy whatever you want for yourself. There's no need to get anything for us, Chen Huiwan replied. Unlike many women, when Li Chuntian lent all their savings of 20,000 yuan to Li Chen, she did not voice any objections. As an aunt, she sincerely hoped for Li Chun's transformation and a better life for him. Li Chen was deeply moved by her kindness. Having experienced his previous life, he understood that discord among brothers and uncles often stemmed from quarrels instigated by women. Thus, a supportive aunt like Chen Huiwan was indeed a rare treasure. Thank you, aunt. If there is anything you need from me in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Li Chen said with deep emotion. We are family, so there is no need for formality. You go ahead with your tasks. Xiaohan and I will ensure everything is fine at home. Li Chen nodded and then set off on his motorcycle. Fortunately, he arrived 10 minutes early. At this moment, Wang Daozi was preparing for a long journey, one that would see him away for 3 to 5 days. Had he arrived late, he would have had to wait 5 days before being able to purchase hens. You have quite an extensive farming operation, young man. You previously bought over 700 hens from me, and now you wish to acquire more so soon. Wang Daozi remarked with astonishment. Do tell, how many do you need this time? Since you are aware of my previous purchase of 700 hens, you ought to offer me a bit more of a discount, Li Chen replied with a smile. Very well. I shall reduce the price by 1 yuan per hen this time. Now, how many do you intend to buy? Wang Daozi responded generously, lowering the unit price once again. 1,000. Please, Li Chen answered directly. What? 1,000? You intend to raise that many? At this figure, Wang Daozi's expression grew even more incredulous. He had never encountered anyone who purchased such a quantity in one go since he began breeding black-boned chickens for their green-shelled eggs. Indeed, 1,000. You wouldn't happen to be out of stock, would you? Li Chen inquired, harboring concerns that Wang Daozi might not have enough mature chicks available, given his previous business struggles. If you require more, I might genuinely be out, but 1,000 is precisely what I have, Wang Daozi assured him. Very well, I will take them all. Show me the stock, and let us count them, Li Chen said with a sense of decisiveness. Follow me, Wang Daozi instructed. After arriving at his poultry farm, both parties inspected the mature hens and found no issues. They proceeded to finalize the payment, count the hens, and load them onto the vehicle. As before, Wang Daozi arranged for someone to transport the hens to Li Chen's location. Once everything was settled, Li Chen rode his motorcycle back to Nanliu village with the driver. Due to the absence of significant roads at the foot of the desolate mountain, the driver could only stop midway. Young man, my vehicle cannot proceed any further. I must unload the hens here, the driver said, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right, thank you. You've worked hard today, Li Chen expressed his gratitude. Oh, you are quite the charmer, young man. I am merely doing my job, so hardship is to be expected, the driver replied with a smile. Promptly going to the back of the vehicle to unload the bamboo cages containing the hens. Seeing the driver laboring alone, Li Chen offered to assist. And soon Zhou Ergu arrived to help as well. After unloading the hens from the vehicle, Li Chen and Zhou Ergu still needed to transport them up the mountain. This was the inconvenience of impassable roads, a scenario Li Chen had anticipated but had not acted upon earlier due to insufficient funds. It has become evident that, despite insufficient funds, a road must be carved to the foot of the desolate mountain. At worst, a rudimentary dirt path can be established initially, to be paved later when resources allow. In pursuit of swiftly relocating the 1,000 hens to the breeding base in the wilderness, Li Chen summoned all his employees. Thanks to their collective efforts, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hens were finally settled in the newly prepared breeding facility. The remaining tasks were entrusted to Zhou Ergu, allowing Li Chen to seize the opportunity to procure red mushrooms while time permitted. This would ensure he could confidently accompany Xiaohan back to her parental home the following day. Should Xiaohan go into labor thereafter, he would need to remain by her side, potentially delaying his next mushroom acquisition for several days. Thus, during today's procurement, Li Chen took the time to inform the farmers of the situation, advising them to dry the mushrooms they harvested in the coming days, assuring them that he would return to purchase them when available, or they could sell them directly to him at Nanliu village, for which he had arranged for Li Huamei to manage the purchases at home. In the evening, after dinner, Xiaohan began preparing for their visit to her family the next day. In addition to a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan, she packed some neatly wrapped red mushrooms. As for fruits and other gifts, the couple decided to purchase them in town the following morning for maximum freshness. Xiaohan, why don't you call your mother and let her know we're returning to celebrate her birthday tomorrow? Li Chen suggested. All right, I'll give her a call. Xiaohan nodded, picking up the landline to dial the long unmade call. Since marrying into the Li family, she had not made this call once, and as she pressed the dial button, a wave of anxiety washed over her. The call connected, yet no one answered. This left Xiaohan in a whirl of thoughts, unsure of how to proceed. Observing her unease, Li Chen approached, guiding her to sit beside him, allowing her head to rest gently on his shoulder. Xiaohan, do not worry. We will return tomorrow, and I am confident your parents will come to accept me. The following morning, Li Chen rose early and purchased pork ribs and red dates to prepare a porridge for Xiaohan. Their plan was to finish breakfast and then head back to her family home around 10 o'clock. Yet, Xiaohan felt an indescribable complexity within her. This mixture of emotions, excitement, joy, apprehension, and unease was overwhelming. As a daughter, she naturally missed her parents and everything associated with home after years of absence. Now, returning stirred feelings of joy and anticipation. Yet she feared her parents might not welcome her back, especially not Li Chen, which fed her anxiety. Xiaohan, don't overthink it. Trust me, everything will be fine. Li Chen encouraged, holding her hand reassuringly. Yes, I trust you. It's just that my feelings are still a bit tangled. I'll manage, though, Xiaohan replied softly. Chen Gu, sister-in-law, are you planning to visit relatives today? At that moment, Li Huamei happened to arrive. Yes, I was just about to mention it to you. If any villagers bring red mushrooms to sell in the next few days, please assist in purchasing them, Li Chen responded. All right, I understand. I'll get to work now, Li Huamei said with a smile, choosing not to disturb the two any further as she went about her tasks. After finishing breakfast, Li Chen needed to head to the town to buy a few items. According to the customs of Nanliu village, when a son-in-law visits his in-laws for the first time, he must bring a piece of fresh pork and a live chicken. Despite their years of marriage, it was Li Chen's first visit, so he felt compelled to adhere to these traditions. Upon returning with the items, Li Chen retrieved a snakeskin bag and carefully cut a small opening on the left side of the bottom, placing the live chicken inside, ensuring its neck could protrude for air. The red mushrooms and other gifts were simply placed in the trunk of the motorcycle. Once everything was prepared, Li Chen and Yi Xiaohan set off at 10 o'clock. Yi Xiaohan's family resided in Dowang village in Bobai town, a route unfamiliar to Li Chen, so he requested Yi Xiaohan to guide him from behind. Upon arriving at Dowang village, Yi Xiaohan felt a surge of nerves. "Hey, is that Xiaohan? You're back." A woman in her 40s exclaimed upon seeing Yi Xiaohan. "Aunt San, it's you. It's been so long. How have you been?" Yi Xiaohan responded joyfully upon recognizing her aunt. Li Chen took the opportunity to stop the motorcycle. "I'm doing well. But you? It's been ages since you returned after getting married. I've missed you." "Oh, look at you. Your belly is so big now. You must be close to giving birth." Aunt Sen exclaimed with delight. "Indeed. According to the doctor, today is the due date, but it seems there hasn't been any sign yet." "It may be delayed a few days," Yi Xiaohan replied. "So, this must be your husband, Li Chen?" Aunt Sen finally directed her attention to him. "Hello, Aunt San. I am Li Chen." He greeted her warmly. "Finally decided to visit Xiaohan once. You two should live well together and avoid any nonsense," Aunt Sen advised. "Aunt San, are my parents home?" Yi Xiaohan, concerned that her aunt might bring up Li Chen's past indiscretions, quickly shifted the topic before she could finish. "They are. Today is your mother's birthday, isn't it? You must have come to celebrate," Aunt Sen said. "Yes, we are indeed here to celebrate her birthday," Yi Xiaohan confirmed. "All right, you two go on ahead. I'll be busy for a while, and we'll come by later to chat," Aunt Sen said with a smile before turning to leave. Yi Xiaohan's Aunt San resembles the character of Lu San in Nanliu village. In fact, nearly every rural community has such a figure. Someone whose knowledge of events spreads rapidly throughout the village. Soon, the entire village of Dowang was aware that Yi Xiaohan had returned with Li Chen after many years. Could it be? Did Li Chen dare to come back to the Yi family? If it weren't for him, Xiaohan would never have married into hardship. Indeed, Xiaohan had excelled in her studies, but after falling in love with him, she ended up marrying. Yet, after their marriage, he treated her in such a manner. They had not returned for many years. How could they show their faces now? I heard from Aunt San that they returned on a brand new motorcycle. Could it be that Li Chen has recently found success and can afford a motorcycle? This matter is rather dubious. Li Chen, known for his indulgences and misdeeds. Who knows if he stole it? At that moment, the villagers of Dowang whispered amongst themselves, speculating about Li Chen and Yi Xiaohan's visit to the Yi family after all these years. "Li Chen, my home is just ahead. You can park the motorcycle there." Yi Xiaohan indicated towards a small bungalow ahead. "All right." Li Chen nodded and drove the motorcycle over, coming to a halt. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle at the entrance, the Yi family members emerged from the house. "Father, mother." Yi Xiaohan exclaimed upon seeing her father Yi Chong and her mother Huang Yuzhen. "Father, mother." Li Chen promptly echoed. At that moment, they were both taken aback, having not anticipated that after so many years, Li Chen and Yi Xiaohan would return. "Come in and sit." Fortunately, they did not display any overt disdain towards Li Chen. Yi Chong simply uttered a brief statement before turning back into the house. Li Chen quickly unloaded the items he had purchased from the motorcycle and followed Yi Xiaohan inside. In the living room sat several people. From Yi Xiaohan, it was revealed that they were her elder brother Yi Wei, her sister-in-law Nanliu, and a young boy of about 5 or 6 years old, who was her brother's son. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, long time no see. How have you been?" Yi Xiaohan politely inquired upon seeing them. "Ah, little sister has returned. Please, take a seat." Yi Wei awkwardly smiled before warmly inviting them to sit. "Thank you, elder brother. Today is Mother's birthday, so Li Chen and I have come to celebrate with her. This is our gift for her." With that, Yi Xiaohan presented the prepared gifts, including a red envelope containing 2,000 yuan, which she handed over to her mother Huang Yuzhen. "Xiaohan, I do not oppose your return, and I am indeed happy. However, if these gifts and money were obtained through dishonest means, I cannot accept them." Chapter 136. Has the son-in-law suddenly changed for the better, or is it a deceptive facade? Huang Yuzhen expressed this concern due to Li Chen's notorious reputation, compounded by village gossip suggesting he had frequently stolen from others. Thus, she worried that these gifts and money were the fruits of Li Chen's illicit activities. "Mother, this money is what I earned through hard work. It is not from any illegal activities, nor did I win it through gambling. I acknowledge that I have not been my best self in the past, causing much distress and hardship for Xiaohan. However, I assure you that those days are behind us from now on. I will cherish Xiaohan even more and show utmost respect to you all. Xiaohan yearned to explain herself, yet it was Li Chen who stepped forward. As a man, it is his duty to take initiative, to shoulder responsibility. Indeed, mother, Li Chen has transformed. He has recently invested in several ventures and employed a number of staff. This wealth is a result of his own diligent efforts. Xiaohan spoke on Li Chen's behalf, affirming his progress. Brother-in-law, have you truly changed? Have you ceased stealing from others and given up gambling? Yi Wei stood, his expression one of skepticism. Elder brother, if you doubt me, I invite you to return with me. I will introduce you to my current projects, and my employees can attest to my integrity, Li Chen stated earnestly. Mother, how about this? I will accompany him back. If he has genuinely changed, we will accept his gifts, but if he is merely boasting, we will send him away and forbid him from visiting our home again, Yi Wei proposed to Huang Yuzhen. If you have indeed changed and will treat Xiaohan well, I will overlook past grievances. However, if you dare to deceive us again, the Yi family will hold you accountable, Yi Chong added. They did not harbor animosity towards Li Chen himself, but rather towards the scoundrel he once was. As parents, who would not wish for their daughter to lead a normal life. Yet, the prior version of Li Chen had been so reckless that they found it hard to trust his words now. Rest assured, I have no intention of deceiving you. I can take you to see my enterprises right now. Li Chen understood their feelings and did not blame them for their doubts. Recognizing that he had been quite the rogue in the past, not only could they not forgive him, but he struggled to forgive himself for his past misdeeds. Very well, I shall return with you. Parents, please remain at home and chat with Xiaohan. If he dares to deceive me, I will deal with him appropriately, Yi Wei said. Thus, Li Chen accompanied Yi Wei back to Nanliu village, while Xiaohan stayed behind to converse with her parents. Yi Wei, being Xiaohan's elder brother, was addressed as such by Li Chen. Upon arriving at Nanliu village, Li Chen immediately went to the fish pond, where Chen Daxue was overseeing the area. Upon seeing them approach, he walked over. Elder brother, this is the fish pond I recently rented, spanning 10 acres, stocked with grass carp from the neighboring town. Li Chen explained to Yi Wei. You claim it is yours, but how can you prove it? Yi Wei remained skeptical. Li Chen, didn't you go to visit relatives? Why have you returned? At that moment, Chen Daxue arrived and curiously inquired. Uncle Daxue, your arrival is fortuitous. Please confirm that this fish pond indeed belongs to me. Li Chen remarked to Chen Daxue, what nonsense. This fish pond isn't yours, is it? Though I wish it were mine, that way I could make a fortune. Chen Daxue chuckled in response. Brother, do you believe me now? He is my employee, and I pay him 1,000 yuan each month. Li Chen then addressed Yi Wei. So, he is your external elder brother. Chen Daxue finally grasped the situation. Indeed, he is Xiaohan's elder brother. Li Chen confirmed with a nod. All right then. You two carry on. I have other matters to attend to. Aware that his presence was no longer appropriate, Chen Daxue excused himself and departed. Li Chen, even if this fish pond were yours, you have only just stocked it with fry. How could you possibly earn enough to buy a motorcycle and gifts? Yi Wei inquired. This is my latest investment. I have other ventures as well. Allow me to show you, Li Chen replied, leading Yi Wei to his orchard and aquaculture base, as well as to a processing facility for drying red mushrooms. Upon witnessing these tangible enterprises, Yi Wei began to entertain a sense of trust in Li Chen. Brother, do you now believe what I have said? If you still harbor doubts, I can take you to my clients for their verification. I engage in transactions with them daily and have records to prove it, Li Chen asserted. All right, no need to show me further. I believe you now. As long as you genuinely intend to change and treat our Xiaohan well, I have no objections to your relationship. At last, Yi Wei chose to place his trust in Li Chen. Thank you, brother. Rest assured, the old scoundrel Li Chen will no longer reappear. I will ensure that Xiaohan lives a happy life, Li Chen vowed, patting his chest. Then let's return together. I will explain everything to my parents. Yi Wei agreed. Elated by Yi Wei's newfound trust, Li Chen, knowing of his smoking habit, stopped at a roadside shop on their way back to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes. Yi Wei, initially reluctant, resisted for some time, but ultimately accepted due to Li Chen's enthusiasm. Upon returning to the Yi household, Yi Chong and Huang Yuzhen promptly emerged to inquire. How did it go? Did Li Chen deceive us? Xiaohan just mentioned that he is raising fish and chickens, and also doing something with drying red mushrooms. Is that true? Indeed, during their return to Nanliu village, Yi Xiaohan had spoken extensively about Li Chen's recent endeavors, praising him highly in front of her parents. Mom and Dad, it's true. I just want to see for myself. He has a 10-acre fish pond, cultivating that type of grass carp from Lintown. As for the hens, they are black-boned chickens, the ones that lay those rare green-shelled eggs. He has over 1,700 of them. The red mushroom drying and processing is also genuine, and he has hired 5 employees, each earning a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Yue, concerned that his parents might doubt his words, detailed everything he had observed with great precision. Yue's remarks resonated with what Xiaohan had just discussed with them, leading the Yi family to finally believe that Li Chen had indeed changed. Mom and Dad, now you must believe that Li Chen has truly transformed, he asserted. Chapter 137. At last, he earned the forgiveness of his in-laws Li Chen. If you genuinely care for our Xiaohan from now on, we shall overlook the past. However, should you dare to harm her again, the Yi family will not be so accommodating, Yi Chong expressed firmly. Rest assured, the reckless Li Chen of yours shall not resurface. The current Li Chen is solely devoted to cherishing Xiaohan and ensuring she endures no hardship, Li Chen sincerely replied. That is reassuring to hear. Please, come in and take a seat. Lunch will be ready shortly, they invited. Li Chen's heart soared at this, for it signified that the Yi family had wholly accepted him. Yi Xiaohan could finally release the anxiety that had burdened her, fearing her parents would reject Li Chen and discard his gifts. A radiant smile graced her face as she discreetly gave Li Chen a thumbs up, acknowledging his commendable behavior that day. After years, the return of their daughter, coupled with the knowledge of Li Chen's transformation, filled the Yi family with joy. They prepared an extravagant lunch and even invited their third aunt and her family to join. Having experienced life's intricacies, Li Chen adeptly navigated social interactions. He distributed packs of cigarettes to the men present, a gesture he had prepared in advance. To relatives like his third aunt, he also presented each with a red envelope containing 20 yuan. In the context of Bobai town, offering 20 yuan was considered quite generous, prompting the attendees to regard Li Chen with newfound respect. Have you heard? Li Chen has changed for the better and has become a boss, hiring 5 workers. Indeed. I was astonished to hear this from his third aunt. They say a leopard never changes its spots. Yet who would have thought Li Chen could alter so completely? Absolutely. I just visited their home, and he even gave me a pack of cigarettes. He certainly knows how to handle himself now. Wow, how generous. He must have made quite a bit of money. No wonder they haven't returned for all these years. It seems Li Chen has recently struck it rich. Upon learning of Li Chen's transformation, the villagers of Dawang village began to share their astonishment with one another. Xiaohan, is it true that these red mushrooms can sell for 200 yuan a pound? Huang Yuzhen, Ye's mother, asked incredulously upon hearing the price of the mushrooms Li Chen brought. Yes, Li Chen has been making a significant profit by purchasing these red mushrooms, Yi Xiaohan confirmed. Sister-in-law, are these red mushrooms really that lucrative? Perhaps I should join you in collecting them, Yue joked. This remark instantly reminded Li Chen that his recent routine of scouring for red mushrooms each day was not a sustainable approach. It would be far more efficient to hire someone specifically to assist with the procurement, thereby freeing him to attend to other matters. Thus, he promptly replied, that sounds great. I truly need someone to help me gather red mushrooms. If you don't mind, would you come assist me? Really? I was merely joking. Are you serious? Yi Wei exclaimed, visibly astonished. Of course I am serious. I just wonder if you might feel awkward about working for your brother-in-law, Li Chen quipped playfully. What is there to feel awkward about? Working for anyone is still work. If you genuinely need to hire someone, then I shall take on the task, Yi Wei declared. Recently, Yi Wei found himself without employment and was troubled about where to seek work. Since Li Chen genuinely needed to hire someone, it suited him perfectly. As he did not wish to travel far, working for Li Chen meant he could return home each day. All right then, when you are free, just come to my place. I will guide you on how to procure red mushrooms. As for the salary, Li Chen hesitated, unsure of how much to pay Yi Wei each month. Considering Yi Wei was different from others, being the brother of Yi Xiaohan. Over the years, he felt he had owed the Yi family too much. You will receive the same pay as the other employees. Once I have established my own work, you can adjust the salary accordingly. Yi Wei understood Li Chen's predicament and willingly responded. Indeed, Li Chen, you currently employ 5 staff members. Although Yi Wei is Xiaohan's elder brother, it would be inappropriate to grant him special treatment in salary, as the other employees might object. If he is to work for you, equal pay would suffice. Yi Chong, Yi Wei's father, concurred. Very well, I shall start him off with the same compensation as the others, and I will consider adjustments later, Li Chen said. Respecting their perspective. Xiaohan, these red mushrooms are quite valuable. Mother doesn't need them anymore. You all should take them home and sell them for some money. Upon confirming the worth of the mushrooms, Yi Mu, Huang Yuzhen, expressed her concern, suggesting that Yi Xiaohan take them back to sell. Mother, please accept them without worry. We have plenty of red mushrooms at home and are not concerned about this small amount. If you refuse, I would feel quite awkward, Yi Xiaohan insisted. Yes, mother. Please accept them. These red mushrooms are highly nutritious, They would be excellent for making soup, which is very beneficial for health, Li Chen added. All right then. Since you all insist, I shall accept the red mushrooms. As for the 2,000 yuan, I want to take it. You can keep it to buy some clothes for the baby once it is born. The Yi family did not accept Li Chen's money out of necessity, nor had they forgiven him simply because he had become a small boss. Rather, they were willing to accept him because they recognized that he had transformed from his former reckless self into someone who cherished family and treated Yi Xiaohan with kindness. Thus, they intended to forego the money. Mother, you must accept this money, Yi Xiaohan insisted. We haven't visited you even once over the years, and we feel immense guilt and remorse. If you refuse to take these 2,000 yuan, it will weigh even heavier on our hearts. Indeed, mother, please accept it. Though it may not be much, it is a token of our affection, and your acceptance would bring us great joy, Li Chen added. You truly have a way with words, my child. 2,000 yuan is no small sum. You could use it to buy many clothes for the two little ones, replied Ye's mother, Huang Yuzhen. We have already saved for the baby's clothing separately. This is simply for you, so please accept it without worry, Li Chen reassured her. Very well. Since you are so thoughtful, I shall accept it. When the children are born, I will come to visit you and see my two little grandchildren, Huang Yuzhen said, her face beaming with happiness. The couple joyfully spent time at the Yi residence until 3 in the afternoon. Considering that Yi Xiaohan was heavily pregnant, they decided it was best to leave before it got too late. The family at the Yi home happily bid them farewell as they departed. Upon returning home, Yi Xiaohan felt an overwhelming sense of joy wash over her face radiating with newfound ease. This visit had alleviated years of pent-up concerns. Just as she was about to speak to Li Chen, who was tidying up, she suddenly felt sharp pains in her abdomen. Li Chen, I don't know if it's time, but I feel intense pain in my stomach, she exclaimed. Chapter 138. The beautiful school belle becomes a mother. Welcoming two little treasures, Yi Xiaohan's words instantly sent Li Chen into a state of panic. He dropped what he was holding and carefully helped her to sit down. Xiaohan, don't worry. I'll call Aunt Chen and we will take you to the hospital together. Since he needed to drive, he realized he must support Yi Xiaohan himself. He hurried to find Aunt Chen Huiwan. Xiao Chen, it seems Xiaohan is truly about to give birth. We must get her to the hospital quickly, Aunt Chen said, her experience evident. All right, please support Xiaohan from behind. I will drive her to the hospital, Li Chen replied. Are you planning to drive her yourself? Shouldn't we call an ambulance? Aunt Chen suggested. Our village is quite remote, and the roads are difficult. An ambulance would take too long. It's safer if we take her ourselves, Li Chen explained. Okay. Then I will ask your uncle to go to the ancestral hall and pray for our family to welcome a new addition, Aunt Chen decided. This was a tradition in Nanliu village. Whenever a woman was about to give birth, a family member would visit the ancestral hall to pray for a smooth delivery. In order to save time, Aunt Chen called out loudly for Li Chuntian to perform this task, while she helped Yi Xiaohan onto Li Chen's motorcycle. Xiaohan, just hang in there. We will be at the hospital soon, Li Chen encouraged her. All right, I'm fine. For the sake of the two little ones, I will endure this, she replied resolutely. Xiaohan, if you are in pain, grasp my hand and share any discomfort you may feel, Chen Huiwan, who stood behind them, remarked. MHM. Xiaohan nodded in response. At that moment, Li Chen felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He could not drive too quickly, lest the ride become too jarring for Xiaohan's condition, yet he could not afford to dawdle either, as he was eager to transport her to the hospital. Fortunately, they arrived at the hospital without any significant issues. Li Chen, I feel the pain in my abdomen intensifying, Xiaohan expressed, her face contorted in anguish. These are the signs of impending labor, Chun Huiwan, the elder matriarch, explained. When I gave birth to Huamei, the pain started off every half hour, then progressed to every 10 minutes, and eventually every 5 minutes. Very well, let us hurry into the hospital and have the medical staff prepare the delivery room, Li Chen declared, without hesitation, assisting Chun Huiwan in guiding Xiaohan into the hospital. After informing the medical personnel, they swiftly brought in a hospital bed, helping Xiaohan to lie down. Li Chen requested a private delivery room, even though it cost a bit more. However, he was indifferent to the expense. As long as it ensured the safe arrival of the two little ones, he was willing to pay any price. Xiaohan, you must persevere. I am here waiting for you and the two little ones, he encouraged, holding her hand tightly as she was wheeled into the delivery room. Xiao Chen, do not worry. Everything will be fine. Xiaohan will surely bring forth two healthy children. Chun Huiwan consoled him from the corridor. Yet, calmness eluded Li Chen. He was plagued by fears that Xiaohan's previous struggles might have led to nutritional deficiencies, and he dreaded the thought of any adverse outcomes. If that were the case, he would never forgive himself. Unable to sit still, he paced the corridor, his mind in turmoil. Xiao Chen, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Would you like me to fetch you a meal? Chen Huiwan asked with concern. Aunt, I cannot eat. You should go and eat without me. I will stay here. Li Chen replied, his mind too occupied to think of food, devoid of any sense of hunger. I had ample food around 4 o'clock. I am not hungry now. I thought you might be starving and came to check on you. Chen Huiwan reassured him. Is there a family member of Xiaohan here? A medical staff member emerged from the delivery room. I am also a family member of Xiaohan. How is my wife and the children? Li Chen rushed over, urgency lacing his voice. Your wife is expecting twins and requires a cesarean section, so we need a family member's signature. Please sign here to confirm. The medical staff member informed him. All right, I will sign it now, Li Chen responded, barely glancing at the document. His focus consumed by the gravity of the situation as he hastily signed his name. The medical personnel then returned to the delivery room. Li Chen could only continue to pace the corridor, though he was not superstitious at that moment. He found himself silently praying for the safety of his beloved wife and child as they navigated this challenging ordeal. Time passed, and over an hour elapsed without any sign of medical personnel, causing a swell of anxiety within him. Aunt, why hasn't anyone come out with news yet? Could something have happened to Xiaohan? Li Chen anxiously addressed Chen Huiwan. Xiao Chen, do not fret. The very fact that we have not heard anything indicates that both Xiaohan and the baby are likely fine. If there were any complications, the medical staff would have informed us by now. The cesarean section does take considerable time. Please be patient a little longer, Chen Huiwan reassured him. It then dawned on Li Chen that it was 1998, a time when cesarean procedures were not as advanced as they would be in 2022. Hence the extended duration was expected. For now, all he could do was wait. After 5 long minutes, a medical staff member opened the delivery room door and addressed Li Chen. The family of Xiaohan may enter. Congratulations, you have a pair of twins. Instantly, relief washed over him, and he joyfully replied, Thank you, doctor, before rushing into the delivery room. Xiaohan, are you all right? He asked, hurrying to her bedside and taking her hand in a gesture of concern. I'm fine, but let me see the little ones, Xiaohan replied faintly. Right. Let us take a look at our adorable twins, Li Chen exclaimed as he turned to gaze at the 2 newborns. Perhaps sensing their father's attention, both infants stirred slightly, their tiny mouths twitching in response. Xiaohan, look. Lele and Yu are smiling at me, he beamed, referring to the names he and Xiaohan had previously chosen. With a gentle tilt of her head, Xiaohan noticed Lele and Yu mimicking the movement, and a radiant smile spread across her face. In that moment, she felt that all the pain she had endured was worth it. Lele and Yu are so well-behaved, they are even smiling at their mother. Chapter 139. The Arrival of the Twins. Li Chen's first taste of fatherhood. Li Chen examined his 2 little treasures closely. Coincidentally, Lele bore an uncanny resemblance to him, particularly in the eyes and nose. In contrast, Yu resembled Xiaohan, especially with those lovely ears and mouth. Xiaohan, did you see? Lele looks like me. And Yu resembles you. Li Chen joyfully proclaimed. I see them. They are so adorable, Xiaohan replied with a heart full of happiness. Indeed, they are precious. You have endured so much. You are the greatest mother in the world. Li Chen's words touched Xiaohan deeply. In that moment, she felt that all the hardships and pain of the past had been worth it. The sensation of being the happiest woman in the world surged within her once more. Xiao Chen, please stay here with Xiaohan while I go fetch some rice soup for her to drink shortly. Aunt Chen Huiwan, possessing considerable experience, understood that Xiaohan had just undergone a cesarean section and could not eat solid food, only drink rice soup. After giving her instructions, she turned and left. Li Chen had hoped to remain with Xiaohan, but the medical staff informed him that he needed to take the 2 little ones to another room, where he was not permitted to leave their sight. As for Xiaohan, she had to stay in the delivery room for further care, as the nurses would handle her bathing and other needs post-surgery. Hello, Lele and Yu. Welcome to this world. Li Chen exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at his 2 adorable infants in the hospital room. At that moment, he fully embraced his new role as a father. He had anticipated that the little ones would respond warmly to him, perhaps even smile, but unexpectedly, both began to cry. Nurse, what should I do? They are both crying. Li Chen, lacking experience, felt a surge of panic and turned to the nearby nurse for assistance. It's quite normal for babies to cry. If they weren't, that would be unusual, the nurse replied reassuringly. But we can't let them cry endlessly. What should I do now? He inquired, his concern evident. Simply hold them. Infants can sense their father's love. Just cradle them and soothe them, the nurse advised. Upon hearing this, Li Chen quickly picked up Lele, gently patting his swaddled body and softly murmuring, Lele, be good, stop crying. In a few days, Daddy will take you home and buy you many wonderful toys. Remarkably, within seconds, Lele ceased his wailing. Li Chen then carefully set Lei down and picked up Yu, employing the same soothing technique, and soon Yu also quieted. Feeling relieved, Li Chen thought, "Not bad at all, young man. Your first attempt at soothing a child was quite successful, a rare feat." The nurse beside him couldn't help but commend him with a thumbs up. "Well, I suppose I didn't expect them to listen to me so well." Li Chen replied with a proud smile. "However, do not let your guard down. Newborns can cry at any moment," the nurse cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than Lei began to cry again. Li Chen had to lift him once more, continuing to patiently comfort him. After calming Lei, it wasn't long before Yu started to cry again. Thus, Li Chen found himself going back and forth, cradling and soothing them. After an hour, he felt thoroughly exhausted from the relentless demands of the two siblings. Yet, despite the fatigue, he was filled with an invigorating sense of purpose, as this exhaustion was accompanied by fulfillment, joy, and happiness. In the following days, Li Chen remained at the hospital, as Xiaohan required a 5-day stay post-cesarean before being discharged. During this time, he had ensured that matters at home were well taken care of by Li Huamei. Regarding the task of acquiring the red mushrooms, on the day following the birth of Lei and Yu, when Yi Wei's family came to visit, he took the opportunity to request Yi Wei's assistance. Yi Wei, the beloved uncle of the two little ones, felt no hesitation and directly provided him with 10,000 yuan as funding for the acquisition. 5 days later, Li Chen's family joyfully discharged from the hospital and returned home. The arrival of the two little darlings brought immense joy to them, though unfortunately, their new house was still under construction, so they had to temporarily reside in the old one. Fortunately, as the two little ones were still quite small, they did not occupy much space. "Chengu, where are my two little nephews? I want to see them." Upon returning, Li Huamei rushed over with a beaming face. "Huamei, shouldn't you refer to them as nephews and nieces?" Li Chen replied. "I initially intended to do so, but my mother said that as a woman, I should be called aunt. Thus I ought to refer to them as nephews," Li Huamei explained. Upon hearing this, Li Chen contemplated for a moment and realized that according to the customs in Nanliu village, it was indeed the case. "Lei Yu, your Aunt Huamei has come to see you." At that moment, Li Huamei promptly approached the double cradle, crouching down to greet Lei and Yu. Giggling, Lei and Yu simultaneously erupted in laughter, as if welcoming Li Huamei. "Huamei, you are truly fortunate. Lei and Yu are smiling at you," Li Chen remarked with a smile. "Is that so? Lei and Yu are so well-behaved. Let me give you a hug." "Oh, it seems I cannot hold both at once, so I shall embrace Yu first, for she is simply adorable." With that, Li Huamei lifted Yu into her arms. However, as soon as she held Yu, Lei began to cry. "Ah, why is Lei crying? Sister-in-law, what should we do?" Upon witnessing Lei's tears, Li Huamei became flustered. "Huamei, it's because you just praised Yu for being cute, which naturally made Lei feel upset." Xiaohan explained. "I see now, I understand." Li Huamei then set Yu down and picked up Lei, gently caressing his little face, soothing him. "Lei, do not cry. You are equally adorable, immensely so." Giggling. Indeed, upon receiving such praise, Lei immediately resumed his joyful laughter. "Oh, it seems this little fellow truly requires compliments." Li Huamei couldn't help but chuckle. "Huamei, that's just how they are. In the future, if you wish to praise them, you must do so together. And comfort them both, for if you only praise one and comfort one, the other will become jealous and start to cry," Xiaohan said with a smile. "All right then. This aunt shall remember. In the future, I will praise Lei and Yu together. Both Lei and Yu are very adorable, and I truly love you both," Li Huamei nodded, adding another compliment for Lei and Yu. However, just when she thought her praises would continue to elicit laughter from Lei and Yu, to her surprise, they began to cry once more, and this time their cries were even more exaggerated than before. "Sister-in-law, what on earth is happening? I clearly praised them, yet they are still crying. Is my praise not sufficient?" Chapter 140. Returning home with two adorable ones. Upon witnessing Lei and Yu crying so earnestly, Li Huamei began to panic. "Huamei, it's not that your praise was misplaced this time. They are simply hungry. I need to feed them some milk. You all may step outside for now," she stated. So, they were indeed hungry. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Li Huamei remarked before exiting. Li Chen, too, realized it had been quite a while since he last visited his base, so he decided to accompany her out. At the hen house in the orchard, Lu Bajin was in charge and had already set things on the right track, so he felt no concern. He intended to first check on the fish pond, the latest venture, to ascertain its condition. "Li Chen, you have returned. Congratulations on becoming a father." Chen Daxue, responsible for the fish, greeted him promptly. "Thank you. How has the fish pond been?" "No issues, I hope. Rest assured, I am overseeing the fish. Should any problems arise, I would feel equally responsible, Chen Dashue assured him. That's a relief. I appreciate your efforts while I was away, Li Chen replied. Not at all, it's my duty. Besides, feeding fish is hardly laborious. Chen Dashue chuckled in response. Uncle Dashue, it appears the elephant grass has begun to sprout, but it seems we cannot tend to it in the short term. Li Chen observed the elephant grass on the slope and remarked. Indeed, the growth of elephant grass requires time, so we cannot rush it. However, it's no matter. Grass is abundant everywhere, and I can harvest from other areas daily to feed them, Chen Dashue replied. Li Chen was cultivating a unique breed of grass carp, thus forbidding Chen Dashue from purchasing feed. Recently, Chen Dashue had been gathering grass near Nanliu village. Fortunately, in 1998, rural areas were rich with various grasses suitable for fish. So the lack of immediate growth in the planted elephant grass did not hinder feeding. After a brief exchange with Chen Dashue, Li Chen strolled along the bank of the fish pond. Observing the grass carp swimming carefree, he felt an immense sense of joy. It seemed that inviting Chen Dashue to oversee the fish had indeed been a stroke of luck. With such an experienced aquaculturist on hand, he could afford to be hands-off. Just as Li Chen contemplated leaving, an idea struck Chen Dashue, who approached him and said, Li Chen, today I plan to construct a small shed by the pond's edge. The scorching summer will soon be upon us, and it would be quite warm. Having a shed would allow for a place to rest and store some tools. That's an excellent idea. Proceed with it. How much will it cost? I shall reimburse you later. If feasible, we could also keep 1 or 2 dogs here. When you're not around at night, they could help guard the fish pond. After the incident where Li Wu attempted to poison the hen, Li Chen sensed that there might be individuals coming to pilfer fish from the pond later on. Thus, safeguarding these grass carp became a part of his plans. Very well. I shall simply bring my dog over. They are as clever and obedient as Lu Bajin's large wolfhound. It's your call now. I will entrust the pond entirely to your management while I head over to the barren mountain. Having said that, Li Chen turned and made his way towards the desolate hill. Currently, Yue visits daily to procure red mushrooms, which means that Li Huame has a steady supply of roasted red mushrooms. Presently, over 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms have been stored. Due to Li Chen spending time at the hospital with Xiaohan lately, he is not engaged in trade with Lin Zhou. He plans to resume trading with Lin Zhou tomorrow, aiming for a substantial influx of funds. As for the red mushrooms, he is not concerned since Yue and Li Huame are overseeing that. His primary worry revolves around the green-shelled eggs. Had it not been for Yi Xiaohan suddenly giving birth to Lei and Yu, it is likely that Lu Jiwen and Su Chao would have sent someone to discuss collaboration by now. Thus, he promptly sought out Zhou Ergo, who is responsible for the care of the newly purchased 1,000 hens. Li Chen's utmost concern is whether these hens have begun laying eggs in the past few days. Li Chen, you finally returned. I've missed you dearly. Oh, congratulations on becoming a father. Zhou Ergo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Chen. Don't say such things. Otherwise, I might think there is something amiss with your orientation, Li Chen chuckled in response. Humph, I'm perfectly normal. It's just that I haven't seen you in several days, and I'm not used to it, Zhou Ergo retorted. I was merely jesting. Now tell me, what is the status of the hen's egg production? This morning, I collected over 300 green-shelled eggs, Zhou Ergo replied. This indicates that only a little over 300 hens are laying eggs, which is still far from sufficient. It seems we will need to wait a bit longer, Li Chen said, slightly disappointed. Li Chen, I believe we should have enough to supply the township's cafeteria for now. Consider it. 300 green-shelled eggs should suffice. And Lu Bajin has stock available as well. If we need more, we can borrow from there, Zhou Ergo suggested. You make a valid point. We should ascertain how many green-shelled eggs the township requires from us. However, we cannot neglect the rearing of the chicks. The more chicks we have, the better. As this will reduce our vulnerability, Li Chen remarked. Rest assured, all the chicks are thriving, without a single issue, Zhou Ergo proudly stated. This surprised Li Chen, as typically, newly hatched chicks are the most challenging to rear due to their fragility and high mortality rate, especially on the barren mountain where survival is even more difficult. For Zhou Ergo to have managed to ensure every chick is healthy, he approached the area where the chicks were raised and indeed found each one lively and vigorous. Well done, Ergo. When you're not gambling, you truly excel at raising chickens. Li Chen couldn't help but give Zhou Ergo a thumbs up. Of course, I have diligently sought advice from my mother regarding poultry raising for quite some time, Zhou Ergo replied with pride. Well done. You've been working hard lately. When the scale increases further and you find it overwhelming, I will hire someone to help alleviate the pressure, Li Chen encouraged, patting Zhou Ergo on the shoulder. It's all right. I can manage on my own. My mother always says that being a bit busy is preferable. Otherwise, I might find myself idly contemplating gambling again. Zhou Ergo chuckled. This statement held truth, as given Zhou Ergo's previous gambling tendencies, too much leisure could easily lead him astray. Thus, becoming occupied was most beneficial for him at this juncture, especially as he had just resolved to quit gambling. Li Chen smiled, preparing to say something when suddenly, Aunt Lu rushed over, informing him that a call was waiting for him at home. He hurried back to answer the phone, as at that time, mobile phones had yet to be purchased, making it necessary for him to return home to take calls. "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Li Chen?" A voice inquired as he picked up the receiver. "Yes, this is Li Chen," he responded politely. "Mr. Li Chen, we are the staff from the township government cafeteria. We would like to discuss a potential collaboration regarding your green-shelled eggs. However, before proceeding, we would like to visit your chicken rearing facility to learn more about it. Would that be convenient for you?" Chapter 141. The first client visits the poultry farm. Understanding their request for a visit, Li Chen was agreeable. After all, the township government cafeteria was quite different from external restaurants and hotels. Being a formal institutional kitchen, they adhered to stringent standards for ingredient selection. Even with Su Chao's endorsement, they needed to conduct an on-site evaluation. Only after confirming that Li Chen's offerings met their ingredient supply requirements would they proceed to sign a cooperation agreement. Thus, Li Chen readily replied, "Of course, it's convenient. You may come over at any time. I'll be available this afternoon." "Great. We'll arrive around 3 o'clock with my colleagues," came the response. "Wonderful. Welcome to Nanliu village." Li Chen joyfully concluded the call. Li Chen, who was on the phone. "You seem quite pleased," Xiaohan inquired, having just lulled their two little ones, Lele and Yu, to sleep. It was someone from the township government cafeteria. "They plan to visit our chicken rearing facility at 3 this afternoon. If all goes well, we could secure another collaboration," Li Chen explained. "That's excellent news. It seems our family is quite fortunate lately," Xiaohan remarked cheerfully. "Our greatest fortune is the arrival of our two adorable little ones. Seeing them every day fills me with motivation," Li Chen responded, moving beside the twin cradle to carefully observe the expressions of the two little darlings as they slept. Xiaohan couldn't help but smile at his earnest demeanor. "Hey there, don't stare at them for too long, or they might sense someone's gaze and wake up," Xiaohan gently reminded. "All right, let them enjoy a good slumber. I will step out to have the place tidied up, as we need to prepare for the visitors from the township government's canteen this afternoon." Having experienced life in a previous existence, Li Chen possessed considerable wisdom in dealing with people. Thus, he was well versed in the essential protocols when hosting distinguished guests. To create a favorable impression, he sought out Lu Bajin, intending for him to manage the chicken manure that Chen Aliu had previously left beside the orchard. If the manure were to accumulate, it would emit a foul odor, which would certainly mar their first impression. "Li Chen, had you not mentioned the chicken manure, I would have nearly forgotten to bring it up. With such a large accumulation, it's certainly not a sustainable situation," Lu Bajin remarked. "Your words have indeed reminded me. The manure is increasing, and it's clear that this cannot continue. However, for now, we can only transport it to another location. When I have the time, I will contemplate a proper solution," Li Chen responded. Overwhelmed with tasks, he understood the importance of managing the manure, yet he lacked the mental space to devise a plan. For the time being, he instructed Lu Bajin to use his second-hand tricycle to transport it to a nearby lychee orchard, which belonged to Li Chentian, thereby temporarily alleviating the issue. Once the chicken manure was addressed, Li Chen sought out Zhou Ergu, requesting him to tidy up the access road leading up the mountain, particularly by clearing away the haphazard weeds that obstructed passage. Currently, there was no proper road leading to the desolate mountain, and Li Chen resolved that after this matter was settled, he would make time to discuss with Zhou Haishan about constructing a substantial road leading in this direction. Even if cementing was not immediately feasible, at the very least, a model of a proper road should be established. With everything taken care of, it was nearly afternoon. Lele and Yu had awakened, and Li Chen found himself amusing the two little ones at home, especially when placed in the double cradle. A gentle sway from him would elicit their joyous gurgles. Observing the blissful scene of father and children, Xiaohan couldn't help but smile, her lips curling in happiness. "Li Chen, when did you become so fond of children? You seem to be having such a delightful time with them," she remarked. "I have always adored children. It's just that I didn't have any before. Now that I do, it's only natural to cherish them deeply," Li Chen replied, resuming his playful antics with Lele and Yu. Seeing their beaming faces filled him with joy as well. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside, and Li Chen recognized that the visitors from the township government had arrived. He promptly stepped outside to greet them. "Hello, is this the residence of Mr. Li Chen?" Two middle-aged men emerged from the vehicle, one stout and the other slender, with the latter being the one to speak. "Greetings, I am Li Chen. Welcome to my home." Li Chen approached them and shook hands with each person in turn. Mr. Li Chen, we are from the cafeteria of the township government. My name is Wang Dong, and he is Chen Hao. We welcome your arrival. Please come in and take a seat, Li Chen warmly said. Thank you, Mr. Li, but we won't sit. Time is of the essence. May we proceed directly to your hen breeding farm? Wang Dong inquired. Of course, no problem. Please wait a moment while I fetch you some water, Li Chen replied, turning back to the house to bring each of them a bottle of mineral water. This water was left over from when he had previously arranged for the collection of red mushrooms, and it was just enough to be useful now. Li Chen first led them to the orchard, introducing the scale of the breeding operation. Mr. Li, it is indeed rare to find someone still practicing such traditional hen breeding methods. It seems Mayor Su's recommendation was quite astute. Wang Dong remarked after touring the breeding base of over 700 hens, giving a thumbs up. Well, it's nothing extraordinary. This is how we country folk typically raise chickens. Li Chen modestly responded. That is precisely what makes your green-shelled eggs so valuable. We are responsible for sourcing ingredients for the cafeteria and have visited many hen farms. Most of them confine the hens in cages, which results in eggs that lack aroma and quality, Wang Dong elaborated. Li Chen understood the large-scale breeding methods Wang Dong described, which are indeed the most common practices in modern times. However, he chose a different path, valuing the affluent clientele's preference for organic and natural ingredients. He aimed to pursue a distinctive breeding route. Mr. Li, didn't you mention that you also have over 1,000 hens raised elsewhere? Why not take us to see them as well? Chen Hao interjected. It appeared they were not in a hurry to provide Li Chen with an answer regarding collaboration. Nonetheless, Li Chen remained unperturbed, confident in the quality of his green-shelled eggs. Indeed, there are another 1,000 hens on the barren mountain, along with some chicks being raised there. I'll take you over to see them, he enthusiastically offered. Excellent. We appreciate your efforts, Mr. Li. The two nodded in agreement and followed Li Chen to the foot of the barren mountain. Mr. Li, it truly is barren here. No wonder it's called the barren mountain, Wang Dong joked. Indeed. But rest assured, when you come next time, I will have developed a proper road. There have been too many matters to attend to lately, so the road construction has yet to commence, Li Chen replied with a smile. All right, let us see the hens you have on the barren mountain. If everything checks out, we can discuss the terms of our potential collaboration. However, should there be any shortcomings, we may have to reconsider, Wang Dong cautioned. Chapter 142. The stunning school belle becomes a mother for the first time. Struggling to let go in certain aspects, Li Chen joyfully guided Wang Dong and Chen Hao through the breeding farm on the barren mountain, and upon seeing the 1,000 hens, all in excellent spirits, they expressed their satisfaction. Otherwise, in a state of malaise, they would not dare to engage in collaboration. After all, no one would consume the eggs of a sick hen. Thus, Wang Dong promptly stated, Mr. Li, your hens are indeed splendid. There are few who raise them as naturally as you do, so our township government cafeteria is willing to collaborate with you on the green-shelled eggs. Really? I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen, for your trust, Li Chen replied, his joy evident. Not at all. It is a testament to your capabilities. Let us discuss the price of our collaboration, Wang Dong continued straightforwardly. Li Chen, equally direct, responded, currently, my green-shelled eggs are priced uniformly at 7 yuan per gene. Would that be acceptable to you? Certainly, if others can accept it, we can as well. Let us proceed with 7 yuan per gene. With a weekly supply of 500 eggs, Wang Dong affirmed. The quantity of 500 per week was reasonable and manageable. However, for Li Chen, the collaboration with the township government cafeteria was not merely about profit. It was about the identity of being a supplier to the local government. Therefore, regardless of the quantity they required, Li Chen was committed to the partnership. The three then returned to Li Chen's home to formalize their agreement with a contract. Wang Dong had come prepared, producing the contract from his bag, and once both parties had no objections to its contents, they proceeded to sign. With the signatures completed, their collaboration with the township government was officially established. Thank you, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen, for your support of my green-shelled eggs. Why not stay for dinner before you head back? Li Chen warmly invited. Mr. Li, there is no need for such formality. We appreciate your invitation. But we must decline dinner, as we have to return to report back. We can discuss further another day, Wang Dong replied, collecting their documents before departing. Li Chen, it seems we forgot to purchase 2 strollers for the little ones, Xiaohan reminded him. Indeed, I was so focused on buying cradles that I overlooked the strollers. I shall buy them when I go to town tomorrow, and I will also get a double stroller, Li Chen said, then crouched beside the cradle to gently tease the 2 adorable infants. The little ones seemed to sense that their father was amusing them. They began to reach out with their tiny, rosy hands to grasp Li Chen's fingers, even bringing them to their mouths. Lele, you cannot eat daddy's fingers. You are being naughty, Li Chen exclaimed, quickly retracting his fingers. Given their tender age, he was cautious of the germs that might linger on his fingers. Li Chen, they must be hungry. You should step out. I need to feed them, Xiaohan stated. There is no need for me to step out. I am not a stranger. I am your husband. Are you afraid of me seeing? Li Chen chuckled. You, mischievous one, if I ask you to step out, do so. Or else Lei and you might get upset, Xiaohan replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although every part of her had been seen by Li Chen. As a new mother, Xiaohan still felt a bit reluctant to openly feed the two little ones in front of him. Li Chen understood her feelings. After all, it was 1998, and many women in rural areas were relatively conservative. As Li Chen stepped out of the door, Aunt Lu happened to approach. Li Chen, it seems a vehicle marked with the township government arrived at your home this afternoon. Is there something noteworthy happening? She inquired with curiosity. They are looking to collaborate with me, Li Chen replied. Collaboration? Is it regarding your green-shelled eggs? She asked. Indeed. We have already signed a cooperation agreement. And I will be supplying them in the future, Li Chen confidently affirmed. Wow, you truly are impressive. Collaborating with the township government's canteen is quite an achievement. Aunt Lu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Well, it's nothing extraordinary, Li Chen modestly responded. Would you like to come in for a while? No, I'm just curious to ask. I still need to return to prepare dinner, so I won't disturb you two with the children, she chuckled before heading back. Before long, news of Li Chen's partnership with the township government's canteen spread throughout Nanliu village, largely due to Aunt Lu's influence as an effective messenger. Once she learned of something, it was only a matter of time before everyone else knew about it. Li Chen is quite capable. Even raising chickens has led to a collaboration with the township government's canteen. Indeed, my admiration for him grows daily. It's hard to believe he was once a reckless scoundrel indulging in pleasures. If he weren't part of our village, I might find it hard to believe. Perhaps the fortunes of the Li family have improved, someone mused. This is clearly Li Chen's strength. Otherwise, why would he be thriving while others remain stagnant? Regardless, Li Chen's recent transformations had certainly captured the villagers' attention. It was likely that he would soon become the wealthiest family in Nanliu village. That evening, after showering, Li Chen eagerly turned his attention to Lei and Yu. After gently rocking them in their cradle for a while, they quickly drifted off to sleep. Watching them peacefully slumber, his heart brimmed with joy. Xiaohan, you should rest early tonight. I'll take care of them, Li Chen offered. The little ones typically slept at this hour, only to wake and fuss in the middle of the night. Li Chen had already been quite worn out from their antics, often losing sleep and needing to rise early the next day. You've been staying up with them these past few nights. Let me take over tonight, Xiaohan gently suggested. Not at all, I'm a man. Allow me to handle the late-night duties. Besides, I enjoy playing with them, Li Chen insisted. This gesture deeply touched Xiaohan, and she once again felt a profound sense of happiness. You, always with your words. What if you stay up late continuously, and your health deteriorates? What will happen to me and the children? Xiaohan said, her heart aching. Fool, my body is not that fragile, it won't easily collapse. Besides, with you and these two adorable little ones, I couldn't bear to falter, Li Chen replied. Now, go to sleep. With that, he gently pressed his lips to Xiaohan's forehead, urging her to rest early. Xiaohan had just given birth to Lei and Yu not long ago, and she was uncertain when they could engage in the legal intimacies of a couple. Do you know how long it takes? Thus, Li Chen could only convey his affection through a tender kiss on her forehead. Once again, Xiaohan was touched to tears by Li Chen's words. She knew this man was concerned for her. His love had been overwhelming recently, crashing upon her like a tidal wave. She relished it, yet felt a tinge of anxiety. Even fear that one day she might awaken to find it gone. Li Chen sat beside Lei and Yu, closing his eyes to rest whenever fatigue struck. However, at the slightest sound, he would immediately open his eyes. After all, the little ones were too young, and he could not bear to let them roam freely through the night. Fortunately, both behaved quite well that evening, only waking once around midnight, when Li Chen fed them with a bottle. They quickly fell back asleep until dawn. The following morning, after Xiaohan awoke and completed her morning routine, she fed the children once more. Afterward, they lay in their cradle, giggling merrily. After having breakfast, Li Chen played with them for a while before preparing to head to town to purchase a double stroller for them. Just then, Wu Changle from the village approached the Li residence. Upon seeing Li Chen, he immediately began to scold him. Li Chen, if you don't clean up that chicken manure today, I'll report you to the town and ensure you can't raise chickens in Nanliu village. Chapter 143. You wouldn't believe it? Chicken manure can also be quite lucrative. Wu Changle, alongside Li Wu, belonged to the group in Nanliu village that envied Li Chen's recent financial success. He had once attempted to steal Li Chen's red mushrooms with Li Wu, although Li Wu was currently hospitalized due to a severe dog bite. Wu Changle's envy and jealousy towards Li Chen had not waned. After Li Chen had someone pile the chicken manure in Li Chuntian's lychee orchard, Wu Changle saw an opportunity to retaliate against him, prompting his early visit. Wu Changle, how have I offended you by raising chickens? Moreover, raising chickens is not illegal. Your threats are futile, Li Chen retorted. Raising chickens is not illegal, but the chicken manure you failed to manage has stunk up my night. Lying in Li Chuntian's orchard. Mark my words, if you don't resolve this chicken manure situation today, I'll report you to the environmental department tomorrow. Making it impossible for you to raise even a hen, Wu Changle declared, leaving with a formidable finality. After Wu Changle departed, several villagers approached Li Chen, expressing their grievances about the chicken manure he had placed in the lychee orchard the previous day, which had led to an unpleasant odor permeating their homes. At that moment, Li Chen recalled that Li Chuntian's lychee orchard was situated at a windswept location within the village, and the strong winds last night had carried the foul scent of the manure into the nearby villagers' houses. This explained why Wu Changle and others had detected the stench. Since so many oppose our decision to place the chicken manure there, perhaps we should transport it to the desolate mountains, suggested Xiaohan. Even if we relocate the manure to the remote hills, it would only serve as a temporary fix. As our flock of hens continues to grow, this issue will persist and likely worsen, Li Chen replied. That's true. What should we do? With so many hens, it's inevitable that we produce a significant amount of manure. Don't worry, Xiaohan. Allow me some time to devise a solution. Li Chen sat down, contemplating the matter of the chicken manure. When Lu Bajin had brought this issue to his attention yesterday, he had already recognized its seriousness. Initially, he thought he could delay addressing it. But now it was clear that finding a resolution sooner rather than later was imperative. If this problem remained unresolved by tomorrow, given Wu Changle's envy and resentment towards him, he would certainly report him to the environmental authorities for polluting the entire Nanliu village with his chicken farming. But how to manage all this manure? Burying it somewhere? Clearly, that was not a sustainable solution. Disposing of it directly into the Nanliu River? Absolutely out of the question, as that would severely pollute the waterway. He had no desire to become a historical villain. Then it struck him. He could transform the chicken manure into a valuable commodity and sell it for profit. At that moment, Li Chen had a flash of inspiration, recalling a financial news story from his past life about a farmer who had achieved wealth. In his previous life, he had read about a prominent poultry farmer named Mr. Tan, whose full name was Tan Muyang. This individual's story is readily available online for anyone to verify. When Mr. Tan initially began raising chickens for sale, he faced similar challenges. The excessive chicken manure led to widespread criticism from the villagers. Ultimately, however, he managed to earn 600,000 in a year from the very manure that had drawn scorn, eventually transitioning to exclusively selling manure rather than chickens, as it proved to be incredibly lucrative. With the memories of his past life, Li Chen recalled how Mr. Tan capitalized on chicken manure. In Hainan, a region abundant in tropical fruits like jackfruit, these fruits required chicken manure as fertilizer. However, due to its unique geographical conditions, few people raised chickens there, resulting in a dire shortage of manure. Consequently, local farms had to procure it at exorbitant prices from other regions. Mr. Tan's strategy was to sell directly to the fruit farmers in Hainan, allowing him to reap substantial profits. Thus, Li Chen resolved to emulate Mr. Tan's successful model and sell the chicken manure as a valuable asset. This notion not only addresses the environmental concerns stemming from an excessive accumulation of chicken manure, but also presents a lucrative opportunity. Perhaps, in the future, the profits derived from chicken manure could rival those from the green-shelled eggs. Li Chen, what did you just say? Treating chicken manure as a treasure? At that moment, Xiaohan curiously interjected. Indeed, Xiaohan, I just realized we could sell the chicken manure and make a profit, Li Chen responded joyfully. You truly have a knack for humor. That manure reeks tremendously. Who would want it? You must be dreaming, Xiaohan remarked skeptically, clearly unconvinced that it could become a profitable venture. Xiaohan, I assure you, I'm not joking. While this chicken manure may be odorous, it is highly sought after by many farmers. In other words, if I were to cultivate tropical fruits like pineapples, I would also require chicken manure for fertilization. Li Chen elucidated. Are you suggesting we sell this manure to the farms? Precisely. I am aware that Hainan has a significant demand for it. If we collaborate with the farmers there, we could undoubtedly earn a substantial profit, Li Chen affirmed. Hainan, that's quite distant, and transportation isn't convenient at the moment. Xiaohan's remarks suddenly sparked a realization in Li Chen. Although he recognized the potential to sell chicken manure in Hainan, locating clients became a pressing issue. Particularly in the short term, finding clients would necessitate a trip to Hainan. With Lele and Yu having recently been born. He felt a pang of reluctance to leave the two adorable little creatures. Yet, without visiting Hainan, how could he secure clients there? At that moment, the home phone rang unexpectedly. It was Su Chao calling. Li Chen, are you free for lunch today? I would like to invite you to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance the other day, Su Chao warmly stated over the phone. Mayor Su, it was merely a trivial matter. It's been so long, and you still remember? Of course. To me, it is far from trivial. If I were to forget, that would be truly ungrateful. Indeed, Su Chao was as they had described, a person who greatly values gratitude. Ever since Li Chen had treated him in Qingshan, he had not forgotten the significant favor owed to Li Chen. All right, since Mayor Su is so enthusiastic, I must thank you. Li Chen felt it inappropriate to decline further, especially after the successful collaboration with the township cafeteria, which would not have been possible without Su Chao's support. Great. Let us meet at noon, at the usual place. The Happiness Restaurant. Sounds good. See you then, Li Chen replied before hanging up. With still some time before noon, Li Chen planned to arrange for someone to handle the chicken manure issue before heading to the town. His strategy was to temporarily store the manure in a discreet area of a remote mountain, where, regardless of any strong winds, the odor would not disturb the residents of Nanliu village. As for how to connect with clients in Hainan, he would take the next few days to ponder that matter carefully. After everything was settled, Li Chen returned home to change his attire, then proceeded to the cradle to check on the two adorable little ones. Giggling, Lele and Yu smiled at him, moving their lips in delight. You two are truly well behaved. Stay home and play nicely with your mother. Daddy is heading to town for a meal and will return shortly with a stroller and some toys for you. Chapter 144. Fortunate. Even a meal can yield great opportunities. After speaking to the two charming children, Li Chen mounted his motorcycle and made his way to the Happiness Restaurant. Su Chao had been waiting for him there, which made Li Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, Su Chao was the deputy mayor, a leader in the township, and it felt inappropriate to keep him waiting for so long. Mayor Su, I truly apologize for keeping you waiting, Li Chen said with a sincere expression. It's quite all right. You haven't delayed me. I simply arrived too early, Su Chao replied graciously. Please, have a seat and order whatever you desire. Thank you, Mayor Su. I tend to eat quite casually, so please feel free to order whatever you like, Li Chen responded. Haha, here nothing is casual when it comes to dining. However, if you're uncertain about what to choose, I'll take the liberty of ordering for you, Su Chao said with a hearty laugh. Then picked up the menu to select a few dishes. Considering Li Chen did not drink alcohol, he refrained from ordering any beverages. Mayor Su, I appreciate your assistance. I have already collaborated with the cafeteria of the township government. Li Chen expressed his gratitude. I am aware of this development. However, you need not thank me. It is a testament to your own capabilities, unrelated to my influence. I merely made a recommendation. The success of the collaboration lies entirely in your hands, Su Chao remarked. Regardless, I must extend my thanks. Without your recommendation, I would not have had this opportunity. Li Chen's humble demeanor greatly pleased and impressed Su Chao. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly spotted a familiar classmate entering the restaurant, who seemed to have recognized him as well. Is that you, Su? My goodness, it has been ages. It turned out to be Zhao, an old classmate. What brings you to Bobai town? You could have given me a heads up so I could welcome you. Upon recognizing Zhao Qi, Su Chao immediately stood to shake his hand. Well, I just arrived and was feeling hungry, planning to find a place for lunch. I intended to contact you this evening, but I never imagined I would run into you here. I must be quite fortunate today, Zhao replied with a cheerful smile. What brings you to Bobai town? I recall you were cultivating pineapple trees back in Hainan, Su Chao inquired curiously. Realizing that Zhao had yet to take a seat, he quickly added, Please sit down. This is my friend Li Chen. He is not a stranger. Li Chen promptly shook Zhao's hand and introduced himself briefly. I came here to procure some chicken manure for fertilizing my fruit trees, as I've returned to my hometown for farming, Zhao explained. Li Chen was savoring his tea when he suddenly recalled something upon hearing Zhao Qi's words, his face lighting up with surprise. Are you truly interested in purchasing chicken manure? Is that not the very client I have been desperately seeking? He exclaimed. Indeed, I manage several hundred acres of orchards and require a substantial amount of chicken manure. Otherwise, I would not have made this trip myself, Zhao Qi affirmed confidently. That is splendid. Li Chen could not suppress his excitement. Mr. Li, what do you mean? Zhao Qi inquired, looking perplexed. Zhao, it appears that Li Chen raises over 1,000 hens himself. He likely intends to sell his chicken manure to you. Interjected Su Chao from the side. Is that so? That sounds feasible. Without a doubt, Zhao Qi responded cheerfully. Initially, Li Chen had contemplated selling his own manure, but a lucrative scheme suddenly occurred to him. He decided he would oversee the procurement of chicken manure himself, then sell it to Zhao Qi. This way, Zhao would not need to travel such a distance for the acquisition, and Li Chen could profit from the transaction. Mr. Zhao, may I inquire about your method of procurement for the chicken manure? Li Chen asked. In other locations, we calculate by the bag. We have standardized plastic bags that hold approximately 40 pounds each, and the acquisition price is roughly 10 yuan per bag, Zhao Qi explained. How about this? In addition to selling you my chicken manure, I will also assist in procuring it here. Once we accumulate a sufficient quantity, you can drive over to collect it. What do you think? Li Chen proposed. Zhao Qi contemplated this for over a minute before responding. That sounds good. This way, I won't have to travel nationwide for chicken manure. However, I can only offer you 10 yuan per bag for what you procure. That is perfectly acceptable. Li Chen replied. Given that this price was quite reasonable for 1998, he had no intention of negotiating further. He believed many farms would view chicken manure as a nuisance. They would gladly give it away for free if someone offered to clean it up. He could then acquire it for 5 yuan per bag and resell it to Zhao Qi, thus reaping a tidy profit. Zhao Qi understood that Li Chen was aiming to profit from the price differential, but it was also advantageous for him. Even if he were to procure the manure himself, he would still be paying 10 yuan per bag. With Li Chen handling the acquisition, he could avoid the hassle of travel and simply send a driver while he waited at the farm for the manure. Thus, the two men solidified their partnership concerning the chicken manure. After enjoying lunch together, Li Chen insisted on drafting a cooperation agreement. Having experienced life in a previous existence, he recognized the significance of such formalities. With this cooperation agreement in hand, my future plans have found assurance. Once everything was settled, the matter was formally confirmed. Zhao Qi provided Li Chen with the 40-pound snakeskin bags he had brought along. Intending to reminisce with his old classmates Su Chao in Bobai Town for a day or two before returning. After bidding farewell to the two, Li Chen purchased a double stroller and some toys for toddlers, joyfully making his way home. Xiaohan, I'm back. As always, upon returning home, Li Chen immediately called out for Yi Xiaohan. Lei, Yu, your father is home. Let us go outside and see what fun things he has brought for you. Yi Xiaohan appeared, carrying Lei in one arm and Yu in the other. Seeing this, Li Chen promptly approached and gently lifted Yu into his arms. Giggling, Yu erupted into laughter upon seeing her father, which delighted Li Chen. He quickly took out the toys he had bought and waved them in front of her. Yu, do you like it? This is a gift from Daddy. Giggling, Yu responded with more laughter, expressing her fondness for the toy. However, at that moment, Lei became upset. Noticing that Yu had a toy while she did not, she began to wail inconsolably. Don't cry, Lei. Daddy also bought you a toy. Li Chen was taken aback that Lei, at such a young age, could feel jealousy. Fortunately, he always treated them equally. Otherwise, Lei could have cried for quite some time. He swiftly handed Yu back to Yi Xiaohan and lifted Lei into his arms. Lei, it's not good to be jealous of your sister at such a young age. He playfully teased her chubby little face, smiling. Giggling. Once in her father's embrace, Lei began to laugh as well. Li Chen, now you understand the challenges of having two little ones, right? If you show favoritism, the other one won't be pleased. Yi Xiaohan remarked with a smile. Indeed, that's why I bought a double stroller this time. When they are a bit older, I can simply place them in it and take them out for strolls together. Xiao Chen, you're all here. Just in time. I wanted to discuss the house construction with you. At that moment, Li Chen Tian approached. Uncle, have you found a suitable date? Li Chen had entrusted the house construction matters to Uncle Li Chen Tian, and having spent the past few days in the hospital, he had not inquired about the progress. It's all set. Construction can begin in 3 days. I'll oversee everything, so you can focus on your business, Li Chen Tian assured him. Thank you, Uncle. If you need any funds, just let me know. Understood. The 1,000 yuan you provided me will last for quite some time. Payment for labor can be settled all at once the work is complete. You can handle that then, Li Chen Tian replied. All right. Thank you, Uncle. Lei Yu. You should also thank Uncle Gong. He is diligently helping you build a house. Li Chen expressed his gratitude to Li Chen Tian first, then turned to Lei and Yu. Li Chen Tian smiled and walked over, taking Lei from Li Chen's arms for a brief embrace. However, Lei immediately began to cry. Oh dear, this child is a bit shy. It seems he only wants his father to hold him, Li Chen Tian remarked, reluctantly handing him back to Li Chen. What's the matter? Uncle Gong is holding you. Why are you afraid? Come on, give Uncle Gong a smile. After a moment, Lei finally erupted into a fit of giggles, which made Li Chen Tian laugh as well. All right. You two take good care of the little ones. I'll head back now, Li Chen Tian said cheerfully before leaving. With the arrival of these two little ones, Li Chen felt a surge of familial joy. His determination to provide them with a better life grew stronger. Xiaohan, you must be quite bored at home every day. How about I buy a television for you tomorrow? That way, you can watch it when you're feeling dull, he suggested. No need for that. With all your investments requiring funds, I've grown accustomed to it. It's quite all right, Xiaohan replied gently. Tomorrow, I'll be receiving a shipment of dried mushrooms, which will bring in 20,000 yuan. Buying a color television will still be feasible, Li Chen reassured her. You needn't worry. Moreover, I've secured a lucrative opportunity today. A lucrative opportunity? What is it? Selling chicken manure, Li Chen answered. You mentioned this in the morning. Haven't you found a client yet? And even if you do, transporting it to Hainan would be quite troublesome. That was indeed a concern earlier. But it has since been resolved. Li Chen recounted his lunchtime encounter with Zhao Qi, which illuminated Xiaohan's understanding. So, chicken manure is truly that profitable? She asked incredulously. Indeed. I've signed a cooperation agreement with him. As long as we acquire it, we will surely profit. Most importantly, we can also completely resolve the issue of the chicken manure from our hens polluting the environment in Nanliu village, Li Chen affirmed confidently. If that's the case, it's indeed a win-win situation. It seems your lunch outing was well worth it, she commented. Absolutely. Ever since Lele and Yu arrived, my luck has soared. They are truly my good fortune, Li Chen proclaimed. Just then, Lele burst into another fit of giggles. And both Li Chen and Xiaohan couldn't help but beam with happiness. Sister, why are you both so joyful? At that moment, Yue returned from acquiring red mushrooms, his face brimming with delight. Yes, these two little ones are just too adorable, Xiaohan replied. Is that so? Let me. As their uncle, have a look, Yue said, parking his motorcycle aside and immediately engaging with Lele and Yu. Upon witnessing the delightful laughter of Lele and Yu, he, as the doting uncle, felt an immense sense of joy. Brother, what brings you back so early? He inquired. Father and mother are coming over tomorrow, so I was sent to inform you. I'll also take the opportunity to pick up some items to bring for them, Yue replied. I see. That means Lele and Yu will have the chance to see their grandparents tomorrow, Xiaohan thought, her heart swelling with happiness. Ever since her marriage to Li Chen, her parents had not visited even once, making their upcoming visit the first time they would come to the Li household. Li Chen had initially planned to procure chicken manure the next day, but with his in-laws coming, he decided to postpone it until the day after. With the memories from his previous life, he knew precisely where to find large chicken farms in Bobai town, making it easy to approach them directly for supplies. Unlike sourcing red mushrooms, which required visiting every village, chicken manure could be efficiently obtained by collaborating with breeding farms, as he needed it in substantial quantities. Li Chen, our dining table is rather worn out and somewhat unstable. Shall we borrow one from Uncle's house? I worry that if Mom and Dad see it tomorrow, they'll be concerned for me. Xiaohan expressed her thoughts after Yue departed. At that moment, Li Chen realized he had been so preoccupied with buying a car and building a house that he had neglected to replace the dining table. The current table, purchased when he married Xiaohan, had suffered greatly due to his reckless behavior and was barely usable now. If his in-laws were to see it, they might feel uneasy. Thus, replacing the dining table became a pressing matter. Xiaohan, please keep an eye on the little ones at home. I'll head to town right now to buy a new dining set and sofa, Li Chen stated, glancing at the time, confident that he could still make it. He had no intention of borrowing from Li Chuntian's family, although, in 1998, it was customary in Nanliu village to temporarily lend furniture among brothers. Li Chen preferred not to do so. Now that he had the means, he could easily purchase a new set. After communicating his intentions to Xiaohan, he swiftly rode his motorcycle toward the town. Ah, if it isn't the young lad. It's been quite a while since I last saw you bringing wild dendrobium to sell at my herbal shop. He was greeted by Wang Agu, the herbalist. This encounter reminded Li Chen of his plans to cultivate wild dendrobium, yet he had been too overwhelmed with other matters to initiate them. Ah, it's you, Boss Wang. Long time no see. Lately, the villagers have been bringing it to sell directly to you. So you Haven Tea needed my supplies, right? Li Chen replied with a smile. Indeed, many villagers, aware of your procurement of wild dendrobium for me, have become quite clever and brought it straight to sell, Wang Agu chuckled. You are aware that I cannot refuse, so there is no need for Boss Wang to explain. I comprehend. However, I have recently contemplated cultivating dendrobium orchids. Do you happen to know where I might procure seedlings? Seizing the opportunity to encounter Wang Aguo, Li Chen inquired about this matter. Otherwise, as he embarks on this planting endeavor, he finds himself at a loss regarding where to obtain the seedlings. To ask this question is indeed to consult the right person. A relative of mine cultivates dendrobium seedlings. However, it is somewhat distant, located in Fengshan town, Wang Aguo responded. A little distance is of no concern. Could you kindly leave me a contact number for your relative? I shall reach out when the need arises. That is no problem. But how many acres do you intend to plant? I suppose around 10 to 20 acres should suffice, Li Chen replied. Very well. I shall write down a phone number for you. Wang Aguo promptly retrieved a pen and a piece of paper from his bag, then inscribed his relative's number for Li Chen. After receiving the paper and expressing his gratitude, Li Chen engaged in a brief conversation with Wang Aguo before considering that he still needed to purchase furniture before the store closed, and thus took his leave. Upon arriving at the furniture store, Li Chen chose a larger dining table and a set of wooden sofas. With the weather warming, wooden sofas are the optimal choice. After all, with two adorable little ones just born, if he were to purchase fabric sofas, they would likely be soiled in no time. Wooden sofas are far more convenient, as they can be easily cleaned. After completing his purchase, Li Chen paid, and the staff immediately arranged to load the items onto the vehicle, personally delivering them to Nanliu village under Li Chen's guidance. Hey, Li Chen, have you bought a new dining table and sofa? Coincidentally, Aunt Lu, just returning home, noticed and approached him with a question. Indeed, just brought them home, Li Chen replied while moving the items into the room. Not bad. Your home previously lacked any decent furniture, but now you've finally replaced everything with new pieces, Aunt Lu remarked with a sense of admiration before turning to leave. Soon, the news of Li Chen acquiring brand new furniture spread throughout Nanliu village. This was undoubtedly thanks to Aunt Lu, whose talent for gossiping was well known. It truly is a tale of 30 years of change. Once, Li Chen's home lacked even a proper stool, and now he has purchased entirely new furniture. According to Aunt Lu, the sofa is solid wood, exceedingly luxurious and beautiful. Indeed, they used to have a dining table that wobbled. One wrong move could send it toppling over. Now, they have finally replaced it with something new. The recent transformations in Li Chen's life have been remarkably significant. At this rate, he might soon be able to afford a small vehicle, let alone new furniture. The villagers could not help but express their astonishment, as this represented a monumental change for Li Chen. Xiaohan gazed at the newly adorned living room, where a brand new sofa and dining table stood, a smile of happiness illuminating her face. This had been a small goal she had longed for during a dim period of her life, and now she had finally realized it. Xiaohan, how do you like it? Li Chen gently embraced her from behind and tenderly inquired, do you like it? Yes, but could you refrain from holding me like this? It would not be good if someone were to see us, Xiaohan replied. Her head bowed and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Foolish girl, you are my woman. It is perfectly natural for me to hold you this way. I fear not the gaze of others, he reassured her. You certainly have become quite the charmer, she remarked. However, I cannot spare any time for your embraces right now. Lele and Yu must be hungry, and I need to feed them. With that, Xiaohan extricated herself from Li Chen's arms and proceeded to lift Lele, settling onto the new sofa to nurse him. Recently, it had become customary for Lele to grow hungry first, so typically, Xiaohan would ensure he was well fed before attending to Yu. Li Chen, concerned that Yu might cry upon seeing her brother being fed, took it upon himself to lift Yu and engage her in playful antics. Once Lele had satisfied his hunger, he handed Yu back to Xiaohan and continued to entertain Lele. Eventually, witnessing both little ones contentedly lying on the bed, the two of them exchanged joyful smiles. Xiaochen, are you home? Aunt Chen Huiwan called from outside the door. Aunt, I am here, Li Chen replied and promptly stepped outside. Aunt, did you need something? He asked. I forgot to mention, according to our Li family customs, now that Lele and Yu have returned, you must prepare a chicken, buy some pork, and offer incense to our ancestors. This is a gesture of gratitude for their blessings in your smooth addition to the family, Aunt Chen Huiwan explained. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt. I will take care of this tomorrow morning, Li Chen responded. In the village of Nanliu in 1998, numerous traditions and customs thrived, passed down through generations. Despite having lived a previous life, Li Chen did not seek to disrupt these customs, believing there was nothing amiss about them. They were part of the rich tapestry of traditional culture in his homeland. Xiaochen, how about this? Since it is your first time performing these rites and you lack experience, I will come by tomorrow morning to guide you through the process. You will understand it better afterward, Aunt Chen Huiwan suggested after a moment's consideration. That sounds wonderful. With your guidance, it will be much easier for me. Thank you, Aunt. Would you like to come in? Li Chen warmly invited. No, I won't stay. I merely remembered this matter and wanted to inform you. I shall return home now. You should go back in and tend to the children, she replied before turning to leave. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Chen sought out a large rooster, personally prepared it, and then went out to purchase a piece of pork. According to the customs of Nanliu village, both items needed to be placed whole in a pot and boiled before being taken to the ancestral hall for offerings. Once everything was prepared, Aunt Chen Huiwan arrived just in time to lead Li Chen through the entire process. Aunt, Xiaohan's parents will be visiting us shortly. Please remember to come over for lunch with Uncle, Li Chen warmly invited. Are Xiaohan's parents finally coming? Very well. I will come by at noon to help you prepare the meal, she responded. Chapter 147. A New Breakthrough. The visit of my in-laws Chun Huiwan pondered the fact that Li Chen would be overwhelmed, considering that Yi Xiaohan needed to attend to Lei and Yu. Since it was the Yi family's first visit to the Li residence, she, as a relative, felt it was her duty to assist. After informing Li Chuntian, she and her husband made their way to Li Chen's home at 10 o'clock. Coincidentally, not long after their arrival, the Yi family also arrived, with Yi Chong, Huang Yuzhen, and their son Yi Wei along with Chen Ailian, totaling 5 guests. This marked a historic milestone for Li Chen, as it was the first time his in-laws had crossed the threshold of his home since their marriage. Mom and Dad, elder brother and sister-in-law, please come in and make yourselves comfortable. Li Chen warmly invited them inside. Lei and Yu were overjoyed to see their grandparents. At this moment, Yi Xiaohan brought Lei and Yu to join the family. Yi Chong and Huang Yuzhen were equally delighted to see the children, presenting them with clothes and toys they had purchased. The children, sensing the gifts from their grandparents, burst into fits of giggles, filling the room with laughter. Lei and Yu, be good and keep your grandparents company while I prepare lunch, Li Chen said with a broad smile before heading to the kitchen. Li Chuntian and Chun Huiwan were already busy preparing the meal. Upon seeing Li Chen enter, they urged him to spend time with his in-laws while they took care of lunch. This gesture deeply moved Li Chen. Ever since his parents had passed away, Li Chuntian and Chun Huiwan had taken great care of him, treating him as one of their own. Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your kindness. Li Chen expressed his gratitude before returning to the living room to chat with his in-laws. He shared updates about his current endeavors, including the plans to build a new house in the coming days. Witnessing the transformation of their once wayward son-in-law and noting the improvement in his life, Yi Chong and Huang Yuzhen felt immense satisfaction. Xiao Chun, the past is behind us. We are glad to see your change, Huang Yuzhen remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, Xiao Chun, now that you've turned a new leaf, please do not revert to your former gambling ways, Yi Chong added earnestly. Rest assured, Dad and Mom, I will never gamble again. Nor will I return to my former reckless self, Li Chen assured them. That is good to hear. We can rest easy now, they replied with satisfaction. Thus, the long-standing grievances between the Li and Yi families were finally laid to rest. At noon, the family joyfully enjoyed their lunch and took a brief respite. Li Chen then escorted his parents-in-law on a tour of his aquaculture base. Observing Li Chen's recent flourishing enterprises, Yi Chong and Huang Yuzhen felt a significant sense of relief regarding their daughter's future happiness. Ultimately, the Yi family remained at Li Chen's residence until around 3 in the afternoon, at which point they contemplated their departure. Parents, elder brother, and sister-in-law, why don't you stay for dinner before heading back? Yi Xiaohan warmly suggested. No, it's getting late, and we do not wish to trouble you any further. We will come to visit you again when we have the chance, Yi Chong replied. Very well, please take this money with you, Yi Xiaohan said, producing 1,000 yuan in an attempt to give it to Yi Chong. However, he declined the offer, instead handing it over to Lei and Yu. Xiaohan, this money is for Lei and Yu, so please don't insist, Yi Chong remarked, playfully teasing the children. At that moment, Lei and Yu were delightedly giggling, causing everyone to join in the laughter, creating a wonderfully cheerful atmosphere. Li Chen packed a bag of green-shelled eggs for the Yi family to take home and even caught an old duck for them. Although Yi Chong was initially hesitant to accept, Li Chen's warm insistence made it difficult for him to refuse. After bidding farewell to the Yi family with great cheer, Li Chen opted not to return to work, choosing instead to assist Yi Xiaohan in tidying up. This day marked the liveliest occasion for the Li family and was also the happiest day for Yi Xiaohan. As a woman who had married into the Li family for so long, she finally welcomed her parents as guests and gained their approval. Most importantly, the love she had steadfastly held on to was now yielding its rewards. Every effort had proven worthwhile. Li Chen, thank you for your transformation. It validates my initial choice, Yi Xiaohan tenderly expressed. Silly girl, I should be the one thanking you for your unwavering support and for giving me 2 adorable little treasures. Li Chen gently kissed her forehead and replied. Yi Xiaohan could not help but beam with happiness, just as she was about to say something. The 2 little ones began to cry, especially Lei, whose wails were particularly fervent. It seemed the little ones were hungry again, necessitating another feeding. Yi Xiaohan immediately picked up Lei and lifted her blouse to nurse him. Li Chen, as was their routine, took Yu in his arms while Yi Xiaohan fed Lei. Their cooperative efforts alleviated the burden on Yi Xiaohan. Otherwise, if she were alone, one child would likely remain hungry while the other cried incessantly. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Chen prepared to attend to the matter of purchasing chicken manure. This endeavor also presents a lucrative opportunity, if managed well. One might find oneself emulating the success of Tan Muyang, who, as reported in financial news from a previous life, garnered an annual income of 600,000 through the sale of chicken manure. His aspirations are firmly anchored in large-scale poultry farms, where the abundance and stability of chicken droppings are paramount. A significant advantage lies in the acquisition of their manure, which eliminates the need for daily commutes. Once a partnership is established, a specific quantity and schedule can be agreed upon, providing both convenience and profitability. Li Chen's primary objective is to approach Wang Daozi from Yaqiao village, from whom he procured his green-shelled egg-laying hens. Wang boasts a substantial supply of chicks, consequently generating copious amounts of manure, particularly given the accumulation over time. After indulging in some playful moments with Lei and Yu, Li Chen set off on his motorcycle, carrying a sack made of snake skin. "Young man, is that you? Are you here to see my son, Wang Daozi? He has gone on a long trip and will not return for some time," greeted Wang Xuanli, the father of Wang Daozi, upon Li Chen's arrival. Chapter 148. A new method of earning money through the bulk purchase of chicken manure upon reaching Wang Daozi's home. Li Chen recalled a detail from his last visit when he purchased 1,000 chicks. Wang Daozi had indeed mentioned his impending journey. Fortunately, Wang Xuanli was at home. The origin of Wang Xuanli's name is self-evident. His parents likely wished for his life to unfold smoothly. In rural areas during that era, names containing auspicious words often carried such connotations. "Hello, Uncle Wang. I am here to see your son. It's all right if he's not home. I can conduct my transaction with you," Li Chen politely stated. "That is possible, but you essentially bought all of his chicks last time. And now there are only some immature chicks left. Would you like those? If so, I can take you to see them," Wang Xuanli replied. No, you misunderstand. I am not interested in chicks. I no longer require them. I wish to negotiate for chicken manure," Li Chen quickly clarified. "Chicken manure? You want chicken manure? We have plenty of that. Take as much as you like," Wang Xuanli exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, as Li Chen had surmised, many poultry farms during this period dealt with chicken manure in a rather rudimentary manner. It appeared that this venture could indeed yield substantial profits. Thus, Li Chen joyfully proclaimed, "Uncle Wang, I do not merely seek 1 or 2 bags of manure. I will take all that you have. I will pay you for it. I shall not take it for free. Here is my proposition. If you fill one of the bags I brought with manure, I will give you 5 yuan. With that, he revealed the bag he had brought and placed it before Wang Xuanli. "You also buy manure?" Wang Xuanli, having lived for decades, found it astonishing that anyone would engage in the purchase of chicken manure. "Of course, not only do I wish to buy, but I also intend to formalize a collaboration agreement with you. From now on, you can sell all your chicken manure directly to me. However, since your son is not home, we shall finalize the agreement upon his return," Li Chen expressed. "Very well, provide me with 100 bags, and I shall assist you in packing them today. Once completed, I will inform you," Wang Xuanli stated with enthusiasm. Although these chicks were not of his own raising, he was acutely aware of his son's troubles. Hearing that Li Chen was willing to purchase chicken manure brought him immense joy, as it not only resolved the issue of disposal, but also presented a lucrative opportunity. At 5 yuan per bag, 100 bags would yield 500 yuan. "Here is my contact number. Keep it. Once you've finished packing, give me a call. Additionally, when your son returns, have him contact me as well, and I shall personally come to sign the cooperation agreement," Li Chen said, prepared with a slip of paper inscribed with his phone number. "Agreed, it's settled then," Wang Xuanli replied, elated as he secured the note, and proceeded to assist Li Chen in counting out 100 woven bags. After finalizing matters with Wang Xuanli, Li Chen rode his motorcycle to a prominent poultry farmer in Niuwei village. The proprietor, Xiaohan, managed a flock of about 20,000 chickens. Li Chen recognized his name as Xiaohan, had previously made headlines in local news for his poultry farming, earning acclaim as a model in the industry. Upon arriving in Niuwei village, Li Chen took a moment to observe the village's terrain, which indeed resembled a cow's tail, an apt description that had been passed down through generations. Uncertain of Xiaohan's residence, Li Chen approached an elderly woman who was engaged in weaving. "Excuse me, madam, might you direct me to Xiaohan's home?" he inquired politely. "Are you looking for Xiaohan? May I ask what business you have with him?" She replied cautiously, perhaps wary of his intentions. "I wish to discuss a potential collaboration. I have heard of his esteemed reputation, but am unfamiliar with his whereabouts," Li Chen answered candidly. "Ah, I see. Very well, I shall take you to him," she responded. In rural areas during this time, villagers were typically warm and welcoming unless trouble was suspected. The kind woman set aside her weaving and personally escorted Li Chen to Xiaohan. Xiaohan was in his early 30s, not much older than Li Chen. Yet his thinning hair suggested he was burdened by the daily concerns of managing his substantial flock. Upon learning that Li Chen sought to purchase chicken manure, a look of surprise illuminated his face. "Brotherly, you truly wish to buy chicken manure? You jest not?" Xiaodong asked, half doubtful. "Certainly, I would not jest about such matters. If you require assurance, I am willing to draft a cooperation agreement. You can sell all your chicken manure to me at the previously mentioned rate of 5 yuan per bag," Li Chen affirmed confidently. "Excellent. I have been quite troubled regarding the disposal of this manure. You cannot imagine, my chickens produce an immense quantity of waste daily, and it accumulates rapidly. The iron shed on my hillside is nearly overflowing," Xiaodong lamented deeply. "From now on, sell all this chicken manure to me, and you shall be free from such worries," Li Chen said with a smile. In truth, had it not been for the memories of his past life, Li Chen would have shared the same concerns about chicken manure as Xiaodong. It is important to note that the more chickens one raises, the greater the accumulation of manure. Even with daily washing, an unpleasant odor persists. Furthermore, the water used for cleaning flows away, polluting the environment, which only aggravates the villagers' grievances. Thus, Li Chen's acquisition of chicken manure effectively alleviated a significant burden for Xiaodong. Without hesitation, he signed a cooperation agreement with Li Chen, agreeing that henceforth, any chicken manure produced would be sold exclusively to him and personally delivered to designated locations. After securing the agreement with Xiaodong, Li Chen proceeded to other villages, spending the entire morning negotiating similar partnerships regarding chicken manure. Through his efforts, he successfully established agreements with 5 major poultry farmers, completely resolving his concerns regarding manure supply. However, a new challenge loomed before him. The standard 40-kilogram snakeskin bags had been exhausted. He needed to contact his manure partner, Xiaoqi, to arrange for a large shipment of these bags. Based on their conversation 2 days prior, Xiaoqi had yet to return. Thus, Li Chen stopped by the town for a bowl of braised pork noodles before heading to the township office to find Su Chao, hoping to reach Xiaoqi through him. "Li, what brings you here? Please, come in and sit." Su Chao warmly greeted Li Chen as he entered, his focus on reviewing work documents interrupted by the arrival of his guest. "Mayor Su, I have come to ask for your assistance in contacting your classmate, Xiaoqi," Li Chen stated directly upon taking a seat. "That's quite simple. I just had lunch with him. He has returned to the hotel to rest. I can call his hotel room for you," Su Chao replied, promptly picking up the office phone. "Hello, Zhao, this is Su. Li Chen is here in my office and wishes to speak with you about something," he said, handing the phone to Li Chen. "Mr. Zhao, greetings. This is Li Chen. I wanted to inform you that I have distributed all 1,000 of the 40-kilogram snakeskin bags you provided. I may require more in the near future. So I was hoping you could arrange for another delivery of these bags, preferably as many as possible," Li Chen conveyed directly. "Oh, is that the case? No need for such formality. After this delivery, I can have someone bring another shipment along on their next trip. When do you anticipate having the manure from those 1,000 bags ready? I can coordinate to transport it back at the same time," Xiaoqi responded. Xiaoqi arrived driving a truck, having not anticipated encountering Li Chen, his business partner. If Li Chen could finalize the procurement of 1,000 bags of chicken manure within the next 2 days, it would align perfectly for Xiaoqi's return. "No problem. I assure you I can arrange it by the day after tomorrow. I will contact you by phone, and you can come to collect it," Li Chen replied, eager to avoid any delays. Today, he had visited several large poultry farms, each overflowing with manure, and he was confident that he could fill the 1,000 bags he needed for distribution within a day or 2. "Very well, I shall await your good news," Xiaoqi concluded before ending the call. "You seem to have an increasing number of projects lately, my dear brotherly," Su Chao jested. "I heard from Wang Shui that you offer your employees quite generous salaries, even surpassing those of us in public service. Well, it's not too bad. You sit comfortably in your offices enjoying the breeze and sipping tea, while they toil through the dirt and labor. There's no comparison," Li Chen chuckled in response. He was acutely aware that the wages he provided exceeded those of many jobs available in 1998, yet he had his reasons for doing so. Many believed that engaging in agriculture held little promise and yielded scant financial returns. He aspired to alter this perception, hence his willingness to offer his employees higher compensation. Moreover, enhancing their remuneration had the added benefit of fostering a deep appreciation for their work, motivating them to excel. For instance, Lu Bajin had taken it upon himself to ensure the safety of the hens, checking on them every evening before retiring, even bringing his dog, Dehui, to the orchard to guard them. Had it not been for Dehui, who knows how many of those hens might have perished at the hands of Li Wu. Li Chen did not linger in Su Chao's office. After a brief chat, he took the opportunity presented by Su Chao's impending meeting to bid farewell and return home. Upon arrival, he promptly called the owners of the poultry farms he had visited earlier, requesting that they prepare all the chicken manure by the night before the following day, ready for transport to Nanliu village. Li Chen, you need to find an alternative place to temporarily store the manure once it arrives in Nanliu village, Xiaohan reminded him. Otherwise, Wu Chengle might create unnecessary trouble again. Li Chen realized the wisdom in her words. Although Li Wu was currently hospitalized, many envied his earnings. Without a suitable location to temporarily store the acquired manure, it was likely that these individuals would seize the opportunity to cause him trouble. Xiaohan, I recall there are 2 sizable buildings along the road to Nanliu village, previously utilized by the village committee for agricultural tools. Since the reform and opening up, they have remained vacant. I will speak to Wang Shui and arrange to rent them for my use. Li Chen suddenly remembered. After conveying this to Xiaohan, he hurried to find Wang Shui before the village committee closed for the day. After completing her tasks, Wang Shui washed her hands in the restroom and emerged to see Li Chen approaching. She promptly stepped outside and greeted him with a smile, inquiring, Li Chen, what brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss? Secretary Wang, I have a matter I would like to consult with you, Li Chen replied. Very well. Please come to my office. We can enjoy some tea while we chat, Wang Shui said, appreciating the ambition and initiative of the young man before her. She prepared a pot of tea and poured a cup for him. Thank you, Secretary Wang. I came primarily to discuss renting the 2 storage rooms by the roadside in Nanliu village, Li Chen stated after expressing his gratitude. You are referring to the larger storage rooms that were previously used for agricultural produce, correct? She queried. Indeed. I recall that ever since the land was redistributed during the reform and opening up, those 2 storage rooms have remained vacant. Why not rent them to me? It could also contribute to the collective economy of Nanliu village, Li Chen proposed. That sounds straightforward. They have been unutilized for quite some time, and we have no specific plans for them. If you wish to rent them, consider it done, Wang Shui agreed readily. Thank you, Secretary Wang. I am curious. What do you intend to do with those storage rooms? If I recall correctly, your family doesn't have any farmland nearby, Wang Shui expressed her curiosity. To be candid, Secretary Wang, I plan to use them for storing chicken manure, Li Chen replied. Chicken manure? Really? Wang Shui exclaimed, her surprise evident. Yes. I've recently acquired a substantial quantity of chicken manure and have no place to store it. I assure you, I have assessed the situation. Placing the manure in those storage rooms will not disrupt the living conditions of nearby villagers, as they are quite distant from the closest residences and not in the prevailing wind direction, Li Chen explained. What? You've purchased a large amount of chicken manure? Is it truly useful? Wang Shui asked, astonished by his statement. Absolutely. It is a valuable resource for generating income, Li Chen responded with a smile. Well, you certainly possess a keen business acumen. It seems that you might become the wealthiest individual in Nanliu village, Wang Shui remarked playfully. Though her curiosity about the profitability of chicken manure lingered, she refrained from probing further out of respect for his business secrets. Thus, the arrangement was swiftly settled. For long-term considerations, Li Chen decided to rent the rooms for 10 years. Given the exceedingly low cost of renting such vacant rural storage spaces, the expenditure would be minimal. Once the transaction of 1,000 bags of chicken manure was successfully completed in 2 days, with a profit of 5 yuan per bag, he anticipated earning 5,000 yuan. Li Chen, your ventures in the livestock industry are thriving. You have become a relatively successful breeder. How about I report your achievements to the county television station for an interview? What do you think? Chapter 150. The Common Issues in Rural Housing Construction. Where envy always lurks, Wang Shui suddenly recalled the remarkable story of Li Chen, which could indeed be regarded as an inspiring tale of a farmer's entrepreneurial journey, leading her to contemplate the idea of having him interviewed by the television station. However, Li Chen showed little interest in this prospect. At least for now, he believed that he was not yet suited for extensive media exposure. It is worth noting that he was currently profiting from the memories and information gained through his rebirth. Publicizing his situation would only serve to attract more competitors. Furthermore, having experienced his past life, he had long since grown indifferent to the fleeting allure of fame. His sole desire was to earn a quiet living and provide a nurturing environment for his beloved and their 2 little ones. Thus, Li Chen politely declined, saying, Thank you for your kind offer, Secretary Wang, but I prefer to forego the television coverage. I do not wish to draw undue attention to myself nor seek notoriety. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to Sister Wang. I will do my utmost to help. Wang Shui replied. Thank you, Secretary Wang. I shall not take up any more of your time. I will head back now. With that, Li Chen turned and left. Having resolved the issue of chicken manure storage, Li Chen felt considerably relieved. Now, he awaited the arrival of the manure the following day, and thereafter, He planned to engage in a lucrative transaction with Zhao Qi, marking his first earnings from this venture. Li Chen, there was a call for you, said Xiaohan upon his return home. Who was it? He inquired. They said their name was Lu Jiwen, she answered. As soon as he heard the name, Li Chen recalled that Lu Jiwen's research institute must be in need of green-shelled eggs, prompting the call. Without delay, he returned the call. Captain Lu, I sincerely apologize for my absence, he expressed as soon as the line connected. No worries. I had just finished my own tasks when I remembered our previous discussion regarding the collaboration on green-shelled eggs. I feel quite guilty for not having followed up sooner. Lu Jiwen replied with a warm smile. Indeed, Captain Lu, you are too gracious. I had also momentarily forgotten. How about this? Please arrange for 20 green-shelled eggs to be sent to me. Once the cafeteria staff has tasted them and is satisfied, we can expedite the cooperation documents via postal service. What do you think? Absolutely. Just provide me with your address, and I will make the arrangements. Li Chen promptly took out a pen and paper, recorded Lu Jiwen's address, engaged in a few more brief exchanges, and they each concluded the call. By this time, it was already afternoon. Li Chen decided to wait until the next day to send the green-shelled eggs to the town for delivery. Given the operational inefficiencies of courier services in 1998, it was likely that they would be closing for the day soon. Xiao Chun called his uncle Li Chuntian from outside. Li Chen quickly stepped outside and asked, Uncle, do you need something? The house is set to break ground tomorrow. We need to clear the construction site today. Indeed. I almost overlooked the auspicious occasion tomorrow. Very well. I shall fetch a spade and return shortly. Li Chen turned to find a spade, and then he took Li Chuntian to the site where he envisioned his new home. Following the groundbreaking tomorrow, the construction team leader would arrive to draft a preliminary design tailored to Li Chen's specifications. Thus, today they needed to clear the area intended for the house, especially since many rural locales at this time were overrun with weeds. After more than an hour of diligent effort, Li Chen and Li Chuntian managed to clear the unruly vegetation. Uncle, you have truly worked hard today. Please join me for dinner at my home tonight. I will prepare something delicious for you, Li Chen expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Ah, dear child, there's no need for such formality with your uncle. I shall not partake in dinner. I've made arrangements for a few drinks with Chen Lu, Li Chuntian replied with a cheerful smile. In Nanliu village, the camaraderie between Li Chuntian and Chen Lu was well known, as they often enjoyed casual drinks together. Drinking was their singular pastime, fortunately limited to light indulgence. Unlike Li Chen's former excessive revelry. Li Chen, did you obtain my consent to build here? Just as Li Chen and Li Chuntian were about to return home to rest, Chen Lai Kai approached with a menacing demeanor, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Chen. This Chen Lai Kai, like the earlier Li Wu and Wu Chonglu, was among those in the village who harbored jealousy towards Li Chen's recent financial success. Previously, he had joined forces with Wu Chonglu and Li Wu to stir up trouble in the mountains. Upon witnessing Li Chen's intent to build a house, he rushed over to thwart the endeavor. Chen Lai Kai, I am constructing a home on my own land. Why would I need your permission? Are you a deity? Li Chen retorted without hesitation. Who claims this is your land? You have overstepped your bounds. This is ancestral land of my family, Chen Lai Kai boasted, pointing to the ground beneath him with an air of arrogance. Li Chen and Li Chuntian approached to inspect the area. It became evident that this location bordered Chen Lai Kai's property, which explained his attempt to impede Li Chen's construction. Chen Lai Kai, you are being utterly unreasonable. Your property is clearly several meters back from where you stand. How can you claim this land? This has always belonged to the Li family, Li Chuntian interjected. Li Chuntian, spare me your tricks. Do you think I am unaware? This is indeed my family's land. I simply neglected it over the years, allowing it to become overgrown. In reality, our land extends to this very point. Chen Lai Kai stubbornly maintained his claim. Li Chen, infuriated by Chen Lai Kai's obstinacy, felt a strong urge to send him flying with a swift kick. This land had belonged to his family for countless years, even during his parents' time. They cultivated crops here without opposition from Chen Lai Kai. Now that he sought to build a home, Chen Lai Kai chose to stir up trouble, clearly intent on obstructing Li Chen's plans. Have you noticed? In rural areas, it seems there will always be someone ready to cause a disturbance when it comes to building a house. Chen Lai Kai, are you being unreasonable? Li Chen exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. You claim this land belongs to your family, but what evidence do you possess? Yet, you cannot produce any proof that this land is yours either. Chen Lai Kai retorted, since neither of us can substantiate our claims, you shall not erect a house here. Chen Lai Kai had astutely perceived that Li Chen would be unable to provide proof regarding the ownership of this location. According to his ancestors, a boundary stone had once been embedded at the demarcation during the initial division of land. With the passage of time, its exact position had long since faded from memory. Thus, as long as he insisted that this site was his family's property, he could obstruct Li Chen's construction plans. I recall that a stone marker was placed during the land allocation. If we could locate that stone, we would uncover the true boundary. And then there would be no room for dispute. Li Chen interjected, also recalling the matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Likai felt a momentary pang of anxiety. However, he quickly regained his composure, reassured by the belief that the stone's whereabouts had been lost over the years. Li Chen, I too have heard about the stone from my father, but after all these years, its location is unknown. In my view, that stone is right where you are standing. That spot defines the boundary, and thus, this land remains ours. Chen Likai, do not push your luck. Li Chen retorted, his anger boiling over. Do not think that just because you've recently made some money, you can act with impunity. Until the boundaries are clearly defined, do not even dream of building here. If you do, I will tear it down, Chen Likai threatened vehemently. The commotion from their quarrel soon attracted the attention of several villagers, who approached out of curiosity. Chen Huiwan, fearing that a confrontation might escalate between Li Chen and Chen Likai, promptly sought out Zhou Haishan to mediate. What is going on? Why are you two arguing again? Zhou Haishan, who had been nearby, hurried over upon hearing the news. Director Zhou, you've arrived just in time. This Li Chen, emboldened by his recent financial gains, intends to seize the ancestral land of my family to construct a house. You must advocate on my behalf, Chen Likai lamented, seizing the opportunity to voice his grievances. Chen Likai, you are the one who is complaining first. Li Chen shot back furiously. Director Zhou, just look at how offensive Li Chen's words are. What do you mean by complaining first? Am I not allowed to voice my concerns when I am being wronged? Who has wronged you? I was peacefully constructing my house here, and you claim this is your family's land. I truly wonder how you have the audacity. Enough. Stop your bickering. I did not come here to witness your quarrel. Zhou Haishan interjected with authority, finally restoring some semblance of calm. Chen Likai, you first explain why you are obstructing Li Chen's construction. Zhou Haishan directed his inquiry toward Chen Likai. Li Chen's construction encroached upon my family's land. This very spot still belongs to us, Chen Likai declared, pointing to the ground beneath his feet with an air of smugness. Director Zhou, this area is undoubtedly not part of Chen Lichai's property. I can vouch for that. This land was allocated from my father's holdings to my brother's family, and I am fully aware of it, Li Chen interjected. Li Chen, your words are well crafted. Chen is your nephew, and you are all of the same ilk. So of course you speak in his favor. Nevertheless, I maintain my stance. If you wish to build here, you must provide evidence proving that this parcel belongs to your family. Absent such proof, whoever attempts to construct shall face my wrath, and I will demolish whatever is built. Chen Likai asserted, his words intended to intimidate any construction teams considering aiding Li Chen. During this period in 1998, many workers had been assaulted by parties claiming disputed lands when they commenced building without resolving land disputes. Particularly in Nanliu village, similar incidents had occurred just months prior. Thus, Chen Lichai's declaration implied that if the land dispute were not resolved today, future construction teams would hesitate to assist Li Chen in erecting his new home. Li Chen, do you recall how the boundary between the Li and Chen families was delineated? Zhou Haishan pondered aloud. I heard from my father that my grandfather and Chen's grandfather designated a stone tablet as the boundary marker. The land to the left of the tablet belongs to the Chen family, while the right is ours. Yet, after all these years, I do not know its current location. Li Chen replied candidly. In my view, the tablet must be where they are currently standing. Thus this land still belongs to the Chen family, Chen Likai retorted with arrogance. It is indeed problematic that no one knows the tablet's location. How about this, Chen Likai? If the tablet's location is found, will you cease obstructing Li Chen's construction? Zhou Haishan suggested thoughtfully. Certainly, if the tablet is located, this area will henceforth be demarcated by it. However, if the tablet remains unfound, your words alone will hold no weight. I shall not concede. Until the tablet is located and the boundary is established, Li Chen will not be permitted to build here. Chen Likai insisted, confident that no one would remember the tablet's location, as few elders remained in Nanliu village. Very well, let us summon Li Wang, the oldest elder in Nanliu village. Perhaps he possesses some knowledge regarding this matter, Zhou Haishan proposed. Wait, Director Zhou, it seems rather inappropriate to fetch Li Wang, who is unaware that he is from the Li family. Can anything said by a member of the Li family be deemed credible? I shall not be convinced by anything he might say, Chen Likai countered, fearing that if Li Wang knew the tablet's location, his plans to thwart Li Chen's construction would be thwarted. There is no need to seek out Grandpa Li Wang. I know the location of the tablet. Li Chen suddenly interjected, having an epiphany just as Xiaohan was at a loss for how to proceed. With the memories of his past life, he recalled a significant event. In his previous existence, the members of the Chen family had excavated the foundation here, inadvertently uncovering the location of a stone tablet. This tablet lay a mere 5 meters away from the so-called land of the Chen family. This revelation implied that Chen Lightsai's family had surreptitiously occupied this additional 5 meters of land during the years they had taken advantage of the impoverished Li family. Reflecting on this now, it was truly despicable. They had already seized 5 meters of land, and yet had the audacity to interfere with Li Chen's plans to build a house. Have you noticed? Many villages are plagued by such unreasonable individuals. Do you know the location of the stone tablet? Li Chen, don't be ridiculous. Even your uncle is unaware. So how could you possibly know? You must be fabricating this, Chen Likai scoffed, clearly disbelieving that Li Chen could possess such knowledge. Not everyone is as despicable as you. Chen Likai. Regardless, I will uncover the location of the stone tablet today. And you must adhere to your promise. The boundary between our families will be defined by that stone tablet, Li Chen declared with formidable confidence. Very well. If you can indeed locate the stone tablet in front of Director Zhou and so many villagers, I will apologize immediately, Chen Likai retorted defiantly. All right. You've made your claim. Now it is on you. Director Zhou, the stone tablet is situated within the confines of the Chun family's land, approximately in this location. Li Chen stated, gesturing towards a specific spot on what was currently Chun family's territory. What? How dare you assert that the stone tablet lies on my land? That is preposterous. Chen Likai erupted in anger upon hearing Li Chen's assertion. Director Zhou, I am certain the stone tablet is at this location. If it is not, I shall abandon my plans to build here, Li Chen proclaimed with unwavering assurance, even using the cancellation of his construction as a wager. Fine, you said it. I will commence digging right at the spot you've indicated. If the stone tablet is not unearthed, you shall not build your house, Chen Likai challenged, his skepticism palpable. He could not believe that Li Chen, who lacked the insight of Li Chuntian, could possibly know the stone tablet's location. Thus, he picked up a shovel and began to dig. Li Chen, why engage in a wager with such a petty individual? Li Chuntian expressed concern. Uncle, there is no need for worry. The boundary lies there, and so does the stone tablet. His actions will only result in a loss of 5 meters for their family, while I will gain the same, allowing me to construct the wall further out, Li Chen responded confidently. Li Chen, remember your own words. If the stone tablet is not found, I cannot assist you, Director Zhou interjected. Rest assured, Director Zhou, my words are my bond. If the stone tablet is not uncovered, I will abandon my building plans, Li Chen asserted resolutely. As the tension escalated, an increasing number of villagers gathered to witness the unfolding event. After all, everyone is eager to witness the commotion. As long as one is not the main character in the spectacle, who wouldn't want to observe? Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Yukai's shovel abruptly halted, and a flicker of panic crossed his face. He sensed that the shovel had encountered something solid. Could it truly be the location of the steel? What is the matter? Are we not digging any further? Perhaps I should take over, he suggested, promptly seizing his own shovel to continue the excavation. In about 2 minutes, an ancient stele emerged from the earth. A smile immediately illuminated his face as he declared, Director Zhou, this is the stele. Come and see for yourself. Everyone is welcome to take a look. The stele's location was indeed here. This implied that the Chun family had previously encroached upon Li Chen's 5 meters of land. How outrageous. Now, Chen Likai was even attempting to prevent Li Chen from constructing his house. This was truly excessive. It was quite intriguing that Chen Likai, having seized Li Chen's land, now accused Li Chen of encroaching upon his own. The onlooking villagers, upon seeing the unearthed stele, had already formed their conclusions regarding who was right and who was wrong. At that moment, Chen Likai appeared utterly embarrassed and discomfited. He never anticipated that Li Chen would accurately pinpoint the location of the stele. How astonishing. Even Li Chuntian was oblivious to it. How could Li Chen be so precise? What was happening here? Chen Likai, now left speechless, had no retort. The stele lay on his family's land, and they had secretly occupied his nephew's property for years. Li Chuntian stepped forward to address Chen Likai. Now you have no words left to say, do you? The stele is indeed on your land. Xiaohan then proclaimed the final verdict. Well, now that the outcome is clear, Chen Likai, as you stated earlier, once the stele is found, it shall serve as the boundary marker. Thus from now on this will delineate the land between your family and Li Chen's. Although Chen Likai simmered with discontent and frustration, he was helpless. After all, everyone present had clearly heard his words. He dared not deny them. Otherwise, how could he continue to reside in Nanliu village? Moreover, you just stated that if the stele were indeed found here, you would have to apologize to Li Chen. So now you must express your regrets. Just as Chen Likai contemplated leaving in disgrace, Zhou Haishan interjected once more. The embarrassment for Chen Likai reached new heights. What's wrong? Are you unable to acknowledge your own words? Are you not a man? This situation arose because of your own provocations. And now you cannot even muster an apology? Zhou Haishan continued. Li Chen, I am sorry, I was in the wrong. Ultimately, Chen Likai could only lower his head, displaying a most unwilling demeanor as he offered a reluctant apology to Li Chen before hastily retreating. Once home, he was so enraged that he hurled all the items in his room to the floor. He never anticipated that his efforts to thwart Li Chen's construction would culminate in the loss of 5 meters of land from his own property, forcing him to humbly apologize to Li Chen before the villagers. He felt a profound sense of humiliation, and for the next 10 days or so, he could hardly bring himself to face anyone. Oh, Li Chen, I shall certainly find a way to avenge today's grievance, he muttered to himself, biting his lower lip in a fierce display of self-reassurance. Meanwhile, as Chen Likai returned home, the gathered villagers gradually dispersed. Zhou Haishan remained behind to assist Li Chen in establishing a fair boundary, carefully marking a clear demarcation line with a spade in accordance with the stone tablet's positioning. Thus, through misfortune, Li Chen unexpectedly gained an additional 5 meters of land. Once everything was settled, it was time for dinner. Li Chen did not pause. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal, serving Xiaohan first before sitting down to dine with Lele and Yu. During mealtime, he had to alternate his attention between the two, for without supervision, Lele and Yu would cry quite heartily. However, Li Chen found no inconvenience in this. Such troubles were imbued with happiness and joy, a luxury many could only envy. The following morning, as Li Chen finished his morning routine, Li Chuntian arrived on his motorcycle. Xiao Chen, I forgot to mention that today marks the groundbreaking for your house. According to our family's tradition, you must purchase some rice cakes to symbolize prosperity in your new home. I shall fetch them for you, Li Chuntian announced. Thank you, uncle. Should I go instead? It feels wrong to impose on you so much, Li Chen replied. It's a trivial matter. There's no need for formality. Just await my return, Li Chuntian insisted, leaving before Li Chen could offer him any money. Fortunately, Li Chen had previously given him 1,000 yuan. Otherwise, he would have felt quite guilty. At 9 a.m., the construction team arrived and presented several design options based on Li Chen's requirements. He selected one that he favored and formally confirmed it. The team leader made a mark with some lime, signaling the commencement of the work. Li Chen did not linger. After enjoying lunch, he entrusted the ongoing tasks to his uncle Li Chuntian and set out to procure the chicken manure that Wang Xuanli and his crew had brought over. After a day of diligent effort, he successfully acquired all 1,000 bags of chicken manure, storing them in the rented storeroom. Upon returning home, Li Chen promptly called the hotel where Zhao Qi worked to arrange the transaction for the chicken manure the following morning. Li Chen, I will need to take a day off tomorrow. Please arrange for someone to help feed the hens on the barren mountain. Zhou Ergu remarked as he exited the room after hanging up the phone. Are you really taking a day off to gamble? He teased. Not the one from last time. The girl from the blind date said she would come to my house to take a look, so I have no time to feed the chickens. Matters of a lifetime are of utmost importance, Zhou Ergu replied with a smile. All right, then prioritize your lifelong affair. I will personally take care of those hens tomorrow. Li Chen generously agreed. By the way, what is the name of your blind date? Li Chen asked out of curiosity, recalling that in his previous life, Zhou Ergu's wife seemed to be named Liangya. If the girl coming tomorrow was not named Liangya, perhaps she was not destined to be his final partner. Her name is Su Honghong, Zhou Ergu responded. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt an immediate sense of unease. Armed with the memories of his past life, he knew that this was not Zhou Ergu's future wife. But should he inform him in advance, to prevent him from wasting too much time on this woman? Well then, I wish you good luck tomorrow. Ultimately, Li Chen chose not to disclose the outcome to Zhou Ergu. Better to let events unfold naturally. Forcing a change might yield unfavorable results. Besides, since Zhou Ergu had never experienced love, perhaps going through this with Su Honghong would allow him to mature. Thank you, brother. I will head back now. Tomorrow, it will be a bit of a chore for you to feed those hens. Zhou Ergu said with a grin as he turned to return home. Li Chen, has Chen Likai caused any trouble today? Zhou Haishan inquired as soon as Zhou Ergu left. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhou. Chen Likai did not venture out today, nor did he attempt to obstruct my construction, Li Chen replied. That is good to hear. I was worried he might be dissatisfied and come to stir up trouble, Zhou Haishan remarked before preparing to leave. However, Li Chen suddenly recalled something and promptly called out to him. Director Zhou, I plan to construct a major road directly from Nanliu village to the wasteland. As you know, I have been processing the red mushrooms at the foot of the wasteland, so a road is essential for access. We already have a road halfway built. You just need to extend it to the foot of the wasteland, Xiaohan indicated. I am aware. But it seems there is a piece of land in between that belongs to Zhou, so I need you to relay the message, Li Chen explained. If it were merely a small path, he would not need to involve Zhou's land. However, since Li Chen intended to build a road wide enough for a large truck, it would inevitably encroach upon that land. This was the reason he had long harbored the idea of constructing a road but had yet to act on it. In rural areas, issues concerning land ownership can be quite delicate and troublesome. He had considered approaching Zhou directly, but ultimately opted to enlist Zhou Haishan's assistance. After all, Zhou Haishan held a position of authority as the security director, which might enhance the likelihood of a favorable outcome. However, he did not let Zhou Haishan assist him in vain. At that moment, he turned back to his room and fetched 2 packets of cigarettes for him. These cigarettes were procured during his earlier visit to town, intended for the sake of social niceties. Having experienced a previous life, he possessed a profound understanding of this facet of society. Li Chen, you truly excel at socializing. Very well, I shall take care of this matter. Once I have finished my tasks tomorrow, I will speak to him and endeavor to put in a good word for you. Zhou Haishan remarked with a beaming smile as he accepted the 2 packets of cigarettes from Li Chen. I greatly appreciate it, Director Zhou. I eagerly await your good news. Li Chen responded with heartfelt gratitude. After Zhou Haishan departed, Li Chen found himself unable to relax. He was supposed to have sent the green-shelled eggs to Lu Jiwen's research institute today, but the construction work and the urgent matter of procuring chicken manure had delayed him. Clearly, time was of the essence. Nevertheless, he could prepare the 20 required green-shelled eggs in advance, and after tending to the hens on the barren hillside tomorrow, he would make a trip to town to finalize this task. Goo. Lei seemed to have noticed Li Chen wiping the green-shelled eggs with a tissue, and excitedly let out a series of giggles. Lei, would you like to come and help Daddy? Li Chen inquired with a smile, holding one of the green-shelled eggs in front of him. As Lei emitted joyful sounds, he attempted to grasp the egg with his chubby little hands. However, Li Chen was reluctant to let him play with it, fearing that the little one might shatter it. You're still quite young, but when you grow a bit older, Daddy will cook the green-shelled eggs for you, Li Chen said gently, brushing his fingers against Lei's rosy cheek. Suddenly, as Li Chen turned away, Lei, unable to see the green-shelled egg, burst into tears. It seemed he was hungry, indicating it was time to feed him again. Xiaohan promptly approached, scooping Lei into her arms and lifting her shirt to nurse him. Li Chen, lately I've been feeling a bit of swelling and discomfort in my chest. Xiaohan confided at that moment. Swelling? Could it be that your milk is coming in? I've heard that women experience discomfort when their milk comes in, Li Chen speculated. Uft. What would a grown man know about such things? I only learned about it from Aunt Lu, Xiaohan chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. This is basic knowledge. Of course, I know a little. But you're truly remarkable, juggling 2 little ones and still managing to produce milk, Li Chen remarked with a mischievous grin. This revelation had indeed taken him by surprise. He had previously worried that Xiaohan might not be receiving adequate nutrition, leading to insufficient milk supply. It appeared, however, that his concerns were unfounded. The production of milk was contingent upon a woman's physical constitution, as long as she was in good health. Her milk supply would naturally be abundant. Given Xiaohan's stature, it was no wonder that she had an ample supply. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Li Chen's comment, Xiaohan's cheeks flushed. Yet, she no longer shied away from discussing such adult topics, perhaps having grown accustomed to Li Chen's candid manner of conversation. She continued in response to Li Chen's words. So what do you suggest we do now? It's simple. I can help you relieve some pressure by expressing a portion and storing it in a bottle, Li Chen replied. I would rather not, she retorted. Tomorrow I will consult Aunt Chen about how to handle this. Clearly, at this stage, Xiaohan found it difficult to accept Li Chen's open approach. Thus, she resolved to seek Aunt Chen Huizhuan's advice on how to address the issue of engorgement. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Chen found himself with no time to play with the 2 little ones. He had to feed the hens and chicks on the barren mountain, and afterward, he needed to drive to town to send green-shelled eggs to the Scientific Research Institute, where Lu Jiwen worked. He also had to wait for a transaction with Zhao Qi to acquire 1,000 bags of chicken manure. By the time he completed this series of tasks, it was already noon. Just as Li Chen was preparing to make lunch for Xiaohan, she suddenly called him into the house. Xiaohan, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? He asked with concern. I spoke with Aunt Chen about the engorgement issue we discussed last night, and she confirmed that you need to help with some massage to relieve it, Xiaohan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Li Chen had already understood the implication. He closed the door and assisted her with the massage, and after the session, Xiaohan felt the discomfort subside. Soon, however, she noticed some changes in Li Chen's demeanor. After all, he was a normal man, and given that Xiaohan had been pregnant for quite some time, it was inevitable that certain reactions would arise in such an intimate situation. Li Chen, thank you. I know you desire more. But having just given birth to Lele and Yu, I am not quite ready, she said, her face flushed like a fine vintage wine. Fool, I understand. For your well-being, I would never push you. I will wait until you feel completely comfortable, Li Chen reassured her. All right, thank you. Now, please take care of the little ones while I prepare lunch, he said, and then headed to the kitchen. Afterward, Lele and Yu fell into their nap, allowing Li Chen and Xiaohan to finally enjoy a peaceful lunch together. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, having finished his meal, recalled the task Li Chen had entrusted to him and immediately made his way to Zhou Yunyan's home. The origin of Zhou Yunyan's name is quite interesting. He was born in the year of the ox, which inspired his parents to name him accordingly. It is said that during that era, the naming conventions in Nanliu River had a distinct charm, making the meanings easily discernible. Zhou Yunyan was related to the owner of the Chengnan restaurant, Long Boss, who happened to be visiting him at that moment. Today, Boss Long visited primarily to persuade Li Chen to collaborate with him on green-shelled eggs. Leveraging his connection with Zhou Yunyan, he was particularly anxious, having observed that most of the business had been seized by the Happy Restaurant, and he felt that remaining passive was not a viable option. Thus, he resolved to seek out Zhou Yunyan. Uncle, as you mentioned, Li Chen has already signed an exclusive supply agreement with the Happy Restaurant, which complicates matters. After all, I cannot impose upon him, Zhou Yunyan expressed, his face filled with concern. Ah, Yunyan, it is precisely because the situation is challenging that I sought you out. I believe you possess the acumen to resolve even the most difficult issues, Boss Long lauded him. However, we merely share the same village and have little interaction. He may not extend me such courtesy, Zhou Yunyan replied. Just as Boss Long was about to respond, they heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to hold his tongue. Yunyan, are you at home? Zhou Haishan entered and immediately addressed him. Director Zhou, I'm here. Please, come in and have a seat. I have some fruit. Help yourself. Zhou Yunyan welcomed him and ushered him inside. They shared the same surname and, tracing back several generations, were related, thus maintaining a relatively amicable relationship. Thank you, Yunyan. We are like brothers, so I will be straightforward. I am here to convey Li Chen's thoughts, Zhou Haishan stated. Li Chen's thoughts? What does that mean? Li Chen intends to construct a road directly leading to the Barren Mountains. As you know, he has recently leased land there and established a breeding base and a red mushroom processing plant, necessitating good transportation. Coincidentally, a piece of land involved pertains to your family, and his intention is to purchase that land from you. I'm here to relay this message, Zhou Haishan elucidated. Upon hearing this, Boss Long instantly perked up, as it struck him that he could use this situation to coerce Li Chen into partnering with him on the green-shelled eggs. In other words, if Li Chen wished to acquire that piece of land for access, he would have to agree to supply him with green-shelled eggs. Otherwise, he would not consent to selling the land. However, with Zhou Haishan present, it was not appropriate for him to disclose this strategy to Zhou Yunyan. He decided to wait until Zhou Haishan departed to discuss the matter thoroughly with Zhou Yunyan. Yet, he was apprehensive that Zhou Yunyan might agree to Li Chen's request at this juncture, so he deliberately cleared his throat and remarked, Yunyan, that piece of land was inherited from your father, my cousin, right? I believe I was present when it was divided. Indeed, that very piece of land. Uncle, your memory is remarkable, Zhou Yunyan responded. Ah, so it was your uncle who came to visit. Very well, you should entertain your guest properly. And also reflect on the matter I discussed. Once you have made a decision, I will convey it to Li Chen. Zhou Haishan noticed that there were guests visiting Zhou Yunyan's home and did not inquire further. He understood that such a significant matter as selling land would not be a decision made hastily. It required consultation with family members. Thus, after conveying the message, he intended to return and wait until evening or the following day to inquire about the outcome. Very well. I shall discuss this matter with my wife tonight and inform you of our decision thereafter, Zhou Yunyan remarked, personally escorting Zhou Haishan out before returning to his room. Yunyan, your opportunity has arrived. It depends on your willingness to assist your uncle, Boss Long immediately said to Zhou Yunyan. Uncle, your words resonate with me. You have always been considerate of our family, and naturally, I shall extend my help if I can, Zhou Yunyan replied earnestly. In the past, when his family faced financial hardships and struggled to pay tuition, it was Boss Long who sponsored his education without expecting repayment. Thus, Zhou Yunyan held deep gratitude for his uncle. I am delighted to hear you say that. It seems my affection for you was not in vain. Boss Long remarked with a hint of satisfaction. However, uncle, what do you mean by opportunity has arrived? Wasn't that man just here to say that Li Chen intends to buy your land to construct a road? He inquired further. Precisely. That is the opportunity, Boss Long explained. How so? I still find it somewhat unclear, Zhou Yunyan admitted. Consider this. Li Chen undoubtedly requires that piece of land to build the road. You can leverage this need to negotiate with him, stating that he may acquire the land if he agrees to collaborate with you on the green-shelled eggs, Boss Long elaborated. Your reasoning appears sound. There exists a narrow path from Nanliu village to the barren mountain, yet it is unlikely to be the route he desires. Otherwise, he would not have sent Director Zhou to approach me. To construct a thoroughfare leading to the mountain, both sides would inevitably involve my land. Hence, dear nephew, the success of this endeavor rests entirely upon you. If you are willing to assist, I assure you that your uncle will not neglect your contributions, Boss Long urged. Chapter 155. The coercion of Li Chen regarding land acquisition. Upon hearing Boss Long's words, Zhou Yunyan pondered for several moments before responding. Very well, since uncle has this intention, I shall support you. I will speak with Li Chen as you advised. Should he refuse to supply green-shelled eggs to you, I shall not sell him the land. Excellent. With your assistance, this matter shall surely succeed. After all, you would not wish to see your uncle's South restaurant close down, would you? It was through this restaurant that I was able to earn the funds to support your education, Boss Long exclaimed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, uncle, I shall devise a plan to resolve this matter. You may await my news at home without concern, Zhou Yunyan assured him. Upon hearing this, Boss Long felt a wave of relief wash over him. That evening, after dinner, Zhou Yunyan sought out Zhou Haishan and expressed his desire to speak with Li Chen personally. Zhou Haishan immediately summoned Li Chen, and the two men settled into conversation at Zhou Haishan's home. Uncle Niu, if you are willing to sell me that piece of land for the road, please name your price, and I shall not hesitate to oblige. Li Chen expressed with remarkable generosity. During this period, it was not illegal to buy and sell land in the countryside, and prices were quite reasonable. As long as it facilitated transportation, Li Chen was willing to invest the necessary funds. After all, to attain prosperity, one must first pave the way. Indeed, Uncle Niu, assess the value and communicate your figure to Li Chen. I shall act as a mediator and provide my endorsement, Zhou Haishan interjected. Li Chen, we are fellow villagers. If you require that piece of land for the road, I would naturally be inclined to sell it to you. However, I do have a small request. If you can fulfill this request, I shall agree to your terms, Zhou Yunyan stated. Very well, please share your request, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Are you aware of the South City restaurant in town? Yes, I am. The owner, Boss Long, is my cousin, and he wishes to collaborate with you regarding green-shelled eggs. If you are willing to supply him with these eggs, I can agree to sell that piece of land to you at a reduced price, Zhou Yunyan declared directly. Li Chen was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the connection between Zhou Yunyan and Boss Long. He was even more astonished to discover that Boss Long was attempting to leverage their relationship to coerce him into supplying green-shelled eggs. It appeared that he had gone to great lengths for his own interests. Had he adopted a more amiable demeanor and not been so arrogant and condescending, such complications could have been avoided. Unfortunately, Boss Long had miscalculated. Even if Li Chen desired that piece of land, he would not easily acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chen responded, Uncle Niu, our discussion regarding the purchase of your land should not involve unrelated matters. I can offer you a higher price. What do you think? That will not suffice. If you wish for me to part with that piece of land, you must comply with my small request. Otherwise, you shall never have a road leading to the wilderness, Zhou Yunyan replied resolutely. Li Chen deduced that this was a result of Boss Long's instigation, so he refrained from attempting to persuade Zhou Yunyan further. Li Chen, let us proceed this way. Since Yunyan has made a request, you should acquiesce. After all, you need to sell your green-shelled eggs. Selling to anyone is still selling. Zhou Haishan took on the role of mediator. Indeed, your green-shelled eggs are meant for sale. Why should it be acceptable to sell to the Happiness Restaurant, but not to my cousin's South City restaurant? Zhou Yunyan continued. However, until I have signed a buyout agreement with the Happiness Restaurant, I am free to choose. Yet, I have already entered into a cooperation agreement with them. In this town, I can only supply the Happiness Restaurant with green-shelled eggs. Li Chen expressed his predicament. His business had originated with the Happiness Restaurant, and the owner had treated him with great kindness. Thus, Li Chen would not easily violate this agreement. For a business to thrive in the long run, maintaining one's credibility is paramount. Even if it ultimately proves impossible to forge a path to the desolate mountains, Li Chen would never engage in actions that betray his integrity. In that moment, Zhou Haishan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what to say. Regardless of any cooperation agreements you may have entered into with the Happiness Hotel, if you desire my land, you must collaborate with my uncle's City South Hotel. Otherwise, there is no way forward, Zhou Nyunyan asserted emphatically. Let us do this. Nyunyan and Li Chen, both of you should return and ponder this matter, and once you have come to a conclusion, you may return to speak with me. Zhou Haishan finally stated, recognizing that the two were unable to reach an agreement. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Director Zhou. I shall take my leave now. Li Chen remarked as he stood up and headed home. After a refreshing shower, Li Chen lay on his bed, contemplating how to establish a route to the desolate mountains. Gaining Zhou Nyunyan's consent to sell him the land seemed a highly improbable task, particularly as he had already been incited by the enigmatic dragon boss lurking in the background. Thus, he needed to devise alternative strategies. However, after more than half an hour of contemplation, he remained at a loss. Li Chen, what are you pondering so deeply? Xiaohan inquired, having finished feeding Lele and Yu and walking over with a concerned expression. The matter of the road, Zhou Nyunyan, influenced by the dragon boss, insists that I supply goods to him before he will consider selling me the land, Li Chen replied. In my opinion, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot afford to breach our commitment to the Happiness Hotel. After all, it was the Happiness Hotel that supported us when the dragon boss scorned you and rejected our green-shelled eggs. Xiaohan offered her perspective. Indeed, I share your sentiment. It appears we are of one mind, my dear wife, Li Chen responded with a smile. Your eloquence never ceases to amuse me. I shall ignore you for now and entertain these little ones, ensuring they do not retire too early, Xiaohan declared, her face lighting up as she approached Lele and Yu. The reason for delaying their bedtime was clear. If they slept too early, they would inevitably awaken in the middle of the night, causing a ruckus. If fortune favored them, they might settle down quickly, but if misfortune struck, it could lead to a night of turmoil, leaving Li Chen to endure the trials of sleeplessness. Li Chen, however, was indifferent. After all, caring for children was never an easy endeavor. Xiaohan, let them sleep. Children are like that. I don't mind enduring a bit of hardship at night, he said. You look exhausted, dark circles under your eyes. Why don't I stay up with them tonight? I have time to rest during the day, while you are busy with your errands, Xiaohan said, her concern evident. It's fine. I am accustomed to it. I feel no fatigue during the day, and besides, I can still rest while they are asleep, Li Chen replied, unwilling to impose upon Xiaohan's comfort, believing that his own minor struggles were inconsequential. As long as they were together, life remained vibrant and filled with purpose. Lele and Yu, you must behave tonight, or your father may once again be deprived of his sleep. Xiaohan gently admonished her little darlings before returning to bed to rest. It is likely that the gentle reminder from Xiaohan before bedtime had a profound effect. For this evening, Lele and Yu exhibited a remarkable level of obedience, far surpassing their previous behavior. They stirred only once around 11 o'clock, after which Li Chen entertained them for half an hour before they peacefully slumbered until dawn. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Li Chen, concerned that Zhou Ergu might have overslept after his date the previous night, resolved to visit the chicken farm in the wilderness. If Zhou Ergu had neglected to feed the hens, he would have to attend to them himself, as these chickens were indeed his treasures, and he could not bear the thought of letting them go hungry. Zhou Ergu, why are you up so early today? Didn't you spend the night engaging in epic battles with that girl? Upon arriving at the chicken farm, Li Chen jested, noticing Zhou Ergu already gathering green-shelled eggs. Let us not speak of her. We have parted ways, Zhou Ergu retorted. Parted ways? You can't be serious. Did you not say she was coming to your home yesterday? Li Chen exclaimed, astonished. She did come, but upon learning that I am currently raising chickens for you, she deemed my prospects bleak and suggested I seek work in Guangdong to earn money, or else we should break up. So, I complied, Zhou Ergu explained. My apologies. I was unaware of your situation yesterday, so please forgive my earlier inquiries, Li Chen expressed contritely. It's nothing. This is not your fault. I can only blame my own misfortune, Zhou Ergu replied, his tone tinged with sadness. No, it is not your misfortune nor your lack of luck, but rather that woman's misfortune. Trust me, she will regret not marrying you, and it will gnaw at her conscience, Li Chen reassured him. In truth, Li Chen had surmised that Zhou Ergu's date would not become his wife upon learning her name the previous day. However, he refrained from divulging too much information prematurely. He had anticipated that while Zhou Ergu might not end up with her, they would not part ways so swiftly after her arrival. Who could have predicted such a rapid conclusion? Regardless, I have no desire to work in Guangdong. I will remain here tending to the chickens. Let her marry or not. It matters little to me, Zhou Ergu asserted. During this period, many young people were flocking to Guangdong for stable factory jobs, providing an opportunity to experience the broader world. Consequently, those who chose to stay behind were often viewed as lacking ambition and drive. which was the very sentiment that led Zhou Ergu's date to criticize him for staying home to care for the chickens instead of seeking employment. Zhou Ergu, believe me, you will thrive far better than those who venture out to work in factories. As for that woman, she has left, it is of no consequence. The next will be even better, even more agreeable, Li Chen encouraged, patting Zhou Ergu on the shoulder. With the memories of a reborn individual, Li Chen possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to transform Zhou Ergu's life. In due time, they would realize that Zhou Ergu's choice to raise chickens alongside him could indeed pave the way for a prosperous future. I confided in you, which is why I directly ended my relationship with her. That foolish woman, earning only a few hundred a month working in a factory, while I, tending to the chickens, earn 1,000 a month. Isn't it more pleasant at home than out there? Zhou Ergu nodded and couldn't help but utter a curse. As long as you understand, let's work diligently together. After some time, I shall increase your wages, making others envious and resentful. Li Chen's words were not mere banter. They were part of his future plans. He aspired for his employees to become the envy of others. As for Zhou Ergu, since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, he had been one of the greatest supporters, aside from Li Chen Tian and Li Huamei, and naturally, he would not treat him poorly. All right, I'll stick with you. I'm off to gather green-shelled eggs, Zhou Ergu said succinctly before returning to his task. Li Chen, concerned that Zhou Ergu might be in a foul mood due to his recent breakup, chose to stay and assist him until they finished collecting the eggs. Once he noticed Zhou Ergu's demeanor was relatively stable, he felt at ease enough to leave. Li Chen, have you seen Zhou Nyonyan's son, Zhou Yang? On his way back, he encountered Lu Shan, who promptly inquired about the boy. I haven't seen him. But Lu Shan, what is the matter? You seem quite anxious to find him. Li Chen responded with curiosity. It's not just me. The entire Zhou family is worried about him. What is going on? Why is everyone in a rush to find him? Li Chen expressed his confusion. I just ran into Zhou Haishan, who mentioned that Zhou Nyonyan's son went out to catch eels last night and hasn't returned since. This morning, Zhou Nyonyan, upon realizing his son was missing, began rallying the villagers of Nanliu to help him search, Lu Shan explained. I see. It's crucial to locate him to ensure peace of mind. After all, a whole night without news could indicate something has gone awry, Li Chen remarked casually, when suddenly a thought struck him. In his previous life, Zhou Nyonyan's son indeed encountered misfortune while catching eels one night. The entire village searched tirelessly for 2 days and nights before discovering him in a hidden pit. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had not succumbed, but merely fainted, and with the villagers' assistance, he was rushed to the hospital and barely survived. If the events of his past life were to repeat, the Zhou family would surely be unable to locate Zhou Yang today. As Zhou Nyonyan's only son, his disappearance would undoubtedly leave his father in a state of unbearable distress. Li Chen suddenly conceived a strategy to persuade Zhou Nyonyan to sell him his land. He would help find Zhou Yang. Li Chen, I must go. I will assist Zhou Nyonyan in searching for his son. Hopefully, Zhou Yang is unharmed. After all, he is Zhou Nyonyan's sole child. And if something were to happen, I fear he would lose the will to live. Lu Shan sighed helplessly before turning to join the search for Zhou Yang. Li Chen returned home briefly, carefully placing the green-shelled eggs before setting out to locate Zhou Yang, guided by the memories of his previous life. Li Chen, have you seen my son Zhou Yang? Just a few steps into his journey, he encountered Zhou Nyonyan. Perhaps overwhelmed by concern for his son, Zhou Nyonyan disregarded their previous night's encounter and urgently inquired. I haven't seen him yet, but I promise I will help you find your son. Rest assured. Li Chen replied. He could not disclose that he already knew where Zhou Yang had fallen. The matter was too peculiar, and he must not reveal too much too soon. Thank you. If you can truly bring my son back, I would gladly give you that piece of land for free, Zhou Nyonyan expressed earnestly. Zhou Yang was his only cherished son, and in the rural milieu of that era, the preference for sons over daughters was prevalent. If anything were to happen to Zhou Yang, it would mean the end of his lineage, leaving him utterly despondent. Thus, if Li Chen could indeed ensure Zhou Yang's safe return, he would not mind relinquishing the unproductive hillside land. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt considerably reassured. It seemed that the matter of the land could be resolved. Do not worry, I shall go and search for him at once. And I guarantee I will bring your son back, Li Chen comforted, patting Zhou Nyonyan on the shoulder before continuing toward the direction of the deep pit where Zhou Yang had fallen, as recalled from his memories of reincarnation. Upon arriving at a small hillock, overgrown with weeds and flanked by 2 flowing streams, Li Chen surmised that Zhou Yang must have believed this area to be abundant with eels, hence his venture here to catch them last night. Regrettably, he had caught nothing and nearly met his demise instead. Scanning the surroundings, Li Chen, despite possessing the memories of his rebirth, found it challenging to pinpoint the exact location of the deep pit. The lush vegetation was dense, providing ample opportunity for Xiaohan to have stumbled into the pit. Thus, Li Chen resolved to search meticulously. Fortunately, after 10 minutes of searching, he discovered the footprints that Xiaohan had left behind. This indicated that by following these tracks, he could locate the pit. However, to avoid a similar fate as Xiaohan, he sought a long wooden stick nearby and began to gently part the weeds ahead of him, ensuring the path was safe before proceeding. Finally, approximately 5 minutes later, he located the pit and discovered Xiaohan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Chen, feeling no inclination to shout and disturb him, began to assess the situation around the pit, contemplating how to descend and rescue him. The pit was too deep to climb down, and jumping in could render him unconscious as well. It appeared that a ladder would be necessary, allowing him to descend safely and carry Xiaohan back to safety. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen rushed home and retrieved a ladder. Upon descending, he was astounded to discover just how deep the pit truly was, wondering how such a profound chasm could exist in this place. In an effort to conserve his strength, Li Chen attempted to rouse Xiaohan, but despite his various efforts, Xiaohan remained in slumber. Left with no choice, he hoisted Xiaohan onto his back and began to ascend. He decided to disregard the ladder for the time being and made his way towards Nanliu village, carrying Xiaohan. Xiaohan, my son, at last you have appeared. But it has been quite the arduous task to find you. Upon returning to Nanliu village, Xiaohan spotted Li Chen carrying his son and immediately rushed over, his face a mask of concern. My son, what has happened? Why are you silent? Please do not frighten your father. You are my only child, and nothing must happen to you. Seeing Xiaoyan's eyes tightly shut, Xiaoyan's anxiety intensified. Uncle Xiaoyan, do not worry. Xiaoyan is fine. He has merely fainted. Quickly, fetch a motorcycle so we can take him to the hospital for urgent care, Li Chen reassured him. Very well, I shall retrieve the motorcycle at once. Xiaoyan dashed off without delay, returning shortly with the vehicle. Let me drive. You support Xiaoyan from the back, Li Chen suggested. Why is that? Xiaoyan inquired. Your current emotional state may pose a risk while driving. It's best you hold him steady while I take the wheel. I assure you, I will expedite his transport to the hospital, Li Chen explained. All right, here are the keys, Xiaoyan complied, trusting Li Chen's judgment. Li Chen started the motorcycle and swiftly headed toward the town's hospital. Once parked, Xiaoyan rushed inside, carrying his son, and urgently requested the medical staff to take Xiaoyan to the emergency room. Uncle Nanliu, do not fret. Xiaoyan will be all right. He has merely fainted and will awaken shortly. Li Chen consoled him as he observed Xiaoyan's anxious demeanor in the corridor. Li Chen, thank you. If not for your efforts in finding my son, the outcome could have been dire. Xiaoyan expressed his gratitude. There is no need for thanks. We are from the same village, and I too wish to see him safe. You are truly a good person. After the way I treated you last night, you still chose to assist me. Reflecting on it, I feel a deep sense of guilt, Xiaoyan admitted, visibly remorseful. Uncle Xiaoyan, let bygones be bygones. Do not dwell on it, Li Chen replied. Thank you, and rest assured, once my son is discharged, I will grant you the right to use that piece of land without expecting a single penny in return, Xiaoyan vowed. Xiaoyan's favorable disposition towards Li Chen stemmed from the fact that Boss Long was his uncle, which led him to make such a request. In truth, he bore no animosity towards Li Chen and, unlike Li Wu and Chen Likai, felt no envy or jealousy toward him. At this moment, Li Chen had successfully located his son, and an overwhelming sense of gratitude filled his heart. He resolved to generously offer the land to Li Chen for free. Uncle Xiaoyan, I truly appreciate your kindness, but rest assured, I will compensate you. I would never accept your land without payment, Li Chen assured him. During this challenging period, farmers struggled to earn a living, and Li Chen could not bring himself to exploit someone's misfortune by taking Xiaoyan's land for nothing. Therefore, he only needed Xiaoyan to agree to sell the land to him, and he would ensure that every penny owed would be paid without fail. Oh, you are truly a good person, Xiaoyan exclaimed, genuinely moved. Li Chen remained by his side until Xiaoyan awakened. After confirming that everything was fine, he then turned and exited the hospital. Coincidentally, as he stepped out of the hospital, he encountered the owner of the Southern City restaurant, Boss Long. Oh, if it isn't Li Chen, what a coincidence to see you again, Boss Long remarked, assuming that Li Chen would be eager to collaborate on the green-shelled eggs, leveraging Xiaoyan's land as a threat. Thus, his demeanor reverted to its original arrogance and pride. Indeed, Boss Long, what a stroke of luck, Li Chen replied coldly. So, have you thought about the green-shelled egg venture? If you are willing to collaborate, price is not an issue, Boss Long pressed. Apologies, but regardless of the sum you offer, I will not sell you the green-shelled eggs, Li Chen stated bluntly. Previously, Li Chen might have engaged with Boss Long more amicably, but now he could scarcely muster the respect he once had. The underhanded tactics employed by Boss Long, inciting Niu Nian to leverage land for coercion, revealed him to be unworthy of Li Chen's respect. Boss Long was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Chen's unwavering stance. Had his cousin not followed his instructions to intimidate Li Chen? This was unexpected. Yet if his cousin had indeed acted as commanded, how could Li Chen still exhibit such audacity? Well, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Li Chen declared, uninterested in further discourse with such a person, and turned away. Li Chen, do not get too comfortable. If you refuse to collaborate with me on the green-shelled eggs, you can forget about acquiring that piece of land from Niu Nian, Boss Long threatened, still lost in his delusions. Chapter 158. A malicious scheme resurfaces. Will it succeed this time? At this moment, Boss Long was still entertaining grand illusions. He remained oblivious to the fact that Niu Nian had already consented to sell that piece of land to Li Chen. Niu Nian, did you follow my instructions yesterday and speak to Li Chen? What was his response? Upon visiting Niu Nian in the hospital, Boss Long was not immediately concerned about Zhou Yang's well-being. Instead, he eagerly inquired about this matter. Uncle, I did as you instructed and spoke to Li Chen yesterday, but he remains unwilling to collaborate with you on the green-shelled eggs. I believe it would be best to let this go, Niu Nian replied. Let it go? How can we simply let this matter slide? Boss Long exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. We cannot impose unreasonable demands upon others. Moreover, today he rescued Zhou Yang. Had it not been for his efforts to locate and carry Zhou Yang, the latter's life would likely have been forfeit. Thus, I have already consented to sell the land to him free of charge, Zhou Nian replied. What? You actually agreed to give him the land for free? You are infuriating me. Upon hearing this, Boss Long was immediately engulfed in rage. He finally comprehended why Li Chen had disregarded him earlier. It turned out that he had been the fool all along. Uncle, please do not be angry. I had no choice in this matter. After all, he has indeed done me a great favor, and I find his character quite commendable. As for the green-shelled eggs, I suggest you let that go, Zhou Nian advised. You are talking nonsense. Can this matter be dismissed? Without his green-shelled eggs, how could my restaurant thrive? You ungrateful wretch, I wasted my kindness on you. I will no longer concern myself with your son's affairs. You must handle it yourself. With that, Boss Long stormed off in a fit of fury. Zhou Nian wished to continue explaining, but at that moment, the doctor called him in to visit Zhou Yang, leaving him no time to address Boss Long's anger. This only served to further infuriate Boss Long. Li Chen, since I cannot obtain your green-shelled eggs, neither shall anyone else. In his desire for revenge against Li Chen, he thought of seeking Lu Laosan. He had already investigated and discovered that Lu Laosan had a prior grievance with Li Chen. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, he sought out Lu Laosan at the gambling house, bringing him back to his restaurant, where he feasted him lavishly. Boss Long, speak your mind. You've treated me so well today. What is it that you require of me? Lu Laosan, perceptive as he was, understood that Boss Long would not extend such hospitality without ulterior motives. Have you noticed? That fellow Li Chen from your village has been making a bit of money lately and has grown quite arrogant. Boss Long began to steer the conversation towards his intended topic. I have noticed. That brat seems to be enjoying an inexplicable stroke of luck. Everything he touches turns to gold. If I remember correctly, you have had past grievances with him, no? Are you truly content to allow him to continue in his arrogance? Boss Long began to incite Lu Laosan. Do you think I wish to let him go? Last time, I intended to rob him of 20,000 yuan. Unfortunately, he possesses some leverage against me, which renders me powerless, Lu Laosan replied, taking a hearty swig of liquor. Is that so? Then you absolutely cannot let him off the hook. Otherwise, that leverage will only become more disadvantageous for you. But I cannot resort to killing him to silence him. I lack the courage for such deeds. No, there is no need to kill him. You could simply eliminate all his hens, rendering him unable to profit. And then he would no longer dare to behave so arrogantly. Boss Long sought merely to sabotage Li Chen's green-shelled eggs. Thus he was keen on persuading Lu Laosan to destroy Li Chen's poultry. However, Lu Laosan was astute and quickly discerned Boss Long's true intentions. Boss Long, I fear you intend to exploit me to eliminate Li Chen's hens, do you not? Haha, truly, nothing escapes your keen perception. However, I have your best interests at heart. For you surely do not wish to witness him amass wealth through these hens, growing ever more arrogant in the process. Boss Long chuckled awkwardly and offered a brief explanation. Enough of this idle chatter. I am well aware of your thoughts. If you desire me to dismantle Li Chen's poultry, it is not an arduous task, merely a matter of compensation, specifically 10,000 yuan, declared Lu Laosan. What? 10,000 yuan? Why not just rob a bank? Upon hearing this figure, Boss Long's expression turned to one of indignation. After all, during this era, the notion of a household with 10,000 yuan still held weight. It was no trifling sum. Boss Long, that is not how one should phrase it. Do you think it is a simple matter to annihilate Li Chen's hens? You may be unaware, but there was a fellow named Li Wu in the village who attempted such a feat before. He is currently still in the hospital, fighting for his life. Thus, this is indeed a perilous endeavor. Without 10,000 yuan, I shall not risk it, Lu Laosan asserted firmly. Let us negotiate. I shall offer you 6,000. You can directly eliminate his hens. I, Lu Laosan, do not engage in haggling. If you wish to vent your frustrations on Li Chen, you must be prepared to pay the price. Otherwise, I have no time to spare for you. I appreciate your hospitality today. Farewell. Lu Laosan, no fool, rose to depart. Very well, 10,000 it shall be. However, I require that the payment is made upon successful completion. Boss Long relented through gritted teeth. Write up a note. Pay 5,000 first, and the remaining 5,000 shall be given upon your success, Lu Laosan instructed. Agreed then. As long as you can indeed eliminate Li Chen's hens. Nothing else matters. Boss Long had become fixated. He was willing to pay any price for the chance to retaliate against Li Chen, to ensure that what he could not possess would remain out of reach for others. He was determined to make Li Chen aware of the consequences of offending him in Bobai town. Meanwhile, Li Chen remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger to his hens. After leaving the hospital, he took a bus back to the vicinity of Nanliu village and then walked home. The road issue had finally been resolved, providing him with considerable relief. However, he was in no rush to commence work the following day, although Zhou Nian had agreed to sell him the land. Zhou Yang was still hospitalized, and the family's focus was entirely on him. It would be prudent to wait until they had dealt with Zhou Yang's situation before discussing the land purchase in detail with Zhou Nian. Surely, having made a promise, he would not go back on his word. Li Chen, I have noticed that wild animals seem to be attempting to invade our breeding base in the barren mountains to prey upon our hens. I will bring some electric wire shortly. If they dare to approach our hens tonight, let them meet their end without return, said Zhou Ergo, approaching with a bundle of iron wire. Chapter 159. In the dead of night, Lu Laosan's shocking encounter. The desolate mountains bordered the verdant hills, their dense woods teeming with undergrowth and wildlife, a common occurrence in such a setting. Presently, with the hens and chicks placed in this environment for rearing, it was inevitable that some wild animals would regard them as prey. Li Chen concurred with Zhou Ergo's decision. However, for the sake of safety, he advised that the electric wires be installed outside the poultry farm's fence, minimizing the risk of contact with the enclosure. After all, should a hen accidentally brush against it at night and meet a fatal end, the loss would be considerable. Rest assured, I have designed everything to ensure the hen's safety, Zhou Ergo assured. As for humans, no one would venture there at such a late hour unless they harbor ill intentions. Moreover, I have brought a transformer to significantly reduce the voltage. Even if someone inadvertently touches it, the worst they would experience is a painful jolt, not death. Well done. You've thought of everything, Li Chen praised, giving a thumbs up. Proceed as you see fit. All right then, I shall get to work, Zhou Ergo replied before heading off to the desolate mountains. Upon returning home, Li Chen refrained from engaging in other activities, opting instead to spend time with Lei and Yu. With Honggu now aided by Yi Wei, Yi Xiaohan's brother, in procuring goods, he no longer needed to venture out daily. As for the collection of chicken manure, it was unnecessary for him to intervene directly. Once sufficient quantities were amassed, they would contact him to arrange for delivery. Nonetheless, Li Chen intended to increase the manure procurement in the future. His previous transaction with Zhao Qi had afforded him a delightful glimpse into the profitability of chicken manure. He awaited the arrival of standard 40-pound bags from Zhao Qi, after which he would seek out local poultry farmers for collaboration. This plan could be postponed, as Li Chen had numerous other endeavors awaiting his attention, such as the cultivation of dendrobium, obtaining a driver's license, and purchasing a vehicle. Regarding the dendrobium seedlings, he had recently acquired a phone number from Wang Egu, a proprietor of a herbal medicine shop. Seizing the moment, he decided to call and inquire, hoping to arrange a visit the following day. He feared that if he delayed too long, he might forget this matter amidst his burgeoning responsibilities. Thus, Li Chen returned to his room and made the call. After a brief exchange, he confirmed that the other party possessed a substantial quantity of dendrobium seedlings. They arranged for Li Chen to visit the following noon. Meanwhile, Lu Laosan, having received 5,000 yuan from Boss Long, promptly gathered his associates to plot how to eliminate Li Chen's hens that very night. Third brother, this is simple. We can just go and kill his hens. We have nothing to fear, one of the lackeys suggested bluntly. To hell with you. What kind of foolish idea is that? Do you not realize that Li Chen holds leverage over me? Lu Laosan retorted. Such a blatant act. If he discovers that I am behind this, he might very well expose me to Wang Ming's son. Do you truly wish to see me imprisoned? Lu Laosan erupted with a furious outburst. Brother San, what do you propose we do? If we go tonight, we must remember Li Wu's unfortunate experience. Indeed, Li Wu had faced a dire fate. Having been severely bitten by a dog, we must not emulate his folly. We must exercise caution. Brother San, do you possess any brilliant ideas? We are all ears. Yes. Brother San, please take the lead. We lack the intellect for such matters. We are merely adept at indulging ourselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Laosan pondered for a moment before responding. We can begin by targeting his poultry farm in the desolate mountains. I have learned that he keeps over 1,000 hens there, and at night, the place is deserted, making it an ideal opportunity for us. Indeed, that location is the safest, as there are no large guard dogs. Last time, it was Li Wu who suffered the bite of a large dog. Since there are none in the desolate mountains, we need not worry. Brother San is truly astute. Tonight, we shall go to the desolate mountains and eliminate his hens. Tomorrow, we will seek out Boss Long to collect the remaining 5,000. With this 10,000, we can indulge ourselves for a while. Lu Laosan's followers nodded eagerly in agreement, showering him with praise. We must ensure our actions go unnoticed. If Li Chen does not catch us in the act, we shall deny everything. He wouldn't dare take further action against us, Lu Laosan declared with a smug expression. Brother San, how about we have a few drinks tonight? We won't have the courage to proceed without some alcohol. Only you know how to enjoy yourself. Very well, let us indulge in a few drinks. With 5,000 already in hand, we need not worry about the cost of liquor. Thus, having finalized their plans for the night, Lu Laosan and his companions reveled in their festivities until the clock struck midnight. Once the night had grown quiet, they stealthily ascended the desolate mountains, tools in hand. Knowing that the desolate mountains lacked the guard dogs present in the orchards, they relaxed their vigilance along the way. Brother San, there are indeed plenty of hens here. It seems we will be occupied for quite some time to finish the task. Enough with the chatter. If it were that easy, why would anyone offer you a sum of 10,000? Let us be swift and decisive. Lu Laosan scolded. Brother San, how should we proceed? Stop wasting time with your incessant questions. Can't you figure out how to kill a chicken? Watch as I demonstrate. With that, Lu Laosan stepped forward, intending to enter the poultry farm. Suddenly, a spark erupted. Lu Laosan was shocked, losing his balance and crashing to the ground with a pained cry. Unfortunately, as he fell, he inadvertently made contact with another wire, receiving another jolt. This is unbearable. It hurts so much. Lu Laosan cried out in agony. In the stillness of the night, his cries of agony resonated with particular intensity. Soon, nearby villagers heard the commotion and hurriedly approached with flashlights in hand. What are you all standing there for? Help me up and let's leave this place. Lu Laosan sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly instructed his henchmen to assist him. However, as his subordinates attempted to lift Lu Laosan, they inadvertently stumbled upon the wires set up by Zhou Ergu in the darkness, receiving a jolt of electricity that elicited involuntary cries of pain from them. Fortunately, Zhou Ergu had already adjusted the voltage, or they would have met a grim fate that very moment. Not good. Sounds like it's coming from the desolate mountains. Could it be that Ergu's wires have shocked some massive wild animal? Li Chen also heard the noise and promptly grabbed his flashlight, rushing toward the source. Chapter 160. The bully is captured. Evil will be repaid. Lu Laosan was acutely aware of his predicament. If tonight's events were uncovered, his fate would be dire. He gritted his teeth against the pain, intending to make a swift exit. What do you intend to do? At this juncture, Zhou Ergu had already arrived and obstructed their path. Ergu, you meddlesome fool. Get out of my way, or I shall not be so courteous. Lu Laosan, seeing only Zhou Ergu before him, resorted to crude threats. I understand now. You intend to slaughter these hens. You are utterly despicable, Zhou Ergu retorted, his face aflame with indignation. And what of it? It's none of your business, so scram. Lu Laosan, incensed, blurted out without a second thought. After uttering those words, he realized his mistake. Third brother, what should we do now? This brat knows about our scheme, one of his subordinates inquired anxiously. Forget him. We need to leave this place. Lu Laosan prioritized escape, knowing that if the villagers arrived, it would spell trouble. You think you can leave? Not a chance. Zhou Ergu spread his arms wide, barring their exit. Ergu, you're courting death. With a commanding tone, Lu Laosan ordered his henchmen to restrain Zhou Ergu, seizing the moment to sneak down the mountain. Lu Laosan, you won't escape. Unbeknownst to him, Li Chen had swiftly made his way there, ready to apprehend him. What do you want, Li Chen? Upon seeing the wooden stick in Li Chen's grasp, Lu Laosan's composure faltered. He feared not the stick's potential to harm him, but rather that Li Chen might expose his misdeeds. This apprehension had deterred him from taking action against Li Chen recently. Had it not been for the lucrative offer from Boss Long, he would not have dared to take such risks tonight. Encountering Zhou Ergu was manageable, but facing Li Chen left him feeling vulnerable. This exemplified the well-known adage, a thief's heart is filled with trepidation. What are you doing? Coming out at this hour to deal with the hens, and you dare question me? I'm the one who wants to know what you are up to. Li Chen, with an air of authority, pressed for answers. Lu Laosan found himself momentarily flustered, at a loss for words. You speak nonsense. When have I harmed your chickens? Go and see if any of them are injured. Do not slander a good person. Recovering his composure, Lu Laosan attempted to defend himself. It is because you were electrocuted by Ergo's wires that your plan failed. Otherwise, my chickens would have long since perished at your hands. As Li Chen finished speaking, a crowd of curious villagers had gathered on the desolate hillside. Lu Laosan was now thoroughly rattled. Li Chen, what on earth is happening? One villager inquired, bewildered. In the dead of night, we heard several cries of agony coming from here. Dear villagers, you must stand for justice. This Lu Laosan intended to slaughter my chickens tonight, and I caught him red-handed. Li Chen proclaimed loudly to the approaching villagers. Indeed, these individuals attempted to kill the chickens on the mountain tonight, and were shocked by the wires I had set up, hence their cries of pain. Had I known, I would have simply electrocuted you wretched villains directly. Zhou Ergo, having freed himself from Lu Laosan's henchmen, rushed over to expose their misdeeds. My goodness, how is this Lu Laosan any different from the previous Li Wu who sought to kill Li Chen's chickens? Indeed, those chickens are Li Chen's prized possessions. If they were to be killed, it would result in significant losses for him. It became clear that the cries were a result of their electrocution. Initially, I thought something terrible had occurred. However, Lu Laosan's attempt to harm Li Chen's chickens in the dead of night is indeed reprehensible. This is a criminal act. The onlooking villagers began to voice their condemnation of Lu Laosan's actions, each adding their voice to the chorus. Although Lu Laosan was typically the village bully, the presence of the crowd diminished their fear. Ergo, are you all right? Li Chen inquired with genuine concern. Do not worry, I am fine. They merely held me back to allow Lu Laosan to escape. They dared not harm me, Zhou Ergo responded. These scoundrels must not be let off lightly. Li Chen exclaimed vehemently. What do you intend to do, Li Chen? Let me remind you, we live in a society governed by law. Hurting others is a crime. Lu Laosan, seeing the club in Li Chen's hands, was thoroughly alarmed. Such a bully as you dares to speak of the law. You despicable wretch. Do you think I would soil my hands on you? I shall report you and ensure you pay a heavy price. Li Chen was determined not to let Lu Laosan escape unscathed. Though he knew from the memories of his past life that Lu Laosan would soon be apprehended, he felt compelled to hasten that moment after such despicable actions against his chickens. Furthermore, Lu Laosan would not have acted against his chickens without reason. He was aware of the evidence Li Chen held regarding his theft of Wang Ming's wealth. Lu Laosan's actions tonight were surely orchestrated by someone else. The police were summoned to apprehend them, which would conveniently lead to uncovering the mastermind behind it all. Thus, Li Chen instructed Zhou Ergu to return and notify the authorities while he stayed to block their escape. After Zhou Ergu reported the incident, the police swiftly arrived in the dead of night to take Lu Laosan and his accomplices into custody. Upon learning of Lu Laosan's arrest, the Lu family endeavored the following day to leverage their connections in an attempt to extricate him. However, Li Chen had already acted preemptively, having informed Wang Ming that Lu Laosan had pilfered 2,000 yuan from him that very morning. When Wang Ming sought his missing money, his fury ignited upon discovering its absence, prompting him to immediately contact his son, who held a minor leadership position within the police force. Given that the stolen funds constituted Wang Ming's household living expenses, his son was incensed. Consequently, he personally conducted an interrogation of Lu Laosan. Despite Lu Laosan's notorious bully-like demeanor within the village, he proved to be a coward in the face of authority. Under the scrutiny of Wang Ming's son, he quickly divulged all details, including the directive he received from the owner of the Southern City Hotel to eliminate Li Chen and his prized chickens. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the Southern City Hotel and took the proprietor, Boss Long, into custody. As he was led away, despair etched across his face. He regretted his earlier arrogance. Had he not rebuffed Li Chen's earnest offer to sell green-shelled eggs, he would not have found himself entangled in this predicament, nor facing such dire consequences. Alas, while many remedies exist in this world, the antidote of regret is not among them. Thus, the matter settled with the arrests of Lu Laosan, Boss Long, and their ilk. With these despicable individuals removed from the shadows, Li Chen could pursue his ambitions with greater peace of mind. After enjoying a midday meal, he mounted his motorcycle and headed towards Fengshan town, intending to inspect the seedlings of dendrobium. If they met his standards, he would procure a batch to cultivate. Ah, young man, what a surprise to see you here. Mrs. Wang, what brings you to this place? Chapter 161. What a coincidence. Encountering Mrs. Wang everywhere, Li Chen was indeed taken aback to find Mrs. Wang in Fengshan town. Oh, my maternal family hails from this area, and I've returned due to some recent matters. What about you? I haven't seen you at my place for red mushroom procurement lately. She replied with a smile. So, Mrs. Wang's family is from here. Li Chen felt a bit sheepish for inadvertently addressing her as Wang widow earlier. I apologize. I wasn't attentive and hope you don't mind, he said. It's quite all right. Some villagers refer to me that way. I've grown accustomed to it and don't take it to heart. But you still haven't informed me of your purpose here, she graciously responded. I've come to purchase dendrobium seedlings. Recently, you haven't been supplying me with wild dendrobium, so I plan to cultivate them myself, Li Chen explained. So this is how it is. You wouldn't be considering purchasing from my brother, would you? My brother's name is Wang Kai, remarked widow Wang. Ah, it truly is your brother. The person I contacted is indeed named Wang Kai. Li Chen expressed his astonishment at such a coincidental connection. Upon reflection, he recalled that the individual who had introduced him to Wang Kai was Wang Aguai from the herbal shop, and widow Wang also bore the surname Wang. It seemed that there was indeed some relation among the three of them. How fortuitous. Allow me to guide you to my brother, widow Wang said with a smile, warmly leading Li Chen along the way. After approximately 10 minutes, she brought Li Chen to Wang Kai's residence. Sister, how do you know him? Wang Kai inquired, surprised to see his sister accompanied by Li Chen. He previously visited our village to procure wild dendrobium and red mushrooms. It was the very matter we discussed yesterday. So I became acquainted with him, widow Wang responded. I see. Young man, it appears you have quite a few ventures underway, Wang Kai remarked with a broad smile. It's manageable. I dabble in various pursuits, and as long as there is profit to be made, I'm not deterred by the workload. Li Chen replied with a grin. Indeed, young people should not shy away from hard work. Brother Wang, would you kindly show me your dendrobium seedlings? I wish to get straight to the point, as I do not wish to waste too much time, Li Chen stated directly. Certainly, I shall take you there at once. Sister, please stay home and chat with our mother. I will take him to see the seedlings, Wang Kai instructed before leading Li Chen to his dendrobium seedling base. The area was vast, likely several acres, if not a full 10. At this time, few understood the cultivation of dendrobium seedlings, which made Li Chen greatly admire Wang Kai's business acumen. Young man, how do you find my dendrobium seedlings? I'm not boasting. I am the only one in the entire county selling these. You won't find a second source elsewhere, Wang Kai declared with pride. Indeed, brother Wang is quite astute. Not just in the county, but I doubt anyone in the entire city has dendrobium seedlings, Li Chen replied with a smile. I appreciate your understanding, but rest assured, I won't artificially inflate the prices. If you genuinely wish to purchase, I can offer you a discount, considering your acquaintance with my relative Wang Aguai and my sister. We are, in essence, friends, Wang Kai stated. His words were, of course, courteous. In reality, selling these seedlings proved quite challenging as few ventured into their cultivation at this time. Since beginning his seedling enterprise, he had yet to secure a sale. His plan was to cultivate them himself if they remained unsold. Fortunately, with Li Chen's visit, he had found his sole customer thus far. Very well. I would like 3,000 seedlings at your best price. Is that agreeable? Li Chen expressed. Absolutely. I appreciate your business acumen, Wang Kai responded enthusiastically. Thus, the two engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the price, and ultimately, Wang Kai honored his promise by offering Li Chen the most favorable rate. After receiving the payment, Li Chen promptly arranged for someone to count the items and then hired a driver, expressing his desire to personally ensure delivery to Li Chen's location. This brought great joy to Li Chen, as it alleviated many of his troubles, allowing him to simply lead the way. Upon returning to Nanliu village, Li Chen immediately summoned Zhou Ergo and others for assistance, and he also hired 5 individuals from the village to help. In a single afternoon, they successfully planted the 3,000 purchased dendrobium seedlings on the barren mountain. Gazing at these seedlings, Li Chen felt immense satisfaction. Although the harvest season was still far off, the prospect of substantial profits upon reaping was exhilarating. Li Chen realized that the newly planted dendrobium would require watering, and he contemplated the idea of laying a water pipe to the barren mountain, which would not only facilitate irrigation for the dendrobium, but also provide water for their hens. At this moment, Zhou Ergo offered his suggestion. This idea is quite commendable. Let us proceed as you proposed. I will provide the funds for you to purchase the water pipe and oversee its installation. With that, Li Chen handed Zhou Ergo 200 yuan to manage the task. All right, I assure you it will be done splendidly, Zhou Ergo replied, his face beaming with joy at having his suggestion embraced by Li Chen. Before he set off to work, Li Chen, inspired by Zhou Ergo's words, envisioned further plans. Since the barren mountain harbored so many of his interests, why not enhance the environment there? For instance, installing streetlights in the vicinity. The reason Lu Laosan and his companions dared to cause trouble there last night was due to the pitch darkness of the mountain. They assumed no one would notice. If streetlights were installed, their audacity would surely diminish. Furthermore, such installations would benefit the people of Nanliu village, alleviating their concerns about visibility at night and significantly enhancing the village's appearance. It is worth noting that, during this era, most rural areas lacked streetlights. Even in the year 2022 of his previous life, many rural locales still suffered from this deficiency. Thus, should this initiative come to fruition, Nanliu village would become a subject of admiration and discussion. However, this remained merely a fleeting inspiration and plan for Li Chen, as the installation of streetlights would require substantial funds. Currently, his financial resources were limited, and he would have to wait until he earned more before pursuing this endeavor. This only intensified his resolve and determination to generate income. Brother Chen, I heard that your aunt will be visiting your home tomorrow. Li Huamei approached with a cheerful demeanor. Aunt. Upon hearing this term, Li Chen was struck with curiosity. It was not that he had forgotten about his aunt, but rather that she had not visited since his mother's passing. The reason was simple. His family's poverty made her look down upon them, and she had no desire to maintain ties with him. Upon hearing Li Huamei mention that her aunt would be visiting, he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Indeed, my father encountered her while purchasing materials in town today, and upon discussing your recent financial success, she expressed her intention to come by tomorrow to see you. Chapter 162. After many years, my aunt finally comes to visit. Li Chen merely chuckled at this. Had it not been for the knowledge of his recent prosperity, it is likely she would never have deemed it necessary to pay him a visit in her lifetime. Very well, I shall host her tomorrow. Although aware of his aunt's pragmatic nature, he felt it was only right to await her arrival at home, as she was still family. In truth, I am not particularly fond of your aunt. When your mother was on her deathbed, she entrusted her with the responsibility of looking after you. Yet over the years, she displayed little concern for your family and never once visited. It is said that when her son was accepted into Guangxi University last year, she invited numerous relatives and friends to celebrate, but excluded you. Clearly, she holds you in disdain. Li Huamei regarded Li Chen's aunt with a look of contempt. No matter, that is all in the past. Should she choose to alter her attitude from now on, it would be of little consequence. After all, I have no need to seek her approval. She shall merely be regarded as a distant relative, Li Chen stated. Upon returning home, Li Chen informed Yi Xiaohan of his aunt's impending visit. It was at this moment that Yi Xiaohan learned of Li Chen's aunt's existence. Goodness, Li Chen, I have been married to you for so long and had no idea you had an aunt, she exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, on the day of our wedding, she and her family did not attend the festivities, as they were likely concerned I would solicit financial assistance from them. Thus, they have never graced our home. Li Chen replied, Wow, your aunt is rather pragmatic, isn't she? It seems she has come to reconnect only upon realizing your newfound wealth. Yi Xiaohan sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Have you noticed? Many people have such pragmatic relatives around them. Have you encountered any like that? Let us consider it a courtesy to my mother. After all, she is my mother's sister. When she comes tomorrow, we shall treat her as though nothing has transpired. Li Chen suggested, gently embracing Yi Xiaohan from behind. Yes, you are right. After all, she is your aunt, and it is only proper to extend hospitality. Yi Xiaohan replied softly, nodding in agreement. Yi Xiaohan truly understands my sentiments. Having you is indeed the greatest fortune of my life. With that, Li Chen could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Just as Yi Xiaohan was about to say something further, Lei suddenly began to cry. At this stage, infants typically cry due to hunger. Therefore, upon hearing Lei's cries, Yi Xiaohan immediately picked her up to feed her. Meanwhile, Li Chen, as usual, engaged Yo-Yo in playful antics while ensuring that the little one remained calm and did not join in the weeping. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Li Chen playfully engaged with Lei and Yu, and upon seeing them asleep, he decided to visit the fish pond to inspect the cultivation of the grass carp. Professor Chen had successfully constructed a small room by the pond's edge and even connected electricity to it. What astonished Li Chen the most was that he had also set up music within the small room. Uncle, I never imagined you had such a hobby, Li Chen remarked with a smile as he approached. The music isn't just for my enjoyment. It's for the fish in the pond, Professor Chen replied with a chuckle. How so? Li Chen inquired, intrigued. These fish find the water rather dull, so playing some music enlivens their spirits. Just look, they've all swum over here to listen. Professor Chen said proudly. Li Chen peered into the pond, and indeed, many fish had gathered nearby, each appearing quite lively. Impressive, uncle. You really have a knack for fish farming, Li Chen said, giving him a thumbs up. He recalled having seen numerous reports in 2022 about playing music for fish and even pigs. Yet he hadn't expected Professor Chen to have such an idea at this time. It seems that his decision to have him raise fish was indeed a wise one. Oh, it's nothing much. It was just a spontaneous idea. If you don't like this approach, I can refrain from playing music next time, Professor Chen said. No, I didn't say I disliked it. Let us continue with your method. I just came to take a look and check on the status of the grass. Li Chen replied as he strolled around the pond. Professor Chen had taken excellent care of the surroundings, and the grass was beginning to sprout. He felt no worries and returned with satisfaction. At 10 in the morning, Li Chen's long-absent sister-in-law finally arrived, accompanied by his brother-in-law. His sister-in-law, Qinya, and brother-in-law, Xiaohan, greeted him warmly. Xiaohan, your aunt has been incredibly busy lately, which is why I haven't been able to visit. How have you been? I heard your wife gave birth to twins. Where are the children? I want to see them. Qinya exclaimed, feigning a deep concern for Li Chen's life. Yes. Xiaohan, we've been wanting to come see you for a while, but we've just been swamped. I've missed you so much that I put everything aside to visit. Xiaohan chimed in supportively. Li Chen smiled slightly. Their pretense made the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Xiaohan, is this your wife? Qinya asked, attempting to alleviate the tension. Hello, Aunt, I'm Xiaohan. You can just call me Xiaohan. She politely introduced herself. Xiaohan, not only is your name lovely, but you are quite beautiful as well, Qinya complimented. Sigh. Witnessing my little Chen marry such a beautiful wife and welcome a pair of twins, as an aunt, I find solace in my heart. Chapter 163, Such Relatives. Whether present or absent, matters not. Qinya's words once again filled Li Chen with disgust. Over the years, she had never expressed a word of concern for him. Even when his son was admitted to university last year, all relatives and friends were invited to celebrate, except for him. Yet now, she feigned a demeanor of genuine care. Nevertheless, given her status as his aunt, Li Chen still warmly invited her, saying, Aunt, please come in and have a seat. We can chat more comfortably inside. All right. I heard from your uncle that you purchased new furniture. I was just thinking of taking a look, Qinya said, showing no reservations as she entered the room and promptly settled onto the newly bought sofa. Oh, Chen, this sofa is made of solid wood. It must have been quite expensive. It seems you have been quite prosperous lately, she flattered immediately. It's all right, not too costly, Li Chen replied, turning to pour each of them a cup of tea. Aunt, I heard that my cousin was admitted to Guangxi University last year. Is that true? As soon as he posed the question, Qinya and her husband exchanged awkward glances. They had never disclosed this information to Li Chen, and now that he was aware, it implied he also knew they had not invited him to the celebratory banquet last year. Yes, that is indeed the case. We intended to invite you to the celebration, but we couldn't find you after visiting a few times, and your family didn't have a landline at that time, so we were unable to contact you. Qinya hastily concocted an excuse. However, Li Chen merely chuckled inwardly. Although he had been out all night last year, indulging in various entertainments, Xiaohan had always remained at home. If they truly sought him out, how could they have missed her, even if it were such a coincidence? If she genuinely wished to invite him, she could have easily asked Uncle Li Chuntian to convey the message, considering she was well aware of their relationship. Li Chen chose not to expose her deception and allowed her to continue her charade. Well, then, congratulations to my cousin. When he returns for summer vacation, I will invite him to come and visit me. Of course, when he returns for summer break, I will certainly bring him over to visit his esteemed elder cousin. However, he has been incurring considerable expenses at school, whether it be for this material or that. Thus, we came here intending to borrow some money from you to send to him. Qinya smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Li Chen understood the true intention behind their visit. It appeared their pretense of concern was merely a facade, and they sought to borrow money now that he was earning well. However, he scoffed internally. He would not be so naive. They had looked down upon him before. Yet now they wished to borrow money? Not a chance. Indeed, little Chen, we have spoken of you to your cousin. He holds you in high regard and mentioned that once the vacation begins, he would like to come and assist you with some tasks. It has come to my attention that you have recently employed several individuals, each receiving a sum of 1,000 yuan. Uncle Xiaohan, in a rather deliberate manner, uttered a remark about this. Aunt, uncle, I truly apologize. If you genuinely consider me a relative, you are welcome to visit at any time, and I shall extend my warmest hospitality. However, Do not harbor any illusions about borrowing money, for I am unable to lend you any, Li Chen stated with unwavering clarity. This declaration left the couple, Qinya and her husband, ensnared in a palpable embarrassment. They had assumed that Li Chen remained the naive youth of yesteryears, easily swayed by their words, yet they were taken aback by his resolute refusal, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Aunt, uncle, allow me to prepare a meal for you. What would you like to eat? Ultimately, it was the kind-hearted Xiaohan who, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, rose to inquire. Thank you, Xiaohan. But we shall forego the meal. I suddenly recalled some pressing matters that require my attention at home. They responded hastily. Indeed, in our eagerness to visit you, we overlooked some urgent issues at home. We will return on another occasion when time permits. In truth, there were no pressing matters. Their pretext was merely a device to extricate themselves from the uncomfortable situation, having realized Li Chen's steadfastness in not lending them money. Li Chen, disinclined to engage further, merely extended a polite farewell, saying little more. Li Chen, I never anticipated that aunt and uncle would come not out of remorse, but rather with the intention of soliciting financial assistance. Upon your refusal, they promptly took their leave. Xiaohan remarked with a look of disappointment once they returned to their room. Indeed, they reveal their true nature. Were it not for the fact that she is my mother's sister, I would have preferred to ignore her entirely today. However, after this encounter, they likely will not dare to broach the subject of borrowing money again, Li Chen replied. I concur with your decision. My only concern is that they might return home and speak ill of you, claiming that since you have recently found success, you have become arrogant and disrespectful. Even towards your own aunt, Xiaohan expressed her worries. Li Chen had already anticipated this scenario and recognized that, given his aunt's disposition, she would indeed voice such sentiments upon her return. Nonetheless, he found little concern in the matter, believing that such relatives are not worth maintaining ties with, regardless of their opinions. Do you think he acted correctly? Xiaohan, let us disregard them. We must focus on our own lives. As long as we remain true to ourselves, we need not concern ourselves with their words, Li Chen reassured her. Very well, I shall tend to Lele and Yu, as at this stage. Infants are either eating or sleeping, Xiaohan stated before departing to attend to their needs. Li Chen lingered with them for a while, but upon hearing the sound of a motorcycle outside, he ventured out to investigate. Brother, why are you home so early today? He inquired curiously upon seeing Yi Wei. The supply of red mushrooms was rather limited today, so I returned early, Yi Wei replied. Li Chen glanced at Yi Wei's motorcycle and indeed noted the scant quantity of red mushrooms collected. Li Chen could understand the situation. After all, the availability of red mushrooms was limited. Having engaged in procurement for quite some time, they had largely exhausted their supply of harvestable red mushrooms, leaving them with little to sell. Li Chen, this is not a sustainable approach. Consider what else we might procure. I am here to assist you, Yi Wei suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled the chicken mushroom, a delicacy he often relished in his previous life. This particular fungus, akin to red mushrooms, was both rare and pricey. During this period, many villagers were still unaware of the chicken mushroom's value. Even if they were aware, purchasing it at market price, dehydrating it, and then selling it in the county or upscale venues would yield significant profits. Moreover, Li Chen remembered that chicken mushrooms could be cultivated artificially. With the advantage of his reincarnation memories, he could employ the knowledge from his past life to cultivate them. At this time, the technique for artificial cultivation of chicken mushrooms had yet to be developed. If he were to initiate cultivation, he could leverage his foresight to secure a dominant position in the market for chicken mushrooms. Excited by these thoughts, Li Chen said, let's leave it at this for today. Take the red mushrooms you've procured to Huamei for drying. Tomorrow, come back, and I will instruct you on how to procure chicken mushrooms. Chicken mushrooms? What are those? I've never heard of them, Yi Wei replied, visibly perplexed. Li Chen patiently explained. Chicken mushrooms are a rather precious type of fungus, typically found on the forest floor, in wastelands or cornfields. However, they must be connected to termite mounds, as they coexist with them. While not every area with termites will yield chicken mushrooms, wherever chicken mushrooms are found, termite nests are certain to exist. My goodness, such a marvelous mushroom exists. Is it expensive? Yi Wei asked, astonished. From what I have gathered, the price of chicken mushrooms varies significantly based on quality. During this period, they generally range from 15 to 150 yuan per pound. Naturally, if dried, the price escalates even further, Li Chen responded. Wow, that's quite expensive. It rivals the red mushrooms, Yi Wei remarked. Indeed, chicken mushrooms are one of China's 4 famous fungi. How could they not be more costly than red mushrooms? Li Chen affirmed. All right, working alongside you has taught me a wealth of new knowledge. By the way, how do you know so much? Yi Wei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Brother, you have no idea. Ever since Li Chen changed, he has transformed entirely. His breadth of knowledge has expanded, and he even speaks foreign languages now, interjected Xiaohan, who had approached from behind. Huh, it's not that remarkable. I simply acquired this information from various eccentric friends, Li Chen replied with a smile. Well then, I shall return tomorrow to learn more about this chicken mushroom. Yi Wei concluded. In addition to acquiring the black fungus, artificial cultivation stands as the paramount endeavor. Therefore, in the short term, you shall oversee the procurement. And once I have successfully cultivated it, you may return to manage the operations. Li Chen articulated his plan. Despite possessing memories from a previous life, he had never attempted to cultivate this particular black fungus, leaving him uncertain as to whether success could be achieved in a single attempt or how long it might take. Only through experimentation could he ascertain the outcome. Such a precious strain could be cultivated artificially? Yi Wei, preparing to depart, found himself increasingly intrigued by Li Chen's assertion of its cultivability. The term chicken fungus encompasses various species, including torch chicken fungus, black chicken fungus, white chicken fungus, yellow chicken fungus, large chicken fungus, small chicken fungus, and lychee fungus, among others. Notably, the black chicken fungus is indeed amenable to artificial cultivation, which is the focus of Li Chen's efforts. This knowledge, of course, stemmed from his past life, as techniques for the artificial cultivation of black chicken fungus were only developed around 2006. Should Li Chen succeed in advancing this technology in the present era, he would undoubtedly reap substantial profits in the market. You certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. It appears that by assisting you, I shall learn quite a bit. Yi Wei remarked with a smile. Brother, why not stay for lunch? My aunt just came by, and we were about to prepare a meal, but they left early. Xiaohan warmly invited. Indeed, brother, please stay for lunch. After all, we are family, so no need for formalities, Li Chen added. I shall forego lunch, as I need to deliver the red mushrooms to Huamei, and I will return to see you tomorrow morning. Yi Wei replied before departing on his motorcycle to find Li Huamei in the remote mountains. After enjoying lunch at home, Li Chen began to contemplate the significant task of cultivating black chicken fungus. Previously overlooked, he now recognized that this rare fungus represented a lucrative opportunity. According to the knowledge acquired in his past life, Li Chen understood that the key to cultivating black chicken fungus artificially lay in creating an optimal substrate ant nest, with the establishment of a temperature and humidity-controlled greenhouse being crucial. If these two processes were executed effectively, black chicken fungus could be produced year-round, with harvests possible in approximately 25 days. In 1998, should Li Chen successfully implement this cultivation, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking sensation within the country. Eager to proceed, he shared his thoughts with Xiaohan. Xiaohan, I have decided to construct a temperature and humidity-controlled greenhouse in our family's fields to cultivate black chicken fungus. Presently, there remains some land at home, which had been left fallow due to his previous indulgences. Rather than letting it lie idle, he saw an opportunity to put it to use. Although I am not well versed in this field, I support you wholeheartedly. As long as you believe it to be right. That is sufficient, Xiaohan replied gently. Very well, I shall prepare now. You stay home with the little ones, Li Chen remarked before heading to his own fields. Drawing upon memories from his past life, he understood the significance of selecting an appropriate site for cultivating black fungus. Proximity to a water source and fertile soil were imperative. Fortunately, his lands met these essential criteria. Serendipitously, these fields were situated alongside the road leading to the wilderness, which would facilitate the development of a pathway to the mountains. Having determined the location for the greenhouse, the next step was to gather materials. Given the unique characteristics of black fungus, the structure would primarily be constructed with steel reinforcement, topped with a layer of polyethylene fog film to prevent bacteria from rainwater contaminating the fungi. This film would also aid in regulating the internal temperature of the greenhouse. Additionally, doors would be installed on both sides, one for regular access, and the other fitted with exhaust fans to ensure adequate air circulation. Don't ask how I am so familiar with this. My uncle specializes in this field. Without hesitation, Li Chen sought out a construction team in the village, leading them to his fields to execute his vision for the greenhouse. The area was perfectly sized for 3 structures, and without a second thought, he decided to utilize all of it. With the memories of a reborn individual, he was undeterred by the prospect of failure. If one attempt did not succeed, he would try again and again until he achieved success. He was confident that these investments would yield substantial wealth once his cultivation proved fruitful. Li Chen, the materials you've specified are rather expensive. Are you sure you want to use steel? I believe more economical options would suffice, one of the crew members suggested. However, Li Chen remained unfazed. After all, he was embarking on a long-term venture. While alternative materials might substitute, they lack durability, thus necessitating the use of steel. Let's proceed as I have instructed. When the time comes, provide me with an invoice for the costs, and I shall settle the payment, he affirmed decisively. Very well. Since you are resolute, I shall respect your decision. But can this so-called fungus truly be cultivated? Let us find out through trial, Li Chen replied, not offering a definitive assurance, as success was yet to be realized. How bold you are, investing such a sum without absolute certainty. I must say, I admire your audacity. The man chuckled, giving Li Chen a thumbs up. Li Chen chose not to elaborate further, promptly providing a deposit of 1,000 yuan. After receiving the payment, the crew returned to their tasks with renewed vigor. This endeavor is unlikely to be completed in just a day or two. Subsequent tasks can only proceed once the greenhouse is fully constructed. Li Chen ventured to the desolate mountains to seek out Li Huamei, instructing her to dry all the red mushrooms during this period, as they would soon transition to cultivating chicken mushrooms. Brother Chen, Yue just mentioned chicken mushrooms to me, claiming their price is comparable to that of red mushrooms. Is it truly that remarkable? Li Huamei inquired with curiosity. Indeed, not only are they costly, but they are also quite rare. Moreover, once acquired, they must be dried on the same day. Otherwise, if left until the following day, their quality will be drastically different. Li Chen explained. Very well, I shall await the opportunity to see what these chicken mushrooms are all about, and what makes them so special, Li Huamei responded. Her curiosity piqued. Our village lacks chicken mushrooms, but I believe other villages may have them. If you wish to taste them, you can take some home to make soup. They are incredibly nourishing, Li Chen remarked. Such an extravagant price. I hesitate to try them. I shall wait until you cultivate a sufficient quantity before indulging. Li Huamei replied thoughtfully. Agreed. Once I successfully cultivate them, we shall have as many as we desire. I am confident in your abilities, Brother Chen. Best of luck. Li Huamei encouraged him. You clever girl, you certainly know how to flatter. Show me how many dried red mushrooms we have now. If we have 100 pounds, we can trade with Lin Zhou tomorrow, and I can also discuss chicken mushrooms with him. We have over 100 pounds. I was planning to report this to you tomorrow, Li Huamei answered. Very well, we shall proceed with the trade for red mushrooms tomorrow. As for the remaining red mushrooms, it seems we won't be able to accumulate another 100 pounds in the short term, so we shall store them for now. 100 pounds of dried red mushrooms is no trivial amount. It requires a substantial quantity of fresh red mushrooms to achieve that. Currently, the availability of red mushrooms is dwindling, so accumulating another 100 pounds will likely take some time. Fortunately, we can now procure chicken mushrooms, and the recently purchased dehydrator will continue to serve its purpose. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, Li Chen visited his fields to find the construction team hard at work. This signified that every investment he had made was in progress, and the future held much promise. Li Chen, how should we go about collecting the chicken mushrooms that you mentioned yesterday? Upon returning home, Yue arrived on his motorcycle. Brother, you're here quite early. Have you had breakfast? If not, there is still some at home for you, Li Chen offered. I've already eaten. With children heading to school, I must rise early each day. Once your little ones, Lele and Yuyu, start school, you will understand this routine, Yue replied with a smile. At that moment, Li Chen recalled that during this period, kindergartens were relatively scarce and often located at considerable distances. Since everyone walked to school, the journey took a significant amount of time, necessitating that parents wake early to prepare breakfast for their children to ensure they arrived at school punctually. Upon reflecting on these matters, Li Chen could not help but devise a plan to establish a kindergarten in Nanliu village, aimed at facilitating education for the children of neighboring villages. However, this endeavor would require a substantial financial investment, and with his current limited resources, he resolved to postpone the initiative until he could accumulate more wealth. As a self-made farmer, he understood the necessity of progressing steadily towards his goals. Fortunately, developments across various fronts were progressing smoothly, and the future brimmed with promise. Let's write some notices for the procurement of chicken mushrooms and then post them in other villages. If any villagers have chicken mushrooms, we can purchase them as well, Li Chen suggested to Yue. The process of procuring chicken mushrooms was rather intricate, and given that Yue had never encountered such a delicacy, Li Chen intended to accompany him for several procurement trips to avoid any errors. Once Yue became familiar with the nuances of chicken mushrooms, he could then manage the procurement independently. All right, since I have never seen this before, I will need your guidance. Yue nodded in agreement. After drafting a dozen notices for the procurement of chicken mushrooms at home, Li Chen set off with Yue. Li Chen, shall we post these notices in the villages where we previously procured red mushrooms? Yue suggested during their journey. That would be inadvisable. Why? The circumstances surrounding chicken mushrooms differ from those of red mushrooms. For red mushrooms, We aim for villages near red pine trees, as they typically grow beneath them. However, chicken mushrooms are different. We should seek out areas with dense forests and ample rainfall, Li Chen elucidated. I must say, I truly admire your thoroughness in considering all these factors, Yue remarked, once again impressed by his brother-in-law. This thought just occurred to me. Let us head to Dasui village first. It has abundant rainfall and lush forests, which should be conducive to finding chicken mushrooms. Dasui village? That is my wife Xiaohan's grandmother's home, Yue replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. After years of marriage, he had been unaware that Dasui village was connected to Yi Xiaohan's family. This oversight was a consequence of his own past negligence. Since his downfall, Li Chen had not taken an interest in Yi Xiaohan's affairs, thus remaining oblivious to the whereabouts of her grandmother. That's splendid. Having acquaintances there will facilitate our procurement, Li Chen said with an awkward smile. On the way, I will buy some fruit and visit her grandmother. Yue concurred, acknowledging that this was a thoughtful gesture. As they approached the market, Li Chen preemptively settled the bill for the fruit and planned to give Yi Xiaohan's grandmother 500 yuan as a token of goodwill. In rural areas during this period, such gestures of kindness were highly valued. After their marriage, Yi Xiaohan had not visited her grandmother due to personal reasons. Now that Li Chen was going, he recognized the importance of honoring this familial connection. Young man, what a surprise to see you here again, exclaimed Widow Wang, or rather, Sister Wang. What brings you to this place?